Friends, today I want to tell you a crazy island survival story. In 2333, the Earth's resources are almost exhausted, and with a population of over 10 billion, it can no longer support the survival of a large number of humans. At this time, humans discovered a vast ocean world with inexhaustible resources that could even stimulate human supernatural powers. Every 3 years, 30 million young people are sent to various islands to embark on a difficult survival journey. Our protagonist, Ye Chuan, is a ruthless man. He rejected all the offers from the chaebols and stepped into the teleporter alone. As a result, he was bound to the strongest island check-in system as soon as he landed. This system is amazing. You can get evolution points and random items by signing in every day, and you can also continuously upgrade the island. The most outrageous thing is that his island is a giant sea turtle. It can find supplies by itself and fight, while others are still using broken fishing nets to fish out boxes. Ye Chuan has already lived in a bachelor apartment. Now, Ye Chuan finally understood that the supply box did not drift there by itself, but was found by the sea turtle on its own initiative. It was really unbelievable. He finally understood why this island was called the Island of Evolution and why it was hailed as the strongest island. Just ask, which island can evolve and become bigger and bigger? Even if it is only 1,000 square meters now, in the future, it will definitely grow to 1 million square meters, 10 million square meters, and may even surpass the entire territory of the Great Hua Kingdom. The system did not deceive me, he couldn't help but sigh. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The system voice sounded again. Sign in. Ye Chuan answered without hesitation. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points and 100 kilograms of fertile black soil. Note, every time the host signs in, he can get 500 evolution points and a random item. Great. Ye Chuan was delighted. Soil is the basis for the reproduction of most species. Now that he has obtained 100 kilograms of black soil, he can start planting and bring life to this island. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must first find plant seeds. After a short rest, Ye Chuan opened the public chat room again. Oh my god, this broken fishing net can't even get the supply box. I've tried more than a dozen times, and it still doesn't work. Can anyone help me? Without the supply box, there's no food or water. Am I going to starve to death? What bad luck. There are no supply boxes around my island. Is my luck just too bad? Don't mention it. I did open a supply box, and there were wooden planks, metal pieces, and cloth pieces inside, but no food at all. Hey man, how did you get the supply boxes ashore? Please give me the method. At this moment, a wave suddenly appeared in front of the island, and a turtle head as big as a truck shook its head gracefully. A gurgling sound was heard, and then a supply box and several sea fish weighing 4 or 5 kilograms rolled in front of Ye Chuan. Fuck, it's really worthy of being my turtle. It's simply an automated fishing artifact. Ye Chuan said in surprise. I didn't expect that the turtle could not only actively approach the supply box, but also get the supplies by itself. It was a pleasant surprise. Ye Chuan laughed happily and immediately rushed over to open the supply box. 500 milliliters mineral water, 3 metal pieces, 5 pieces of cloth. Yes, I got another bottle of mineral water, he said with satisfaction. On the island, fresh water is an extremely precious resource. Next, Ye Chuan gutted several sea fish, skewered the fish, and planned to air dry them first. Now there is insufficient water, no fire, and no seasoning. He plans to wait until conditions are sufficient before processing the fish. He spread 100 kilograms of black soil not far from the flat board, planted the cabbage seedlings into the soil, poured half a bottle of mineral water, and then nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the sea in front of him, Ye Chuan only saw his own island. However, he was happy to be quiet. After all, if there were other islands nearby, who knew if they would be attacked? Now all the island owners are in a state of fear and madness, and they can do anything to survive. Brother Turtle, let's mainly search for the supply boxes. Ye Chuan instructed the turtle, and then he was in trouble again. As night was about to fall, there was still no place to stay. At this time, a slight sea breeze had begun to blow, and even though it was summer, it was still a little cool. However, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Soon, Ye Chuan came up with a solution. Put 2 supply boxes together to make a bed. In this way, the 2-meter-long and 1-meter-wide box can accommodate him completely. Although the wooden board is relatively hard, it is at least much better than lying on the ground. As night fell and the sky was full of stars, Ye Chuan opened the public chat room again and took a look. Finally, I found a supply box. There is only a bottle of water in it, but I'm still hungry. How are we going to sleep at night? We don't even have the tools to dig a cave in the mountain. Are we going to freeze all night? If we catch a cold or have a fever, will we die because we don't get timely treatment? I have opened the trading panel. I want to exchange 10 metal pieces for 100 milliliters of mineral water. Anyone willing to trade? Dude, what's the use of metal pieces? Only a fool would trade with you. Ye Chuan immediately switched to the trading panel and found that there were indeed hundreds of trading information, most of which were about trading food and water. Since he hadn't fully understood the functions of these items, he didn't participate in the transaction. In addition, after a tiring day, he felt exhausted and couldn't help but crawl into the supply box and fell into a deep sleep. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The next morning, the cold mechanical sound of the system woke Ye Chuan up. Ye Chuan got out of the supply box, stretched, rubbed his stiff back, and said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, a multifunctional toolbox, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using them. Angel feathers? Are there really angels in this world? Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head, then looked at the multifunctional toolbox and opened it. There were hammers, axes, saws, all the small tools he could think of. Fuck. Ha ha. Whatever I thought of came true. The system understands me. Ye Chuan smiled happily, then picked up the saw and operated the wooden box. Although the supply box can protect against wind and rain, it is just a box after all. Wouldn't it be better to dismantle it and build a wooden house? However, after sawing for a few minutes, he suddenly took a few steps back and froze. Ye Chuan sawed for only a minute, and the original supply box turned into a pile of wooden boards and a dozen nails. The system panel in front of him immediately displayed the information: 10 wooden boards, 20 nails. Interesting. Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that if you only need to saw the board symbolically, you can get ready-made boards and nails. Maybe other things will be so convenient too? Thinking about it, Ye Chuan sawed again and got 10 more planks and 20 nails. However, these materials did not seem to be enough to build a wooden house. System, is there a simple way to build a wooden house? Ye Chuan asked. Since the ready-made materials can be obtained by simply sawing a board, perhaps building a log house could be just as easy? Simple wooden house. Wooden house construction blueprint 1, wooden boards 60, nails 140, metal sheets 10. Do you still need construction drawings for the wooden house? Ye Chuan was a little stunned. Wow. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, a huge turtle head emerged from the sea. With a slight shake, several sea fish and a supply box rolled to the island. Great. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and ran over excitedly. Whatever you think will come true. He opened the supply box and found the following inside: 5 pieces of metal, 1 compressed biscuit, and 1 seawater purifier manufacturing diagram. Seawater purifier manufacturing drawings? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately picked up the drawings and looked at them carefully. The blueprint shows that the required materials include seawater purifier manufacturing diagram 1, cloth sheet 10, metal sheet *5. Note: seawater purifier can purify 100 milliliters of seawater into 60 milliliters of fresh water per hour, with a maximum carrying capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and can be upgraded. Awesome. With this, I will never lack fresh water again, right? Ye Chuan said with a smile. Now I have enough metal pieces, but I still need 5 more cloth pieces. Let's see if my turtle brother can fish out a few more supply boxes today. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can get some cloth pieces. Looking at the several sea fishes, Ye Chuan gutted them and skewered them just like he did yesterday. With nothing to do for the time being, Ye Chuan opened the public chat room again. Fuck, I've been hungry for 2 days and haven't found a single supply box. Who can give me some food? In half a year, I'll work like a slave for him. I fished out 2 supply boxes, which contain metal pieces and some drawings of how to make a spear. You asked me what I wanted from them? Damn it. I'm Blueberry Jam, an internet celebrity with 10 million fans. Just give me some water and I'll be yours. Come on, it's already this time. Are you in an online relationship? I want to exchange 20 pieces of cloth for 50 milliliters of water. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, several large bubbles suddenly emerged from the turtle's head in front. Ye Chuan immediately ran over, but saw a big shadow in the sea attacking the turtle. Fortunately, the turtle pulled its head back in time, and the thing did no harm. A message was displayed on the system panel. Shark, D-level creature, ferocious, bloodthirsty. Oh my god, how could there be a shark? Ye Chuan trembled all over, unable to believe it. Brother Turtle couldn't possibly bring himself into the shark's den, right? However, now was not the time to think about these things. Ye Chuan immediately had an idea and found the player who had the spear manufacturing diagram. He privately chatted with him. I have 100 milliliters of mineral water. I want to exchange it with you for the spear manufacturing diagram. Agree. The other party replied immediately and put the spear manufacturing diagram into the trading column. Ye Chuan immediately poured out 100 milliliters of mineral water to make a deal, then used a spear manufacturing diagram, a wooden board, and 2 metal sheets to make a 2-meter-long spear and rushed towards the turtle's head. The shark was still attacking frantically. Ye Chuan held the spear with both hands, took a deep breath, and waited quietly for the opportunity to attack. In the past 3 years, Ye Chuan has simulated battles with ferocious fish in the sea in his mind countless times, although these are all theories. But at this moment, he had simulated at least 10 ways of attack, and finally found what he thought was the safest way. Concentrating all his strength on the spear, he seized the opportunity and jumped into the sea. Puff! With splashes of water, the sharp tip of the spear pierced the shark's head fiercely, at least 3 centimeters. The shark struggled in pain and immediately swam to another place. Ye Chuan gripped the gun barrel tightly, stepped hard on the shark's back with his feet, pulled out the spear, and blood splattered everywhere. The shark swam forward desperately, but after rushing out for dozens of meters, it turned back and prepared to attack Ye Chuan. Oops! Ye Chuan's face changed drastically. The previous attack failed to kill the shark, but angered it. He gripped the spear tightly, held his breath, and watched the shark rushing towards him with its bloody mouth wide open. Ye Chuan poked hard, and the tip of the spear penetrated deeply into the shark's upper jaw, carrying it directly forward with him. Seeing that it was about to hit the turtle, Ye Chuan used all his strength and lifted the shark out of the water nearly 1 meter with both hands. His head hit the turtle's shell hard, and then it stopped moving and floated on the sea. Ye Chuan pulled out his spear, climbed back onto his turtle's back with difficulty, and lay on the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he got half of the turtle's power, otherwise it would take a lot of effort for him to deal with the shark alone. Suddenly, he heard a plop sound. When he looked closely, he saw 5 or 6 sharks tearing the unconscious shark apart. Could it be that they smelled blood? Ye Chuan suddenly realized that it was because he threw the internal organs of the fish into the sea when he was processing them, which attracted the sharks. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that all this was his fault. Congratulations to the host for killing a D-level marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? The system's voice suddenly sounded, which made Ye Chuan's expression change. He immediately replied, "Open it." Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 1 special tree species, 1 wooden house manufacturing map, 1 igniter, usable 1,000 times. What a great thing. The lucky small gift package has such generous rewards, so shouldn't the lucky big gift package be even more powerful? Ye Chuan laughed excitedly. The most important thing was that he not only got the wooden house manufacturing plan, but also got the ignition device. Does this mean that he can make grilled fish? Wood is flammable, so it should be possible to use a lighter to ignite the wood for grilling. Anyway, there is wood here, and there are also sea fish. Sea fish itself is salty, so it is acceptable even without seasoning. System, besides being able to burn, can wooden boards be used as tools for stringing fish? Ye Chuan asked. Wood, flammable material. Each piece of wood can burn for 1 hour. A piece of wood can be made into 21 centimeter square sticks using a saw. Nice. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and immediately started to work. He put 2 fish on the hook, lit the wooden board with a lighter, squatted down, and started grilling. Just 20 minutes later, the faint aroma of grilled fish wafted over the island. Chapter 4. School Beauty Louis. To survive on an island, grilling is a necessary skill. The teacher is telling the truth. Looking at the grilled fish, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Although there was no seasoning, after taking a bite, the light salty taste combined with the unique flavor of the wood was not much worse than the grilled fish in the hotel. Great. I'm a little expert at grilled fish. Ye Chuan rubbed his stomach. A grilled fish weighing more than 2 kilograms was swallowed by him in a short while. The key is that this fish does not have many bones, and it tastes delicious. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, I felt refreshed and extremely satisfied. However, there was only 1 bottle left out of the 3 bottles of mineral water in the supply box. It was urgent to make a seawater purifier. The turtle has not yet been salvaged into the supply box. Ye Chuan immediately divided the remaining grilled fish into 10 portions of 100 grams each and put them on the shelves at the trading center. Grilled fish * 100 G equals cloth * 10. Grilled fish * 100 G equals wooden board * 10. Currently, what Ye Chuan needs most is a wooden house and a seawater purifier. I believe everyone will be very interested in my grilled fish, right? As expected, the public chat room was soon filled with news. Fuck, a big guy actually put grilled fish on the shelves? How did he do it? We are still worrying about filling our stomachs, but others are already eating grilled fish. Comparison is frustrating. I only have 3 wooden boards. I'm afraid I can't exchange them for grilled fish. How does fire come from? Do you drill wood to make fire? But there is no wood fluff or sawdust. Please explain. Could it be that the descendants of some big family have the means to bring in fire? They exchanged precious food for useless wood and cloth. Are they deliberately showing their superiority to us? No more talking. I have 10 pieces of wood. I have to go trade them quickly. Looking at these messages, Ye Chuan indeed heard the notification tone of successful transaction. At the same time, many private messages appeared. Boss, can you give me a fish? I will follow you from now on. Brother, I'm Blueberry Jam, an internet celebrity with 10 million fans. Just give me some water and I'll be yours. Hello, I have a metal utensil manufacturing diagram. Can I exchange it for 100 g of grilled fish? Boss, how did you catch the fish and grill it? Can you teach me? If I have the resources in the future, I will give you half. Among the many private chats, Ye Chuan noticed the message about exchanging metal utensil manufacturing drawings and immediately replied, sure. As they talked, the two of them immediately added each other as friends. Ye Chuan was stunned. By Cha Qinghuan, it seems that the campus beauty Lu Yi, who is ranked second only to herself in the school, has the online name Bai Cha Qinghuan. She is a pure beauty who likes to wear white long skirts, long hair draped over her shoulders, and has skin whiter than snow. Even her avatar is the same. This girl is actually better than Ye Chuan in theory, but she always ranks last in practical simulations. Even so, she is still ranked second in the overall ranking, which shows how smart she is. Moreover, this girl not only did not ask him directly for things in the ocean world, but also exchanged them for precious manufacturing drawings. It can be seen that she is indeed an independent and strong-willed person. Ye Chuan immediately had a favorable impression of her. At that moment, the two of them immediately made a transaction, and Ye Chuan also began to study the metal utensil manufacturing diagram. The system immediately gave a judgment. Metal utensil manufacturing diagram, rare item, can be used 3 times, according to the user's needs, to manufacture various metal utensils. Oh my god, is it so awesome? Ye Chuan's expression moved. This metal utensil manufacturing diagram is more valuable than 100 g of fish meat, or even more valuable than 1000 g of fish meat. After all, I still lack a large pot for boiling water and cooking, as well as a container for holding water. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately said, I plan to get a large pot with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a stainless steel thermos that can hold 10 L of water. Large pot, diameter 50 centimeters. Required materials, pot manufacturing diagram, metal sheet *30. Stainless steel thermos pot, 10 L. Required materials, thermos pot manufacturing diagram, metal sheet *20, cloth sheet *5. Well, I now have 6 pieces of metal and 15 pieces of cloth, which can be used to make a seawater purifier for the time being. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out the production drawings, first made a seawater purifier, then took the bucket device to hold 2,000 milliliters of seawater and placed an empty mineral water bottle on the fresh water outlet, waiting for the fresh water to fill the mineral water bottle. Grill another fish and trade for metal flakes. Ye Chuan took a break, grilled another fish, and started putting it on the shelf. Grilled fish *100 g equals metal flakes *10. In the public chat room, the island owners were once again excited. Oh my god, is this the same big guy from before? He's selling grilled fish again. He just traded wooden planks, and now he's trading metal sheets. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. I was so hungry just now that I ate one of my crocodile leather shoes. Boss, do you have any water? Can I exchange 5 metal pieces for 100 milliliters of mineral water? I miss my mom. At this time, Lu Yi sent another private message. Hello, can I exchange 5 metal pieces for 50 milliliters of fresh water? I am really thirsty. Okay. Ye Chuan didn't think much about it and immediately agreed to her request. In this environment, if a girl can stay rational and know how to exchange things for things, she is already halfway to success in the ocean world. At least she is much better than those freeloaders. At that moment, the two of them made another transaction, and Lu Yi sent a message to ask, I see your online name is somewhat familiar, and you always agree to my request decisively. Do we know each other? I need metal sheets and wooden boards now, and I have enough food and fresh water for now, so I'll trade with you. Ye Chuan felt a little guilty, but still answered. I have 5 more planks here. I'll give them to you. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately posted the planks on the trading board. Don't you know what planks are used for? Ye Chuan asked doubtfully. I don't know. It seems to be different from the theoretical knowledge I learned in school. I am still a little confused. Louis replied. If I hadn't been lucky enough to have 2 boxes of supplies drift within 5 meters of my island, I'm afraid I would still have caught nothing. The main reason is that the fishing net was too rotten and couldn't be used at all. Ye Chuan also felt the same way. Although he knew there were supply boxes, they usually contained food, tools, crops, seeds of vegetables and fruits, etc., but now they were cloth pieces and wooden boards. If Ye Chuan didn't have the system in his hand, he would definitely be confused. The rules of the game seem to have changed. Can you cast a net? Ye Chuan asked again. I grew up by the sea when I was a child, so I know a little bit about it. Louis replied. Splash. Gurgle, gurgle. As they were chatting, they heard the sound of water. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The sea turtle actually threw up 2 supply boxes in one breath. Let's stop chatting. I'm going to go open the boxes first, Ye Chuan said, and immediately ran to the supply boxes and opened 2 supply boxes at the same time. Chapter 5. A level fruit. Favors. Ye Chuan looked at the supply box and found a cabbage seedling and instant noodles inside. He was immediately happy and immediately planted the cabbage seedling next to the first one. After a day of growth, the cabbage had grown 3 times faster than normal. Ye Chuan exclaimed, "This is really fertile black soil. The effect is amazing." Now he has 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and he can plant anything faster than others. I guess he will be able to eat fresh Chinese cabbage soon. He checked the trading panel and found that all the fish in the first batch had been sold, and 6 pieces of grilled fish in the second batch had been sold. Ye Chuan now had 146 wooden boards, 110 nails, and 68 metal sheets, and he was only 30 nails away from making a wooden house. Ye Chuan grilled another fish and put 3 portions of grilled fish on the shelf, each 100 grams in exchange for 10 nails. He knew whether he could live in the wooden house today depended on whether the transaction was successful. Even if that doesn't work, there are still 2 unopened boxes of supplies on hand, which can make it through the night. Ye Chuan directly traded the remaining grilled fish to Lu Yi, but she didn't respond, probably because she went to fish for the supply boxes. So Ye Chuan continued to pay attention to the trading panel. Most people were still exchanging water and food, but suddenly a player named Lung Foam caught his attention. He actually kept trading various items: grade A pears for wood boards, pieces of cloth for wood boards, peach seeds for nails. Did this guy get some rare manufacturing diagram? Ye Chuan wondered to himself. He's willing to trade even fruit seeds? After thinking about it, Ye Chuan decided to exchange 10 wooden boards for a grade A pear. Although there were many wooden boards, the fruits were really scarce. System, what does Yali level mean? Ye Chuan asked curiously. The last time he defeated the shark, the system also showed D-level creatures. Why do these things also have levels? The system quickly gave an answer. Biological organisms are divided into 6 levels: D, C, B, A, S, and SS. Grade A fruits can enhance physical fitness, prevent mild diseases, and eliminate fatigue. After hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately ate the pear. Suddenly, he felt a warm current rising from his abdomen, and the previous fatigue instantly disappeared, and he returned to his best condition. What was even more surprising was that there were 2 seeds in the pear core. Pear tree seeds, a level *2. There is a chance that they will grow into a pear tree and bear fruit after being planted. This is really a good deal. Ye Chuan smiled happily. He immediately planted the pear tree seeds in the corner of the land and watered them, thinking, although the soil is good, the most fearful thing is rain. If the soil is eroded, the fertile black soil that has been worked so hard for may be wasted. It would be nice if there were stones. Just as Ye Chuan was lost in thought, Lu Yi's message rang out. Why are there so many grilled fish? Ye Chuan smiled and replied, no merit, no reward. I can't give you such a valuable thing for free, but it's okay. I still have a lot of fish here. I can grill it anytime you want. How do you know I'm a girl? Lu Yi suddenly asked. Ye Chuan was stunned and explained. Bai Cha Ching Huan has nothing else to do. I'm waiting for Foam and you. How come this ID sounds like a girl's? Lu Yi replied. Okay, you're smart. But I can't take your food for free. I just pushed a supply box up from the sea with my bare hands. Inside was a bottle of mineral water, 5 metal pieces, and a flower bed construction plan. I'll trade these with you. If you don't agree, I won't take your food anymore. Flower bed construction plan? Ye Chuan was stunned, thinking, isn't this just the solution to the problem of soil erosion? So he agreed without hesitation. Okay, I still have a lot of water here. Give me the metal sheet and the flower bed construction plan. Lu Yi immediately put the items into the trading column, and Ye Chuan also put the fishing net on it. Seeing the fishing net, Lu Yi was shocked. I don't want such a new fishing net. Ye Chuan smiled and said, The fishing net is useless to me. If you want to use it, take it. A rotten fishing net will only burden you. Lu Yi was a little anxious. Then I have nothing to trade with you. Then wait until you catch something good with your fishing net and give it to me. Ye Chuan said cheerfully. We can help each other, no problem. Okay, I'll give you half of what I catch next time. Don't refuse me, or I won't be able to take advantage of you for nothing. Lu Yi replied before exchanging the item with Ye Chuan. Who is this person? I really owe him a big favor. Lu Yi looked at the brand new fishing net and the hot grilled fish, feeling a little grateful. Ye Chuan began to study the flower bed construction diagram. Flower bed construction diagram. The necessary materials for building a flower bed. You need 10 stones for metal sheets and 4 wooden boards. Note, even in the harsh environment at sea, it must be a little fragrant. Start with a flower bed that can bloom beautiful flowers. We are almost starving and thirsty, and we are still considering the flower bed? Ye Chuan couldn't help laughing. He thought that the flower bed was a very interesting thing, although it lacked stones. So he decided to post a message in the public chat room. Does anyone have stones? You can trade with me. Soon, someone privately messaged Ye Chuan. Brother, I have 3 stones, and I want to exchange them for 1 L of fresh water. Want to trade? Go grab them. Ye Chuan replied. The other party said with a firm face, I am here to help you. I am the only one with stones at the moment. Ye Chuan said impatiently. Even if I have 100 L of fresh water, I will not trade with you. Then he blocked the other party. Looking at the sky, Ye Chuan decided that it probably wouldn't rain today. He thought to himself, I have the system in my hand, so what does a rock matter to me? Chapter 6. Turtle Skills, Water Bullet. Ye Chuan grilled another fish, and this time he put it on the shelf. 100 grams of grilled fish equals stones *3. He knew that there were not many stones, so it would not be a problem to exchange 100 grams of grilled fish. In the recently launched trade of exchanging grilled fish for nails, one person also successfully completed the trade and obtained 10 nails, but there is still 20 short of the goal. As night fell, Ye Chuan guessed that the turtle might not be able to get the supply box today. So he lay on the turtle's back, looking at the stars in the sky, and couldn't help wondering, are these stars and the stars in blue star the same sky? The sea breeze blew gently. Ye Chuan crawled into the supply box and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Ye Chuan was awakened by the mechanical voice of the system. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? He smiled and said, time flies. It's already the 3rd day. He began to do radio gymnastics, shouting, sign in, as he moved. System prompt. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points. Double increase for 1 day, to be used, and 1 feather fragment. Note. 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Wow, double amplification. Ye Chuan's eyes lit up, wondering if everything he got today could be doubled. He immediately shouted, use double amplification. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the feather fragment had turned into 2, and the evolution value also increased to 1,000 points. Fuck, it's really a double increase. This is so cool. Ye Chuan smiled, thinking to himself that the evolution value of the turtle had accumulated to 2,000 points, and it could be upgraded again. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked the upgrade. The island began to change again, and more plants grew. Ye Chuan opened the island panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 2, 0/3000. Skills, water bullet, primary, talent, longevity. Water bomb. Ye Chuan murmured curiously and immediately instructed the turtle to use a skill. Let's try a water bomb. The turtle shook its head, threw out a supply box, and spit out a basketball-sized water ball. A few seconds later, the water ball exploded on the sea surface dozens of meters away, creating a wave. Wow, that's awesome. Ye Chuan slapped his thigh excitedly, thinking, if the turtle's ability can also benefit myself in half, then wouldn't I be able to learn the water bomb skill as well? He started trying immediately, and after half an hour of effort, he finally hit a water ball that was neither too big nor too small. Although it was not perfect, it was considered progress. Oh, there are also feather fragments. Ye Chuan suddenly remembered, took out 3 feather fragments, studied them for a while, and said, exchange for angel feathers. System prompt. Angel feathers are being exchanged, please wait. Exchange successful. A pure white feather appeared in the inventory. The system notes, angel feather, good luck bonus 60%. After using it, there is a high probability of good luck within 24 hours. Use it. Ye Chuan used the angel feather without hesitation, thinking to himself, I hope I can meet an angel, preferably a beautiful angel, hee hee. Suddenly, he found that the turtle had thrown up another supply box. and Ye Chuan immediately opened it. 5 pieces of cloth, 5 pieces of metal, and 2 stones. Due to the double increase, these 3 items were doubled. It's great. The system rewards are so generous. Ye Chuan stretched and said with a smile. Then, he checked the transaction panel and found that only one person traded stones, and Ye Chuan got 3 stones. Through double amplification, he got 6 pieces, plus the 4 pieces from the supply box, making a total of 10 pieces. Ye Chuan happily opened all the supply boxes. The double increase gave him 140 nails, 156 wooden boards, and 123 metal pieces. He couldn't hold back his excitement, walked to the flapboard, and shouted, "Use this as the northwest corner and start building the wooden house." The construction process of the wooden house was very fast. In just a dozen seconds, a wooden house of 3 meters high and 5 meters square was completed. What surprised Ye Chuan even more was that there was a wooden bed of 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide next to the wooden house. How thoughtful! Ye Chuan exclaimed with a smile, and finally felt relieved and no longer worried about the invasion of wind and rain. He then made a large pot and a stainless steel thermos, lit a fire, put mineral water and purified fresh water into the pot, and boiled them. "Now all we need is a cup," Ye Chuan whispered. "Use the metal utensil to make the diagram for the last time. Let's make a cup." The system responded. Small items such as cups and iron bowls can be made without a manufacturing diagram. There is such a thing. Ye Chuan was a little surprised and immediately used 10 metal sheets to make a cup, a bowl, and a pair of stainless steel chopsticks. When everything was ready and the water in the pot boiled, Ye Chuan made some instant noodles and put the remaining hot water into the thermos. Some experts once classified instant noodles as junk food, but here at sea, instant noodles can be compared to delicacies from land and sea, right? Ye Chuan took a deep breath of the aroma of the instant noodles, ate it with relish, and felt very satisfied. Soon, he finished his noodles, touched his stomach, walked out of the cabin and looked around, and decided to place the flower bed at 8 o'clock, 3 meters away from the cabin. He planted soil, 2 cabbages, and pear tree seeds. The cabbage he had planted had already grown into a heart. In a few days, Ye Chuan expected to be able to eat cabbage. He had been busy all morning and felt satisfied. It seems that the current island life is more like a vacation than a survival. If the island owners who are still worried about food see this, they will definitely be gritting their teeth in anger, right? Seeing that there were no new transactions in the transaction column, Ye Chuan simply ordered 2 grilled fish to eat by himself and then opened the public chat room. While he was browsing the real-time chat, Lu Yi sent a message. "I have good news for you." "What good news?" Ye Chuan replied quickly with a smiley face. Chapter 7. A day of full harvest. There are 500 grams of edible salt in the supply box I just fished out. Lu Yi happily sent a message. "You can grill fish now. If you sprinkle some salt on it, it should be more delicious, right?" "Good job." Ye Chuan praised her immediately after hearing this. He knew that table salt was much better than sea salt. Although sea fish had some saltiness, it could not completely replace the effect of table salt. Now that they had salt, their living conditions had greatly improved. "By the way, give me everything." Ye Chuan suddenly thought of the double increase and immediately asked for it. "Wait a moment." Lu Yi had almost no hesitation, and a few minutes later he put all the items into the trading column. 13 metal pieces, 30 wooden boards, 10 pieces of cloth, 500 grams of salt, half a bottle of mineral water, and 2 compressed biscuits. Seeing these items, Ye Chuan couldn't help but be amazed. He guessed that Lu Yi was trading all her things to him. She was so bold that she was not afraid of being cheated by him. Ye Chuan didn't say much and traded directly. Then he found that all the items had doubled in value, so he quickly traded back 13 pieces of metal, 30 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of cloth, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 4 compressed biscuits. "Hey, why did the mineral water become just 1 bottle? And there are 2 more compressed biscuits?" Lu Yi asked in surprise. "This is to thank you for giving me the salt. It's considered an exchange." Ye Chuan responded with a smile. "That's not good. You gave me the fishing net before, and we agreed that I would give you half of what I caught with the net." Lu Yi said, "Aren't you taking advantage of me by doing this?" "Haha, that's not necessary. I have instant noodles, fish, and compressed biscuits here, and I have a seawater purifier, so I don't have to worry about water sources." Ye Chuan smiled helplessly. "You can give me any rare items you catch in the future, and you can keep the rest." "Okay, but I owe you another favor." Lu Yi smiled helplessly. Once upon a time, Lu Yi was 1.65 meters tall, with skin as white as snow, delicate facial features, and many suitors. But now, after 3 days of living on the island, she has lost a lot of weight and her skin is no longer moist. Although her health looks good, the changes are also obvious. She rubbed her fists and decided to continue fishing for supplies. I have to fish out a few more boxes of supplies and try to get something good. Ye Chuan saw a black cloud floating in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Is it going to rain? Time passed slowly, and the chat room became active again. Oh my god, there's a sea breeze blowing here, and dark clouds are pressing down. It's so scary. What should I do? Is it going to rain? Don't mention it. It was sunny just now, but now it's raining. It's freezing. It's getting dark soon. I'm cold and hungry. I don't know if I can make it to tomorrow. Don't catch a cold, or you'll die miserably. I want to drink some hot water, even just a sip. It's better to drink some rain water than die of thirst. At this time, the sound of rain began to sound. Ye Chuan sat in front of the door of the wooden house, listening to the sound of rain outside. He felt an indescribable peace in his heart. It seemed that in this lonely environment, the rain brought a certain beauty. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 2. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? What the hell? Ye Chuan was so excited when he heard this. There was actually a reward for upgrading the island. It was so thoughtful. He immediately replied, "Open it. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait." Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points. 1 peach, 1 self-heating hot pot. Self-heating hot pot. Ye Chuan was stunned. This seems to be a good thing. Can eating hot pot be so simple? The system is really considerate. With the blessing of double increase, all items became double. He also got 2 portions of peaches and self-heating hot pot, which was a big profit. Looking at the time, night had fallen. Ye Chuan quickly opened the trading panel and prepared to make some more transactions in order not to waste the last few hours. Most people on the trading panel were still trading food and water, but Ye Chuan's eyes lit up when he discovered that someone was using a bow and arrow manufacturing diagram to exchange for 500 milliliters of mineral water. Mineral water may be precious to others, but to Ye Chuan, it is just the workload of a seawater purifier in one night. What's more, it was raining heavily outside, and this person actually wanted to change it for mineral water. Isn't rain water fragrant? Oh, how stupid. Ye Chuan shook his head and quickly clicked on the transaction. After getting the bow and arrow manufacturing diagram, he found that with the double increase, his 2 copies of the bow and arrow diagram made a lot of money. The bow and arrow manufacturing diagram requires bow, 5 wooden boards, 2 metal pieces, 10 cloth pieces. Arrow, 1 wooden board, 1 metal piece. The bow does not require many materials, but it must be made using the bow and arrow diagram. Arrows are even simpler. You must have a bow before you can make arrows. Ye Chuan immediately made 2 bows and 50 arrows. After all, although this island is peaceful for the time being, who knows if there will be danger in the future? Especially after the last shark attack, he planned to be prepared so that if something similar happened again, he would have enough weapons to deal with it. Bows and arrows are definitely powerful weapons. Today is really a big profit, a lot of harvest. At this time, Ye Chuan looked at the trading panel and confirmed that there were no items worth trading. He returned to the public chat room and sent a message. It's raining so hard. Although I drank enough water, it's so cold now. It's not raining here at all. I'm dying of thirst. Who can trade me some rainwater? My life will belong to you from now on. Drinking too much rainwater can cause diarrhea. Be careful. I'm the internet celebrity Blueberry Jam. I haven't had any water for 3 days. If anyone can give me some water, I'll recognize you as my godfather. I feel like I'm dying. My whole body is burning. Ye Chuan shook his head. He would never believe that Blueberry Jam hadn't drunk water for 3 days. He had never drunk water, and he was still talking about Godfather. He thought to himself, and then he took some rainwater, exchanged it with her in private chat, and then prepared to go to bed. Listening to the sound of rain outside gradually stopping, Ye Chuan slowly fell asleep. This rainy night had a special flavor. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Chuan was suddenly awakened by a sharp and piercing sound. Seeing that it was getting light outside and the rain had stopped, he rubbed his eyes, picked up his bow and arrow, and walked out of the wooden house. Chapter 8. Let me fight with the killer whale. What happened? The water was splashing on the sea, and occasional shrill cries were heard. Ye Chuan had not figured out the specific situation. Task release. Dolphin in distress. Task description. A dolphin is being chased by a killer whale. Do you want to rescue it? Task option 1. Save the dolphin, but you may be attacked by the killer whale. Task option 2. Sit back and let the dolphin be killed by the killer whale. Keep your distance from the killer whale. In this situation, there is actually a mission? Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment, but did not think too much about it. Since the system has issued a mission, there must be a reason for it. So he said without hesitation, save the dolphins. The host has made a choice. Please save the dolphin as soon as possible. Ye Chuan looked at the sea, pursed his lips, and then asked, "My turtle, can you use water bombs on the killer whale?" The turtle raised its head, quickly retreated into the water, and fired a water bullet forward. The basketball-sized water bullet hit the killer whale hard. Although the killer whale was large in size and the water bullet was not too powerful, it still made its movements pause for a while, and then it continued to chase the dolphin. The dolphin sensed the presence of the turtle and immediately swam towards it. Ye Chuan's expression changed. He pulled up the bow and quietly observed the sea surface. When the dolphin flashed by, he suddenly released the bowstring. Puff! The long arrow pierced the killer whale's back like lightning, splashing water. Wow! The killer whale suddenly raised its head and rushed towards Ye Chuan angrily. Its huge head and huge teeth made Ye Chuan feel a cold threat instantly. If it bit him, he would probably be torn in half. However, Ye Chuan reacted quickly and jumped back 5 or 6 meters to avoid the huge head. He drew his bow and shot an arrow again at the killer whale's head. The arrowhead of the 100-gene bow pierced deeply into the killer whale's head like a harpoon, about 10 centimeters. The killer whale felt the pain and quickly turned around, preparing to escape into the water. But before entering the water, it swung out its huge tail and whipped Ye Chuan fiercely. "Fuck!" Ye Chuan exclaimed and stepped back quickly. Although he was not whipped, the wind still blew him far away. He rolled on the ground to stabilize his body. At this time, Ye Chuan noticed that this killer whale was 7 meters long. It was not only an adult whale, but also a master hunter. "I was careless." Ye Chuan patted his forehead and regretted choosing task 1. If I had left it alone, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But since he had chosen the task, Ye Chuan could only deal with it with all his strength. He had to deal with the killer whale and save the dolphin. The IQ of an adult killer whale is almost equivalent to that of a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Ye Chuan knows that if he can't solve the problem, the killer whale will most likely summon other companions for revenge, and then there will be trouble. What a damn system. It actually assigned me such a dangerous mission. If missions have levels, wouldn't this have to be SS level? Ye Chuan muttered in annoyance. However, the system did not respond, and only the half-red sun rising in the east accompanied Ye Chuan to continue fighting. Ye Chuan took a deep breath, put away his bow and arrow, and made a temporary spear. Although the bow and arrow is the most convenient way to attack, in this case, melee weapons are more suitable. In this way, if the killer whale gets close, he will be able to fight back. At this time, half of the killer whale's head surfaced again, staring at Ye Chuan, his eyes full of murderous intent. After a few seconds, the killer whale slowly sank into the water and disappeared. Gone. Ye Chuan looked around, but couldn't find the killer whale. Is this guy planning to knock my turtle over? Is he really confident that he can knock over my nearly 10,000-ton turtle? Ye Chuan waited for 6 or 7 minutes, and finally felt that the killer whale had given up on him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the water, and the killer whale rushed towards Ye Chuan at lightning speed. "Fuck!" Ye Chuan yelled. The killer whale would rather risk being stranded than let him go. In a flash, Ye Chuan quickly crawled on the ground, holding the spear tightly with both hands. The killer whale rushed towards him like an arrow. Ye Chuan stabbed the killer whale fiercely and rolled quickly to avoid it. This set of movements was done smoothly, and within 5 seconds. Ye Chuan couldn't believe that he could complete so many movements in such a short time. It turned out that when pushed into a corner, he could do anything. If the killer whale could speak, it would definitely curse. "Fuck you. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog." Puff! The spear pierced deeply into the killer whale's belly, and blood spurted out instantly. The killer whale's tail suddenly lashed to the ground. The huge impact force caused it to turn over twice on the spot, and finally fell back into the sea with a plop. It's not dead yet. Ye Chuan looked at the sea in surprise. The sea water was covered with blood. The fate of the killer whale was obviously in danger. I hope it won't attack again. But then he thought about it and frowned. With so much blood, I'm afraid sharks will soon be attracted. He hurriedly shouted, "My turtle, hurry up and leave here." Following the order, Turtle Island slowly moved away. However, the turtle was only upgraded to level 2, with a speed of only 15 nautical miles per hour. Each one just hoped to avoid the sharks. Is the mission not completed yet? After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no movement in the system, and Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The system's voice sounded, and the sky was already bright. Sign in. Ye Chuan sighed, and then spoke. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and 1 lucky blind box. Note: there is a chance to get a manufacturing diagram, seeds, fruits. Lucky blind box? Ye Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Open the blind box." The blind box is opening. Chapter 9. Mission completed. New supplies harvested. Congratulations to the host. You got an A-grade apple *1. Apple. Ye Chuan's eyes lit up, and it was an A-grade apple. So cool. That's good. I actually got an A-grade apple, and I can get seeds after eating it. Ye Chuan said with a smile. One apple can produce 1 or 2 seeds, so you can harvest fruit trees. This time, Ye Chuan did not rush to use the fertile black soil, but left the apple in the inventory. After all, the soil was enough now. It seems that there will be no danger for a while. He looked around and confirmed that there were no traces of killer whales and sharks, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took out the self-heating hot pot and opened the public chat room during the break. Blueberry Jam sent 3 friend requests and more than a dozen messages. Brother, thank you for giving me water. I feel much better. Are you there? I have nothing here, and I don't know how to repay you. Click on the friend link to accept, and I'll perform a striptease for you as a reward. How about it? Ye Chuan was speechless. It seemed that the reason why this woman became an internet celebrity was entirely by playing the edge ball. Without paying any more attention to her, Ye Chuan sent a message to Lu Yi. It rained all night yesterday. How is it now? But Lu Yi did not reply. Ye Chuan was a little anxious, wondering if she was still asleep or had gone to salvage the supply box. So, after soaking the instant noodles in hot water, he directly traded it to Lu Yi. I'll treat you to instant noodles. Then, Ye Chuan stretched and started to eat the self-heating hot pot. He could swear that this was the best hot pot he had ever eaten, and there were even a few slices of bacon in it. Oh my god, Ye Chuan's face was full of enjoyment. While eating, Lu Yi finally replied. I feel a little hot. I just woke up. Thank you for the instant noodles, but I can't take it. It's too expensive. Don't be polite. I'm eating a self-heating hot pot now. I don't need instant noodles. Ye Chuan replied. And you may have a cold. Eat something hot and sweat it out. Otherwise, there is no medicine here. Are you going to die of illness? The other party was silent for more than a minute before answering. Thank you. I will give you the next 3 boxes of supplies I found, no matter what is inside. Silly woman. Ye Chuan shook his head helplessly. The two chatted for a while before Ye Chuan walked out of the wooden house with the self-heating hot pot and sat on the beach to eat. At the same time, on a small island hundreds of kilometers away, a burly man with a fierce face looked at the wood and nails in front of him, grinning with a sinister smile on his face, and said, Start building. As the order was issued, the wooden boards and metal sheets were quickly assembled, and in just a dozen seconds, a 5-meter-long and 2-meter-wide wooden boat appeared next to the island. The man turned around and looked at the island, picked up the super flat board, and jumped into the boat. The island limits my ability. The ocean is my world. From now on, everything on the sea belongs to me. After saying that, he placed a gleaming dagger on the boat and began to row aimlessly into the distance. On the other side, Turtle Island had moved 30 nautical miles. Ye Chuan suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He immediately ran to the coast and looked into the distance. He saw that more than a dozen sharks were besieging a killer whale. The killer whale was the one that Ye Chuan had beaten away before. This guy actually swam 30 nautical miles on the back of a turtle. He was so seriously injured, but he didn't die. It was a miracle. It's just right. I can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Ye Chuan's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself, although the killer whale is ferocious and powerful, it is now injured. Facing more than a dozen sharks, it is definitely no match. As time went by, the killer whale's strength and speed obviously weakened. In just over 10 minutes, its body was bitten to pieces by the sharks, and it was completely unable to resist. Finally, the killer whale let out a painful whine and slowly sank into the water, leaving only a blood-red patch on the sea surface. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully rescuing the dolphin. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward package. Do you want to open it? Great, open it. Ye Chuan replied impatiently. The gift package is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the automatic recycling bin manufacturing diagram 1, dolphin friendliness plus 10, wood board 5, cloth piece 5, metal piece 5, automatic recycling bin. This is good, Ye Chuan said with a smile. In the past 3 days, he did produce some garbage and was worried about where to dispose of it. Now with the automatic recycling bin, it is so convenient. Ye Chuan checked the manufacturing diagram. The automatic garbage recycling bin required. Automatic garbage recycling bin manufacturing diagram 1, wooden board 10, cloth sheet 5, metal sheet 8. Now that the materials were sufficient, Ye Chuan started manufacturing without hesitation. Soon, a garbage bin about 1 meter high and 30 centimeters wide was made, with a foot-operated lid. Ye Chuan threw all the garbage around into it, and the surroundings suddenly became much fresher. Then, he looked at another reward, dolphin friendliness plus 10. Dolphin friendliness, what's the use of this? Ye Chuan asked curiously. At this moment, a crisp cry suddenly came, and the dolphin that was chased by the killer whale swam over, revealing most of its body, and nodded to Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately walked over and touched the dolphin's head. The dolphin immediately turned over, swam in the water, and returned to Ye Chuan in a friendly manner. Ye Chuan got excited and took out a sea fish and threw it to the dolphin. The dolphin jumped out of the water, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the fish. Ye Chuan saw the following message on the panel: Dolphin's friendliness plus 5. Feeding fish to a dolphin can also increase its friendliness? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. He then asked, System, what is the use of the dolphin's friendliness? However, the system did not respond, as if it had crashed. Ye Chuan did not think about it anymore and fed a few more fish. The dolphin's friendliness increased from 10 to 30. At this moment, the dolphin's information panel finally appeared. Chapter 10, Signing a Master-Servant Contract with Dolphins. Name, Dolphin. Friendliness, 30/100. Level, none. Skills, none. Talents, none. So simple, all nothing? Ye Chuan asked speechlessly. Except for the dolphin circling around him and calling a few times, there was almost no other response. Well, it's a novel thing to make a friend with a marine creature in this vast ocean. Ye Chuan shrugged and continued to observe the dolphin. The dolphins continued to circle around the turtle. Ye Chuan walked to the turtle's head and looked at the several sea fish and a piece of agarwood it had just thrown up. He was full of doubts. Strange, where did this wood come from in the sea? Soon, the information about the wood appeared on the information panel. Agarwood, weighing 100 kilograms, moisture-proof and insect-proof, and can relieve pain. Ye Chuan looked at the information in surprise. It's actually agarwood. How could this precious wood from the outside world appear here? Unfortunately, this is the ocean world, and agarwood cannot be circulated. However, considering that the wooden house is exposed to the humid sea all year round, the wood is prone to moisture and insects. He had an idea in his mind. If you burn this agarwood regularly, it can also fight moisture and insect pests. Ye Chuan put the agarwood into the system item column and no longer thought about it, and then opened Lu Yi's private chat. I just fished out a supply box and put all the things in the trading column. You can claim it. 2 ham sausages, 5 wooden boards, 1 soap, 3 metal pieces. It's actually ham sausages and soaps. Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be these in the supply box. It seems that there is everything here. Even soap can be found. After receiving the items, Ye Chuan opened the soap, divided it into 2 halves, and then put 1 half of the soap and 1 ham sausage into the trading column. Why did you trade it back? Didn't I say I would give it all to you? Lu Yi was a little angry. Yes, I received them all. I want to share the following with you. Ye Chuan replied. It is a happy thing to have someone to chat with me in this vast ocean and cheer each other up. You relieved my loneliness, and I gave you something. Isn't this fair? Lu Yi was silent for a long time and only replied with an ellipsis. Okay, just accept it. Ye Chuan said, and sent a laughing expression. This time, Lu Yi did not refuse and accepted it directly. Consider it as a loan from you. I will return it to you when I get more. No problem. Ye Chuan agreed happily. Forget about it. Take a break. I have to go get the supply boxes. Lu Yi suddenly replied. The wind was quite strong last night, and I guess there are more supply boxes floating over. I can't miss them. Come on. Ye Chuan responded to a message. Ye Chuan switched to the public chat room. I found that if you use a 100-pound stone to smash the supply box, as long as you smash it 3 times, the supply box will turn into wooden boards and nails. Fuck, really? I want to try it. How bored are you to think of smashing the supply box with a stone? Are you bored? I am Blueberry Jam, an internet celebrity with 10 million fans. I haven't eaten for 4 days. Who can give me something to eat? I'll be yours. Blueberry Jam, are you still alive? Ye Chuan was also a little surprised. If you don't drink water for 3 days, you will die of thirst. If you don't eat for 7 days, you will die of starvation. Blueberry Jam can still hold on until now. It must be starving. Ye Chuan couldn't understand why this woman dared to play the ocean survival game without any survival skills. However, he no longer paid attention to her. Everyone has their own choices. The key to survival ultimately depends on her. Soon, it was noon. Ye Chuan took out a peach and took a bite. His mouth was instantly filled with fragrance and sweetness. There was even juice flowing down the corners of his mouth. He wiped it back immediately. This peach was simply delicious. As the flesh was swallowed, Ye Chuan felt a warm and comfortable feeling all over his body, as if he had a spa and a sauna. The fatigue of the whole day disappeared instantly. Awesome. He couldn't help but sigh. Soon, Ye Chuan only had one peach pit left in his hand, and the information panel also showed the information of the peach pit. One A-grade peach pit. After planting, there is a chance that it will grow into a peach tree and produce delicious fruits. Another A-grade seed. Although the peach did not show the specific grade, based on the experience just now, Ye Chuan was sure that it should be A-grade. He believed that in the near future, the peach tree he planted would definitely produce delicious fruits. Ye Chuan planted the peach pits next to the pear tree seeds and poured some purified fresh water on them. Looking at the cabbages that were about to mature next to him, he smiled with relief and said, "We will be able to taste fresh fruit soon." Wow! Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Ye Chuan heard the sound of water. Not far away, a dolphin revealed most of its body and continued to approach Ye Chuan, nodding to him from time to time. Ye Chuan's mind moved, and he immediately waved to the dolphin and threw a sea fish to it. After the dolphin ate it, the information panel immediately showed dolphin friendliness +10. The system suddenly sounded again. It is detected that the host and the dolphin's friendliness has increased to 40 points. Do you want to perform the master recognition ceremony? Can I still sign a master-servant contract with the dolphin? Ye Chuan was delighted. Dolphins are gentle by nature and are known as lifeguards at sea. They can lift any object floating on the sea and have almost no natural enemies. Owning this dolphin means having a powerful resource search expert at sea. Only a fool would not accept it. Ye Chuan immediately said, "Yes." Conditions for signing a master-servant contract with a dolphin: friendliness 40 plus, 1 drop of dolphin blood. Oh my god, I need another drop of blood. Ye Chuan was stunned, touched his head, took out a piece of metal and jumped into the sea, scratching a wound about 1 centimeter long on the dolphin's tail, and blood immediately dripped out. Ye Chuan quickly collected the blood and climbed back to the shore. The host and the dolphin signed a master-servant contract, and the host was rewarded with a lucky gift package. Do you want to open it? Open it, Ye Chuan said without hesitation. Opening successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil. Flower bed manufacturing diagram 1. Small nutrient solution *2. Evolution value 1,000 points. Not bad, not bad. Similar to the last lucky little gift package. Ye Chuan said to himself with a smile, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes when he saw the small nutrient solution. Chapter 11. Strong blueberry jam small nutrient solution. Increases plant growth rate by 50. Lasts for 72 hours. Fuck, this thing is good. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Doesn't this just shorten the growth time of crops? The system really understands me more and more. It's simply a god-level prop in the cultivation game. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately took out a small bottle of nutrient solution and poured it on 2 cabbages. Then, he looked at the dolphin's panel. Name, dolphin. Friendliness, 40/100. Level 0. Evolution value, 0/500. Skills, none. Talent, none. I just got 1,000 evolution points, so I'll add 500 points to the dolphin. Ye Chuan said without hesitation. As Ye Chuan operated, the dolphin's body shape changed slightly. Ye Chuan checked the dolphin's panel again. Name, dolphin. Friendliness, 40/100. Level 1. Evolution value, 0/1000. Skills, sound wave interference, primary, talents, none, dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host contract beast for upgrading to level 1, and get an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Ye Chuan was delighted, remembering that when Turtle Island was upgraded to level 2, he also got a lot of good things. Unexpectedly, the dolphin also had a gift package when it was upgraded, and Ye Chuan immediately replied, "Open it." Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 3 stones, 3 wooden boards, 3 metal pieces. Since the dolphin's level is low, the rewards in the gift pack are relatively ordinary, but Ye Chuan doesn't mind. Instead, he is full of expectations for the evolution value and materials he will get. Now his evolution value has accumulated to 1,500 points. After 3 more sign-ins, he can upgrade again. Ye Chuan turned his gaze to the dolphin's skills and asked in confusion, "What is sonic interference?" The system replied, "Sonic interference. It can launch sonic attacks on everything within a range of 20 meters to interfere with the opponent's actions. This is a good skill." Ye Chuan smiled and nodded, but he was a little confused. Why didn't he get any skill feedback? Was it because his friendliness was not enough? He watched the dolphin swimming in the sea and immediately ordered, "My dolphin, go learn from your brother turtle and try to salvage more supply boxes." The dolphin seemed to understand and swam away quickly. Ye Chuan turned his head to look at the special tree species he had not planted and felt a little excited. It's time to plant it. After all, it has been in the inventory for so long. Ye Chuan immediately grilled 2 sea fish, but this time he didn't add salt because he knew that those who were hungry might eat raw fish. After the fish were grilled, he put them on the shelf. 1 serving of grilled fish 200 G equals 3 stones. A total of 5 servings were put on the shelves, which once again set off the public chat room. Oh my god, the boss has put grilled fish on the shelves again, and each time he puts at least 1 kilogram on the shelves. What a rich man. How did the boss do it? Why can't I catch sea fish? I remember that I hated eating fish the most before, but now my biggest wish is to eat one. Oh, is this world really unfair? Others eat sea fish every day, but I am always hungry. Alas. Suddenly, Blueberry Jam sent a private message. Brother, I am Blueberry Jam. I have 2 stones. Can I exchange them for a grilled fish? Ye Chuan was a little curious and replied, You haven't fished out any supply boxes. How come you have stones? Yes, today is the 4th day, and I haven't fished out any supply boxes. When I was bored, I used my high heels to dig stones on the island. After digging for a long time, a stone turned into a stone. Blueberry Jam replied. So I continued to dig, but after digging the 2nd stone, I was too tired to have the strength. Okay, 2 stones. I'll give you 2 grilled fish. Ye Chuan replied with some sympathy. He had plenty of sea fish anyway, so it wouldn't be a big deal to give her one. Really? Thank you so much, brother. Blueberry Jam replied in seconds and quickly put the stone in the transaction column. Ye Chuan accepted the deal and thought to himself, forget it. Saving a life and giving some food is nothing. At the same time, on an island of about 1 square kilometer, a girl wearing Lolita clothes, with fair skin and delicate looks, was wolfing down grilled fish. She made a woohoo sound while eating, like a kitten guarding its food. About half an hour later, Ye Chuan got 6 stones, and now he had 11 stones in his hand. So he walked to 3 meters behind the house and started to build a flower bed. After putting 100 kilograms of fertile black soil into the flower bed, Ye Chuan finally planted the special tree, poured 500 milliliters of fresh water, and poured a small bottle of nutrient solution on it. He believed that it would sprout and grow soon. As night fell, Ye Chuan lay on the turtle's back, looking up at the stars in the sky, feeling particularly comfortable. At the same time, 300 miles away, a wooden boat quietly approached a coast. After the man on the boat tied the boat to a rock, he slowly walked ashore with a knife in his hand. On the island, a haggard woman lay powerlessly on the rocks, staring at the starry sky with lifeless eyes, almost in despair. Suddenly, a cold and resolute face appeared in front of her, and she thought she was seeing things. I didn't expect that the first person I found was actually a beauty. I made a fortune, the man said in a deep voice, with a slight smile on his face. The woman suddenly realized that this was not an illusion. She shook her body and tried to escape quickly, but was pinned down by the man. A few minutes later, the man pulled up his pants with satisfaction and said with a smile, Beauty, if you follow me in the future, I promise you will have good food and drinks. Then, can you give me something to eat? The woman asked weakly. I haven't eaten or drunk water for almost 2 days. I'm dying. Fuck, it's so troublesome. The man cursed and threw a raw fish to the woman. It's raw. Just eat it. It's better than starving to death. The woman swallowed her saliva. Regardless of whether the food was raw or not, she grabbed the fish and began to wolf it down. The man looked at her with a frown. Can you eat slowly? No one is snatching it from you. You've eaten and drunk, come with me? Half an hour later, the man asked calmly, playing with a knife. Where are we going? The woman was stunned. Of course we're going to the boat. Are we going to die on the island? The man snorted and walked slowly towards the woman. Why? Do you want to eat for free? Chapter 12. Pork and cabbage soup. Absolutely delicious. No, no. How could that be? The woman shuddered with fear and shook her head repeatedly. I thought you wanted to live on the island with me. Do you think such a small island can trap me? Li Bo smiled disdainfully. It's getting late. Get on the boat. Let's go. Then can I take this super tablet with me? The woman asked weakly. Whatever you want. Li Bo shrugged. The woman immediately ran over and tried to move the super tablet, but found that it didn't move at all. She tried several times, but still couldn't move it at all. Li Bo shouted impatiently. It's just a broken tablet. You can follow me from now on. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want it, it doesn't matter. Hurry up and go. Okay. The woman felt a little wronged and quickly jumped onto the boat. Start rowing in one direction. Li Bo handed the woman the oar and said lightly, I row. The woman was stunned. Then what are you doing? Damn it. I took you in, you eat my food, drink my water, and you still have objections when I asked you to help row the boat. Li Bo glared at her. Even a dog knows to bring me a bone, and you still want to eat and live for free? I didn't say I won't help. I'll just row. The woman said aggrievedly, took the oar, and started rowing in the direction. Time passed, and Ye Chuan suddenly shuddered and opened his eyes. I was looking at the stars last night and fell asleep without realizing it, and slept until dawn. Fortunately, I got the feedback from the turtle physique and ate pears and peaches, otherwise I would have caught a cold. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The system's voice sounded. Sign in. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 2 cans of pork, and 1 feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using them. Canned pork. Ye Chuan shouted excitedly. What he lacked the most at the moment was meat, and he didn't expect to get 2 cans of pork this time. It was a good opportunity to have a full meal. Oh, and there are angel feathers. System, 24 hours have passed, and nothing lucky has happened. You can't say that signing a contract with a dolphin is lucky, right? After all, I risked my life to kill a killer whale to get this dolphin. Fuck, this thief system is a ripoff. Ye Chuan cursed angrily. However, the system still did not respond, as if it had crashed. Fuck, Ye Chuan cursed again. This system is really casual. It always selectively answers some of his questions, which is really speechless. He then turned his attention to the canned pork, thinking of making a stir-fried cabbage with pork, because the cabbage was ripe. Decision. Ye Chuan pulled out a large cabbage, then made a makeshift blade to cut the vegetables. He opened the canned pork and poured it into the pot, then added 2,000 milliliters of collected fresh water and started to cook. Not only can I have a meal of cabbage stewed with pork this time, but I can also divide the soup into several portions and sell it at a good price. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 10 minutes later, the aroma of gurgling came from the pot. It must be said that the cabbage grown in the fertile black soil is delicious at first smell, and paired with the aroma of pork, it is simply delicious to the extreme. After waiting for 20 minutes, Ye Chuan impatiently scooped a spoonful of soup and blew it gently. It's delicious. He couldn't help but swear. This is the best vegetable soup I have ever tasted in my life. He filled a bowl with the cabbage and meat soup and went to the side to eat it. The pork was also very good, almost making Ye Chuan cry. This was simply divine pork. At this moment, the dolphin that had been missing for a night suddenly appeared and called several times in succession, as if attracted by the aroma of the vegetable soup. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he quickly scooped a spoonful of soup, blew it gently to cool it, and fed it to the dolphin. The dolphin actually jumped out of the water excitedly, a full 3 meters high, and then plunged into the sea. The information panel was immediately updated. Friendliness plus 10. Ouch! Ye Chuan was delighted. Feeding it a sea fish only increased its friendship by 5, but feeding it a spoonful of soup actually increased it by 10. It seems that this vegetable soup is really not simple. So, Ye Chuan immediately divided the vegetable soup into 15 portions, each with 4 or 5 cabbage leaves and a few pork cubes, and put it on the shelf. Cabbage and pork soup 100 ml *1 equals rare item. There is also water in the cabbage, so even if Ye Chuan ate it all, he could still divide it into 15 portions. However, he only put 10 portions on the shelf and put the rest in the inventory, saving it for himself later. Not long after it was launched, the public chat room exploded. Fuck, am I blind? Cabbage and pork soup? How did this big guy get cabbage and pork? The big guy plans to exchange rare items. What are rare items? Anyone has a rare item? Trade and see if it's really cabbage and pork soup. This dish must have the taste of my mother. I miss my mother. Comparison is so annoying. I haven't had any water for a day, but he's drinking cabbage and pork soup. Is he a big shot in the wild? Fuck, no matter how awesome a wild survivor is, can he get cabbage and pork? He must be a tough guy. Ye Chuan's private chat page also exploded, with more than a dozen messages pouring in. Hello, big man. I have freshly caught kelp. Can I exchange it with you for a bowl of cabbage and pork soup? I'm a beautiful woman. Can I exchange it with you for a photo of me without clothes? It's a rare treasure. I'll exchange it with you for 30 pieces of wood. I have a solar water heater manufacturing drawing. Can I exchange it with you? Solar water heater manufacturing drawing. With it, can I take a hot shower? When Ye Chuan thought of this, he suddenly felt a little sticky. He immediately agreed to the deal and began to study the construction of the solar water heater. Solar water heater manufacturing diagram 1, metal sheet 30, cloth sheet 10, wooden board 5, nails *5. However, in addition to the solar water heater, a shower needs to be connected to the water pipe. Although there is a manufacturing diagram, it is still impossible to realize it without the shower manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan thought of this and sighed in his heart. It seems that I can only try my luck. I will complete my dream of taking a bath after finding the shower manufacturing diagram. Chapter 13 Toilet Experience Pack. Near noon, Lu Yi also sent a private message. I saw the pork and cabbage soup on the trading panel. Is it yours too? When did you become so smart? You can guess right at once. Ye Chuan replied with a smile when he saw the message. I feel like you're the only one who's enjoying the best of the best in the ocean survival world right now. I think it's normal no matter what you put on the shelves now. Lu Yi immediately replied. Did you know me before? I've always been pretty smart, except in front of that person. What do you mean? Is there someone smarter than you? Ye Chuan joked. Well, he was the top-ranked boy in our school. I had always looked up to him and chased him. Lu Yi's reply suddenly became a little sad. I heard that he rejected our teacher's suggestion to join a chaebol and walked into the transporter alone. I wonder how he is doing now. You care about him so much? Ye Chuan was stunned and couldn't help but reply. Since he is so powerful, doesn't he have to be living a good life? I don't know either. Since he ranks first overall, he must be pretty good. I've been looking for his ID, but I can't find it in the public chat room or the trading interface. Do you know his online name? Ye Chuan was stunned again. After entering the ocean world, everyone's ID can be changed to their own name or online name. Ye Chuan immediately chose a new online name, Shursan, which is actually just the surname with the ko removed and the Chuan reversed. There are very few people like Lu Yi who use their original online names. The reason why Ye Chuan guessed that this was Lu Yi was, firstly, because the online names were the same, and secondly, because there was a small black dot behind the 4 words by Cha Ching Huan, which was also a unique mark. After all, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? A classmate told me his number. I mustered up the courage to add him as a friend several times, but ultimately failed. Lu Yi made a helpless expression, then changed the subject and said, By the way, I found a supply box this morning. Can I trade it to you? No, don't open the supply box yet. Wait until I tell you to open it. Each one hurriedly stopped him. Since there is an opportunity to trigger the double amplification once, there will definitely be another one. Each one basically has everything he needs now, so he plans to wait until there is another double amplification before activating it. Wouldn't that mean getting twice the result with half the effort? Sorry, this has been opened. 3 wooden boards, a sausage, and a bottle of mineral water. Lu Yi replied after more than 10 seconds. Just open it, but remember not to open it for the future. Although Ye Chuan felt a little regretful, he didn't say anything else. At the same time, a serving of cabbage and pork soup was placed in the trading column. What are you doing? Lu Yi was immediately unhappy. Brother, you've helped me so much. Do you really want me to owe you a favor and not be able to repay it? You can choose to repay a drop of kindness with a spring of water when you discover resources in the future, Ye Chuan replied. Or you can join me when I build a fleet in the future. A sailing fleet? Ha ha ha. Then I'll just obey your orders for the time being. This time, Lu Yi no longer refused and clicked on the transaction immediately. Ocean World, after the global trading page is opened in half a year, materials and people from outside families can enter the island owner's island in large numbers. At that time, forming a fleet will not be a problem at all. Lu Yi had already planned to join Ye Chuan's ranks. In fact, as early as Lu Yi knew that Ye Chuan refused the professor's solicitation, she also refused outside help. Although her practical simulation course was at the bottom, she was holding her breath and wanted to compete with Ye Chuan. Even now, it is still the same. Of course, Ye Chuan didn't know this. He was grilling 2 fish with the leftover instant noodle seasoning from last time. He and the dolphin ate 1 each. Then he piled the 3 supply boxes that the dolphin and the turtle had just fished up in one place. And then he started to look at the private chat. Toilet manufacturing diagram. Do you want to change it? After reading more than a dozen private messages, Ye Chuan noticed this message. The toilet is also one of the essential tools on the island. After all, people have 3 urgent needs. Ye Chuan may not know about others, but he eats every day. Yesterday afternoon, when he couldn't hold it any longer, he solved it on a piece of wood and then threw it into the sea. Although Ye Chuan also knew that it was extremely unhygienic, it was much better than having to solve it on the island and having the smell linger for a long time, right? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately clicked on the transaction and got the toilet manufacturing diagram. Toilet manufacturing diagram, necessary for manufacturing fully automatic smart flush toilets. To manufacture a toilet, you need 1 toilet manufacturing drawing, 20 wooden boards, 5 metal sheets, and 5 cloth sheets. At present, I have enough wooden boards and metal pieces, but I don't have any cloth pieces at all. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately grilled another fish, divided it into 5 parts, and put all of them on the shelf. Grilled fish 200g equals cloth slices 3. Afterwards, Ye Chuan started looking at the private chats again. After filtering more than a dozen private messages, a new private message made Ye Chuan's expression change. Boss, I have an experience pack here. I don't know what it is for. Can I exchange it for a bowl of cabbage and pork soup? Damn, other people may not know about this experience package, but don't I know it? What my turtle and my pig need most is a damn experience pack. After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan replied, I don't know what this experience pack is for. It can't be said to be a rare item, but I can trade it for research. 200 G of grilled fish. Do you agree to the transaction? Boss, I worked hard for a long time to get this. Isn't 200 G of grilled fish too little? The other party replied immediately. Okay, my biggest concession is 400 G of grilled fish. If you agree, we'll do the deal. If not, forget it. Ye Chuan replied again. This time, the other party waited nearly a minute before replying. Okay, then, as you said, for 100 G of grilled fish. Then the other party directly put the experience package into the trading column. But Ye Chuan deliberately left the other party alone for more than 10 seconds before putting it on the shelf. The two finally completed the transaction, and Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, food is still scarce and many people are hungry. Otherwise, if the other party is determined not to trade, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. After all, cabbage and pork soup is also very difficult to make. So cool. Ye Chuan finally laughed out loud after getting the experience pack, and then immediately clicked the open button. In an instant, the experience package instantly turned into 2,000 experience points. Fuck, this is so cool. Seeing this, Ye Chuan laughed up to the sky. With these 2,000 experience points, not only can my turtle level up again and expand the size of the island, but my pig can also be upgraded to level 2. I am such a lucky little man. Chapter 14, Gratitude of Two Women. At this moment, Ye Chuan added 3,000 evolution points to the turtle. As the island gradually expanded in size, Ye Chuan also opened the island's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 3, 0/4000. Skill, water bomb, basic. Talent, longevity. With this upgrade, the island area will increase by another 1,000 square meters, but neither the skills nor the talents have increased for the time being. I guess it will need to be upgraded to level 4 before there will be any changes. Taking advantage of the gap in the island's growth, Ye Chuan added the remaining 1,000 evolution points to the dolphin. The dolphin's size increased a little bit, and Ye Chuan immediately opened the dolphin's panel. Name, dolphin. Friendly, 50/100. Level 2. Evolution value, 0/1500. Skill, sonic interference, basic. Talent, deep diving, 200 meters. After being upgraded to level 2, dolphins gain the talent for deep diving. Currently, dolphins can dive as deep as 200 meters in the water. As their levels increase, their diving depth will definitely increase. You should know that many resources in the ocean are on the seabed. In the later period, the way for island owners to find seabed resources is to build submarines or subdue large marine creatures to serve them. And the dolphin that Ye Chuan has obtained now can definitely make great contributions to him when he is searching for underwater resources in the future. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 2 and receiving the upgrade package. Do you want to open it? The system's voice came. Open it. Ye Chuan answered without hesitation. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 10 wooden boards, 10 pieces of cloth, 1 small nutrient solution. Not bad. Ye Chuan nodded slightly, poured half of the nutrient solution into the pear tree seeds and half into the peach seeds, then looked at the flower bed behind the house. After being nourished by a small amount of nutrient solution, a bud has grown on the special tree species in just one night. I believe it will grow taller and taller soon, right? Cool. Ye Chuan is still very much looking forward to this special tree species. He doesn't know what he will grow in the end. Maybe it's the legendary tree of life? After admiring the island for a while, Ye Chuan came to the super tablet and saw more than a dozen private messages. However, there were no rare items at the moment. The best one was 2 strawberry seeds sent by a girl. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan decided to exchange with her and planted the strawberry seeds as well. The remaining 3 servings of grilled fish had been successfully traded for 9 pieces of cloth. Ye Chuan immediately made a fully automatic smart flush toilet and specially separated a 2-meter square compartment in the wooden house to place the toilet. He had collected quite a few toilets by now, so after studying the instruction manual of the toilet, Ye Chuan sat on it, and it made a lot of noise. After he was done, the toilet could even spray water, so he didn't even need toilet paper. It was so cool. As for where the excrement was washed away, Ye Chuan did not study it too much. Anyway, His own house didn't stink, so who cares? Time soon came to evening, and the turtles and dolphins worked together to fish up 5 more supply boxes. Ye Chuan now had a total of 8 supply boxes in his hands, which he piled together and began to cook fish soup. The sea breeze is still a little cold at night. Drinking some fish soup to warm your body is so comfortable. Along with the strong smell of fish, the super panel prompt sounded again. It was a friend request from Blueberry Jam, and there was also a message. Hello, brother. I have mined another stone. Can I exchange it for 100 milliliters of fresh water? I have my period and my stomach hurts a little. Although he didn't want to bother with this woman, Ye Chuan still accepted her friend request out of humanitarianism. Blueberry Jam immediately put the stone into the trading column. Ye Chuan originally planned to give her 100 milliliters of mineral water, but after thinking about it, he scooped a bowl of fish soup and traded half a fish. A few minutes passed before Blueberry Jam sent a shocked expression. Oh my God, you have fish soup? Why, don't you want a drink? Ye Chuan replied immediately. If you don't want to trade, then cancel the deal. No, I just can't believe it. Blueberry Jam replied immediately. I haven't had fish soup for a long time. I was very moved just by smelling it. You were so kind to me. I really don't know how to repay you. It doesn't matter whether you repay me or not. You traded for it with stones. Ye Chuan replied. But I've always been curious. Why did you, a multi-millionaire internet celebrity who can't even carry anything, come to the ocean to survive? This. The other party suddenly hesitated. Nothing, just curious. You don't have to answer. Seeing this, Ye Chuan didn't say anything else and simply ignored her. At the same time, Louis also sent a private message. Just now I saw a boat floating in the distance. I wonder if there is anyone on it. What boat? Ye Chuan was surprised. It's only this short time now, and someone has already made a boat, and it's floating everywhere. This seems pretty awesome. Yes, it is indeed a boat. Louis answered with certainty. I wonder if he has discovered my island and whether he will come to cause trouble for me. Not good. Since this guy is planning to drift on the sea, he must be trying to rob other islands, or even capture a large island. Ye Chuan felt something was wrong and immediately responded. He was able to get a boat out so early, so he must be a ruthless person. You have to be careful. After replying, Ye Chuan immediately put a bow into the trading column. I'll give you a bow. Make some arrows yourself, and pay more attention. You actually have a bow. Louis's jaw almost dropped when he saw the bow in the trading column. Oh my God, you are too strong. Hey, by chance, I got a bow and arrow manufacturing blueprint. Ye Chuan replied. I made 2. 1 is enough. You take this for self-defense. But when it comes to your life and property, what else can you do? Ye Chuan replied immediately. Here you are, just accept it honestly. Don't forget that you are the first soldier in my fleet. If there is anything, be sure to tell me. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. Having said that, Louis had nothing to say. He immediately took it and started making arrows by himself. More than 10 nautical miles away from Louis Island, Li Bo had already noticed Louis's island, but he did not approach it. This made the woman very confused. Brother, why don't we go over there? Do you know who is on the island? Are they strong? Li Bo said unhappily. Let's go at night. Yeah. The woman nodded repeatedly. It's going to be dark soon. How about we? Seeing that the sun had already reached the sea level, Li Bo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, turned around, and pounced on the woman. Chapter 15. Island Defense Battle. Night gradually fell, and soon it was dark. Louis made 10 arrows and studied for a long time before he finally figured out how to shoot the arrows. However, the bow was too heavy and Louis could not pull it at all. At this time, Louis came to the highest point of the island, looked around quietly, and looked at the sea level vigilantly. More than 2 hours passed, and Louis was almost frozen by the sea breeze. Finally, he discovered in the moonlight a small dot on the sea, moving towards him silently. Louis suddenly became nervous. He crouched down and came to the shore. Then he lay on his back on the ground, put his feet on the bow, put the arrow in place with both hands, and pulled the bowstring. He barely pulled the bow to its full length. When he estimated that the boat was more than 100 meters away from him, he released the bowstring towards the boat. Whoosh! The woman was rowing the boat, and Li Bo was holding a knife in his hand, slowly approaching the island. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and a shadow passed by Li Bo at lightning speed. The woman was startled and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Brother Bo, what was that just now? It looks like a big black rat. Li Bo shook his head and squinted at the island in the distance. No. Could it be that the people on the island discovered us? Impossible. Should we continue? The woman asked uncertainly. Nonsense. Li Bo snorted coldly. There must be food on the island. Aren't you hungry now? Hungry. When the woman heard that there was food, She immediately gained strength and started paddling quickly. Oh no, I missed. Lu Yi muttered to himself suspiciously. He stretched out his thumb and aimed at the boat. Then he drew the bow again and shot the arrow. Bang! With a crisp sound, the long arrow instantly pierced through the hull. This time, the arrowhead actually penetrated into the woman's thigh, 3 centimeters deep into the woman's thigh. Oh! The woman screamed and stepped back immediately. Blood spurted out instantly. The woman grimaced in pain. What the hell is this? It hurts so much. I'm bleeding so much. I'm so scared, woo-woo. Shut up. Li Bo shouted angrily, then looked at the hull, then looked at the woman's wound, and asked in a deep voice. The people on the island actually have bows and arrows. They are not easy to deal with. Brother, it hurts so much. The woman covered her thigh and looked at Li Bo miserably. Is there anything to stop the bleeding? I think I'm going to go into shock from losing too much blood. We are in the middle of the sea. Where can I find something to stop the bleeding for you? Li Bo was so angry that he slapped the woman on the cheek. Press it yourself. We'll talk about it after we leave here. Are you not going to continue the attack? The woman asked in a low voice. Fuck, they have bows and arrows. Killing us is as easy as pie. Li Bo shouted angrily. Let's get away from here first. After we rob a few other islands, we'll come back and take care of this island. Okay, the woman said, and gave up her seat obediently. Li Bo rowed the boat and quickly rowed to another place. Have they left? Lu Yi slowly stood up and looked ahead. Seeing the boat leaving quickly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This bow was so heavy that being able to pull it a second time was already the limit. She wasn't sure if she could pull it a third time. Even though the other party had left, Lu Yi still didn't sleep all night and kept looking around vigilantly. It was not until the next day, just after dawn, that Lu Yi finally could not help but send a message to Ye Chuan. That guy really came to my island last night. Fortunately, you gave me the bow, and I beat him away, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Several minutes passed, and there was still no reply. Looking at the time on the tablet, it was only 5 o'clock. Ye Chuan was probably still sleeping. Lu Yi also felt sleepy for a moment. After confirming that there was no one around, he went into the supply box and went to sleep. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? As the red sun in the east rose above the sea level, the system's voice woke Ye Chuan up. Sign in. Ye Chuan slowly opened his eyes, lay on the bed, and answered lazily. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 2 small nutrient solutions, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. It's the feather fragments again. Ye Chuan muttered quietly, stood up and walked out of the wooden house, took out an A-grade apple and ate it while looking at the 3 supply boxes and a dozen sea fish that the turtle and the dolphin had caught last night, and nodded with satisfaction. Having 2 brothers helping me, the efficiency is really high. It's great. After eating the apple, Ye Chuan felt warm all over. All the chillness in the morning was gone, and there were several warm currents flowing in his body. Ye Chuan could clearly feel that this A-grade apple was helping him cleanse his body, just like the cleansing of the essence and marrow in martial arts novels. But the effect is not that obvious. It can only temporarily enhance the physical fitness. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 3. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Sure, the upgrade was completed in 1 night. Now my turtle shell is 3,000 square meters. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Seeing that the island was indeed much bigger, he immediately replied, Open. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 1 shower manufacturing diagram, and 1 peach. Oh my god, I was thinking about the shower manufacturing diagram yesterday, but I got it today? Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he took a look at the shower manufacturing diagram. Last time when my turtle was upgraded to level 2, I got a peach. I didn't expect to get another one this time. The system is really considerate. Ye Chuan still hasn't forgotten how tender and juicy the peach he ate last time was. It can also help strengthen the body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After dealing with the supply boxes and sea fish, Ye Chuan returned to the wooden house and looked at the super tablet. The first person to send him a message was Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi's words were very calm, Ye Chuan could still guess what Lu Yi had been through that night, and immediately replied, Don't worry, after this incident, I believe he won't dare to act rashly next time, and will definitely come back to you after he becomes strong enough. Then this becomes a hidden danger. Lu Yi replied nervously, Won't I have to be on guard against the other party all the time in the future? Don't worry, he won't come looking for you again for at least a month. Ye Chuan replied, Don't worry, you have completed your first counterattack, which is definitely a good start. I hope so, Lu Yi said, and made a sighing expression. Ye Chuan smiled and wanted to continue comforting her, but when he glanced at the public chat room, he was stunned. The chat room exploded again. Chapter 16, There Are Living Things. Fuck, is this true? Someone actually exchanged 2 hens for special cold medicine. Alas, in this situation, where can I find special cold medicine? This is just a joke. But it's only been a week and someone has already sold 2 hens. It's really surprising. I just wonder if anyone will trade the hens away. Does anyone really have cold medicine? Everyone was talking about this in the chat room. Ye Chuan immediately glanced at the transaction panel and indeed found a transaction at the top that was almost pinned to the top. 2 adult hens equals 5 packs of special cold medicine. Here, Ye Chuan understood that the more valuable the item being traded, the higher it would be displayed. Currently, food was at the top, and Ye Chuan's grilled fish had almost always been at the top, but now, it was replaced by these 2 hens. Ye Chuan was still very interested in this. After all, if he could trade these 2 hens, not to mention anything else, at least he could have a daily supply of eggs, and he could use the eggs to exchange for other things later. Even if he had to exchange them for special cold medicine, this would definitely be a profitable deal. However, as everyone has said, I guess no one has come up with a specific cold medicine yet. Ye Chuan thought about it, and his expression changed. He immediately sent a message to the other party. Hello, I have a grade A peach, which can greatly enhance physical strength. Maybe we can exchange it. At this moment, on a small island thousands of miles away, a resolute-looking man was slumped in front of a super tablet with a pale face, looking at private messages one after another. Hey man, I have 500 milliliters of fresh water. I think we can exchange. You have a cold, right? I wore extra clothes when I came here. I can trade you a sweater. It will be better if you sweat more. Do you agree to the deal? In a place like this, the only outcome of catching a bad cold is death. You're keeping this hen anyway, so please be kind and give it to me. I have a piece of bread to trade with you. Just when the man was getting angry and wanted to scold these people, he finally saw Ye Chuan's message. After thinking for a while, he replied, A-grade peaches can enhance physical strength? There are different grades of fruits. After receiving the message, Ye Chuan thought there was something interesting and immediately replied, That's right, all creatures are divided into 6 levels, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. After eating A-level fruits, you can strengthen your physical fitness, prevent and treat minor diseases, and eliminate fatigue. Are you serious? The man's expression changed, and he immediately asked seriously, How about this? You can trade me a hen first. If it's really useful, you can trade me the other hen. Ye Chuan thought for a few seconds before replying, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to find a special cold medicine at the moment. I should be your only hope at the moment. Okay, this time, the other party did not hesitate and immediately took the hens off the shelf and put one of them into the trading column. Zhao Feiyu is actually very helpless now. He was a special forces soldier from the Great Hua country. A few days before his 22nd birthday, he came to the ocean world. However, he never expected that he, who was used to surviving in the wild as if it were his own backyard, would catch a cold in the heavy rain. He had thought that relying on his own immune system, he would be able to recover in 7 days at the latest. However, within 7 days, his condition worsened and now he has almost no strength left. Even if it is only a pair of hens among 30 million people, it becomes less important in the face of life. Seeing this, Ye Chuan also put the peach on it, and the 2 of them completed the transaction immediately. Although it was just a small move, many people noticed it immediately and started shouting in the public chat room. Is this really true? The boss actually took down the hens. Did someone really get a special cold medicine? Why do I feel like this big shot is deliberately showing off his wealth? Has someone really prescribed a special cold medicine? Whether others believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Can you tell if someone has sold the hens before they are put on the rack? That's true, but this has given me more confidence. As long as I open a few more supply boxes, I'm sure I'll find living things. Even if they're kittens or puppies, they can keep me company for the next 6 months, right? Oh my god, this hen is good. Seeing this living creature, Ye Chuan couldn't help but be moved, and the hen's information immediately appeared in front of Ye Chuan. An adult hen, 2 years old, can lay 1 egg a day if there is no shortage of food, millet, corn, small fish. Although we don't have crops like millet and corn, we have fish. We can cut large sea fish into small pieces and feed them. Ye Chuan said to himself with a smile, This is really good. I can drink egg water every morning. It's delicious and helps reduce internal heat. It's great. However, Ye Chuan scratched his head again, feeling a little troubled. Even if we have them, there is no place to raise chickens. We can't just roam the island free. Otherwise, there will be chicken poop everywhere, right? This is another problem. However, for now, I can only let this hen run around. I hope that I will be lucky enough to open the chicken coop as soon as possible. At this moment, Lu Yi also sent a message. Do you know, someone was trading a living thing just now, and it was taken down as soon as it could not be posted. I don't know if the transaction was successful. The transaction must have been successful. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. How do you know? Lu Yi asked puzzledly. Because it was traded with me. Ye Chuan replied. But for now, I have only traded one, and I traded it for peaches. If it is useful, I will trade the other hen as well. Oh my god, you are so amazing, aren't you? Lu Yi asked in surprise. These two hens are probably the only ones of their kind at the moment, and you actually got them. I really admire you more and more. It's just that I'm lucky and I know the rules of the game of ocean survival better. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. After a while, when you have figured out the tricks, you will be as good as me. I just don't know how Ye Chuan is doing now. Lu Yi suddenly changed the subject and said rather sadly. These two hens, are they Ye Chuan's? Why don't you ask in private chat and find out? Ye Chuan said with a smile. I asked, but they didn't respond to me at all. Lu Yi made an embarrassed expression. Probably not. Why do I feel that you are not competing with Ye Chuan, but you like him? Ye Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and finally sent it out. This time, Lu Yi did not reply. I don't know whether he agreed or discovered a new situation. At the same time, Zhao Feiyu also sent a private message. Chapter 17 A-Class Seawater Purifier Manufacturing Diagram. As soon as it was opened, there was a transaction, and at the same time, there was a sentence from Zhao Feiyu. Thank you. Your peaches really work. Not only did they cure my cold in a few minutes, but they also improved my physical condition to a certain extent. I feel so much better. That's fine. Ye Chuan immediately replied with a smile. He didn't bother to be polite with Zhao Feiyu and directly traded the hen over. However, he also became good friends with Zhao Feiyu, so if anything happens, they can take care of each other. Seeing that Lu Yi had not replied, Ye Chuan did not ask any more questions. After letting the other hen roam free for the time being, he began to take a walk on the island. He happened to see a dolphin pushing another supply box onto the shore, and his expression suddenly changed. After signing in today, plus the 1,000 bonus points obtained yesterday, it is just enough for Dolphin to upgrade to the next level. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and immediately said, Upgrade. Suddenly, the dolphin grew by several centimeters, and the information panel was updated. Name, Dolphin. Friendly, 60/100. Level 3. Evolution value, 0/2000. Skill, Sonic Interference, Basic. Talent, Deep Diving, 300 meters. It seems that apart from the improvement in friendliness and diving, nothing else has changed. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 3. You have received the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? At the same time, the system's voice came out. Ye Chuan smiled slightly and replied, Open it. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 5 wooden boards, 1 chicken coop manufacturing diagram, 2 yogurts. Chicken coop manufacturing diagram. Oh my god, whatever I thought of came true. Ye Chuan was suddenly excited and immediately looked at the chicken coop manufacturing diagram. Chicken coop manufacturing diagram. Necessary items for making a chicken coop. Also required. For stones, 8 planks. For pieces of cloth. For nails. Everything else is sufficient, except the nails. Ye Chuan immediately chatted with Lu Yi privately. Do you have any nails? I need 4 nails. This time, Lu Yi did not leave. She immediately put the 4 nails into the transaction column. Ye Chuan did not bother to be polite with her. He completed the transaction directly and started to build the chicken coop. About 10 meters away from the wooden house, Ye Chuan placed the chicken coop on the fertile black soil that had not been used yet. Although the rain had washed away a lot of it, at least half of it was still there, which was very convenient. It is equipped with all the necessary water and feeding equipment, as well as areas specifically for resting and laying eggs. It is just like a villa. Ye Chuan immediately caught the 2 hens and put them all into the chicken coop. He then poured 300 milliliters of mineral water, cut a fish into a dozen small pieces, and threw them into the feeder. Watching the hens start to eat, Ye Chuan showed a satisfied smile on his face, but he also felt a little emotional, wondering when he could live in the villa. But Ye Chuan didn't think much about it. After all, he was alone, so why would he need a bicycle? After finishing the work, it was already noon. Ye Chuan grilled a fish and drank a packet of yogurt. He felt so satisfied. Moreover, this yogurt was high in calcium, which greatly reduced Ye Chuan's longing for home. Ye Chuan is an orphan who lived in an orphanage until he was 16 years old. After that, he worked and went to school. He doesn't have a very deep concept of family. If he had to say what he misses the most, it would probably be the monthly gatherings in the orphanage, right? After dinner, Ye Chuan lay on the turtle's back basking in the sun and fell asleep without realizing it. He opened his eyes with a start, and it was already night. Looking at the starry sky, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pat his forehead. I'm speechless. Is this the legendary, when you're well fed and warm you'll think about sex? I actually fell asleep, damn it. Fortunately, the ocean survival has just begun, otherwise everyone will be fighting for territory, and once you let your guard down, you will easily be ambushed. I must be more careful next time. Ye Chuan muttered to himself, and stood up to check the tablet. The chat room was constantly refreshing the screen. I'm not kidding, there really was a ship passing by my island. Luckily it didn't go ashore, otherwise I might have been eliminated. Oh, it's scary just thinking about it. We are now like lambs to be slaughtered. If someone really invades us, we will be dead. This ocean world not only has our new 30 million island owners, but also the old island owners. It's just that they were allowed to merge with our world only after half a year. It's impossible that the old island owners sent ships to investigate, right? Hey, no matter what, we should be more defensive. I found that wooden boards and iron sheets can be made into long spears. Let's all make some to protect ourselves, so that we don't get into any trouble again. I don't know if that ship was the one Louis encountered, but it actually drifted to the side of another island. It seems that everyone's islands are not very far apart. If a real fight breaks out in the future, there will definitely be countless island owners who will be eliminated. Ye Chuan opened the last box of self-heating hot pot and ate while watching everyone chatting. Suddenly, Blueberry Jam sent him a private message. Brother, I'm lucky. A supply box floated to my island. I finally got it. There are 5 wooden boards, a seawater purifier manufacturing diagram A level, and 2 stones. Can I exchange some food with you? Seawater purifier manufacturing diagram A level? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately replied. Sure. Why didn't you trade with others? I've never traded with anyone before because I'm afraid of being cheated. Blueberry Jam said pitifully. Besides, I think you're a good person. These words made Ye Chuan's mouth twitch, and then he said, Okay, give them all to me. I will give you 10 grilled fish, 1 per day for 10 days. Really? Thank you. Blueberry Jam's expression changed, and he immediately put the 3 items into the transaction column. After Ye Chuan came over for the transaction, he looked at the seawater purifier manufacturing diagram, the A-level seawater purifier manufacturing diagram, and the required materials. Seawater purifier manufacturing diagram A-level 1, cloth pieces 50, metal pieces 20. Note: A-level seawater purifier can purify 100 milliliters of fresh water into 5 milliliters of A-level fresh water per hour. A-level fresh water can enhance physical fitness, prevent and treat mild diseases, and eliminate fatigue after drinking, with a maximum carrying capacity of 1,000 milliliters, which can be upgraded. Fuck. Ye Chuan's eyes widened. When he first noticed Blueberry Jam, he thought this woman was just a vase, but he didn't expect that this woman was also a mascot. Such a good thing came out of the first supply box. It seems that she can become a super internet celebrity not only because of her face. At present, if grade of fresh water starts to be produced in large quantities, it will be a panacea. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately replied, Wait a moment, I will make you a grilled fish. In addition, I will provide you with 100 milliliters of fresh water every day. Chapter 18, Double Increase appears again. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately grilled a sea fish, traded 100 milliliters of fresh water to Blueberry Jam, and ran to study the manufacturing drawings of the A-level seawater purifier. Ye Chuan didn't know that a Lolita girl on an island was holding a grilled fish in one hand and fresh water in the other, with tears on her face. There are still many good people in this world. At least I won't starve to death in the next 10 days. To make a Class A seawater purifier, you need 50 pieces of cloth and 20 pieces of metal. Currently, I have enough metal pieces, but only 6 pieces of cloth. It seems that I will need to collect a lot of cloth next. Fortunately, there are enough sea fish, so we just grill them. Ye Chuan immediately grilled 2 sea fishes, divided them into more than 10 portions, and put them on the shelf. 200g grilled fish equals 5 pieces of cloth. In the public chat room, even after more than a week, many people were still worried about what to eat. Ye Chuan's dozen or so grilled fish immediately cheered up many people. Oh my god, is this true? The boss actually put more than 10 points of grilled fish on the shelves at once. It's really generous. I want to make a deal. Why are they all pieces of cloth? What are you planning to do with all these pieces of cloth? Are you planning to make something good? TSK, I think we should not cooperate with him. He has taken away everything we have accumulated. What shall we do when we need it? I think we should just resist. It seems like he is going to monopolize the market. Yes, we should boycott. I will take the lead and refuse to trade with him. Let's see what he can do. Ye Chuan ignored this. Seeing that it was getting late, he lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. Li Bo, at this time, had rowed more than 200 nautical miles with the woman. The boat was full of blood, some of which was dried and some of which had just flowed out. The woman lay weakly on the boat, looked at Li Bo helplessly and asked, "Brother, I am dying. Can you save me?" "Save you?" Li Bo snorted coldly and said unhappily, "I haven't eaten anything for a whole day and night. Why don't you be kind and give me something to eat? But I've followed you for so long and gambled my life on you. Are you going to give up on me at the critical moment?" The woman said helplessly. "See the island ahead? I'll give you one chance." Li Bo said coldly, "Go up and attract his attention. I'll go around and attack him from behind. If I succeed, not only can you be saved, but I'll also have food." "Okay." The woman had no choice but to nod. Li Bo immediately paddled forward silently, and when he was about to reach the island, he went into the water silently. The woman also shouted weakly, "Is there anyone? Can you save me? Is there anyone? Can you?" "Boat." At this time, a man came to the edge of the island with some surprise. "Why is there someone here? Who are you?" "I'm seriously injured. Can you save me?" the woman asked weakly. "I feel like I'm dying. As long as you save me, I'll be yours." "Okay, wait a minute." Without thinking too much, the man immediately jumped into the water and swam towards the boat. Just as he reached the side of the boat, a figure suddenly jumped out of the sea and slashed hard at his neck. Before the man could figure out what was going on, a huge wound appeared on his neck. Blood spurted out, and he fell to the surface of the water without even a chance to react. "You killed someone?" the woman asked in horror. "If we don't kill this idiot, he won't survive." Li Bo snorted coldly. "Get ashore quickly, or sharks will probably come." Alas. In response, the woman just sighed and stopped intervening. She is now in a difficult situation. As long as she can survive, she will do anything. Not to mention witnessing a murder, what can be done about her killing someone? Sure enough, there is food. This is the grilled fish we just traded, and 2 bottles of mineral water. After landing, Li Bo's expression changed, and he immediately threw a grilled fish head and a bottle of mineral water to the woman. "Eat it quickly, and use the remaining mineral water to treat your wounds. But whether you can recover depends on your luck." As he spoke, Li Bo slowly turned his head and looked in one direction, muttering to himself coldly, "Just wait. I will go back soon and avenge this arrow." It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The system prompt sound was like an alarm clock, waking Ye Chuan up on time at 6 in the morning. Ye Chuan rubbed his eyes and said directly, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. I have collected 3 feather fragments. It's time to exchange them for an angel feather." Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately exchanged the 3 feather fragments for an angel feather and pressed the use button at the same time. The angel feather disappeared instantly, but a dozen seconds later, Ye Chuan suddenly heard a crisp ding sound, followed by a system voice. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double increase for 1 day to be used." Oh my god, this time, after just a dozen seconds, something good happened. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Use double amplification. It feels great. I have already accumulated 11 supply boxes, just waiting to open them when the double increase comes out. I didn't expect this day to come so soon." Having said that, Ye Chuan immediately ran to open the supply box. 3 wooden boards, 1 stone, 1 instant noodle. Wooden board 5, cloth piece 2, nail 4. 11 supply boxes, after doubling the amount, contained a total of 86 wooden boards, 30 pieces of cloth, 10 stones, 66 metal sheets, 46 nails, 6 instant noodles, 8 bottles of mineral water, which greatly increased Ye Chuan's material reserves. That's right. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and immediately looked at the trading panel. Although everyone in the public chat room was calling for people not to trade with him, after one night, Ye Chuan still got 65 pieces of cloth, which was 130 after doubling the amount. He was so happy. He turned around and pulled out the remaining cabbage. There was no need to wash it at all. Ye Chuan directly cut a small part and put the rest in the system's inventory. There was no oil, so Ye Chuan simply used a bottle of mineral water, poured cabbage and instant noodles on it, and made a dish of boiled instant noodles. He ate it with relish. Well, it would be nice if I could always have vegetables. Just like salt, green vegetables are equally indispensable in human life. Otherwise, it will cause serious nutritional imbalance and even scurvy. After eating and drinking, Ye Chuan took out the A-level seawater purifier manufacturing diagram and said, "Start manufacturing." At this moment, all the materials began to be quickly assembled in front of Ye Chuan. Chapter 19. Another killer whale. A few seconds later, a seawater purifier appeared in front of Ye Chuan. However, it was half the size of the previous purifier, but it looked more sophisticated, and two of them appeared at once. This is also because of the blessing of double amplification, which allowed Ye Chuan to get two seawater purifiers at once, and both are A-level, which is a huge profit. God is helping me. Ye Chuan laughed and placed two Class A seawater purifiers in a corner of the wooden house. He poured seawater into them and started them working immediately. Now, I can drink great of fresh water every day. Imagine what this feels like, Ye Chuan said to himself with a smile, and glanced at the public chat room. Fuck, aren't we all boycotting the big guys buying up the cloth? How come the deal is already done? I haven't eaten for 2 days. I didn't make the deal just to support your boycott. You guys are so cunning. In the ocean world, you really can't trust anyone, or you'll die without knowing how. Today I finally know the answer. Tisk, why not trade if you have food? We may become enemies in less than half a year, and we may even fight each other. Why trust anyone else but the island owner? You idiot. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head. After turning a disassembled supply box into nails and wooden boards, he sent a message to Lu Yi. You have several supply boxes now. Trade them all to me. A few seconds later, Lu Yi immediately traded all 3 supply boxes to Ye Chuan. Although the supply box is relatively large, it can still be traded. It's just like opening a blind box. There may only be wooden boards inside, but it is also possible to find water, food, or even manufacturing drawings. So people basically won't trade unopened supply boxes. Who knows whether they will make a profit or a loss? Now, after Ye Chuan got the 3 supply boxes, he immediately opened them. 5 wooden boards, 3 metal sheets, 2 sausages. Cloth 3, wooden board 2, stone 1. Wooden planks 5, flower bed manufacturing diagram 1, bread 500 g. Correspondingly, under the double increase, these things became 2. Ye Chuan immediately traded all these things back. So many things, including sausages and flower bed manufacturing plans. Lu Yi replied immediately, just keep them. Why trade them back? I've already taken what I should have taken, just accept it. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. I'm considered a little wealthy now, just take care of yourself. Okay. Lu Yi nodded and immediately accepted everything. Ye Chuan also grilled a sea fish and took out 100 milliliters of fresh water and traded it to blueberry jam. Blueberry jam had probably been standing in front of the super tablet the whole time, and he collected the message almost instantly, then replied, Brother, now I am almost always observing the entire island, thinking of trying my luck and getting another supply box. It's not easy to get a supply box for a vase like you that can't be carried on your shoulders or hands. Ye Chuan replied without hesitation, the fact that you can survive this long is already a miracle. This time, Blueberry Jam didn't reply for a while. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that he sent a struggling emoji. I will try my best. Ye Chuan didn't say anything else. He built another flower bed at the 4 o'clock direction in front of the wooden house, poured 100 kilograms of fertile black soil into it, and waited for any plants to come and plant them in it. At present, only one of the 2 pear tree seeds has grown, and it is already more than 20 centimeters tall. The peach seeds are also about 10 centimeters tall. The apple seeds and strawberry seeds have not yet sprouted, probably because they have not been watered with nutrient solution. As for the special tree species at the back, it is now about 30 centimeters tall, but it is still growing straight. As for what it will look like, Ye Chuan still cannot see it specifically. But don't rush. After finishing everything, it was almost noon. Ye Chuan finally had time to take a good rest, but he heard the cry of a dolphin and a majestic chirp. My dolphin is in danger again. As dolphins, they have almost no natural enemies in the sea, except killer whales. This naughty dolphin actually provoked a killer whale, which caused the killer whale to chase the dolphin like crazy, and it seemed that it would not stop until it killed the dolphin. My turtle, are you sick? Didn't I tell you to just fish out the supply boxes? Why did you attract another killer whale? Ye Chuan was almost losing his temper and said speechlessly, use sound waves to interfere and coordinate with my turtle's water bomb attack. As he spoke, Ye Chuan took out another spear and shouted, then rush over. Let's cooperate again. The dolphin seemed to understand Ye Chuan's voice. After coming under the sea turtle, it immediately turned around and launched a sonic attack on the killer whale. At the same time, the sea turtle's water bomb also hit the killer whale's head hard. Although it was upgraded to the next level, the water bomb only slowed down the killer whale's forward progress. When it was still more than 10 meters away from the turtle, The dolphin's sonic attack also caused some interference to it. Now is the time. A few seconds later, Ye Chuan had seen the killer whale's dorsal fin clearly. He couldn't help but let out a low shout. Just like last time, he gripped the spear tightly with both hands, jumped up, and thrust it hard into the water. Puff! With a crisp sound, the spear at least 20 centimeters long pierced into the killer whale's back. The killer whale screamed in pain and rolled around in the water. The dolphin was really skilled and brave. While the killer whale was turning over in pain, it rushed forward and hit the killer whale hard on the belly, pushing the killer whale out of the water. Come! Ye Chuan couldn't help but shout, and attacked again. Another spear stabbed up fiercely. This time the spear went straight into the killer whale's belly. The poor killer whale was the overlord of the sea just a moment ago, but now it was completely passive. Bang! The turtle seized the opportunity, turned its head suddenly, and another water bomb as big as a football hit it. This time the water bomb was closer to the killer whale and had much greater force, directly knocking the killer whale more than 10 meters away. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and took out another spear. Even though he had obtained half the power of the turtle, when facing the thick-skinned killer whale, his hands were already shaking after just 2 attacks. Sure enough, in the ocean world, without absolute power, it is impossible to move forward. Dolphin, let's cooperate again. Ye Chuan took a few deep breaths and then shouted loudly. The dolphin immediately moved out, and after a sound wave, it rammed its head into the killer whale. Ye Chuan also seized the opportunity and launched a third attack with a loud roar. Chapter 20: Killing Sea-Level Marine Life. While chasing the dolphin, the killer whale had already discovered Ye Chuan. When it noticed Ye Chuan's actions, it immediately realized that the other party was the messenger. The killer whale was completely enraged. For a moment, it stopped chasing the dolphin, but opened its bloody mouth, rushed ashore, and bit Ye Chuan. Damn, is this true? Ye Chuan was shocked. At the critical moment, he quickly calmed down. He adjusted the angle and exerted great force with the hand holding the spear. Before the killer whale touched him, Ye Chuan seized the opportunity and stabbed the spear out quickly. This time, it stabbed directly into the killer whale's mouth. Phew! The killer whale had no way to adjust its position in the air and could only let the spear glide across its row of sharp teeth and then pierce through its lower jaw. With a loud bang, the killer whale's huge body crashed onto the island. At the same time, Ye Chuan was hit hard by the aftermath and fell heavily into the sea. Although the distance was not high, his entire back hit the sea level flat, and it still hurt so much that he grimaced in pain, but he still endured the severe pain and climbed ashore. On the shore, the killer whale was still flapping his body, trying to break free, but the gun was too strong. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free and could only fall down helplessly. You still want to eat me, but now you're bored, right? Ye Chuan smiled, picked up the toolbox, and started cutting up the killer whale's body. How many pounds of meat does such a big guy need? Congratulations to the host for killing a sea-level marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift package. Do you want to open it? Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded. This is definitely a pleasant surprise for Ye Chuan. The shark I killed last time was a D-level marine creature, and I got a very generous lucky gift package. I didn't expect to get it again this time. It's awesome. Wait. Ye Chuan was suddenly startled, and then asked in confusion, System, this should be the second killer whale I killed, right? Why didn't I get a reward for that killer whale last time, but this one won me a prize instead? Host, you didn't kill the killer whale yourself last time, so you can't get the reward. The system immediately gave an explanation. Well, although this explanation seems far-fetched, it is also reasonable. Ye Chuan smiled slightly and said directly, Open it. Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 20 spinach seeds, 5 pepper seeds, urjingxio, and 1 multifunctional barbecue grill manufacturing diagram. Vegetable seeds. Seeing these rewards, Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only are there spinach seeds, but there are also chili peppers. This is the greatest blessing for Ye Chuan, who loves spicy food. Moreover, with the double increase, everything becomes doubled, which means double the happiness. I made a huge profit this time. By using the angel feather, I not only got a double amplification, but also got a chance to fight the killer whale and get so many good things. It's double the luck and double the joy. Ye Chuan laughed, and his eyes swept to the killer whale again. Killer whale, this is all meat. Ye Chuan couldn't help but change his expression. This killer whale is 8 meters long and weighs 7 tons. There is no need to roast it yourself. The fish meat can be directly cut into pieces and put on the shelves for sale. How much can this get in exchange? Shit, I'm such a little business genius. Ye Chuan immediately took out a small splitter, sawed off the whale meat piece by piece, and then placed it neatly on the stone. Such good meat cannot be wasted. Let's make some fish soup to satisfy our craving. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands and decisively stewed a large pot of fish soup. Half an hour passed before he tested it with a spoon. The saltiness was just right, the fish meat was firm and fragrant, and the taste was definitely incomparable to that of ordinary sea fish. Ye Chuan did not keep it to himself, but put a pound of whale meat on the shelf and traded it to Louis. I'd like to invite you to eat killer whale meat. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan served another pound of whale meat to Zhao Feiyu and blueberry jam to share his joy. Currently in Ocean World, I only know these three people, so I might as well treat them to a meal as a celebration. Killer whale meat? You killed a killer whale. Zhao Feiyu sent a private message. It's my luck. A wounded killer whale happened to come to my place. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. The taste is okay. It's acceptable. Try it while it's hot. Okay, if you need me in the future, just let me know. Zhao Feiyu didn't hesitate and started eating immediately. Brother, you are so powerful that you can kill such a big fish. Soon, Blueberry Jam also sent a message. When we meet, I will serve you well to repay your kindness. Eat your meat. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and answered directly. However, Louis has not replied. Of course, Ye Chuan is not in a hurry. These things will be in a vacuum state temporarily during the transaction. Even if he receives them after a few hours, they will still be hot. After eating and drinking, Ye Chuan immediately divided all the killer whale meat into 500 g portions, and then slowly put them on the shelf. 500 g of whale meat equals 10 wooden boards. 500 g of whale meat equals 10 metal sheets. 500 g of whale meat equals 5 stones. Thousands of copies were published, causing an uproar in the entire ocean world. What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? Who actually killed a killer whale? Killer whales are very ferocious and terrifying marine creatures. Even sharks can kill them easily. Is it possible for humans to kill killer whales? Don't worry about it. Killer whale meat is on the shelf anyway. Even though it's raw, 500 g can be exchanged for 10 planks. It's a great deal. This big guy is our lucky star. I thought all these things I collected were useless, but they were all taken away by him. Now I can exchange them for 1 kilogram of killer whale meat. If I eat sparingly, I can live for several days. Damn, this guy is the most powerful man in the ocean. I don't know what to say except admiration. No more talking. I have to hurry and trade. Even though there are a lot of them, they might all be snatched away if I'm late. Looking at the words in the public chat room, Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile and shook his head, then turned around to study the multifunctional barbecue grill. Chapter 21, Sunny Side Up Eggs, a little bit of a tickle. Multifunctional barbecue grill, required materials. Multifunctional barbecue grill, drawing 1, metal sheets 30, cloth sheets 10. As all the materials were on hand, Ye Chuan ordered the production immediately, and a grill more than 1 meter high and nearly 2 meters long appeared in front of Ye Chuan. With this thing, meat or vegetables can be grilled, and it can be precisely controlled. Not only will it not burn, but it can also make the grilled food reach the most accurate degree of doneness. It is simply the most indispensable tool for barbecue. Ye Chuan immediately cut a small piece of killer whale meat and grilled it on a teppanyaki plate. It tasted very delicious and his mouth was full of oil. Not bad. This is the first time in my life that I have eaten teppanyaki killer whale meat. It feels great. While eating barbecue, Ye Chuan took out spinach and pepper seeds and planted them in the flower bed on the right side of the house. 40 spinach seeds and 10 pepper seeds were just enough to fill the flower bed. He then poured 1,000 milliliters of mineral water on it. Finally, he was done. Now, we just have to wait for the pepper seeds to grow into peppers as soon as possible. Only then will the ingredients we make have soul. Just think about it and look forward to it. Just when Ye Chuan was calmly enjoying the whale meat, suddenly a group of sharks swam over from a distance, smelling the fishy smell. These guys circled around the sea turtle, staring at it hungrily. God damn it, drive these guys away. Ye Chuan was displeased by the appearance of these uninvited guests, and these sharks posed a certain threat to his safety, so he immediately gave orders to the dolphins. The dolphins received the order, chirped, and launched a sonic attack at the group of sharks. The sharks immediately fled in all directions without even a hint of resistance. It is true that dolphins are the natural enemies of sharks. After circling the island again, Ye Chuan returned to the cabin to rest. Louis had already sent a message. It turns out that the killer whale meat listed on the trading panel is yours. How did you do it? You actually killed a killer whale. Ahem, it's just a dying killer whale that I happened to pick up. Ye Chuan replied immediately. You've given me so many gifts, but I have nothing to give you. I feel ashamed. Louis replied. Even if I want to be your first soldier, you, the commander-in-chief, are too kind to me, aren't you? Ha ha ha. I was afraid you would run away. Ye Chuan immediately replied with a smile, just keep it. And I not only gave it to you, but also to the other two people. After all, in this vast ocean, everyone is guarding an isolated island. More friends mean more paths. What you said forced me to accept it. Thank you. Lu Yi replied, taking the stewed fish meat, and then said, I just fished out another supply box. Give it to you. Okay, trade it directly. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he replied immediately. A few seconds later, the supply box was put on the shelf and was immediately taken down by Ye Chuan. He then opened it and found 5 wooden boards, 1 stone, 1 oil tank manufacturing diagram. Oil storage tank manufacturing diagram? After taking a look at the instruction manual, Ye Chuan suddenly realized that this oil tank was not that kind of oil tank. This one was specially used to store animal and vegetable oils. You know, in this ocean world, oil is actually an important resource if you want to survive for a long time. But the question is, where can we find oil in this vast ocean? We can't just take a fat pig from the supply box and make lard. Huh? No. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan was suddenly stunned, and then looked at the killer whale meat. Its fat is very thick, and now I have a teppanyaki grill. I can fry the killer whale fat directly on it. Isn't that oil? Ye Chuan immediately did what he said. He used the oil tank manufacturing diagram to make 2 oil tanks, then cut off a piece of oil from both sides of the fish and started frying it. A few minutes later, accompanied by a sizzling sound, big drops of fish oil were fried out, which immediately made Ye Chuan happy. As an island owner who could produce oil in the first month of the novice period, he should be unprecedented and unrivaled, right? It took more than 3 hours for Ye Chuan to refine 2 kilograms of oil. This achievement can be said to be extremely brilliant. Moreover, after cutting off the oil slices, the fish meat can still be sold, so Ye Chuan doesn't lose anything. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, it smells like the unique fragrance of oil, not bad. Cluck, 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 cluck. Ye Chuan was admiring the fruits of his labor when the chickens in the chicken coop suddenly started to scream. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Could it be? He immediately ran to the chicken coop, and sure enough, there were 2 fresh eggs in the egg basket. What's exaggerated is that each egg is as big as 2 ping pong balls. I guess 2 eggs are enough to fill you up. Now, we have eggs and oil, and it is already evening, so why not fry some eggs for dinner? Ye Chuan did it right away. He poured oil on the iron plate. When the oil was almost hot, he beat the eggs on the iron plate. Immediately, a sizzling sound was heard, and a small fragrance came up. After a dozen seconds, use a metal sheet to turn it over and sprinkle some salt on it. Isn't the sunny-side-up egg ready? Half a minute later, Ye Chuan picked up a sunny-side-up egg with chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew. Soft and sticky, so fragrant that it makes you want to bite your tongue. Oh my god, how can I make such a delicious sunny-side-up egg? When did my cooking skills become so good? Although Ye Chuan has always lived alone, his cooking skills can only be described as mediocre. He never expected that the sunny-side-up eggs he made would be so delicious, but in the end he attributed it to the ingredients themselves. The fish oil and eggs must be of top quality, so they can make such delicious sunny-side-up eggs. Yes, it must be. I ate 2 sunny-side-up eggs in one go, and then took a sip of the purified A-grade fresh water. Immediately, a warm current rushed through my body, washing away the fatigue of the day. It was as if I had just given myself a SBA. This A-grade fresh water is really not ordinary water. Thinking about the fact that he would be able to drink this level of water every day in the future, Ye Chuan felt excited. This really meant he had won at the starting line. He believed that he would make a fortune in the future when he looked for mineral resources. Ye Chuan can't wait for that day. This day was truly fulfilling and satisfying. I hope my luck tomorrow will be as good as it is today, Ye Chuan said as he was about to go to sleep while lying on the bed, but suddenly he heard the cry of dolphins. It didn't sound cheerful, but rather like an alarm. Could there be danger? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan picked up the bow and arrow and slowly came to the position of the dolphin. However, he frowned and saw that there was a person lying on the shore. Chapter 22 Steak and Pizza, perfect. How did this guy get here? Ye Chuan's face turned cold. He muttered in a low voice, holding a spear, and slowly walked up to the man. Fuck. The next moment, Ye Chuan was frightened to see the man lying on the water, and his whole body became swollen and white because of being soaked in water. This is a fucking corpse. Strange. How could a corpse float here? As Ye Chuan spoke, he bravely turned the body over and saw a deep wound on the throat. The blood was flowing out of the wound, which showed that the person who did it was extremely vicious and cruel. We have only been in the ocean world for 10 days, and someone has been attacked and killed. Who said that the novice protection period will be safe? Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel lucky, and said to himself, "Fortunately, my pig will still warn me at night. Otherwise it would be dangerous." After checking the body and finding nothing on it except the clothes, Ye Chuan could not help but shook his head in disappointment. He then took out some wooden boards and made a simple raft. After putting the body on it, he directly set it on fire with the lighter, and then ordered the dolphins to push the raft as far as possible. It was not until the raft became a small dot in Ye Chuan's sight that Ye Chuan stretched and went back to sleep. I could only show some humanitarianism and cremate him. After all, he had floated to the side of my island. If I didn't deal with him, it would not only pollute the environment, but also be disgusting. However, there won't be so many things in the later period. After all, the competition is getting more and more fierce, and the death toll is rising. Naturally, professional corpse retrievers will appear to salvage corpses from the sea. I guess even they wouldn't have guessed that someone would be attacked and killed in just 10 days. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? At 6 o'clock in the morning, the system voice sounded as scheduled, waking Ye Chuan up. Now, Ye Chuan has regarded it as an alarm clock. Combined with Ye Chuan's own biological clock, he basically wakes up at 6 in the morning. Sign in. Ye Chuan opened his eyes and spoke. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points. Lucky blind box 1. Note: there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. Because the double increase has not disappeared, Ye Chuan obtained 1,000 evolution points and 2 lucky blind boxes. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he remembered that the double increase was activated 10 minutes after signing in yesterday. While the double effect was still there, he immediately opened the transaction panel and collected all the items that had been traded into the system's item bar. With the blessing of double increase, everything doubled. Fortunately, Ye Chuan patted his head and said with some fear, "I actually forgot about the double increase. Thanks to the sign-in to remind me, otherwise I would have lost a lot of money. What can you get from 2 lucky blind boxes?" Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately opened one of them. Open the blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host, you got carrot 1. Because the double amplification blessing still exists, Ye Chuan got 2 carrots. Ye Chuan was not too impressed with this reward and immediately opened another blind box. This time he actually got 2 8-inch ham pizzas. He was so lucky. Resisting the urge to have a full meal, Ye Chuan first added all 2,000 evolution points to the dolphin. The dolphin suddenly grew a little bigger, and the dolphin panel immediately changed. Name: Dolphin. Friendliness: 70/100. Level 4. Evolution value: 0/2500. Skills: Sonic Interference, Basic. Absolute Impact, Basic. Talent: Deep Diving, 300 meters. Note: in Absolute Impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 300 kilograms of force. Not bad. You actually got another skill. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he said with a smile, "My turtle, you have to work hard. Your pig brother has more skills than you." Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 4 and receiving the upgrade package. Do you want to open it? At this time, the system's voice came out. Ye Chuan immediately replied, "Open it. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait." Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 5 wooden boards, 1 mineral water, 150G steak, 2. There were still more than 10 seconds left before the double amplification time came. And in the end, Ye Chuan got double the reward, which was so cool. Not bad, not bad. Steak and pizza are a perfect match. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers. Today's breakfast is finally settled. A good day starts with waking up. This saying is indeed true. I made a knife and fork out of metal sheets, grilled a steak on the teppanyaki grill, heated up a pizza, poured myself a glass of grade A mineral water, and then started eating with a great sense of ritual. I have to say that the steak and pizza rewarded by the system taste much better than those in Michelin 5-star restaurants. When paired with grade A mineral water, the taste is so satisfying that you can't find any other flavor. But because I had a piece of steak, I only ate half of the pizza. Looking at the remaining half of the pizza, I was afraid that it would not be as delicious if I ate it at noon. After thinking about it, I sent a message to Lu Yi. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I just walked around the island and wanted to check if there were any supply boxes." Lu Yi replied a minute later. "What a coincidence. I have half a pizza here. I'll treat you to breakfast." Seeing the reply, Ye Chuan immediately put the pizza on the trading column. "Who the hell are you? How come you even have pizza?" Lu Yi almost went crazy and sent a dozen horrified emojis in succession. "I came to the ocean to survive, but you're here for vacation. You can't even eat pizza on vacation, right?" "Well, I just ate a piece of steak, and the pizza is leftover. so don't feel embarrassed. Ye Chuan replied immediately. If you don't eat it, it won't taste so good until noon. I really don't know how to repay you. Lu Yi sighed, and then replied, I remember that before I came to the island, my favorite food was pizza. But on the 10th day, you got pizza and treated me to it. Now, I am your little fangirl, the first fan of Ocean World. I feel embarrassed for saying that. Ye Chuan laughed. All right, hurry up and eat. Only after eating will you have the strength to help me get the supply boxes. Yeah, Louis said, and immediately put it away. At this moment, Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he was full of gratitude in his heart. Who could this person be? He can't be so nice to me just to recruit me as my first soldier. I feel like we know each other in real life. Ye Chuan had no idea of Lu Yi's thoughts. He opened the public chat room and read the messages that were almost flooding the screen from the island owners. Chapter 23. You have to force me to come to you, right? I still can't believe that a floating corpse actually floated past my island. It scared me so much that I had nightmares all night. How do you know it's a corpse? Maybe you're just starving and your eyes are blurry. You know nothing. It was floating on a piece of wood. When I saw it, both the man and the wood were burning. You can't even imagine that scene. Tisk, when has the invasion already happened? And the invading island owner is so kind that he helps cremate the corpse? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, I'm going to trade for killer whale meat. Looking at the news, Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Judging from this sentence, the guy who saw the cremated corpse should be not far away from me, definitely within 100 nautical miles. If my turtle continues to move at its current speed of 25 nautical miles per hour, I will soon meet him. However, Ye Chuan didn't want to meet other island owners yet, so he ordered the turtle to change direction and wait until it became strong enough. Looking back at the transaction panel, most of the thousands of killer whale meat that I had put on the shelves had been sold. Now I am definitely a nouveau riche. At this moment, someone suddenly sent a private message. Brother, I have a good thing. I want to exchange it with you for 500 kilograms of killer whale meat. You must be interested. Ye Chuan was stunned. What kind of good thing was it that he wanted to exchange for 500 kilograms of killer whale meat? What? Ye Chuan replied. Intermediate sailboat manufacturing drawings. The other party replied almost instantly. After receiving the reply, Ye Chuan was thoughtful. The intermediate sailboat manufacturing plan. This thing does seem quite attractive, but you want to exchange it for 500 kilograms of killer whale meat. That's really asking too much. Ye Chuan continued to reply. How about this? I can give you 100 kilograms of whale meat, plus 5 bottles of mineral water. If you agree, we can trade. Brother, are you kidding me? I won't sell you 500 kilograms of killer whale meat unless you add 5 bottles of mineral water. The other party said in a tough tone. This wave of operations was something Ye Chuan had never expected. He thought that everyone would take a step back, but the other party not only did not make concessions, but instead raised the price and added conditions on the original basis. Ye Chuan couldn't help but sneer and shook his head, replying, Are you so sure that you think I will agree? Of course, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Since you have the ability to get a killer whale, I believe that with your strength, you should know what this blueprint means. In other words, I've got you. Ye Chuan smiled. Indeed, the sailboat design drawing was crucial. For ordinary people, whoever built a sailboat first would be able to seize the initiative everywhere. But the other party miscalculated, because Ye Chuan is not an ordinary person. He has a system. You keep it for yourself. At least for now, I'm not very interested. Ye Chuan said this and simply ignored the other party. However, Ye Chuan's expression changed. He looked at the public chat room again and smiled. This guy was actually the one who said in the public chat room that he saw the cremated body. Doesn't that mean he can get to his island in 4 hours at the latest? The intermediate sailboat manufacturing diagram is important and unimportant, but in the later stages, especially for ordinary island owners, it is the most powerful tool for storing supplies and finding resources. Since you dare to ask for so much from me and even claim that you can take advantage of me, I'm sorry. I have to go and get it myself. Ye Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, muttered to himself, and then ordered the turtle to go to that place again. On the other side, an island. Damn it, that guy is unwilling to exchange such a precious thing with me. Lu Shuaiqi's face turned black, and he punched the supply box. A killer whale weighs several tons, and I only want 500 kilograms of meat. This is too stingy. Lu Shuai was very upset. He hadn't eaten for a day. He thought he could make a fortune with the design drawings of intermediate sailboats, but the things he wanted were too expensive to buy, and the rich ones even bargained with him. After being turned down by Ye Chuan, Lu Shuai could only run to fish out the supply boxes, cursing, hoping to have good luck and get some food. However, after more than 3 hours, he still found nothing. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly found a small black dot on the sea level. Then the small black dot grew bigger and turned into a small island. What's going on? The island can move? Lu Shuai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yes, the island was indeed moving, and it was a little closer to him. I really saw a ghost. First I saw a corpse being cremated, and now I saw a moving island. Could it be that my luck is changing? After nearly 10 minutes of excitement, I saw that I had arrived in front of my own island. There was actually an exquisite wooden house on it, as well as flower beds with various vegetables planted. Not far away, there were sea fish being dried in the sun. I'm not awake yet. Lu Shuai widened his eyes and muttered to himself. The luxury of the island had overturned his 3 views. Just as he was salivating over the food on the island, a man came out of the house with a bow and arrow and unknowingly came onto his island. Lu Shuai was a little confused after he realized what was happening and couldn't help swallowing hard. I said, "Friend, you hand over the intermediate sailboat manufacturing plan." The person who came was Ye Chuan. Looking directly at the other party, he went straight to the point. What intermediate level? Lu Shuai was about to argue, but he suddenly thought of something the next second. His face changed in disbelief as he stared at Ye Chuan and shouted, You are the big guy who sells killer whale meat. You're not stupid." Ye Chuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I've already made the biggest concession, giving you 100 kilograms of killer whale meat and 5 bottles of mineral water, and you actually threatened to eat me up? TSK, are you the one who can defeat me, or am I the one who can defeat you?" Lu Shuai panicked and quickly shouted, "Brother, I am also trying to survive. You don't know how much I suffered to get this manufacturing diagram. I almost died." Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lu Shuai immediately staged a tragic drama. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, a long arrow had already shot in front of Lu Shuai, just a few centimeters away from hitting his foot. Lu Shuai was so scared that he immediately retreated 5 or 6 meters. His pants were wet. Ye Chuan drew his bow again and shouted in a low voice, "Don't try this on me. Are you going to hand it over or not?" "Don't do it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Lu Shuai was so scared that he even peed his pants. How could he dare to say no? He immediately handed over the manufacturing drawing and obediently handed it to Ye Chuan. "That's right. If you had cooperated earlier, I wouldn't have had to come all the way to find you." Ye Chuan grinned, put away the manufacturing diagram with satisfaction, and then said, "I was just teaching you a lesson just now. Don't worry, I will trade you 100 kilograms of killer whale meat and 5 bottles of mineral water without a penny difference. We can each get what we need. I'll do whatever you say." Lu Shuai was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, trying hard to suppress his excitement. He originally thought that he was being robbed and would lose all his money, but he didn't expect that the other party would be willing to give him food and water. Suddenly, he thought of the body that was cremated in the sea last night. It was likely that this big guy killed someone and destroyed the body, but was discovered by himself and even told about it in the public chat room. Only then did he trace himself. "You're smart. I'll make a deal with you after I leave." Ye Chuan wanted to leave immediately, but then he thought, this guy wouldn't say bad things about him in the public chat room. So he stopped again. This simple action frightened Lu Shuai so much that he trembled, as if he was afraid that he would go back on his word. Ye Chuan just glanced at him calmly and warned, "After I leave, you know what to say and what not to say, right?" I understand. Lu Shuai dared not say no and nodded quickly. "If you had done this earlier, there would have been nothing to worry about. Why do you have to force me?" Before leaving, Ye Chuan sighed helplessly and said, Chapter 24, Conquering the First Island Owner. Without paying any more attention to the other party, Ye Chuan went straight back to the island and headed in the opposite direction. In the wooden house, Ye Chuan began to study the manufacturing drawings of intermediate sailboats. To make an intermediate sailboat, you need a primary sailboat, an intermediate sailboat manufacturing diagram, 2,000 wooden boards, 1,000 nails, 500 metal sheets, and 100 cloth pieces. Oh my God, we still need a beginner sailboat. Ye Chuan was stunned, then he was relieved. After all, it is an intermediate sailboat, which must have been upgraded from a primary sailboat. It is reasonable to need a primary sailboat. Of course, so many materials are needed, which is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Congratulations to the host. You have communicated face-to-face with other island owners for the first time and received a lucky gift package. Do you want to open it? Suddenly, the system voice came out. This is also possible. Ye Chuan was delighted. Open it. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 2 small nutrient solutions, and 1,000 evolution points. Okay, this is a free profit. Ye Chuan nodded with a smile, and his stomach suddenly made a growling sound. I have been running around for this map, and it is already past noon, but I haven't even eaten yet. Putting the manufacturing diagram away temporarily, Ye Chuan cut the carrots into slices with a kitchen knife made of metal sheets. He then took out the remaining can of pork and made a dish of stir-fried carrots and pork. Delicious. After eating and drinking, Ye Chuan took out a small bottle of nutrient solution and poured it on the peppers and spinach seeds respectively. He also poured another bottle on the special tree species to accelerate their growth. At this time, the special tree species had grown more than 10 centimeters taller, but it had been growing straight upwards without any branches. Ye Chuan even wondered if the tree would eventually connect to the clouds. Could it be that there were people living in the sky? Next, Ye Chuan was actually a little troubled when faced with the fertile black soil. After all, we receive 100 kilograms of fertile black soil almost every 2 or 3 days. This black soil can't always stay in the system's inventory, right? Moreover, as the turtle island becomes larger and larger, except for the 3 flower beds around it, there is not even a stone anywhere else. The bare turtle shell is really unsightly. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask, "System, besides building flower beds, is there any way to prevent soil erosion?" "Vetiver." The system directly answered with these 3 words. "Vetiver." Ye Chuan was stunned, then asked, "Can vetiver be planted in fertile black soil? Then how can we get vetiver? It seems that we can't get this thing by opening a box, right?" "The host can accept the task and will receive the vetiver reward after completing the task," the system replied again. "Fuck, can you be more specific?" Ye Chuan said depressedly. "Bind an auxiliary super tablet and you can get the vetiver reward," the system replied. "Your system is good in every way, except that it doesn't actively issue tasks." Ye Chuan complained somewhat helplessly, "But what do you mean by binding an auxiliary super tablet?" "Host, conquer an island and make the super tablet of the other island owner become your subsidiary tablet. Note, the island where the host is located needs to be within 1 meter of the super tablet of the other island owner," the system replied. "So that's it." Ye Chuan suddenly realized, and then an idea came to him. Isn't there a ready-made island behind him? "My turtle, go back." Ye Chuan smiled and immediately gave orders to the turtle. After a moment, the turtle turned around again and swam slowly towards the island. It was a close call. We finally got rid of that plague god. On a small island not far away, Lu Shuai patted his chest, feeling relieved for having survived a disaster. After watching Ye Chuan disappear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Lu Shuai's eyes almost turned green, because he found that a small dot suddenly appeared on the sea level, and it was coming towards his island. "No way." Lu Shuai was completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god, are you kidding me?" Trembling with fear, he finally saw the island in front of him, and a familiar face jumped down from the island. That's right, the person who came was Ye Chuan again. He looked at the other person with a smile, and made up his mind. "My friend, your island has been conquered by me. From now on, this will be my affiliated island." "Why?" Lu Shuai was stunned. He subconsciously resisted and almost blurted out, "Just because my fist is bigger than yours." Ye Chuan said, drawing his bow again, "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Either surrender or..." Looking at the cold and shining arrow, Lu Shuai's face looked as if he had lost his parents. "When I came here, my family members told me that I would not be in danger at least during the 6-month novice period. But it's only been 10 days, and I was robbed, and now someone is threatening me to surrender. 3, 2, 1. On the other side, Ye Chuan had already counted all the numbers, pulled the bow to its full length, and was ready to take action. Lu Shuai panicked and immediately shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you have to create this tense atmosphere? You just experienced it once. You should be prepared to be conquered." Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he said with a smile, "Take me to your super tablet. Let's bind it." "Bind?" Lu Shuai looked suspicious, but did not dare to ask more questions. He took Ye Chuan to his super tablet. This guy can be said to be extremely shabby, but his island is about 1 square kilometer in size, with grass, trees, and stones. He specially built a tent with wooden boards and grass, which can shelter from wind and rain. The super tablet is right next to the tent, and the screen is still on. Ye Chuan said directly to the system, "Start binding." "Binding, please wait." Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first affiliated island. From now on, anything the island owner obtains will be forcibly handed over to the host at 30. "Hey, this is good." Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately nodded with a smile. "Is this done?" Lu Shuai was shocked. He was still in a daze and had no idea what was going on. He only knew that his tablet had been tied to someone. "Congratulations to the host for conquering the first island owner," and obtaining the first affiliated island. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift package. Do you want to open it? At the same time, Ye Chuan heard a system notification indicating that the reward had been received. Chapter 25, Wooden House Upgrade, Single Apartment. Holy shit, it's actually a lucky gift bag. Isn't this too lucky? After all, the lucky gift packages he got the previous 2 times were small, but this time he actually got a medium-sized one. Ye Chuan was really looking forward to what would come out of it. Brother, you are so happy to have my loyalty. Did you see my potential? Seeing that Ye Chuan's mouth corners were always upturned, Lu Shuai couldn't help but ask. My friend, you are lucky to be my subordinate island owner. Ye Chuan patted Lu Shuai on the shoulder. Do a good job. I hope you can really let me see your potential. Lu Shuai curled his lips slightly, but still nodded. He didn't know what the impact of becoming Ye Chuan's subordinate island owner would be, but he felt it shouldn't be too bad. Ye Chuan encouraged him a few more words before leaving his island. Lu Shuai then vaguely felt that this moving island seemed like a marine creature, but he couldn't remember what it looked like specifically. After being 1 mile away from the affiliated island, Ye Chuan said, Open the lucky gift package. Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 200 vetiver seeds, 1 single apartment manufacturing diagram, 1 Simmons bed manufacturing diagram, and 1 wall-mounted boiler manufacturing diagram. Is this considered a small fortune? Ye Chuan asked in shock. I actually got 3 manufacturing plans, and one of them is for a bachelor apartment. A single apartment is a room with a kitchen and bathroom, with an area of about 50 square meters. It is a house that urban white-collar workers are in the transition stage from living in a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room house to a large flat. Ye Chuan never thought that he would be able to get the construction drawings of a single apartment. So when the lucky gift package appears in the future, will there be a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house, or even a more luxurious house? This is something I am looking forward to. A place to live is a basic need. Now that you have one, of course you should move in right away, right? Ye Chuan immediately started to research the single apartment. Construction required single apartment manufacturing plan 1, wooden house 1, nails 300, wooden boards 200, metal sheets 100, and stones 50. Just like the manufacture of an intermediate sailboat requires a primary sailboat, the manufacture of a single apartment requires a wooden house. Ye Chuan muttered to himself and immediately started manufacturing with the materials in his hand. All of a sudden, the wooden house began to change rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, the original wooden house turned into a 50-square-meter single apartment, and the original wooden structure turned into a reinforced concrete structure. Great! Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and walked in immediately, shaking his head with a wry smile. When the wooden house was built, at least a bed was given as a gift. But this time it was empty, without even a speck of dust. Ye Chuan immediately made another Simmons bed and a wall-mounted boiler in the kitchen. The consolation is that the shower and solar water heater that Ye Chuan had previously made were placed on the roof and in the bathroom respectively, and they will be put into use once there is enough fresh water. At present, there are only these 4 things in such a huge apartment. It is really shabby. At least there's a comfortable place to sleep. The rest can only be purchased slowly. Ye Chuan said, and lay directly on the bed. He almost bounced up. It was indeed the softest Simmons mattress. So cool. The super tablet is placed next to the bed. Ye Chuan can see the messages on the tablet by leaning on the head of the bed, which is very convenient. The killer whale meat that Ye Chuan put on the shelf had almost been sold out after nearly a day and a night. However, after making 3 things in succession, nearly 1/5 of the resources were consumed. It was estimated that after buying the things in the single apartment, most of the resources would be used up, right? While Ye Chuan was reading the news, he checked the public chat room. He didn't know if Lu Shuai was scared by him, but he didn't show up in the public chat room. Instead, everyone was discussing something else. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed that sharks always appear near my island in the past 2 days, sometimes 1 or 2, sometimes 7 or 8. I discovered it, too. When I was fishing out a supply box, I saw a dorsal fin standing up and rushing straight toward the box. It hit the box and almost pushed me into the sea. I was really scared. Didn't they say that the possibility of encountering a sea beast attack during the novice period is very small? What's going on now? Are sharks considered sea beasts? I guess there aren't any fish nearby, so they attack people. Everyone should be careful. This news made Ye Chuan a little confused. There had been groups of sharks circling around turtles before, but it was not clear whether they were attracted by the killer whale meat or for some other reason. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately sent a message to Lu Yi. Did you see the message in the public chat room? Have sharks appeared over there? I saw it. Lu Yi replied immediately. I did see a shark. but I've never seen a group of sharks. Now that everyone has seen sharks, it's definitely not a coincidence. Could something be about to happen? Anyway, as long as we stay on the island, sharks will never rush ashore to attack us. We just need to be careful when fishing for supplies. Ye Chuan heard this and immediately replied, "Stay alert at night and don't sleep too deeply." "I see, thanks for the reminder." Louis quickly replied, "You should be careful too." After talking with Louis, Ye Chuan immediately started the landscaping work. Taking the single apartment as the origin, he circled out a piece of land with a diameter of 30 meters. He then spread the fertile black soil around the circle with a thickness of 20 centimeters and a length of 1 meter outwards. Although several hundred kilograms of fertile black soil seemed like a lot, when spread on the ground, they didn't even cover half of the circle. However, Ye Chuan was still relatively optimistic. After all, I can get 100 kilograms of fertile black soil almost every day. In the near future, the entire island will be filled with black soil and planted with vetiver, turning into a green ocean. After resting for a while, Ye Chuan scattered a dozen seeds in the black soil. After a systematic explanation, it was found that the seeds of the plant vetiver can quickly take root and sprout when scattered in fertile black soil even without water, and the reproduction speed is very fast. Only 3 or 4 seeds are needed for 1 square meter, and they can quickly cover the entire land. Besides, there are only 200 seeds at present, so we still need to cherish them. After all the work was done, night had fallen. Looking at the moon gradually rising in the distance, Ye Chuan couldn't help but stretch himself, pour a cup of hot water from the thermos, take out bread and ham, and start eating. At the same time, he sat on the bed and checked the public chat room, but found that there was new progress in the shark incident. Chapter 26. Are there schools of fish in the sea? This is so fucking scary. My fishing supply box fell into the sea today, and a shark came straight towards me. Keep talking. I came here to chat with you. You must have been eaten by a fish long ago, right? Don't disbelieve me. The shark did bite me, but it didn't have any bite force at all. I managed to escape from the shark's mouth. I was so scared that I trembled for the whole afternoon. I have little education, so don't lie to me. Instead of spending time here making up stories, you might as well think about what to eat tomorrow. Are you bored because you're full? The public chat room was already being refreshed with dozens of messages per second. Each one was somewhat interested in what that guy said. After thinking about it, I immediately sent a private message to that person. Dude, is everything you said true? It's absolutely true. If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy. The other party replied seriously, I've been hungry all day. I can't possibly have nothing better to do than spread rumors, right? That's right. Ye Chuan replied thoughtfully, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He had learned some knowledge about sharks in school, but he still needed to verify it himself to see if it was true. We can only talk about it tomorrow. Thinking about it, Ye Chuan started to watch the chat again. Maybe it was because the Simmons mattress was too comfortable. Ye Chuan felt sleepiness coming like a tide, and he fell asleep leaning on the soft headboard. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? At 6 o'clock in the morning, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ye Chuan shuddered and couldn't help rubbing his sleepy eyes. He looked around and said, Oh my God, I fell asleep while sitting. Am I too tired, or is this Simmons mattress too comfortable? As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. Ye Chuan was just dreaming. In his dream, Louis was smiling at him, and Blueberry Jam was dancing with clothes off in front of him. Although he couldn't see Blueberry Jam's face clearly, he seemed to be getting closer to Blueberry Jam. Just when I was about to see the other person's face clearly, the system prompt sounded. Okay, sign in. Ye Chuan stretched and said lightly while standing up and doing stretching exercises. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Another feather fragment has appeared. I wonder what good luck the next angel feather will bring me. Ye Chuan muttered to himself. He walked out of the room, grilled a sea fish, and walked around the beach while eating. He only saw 5 supply boxes, which were found by the turtles and dolphins yesterday. Ye Chuan called the dolphin directly and said with a smile, My dolphin, if there is a shark coming today, don't drive it away. I need to verify something. The dolphin's head burst out of the sea, nodded several times at Ye Chuan, and then dived back into the water. After finishing his meal, Ye Chuan ran to pile up the soil. He was busy for more than an hour. Suddenly, a dolphin gave a warning. Ye Chuan immediately came to the shore and saw a shark circling around a turtle. I'm going to jump into the sea in a moment. Watch out for sharks. If there's any danger, save me immediately. Ye Chuan took a deep breath, said this, then jumped directly into the sea with a spear in his hand. The loud noise made the shark notice Ye Chuan immediately. It opened its bloody mouth and swam towards Ye Chuan quickly. When Ye Chuan saw the shark's sharp fangs at first glance, he was really scared. However, Ye Chuan found that the shark's mouth was wide open and there was no intention of closing it. Even when his spear was inserted into the shark's mouth, it did not close its mouth. This guy rushed over, but did not bite, but instead hit Ye Chuan with his head. Fortunately, a dolphin was there to protect him. At the critical moment, the dolphin hit the shark's belly hard and knocked it out. The shark steadied itself, turned around, and ran away, its mouth still open. This guy, Ye Chuan turned around and returned to the shore, his face somewhat serious, but also with a hint of joy in his seriousness. It seems that he is not far from what I guessed. Among the natural enemies of sharks, there is a kind of fish called flounder. When a shark swims past a flounder, the threatened flounder will secrete a milky liquid toxin. When the shark's mouth comes into contact with the venom, its jaw muscles are immediately paralyzed, and its mouth cannot close, resulting in this state. If it was a flounder, it might affect a shark, but so many people in the public chat room said they encountered sharks. It is estimated that there is a huge school of flounder in the sea, forcing all the sharks to come to the surface. The most crucial issue is that flounder is a monster to sharks, but a delicious delicacy to humans. But the only difficulty now is how to catch these flounders. Well, that is indeed a problem. There was no good solution at the moment, so Ye Chuan stopped thinking about it. He went back to his single apartment, drank some water, and planned to open the 5 supply boxes first to try his luck. Maybe he would find the tools there. Wooden board 3, instant noodles 1, mineral water 1. Wooden planks 3, semi-automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram 1, stone 2. Ye Chuan smiled slightly and looked at the semi-automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram. This is an essential item for making a semi-automatic fishing net, a fishing net that can be automatically sprayed out 30 meters away and 20 meters in diameter and needs to be manually retracted. To manufacture a semi-automatic fishing net, you need semi-automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram 1, cloth 100, and metal sheets 5. Is there any need to hesitate? Isn't this what I need now? Ye Chuan started to make it immediately. After a few seconds, a semi-automatic fishing net was made. He placed it on the tail of the turtle and embedded it directly on the turtle shell. Let's try it first. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands and immediately pressed the fishing device. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the huge fishing net was shot out directly and finally spread out 20 meters at a distance of 30 meters and quickly fell on the sea surface, sinking at a speed of 5 or 6 meters per second. It took more than 10 seconds before the prompt to reel in the net was given. This is a big job. Ye Chuan jumped a few times on the spot and immediately began to turn the turntable next to him, slowly retrieving the fishing net. It's so heavy. Could it be that he caught a lot of fish? Ye Chuan muttered to himself and increased his speed a bit. This thing became heavier towards the end, and in the last 20 meters or so, Ye Chuan was extremely tired, but often the effort and reward are proportional. When the fishing net landed on the island, Ye Chuan became really excited. Chapter 27, Seafood Freedom Achieved. A large fishing net was bulging, and it fell to the ground and spread out in a pile. The system also gave the numbers considerately. Flounder 347, golden pomfret grade A2, squid 1, halibut 1, king crab 2. Halibut is a kind of large flatfish, the smallest of which weighs more than 10 kilograms. The one caught by Ye Chuan is estimated to weigh nearly 100 kilograms. It would take him several days to eat just one. Doesn't this mean that you can achieve seafood freedom with just a fishing net? I didn't expect to catch an A-level fish. Ye Chuan quickly found the 2 A-level golden pomfret, which were still struggling and jumping violently, full of energy. At first, Ye Chuan thought that the grades of marine life were divided according to their degree of ferocity. Now he realized that he was wrong. After all, 100 A-grade golden pomfret could not beat a D-grade shark, right? Perhaps this is the same as plants and fruits, which are classified according to the level of their effects. A-level golden pomfret must be the same as A-level apple and can enhance physical fitness after eating. Ye Chuan planned to keep the other fish and make some money before other island owners knew about the flounder school. At that moment, Ye Chuan put the golden pomfret, squid, flounder, and king crab into the system inventory and put almost all the remaining flounder on the shelf. Flounder 1 equals wooden board 10, flounder 1 equals cloth 10, flounder 1 equals metal sheet 10. Ye Chuan put 300 sets on the shelves in one go, shocking the island owners again. Did you notice that a few days ago a big guy was selling killer whale meat, and today another big guy is selling flounder? Flounder is much more delicious than killer whale meat. In my eyes, there is no such thing as delicious or not. The only thing is whether it can fill my stomach. Anyway, I have exchanged all the planks for 3 flounders, so I won't be hungry for at least 5 days. How did the boss do it? He caught so many flounders. He must have encountered a school of flounders. Let alone our broken fishing net. Even if it was a good fishing net, how could we catch so many at once? Fuck, instead of chatting with you guys, I might as well go trade for a few sets of flounders. Otherwise you guys might snatch them all up. Yes, I'll go too. Seeing that the number of flounders on the shelf was gradually decreasing, Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile and immediately gave 10 flounders each to Lu Yi, Zhao Feiyu, and Blueberry Jam. Lu Yi was shocked at the time. Oh my god, the flounder listed on the trading panel was actually your work. I was lucky. I encountered a school of flounders and caught them all in one net. Ye Chuan replied, I'm going to follow you wholeheartedly this time. Lu Yi made an excited expression and replied, by the way, I caught 3 more supply boxes in the past 2 days, but I haven't opened them yet because of your advice. Okay, don't open it for now. Ye Chuan replied, but the fish is raw, so it's up to you to cook it. Lu Yi immediately replied with an okay expression. Brother, you are too good to me, aren't you? Blueberry Jam followed closely. I haven't even finished the grilled fish you gave me, and you gave me 10 flounders at once. I must dance for you and take off my clothes. I made a lot of money. Ye Chuan said this and ignored her. The reason why he gave it to her might be because of the dream Ye Chuan had, or it might be because he felt that the A-level manufacturing plan of the seawater purifier that Blueberry Jam had given him was not fair to her, as promised before. Who knows? Only Zhao Feiyu did not accept it. He just replied, sorry, I don't have so many resources to exchange with you. This is a gift from me to you. Ye Chuan replied, no reward without merit. Zhao Feiyu threw down these 5 words and did not reply. This made Ye Chuan look at Zhao Feiyu with new respect. At present, what the entire ocean world lacks most is water and food. This guy can actually withstand the temptation of food. He is really a hero. This also made Ye Chuan feel compassionate, and he decided to make friends with Zhao Feiyu. After the half-year novice period is over, Zhao Feiyu is definitely not an ordinary person. Fuck, I finally understand the drawbacks of being your subordinate island owner. Just when Ye Chuan was about to try the flounder, Lu Shuai sent a message. I just salvaged a supply box, and as soon as I opened it, 30 of the things were gone. Only 2/3 of a bottle of mineral water was left. Did you take it? This is the rule. Subordinate island owners are forced to hand over 30 of their supplies to their superior island owners. Do you blame me? Ye Chuan replied with a smile. Besides, this is only for now. In the future, you will know the benefits of following me. Bullshit. After Lu Shuai replied with these 3 words, he began to yell angrily. After all, I am the eldest son of a small family, but I was screwed before I could realize my ambitions. Damn it, idiot. Ye Chuan just complained about Lu Shuai's reaction. Seeing that it was already noon, he immediately prepared 2 flounders, sprinkled them with half a bag of seasoning left over from the last time he ate instant noodles, and started the teppanyaki. Just as I guessed, this flounder tastes so delicious, much better than those sea fish. Even without salt, it is absolutely delicious. Anyway, now that I have a semi-automatic fishing net, I can catch some whenever I want. It will be enough for me to eat for several months. After all, once I put it into the system's inventory, it will enter a vacuum state and will be absolutely fresh. How cool is it? After eating and drinking, Ye Chuan looked at the trading status of flounders and flipped through private chats. After screening most of the beggars who were begging for food and drink, Ye Chuan noticed a message. Boss, I have a wash basin manufacturing plan. Can I exchange it with you for 2 flounders? Wash basin. As expected, Ye Chuan's bathroom does need a wash basin. Although there is no running water at present, other basic needs must also be prepared first, right? This time, Ye Chuan did not bargain. He directly put the 2 flounders into the trading column and traded the wash basin manufacturing drawings. The wash basin manufacturing requirements. Wash basin manufacturing drawing 1, stones 5, metal sheets 5, plastic 5. Do we still need plastic? Ye Chuan was stunned. It seemed that he had never opened a piece of plastic so far, so Ye Chuan immediately posted a message in the public chat room. Whoever has plastic, come and trade with me. I have 2 plastics here and I need water. Soon, someone sent a private message. Okay, how many milliliters? Ye Chuan agreed readily. 500 milliliters. The other party also replied immediately. Fuck, why don't you go and rob it? Ye Chuan was stunned and got angry immediately. Chapter 28 New Mission, Killing Class B Marine Creatures. I would like to rob it, but there are no islands nearby. The other party was quite honest and spoke directly from his heart. I can only give you 50 milliliters at most. Do you think you're the only one who's short of water? I'm short of water too. Ye Chuan replied unhappily, If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, I don't need you, right? 100 milliliters. I haven't had any water for 2 days. The other party still wanted to struggle. However, Ye Chuan did not indulge him. There are 30 million island owners in the entire ocean world. Even if 1/3 of them have been eliminated, there are still 20 million. Is he the only one who got the plastic? Besides, any island owner may become your enemy in the future, so why should you indulge him? Brother, so you are buying plastics. I happen to have 2 here, give them to you. Blueberry Jam sent a message immediately, and 2 plastics and 3 lettuce seeds suddenly appeared in the transaction column. How come you have plastic and lettuce seeds? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. I opened it this morning, along with a bottle of mineral water. I don't know how to grow lettuce seeds, so I'll give them to you as well. Blueberry Jam answered honestly. If you can grow it, just give me a few pieces so I can try them. If you can grow it, I'll give you 1. Ye Chuan was very generous and immediately put away both things. Thank you, brother. Blueberry Jam replied with a smile. Ye Chuan sighed again, thinking that Blueberry Jam's luck was really good. He opened so many supply boxes but didn't get any plastic, but Blueberry Jam got it after opening the second one, and even got 3 lettuce seeds. Even though this girl is not good at anything, at least her luck is incredible. Soon, someone else came to trade with Ye Chuan. In the end, Ye Chuan used to flounder 100 milliliters of mineral water in exchange for 10 pieces of plastic and directly made the wash basin. The wash basin is placed at the door of the bathroom as soon as you enter. The reason why plastic is used is because there is a sewer pipe underneath that extends directly into the ground. When you wash in the future, the dirty water will flow directly along the sewer pipe, just like a fully automatic smart flush toilet. As for where the water went, it was simply a bug. Of course, Ye Chuan didn't have the extra energy to think about it. However, what made Ye Chuan happy was that this time, when he made the wash basin, he actually gave away an extra mirror that was 1 meter high and 50 centimeters wide. Looking at myself in the mirror, I am unkempt and look like a beggar. Alas, I haven't taken a shower for more than 10 days, and my body smells. Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. If I don't take a shower, I will really stink. System, how can I use fresh water as much as possible? Ye Chuan immediately asked the system. You can't always wait for the system to give you something. Sometimes you still need to take the initiative. Install a seawater to tap water converter. The system immediately gave the answer. A device that can convert seawater into tap water. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier about this good stuff? Ye Chuan couldn't help but yell. Then how can I get the manufacturing drawings of the seawater tap water converter? Hunting B-level marine creatures will reward you with a seawater tap water converter, the system replied. Fuck, Ye Chuan was stunned. Sharks are D-class and killer whales are C-class. If B-class is divided according to this, then wouldn't the other party be more ferocious than the killer whale? Ye Chuan doesn't think that Class B would be a small character like Class A golden pomfret. Otherwise, would the word hunting be necessary? Which type of B-level marine life is it? Ye Chuan asked after calming down a little. Giant Daruma shark, the system answered again. Ye Chuan was stunned again. The Daruma shark is a marine creature less than 1 meter long. They usually have a mouth with a very wide opening and closing range, a highly calcified skull and lip cartilage, and a total of 50 teeth in the upper and lower jaws. When biting prey, they rush forward and bite the prey, then twist their bodies, just like a drill for drilling holes for air conditioners, and directly make a hole in the prey. Killer whales are fearless creatures in the ocean, but they will avoid them when they encounter a Daruma shark. The giant Daruma shark can be up to 2 meters in length. Once they select a target, even if it is a killer whale, they can take half the life of the killer whale. They are absolute killing machines. Ye Chuan never expected that the system would actually let him kill a giant Daruma shark. Isn't this the same as wanting to take his life? However, in order to use tap water as soon as possible, Ye Chuan still plans to take the risk. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately called Dolphin over. My Dolphin, I need you to help me attract a giant Daruma shark. As soon as these words were spoken, the Dolphin cried out. Dolphins are also on the menu of the Daruma shark. Letting this guy attract the Daruma shark is like sending him to his death. This is extremely important to me. I can only rely on you for this trip. Ye Chuan said seriously again, I will wait for you here. Once you attract it, give me the warning immediately. I will fight with your brother Turtle together. If you can kill a giant Daruma shark, you can definitely brag about it for the rest of your life, right? This time, the dolphin seemed to have made up its mind. It dived into the sea and disappeared. Ye Chuan immediately returned to the bachelor apartment and sent a private message to Zhao Feiyu and Lu Shuai. Do you have the manufacturing drawings of the weapons? If I had it, wouldn't you know it? Lu Shuai asked back immediately. It seemed that he was not done sulking yet. Zhao Feiyu immediately put the spear gun manufacturing diagram into the trading column, which really scared Ye Chuan. Spear gun. This seems to be a one-time thing. Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. I need to deal with a very powerful marine creature, so I need the most powerful weapon. Ye Chuan said, and immediately put 10 flounders on the shelf. You made the map for me. Now you can accept my flounders, right? Okay. Zhao Feiyu did not refuse this time and completed the transaction with Ye Chuan directly. Ye Chuan then studied the spear gun manufacturing diagram, a must-have for the manufacture of a semi-automatic spear gun, a disposable consumable. It contains a 1 meter long, 1 centimeter thick arrow connected by a 1 millimeter thick steel wire, 30 meters. It can hit the prey instantly. To make a semi-automatic spear gun, you need spear gun manufacturing diagram, 100 metal pieces, and 10 cloth pieces. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and immediately chose to make it. A few seconds later, a semi-automatic spear gun suddenly appeared in his hand. As long as he pulled the trigger, the arrow would be ejected by the powerful air pressure. It was definitely the weapon Ye Chuan needed most at the moment. Now, everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Ye Chuan's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chapter 29. Refusing to trade, barbecue ingredients. Seeing the night falling, Ye Chuan figured that his day was doomed, so he immediately ran to the flower bed and planted 3 lettuce seeds. This seems to be fast-growing lettuce, with a growth cycle of 10 to 12 days. Ye Chuan also poured a small bottle of nutrient solution on it. It is estimated that fresh lettuce can be eaten in 7 days at the latest. After doing all this, Ye Chuan had dinner, then sat on the bed and started browsing on his super tablet. In the public chat room, everyone seemed to be very curious about Ye Chuan's identity, and even started a heated discussion about whether the boss of Killer Whale and Flounder was the same person. Whether you believe it or not, I don't think it's a human being. Even if he has strong island survival experience and a brand new fishing net in his hand, he can't kill a killer whale, right? That's right. We have learned the skills of surviving at sea for at least 3 years. Don't you understand what killer whales mean? If a fight really breaks out, even a dozen people can't kill a killer whale with primitive means, right? Then why would this big guy sell killer whale meat? This is an indisputable fact. Moreover, almost as soon as the killer whales were sold out, the flounder was put on the shelves again. Is this a coincidence? It must be the same person. Is it useful to argue about this? Have you eaten dinner? Have you drunk water today? Are you full? That's right. Even if it's just one person, it has nothing to do with us. But anyway, who can give me a piece of bread? I want to eat bread even in my dreams. I'm already content with raw fish, and you still want bread? Boss, I have a super tablet and want to trade weapons with you. Suddenly, a private message popped up, which surprised Ye Chuan. Can the super tablet still be traded? Can it only be bound? This guy definitely couldn't be selling his own super tablet. After all, the super tablet is the foundation of development. So is it his subsidiary super tablet? It seems unlikely. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately replied, I have a super tablet, but it doesn't seem to be of much use, right? Since you were able to get so many flatfish, I think you are very clear about the rules of this ocean world. It is different from what we have learned before. The other party sent a smiling emoticon. You must also know that the super tablet can be bound to your own tablet to obtain an affiliated island. Then what? Ye Chuan asked. It seems that the ocean world is not short of capable people. This guy discovered the rules of the affiliated islands so quickly. I trade you a super tablet. After you bind it, you will have an additional affiliated island. Isn't this more valuable than anything else? The other party replied. Sorry, I'm not interested. Ye Chuan didn't talk nonsense with the other party. After saying this, he directly blocked the other party. Since this guy knew about the affiliated islands, he must also know that the affiliated islands are forced to hand over 30 of their resources to the main island. How could he use such a valuable thing just to exchange for a weapon? This super tablet is probably no longer useful. In other words, the owner of the super tablet is most likely dead. Do you really think of yourself as a fool? Asshole. On an island, Li Bo threw the tablet next to him to the ground after being rejected. Why didn't he trade with me? Aren't the conditions I offered tempting enough? Brother, don't be angry. The woman next to him couldn't help but whispered. Bang! Li Bo slapped the woman in the face, and with a distorted face, he asked angrily, if you don't get a powerful weapon, how can you go back to seek revenge on that island owner? Don't forget that he almost killed you. We still have to go back to the sea and look for another island. Maybe we will be lucky enough to find a wealthy island owner. Then we will have everything. After a few seconds of silence, Li Bo made a decisive decision. But it's already dark now. The woman covered her cheek and advised carefully. How about where you stay and I go by myself? You're a burden anyway. Li Bo said this and quickly went towards the boat. Don't leave me. I'll go with you. The woman was startled and immediately trotted to catch up with Li Bo's pace. Nothing happened that night until the next morning, when Ye Chuan was once again awakened by the system notification sound and said directly, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and 1 lucky blind box. Note, there is a chance to get manufacturing drawings, seeds, fruits. Open the blind box. Ye Chuan smiled and said calmly, Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host. You got barbecue ingredients 1. Barbecue ingredients? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Now, can't we have barbecue as we like? I didn't expect to find barbecue ingredients in the blind box. It was indeed a little surprise. After all, the most delicious seasoning these days is instant noodle seasoning. How can it be compared with barbecue seasoning? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately ran to grill a flounder, sprinkled it with barbecue seasoning, and his saliva was already flowing before he even ate it. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Ye Chuan. After all, if you are used to eating barbecue and have been eating food with almost no taste for a long time, and suddenly you are given a barbecue, how would you feel? Cool. After a hearty meal, Ye Chuan piled up the 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, sprinkled a few vetiver seeds on it, and then began to circle the island. The dolphin hasn't come back yet. Last night, the turtle fished up a total of 3 boxes of supplies, all of which were piled together by Ye Chuan. Then he returned to the apartment and sat in front of the super tablet. After filtering out those private messages asking for food and drink, I glanced at the trading panel and found that more than half of the flounder had been traded. However, compared with the previous killer whale meat, the trading speed was obviously much slower. It seems that everyone has realized the importance of resources. Either they keep the resources, or they really run out of ammunition and food. In the public chat room, everyone also discovered the shark's secret. No wonder that big guy can sell so many flounders. I jumped into the sea this morning to catch a supply box. Guess what I found? Fuck, if you want to say it, just say it. If not, get lost. Why are you keeping us in suspense? I found a really huge school of flounder. If you put it that way, it suddenly occurred to me that a liquid secreted by flounder seems to have an effect on the shark's mouth muscles. What's the use? Can we catch the flounder? Don't flounders live on the seabed? How did they get to the surface? As he was watching, he suddenly heard the rapid cry of a dolphin outside. Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel startled. A giant Daruma shark is coming? Chapter 30 Hunting B-Level Marine Life. Ye Chuan immediately ran out with a semi-automatic spear gun and a spear, and saw the dolphin circling the island quickly. It seemed that a giant Daruma shark was chasing it. At that moment, Ye Chuan did not hesitate. He jumped down to the turtle's head and hid under the turtle's head, watching the dolphin turn around again. 20 meters away from the dolphin, there was a slender fish chasing it quickly. It was 2 meters long, with an almost circular mouth, which looked ferocious and terrifying. Ye Chuan took a deep breath, and when the giant Daruma shark passed by him, he swung his spear violently and stabbed it hard into the giant Daruma shark's body. However, the speed of the giant Daruma shark was beyond Ye Chuan's imagination. It dodged Ye Chuan's attack with just a twist of its body, turned around suddenly, bit the tip of the gun, and then spun rapidly like an air conditioning drill. Ye Chuan immediately let go and secretly aimed the spear gun at it. The giant Daruma shark spun more than 10 times in a few seconds, and the spear that was once invincible was bitten off by it. Its hostility towards the dolphin was also transferred to Ye Chuan. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Ye Chuan fiercely. In view of the giant Daruma shark's terrifying reaction speed just now, Ye Chuan did not act rashly this time. He just watched the giant Daruma shark coming at high speed. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The time is now. When it was 3 meters away from Ye Chuan decisively pulled the trigger. Although the giant Daruma shark reacted this time, the speed of the harpoon was not to be underestimated. It pierced its neck directly, causing it to open its mouth almost halfway due to the pain, and then turned around and ran away. The turtle's huge head suddenly jumped out of its shell and bit the harpoon directly in its mouth. After the 30-meter-long fishing line was out, the giant Daruma shark was suddenly stopped and bleeding. The shell of a sea turtle is 3,000 square meters. How strong must it be? In short, no matter how the giant Daruma shark struggled, it could not break free, but the arrow seemed to be loosened. This guy was very strong. If it was allowed to struggle, it might really be able to escape from the arrow. Just in case, Ye Chuan took out the chainsaw, returned to the surface of the sea to take a few breaths, and quickly swam towards the giant Daruma shark. Call. A few minutes later, Ye Chuan staggered back to the shore, and lay down on the shore, gasping for breath. Even though he got half the power of the turtle and ate a level fruit to strengthen his physique, he was still not as adept underwater as he was on the ground. Even when the giant Daruma shark was in desperate situation, it almost killed Ye Chuan. It is worthy of being a B-level marine creature. It is indeed extraordinary. Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift package. Do you want to open it? A few minutes later, the system's voice finally came. This is what Ye Chuan was waiting for. At that moment, he felt that all the efforts were worth it. He immediately said, "Open it." Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 200 vetiver seeds, 1 seawater tap water converter manufacturing diagram, 1 sofa manufacturing diagram, and 1 coffee table manufacturing diagram. Just like the lucky gift package last time, there are 3 manufacturing drawings again. Ye Chuan immediately started to research the manufacturing of the seawater tap water converter, which required 1 seawater tap water converter manufacturing drawing for 100 metal sheets, 100 nails, and 50 pieces of cloth. Very good, I have all these things now. Without any hesitation, Ye Chuan immediately made a seawater to tap water converter and placed it 1 meter away from the west side of the single apartment. In addition to some sophisticated instruments, the most eye-catching are the 2 large water tanks, each of which has 3 cubic meters. 6 cubic meters means 6 tons. The most important thing is that it is not automatic. It requires manpower to pump seawater into these 2 large water tanks, and then convert it into tap water through conversion instruments. This is a big project. However, what makes Ye Chuan feel relieved is that after the converter was manufactured, it was automatically connected to the wash basin, solar energy, wall-mounted boiler, etc., which means that Ye Chuan only needs to pour seawater into the water tank, and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. In order to take a good bath, let's do it. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made 2 wooden barrels and a simple shoulder pole and started carrying water back and forth. Fortunately, he had half the strength of a turtle and had great endurance. It took him 3 hours to finally fill the 2 large barrels. Then he fell to the ground exhausted and gasped for breath. After resting for about half an hour, Ye Chuan got up, spread 200 kilograms of fertile black soil on the ground, and sprinkled vetiver seeds on it. He then studied the other 2 manufacturing drawings and made the sofa and coffee table. Seeing that it was already noon, Ye Chuan first cooked a king crab and ate it. When he felt the water temperature was about right, he immediately rushed into the bathroom, took a comfortable hot bath, and washed his clothes again. I feel so comfortable all over, and that feeling is absolutely amazing. After hanging all the clothes, Ye Chuan lay on the sofa and suddenly felt that he was still missing a TV. How great would it be if he had a TV? But, just think about it, this is ocean survival. Do you really think it's a vacation? Just as he was lying dead, a private chat notification sounded, and Blueberry Jam sent a message. "Brother, when I was fishing for the supply box just now, I caught an egg." Eggs? Ye Chuan was confused. Blueberry Jam immediately put the egg in the trading column. After Ye Chuan received it, the system immediately gave an analysis. Pet eggs, there is a 1 in 10 million chance of getting one, a 30 chance of hatching a pet, and a 10 chance of the pet becoming S-level or SS level. Fuck, Ye Chuan's jaw almost dropped. 1 in 10 million. That means out of the 30 million island owners, only 3 can get it, and Blueberry Jam is one of these 3 lucky ones? People say she is lucky, and it turns out she is really lucky. System, how can we hatch the eggs in this wilderness? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan asked again. Put the pet egg into the burning wooden board. After an hour, the success or failure will be clear, the system replied. If that's the case, it's not that difficult. Ye Chuan nodded and immediately traded back the eggs, several wooden boards, and the lighter. Brother, why did you give me so many things? Blueberry Jam asked puzzledly. This is a pet egg. Put it in the burning wood, and it will hatch. Ye Chuan replied, Hatch it. Really? Blueberry Jam was delighted, but she didn't collect the things. Chapter 31. S-level pet. Favors cannot be repaid. Why don't you put it away? More than 10 minutes passed, and seeing that the Blueberry Jam had not been put away, Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. Blueberry Jam made an embarrassed expression and replied, Brother, in my current state, I can't even keep it alive after it's hatched. You should hatch it yourself. If it's cute, you can let me play with it when you have the chance in the future. Isn't this bad? Ye Chuan was stunned. He now doesn't know whether this girl is naive or honest. This is a treasure with S-level potential. How can she just give it to someone else? If I really accept it and hatch it, then I will owe her a favor and I will probably need to keep providing her with food. You gave me the drink, which saved my life. What's wrong with me giving an egg to my savior? Blueberry Jam replied immediately, brother, just accept it. Anyway, it will probably not hatch if I keep it here, and I can't keep it alive. Okay then. Since things had come to this, Ye Chuan no longer refused. He immediately took the things out, put them on the grill, and started grilling them. If you can successfully hatch a pet, it's your luck. If you fail to hatch, just think of it as baking an egg. By this time, the wash clothes had dried. Ye Chuan immediately ran over and put on his clothes. He couldn't help but sigh. He actually forgot to prepare a few more sets of clothes when he came. Although it was not allowed to bring anything in for ocean survival, he was smart enough to put on a few more clothes. I don't know if I can get clothes as rewards by opening the supply box or signing in through the system. Otherwise, I have to take off my clothes every time I do the laundry. It's okay if no one is here now, but if it happens in the future, won't it be embarrassing? My pig and my turtle fished up 2 more supply boxes, and Ye Chuan pushed them directly to the other 3 supply boxes. After adding a few more wooden boards under the barbecue grill, he returned to the apartment to check the public chat room. After an hour, no useful information was found. Thinking that the pet egg was almost done, Ye Chuan immediately went back to the barbecue grill. Seeing that the fire was about to go out but the pet egg was still motionless, he thought for a moment and put another piece of wood on it. It's been more than an hour now, and there is still no movement. I guess it has failed. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was about to eat the eggs as barbecue. But then there was a click sound, and a crack appeared on the egg. Then more and more cracks appeared, and with a pop, the pet egg broke into pieces, and a bird with fur, bright red claws, and half an eggshell covering its head appeared in front of Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was originally thinking about picking it up from the barbecue grill, but the little thing jumped up and ran away, and Ye Chuan immediately chased after it. The little thing ran for more than 20 meters and finally hit the stone in the flower bed. Half of the eggshell shattered into pieces, and an ugly but cute little guy suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chuan. At the same time, an information panel appeared in front of Ye Chuan. Name, Albatross. Level 0, Childhood. Evolution value, 0/500. Skills, none. Talent, none. Note, S-level pets will automatically recognize their owners and will demonstrate powerful abilities when they enter their growth period. Awesome S-level. Ye Chuan couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. After all, this was the first S-level item Ye Chuan had obtained. He couldn't be more excited. After seeing Ye Chuan laughing, the little guy actually raised his head, opened his mouth, and made a few click sounds to express his happiness. His ability to imitate is quite impressive. System, what does this little guy eat? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Is the level increased the same as that of a dolphin? The main food of albatrosses is various fish, and their levels increase with the growth of evolution value. The system immediately gave an answer. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately threw an ordinary sea fish to the little guy. Although the little guy was currently the size of an adult pigeon, he had an amazing appetite. He swallowed a 1-pound sea fish in one gulp, which really shocked Ye Chuan. Oh my god, does he have such a big appetite? As he said this, he threw another sea fish to the little fellow. Just like before, it swallowed it in one gulp and immediately somersaulted on the spot in excitement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level pet albatross. The host is rewarded with a pet gift package. Do you want to open it? Suddenly, the system's voice came over. There are rewards for S-level pets? Ye Chuan's expression changed. He was also very surprised by this unexpected surprise and immediately replied, Open it. The gift package is opening, please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 evolution points, 1 bird's nest manufacturing diagram, and 100 kilograms of dried fish. Dried fish. Ye Chuan smiled. Why did he feel like he was raising a kitten? However, 100 kilograms of dried fish would be enough for this little guy to eat for a while. The evolution value of 2,000 points is used to upgrade the little guy. However, with these evolution values, it is just right for the turtle to upgrade once. This makes Ye Chuan a little entangled, whether to upgrade the little guy or the turtle. However, after considering for more than 10 seconds, Ye Chuan decisively added all the evolution points to the turtle. After all, it only takes 500 evolution points for the little guy to reach level 1. After signing in tomorrow to obtain the evolution points, he can upgrade it. As the turtle slowly grew larger, Ye Chuan opened the island's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 4, 0/5000. Skill, water bomb, basic. Talents, longevity, fast healing. Note, after being injured, the healing speed is 10,000 times the normal healing speed. Is this true? Ye Chuan's jaw almost dropped in surprise. The healing speed is 10,000 times faster than the normal healing speed. What kind of concept is this? For example, if you are cut and the wound is 2 centimeters deep and 20 centimeters long, it will only take more than a minute to heal. The sea turtle can feed back 50 of Ye Chuan's energy, which means that if Ye Chuan suffers severe skin injuries, he can recover in 2 minutes at the latest. If it is some minor skin injuries, the healing time will be even shorter. This is an amazing talent. This made Ye Chuan feel a little fond of blueberry jam, and he was very glad that he gave her some rainwater out of pity, thus establishing a connection with her. Of course, this is also what I earned with my kindness. However, no matter how big the gift is, I can't repay the favor of blueberry jam. I have to keep providing blueberry jam with unlimited food. Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chuan turned to the grill, took out the 2 A-grade golden pomfret, and started grilling them. After sprinkling the barbecue seasoning on it and notifying it that it was cooked, Ye Chuan immediately took 100 milliliters of grade A purified water and traded it to the blueberry jam. Chapter 32 Upgrade completed, Level 4 Island. Brother, it's barbecue? Blueberry jam immediately sent a shocked expression and said in disbelief, "This smells too good, right? It's freshly baked. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold." Ye Chuan replied with a smiling emoticon. He immediately put away the blueberry jam and started to eat it. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head, then started to eat his dinner. Just as he had guessed before, the effects of A-grade golden pomfret and A-grade apple are basically the same. As the fish meat went down his stomach, a warm current suddenly began to rise in his stomach and then began to spread throughout his body. The feeling of comfort also slowly appeared. Blueberry jam. After happily eating the fish, he drank all 100 milliliters of pure water. After eating and drinking her fill, she finally felt something strange in her body, as if she was having a SBA. This was the first time she felt so comfortable since coming to Ocean World. She could not help but slowly lie down in a makeshift tent, quietly enjoying this feeling. The whole person is a little confused. After dinner, seeing that night was about to fall, Ye Chuan immediately took out the bird's nest-making plan, planning to make a bird's nest. The bird's nest requires bird's nest making plan 1, wooden boards 10, cloth pieces 10, and metal pieces 4. This was actually very simple. Ye Chuan made it immediately and placed it outside the door. I originally thought of putting them in the house, but birds are very straightforward and will poop whenever they want. By then, the whole house will be filled with the smell of shit. Just thinking about it makes me feel sour. But the little guy didn't mind where it was, and he knew at a glance that it was a nest built for him. So he jumped in immediately, stomped his tender little feet a few times, narrowed his eyes, and called to Ye Chuan a few times. Ye Chuan fed it 2 more sea fish and said with a smile, "You can live here from now on." After saying that, he went back to the room and started browsing the super tablet. After a whole day, there were only about 20 flounders left for sale. However, in addition to Ye Chuan, another person put sea fish on the market for trading. What he put on the market was also flounder, which must have been caught by jumping into the sea. In the public chat room, everyone was also discussing this matter. Maybe some big guy jumped into the sea and caught the flounder? The number of flounders this big guy put on the shelf is not very large. He must have caught them himself. Well, the main reason is that there are too many flounders in the sea. Those who are familiar with the water can definitely catch 1 or 2 even if they jump in and scoop them with their hands. At least they can have enough food and clothing. I'll try to fish it out tomorrow morning. Damn it, I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. Dude, I think you shouldn't hold your hopes too high. The fish won't just stay there and wait for you to catch it. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head. About 10 minutes later, Blueberry Jam sent a private message. "Brother, your food is simply amazing. I still feel warm all over. It's so comfortable. This can strengthen your body and improve your resistance. It can also treat mild illnesses such as colds." Ye Chuan explained, "Don't worry, you will get food from time to time in the future." Thank you so much." Blueberry Jam's expression changed, and he quickly thanked her. "You're welcome." After Ye Chuan replied, he didn't talk to her anymore. But Blueberry Jam was so excited that she almost cried. He was willing to provide her with water, and now he also provided her with food from time to time. She felt like she had met a living bodhisattva. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid my bet will win. As he scrolled through the tablet, Ye Chuan quickly felt sleepy, so he lay down and fell asleep. The next day, he heard the system's voice almost at the same time, and immediately said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 4. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Open it. Ye Chuan was delighted and spoke immediately. After upgrading for more than 10 hours, it was finally successful. Now the area of the island has increased from 3,000 square meters to 4,000 square meters. I guess it is considered large among those novice island owners, right? The upgrade gift package is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 2 A-grade apples, 2 small nutrient solutions, and 1 loom manufacturing diagram. I remember that when I was at level 3 last time, I was rewarded with 500 growth points. I didn't expect that now at level 4, the growth value reward has been increased to 1,000 points. But what the hell is the loom manufacturing diagram? Who can learn such a primitive skill as weaving? Without thinking about this problem for the time being, Ye Chuan immediately added all 1,500 growth points to the albatross. Visibly, the little guy seemed to have grown nearly 10 centimeters, and the system's voice also rang out. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 1. You will receive an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host pet for upgrading to level 2. And get an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? It's the same as when we upgraded the dolphin before, but all 1,500 evolution points were added, and the little guy was upgraded twice in a row, directly reaching level 2. Turn them all on. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 1 stone, 2 wooden boards, and 2 plastics. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 2 stones, 3 metal pieces, and 1 spicy strip. There are also spicy strips? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately took out the spicy strips and took a look. It was actually the Xiaowizi spicy strips. For Ye Chuan, who loves spicy food, this is simply the best gift. Today's breakfast is settled. Putting away the spicy strips, Ye Chuan glanced at the information panel of Albatross. Name, Albatross. Level 2, infant. Evolution value, 0/1500. Skills, none. Talent, none. How come you have no skills or talents even though you're already level 2? Ye Chuan scratched his head suspiciously. You can't even fly? The little guy raised his head, stared at Ye Chuan with a pair of innocent big eyes, and called out twice, looking cute and adorable. Ye Chuan couldn't help but take out 2 handfuls of dried fish and put them in front of the little guy. The little guy seemed to have found the most delicious thing. His eyes became bright, and he started to eat the dried fish with relish. Take it easy. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head. Next, Ye Chuan planned to upgrade the little guy to level 4 in one go to see if he could awaken any skills or talents. However, Ye Chuan also needs to have breakfast now and eat spicy noodles. Chapter 33, Television. Boil 500 milliliters of fresh water, put in the instant noodles, and fry 2 eggs. Soon the aroma of the noodles spread throughout the island. I opened a box of Xiaowizi, took a bite of instant noodles, then a bite of Xiaowizi, and immediately started sweating. It's so beautiful. Ye Chuan is now thinking, if there is internet and mobile phones on the island, if he does a food broadcast, wouldn't the other island owners be so jealous that they die? I guess in the entire ocean world, I'm the only one who can eat eggs and small trout right now? After breakfast, Ye Chuan stacked up the 3 supply boxes collected by the 2 turtle brothers, and immediately took a small bottle of nutrient solution and poured it on the lettuce. He then diluted another bottle with 1,000 milliliters of fresh water and poured it on the spinach and peppers. However, after 2 days of using the nutrient solution, the spinach and peppers are already 3 or 4 centimeters tall, and the lettuce has sprouted. It is estimated that in a few days, lettuce heads will grow. The special tree species is now half a meter tall, and 2 emerald green leaves have finally appeared on the originally bare tip. This is indeed good news for Ye Chuan. As for vetiver, the first ones planted also sprouted small shoots. Even without the nutrient solution, the growth rate is quite fast. After checking around again and standing at the edge of the island for a while, Ye Chuan did the 8th set of radio gymnastics twice before returning to the room. However, Ye Chuan suddenly discovered a torn manufacturing diagram in the system's inventory, with only the word electricity in it. This made Ye Chuan's expression change. Could there be something related to electricity on this island? But since it is a broken manufacturing blueprint, it should be related to Lu Shuai. This guy must have found something good, right? Thinking about it, he immediately sent a private message to Lu Shuai. What exactly is the manufacturing plan you issued? I don't know. Lu Shuai replied with 3 words in seconds. Brother, we are now in the same boat. Ye Chuan immediately replied with a smile. I think you'd better tell me. After all, your manufacturing diagram is also incomplete. Only when we combine the two into one can we have a complete manufacturing diagram. This time, it took about 10 seconds for Lu Shuai to reply. It's a picture of a man with a slicked-back haircut manufacturing a TV. Really? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Hurry up and trade the remaining 70 of your manufacturing drawings to me. Give me 500 milliliters of fresh water in exchange." Lu Shuai replied, "You dare to bargain with me? Do you believe I will beat you up when I get back to your island?" Ye Chuan immediately made a threatening expression. "I'll give you 10 seconds to make your choice." Lu Shuai fell into silence, and it was not until the 10th second that he finally sent the incomplete manufacturing drawing to the trading column. Ye Chuan then accepted the manufacturing drawing and obtained the complete TV manufacturing drawing. Afterwards, Ye Chuan did some research and found that the manufacturing of a TV required TV manufacturing drawing 1, plastic 50, metal sheets 20, nails 10, and glass 2. Oh my God, do we need so much plastic? Ye Chuan was shocked for a moment, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, televisions are mostly made of plastic, so it is understandable that a large amount of plastic is needed, but the key is the glass. I haven't made one yet, and I wonder if others have done it. At present, there are quite a lot of wooden boards, cloths, metal sheets, stones, and nails, but no plastics and glass at all. It seems that these two things will be used in many places in a later stage. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately went out and ejected the fishing net, then began to pull it up with force. Flounder 278, Grouper 10, Hairtail 3, King Crab 1. Although the catch is much less than the first time I cast the net, it is still pretty good. After Ye Chuan collected the other fish, he immediately put all the flounders on the shelf. Flounder 1 equals plastic 2, Flounder 1 equals glass 2. For a moment, it caused a commotion in the public chat room. See? Another big guy has put Flounder on the shelves. This time he's collecting plastic and glass. Did you get glass? No, the most I sell are wood and metal sheets. I sell very little plastic, let alone glass. What on earth does the boss want to make that requires glass? It's really confusing. How can we understand the world of the big boss? I'm so envious. I feel like I'm going to die. At the same time, a private message popped up. "Boss, I have 5 pieces of glass. I need 500 milliliters of water. Don't you know that water resources are the most scarce in the entire ocean world? You asked for 500 milliliters right away. Why don't you go and grab it?" Ye Chuan replied unhappily, "You're really asking for too much." "I know, so I haven't seen fresh water for 3 days. If I hadn't produced and sold it myself, I might have died." The other party replied, "So I really want to drink water now." These words really disgusted Ye Chuan. Self-production and self-sales. How great must one's desire for water be to do such a thing? At that moment, Ye Chuan did not bargain and immediately put a bottle of mineral water in the transaction column. The other party immediately put 5 pieces of glass, and the two immediately completed the transaction. "By the way, how did you open the glass?" After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan asked again. "I opened a supply box and found it this morning." The other party replied after more than 10 seconds. "I opened 5 supply boxes before, and there was no glass. I only found it today." "Oh," Ye Chuan nodded. "It seems that glass, as a resource, has just appeared. I believe that in a few days, everyone will be able to use glass, and the same goes for plastic." Just as he was thinking, Zhao Feiyu suddenly put a faucet manufacturing diagram into the transaction column of the two people's private chat. "I opened a faucet manufacturing diagram, but I didn't use it. I think it should be useful to you, right?" Yes, I really need a faucet here." Ye Chuan replied immediately. "There is a seawater tap water converter, but several water pipes are installed directly to several places such as solar energy, and there are no extra faucets or even water pipes. Although the wash basin faucet can be used barely, it is still inconvenient." Ye Chuan had originally thought of a way to make money, but because it was inconvenient to connect to tap water, he temporarily put it on hold. As a result, Zhao Feiyu came with a faucet manufacturing drawing, which instantly helped him solve the big problem. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately accepted the faucet manufacturing drawings and traded the 5 flounders. Zhao Feiyu didn't say anything and accepted it directly. Ye Chuan immediately went out to look around and then asked, "System, now I have the faucet manufacturing diagram. Can I connect this faucet to the seawater tap water converter system?" Chapter 34, Poisoned. Dangerous. "Yes." The system replied immediately. Then connected outside the room, on the wall next to the converter. Ye Chuan acted quickly and immediately made a faucet. A 30-centimeter pipe extended from the wall, and then a faucet was connected. The reason why Ye Chuan was so anxious to own a faucet was mainly because he wanted to get water conveniently. Judging from the fact that many people have actively traded with me during this period, what everyone lacks most at the moment is water. The island owner's demand for water is at least 3 times or more than that for food. Ye Chuan had tasted this converted tap water before. It was just like the ordinary tap water at home, with a smell of chlorine. Although it was not very tasty, in this ocean world where every inch of water is valuable, was it necessary to be so particular? Next, if you directly use 100 milliliters of tap water to exchange for resources, it will definitely be faster and more than exchanging it with flounder. However, this is just Ye Chuan's guess, and it still needs to be put into practice. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately used a mineral water bottle to collect 2 bottles of tap water, divided it into 10 portions, and put them on the shelf with 100 milliliters each. All of them were traded as plastic, and 5 pieces of plastic were traded for every 100 milliliters. In just a dozen seconds, 5 out of 10 tap water orders were sold, and the news spread quickly in the public chat room. Did you see that? A big shot actually used tap water to trade plastic. Use tap water. I was lucky enough to have 5 plastics. I traded them for 100 milliliters of tap water. I tasted it, and it tasted exactly like the tap water at home. How do you think he got the tap water? Did he drill a well? Did your head get squeezed by the door? That's well water. Could it be tap water? Instead of arguing about this, you might as well go get the supply boxes. It's not like the tap water is undrinkable. Tomorrow is half a month, and the rental function will be open soon. Does anyone want to rent anything? Looking at the screen, Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Then he remembered this matter. According to the regulations of the ocean world, the leasing system will be activated half a month after all island owners enter the ocean world. You can rent out the tools you have on hand. For example, 1 hour of renting out requires a wooden board or 2 metal sheets, so as to increase the growth rate of the island owners. Some people may wonder, what if the other party does not return the tools after getting them? This is thanks to the rules of the ocean world. When the time comes, the tools will automatically return to the owner. This situation will never happen. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately sent a message to Lu Yi. Did you see what they said in the public chat room? The rental system will be open tomorrow. Your fishing nets can be rented out when not in use. I saw it. Lu Yi replied immediately. After replying, Lu Yi remained silent. This made Ye Chuan frown slightly. Logically speaking, Lu Yi should be fishing for supply boxes or looking for supply boxes now. It is impossible for him to stay next to the super tablet. Moreover, he only replied with 3 words, which was a bit unlike Lu Yi's character. What happened to you? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so Ye Chuan asked immediately. This time, it took nearly half a minute for Lu Yi to reply. There was a supply box this morning that the fishing net couldn't get up. It was right on the shore, so I tried to get it out of the water, but a green fish over 1 meter long bit my calf. What? Ye Chuan was shocked. I feel weak all over, sweating, and the wound is still bleeding. Lu Yi replied. Could it be a moray eel? This kind of fish usually likes to hide in the crevices of reefs. Under normal circumstances, it's nothing serious. But once they feel threatened, they will become very ferocious and will even attack humans. Moreover, a large number of moray eels are poisonous. According to what Lu Yi said, the one that bit her should be a green moray eel known as the Hulk, which is indeed poisonous. But this thing usually lives on the seabed. How come it came to the surface of the sea like the flounder? Could it be that something strange happened on the seabed? However, this is not something Ye Chuan should consider at the moment. He immediately took 200 milliliters of grade of fresh water, took out a grade A apple he had just obtained, and put it in the trading column. The thing that bit you is highly poisonous. Don't say anything. Pour half of the water on the wound, drink the other half, and then eat the apple. Under such circumstances, Lu Yi did not bother to be polite with Ye Chuan and accepted them all immediately. Lu Yi's face now has no color at all. It can be described as extremely pale. She also knows that she must have been poisoned, but in the ocean world, there is no such thing as an antidote. Maybe, I can only wait for death? Now that he had obtained Ye Chuan's things, he immediately followed Ye Chuan's instructions, rolled up his pants, poured about 100 milliliters of grade of fresh water on it, and then drank all the remaining water. For a moment, a cool feeling came from the wound, and the pain gradually disappeared. Lu Yi was delighted, and then he felt a warm current beginning to warm his entire body, and even his strength was restored a little. It really works. Lu Yi was delighted and ate the apple without leaving any at all. Just like the water he had just drunk, the warm feeling increased instead of diminishing, and his strength also grew stronger. In just a few minutes, he had recovered half of his strength. Lu Yi couldn't help but send a message to Ye Chuan excitedly. Your stuff is so effective. It's only been a few minutes, and I'm halfway healed. I really don't know how to thank you. Don't say thank you. It seems that you can't thank me any other way except by giving me your body. Ye Chuan replied, and made a mischievous, tongue-sticking expression. After seeing this reply, Lu Yi couldn't help but blush, and then sent a series of laughing emojis. I'll take a break first, and then go get the supply box. Ye Chuan felt that his joke might have been a bit too much, so he made an okay expression and walked out of the room. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chirp. The little guy's cry was heard suddenly. After turning around, he was not on the island. Following the sound, I suddenly saw the little guy jumping out of the sea with a sea fish in his mouth. Then he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Huh. Ye Chuan was stunned. This little guy can actually catch fish by himself? But the information panel shows that this little guy can't do anything at the moment and is ranked first in eating. Is there something wrong with the system? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a splash, and a big fish suddenly jumped out of the sea and swallowed the little guy in one bite. Fuck! Ye Chuan shuddered and immediately shouted, Fuck you! Save your brother! Chapter 35. The duck in the mouth flew away. The dolphins had been circling around the island. They saw the big fish, and after jumping out of the water, they turned around and returned to the sea, rushing rapidly into the sea. After hearing Ye Chuan's shout, the dolphin dived into the sea and chased the big fish quickly. This fish was more than 3 meters long, with a bone object more than 1 meter long sticking out from the front of its mouth. It looked very sharp. When it found that a dolphin was chasing it, it turned its head and rammed the dolphin hard. This guy is almost as long as a dolphin, but the sharp object in front of its mouth makes the dolphin a little scared. It does not fight the big fish head-on, but turns around and rushes towards the turtle. The sea turtle had also received Ye Chuan's order. When it was still more than 10 meters away from the big fish, it fired a water bullet and hit the big fish right in the belly. The big fish felt pain and opened its mouth, and the pigeon-sized albatross was actually sprayed out by it. The little guy entered the sea and immediately rushed towards the surface like an arrow, with the big fish following closely behind. The duck that was in its mouth didn't want to let it escape like this. Chirp, chirp. A few seconds later, accompanied by a sharp cry, the albatross soared into the sky, flapped its 2 small wings rapidly, and finally landed steadily. The big fish also jumped out of the sea and rushed towards the little guy on the island, and the sharp spear in front of its mouth poked it hard. Shit! Ye Chuan took a deep breath, turned to the side, drew his bow and shot an arrow, which went straight into the big fish's head. The poor big fish just wanted to have a bite of hot food, so it rushed to the shore with great ambition and could not go back. Such long teeth. Is this a narwhal? Looking at the big fish, Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself in surprise, and then glanced at the little guy. Why don't you just wander around the island when you have nothing to do? You actually went to the sea to catch fish. You've learned to show off at such a young age. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As if the little guy understood what Ye Chuan said, he actually cried out a few times in grievance. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and couldn't help looking at the little guy's information panel. Name, Albatross. Level 2, Infant. Evolution value, 0/1500. Skills, none. Talent, none. Just like before, it has neither skills nor talents, but this little guy can not only catch fish, but also swim. Is this a bug that the system cannot display at all? Unable to figure it out, he stopped dwelling on it. Ye Chuan threw a handful of dried fish to the little fellow and said, Next time you go into the water, ask your pig brother to accompany you. With your size, a slightly bigger fish will eat you up as a snack. Chirp. The little guy squinted his eyes at Ye Chuan again and called out a few times to express his gratitude and happiness. Ye Chuan shook his head helplessly, turned around, and looked at the narwhal. After thinking for a while, he decided to treat it the same as the killer whale last time. He directly took out the chainsaw and cut it into 500 g portions of fish meat. After leaving more than 20 kilograms, the rest were all put on the shelves. Like the flounder, at least 1,000 were traded for plastic and glass, and the rest were traded for the ordinary resources mentioned above. At this time, many island owners have jumped directly into the sea to catch fish. After all, flounder are rampant now, and as long as you can swim, you can catch 1 or 2. However, Ye Chuan's narwhal still caused quite a stir in the public chat room. Who is this boss? He even caught a narwhal. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed to death? This time, the boss gave 500 g of food, but the amount of resources we got in exchange is about the same as before. Does this mean that our demand for food has decreased a lot? Compared to the killer whale, the narwhal is quite docile. But how did they get such a huge creature ashore? It must weigh at least 2,000 kilograms. Does anyone have antibiotics or anti-inflammatory drugs? I was bitten by a fish when I went into the water, and the bleeding won't stop. I feel like I'm going to die. Yes, Yes, I was bitten too, but it wasn't serious. If I don't get a tetanus shot, I don't know if it will get infected. Watching these people chatting, Ye Chuan couldn't help but frown. First, the flounder and the fish living on the seabed came to the surface of the sea, and recently some fish began to attack humans. All this seemed to indicate that something was about to happen. Moreover, Ye Chuan's heartbeat has occasionally accelerated these days, which is not a good sign. Boss, I have a manufacturing blueprint. Can I exchange it with you for a few pounds of whale meat? At this time, a private message popped up. What manufacturing diagram? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he replied immediately. Vacuum pump manufacturing drawings. The other party replied, I don't know what this thing is used for. If you don't want it, I only have 2 pieces of plastic. I wonder if I can exchange them for 1 pound. If you give me the vacuum pump manufacturing plan, I'll give you 1,000 grams of fish meat. Ye Chuan replied, and immediately put 2 pounds of fish meat into the trading column. Others don't need it, but Ye Chuan really needs it. Since the single apartment was built, the fully automatic smart flush toilet has been moved to the bathroom. It is clean, but the key is the smell. Although there is a window in the bathroom, it is still a bit slow for the smell to dissipate as quickly as possible. If there is a vacuum fan, this problem can be easily solved. After the transaction was successful, Ye Chuan immediately made the vacuum pump and successfully installed it in the bathroom. Just as he was about to try it, he was suddenly confused. No power. I was thinking about making a TV as soon as possible, but if I make a TV, it will be like a vacuum pump that can't be used without electricity. So isn't it just like an iron box? This is indeed a big problem. Although the problem needs to be solved after it is raised, Ye Chuan currently does not know how to solve it. Either he can build a large generator or use hydropower to generate electricity, but currently both methods must rely on system support. System, when can the generator be turned on? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan asked directly. However, the system seems to have crashed again and there is no response. Maybe the time is not ripe yet. Ye Chuan did not dwell on this matter anymore, but sent a private message to Zhao Feiyu, Blueberry Jam, and Lu Shuai. There are extremely aggressive fish in the sea these days. It is best not to go into the water, otherwise your life may be in danger. Blueberry Jam immediately replied, Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I also saw the message in the chat room. There was a supply box not far away, but I didn't dare to go into the water to get it. Just be careful. Ye Chuan replied again. About half an hour later, Zhao Feiyu replied, I've already gone into the water and killed an electric eel. I can have boiled electric eel tonight. So awesome. Ye Chuan was stunned and replied immediately. By the way, I've opened another manufacturing diagram. See if it's useful, Zhao Feiyu said, and put a manufacturing diagram into the trading column. Chapter 36. Li Bo takes action. Ye Chuan is in danger. Gas stove manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan was stunned. I currently cook outside using a barbecue grill and a big pot. This gas stove can be placed in the kitchen. Anyway, the single apartment comes with cabinets after it is built, so I can just place the gas stove on the cabinet. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took the gas stove manufacturing diagram and gave Zhao Feiyu some narwhal meat. Zhao Feiyu immediately showed a shocked expression. Did you kill this narwhal? Yes, it's luck. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Okay. Zhao Feiyu replied with these 2 words, and then there was no more movement. Ye Chuan didn't care, but Zhao Feiyu's heart was already in uproar at this moment. He couldn't believe that anyone could kill a whale with bare hands. And he killed a killer whale last time, so he has hunted 2 whales so far. As a special forces soldier, Zhao Feiyu knew well how difficult it was to fight against sea beasts in the ocean. Even with modern weapons, it was not necessarily possible to kill the opponent. But this guy succeeded. Who is he? A world-class soldier? Ye Chuan didn't know about Zhao Feiyu's guess. He had just made a gas stove and placed it directly in a suitable place in the kitchen with the help of the system. However, there was a problem that made Ye Chuan a little confused. There was no natural gas. Without electricity and gas, what's the use of Ye Chuan having these modern tools? Is he just going to stand by and watch? It's all in vain. We should wait until we get electricity and natural gas before using them. Finally, Ye Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, not dwelling on it anymore. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Ye Chuan grilled 3 groupers and traded 1 to Blueberry Jam and 1 to Louis. Louis didn't want it at first, but considering that he had just recovered, he didn't refuse. Blueberry Jam was so excited. Brother, you have such a great life. You can eat all kinds of fish, and they are all very expensive fish. I'm almost tired of it. I kind of miss the braised pork. Ye Chuan replied. As for seafood, I'll just have to make do with it. Yeah, you're so awesome. I'll have braised pork. Blueberry Jam replied immediately. After the 6-month novice period is over, I'll definitely buy you the most delicious braised pork in the world. Wait and see. After Ye Chuan replied with these 4 words, he went to have dinner. Not long after they finished eating, when night had almost fallen, the dolphins suddenly let out a slight alarm call, and even the little ones whistled a few times in vigilance. Ye Chuan narrowed his eyes and immediately sneaked out of the room. Following the little guy's line of sight, he saw a small boat in the distance. The small boat was parked on the sea and seemed to have set its sights on its own island. This reminded Ye Chuan of the small boat that was planned to attack Lu Yi's island a week ago. If Lu Yi had not been alert, he might have died in the northwest. Does this boat have the same owner as the boat that attacked Lu Yi? You are lying motionless on the sea. It seems that you are planning to come to me at night when it is quiet. Ye Chuan sneered. Okay, let me see how strong you are. On the boat, Li Bo was secretly observing everything on the island with a monocular telescope. He was a little surprised. This man actually has a reinforced concrete house, and there are so many boxes of supplies and some things I don't even recognize. He must be a rich man. Could it be that he caught those fish and other things listed on the trading panel? The woman asked in a low voice. Maybe, Li Bo said calmly. But these things will be ours soon, in 3 hours. He must have weapons. Are you sure you want to go to the island? The woman asked cautiously. We have already plundered 2 islands in the past few days. Do you think this island can escape the fate of being plundered? Li Bo turned his head and glared at the woman fiercely. Let's sleep first. At night, we will go to the island to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. As time passed, the bright moon rose high in the sky, covering the sea with a layer of light veil. The woman rowed the boat, and Li Bo, holding a dagger in his hand, quietly moved towards the island. However, the distance between the boat and the island was only 1 nautical mile, but after rowing for an hour, it seemed that the distance between the boat and the island had not changed at all. This made Li Bo frown, and he turned his head and glared at the woman fiercely. Do you have the strength? I'm almost dying of exhaustion, the woman said aggrievedly. Why do I feel like we've hit a wall? It shouldn't have taken so long without any progress. Give it to me. Li Bo grabbed the oar and began to row quickly towards the island. However, just like before, no matter how hard Li Bo tried, he could not get close to the island. After rowing for more than an hour, seeing that the island was still about 1 nautical mile away from him, Li Bo felt a little desperate. As an atheist, he doesn't believe in ghost walls. But the current situation made him a little scared. He had already used up half of his strength before the fight even started. Was he just going to give up today? Brother, why do I feel that the island is closer to us? At this moment, the woman suddenly said in a low voice. Li Bo was startled and immediately looked towards the island. Sure enough, the distance had been shortened by at least half. What was going on? This island can move by itself. The next second, the woman expressed her guess. Bullshit. Li Bo turned around and slapped the woman, then asked angrily, how could an island move on its own? As soon as he finished speaking, the island had already arrived in front of the boat. Ye Chuan stood on the shore, looking at Li Bo and the others jokingly. You too. You have been staring at me during the day, and you are planning to go to my island at night. What do you want to do? Li Bo was shocked and looked at Ye Chuan in disbelief. Your island can really move? If it can't move, do you think you can chase it for 2 hours and still not catch up? Ye Chuan asked back. Damn it. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and began to calculate the distance between himself and Ye Chuan. The two of them are only 3 meters apart. If I launch a sudden attack, I have a 70% chance of killing him with 1 blow. Then the island will be mine. However, Ye Chuan's island actually moved, which forced Li Bo to guess that Ye Chuan had a backup plan. Therefore, he did not dare to make any unusual movements, and for a while, he was in a stalemate with Ye Chuan. The woman rolled her eyes, looked at Ye Chuan pitifully, and said, Brother, this man kidnapped me and smashed my super tablet. Can you save me? Boy, you are the guy who wanted to trade the super tablet with me before, right? Ye Chuan patted his forehead and asked jokingly. Chapter 37. You can choose your own clothes. It's you? After these words came out, Li Bo's eyes widened. He also didn't expect that he would be rejected the first time he actively sought a deal. He had originally thought about finding the other party and teaching him a lesson, but he encountered it so soon. What a coincidence, Ye Chuan said with a smile. Brother, the woman looked at Ye Chuan with resentment. Her expression made me feel pity for her. Whoosh. Just as Ye Chuan looked at the woman, Li Bo moved. The speed was so fast that even Ye Chuan couldn't fully catch it, but he still subconsciously threw a punch. Bang! This punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Li Bo was directly thrown 7 or 8 meters away. He lay on the ground and did not get up. Instead, he laughed and shouted, Boy, you are done. Oh, Ye Chuan was stunned and slowly lowered his head. Only then did he discover that there was a wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood was flowing out rapidly. However, Ye Chuan did not care about the wound, but slowly walked towards Li Bo. Li Bo struggled to stand up, still with a smile on his face. The wound was 1 centimeter in size, almost breaking the bone. Even bleeding could put him into shock. All he needed to do now was to delay time. But the next second, Li Bo's smile finally froze on his face. He simply couldn't believe that this man's wound was healing slowly. In just a dozen seconds, the bleeding had stopped. How was this possible? Li Bo swallowed hard and took a few steps back unconsciously. First, the island moved. Then this guy was able to heal himself when seriously injured, and now it was night. Could it be true that, as that woman said, this man was a ghost? Thinking of this, Li Bo dared not take any action. He quickly ran to the boat, took the oar, and paddled hard. However, he heard a loud bang, and the dolphin in the water suddenly slammed into the boat. The poor boat broke into 2 halves without any suspense. Li Bo's face changed again and again. He turned around and climbed back to the shore desperately. Now that you're on my island, do you think you can still run away? Ye Chuan asked jokingly. Brother, I still have a lot of stones, planks, and other resources. I also have 5 bottles of mineral water. Don't kill me. I will give you all the resources. Li Bo shouted immediately. I can also be your subsidiary island. Where is your island? Ye Chuan asked jokingly. I felt the island was useless, so I moved everything onto the ship. Li Bo said quickly. It's much faster to fish for supply boxes in the sea than on the island. Give me a chance. I won't let you down. Ye Chuan shook his head, took out a longbow, pulled the bow to its full length, and aimed at Li Bo. Li Bo's pupil shrank, and he quickly shouted, Brother, as long as you don't kill me, you can ask me to do anything. At this point, Ye Chuan's arrow had already shot into Li Bo's body, frightening the woman, and she instantly screamed. A stream of liquid flowed down her thigh, and she cried pitifully, Don't kill me. I'm a captive. I won't kill you, just go away. Ye Chuan said calmly. Let me stay and serve you. I can do anything, the woman said pitifully. If you throw me into the sea, I will die. I give you 2 choices, either die or leave. I don't want anyone else on my island except me. Ye Chuan said coldly. But, roll. The woman bit her lip and was about to speak when she was frightened by Ye Chuan's roar. She didn't dare to say anything and turned around and jumped into the sea. Ye Chuan stepped forward and threw Li Bo's body into the sea, then commanded the turtles to move towards a place. He doesn't need to care about this corpse. The creatures in the sea will naturally help him deal with it. As for that woman, Ye Chuan would not pay any attention to her. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Besides, there is no need for him to add another mouth to feed on the island, right? After asking Brother 2 to be on guard, Ye Chuan turned around and went back to sleep. After sleeping till dawn, he stretched himself and said, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 1 clothing package of your choice, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Note: for the self-selected clothing package, you can choose a set of seasonal clothes, 1 out of 12. What? Ye Chuan's expression changed. His clothes were just torn last night, and the system gave him a benefit early in the morning. The one who knows me is the system. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately opened the self-selected clothing bag, and a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The patterns of 12 sets of clothes all appeared in front of Ye Chuan. They were all famous brands, and they were beautiful clothes that combined comfort and beauty. At the moment, Ye Chuan chose a white shirt and black pants outfit, and a purple leather jacket on the outside to wear when it's cold. In short, one word: cool. However, before putting on the new clothes, Ye Chuan took a hot bath first, and then put them on, which were both fitting and comfortable. Looking through the bathroom mirror, I feel so handsome. It's a pity that there is no hairdressing option for the time being, and my beard is a bit long. It would be great if I could get a razor and a hair clipper. After breakfast, Ye Chuan turned on his tablet. People in the public chat room were talking about the rental interface. This system is really convenient. I just rented a fishing net for an hour using 10 wooden planks. I fished a supply box not far from me ashore and found a bottle of water and 2 sausages. That's nothing. I rented a spear gun and caught a large hairtail fish that was over 2 meters long. I will have enough food for at least 3 days. This rental system is convenient, but currently, the income and expenditure are not particularly proportional. I suggest that we form an alliance before the end of the novice period and share what we have with each other, eat from the same pot, and let everyone survive until after the novice period. What do you think? I don't think it's a good idea. It's good for those idiots. but it's not good for veterans with abundant resources. Why should they take out resources to support you? Seeing that guy's idea, Ye Chuan couldn't help but be stunned. What he said was indeed a good idea. If it could be implemented, those who stick together can indeed survive to the end. But it is not feasible. After all, people are selfish. Next, Ye Chuan also tentatively put the igniter on the rental interface. One use of the igniter equals 10 plastics. Although it is a bit expensive, the number of people out there who can own an ignition device is estimated to be 1 in a million. Even if it is 10 pieces of plastic, there will definitely be someone who will pay for it. Chapter 38 System Warning. However, less than 10 seconds after Ye Chuan went online, the public chat room exploded. Oh my god, someone on the rental page is actually renting out the right to use a lighter once, for 10 plastics. I saw it too. Although 10 pieces of plastic are a bit expensive, if you use them, you can eat cooked food. It's a pity that I don't have 10 pieces of plastic. Whoever has plastic can give it to me first. I'll light a piece of wood, and then light another one for you. How about we work together to make fire? Who would believe you? What if you get the fire and don't give it to us? Wouldn't we be dumbfounded? Be honest in life and do things honestly. I have never been that kind of person since I was a child. While people were talking in the chat room, Ye Chuan's ignition lighter had been rented out. 10 seconds later, it returned to Ye Chuan's inventory. It was really convenient. Ye Chuan couldn't help but nodded, and then he browsed the rental interface again. There was almost everything available for rent, and Ye Chuan also saw the manual razor he had just been thinking about. It actually required 200 milliliters of fresh water to rent it for half an hour. Although it had been on the shelves for several hours, it had not been rented out yet. This was exactly what Ye Chuan wanted. After all, the fewer people using it, the cleaner it was. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and rented it immediately. Then he boiled it in boiling water for nearly 10 minutes. After it cooled down, he began to shave in front of the mirror. Looking at his clean self in the mirror, Ye Chuan couldn't help but let out a long breath. I feel so refreshed. Afterwards, Ye Chuan put the razor next to the wash basin and turned away. He was not in a hurry to return it. After all, after the time was up, the rules of the rental system would naturally allow the razor to return to its original owner. At this moment, the dolphins and turtles fished up 2 more boxes of supplies. After Ye Chuan piled them together, he put his hands behind his back and began to walk around the island. The little albatross followed behind Ye Chuan, walking in a swagger, looking a bit like a leader. Alert! Alert! In 48 hours, a magnitude 6.5 earthquake will occur on the seabed, which will most likely trigger a tsunami. Please be prepared. At this moment, the system suddenly gave a message, which made Ye Chuan tremble. Earthquake, tsunami. In this way, Ye Chuan suddenly understood why the fish that originally lived on the bottom of the sea came to the surface of the sea. It turned out that they had predicted it long ago. In the ocean, a magnitude 6.5 earthquake is nothing, but the ensuing tsunami is the most deadly, especially when everyone is on a bare island. Once a huge wave hits, people are likely to be swept into the sea, and the chances of survival will be slim at that time. Damn it, this is the novice protection period. Logically, it is impossible for a strong earthquake or tsunami to occur. What is going on this time? Ye Chuan asked seriously. There was no reply. I don't know whether the system is unaware of this problem or for some other reason. Ye Chuan then changed the question. What should I do? Since Turtle Island is made up of turtles, it can drift with the waves like a small boat and can withstand the attack of a tsunami. The system replied. This answer immediately comforted Ye Chuan. No matter what, at least he would not be affected too much by the tsunami. But what about them? System, what should we do with those island owners? Ye Chuan then asked the system again. However, this time, just like before, the system crashed again. Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately ran to send a private message to Lu Shuai, Zhao Feiyu, and Lu Yi. Open all the unopened supply boxes in your hands immediately. Don't leave any behind. Afterwards, Ye Chuan sent another message in the public chat room. 500 milliliters of fresh water. Purchase of rope manufacturing drawings. The more the better. In just a dozen seconds, 5 or 6 people sent private messages. Hello, boss. I have a plan for making a rope, the kind used for rock climbing. Ye Chuan didn't waste any time and completed all the transactions as long as they were rope manufacturing drawings. In the end, he acquired 8 manufacturing drawings and made 8 ropes, which he sent to Lu Yi, Lu Shuai, Zhao Feiyu, and Blueberry Jam respectively. Brother, why are you giving me the rope? Blueberry Jam replied immediately. Do you have any large protruding rocks or thick trees there? Ye Chuan asked straight to the point. I have everything you mentioned. Blueberry Jam replied. What's wrong? 2 ropes, one tied to a big tree, and the other tied to a protruding rock. Keep it like this for now, and I'll tell you what to do later, Ye Chuan replied. Remember, you must tie it tightly. Okay. Blueberry Jam did it immediately without asking why. Lu E and the other two might have gone to retrieve the supply box. There has been no reply yet, and they haven't accepted it. During this period of time, Ye Chuan also opened all the supply boxes, 3 wooden boards, 1 stone, 1 instant noodle. Wooden board 2, cloth piece 1, metal piece 3. Only after they were all opened did he sigh slightly. Regarding this aspect, I have done everything I should do. As for what will happen at that time, I can only leave it to fate. Outside the island, the multinational alliance has also detected the impending earthquake, and the faces of all the countries responsible for the ocean world are not looking good. Zhuzhou, a middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, asked in a serious tone, "Have you investigated the cause of the earthquake?" "Commander-in-Chief, it seems to be related to the octopus in the outer sea." A tall woman next to him replied in a low voice, "The alliance fleet composed of island owners from multiple countries is attacking it, and its tentacles have reached the bottom of the sea in the Novice area." Damn it. The man's face was somewhat gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I reminded them a long time ago not to touch that big guy for the time being, but they just wouldn't listen. Now look what's happening. Is there any way to notify the millions of island owners in our Novice zone?" After the 30 million island owners entered, the Novice area was directly locked. No one can open it before the 6-month Novice period is up. The woman shook her head helplessly. For them, it is a complete disaster. Whether they can survive this disaster depends on God's will and themselves. I hope this incident can teach those people a lesson. Don't make a big fuss for now, otherwise they will be the only ones who regret it. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and finally waved his hand slightly. "Feiyu, you have to hold on." Chapter 39. Earthquake in the Sea, Tsunami Coming. Soon, Zhao Feiyu, Lu Yi and the other two also replied to the message. Ye Chuan repeated what he had told Blueberry Jam to the other 3. Except for Zhao Feiyu's island, which had no big trees or protruding rocks, the other 2 tied up the ropes according to Ye Chuan's instructions. As for Zhao Feiyu, Ye Chuan directly gave him the impact drill in the multifunctional toolbox, drilled a hole in the boulder, and tied both ropes to it. In view of the high probability of a tsunami, Ye Chuan did not decorate or dress up the island. He would immediately open any supply box that the Dolphin brothers had fished out. To his delight, he actually found 2 raw sweet potatoes. I originally planned to eat it directly, but then I thought, why can't I plant it? Then I can eat more than just 2 sweet potatoes. However, Ye Chuan did not take any action for the time being. Let's wait until the tsunami is over. In the public chat room, there are still some capable people. Many people have almost guessed the answer during the discussion. I wonder what's going on these past 2 days. Why are more and more fish from the seabed coming to the surface? I just saw a blobfish. I'm not sure either. All the fish on the seafloor have come to the surface these days. I don't know what happened. I think this is just like some animals on the ground giving advance warnings when there are earthquakes or flash floods. There may be earthquakes on the seabed in the next 2 days, but what we need to prevent is not earthquakes, but tsunamis. Tsunami? If a tsunami really happens, won't we all be dead? By the way, someone has been buying rope manufacturing plans today. Could it be that he has realized this and is preparing for the possible tsunami? Everyone should be careful. If there really is a tsunami, I'm afraid. Almost all the island owners joined the discussion, thinking about what they would need to do to survive the huge waves if a tsunami really happened, but the final conclusion was, it was a narrow escape from death. For a moment, the public chat room that was active 24 hours a day became unexpectedly quiet. Brother, you knew there would be a tsunami in advance, and bought all the island owners in advance, which may be the only rope manufacturing map in the ocean world. At this time, Zhao Feiyu sent a private message. How did you know there might be a tsunami? It's just as everyone guessed, but I guessed much earlier than they did. Ye Chuan replied, if my guess is correct, there will be an earthquake on the seabed in 40 hours, which will trigger a tsunami. You should be careful and tie yourself to the boulder with a rope. If you are swept into the sea, the chance of survival will be almost 0. Thank you. It took several minutes for the other party to finally reply. Soon, Lu Yi and Lu Shuai also sent private messages. After Ye Chuan explained it to them, he finally felt relieved. He is not a saint, and he doesn't care about the life and death of others, but he will do his best to protect his friends. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 40 hours had passed. Ye Chuan sent messages to the 4 people separately, reminding them to protect themselves. Just as the sky was getting light, the sea surface suddenly began to tremble slightly. The earthquake had begun. At the beginning of the earthquake, apart from the violent shaking of the sea, there was no other feeling. But just a few minutes later, huge waves suddenly appeared on the sea surface, with the waves more than 10 meters high, and the entire sea became a world of huge waves. Although the turtle looks very bloated on weekdays, only when the waves are huge can you feel his calmness. Even if a big wave comes, he can rush onto the waves very steadily. The single apartment in the center of the island is almost not wet by the waves. Just as the system said, Turtle Island is like a small boat that can drift with the flow. It seems that it is only a magnitude 6.5 earthquake. The tsunami is not particularly large and is just on the verge of forming. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan finally felt relieved. After all, if there are really huge waves one after another, a level 4 turtle might not be able to cope with it. Even if the reinforced concrete house will not be harmed, the plants and the like will definitely be destroyed. And now, even if the waves are still continuing, Ye Chuan can be sure it is safe. He tied himself tightly to the rope at this moment, with huge rocks and trees on the other end. Looking at the rapidly approaching waves in the distance, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He turned sideways and was directly submerged by the waves. In other words, the entire island was swallowed up by the waves, and the empty supply boxes that had just been opened were instantly swept into the sea. He was about to be swept into the sea, but under the double protection of the rope, although he was tortured by the waves for more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, the rope was strong enough, and he was not swept away. This also gave Yi some comfort. She had no other thoughts now. As long as she could survive the huge waves, nothing else mattered. There were more than a dozen waves, and after nearly 10 minutes, the sea finally calmed down. However, more than 10 minutes later, after making sure that the waves were really gone, Yi finally collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath weakly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. "You actually saved my life again. It seems that I really can't get away from you." Among them, the most shocked was Lu Shuai. The island was originally occupied by Ye Chuan, and all things in the future would be divided into 30 by Ye Chuan. He was very dissatisfied, but it was because of Ye Chuan's 2 ropes that he saved his life. He was beginning to wonder who this guy was. Why could he predict the coming of a tsunami and prepare in advance? Was it really just common sense? Ye Chuan heaved a sigh of relief after figuring that the tsunami was really over. He stood up and walked to the super tablet, looking at the public chat room. "Damn it, I actually feel like I've survived a catastrophe. I want to cry now. You don't know that when the huge waves were about to hit, I was quick-witted and used the only fishing net to tie myself tightly to a big tree. That's how I escaped. I just don't know how many island owners died in this catastrophe. Anyway, those who are not prepared will probably be swept into the sea. Even if they don't die immediately, they will die from exhaustion." Chapter 40, Another Island. Although everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Ye Chuan could clearly see that at least 1/3 fewer people were chatting. Adding the heavy rain last time, it is estimated that only about 15 million of the 30 million island owners are still alive, or even less. Suddenly, a private message popped up from Lu Shuai. "Brother, if it weren't for your foresight, I might have died in this tsunami. This time, I am finally willing to follow you. Are you not in a bad mood anymore?" Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and asked, "Why are you still in a bad mood? If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago." Lu Shuai immediately responded with a laughing expression. "I've told you long ago, if you follow me, you'll definitely have surprises in the future." Ye Chuan replied, "There's still food now, right? How many flounders can I give you?" "Enough, enough, enough. The supply boxes have been opened, and everything that needs to be stored has been stored." Lu Shuai replied immediately. Then, Zhao Feiyu also chatted privately. "Brother, I owe you a favor." "You're welcome. Let's help each other." Ye Chuan replied immediately. Even if Ye Chuan didn't warn him in advance, Zhao Feiyu would be able to survive a small tsunami of this scale with his years of extreme survival experience, but it might come at a great price. With Ye Chuan's help, Zhao Feiyu escaped the disaster with almost no effort. As a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, Zhao Feiyu will definitely repay this favor in the future. Congratulations to the host for surviving the tsunami. A survival gift pack is given as a reward. Do you want to open it? Ye Chuan had just finished chatting with Zhao Feiyu and was about to go out to take a look when the system's voice suddenly came out. There's also a survival gift package. Ye Chuan's expression changed. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately said, "Open it." "Opening, please wait." Congratulations to the host for receiving Island Maintenance 1, Haircut Package 1, KFC Package 1, Small Nutrient Solution 5, Double Amplification 24 hours. Fuck, Ye Chuan was really surprised. I knew the gift package given by the system must be very good, but I didn't expect it to be so good. There is also a haircut package. This made Ye Chuan more interested. He immediately said, "Use the haircut package." The haircut package is in use. Please wait. The system replied immediately. Afterwards, Ye Chuan felt a ding-dong sound on his head, as if a hair clipper was trimming his hair. Ye Chuan immediately ran to the bathroom, but he never expected that his hair had been trimmed, and it was a very popular short haircut. So neat. Damn, this seems to be beyond common sense, right? Ye Chuan scratched his head, but he was immediately relieved. After all, the emergence of the system was not in line with common sense, so why should he care so much? Use island maintenance. Ye Chuan touched his head and said, activate double amplification at the same time. The island is under maintenance. The turtles will not make any moves within 24 hours. The system's voice came out immediately. Ye Chuan immediately ran out of the room, but found nothing. This made him a little confused. He didn't know how the so-called island maintenance was carried out. If he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Ye Chuan immediately took out the KFC meal and started eating. However, what surprised Ye Chuan was that there was a 1L bottle of Happy Fat House water in the meal. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out a few empty mineral water bottles, filled them with 100 milliliters each, and traded them to Lu Yi, Zhao Feiyu, and other 4 people. He then gulped down the remaining 600 milliliters himself. How refreshing it was. It's actually Coke. I haven't had Coke for more than half a month. I almost forgot what it tastes like. Blueberry Jam sent a series of crying emojis. Ye Chuan did not reply. He had heard the warnings from the dolphins and albatrosses and immediately came to the direction where the dolphins were. Just over 100 meters away, there is actually a small island. It is estimated that the turtles were carried along by the tsunami and washed to this place. However, looking around, there was only this one island on the vast sea surface. It can be seen initially that the island is about 2 square kilometers, and there is a wooden house exactly the same as the one before, and there seems to be something planted on it. Oh my god, this guy is awesome. Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself in surprise. After all, I have come to where I am today thanks to the system, while the other person has relied on his own efforts to live in a wooden house and grow crops. This guy is not only extremely lucky, but also has very professional overseas survival skills. Otherwise, he would never have reached this point. However, the turtle is now in a state similar to hibernation and cannot move within 24 hours. We can only wait until tomorrow morning to explore it again. Of course, Ye Chuan was not worried that the other party would come to his island. After all, there were dolphins to help him guard. Even if he slept too soundly at night, the dolphins alone could deal with the other party. Even if the other party has a strong ability to survive in the wild, for Ye Chuan there are only 4 words. No threat. After walking around the island and finding nothing else, Ye Chuan checked the plants again, found a place to plant the 2 sweet potatoes, and sprinkled all 5 small bottles of nutrient solution on various plants. Then he returned to the room and checked the public chat room. My family, do you have anything to eat? I have been worried about the tsunami these days. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Who can give me something to eat? Don't even mention it. When the first huge wave hit, all my food and water were gone. I worked so hard for 15 days, and one wave brought me back to where I was before liberation. I am so miserable. I didn't have time to open a few supply boxes, and this time the waves pushed all of them back into the sea. I felt like I was going to die. I've said before that we should all temporarily form an alliance and share what we have within our own small organizations so that everyone can survive, but you just didn't believe me. Now it's okay, right? What can we do? It's already like this. You can become my affiliated island. I have not only plenty of food, but also water here. I can support you until you find food and water again. Really? Then how can I become your affiliated island? I'm willing. Now, whoever wants to become my affiliated island owner will temporarily trade the super tablet to me, and I will return it immediately after binding it. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and looked at the guy's ID, which was Wang Sanrui. Does this guy really have food and water, or does he simply want to trick these people into becoming his affiliated island owners? After all, these island owners probably don't know the rules after becoming subordinate island owners, right? After all, this knowledge was not included in the ocean survival course I learned before. Just as I was thinking about it, another private message popped up. Dude, do you have a weapon manufacturing diagram or a weapon? I have something that you must be interested in trading with me. Chapter 41. Trade pet eggs and obtain ancient tea tree. Lung Foam. Ye Chuan was stunned when he saw the other party's ID. It seems that a few days ago, this guy suddenly started buying up planks, nails and the like, and even fruits. Now he wants to buy weapons from me? Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile, and then replied, I am a little curious about this. What can you come up with that will interest me? Seeing this, Lung Feng immediately put an egg into the trading column. I have a pet egg. There are only 3 of this pet egg, at least in the novice area of Ocean World. Oh shit. Ye Chuan was really shocked. This guy actually got a pet egg? Could it be that this guy also has a system? However, Ye Chuan immediately denied it. If this guy also had a system, then he wouldn't need to trade weapons with him, and the pet egg would have definitely hatched. It was probably just a case of sheer luck. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan looked around and finally put the dagger that Li Bo had used before into the trading column. Sorry, this is the only dagger I have at the moment. If you agree, then trade it. Otherwise, forget it. After sending the message, the other party fell silent. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lung Feng replied again. I remember that you once bought a rope. I think you must have bought it. Give me this dagger and a rope. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately put another rope into the trading column, and the two of them completed the transaction. Then, with the double amplification, the pet egg became 2. What good luck! There are 3 pet eggs in total, and all 3 of them are in my hands. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately ran to put the pet eggs on the grill. Just like the previous one, either hatch a pet or turn into a barbecue. Choose one. The little guy seemed to smell something and ran over, staring at the pet egg without blinking, chirping from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. About an hour later, just like when the little guy was born, cracks began to appear on the pet egg. As the cracks became more and more, 2 little things jumped out of the eggs almost at the same time and ran towards one place with a whoosh. The little albatross followed closely behind, and in a blink of an eye, they had run nearly 100 meters. Why does it look exactly like the little guy? Is it also an albatross? Ye Chuan muttered to himself suspiciously and immediately chased after it. Just as Ye Chuan thought, this was indeed an albatross, one size smaller than the little guy. At this moment, the 3 little birds seemed to be familiar with each other and were chirping in bird language that Ye Chuan could not understand. At this time, an information panel also appeared in front of Ye Chuan. Name, Albatross. Level 0, Childhood. Evolution value, 0/500. Skills, none. Talent, none. Note, S-level pets will automatically recognize their owners and will demonstrate powerful abilities when they enter the growth stage. Like the little guy, these 2 are also S-level pets. Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile and immediately started laughing. It was a pleasant surprise that he got such a pet with huge potential with just a knife and a rope. However, Ye Chuan still insisted on his original idea to upgrade the little guy to level 4 first and then consider other things. Led by the little guy and the 2 little ones, the 3 albatrosses began to circle the island. Ye Chuan ignored them and started the semi-automatic fishing machine, spreading a huge fishing net towards the sea in front of him. More than 20 seconds later, Ye Chuan began to pull the fishing net hard. It didn't seem as heavy as before. It should be that after the undersea earthquake ended, the original underwater creatures returned to the seabed. After about 3 minutes, the fishing net was pulled up. At first glance, there was no flounder left, and the system gave the number of fish: cod 53, salmon 46, hairtail 3, king crab 1. We can actually catch salmon. Ye Chuan's expression changed. This salmon is the best ingredient for making sashimi. I didn't expect that there would be so many salmon here after a tsunami. After Ye Chuan left a few salmon and cod, he immediately put the remaining cod and salmon on the shelves. Now all the island owners should be short of food, and they should be able to make a fortune again in the next few days. However, there was only 1 bird's nest originally, and now 2 albatrosses have appeared. 1 nest may not be enough. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately sent a message in the public chat room. Who has the bird's nest manufacturing plan? Buy it at a high price. At the same time, Blueberry Jam sent a message. Brother, I have the plan for making a bird's nest. You have? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. Just now, 3 supply boxes floated over here. I fished them out without much effort. Blueberry Jam smiled. What a coincidence. One of them just happened to contain a bird's nest manufacturing plan. By the way, give me everything you offer. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Blueberry Jam didn't ask any questions and immediately traded it to Ye Chuan. After Ye Chuan clicked the trade, all the items were split into 2, leaving only the bird's nest manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan traded all the other items back to Blueberry Jam. Brother, why did you return everything to me double? Blueberry Jam asked in surprise. Don't worry about it, just keep it. Ye Chuan didn't say much, nor did he pay any more attention to the Blueberry Jam. He immediately went out to make 2 bird nests and placed all 3 next to the chicken coop. Before, Ye Chuan was worried that the little guy would be lonely, so he placed the bird's nest at the door. Now that there are 3 little guys, there is no need to be so particular. After doing all this, Ye Chuan went back to bed and lay dead. However, a private message popped up soon. Boss, I have a century-old tea tree here. Can I exchange it with you for some fresh water? A century-old tea tree? Ye Chuan asked. Yes, it was originally on the island, but I never took care of it. Now I've been thirsty for several days, so I thought of trading this ancient tea tree. The other party replied, if you agree, I will move the tea tree out right away. You can only change it to 500 milliliters of fresh water. Ye Chuan replied, after all, this is an ocean survival, not a vacation. It doesn't matter whether you drink tea or not. If you agree, it won't be too late to remove the tree later. That's no problem. The other party replied in seconds, wait a minute, this tree is really big. You need to wait for a while. More than 10 minutes later, the other party finally sent the transaction. Ye Chuan also took 500 milliliters of fresh water and completed the transaction with the other party. The crown of this ancient tea tree is really quite large, and the prompt suddenly given by the system made Ye Chuan even more excited. Chapter 42 Lung Foam. Ye Chuan had just accepted it when the system gave him the message. Ancient tea tree, Longjing, 170 years old, boiled and drunk, can cure all kinds of poisons. The other party only knew that this was an ancient tea tree, but did not know that this ancient tea tree could detoxify. Ordinary green tea has the effect of detoxification and sterilization, but this tea tree, which has been growing for 170 years, grew in the world of survival in the ocean, so it has undergone some mutations to a certain extent, and I ended up getting it. How cool. However, this ancient tea tree is more than 1 meter tall, and its crown diameter is almost 2 meters. It would be difficult to grow it if there is not enough soil. The most important thing is that with the double increase, now there is not just one ancient tea tree, but two. Ye Chuan had no choice but to put them into the system's inventory first and make further arrangements when the soil is in place tomorrow. After the transaction was completed, Ye Chuan once again entered a state of lying down, while also staring at the super tablet. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. However, good things don't happen every day. Until night fell, apart from trading nearly half of the fish, the only people in private chat were begging for food and water. Ye Chuan grilled 2 cods, gave a portion of blueberry jam to them, and then started to feast on them. One night passes by in a flash. The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up to the sound of the system and signed in immediately. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 evolution points, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. With the blessing of double amplification, the signed items are directly doubled. The island maintenance system was finally completed, and the turtles resumed their free movement. Ye Chuan looked at the small island in the distance and finally took action. A few minutes later, Turtle Island was only a few meters away from the opposite island. The turtle's huge claws could even reach the opposite island directly. However, the entire island was so quiet that it was almost unbelievable, as if there was no one there at all. Could it be that he was swept into the sea and died in yesterday's tsunami? Ye Chuan considered it, but did not take it lightly. Holding a bow and arrow in his hand, he quietly landed on the island. After searching around and not finding anyone, Ye Chuan finally stopped in front of the wooden house and slowly opened the door. This is just a small wooden house of 20 square meters. When you open the door, you can see almost everything inside, and there is no one inside. This made Ye Chuan a little confused. After thinking about it, he was about to check it again when a short knife suddenly appeared at his neck. The hairs on his neck stood up immediately. Boy, you are really capable. You actually dared to run wild on my island. The other party said coldly without any emotion. Who are you? How did your island come here, and even connect with my island? I don't know either. It became like this after the tsunami. Ye Chuan said immediately. Yesterday they were more than 100 meters apart, but today they were connected early in the morning. I thought it was you who did it. Still pretending to be nice to me? The other party sneered. Let's go to your island first and bind you to my affiliated island first. Brother, I don't mean to offend you. Ye Chuan whispered. Since you're close, I will definitely come up to take a look. If it were you, can you guarantee that you wouldn't be curious? Curiosity kills the cat, don't you know? The other party sneered. But since you met me, it can only mean that you are unlucky. Let's go. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth, said no more, grabbed the other person's hand, and pressed it hard backwards. The other party's face changed slightly, but he didn't expect Ye Chuan to be so resolute. Blood immediately flowed down Ye Chuan's neck. However, it was precisely because of this that Ye Chuan turned around and broke free from the other party's restraints. At the same time, the turtle had already fired a water bomb, which hit the opponent's back hard at the moment Ye Chuan broke away. The poor man was almost vomiting blood due to this blow. He staggered forward 5 or 6 steps and looked at Ye Chuan in doubt. It was really thrilling. Ye Chuan breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. He touched the wound on his neck, which had healed, and then looked at the other person. After noticing the opponent's dagger, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Lung Feng. Do you know me? Lung Feng looked at Ye Chuan and quickly searched his memory bank, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember whether he had ever met such a person. You traded this knife with me. Ye Chuan said unhappily. I'm really drunk. I traded it to you and let you use my weapon to fight me. This one sentence made Lung Feng speechless. It was too ridiculous. Since we have traded before, we are friends. There is no need for us to be enemies this time, right? Ye Chuan said with a smile. Besides, I don't want to invade your island. I'm just curious, so I came up to take a look. Whoosh. Before he could finish his words, Lung Feng suddenly attacked and retreated violently. Ye Chuan was directly pulled down and then dragged by Ye Chuan to run. Fuck, are you trying to be dirty? Ye Chuan's face changed drastically. Just from this one glance, he knew that the two were not of the same kind. He waved his hand at Lung Feng, and a small water bomb suddenly hit Lung Feng fiercely. The sea turtle also launched an attack at Ye Chuan's instruction. Lung Feng dodged Ye Chuan's attack, but failed to avoid the turtle's attack. The previous attack almost made him vomit blood, and this time, he could not help it. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood finally spurted out. Ye Chuan took this opportunity to pull back the rope, immediately untied it, and put it into the inventory, staring at Lung Feng coldly, his heart burning with anger. He never thought that the rope and dagger that he traded would actually hurt himself, and if it weren't for the help of the turtle, he would probably have died in this guy's hands. I wanted to make friends with you, but you repaid my kindness with evil. Then there is no need for you to exist. Ye Chuan said as he drew the longbow. Humph. Lung Feng snorted coldly, tightly gripping the dagger, his eyes full of disdain. It's just that you have a helper, otherwise, do you think you could be my opponent? Ye Chuan smiled, loosened the bowstring, and shot the long arrow towards his head. Then, Ye Chuan shook his body, turned around and rushed into the cabin, and shouted to the super tablet, start binding. Bite. Lung Feng's face changed drastically. He swung his dagger, deflecting the arrow away, and then quickly rushed into the wooden house. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 43, 3 High-Quality Subsidiary Island Owners. Binding, please wait. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second affiliated island. From now on, anything the island owner obtains will be forcibly handed over to the host at 30. What have you done? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lung Feng's body began to tremble with anger, but he was unable to do anything. There is a hard and fast rule here. If you become a subsidiary island owner, you must never attack the independent main island owner. Otherwise, the subsidiary island owner will suffer the same kind of injuries as the main island owner. Although Lung Feng wanted to kill Ye Chuan now, he was helpless. I already said I was just here to take a look, but you wanted to kill me. I can't help it. I can only be rude to you. Ye Chuan shrugged and said, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Damn it. Lung Feng looked at Ye Chuan with gritted teeth, and finally just cursed him viciously. Oh my god, I got so many things at once. It seems that you are doing very well. Ye Chuan looked at Lung Feng with a smile and gave him a thumbs up. But I am curious, how did you get all these things? You even planted so many vegetables. Are they beans? What does it have to do with you? Lung Feng said with a dark face. Now, you have obtained nearly 30 of my things. Can you leave? I'm already the owner of your main island. Could you please not be so rude? Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and said, from now on, we are on the same boat. Get lost. Lung Feng glared at Ye Chuan with gritted teeth. Otherwise, even if I risk getting hurt, I will make you feel seriously injured. Okay, then I'll leave first. I'll come to you if I need you again. Ye Chuan shrugged, turned and left. Stepping onto Turtle Island, the turtles received the order and immediately swam towards a certain place. This bastard, his island can actually float. Lung Feng only then noticed the island. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He had been wondering what was going on before, but this time he finally understood. He dived into the water and looked at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but gasp and was almost choked to death by the seawater. How is this possible? Lung Feng shouted in disbelief. He saw 4 huge legs sliding rapidly, a flat belly, and a huge head that occasionally dipped into the water. This was actually a giant sea turtle. His island was actually a sea turtle. All of this has already deeply exceeded Lung Feng's cognition. I've made a lot of money. At this moment, Ye Chuan was looking at the extra items in his inventory. 15 bean sprouts, 5 corn seedlings, 56 wooden boards, 40 metal sheets. How did this guy do it? If I didn't have the system's help, I wouldn't be able to beat him. I'd be lucky to be half as good as him. Ye Chuan said seriously. Besides, this guy is so skilled that I had to team up with my turtle to subdue him. After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan sent a message to Zhao Feiyu using the super tablet. Brother, do you know a guy named Lung Feng? He is very powerful. I don't know him. Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. There are not many people from the military system who come to the ocean world, but there are not many people like him. He may belong to a big family and has been trained with a lot of resources. Maybe. Ye Chuan nodded thoughtfully. The host has already bound 2 high-quality affiliated island owners. You only need to bind 1 more to get a gift package of evolution value. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. High-quality affiliated island owner. Ye Chuan was stunned. System, what is a high-quality affiliated island owner? You can form a fleet, the system replied immediately. I didn't expect that Lu Shuai and Lung Feng are both island owners who can form fleets. Ye Chuan was a little shocked. You have to know that not everyone can form a fleet. There must be huge resources behind it, and the manpower and material resources required are immeasurable. Moreover, a fleet requires at least 40,000-ton warships. This made Ye Chuan even more curious about what forces were behind Lu Shuai and Lung Feng, especially Lung Feng. System, is there anyone around me who has the potential to be a high-quality island owner? Ye Chuan thought for a moment, and then asked. Zhao Feiyu, blueberry jam, the system replied immediately. Blueberry jam. Ye Chuan's face changed drastically, and he was obviously not expecting this answer. Zhao Feiyu was not surprised. After all, he was from the military system. But this blueberry jam was just an internet celebrity with a net worth of tens of millions. Did he have the ability to form a fleet? Ye Chuan became even more confused about the identity of blueberry jam. The last time he asked her, she hesitated and didn't answer, and Ye Chuan didn't take it seriously at the time. But now it seems that this girl's identity is not simple. After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan finally locked his target on blueberry jam, but he still sent a message to ask. I now need to bind an island owner as my subordinate island owner. If I want to bind you, I wonder if you will agree. No problem. Blueberry jam replied a few minutes later. Don't answer so quickly. Ye Chuan replied immediately. If you are bound to become my subordinate island owner, 30 of all your resources will be passively given to me. Whether you like it or not, the rules of this world will automatically hand over 30 of the resources to me. Brother, are you kidding me? Blueberry jam replied. You saved my life, and you have to supply me with fresh water and food indefinitely. What's wrong with binding me to your affiliated island? You can bind me anytime. Okay, give me your super tablet first. Ye Chuan replied immediately after hearing this. At that moment, Blueberry Jam traded the super tablet to Ye Chuan, and Ye Chuan immediately started to bind it. Eventually, Blueberry Jam became Ye Chuan's 3rd affiliated island owner. Congratulations to the host for binding the 3rd high-quality island owner and receiving a gift package of evolutionary value. Do you want to open it? Along with the binding of Blueberry Jam, the system's voice followed. Open it. Ye Chuan smiled and said immediately, the big gift package is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 evolution points. Fuck, 10,000 points. Ye Chuan was shocked. It was really unbelievable. Not only could these little guys be upgraded to level 4, but the turtles could also be upgraded again. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately called the little guy over and upgraded it by 2 levels, jumping to level 4. The little guy grew nearly twice as big, and the system panel finally changed. Chapter 44. Pets. Contracted Beasts Upgrade. Name, Albatross. Level 4, Growth Stage. Evolution Value, 0/2500. Skills, Diving Claws, can grab 30 kilograms weight. Talents, Diving, Catching Fish, Flying. After leveling up twice, the little guy's skills and talents finally all appeared. Not only could he fly, but he also had a skill of Diving Claws. Little guy, what is a diving claw? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Chirp. The little guy called out to Ye Chuan twice, and after a run-up, he flew high into the sky, and actually flew directly to a height of more than 30 meters. Then he dived towards the ground. His sharp claws flashed coldly under the sunlight, and actually scratched the ground with a scratch that was 1 centimeter deep. You have to know that this is the back of a sea turtle. The shell is extremely hard. The little guy's claws can actually make such deep scratches, which is enough to show its power. This is a very good skill. If it weighs 30 kilograms, can it help me catch supply boxes far away in the future? This wave made money. At this time, the system's voice also came. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 3. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host pet for upgrading to level 4 and receiving an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Turn them all on. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 2 wooden boards, 2 plastics, 1 glass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 3 metal pieces, 500 milliliters yogurt. It feels really good to open the supply boxes one after another. And this time I opened a 500 milliliters bag of yogurt, which is so exciting. There were still 7,500 evolution points left. Ye Chuan immediately added the remaining evolution points to the turtle. For a moment, the turtle began to grow slowly again. Open the turtle panel. The information panel has also changed slightly. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 5, 0/6000. Skill, water bomb, intermediate. Talents, longevity, fast healing. Note, after being injured, the healing speed is 10,000 times the normal healing speed. After the sea turtle evolved to level 5, its water bomb actually grew to the intermediate level. This was definitely a very gratifying thing. Ye Chuan immediately tested the power of the intermediate water bomb. The diameter of this water bomb is nearly 5 centimeters larger than the previous one, and it can hit as far as 50 meters. Moreover, the waves it creates are nearly half as large as before. If it is used against Lung Feng again this time, he will probably be killed in one shot. It is indeed a complete upgrade, extraordinary. There were still 2,500 evolution points left. Ye Chuan didn't think any more and directly added them to the dolphin. The dolphin's information panel also changed immediately. Name, dolphin. Friendly, 80/100. Level 5. Evolution value, 0/3000. Skills, sonic interference, basic, absolute impact, basic. Talent, deep diving, 500 meters. Note, in absolute impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 600 kilograms. The diving depth has been increased by 200 meters, and the absolute impact has been increased by 300 kilograms of force. Apart from that, there are no other changes. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 5. You have received the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? At this time, the system's voice came out. Open it. Ye Chuan calmed himself down and spoke immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 growth points, 3 plastics, 1 mineral water, 1 manual stone mill manufacturing diagram. Manual stone mill manufacturing diagram? Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. He now had beans. When the beans were ripe, he could grind them into a cup of soy milk to drink. He could also make tofu and tofu pudding. Corn could be ground into corn paste to make pancakes. Wow, this manual stone mill has so many functions, and it arrived just in time. However, this thing is not needed at the moment, so Ye Chuan threw it directly into the inventory. Seeing that it was almost noon, Ye Chuan took out a squid and made a grilled squid. He ate it while brushing the super flat plate. All the fish that he had put on the shelves had been successfully traded, and in the public chat room, many people were cursing Wang Sanrui. That guy called Wang Sanrui is really a piece of shit. He tricked us into becoming his affiliated island owners. But this ocean world has a rule that after becoming an affiliated island owner, I will be forced to hand over 30 of anything I get to him unconditionally. That's right. I've also been bound to him, and there's no way to unbind him. Unless I have more affiliated islands than him, then it's possible to unbind him. What a jerk. I'm so pissed off. Damn it. There is such a thing. If this guy promoted this in the chat room, wouldn't it mean that more than a dozen or even dozens of people were deceived by him? Anyway, Wang Sanrui made a lot of money this time, but we island owners are suffering. We wanted to make a lot of money after the 6-month novice period, but now we are restricted by this bastard in every way. You can't blame others for this. You can only blame yourselves. It seems that Wang Sanrui also knows this rule. He actually deceived so many people in one go. Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Now, this guy may have become the most powerful island owner in the novice area, right? Regarding this matter, Ye Chuan just took the attitude of watching the fun. After all, everyone was developing on their own. Wang Sanrui could not influence him, and he did not intend to provoke Wang Sanrui. There was nothing to do, so Ye Chuan planned to take a nap. After all, he was a little tired after dealing with Lung Feng and doing so many things one after another. Lu Shuai suddenly sent a message. Brother, I found a good thing. I don't know if it will be useful to you. What? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Flower bed manufacturing diagram. Lu Shuai said with a grin. Ye Chuan pouted slightly, but still replied, trade over here. At present, Ye Chuan has a total of 3 flower beds, but each flower bed has its own function and all the things that should be planted are planted. This time he got bean seedlings and corn seedlings, so it is just right to build another flower bed and plant these two things. Here, Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After all, my island will be 5,000 square meters in one night. However, except for the central area, nearly 4,500 square meters are bare. If I continue in this way, the island will become larger and larger, and it will not be fun anymore. Putting this thought aside for the time being, Ye Chuan turned around and created another flower bed. After putting the fertile black soil he had signed in for today into it, he planted the bean seedlings and corn seedlings. I was watering them when I heard a chirping sound. Chapter 45 Discovery of Combustible Ice. Ye Chuan couldn't help but look into the distance, but saw the little guy flying to a height of more than 30 meters, circling the island several times, and then dived, and in just a few seconds it crashed into the water like a cannonball. It took off again, and actually caught a big fish over 1 meter long between its claws, and then flew into the sky again. Chirp, chirp. All of a sudden, the two little things started dancing and shouting at the little guy, as if they were two little fanboys worshipping their idol. The little guy threw the big fish in front of Ye Chuan, and then landed in front of Ye Chuan and kept chirping. Awesome. Ye Chuan gave the little guy a thumbs up and then looked at the fish. It turned out to be a giant anglerfish, about 90 centimeters long. It was the first time that Ye Chuan saw such a big anglerfish. It was slimy and looked a bit disgusting. Not many people eat this kind of fish, but Ye Chuan knows how to cook it. However, when Ye Chuan cut it open, he found a white lump in the fish's belly. Ye Chuan couldn't help but change his expression. Combustible ice? Methane hydrate is a natural gas hydrate and has been widely used in modern society. However, all known methane hydrate mines have been mined out. Even the methane hydrate resources found in the ocean world are limited. If methane hydrate mines can be found, it will definitely become a hot commodity and Ye Chuan can make a fortune. Suppressing his inner excitement, Ye Chuan immediately found the dolphin and handed him the combustible ice. See? Dive as deep as you can and search for this substance. The dolphin understood Ye Chuan's instructions and dived directly into the deep sea. About 10 minutes later, the dolphin finally surfaced and nodded to Ye Chuan. What it meant to Ye Chuan was that there seemed to be a trench here, with the seabed about 400 meters deep. But he didn't know how deep it was if he went further down. But what he was sure of was that the seabed was densely packed with these things. Fuck, I'm rich. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he suddenly laughed. The reason why a large number of island owners enter the ocean world every 3 years is to look for various mineral resources. The possibility of a novice island owner finding resources is almost negligible. Most of them can only find resources in the shortest time after the 6-month novice period, with the support of human and material resources from the family behind the island owner or the chaebol. After all, for a novice island owner, staying alive is a big problem at the beginning. But he actually discovered the combustible ice mine within a month. Isn't this enough to prove that he made a fortune? The bottomless methane hydrate mine can bring at least 8-digit profits to himself. System, can we mark this place and wait half a year before mining again? Ye Chuan asked. Yes, the system replied. Okay, then mark it, Ye Chuan said with a smile. System marking, please wait. The system replied again. There is no island within at least 100 nautical miles of this place. But when the island owner has the conditions for exploration, he usually explores the vicinity of the island first, so this place will generally not be discovered by anyone. At that time, all I have to do is come to this place to mine. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Marking successful. A few minutes later, the system's voice came. Great. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and then ran to deal with the monkfish. Ye Chuan finally grilled all the meat of such a big monkfish, and then gave 1 kilogram each to Lu Shuai, Blueberry Jam, Zhao Feiyu, and Lu Yi, and kept 4 kilograms for himself. After eating a part of it, he saved the rest in the system inventory so that he could take it out and eat it directly when he wanted to eat it again. After receiving the fish, Lu Yi immediately put a card into the trading column. I'm out of water, so I opened 2 of the supply boxes in the village and got an island area expansion card. I think you can use it, right? How big is your island? Ye Chuan asked directly after taking a look. About 1,000 square meters. Lu Yi replied. Then you can use this expansion card yourself. Ye Chuan replied. My island has an area of 5,000 square meters, which is much larger than yours. Why is your island so big? Lu Yi sent a surprised expression. Secret. Ye Chuan showed off his expression and then said, so you use it, and you should open all the supply boxes. Okay. After Lu Yi replied, there was no further movement. Ye Chuan gave the 3 little guys some dried fish and went back to bed to rest. At the same time, He glanced at the public chat room, where the island owners were chatting animatedly. Today I actually opened an island area expansion card. Does anyone know what this is? Have you returned all the knowledge you learned to the teacher? I have learned this. This thing can make the island 500 square meters larger. Really? Why don't I remember this piece of knowledge? Did you make it up? Fuck, who do you think you are? I made up something to lie to you. Do you have the nerve to do that? But the teacher said that this thing has both advantages and disadvantages. It's not clear what the specific disadvantages are, so we need to explore it ourselves. We are buying island area expansion cards at a high price. One card can be exchanged for 500 milliliters of fresh water. Hurry and buy now. It's Wang Sanrui again. He cheated us so hard last time, but he has the nerve to buy it today. If I had it, I would definitely not give it to him. Ye Chuan did not dwell on this issue. He had learned before that even the teacher was not very clear about the pros and cons, and the situation of each island owner was different. As night fell, Ye Chuan stretched and prepared to go to sleep. Suddenly, a voice came from the system. The host island is about to be successfully upgraded to level 5. After the upgrade, the island will randomly refresh various resources. Without intervention, qualitative changes will occur. Please be aware of this, host. Various resources? Ye Chuan was stunned. System, what does this mean? For example, if stones appear in a certain place, if the host does not intervene, over time, a stone forest or a hill will appear in this place. The system explained patiently. So that's it. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. In this way, tomorrow your own island will no longer be bare, and flowers, plants, trees, soil, and rocks may all appear. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan became very excited and even had a little insomnia. Chapter 46, Strawberries, Lettuce, and the Evolution of the Island. However, in a daze, Ye Chuan fell asleep. In the dream, Blueberry Jam performed a dance for him in which she took off her clothes one by one. However, it was like a mosaic, and nothing could be seen clearly except a blurry mass of white. Moreover, Louis appeared in the dream unknowingly, smiling at him, and he also started to laugh foolishly. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Just as he was laughing, the system's voice suddenly came out, pulling Ye Chuan back to reality from his dream. Ye Chuan then realized that he was drooling, which was really. Sign in. Ye Chuan spoke after wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms fertile black soil, and 1 can of herring. Canned herring? Ye Chuan was shocked. This is one of the world's stinkiest foods. Is the system playing a prank on me by giving me this kind of sign-in reward? However, Ye Chuan soon noticed the evolution value. Before, it was 500 points every morning, but now it has become 1,000 points. Could it be because the turtle has been upgraded to level 5? And the fertile black soil has also become 200 kilograms. That's right. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately ran out of the room. I saw that on the outskirts of the island, some 3 or 4 meter high trees suddenly grew out, and soil, stones, grass, and the like appeared on the ground. Although there were not many, when added up in 2s and 3s, it was countless times better than before. After checking, I found that the soil thickness is about 30 centimeters, and in places where there are trees, the soil thickness reaches 50 centimeters. System, since there is soil now, why is there fertile black soil? Ye Chuan asked a question. The refreshed island resource soil is ordinary soil, while the fertile black soil is special soil. The system immediately explained. Ordinary soil has only 1/3 of the fertile black soil in terms of plant growth rate and nutrient supply. So that's it. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. So will the next change be after the island is upgraded to level 6? Ye Chuan asked again. Yes, the system replied. And along with the qualitative change, unknown creatures may appear. Can there be more living creatures? Ye Chuan was stunned, but he was relieved immediately. After all, this is on an island. If the island is big enough, all kinds of insects, snakes and birds will definitely appear. However, humans can intervene in all of this, which is still good. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 5. You have received an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? At this time, the system's voice came again. Open it. Ye Chuan was delighted and spoke immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-grade citrus fruits, 5 small nutrient solutions, and 1 automatic water pump manufacturing diagram. That's amazing. I actually got the manufacturing drawings of the automatic water pump. Does this mean I don't have to go through the trouble of fetching water into a bucket in the future? Ye Chuan immediately made an automatic water pump. A water suction device, a plastic water pipe with a diameter of 5 centimeters and a length of 100 meters, and a small generator. This small generator has a 3-wing propeller. When you put it in the water, the forward force drives the propeller to rotate, thereby generating electricity, which drives the water pumping device to rotate, thereby continuously drawing up seawater. Although the plastic pipe is not large, it is still no problem to provide daily living water. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately placed the water pumping device on the side of Turtle Island. There were enough plastic pipes at the moment, which could just be connected to the water tank of the seawater tap water converter. At present, 1/3 of the water in the water tank has been used. It is very convenient to use an automatic water pump to pump seawater into the water tank in streams. This morning's harvest is pretty good. Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the flower bed. The lettuces are ripe. There are 3 in total, and they look like 3 huge balls. This fast-growing lettuce is indeed different from ordinary lettuce. It grows fast and big. Ye Chuan immediately pulled out all 3 lettuces and swatted out the seeds inside. After cleaning them, he processed the cod pieces and baked them into cod fillets, then sandwiched lettuce in the middle. It was delicious and nutritious. This is the second time Ye Chuan has eaten vegetables since the last cabbage and pork soup, and there was a gap of more than a week in between. After finishing the meal, Ye Chuan grilled a few more cod fillets, put some lettuce on them, and sent them to Lu Yi and blueberry jam respectively. Freshly baked cod fillets with lettuce. Try them. Wow, the lettuce matured so quickly? Blueberry jam asked happily. It looks like I just gave you the seeds yesterday. This is fast-growing lettuce, and in a special place like the ocean, its growth rate is indeed much faster. Ye Chuan explained. You actually still have lettuce. On a deserted island like this, it's a treasure. Louis made several surprised expressions in succession. No, 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 I can't take this. You've already given me too much. Good things should be shared, Ye Chuan said directly. Besides, I can't eat it if I make it. How about this? How about you bind me to become the owner of the subordinate island? Louis said. Otherwise I always feel a little unworthy. There aren't so many things to do, don't think too much. Ye Chuan said calmly. Okay, I'll go get busy first. After replying, Ye Chuan went to the flower bed again. He noticed just now that not only the lettuce, but also the strawberries were ripe. Originally, there were only 2 strawberry seeds, but after germination, along with their growth, the 2 strawberry vines have now become 7, with a total of more than 20 gorgeous, bright red strawberries grown. When you get close to them, they emit an enticing strawberry aroma, which is simply tempting people to commit a crime. Of course, Ye Chuan did not spoil it. He picked all the strawberries immediately. There were still many small flower buds anyway, and as the strawberry vines grew, there would be more. He would not have to worry about eating strawberries in the future. There was no need to wash it. Ye Chuan tasted one directly. As soon as he took a bite, the strawberry juice burst in his mouth. It was sweet with a hint of sourness. It was so delicious that Ye Chuan dared to swear that this was the most delicious strawberry he had ever eaten. Ye Chuan immediately took out 16 strawberries and gave 4 to blueberry jam, Zhao Feiyu, Lu Shuai, and Lu Yi respectively. These are freshly grown strawberries. Try them. It was not until this moment that Ye Chuan noticed the message Lu Yi had just sent, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 47. The Terrifying Zhao Feiyu. Yesterday, after Lu Yi used the island area expansion card, the area expanded by 500 square meters. However, trees, grass and rocks grew over that 500 square meters overnight. She even heard a rustling sound, as if there were some living creatures inside. This made Ye Chuan a little hesitant. After all, on the island, the most likely thing to appear is poisonous snakes. If there really are poisonous snakes inside, then Lu Yi will be in danger. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately gave Lu Yi 300 milliliters of grade of fresh water and told him, "Don't worry about these 500 square meters for now. There may not be anything dangerous in there. Take this water first. If you get attacked by something and get wounded, use this water to clean the wound and then drink half of it." Okay. Lu Yi immediately accepted it and replied, "Don't worry, I definitely won't dare run over there for now. What if there are poisonous snakes or something like that? It would be so scary. I'm most afraid of snakes." "That's good," Ye Chuan replied, and finally he felt relieved. Afterwards, Ye Chuan left the room. Seeing that there were only 1,500 growth points left, he thought it was not worthwhile to upgrade the little guy any further, so he gave up for the time being. After inspecting the various plants planted, I found that the pear trees, apple trees, peach trees, etc. had all grown to more than 30 centimeters. A special species had grown to more than 1 meter and had grown 2 tender green leaves, which actually gave off a faint fragrance. But this smell is very faint, and if you don't smell it carefully, you may not be able to smell it. The vetiver has grown to more than a finger long and is tender and green. At first glance, it looks like wheat seedlings just out of the ground, which is very cute. Ye Chuan then widened the fertile black soil accumulated over the past 2 days by a few meters along the previous soil trajectory, and then sprinkled vetiver seeds on it. Although green has begun to cover the entire island as it is upgraded, Ye Chuan still plans to spread fertile black soil around the house. This is like the fence outside his own yard. Inside and outside the yard, each is a world of its own. After working for several hours, it was already noon. Ye Chuan finally finished his work and took out the grilled monkfish and ate some, then went back to bed to rest. At this time, Zhao Feiyu was staring at a supply box more than 20 meters away. More than 2 hours have passed. Zhao Feiyu originally thought that the supply box would slowly float to the vicinity of the island, but now it seems to be drifting farther and farther away. This made Zhao Feiyu a little anxious. After thinking about it, he finally jumped into the sea like before and swam quickly towards the supply box. However, when he was 5 or 6 meters away from the supply box, he discovered that there was a shark circling around the supply box. After discovering Zhao Feiyu, the shark immediately rushed towards Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu surfaced and took a deep breath, then dived deep into the water, slashed the shark with the dagger in his hand, and dodged to the side at the same time. After the flounder disappeared, the shark had already recovered its former strength and ferocity, but this time, it did not bite Zhao Feiyu. Instead, Zhao Feiyu slashed the shark's belly with a knife, leaving a cut more than 30 centimeters long, and blood was flowing. This also angered the shark. It swung its tail back and continued to rush towards Zhao Feiyu. Its bloody mouth and pale teeth all told of the horror of this shark. Zhao Feiyu dived into the deep water and barely avoided the shark's attack. Unexpectedly, the shark turned around and attacked again, biting Zhao Feiyu's thigh. Zhao Feiyu frowned and stabbed the dagger deeply into one of the shark's eyes. Liquid splashed everywhere, and the shark suddenly stepped back, turned around, and ran away. Zhao Feiyu didn't dare to stay any longer. He grabbed the supply box and swam quickly towards the island. Even so, when he was about to reach the island, a shark slammed into the supply box fiercely. This gave Zhao Feiyu an opportunity. With the help of the shark's force, he rushed directly to the shore. Looking back, I saw more than a dozen fish fins sticking out of the sea. This means that there are at least a dozen sharks in the sea, all following the blood of the injured shark. It is estimated that the life of that shark is in danger. Zhao Feiyu let out a long sigh and lay on the ground for more than 10 minutes before he looked at his thigh. There were 2 rows of teeth marks. He didn't know if it was because these sharks had just recovered, so the force was not particularly strong, but it still made Zhao Feiyu bleed. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough strength, otherwise I could have dealt with that beast in the first strike. Zhao Feiyu snorted coldly, baring his teeth, looking around, and then sent a private message to Ye Chuan. Use your lighter. Ye Chuan was taking a break, so he immediately put the lighter on the trading board and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just went into the water to salvage a supply box and encountered a shark. I was injured and bleeding." Zhao Feiyu replied, "I wanted to burn some ash to stop the bleeding." "You are so awesome that you can even fight a shark one-on-one." Ye Chuan couldn't help but send Zhao Feiyu a series of thumbs-up emojis. The reason why Ye Chuan can fight with sharks is because he has the strength of a sea turtle, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, and is extremely sensitive in the water. Otherwise, he would never dare to fight sharks or killer whales even if he was beaten to death. But Zhao Feiyu is just a mortal, yet he dares to fight a shark. He is worthy of being from the military system. He is so strong. Afterwards, Ye Chuan gave him another 200 milliliters of grate of fresh water and said, "Although wood ash can stop bleeding, it can also contaminate the wound and even cause a risk of infection. You should use grate of fresh water, half to clean the wound and the other half to drink." "Okay, thanks." Zhao Feiyu seemed to hesitate for more than 10 seconds before replying and putting it away. This is a real tough guy, so awesome. Ye Chuan couldn't help but shook his head. He had fought with sharks before and knew how strong they were. Ordinary people, even if there were 3 or 4 of them, could only run for their lives. Zhao Feiyu, is he the king of soldiers? Zhao Feiyu, following Ye Chuan's instructions, had already treated his wounds. He then opened the supply box and was startled. He then put a manufacturing diagram into the trading column. "I can't use this thing, but I think you definitely need it, right?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chuan took a look and his expression changed. A 2-piece beach suit manufacturing diagram? Ye Chuan immediately chose to accept it, and then took a look. The 2-piece set was actually a parasol and a beach chair, but the beach chair was made of wood and looked quite luxurious. The parasol was 3 meters in diameter. "This is such a treasure. Just what I want. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately clicked on the production. Chapter 48, Two Goats, Selling Sharks. Parasols and beach chairs were made immediately, and Ye Chuan placed them more than 2 meters away from the door. The 3-meter-long parasol could only be used for sunlight after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which was absolutely cool. After working for a while, seeing the sun gradually sinking into the sea, Ye Chuan couldn't help but stretch himself, turned back to the room, ate the sea fish, and looked at the public chat room. Everyone, pay attention. I saw a lot of sharks swimming around the island today. They don't show any intention of leaving. There are probably more than 10 of them. Did we find the same group of sharks? I have more than a dozen sharks here that won't leave. It's making it hard for me to fish for the supply boxes. It seems that the flounder school left these sharks without food last time. They are extremely hungry and want to treat us as food. Everyone must not get too close to the coast to avoid being attacked by sharks. Everyone can come to me to buy food and water. I have plenty here for now. Damn, it's Wang Sanrui again. This guy has deceived at least 30 people into becoming his subordinate island owners. That's equivalent to more than 30 people offering him tribute. Of course, he has more food and water. Originally, everyone was discussing the issue of sharks, but after Wang Sanrui spoke up, most people began to launch personal attacks on Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui disagreed and said, although they have become my affiliated island owners, at least they survived with my help. My affiliated island owner hasn't said anything yet, so what qualifications do you have to comment? Wang Sanrui is such a piece of shit, so mean and evil. Anyway, I would never be someone else's subordinate island owner. I came here with a mission. That's right, this is no different from being a slave. There's no freedom at all. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This Wang Sanrui really played the information gap to perfection. Just because the island owners didn't know the restrictions after becoming affiliated island owners, he gained more than 30 affiliated island owners at once. When it comes to the later stage of development, he will definitely make a fortune. At night, Ye Chuan ate an orange, dried the seeds, and then fell into a deep sleep. It was not until the next morning that Ye Chuan woke up and signed in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and 1 lucky blind box. Note: there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. Another lucky blind box was opened, but this time, Ye Chuan suddenly remembered that he had accumulated 3 broken feathers, which could be exchanged for angel feathers. Perhaps he could trigger the double amplification again? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately exchanged for an angel feather and clicked to use it. For the time being, nothing happened and the double amplification was not triggered. Maybe other good luck will happen? Ye Chuan thought about it, and then opened the blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 6-month-old goats, 1 male and 1 female. Fuck, Ye Chuan took a deep breath. He could actually sign in a living thing, and they were a male and a female goat. How lucky must he be to be able to sign in a male and a female goat? Doesn't this mean that in the future I can not only drink goat's milk, but I may also be able to eat goat meat after the lamb is born? I'm rich, I'm rich. At this time, 2 snow-white goats were in the inventory of Ye Chuan's system. Ye Chuan did not choose to release them. After all, releasing them would mean that they would have to eat grass. However, the vetiver grass had not yet fully grown. He had neither pasture nor a sheepfold. If he released them, they would only run around the island, and their feces would be everywhere. How annoying would that be? We can only wait for a while and consider other things after we have the sheepfold and pasture. After relaxing a bit, Ye Chuan grilled some cod, cut some salmon with a blade, made sashimi, cut an orange into 4 pieces, and gave 1 piece of cod, sashimi, and orange to Lu Yi, Zhao Feiyu, and the other 2 respectively. Then he ate while looking at the public chat room. I couldn't believe it. I was attacked by a shark. I was more than 5 meters away from the beach, but I was still bitten by the shark and almost dragged into the sea. Everyone must pay attention to safety. There have been too many shark attacks on island owners recently. These sharks seem to have become much more irritable. Yes. The supply box I salvaged was actually bitten by a great white shark. All the resources inside fell out, and I only salvaged an empty box. It's really speechless. When Ye Chuan heard this, he suddenly heard the chirp chirp sound of the albatross and rushed out of the room immediately. He saw the little guy diving, grabbing a shark with his sharp claws. The huge force actually lifted the shark up. Fortunately, it was a small shark, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to be brought ashore. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the dolphin also hit a shark. The shark weighing more than 200 kilograms was knocked to the shore by the dolphin. Even though the shark twisted its body and wanted to return to the ocean, it was hit again by the dolphin and was knocked nearly 7 or 8 meters away from the seashore. It had long been a luxury for the shark to return to the sea. Both the dolphin and the albatross had an absolute advantage in this battle. In a blink of an eye, 3 sharks had come ashore. The remaining sharks were not stupid either. They knew that they could not afford to offend this island, so they immediately scattered. Shark meat seems to be particularly unpalatable. Ye Chuan pinched his chin and couldn't help muttering to himself. However, if the island owners run out of food and are surrounded by sharks, they may not be able to catch any more for a while. Just because they don't want to eat it doesn't mean they don't like it. With this in mind, Ye Chuan cut off the shark's fins and divided the shark meat into 500 g portions, a total of more than 1,500 portions, and then put them all on the shelf. Shark 500 g equals wooden board 10, shark 500 g equals metal sheet 1, shark 500 g equals cloth sheet 10. For a moment, the public chat room was shocked again. Oh my god, a big shot actually put shark meat on the shelves. This is so scary. How did he catch the shark? It's unbelievable. Even if 5 or 6 people joined forces, they would not be able to defeat a shark. How could the boss put so many copies on the shelves at once? There are more than 1,000 copies. I wonder if this was put on the shelves by one big boss or several big bosses. Needless to say, there was not even one copy just now, but now there are so many copies on the shelves. It must be a big shot who put them on the shelves. Do you think anyone can fight a shark? Boss, please support me. Chapter 49. A hidden mission that has already been completed? Just as Ye Chuan guessed, more than 1,000 pieces of shark meat were put on the shelves, and in less than 10 minutes, more than 300 pieces were sold. Although the transaction speed slowed down afterwards, Ye Chuan believed that by this time tomorrow, the shark meat would most likely be sold out. Just when Ye Chuan was about to leave, a private message popped up. Boss, can I exchange your shark meat for a map? That depends on the manufacturing drawings. Ye Chuan replied. I'm a little embarrassed to say this. The other party replied. Sheepfold manufacturing map. I know this kind of manufacturing map is basically useless, but I'm really hungry. I'll be satisfied if you give me 200 g of shark meat. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and whatever he thought of came true. I was just wondering when I could get the sheep pen manufacturing drawings, and now they are here, just what I want. However, Ye Chuan still waited for a few minutes before replying. Forget it. I'll give you 500 g. It's not easy for everyone, and I still have a lot of shark meat anyway. Thank you so much. The other party probably didn't expect Ye Chuan to take out 500 g of shark meat and put a manual juicer manufacturing diagram on it. I'll give you another manual juicer manufacturing diagram. Although it's useless, but if there are fruits in the future, you can squeeze juice if you want to drink it. Ye Chuan was speechless for a while. Strictly speaking, a manual juicer is also what I need. After all, I can get fruits every few days. If I have a juicer, can I squeeze juice at any time? After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Ye Chuan finally agreed to the deal. He snapped his fingers excitedly. Yes, cool. On a small island thousands of miles away, a skinny man with a dusty face looked at a piece of shark meat in his hand, tears streaming down his face. There are still many good people in this world. 2 useless manufacturing maps actually exchanged for such a large piece of shark meat. At least I won't feel hungry for 2 days. Good people. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and immediately chose a sheep pen next to the chicken coop, which was only about 2 meters away. Then he chose to build it. In a moment, a sheep pen that was not too small appeared in front of Ye Chuan. At the same time, there is also a system introduction. The sheepfold can accommodate 4 2-year-old sheep and has an automatic collection system for sheep manure and leftover grass, which can improve cleaning work by 70%. Love it. Ye Chuan clapped his hands, dancing with joy. If Ye Chuan was asked to collect sheep dung and clean the sheep pen honestly, he would probably be driven crazy. Now it's basically automated. However, even though we have a sheep pen, pasture is still a problem. Although vetiver can also be used as pasture, it takes too long for vetiver to mature. It will take at least 7 or 8 days for this batch of vetiver to grow. Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask the system. System, is there any fast-growing grass? You gave me the sheep, you can't just leave me alone to watch, right? The host can accept hidden tasks. After completing the hidden tasks, there is a chance to obtain magical grass seeds. The system replied. Hidden mission? Ye Chuan was stunned, but he didn't think much about it and asked directly, what hidden missions are there at present? Hidden mission, the host needs to find a mineral resource within a week. Then you can get a generous reward. Do you accept it? Accept. Ye Chuan chose to accept without hesitation. It is detected that the host has found a mineral resource. The hidden task has been completed. A surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? The next second, the system immediately asked. Fuck. Ye Chuan's mouth twitched. This is actually a hidden task, and I have actually completed it. Fortunately, I asked, otherwise I would have missed the reward. Open it. Ye Chuan smiled and spoke. Lucky gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for receiving Evolution Value Pack 1, Magic Grass Seeds 500, Citrus 4, Resource Pack 1. Note: Magic grass seeds can grow a season's worth of grass within 24 hours. As long as the root system is not damaged, it can be harvested without limit and can reproduce slowly. Oh my god, there's a gift package inside a gift package. It's too much. Ye Chuan's expression changed, but he still couldn't help but complain. System, can you not be so casual about the tasks in the future? Just make a panel with optional tasks written on it, and I can complete the tasks by looking at the panel, and the hidden tasks will be triggered while completing the tasks. This is more rigorous. As a system, you must have very advanced technology. Do you need me to remind you how to do it? Ye Chuan opened his heart to the system, but the system seemed to have crashed and didn't say a word. Ye Chuan didn't bother to pay attention to it. He found a place and spread the 200 kilograms of fertile black soil he got from signing in today into a rectangular plot. Then he scattered the seeds of the magic grass on it and poured at least 10 kilograms of fresh water on it. This directly consumed 1/3 of the fresh water that Ye Chuan had accumulated during this period, which really made Ye Chuan feel painful. However, he felt relieved when he thought that he would soon get a lamb and drink goat's milk. However, Ye Chuan still did not put the sheep into the sheepfold. He decided to wait until the grass grew tomorrow. Afterwards, Ye Chuan opened the resource gift pack and got 50 pieces of wood, cloth, metal, stone, plastic, and glass, making another small harvest. Finally, Ye Chuan opened the evolution value gift package and got 10,000 evolution points, which really excited Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan immediately upgraded the two little things to level 4, the same level as the little albatross. For a moment, the three albatrosses flew high into the sky together, and then dived, playing and fighting with each other in the sky, showing harmony and beauty. At the same time, Ye Chuan obtained 8 upgrade gift packs, which he opened all of them. He gained a lot, including various resources, food, and mineral water. However, the evolution value rewarded in the upgrade gift package, like the sign-in, has also increased from 500 points to 1,000 points. With this and the previous 2,500 points, Ye Chuan still has 10,500 evolution points. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately added points to the dolphin and the turtle. Their bodies immediately began to grow slowly. Ye Chuan immediately looked at the dolphin's information panel. Name: Dolphin. Friendliness: 90 out of 100. Level: 6. Evolution value: 0/3500. Skills: Sonic Interference, Basic. Absolute Impact, Basic. Talent: Deep Diving, 700 meters. Note: in Absolute Impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 600 kilograms. The turtle panel has also changed. Island owner: Ye Chuan. Type: Turtle. Level: 6, 0/7000. Skill: Water Bomb, Intermediate. Talents: Longevity, Fast Healing. What surprised Ye Chuan was that after the dolphin was upgraded to level 6, the deep dive and absolute impact numbers were enhanced, while the turtle did not change except for the level. I don't know exactly what happened. However, Ye Chuan did not hesitate too much, and the system prompt sounded again. Chapter 50 Lung Phone. Are you planning to leave the organization? Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 6 and receiving the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? Open it. Ye Chuan calmed himself down and spoke immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 corn pancakes, 2 A-grade citrus fruits, and 1 plastic pipe manufacturing diagram. I can actually get a pancake as a reward. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately took out one and took a look. This was a machine-made pancake with a strong pancake aroma, square, and very soft. As a northerner, Ye Chuan had eaten a lot of pancakes in the orphanage when he was a child. He didn't expect that he could still taste the taste of the orphanage above the sea. The system really understands me. The sun is shining and the sky is cloudless. Ye Chuan took out 4 oranges, 2 of which were grade A oranges, and used a manual juicer to squeeze out about 1,000 milliliters of orange juice. He gave 100 milliliters of orange juice to each of Lu Yi, Zhao Feiyu, and the other 3. Then he took the remaining 600 milliliters and sat on the beach chair, looking at the scenery in the distance while sipping the orange juice. How comfortable it was. Hundreds of miles away, Lung Feng rowed a small boat and quickly came to an island. He shouted directly at a shed made of branches and weeds. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall immediately came out of it and looked at Lung Feng in surprise. You actually have a boat, and you came to my place. I have no ill intentions. I just want you to become the owner of my affiliated island. Lung Feng said in a deep voice. Are you seriously ill? The big man sneered. I want you to be my subordinate island owner, so that I can have someone to pay tribute to me. So, I have to thank you for coming all the way here to give me a head, haha. It seems that you are going to drink a penalty toast if you don't want to accept my toast. Lung Feng shook his head slightly, then his body swayed slightly, and the whole person hit the big man hard like a cannonball. The big man seemed to be extremely strong. He was knocked back a few steps. Then he grabbed Lung Feng's belt and threw him to the side. Lung Feng twisted his body, flipped in the air, and kicked the big man in the face. The poor big man was just about to enjoy the fruits of victory, but was almost fainted by the kick. He immediately went crazy and slammed into Lung Feng hard. However, Lung Feng was so fast that he could easily dodge every attack. Instead, the big man had more and more wounds on his body. Especially the last punch hit the big man's chest. The big man suddenly sat down on the ground, holding his chest and gasping for breath, and he didn't get up for a long time. Lung Feng ignored the big man and walked straight to the big man's super tablet and started binding. You bastard, I really want to kill you. The big man looked at Lung Feng with resentment, wishing he could cut Lung Feng into pieces. However, he could do nothing now. He had to watch himself go from being an independent island owner to a subordinate island owner. At least his future was gone. After finishing the operation, Lung Feng came to the big man with a smile. There is no harm in following me. I am very lucky. Let's help each other. At least in this 6-month novice period, we can definitely do well. I can do well on my own, the big man said, gritting his teeth. It's always better to develop faster than two people working together. Lung Feng shook his head. Besides, you are only the first affiliated island owner I have bound. There will be others joining our team in the future. In the near future, we will definitely be a powerful force among the novice island owners. It's already like this, you can say whatever you want. The big man looked like he had given up and just sat on the ground without getting up. Do your best. Come to me if you need anything. Lung Feng simply patted the big man's shoulder, then immediately returned to the boat and swam quickly in another direction. It has been detected that a subordinate island owner has bound a new island owner. Please keep up the good work and your power will grow stronger and stronger. After drinking the orange juice, Ye Chuan had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, the system's voice came, startling Ye Chuan. Oh my god, the sun is about to set. Ye Chuan then realized that the sun had almost set below the sea level, but the afternoon sun was a little less intense, so Ye Chuan didn't even notice it. Hearing the voice of the system at this time, he couldn't help but frown. There are only 3 island owners in total, and now there is another island owner developing a subordinate? After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately returned to the super tablet. Zhao Feiyu and the other 3 all sent messages, most of which were shocked by Ye Chuan's life. After all, he had been in the ocean for 20 days and encountered a tsunami. Ye Chuan could even drink orange juice. He couldn't be more comfortable. Ye Chuan immediately sent a message to Lu Shuai. Have you developed a subordinate island owner? No, I don't have a boat. Even if I had a boat, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lu Shuai answered almost immediately. Since it's not Lu Shuai, it should not be blueberry jam either, so it must be Lung Feng. That guy was forced to do it. He must know that as long as his affiliated islands exceed mine, they can be automatically untied, so he plans to bind more islands and then get out of my control. Damn, this guy is quite sinister. I guess he doesn't know that I have guessed his intention? Okay, since you are going to develop affiliated island owners, don't blame me for cutting off your source of income. Ye Chuan immediately came to the turtle's head and shouted loudly. My turtle, do you still know Lung Feng's island? Have you memorized the route map? The turtle's huge head immediately raised up, turned around, and nodded at Ye Chuan. Okay, then let's go back to Lung Feng's island. Ye Chuan raised his lips and said immediately, Go at full speed, the faster the better. The turtle raised its head again, then turned around and swam away to a certain place. Ye Chuan snorted coldly, turned back to the super tablet, replied to Blueberry Jam, Lu Yi and Zhao Feiyu respectively, and then looked at the public chat room. I don't have enough resources to exchange for shark meat, but I'm so hungry and thirsty. Is there any big man who can give me some water and food? I'm willing to be your subordinate island owner. Even if a big boss wants to recruit subordinate island owners, he will definitely recruit those who are capable. Someone like you who has been in the ocean world for more than 20 days and has nothing, no one will recruit you as a subordinate island owner. Friendly reminder, don't get close to the shore. The sharks have gone crazy. Some of them are even hitting the rocks on the seashore of my island. Has every island owner's island been attacked by sharks? Are there any that have not been attacked by sharks? Watching these chats, Ye Chuan ignored them and directly privately chatted with the starving island owner. Brother, you have no resources. Do you have a manufacturing map? Chapter 51. You said you contacted Ye Chuan. I only have a machete manufacturing diagram, but it's not very useful. The other party replied immediately. You can exchange the machete manufacturing diagram with me for 500 g of shark meat. Ye Chuan replied immediately. The other party did not reply and immediately put the machete manufacturing diagram on the trading column. Ye Chuan also immediately put the shark meat on the trading column, and the two of them completed the transaction immediately. Ye Chuan got the manufacturing drawing of the machete and made it immediately. Suddenly, a 1.5-foot-long short knife with a straight back and straight blade, shaped like a hatchet, appeared in front of Ye Chuan. It was not only extremely sharp, but also very exquisite in shape. There was a faint feeling of heaviness in the hand, which was much better than the previous short knife. Oh my God, I can actually get such a beautiful knife. Ye Chuan shook it in his hand for a few times, and couldn't help but say to himself excitedly, if I use this knife to fight Lung Feng one-on-one, I will definitely be able to defeat him, right? This sword comes with a scabbard, which can be hung around the waist without feeling cumbersome at all, and can be drawn and attacked at the first instant. It is very ergonomic. Ye Chuan tried it more than a dozen times, and the more he used it, the more comfortable he became, so he gave up. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ye Chuan cooked a king crab and made 3 boxes of instant noodles. He put crab meat in each box and gave them to Blueberry Jam and Lu Yi respectively. Blueberry Jam immediately sent an expression of gratitude. Lu Yi said with some emotion, "Today I only drank the juice you gave me. My stomach is growling with hunger, and you still gave me some instant noodles and king crab meat. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Are you out of food?" Ye Chuan asked in confusion. "Yeah, there are only 5 or 6 bottles of mineral water left." Lu Yi sighed. "It's true again. We came to the ocean to survive, and you came to the island for vacation." As he spoke, he sent a series of laughing emoticons. "I'm just lucky, otherwise I wouldn't be able to live so comfortably." Ye Chuan replied immediately, "Eat quickly, or it will get cold. By the way, I have good news to tell you. I found Ye Chuan." Lu Yi suddenly said. This caught Ye Chuan off guard, and he immediately asked, "Are you sure it's Ye Chuan? Is someone deceiving you?" "Probably not. He told me Ye Chuan's information characteristics, and he knew me. He said he had been communicating with me for a long time. As the first and second in the school, there is indeed some induction between us." Lu Yi replied, "But this kid is only good at talking. He came to the deserted island and lived much worse than me. The reason why I had no food was that I gave him 2 pieces of bread and a sausage." "Oh." Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and replied with only one word. "If you say this woman is stupid, she can score among the best in theoretical courses. If you say she is smart, she can actually determine that the other person is Ye Chuan based on just a few words from the other person, and even gave him her only food. Is this called a long-term spiritual connection or a sense of connection?" Ye Chuan was speechless. "I gave all the food to him. You won't blame me, right?" Lu Yi asked. "No, but I think you'd better question him carefully. You can't assume that he is the person you are looking for based on just a few words." Ye Chuan replied, "After all, as long as he is from the same school as you, he must know something about the two of you. If he is a fake, it would be fine if he was cheated of some things, but the most important thing is that it would be a waste of feelings." "Don't worry, I will." Lu Yi replied immediately. Ye Chuan didn't say anything more. He had said everything he needed to say. As for how she dealt with the imposter, that was her problem. After taking a look at the trading panel, he found that almost half of the shark meat had been traded, and there was nothing new in the public chat room. Ye Chuan ignored it and lay down on the bed, soon falling asleep. The next day, just after daybreak, Ye Chuan opened his eyes, walked out of the room, looked outside, and found that he had arrived at Lung Feng's island. However, just as the island owner in the public chat room said, his island was surrounded by sharks, at least a dozen of them. I really don't know how that guy rode away in such a situation. Or has he come back? Ye Chuan didn't care about this problem. After letting the turtle completely connect with the opposite island, he jumped directly to the opposite island, took out the iron gun, and began to dig up the corn and bean seedlings on the island. It took half an hour to dig 35 bean seedlings and 15 corns before they were all transplanted to Turtle Island. Then Ye Chuan entered the cabin again. It was very clean inside. There was only a bed and a small table made of supply boxes with a handful of sunflower seeds on it. There was nothing else. However, these sunflower seeds are actually a good thing. Ye Chuan put them directly into his pocket. After lighting the wooden house with a lighter, he returned to Turtle Island and ordered the turtles to return to where they came from. From afar, one could see a raging fire on Lung Feng's island. Unless he never came back, He would probably be so angry that he would get a cerebral hemorrhage when he saw the state of the island. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 6. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Unexpectedly, this time the sign-in and the upgrade gift package came together. Ye Chuan immediately said, "Sign in and open the gift package." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. Plastic 5, glass 5, citrus 2. Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-grade citrus, 5 small nutrient solutions, and 1 central air conditioning manufacturing diagram. The things obtained in the upgrade gift packs of level 5 and level 6 are the same, but the manufacturing diagram is slightly different. It has become a central air conditioner, but it still uses electricity. Ye Chuan still manufactured it, and the system directly hung it in a suitable position, so it doesn't look so abrupt. The area of the island is now 5,000 square meters. The areas around it where trees, soil, flowers, and plants appear have become more than twice as large as before because I did not intervene before. It really looks like an island, especially those dozen trees gathered together, about 4 or 5 meters high. If they increase several times, they will definitely become a grove, and even eventually evolve into a forest. This makes Ye Chuan very much looking forward to it. Turning around, Ye Chuan was delighted to find that the magical grass had grown to more than 30 centimeters high. It was extremely green and had a very strong smell of grass. It was indeed magical grass. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately put the 2 goats into the sheepfold, cut a handful of grass with a blade, and put it in the feed trough. The 2 goats immediately ate with relish, and at the same time happily called "Ba Ba" to Ye Chuan. Chapter 52. Sudden change in temperature. Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile. He cut all the remaining magical grass and put it into the feed trough, letting the 2 goats eat it. At present, these magical grasses are just enough for the goats to eat for 24 hours. When Ye Chuan harvests them the next day, it will be enough for another day. At that moment, Ye Chuan fetched another bucket of fresh water from the faucet and put it into the sink. Seeing that the 2 sheep drank it without any problem, he felt relieved. He took 2 eggs laid by hens from the chicken coop and had 2 sunny-side-up eggs for breakfast in the morning. It seems a bit cold today. According to the time calculation, it should still be summer. After drinking a cup of boiled grate of fresh water, Ye Chuan looked at the chilly outside. There was not a trace of sea breeze. Even the 3 little guys were surprisingly not playing around, but lying obediently in the nest. Looking at the chat room, everyone seems to be talking about this question. Fuck, I almost froze to death when I woke up early this morning. How come it felt like winter had arrived overnight? It must have been only 4 or 5 degrees. What the hell is going on recently? First there was the tsunami, then there were sharks, and now it's so cold. The sun has even risen, so why is it still so cold? Is someone messing with us? Since we all entered the ocean world has been completely closed. Who could possibly mess with us? It's just a wild guess. But the situation now is really outrageous. I always feel like something is going to happen. Let's take it one step at a time. If we enter the cold winter now, at least half of us will freeze to death. It turns out that I'm not the only one who's cold. Everyone is cold. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. Since everyone is cold, that is the problem of this ocean world. Ye Chuan no longer cares and runs out to open the supply box. After 2 days of stockpiling, 5 more supply boxes appeared on the turtle's head, and Ye Chuan opened them all. Wooden board 2, plastic 2, cotton 5, metal sheets 3, cotton 2, mineral water 1. What surprised Ye Chuan was that 17 cotton balls were opened. What can cotton be used for? Quilts? Ye Chuan was a little confused about the rules of this world. After all, it seemed that both the theoretical knowledge and the practical knowledge were very different from what he had learned. Ye Chuan had also listened to the previous island leaders' lectures many times about the novice period when entering the ocean world, and most of them developed step by step. There are almost no abnormal weather like the one we have now, with tsunamis, shark swarms, and weather like this. Could it be that because I was bound to the system, the entire ocean world had changed? Ye Chuan read the introduction about cotton. Cotton is a consumable. 10 cottons can be woven into 1 piece of cloth. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Ye Chuan's expression changed. He had developed a loom before, but he originally thought it was useless. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately placed the loom in a corner of the living room, then took out 10 pieces of cotton and weaved a batch of fluffy cloth that looked very thick. This piece of cloth can at least make 3 pieces of clothing, right? Ye Chuan couldn't help but whisper to himself as he stroked the cloth. After putting the cloth into the inventory, Ye Chuan returned to the room and glanced at the comments in the public chat room. Oh my god, cotton appeared in my fishing supply box. Does this mean that winter is coming? No matter what you think, I feel that this is a test from the ocean world for us, just like a tsunami or a swarm of sharks. We are going through a hellish novice period. That's right. Listening to the experiences shared by our predecessors, no one has ever experienced so much suffering. This ocean world is torturing us to death. You can take down the lines on the fishing nets, connect the cotton balls together, and wear them to keep warm. Oh my god, how much cotton would that require? Don't be so ridiculous. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and felt that the cotton would be of great use next, so he immediately ran to get a large pot of tap water and boiled it. Then he traded the boiled hot water in 200 milliliters portions for 3 cottons. Ye Chuan put 50 copies on the shelves at once, causing an uproar in the public chat room. Fuck, did you see that? There are big guys trading cotton with boiled water. This is boiled water, which is what we need most right now. God has blessed me. I just opened 5 cotton balls, which I can use to exchange for a bottle of boiled water. It can quench my thirst and keep me warm. It's great. I only have 3 cotton balls. I wonder if I can exchange 3 cotton balls for 1 cup of boiled water. My personal suggestion is that you should not take out the cotton in your hands easily. Now that the weather has suddenly turned cold, and cotton has suddenly appeared in the supply box, don't you think it is abnormal? Anyway, I'm thirsty and cold now. I don't care. I'm going to exchange for 1 right away. Along with the conversation in the public chat room, Ye Chuan's transaction volume was slowly proceeding, and Ye Chuan immediately went to boil some water. Blueberry Jam also sent a private message to Ye Chuan at this time. Brother, I saw a big guy trading boiled water. I have 5 cotton balls now. Do you want to trade? Silly girl, that was me making the deal. Ye Chuan came back and took a look and was suddenly speechless. No matter how I look at it, I feel that this girl has nothing to do with quality. Can she really form a fleet in the future? Oh my god, you actually have so much boiled water. Blueberry Jam suddenly shouted in surprise. Then I'll give you all the cotton, and you give me some boiled water. I'm almost freezing to death. Okay, give me the cotton. I think it should be useful. If you need it, I'll give it back to you. Ye Chuan said, and immediately traded it for 500 milliliters of boiled water for the blueberry jam. Island owner, do we need to trade boiled water? At this time, an affiliated island owner suddenly contacted Wang Sanrui. He had already read the news about the public chat room, and of course he was also paying attention to the boiled water on the shelves. The sudden appearance of cotton must be useful, but for a moment he was not quite sure what it was used for. After thinking for a while, Wang Sanrui asked directly, how much cotton do we have in total? I have just contacted our affiliated island owners. Everyone has open cotton today. If we put them all together, there are probably more than 500 pieces. So much. Wang Sanrui was also shocked, and then replied, collect all the cotton and hand it over to me. Okay. Upon hearing this, the owner of the affiliated island immediately went to do it. Half an hour later, Wang Sanrui had 546 cotton balls in his hand. Wang Sanrui collected 100 cotton balls and used the rest to trade for boiled water. Ye Chuan suddenly discovered that there were more than 20 bottles of boiled water left, and they were all sold out. Chapter 53, Stockpiling Water? I'll make you die of bloating. More than 20 copies suddenly disappeared. It was definitely not a group of people trading at the same time. There was only one possibility, that one person bought these 20 copies at the same time. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately put another 50 copies on the shelf, but just like before, the other party bought all the boiled water in one go. Wang Sanrui? Ye Chuan thought about it, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. 50 portions means 150 cottons. Unless a relatively large independent island owner like Wang Sanrui collects all the cotton from all the subordinate island owners, he can consume so much boiled water in seconds. Let's see how much you can eat. Ye Chuan smiled coldly and put another 50 portions on the shelf. Just like last time, they were sold out in an instant. Fuck, I don't believe it. Ye Chuan was stunned, then put another 50 copies on the shelf. This time, the other party only bought a few shares, and then the boiled water stopped moving. After a few minutes of stagnation, it began to trade slowly again. It seems that this kid has more than 400 cotton balls. Ye Chuan said to himself, it's really extraordinary. In just one morning, he has collected more than 400 cotton balls. And he must have more than that. It turns out that collective power is great. No matter what happens to others, this kid will definitely be able to accomplish something. In the public chat room, everyone was very confused about this matter. What happened just now? I just wanted to trade, and 50 bottles of boiled water were gone in an instant. Is there some big shot who is hoarding boiled water? 150 cotton balls in one go. Who can be so generous? Do I need to ask? It must be Wang Sanrui who cheated more than 30 island owners. Who else could have done such a big thing? But I just can't understand why that big guy hoarded so much cotton. Is it really like what that guy said, that he used fishing line to string the cotton into a piece of clothing to keep warm? Don't talk about being cold. It's getting colder. I'd better run around the island. I'll stop feeling cold after a few laps. Good idea, I'll go run laps too. Looking at these naive island owners, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shook his head and sent 500 milliliters of boiled water to Zhao Feiyu, Lu Yi, and Lu Shui respectively. So you are buying cotton. You actually hoarded so much boiled water. Lu Yi made a surprised expression. It's okay. My seawater to tap water converter can provide the required supply. It's just that boiling the water is a bit troublesome. Ye Chuan replied immediately. It's better than drinking mineral water. Lu Yi replied. Take your time. After all, this is just the novice stage. It will probably be easier later on. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. Drink this water yourself. Don't share it with others casually. These days, even landlords don't have surplus food. Received. Lu Yi replied immediately. It's getting colder and colder. Will the crops I grow freeze to death? Ye Chuan muttered and left the room again. Then he looked around and asked, System, will the current low temperature have any impact on the crops on the island? The plants in the ocean are all specially cultivated and can withstand temperatures as low as around 0 degrees. If the temperature is lower, the host will need to find a way to solve it on his own. The system replied immediately. Oh my God, isn't it the same as if I didn't say anything? Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and said unhappily, It seems that we can only wait and see. If it is really too cold, we can only burn a lot of wood boards to keep these plants warm. In short, we will definitely be able to survive safely in the end. Seeing that the fish on sale were almost sold out, Ye Chuan immediately used the semi-automatic fishing net again, and a large number of fish came into the net. Among them, ordinary sea fish are the most. Of course, king crabs, squids, and so on are also quite a lot. Ye Chuan immediately put all the ordinary sea fish on the shelves, and then ran to plant the handful of sunflower seeds he got from Lung Feng. He believed that soon, he would be able to eat a lot of sunflower seeds. Boiled water alone is not so good. It has no taste. Looking at the boiled water in the big pot, Ye Chuan poured it directly into the thermos bucket, but shook his head slightly. The 2 ancient tea trees obtained in the last transaction are still in the inventory. I haven't found a suitable place before. Now the soil on the island has evolved. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he couldn't help asking, System, can I plant the ancient tea trees in those ordinary soils? Yes, the system replied immediately. However, ordinary soil cannot improve the quality of ancient tea trees. We can only maintain the status quo. That's good. Ye Chuan laughed immediately. He had already found a place, which was close to a green belt with fertile black soil and currently had some weeds growing on it. The soil was about 30 centimeters thick. Ye Chuan immediately went over to loosen up the land. After throwing away the weeds, he took out 100 kilograms of fertile black soil and mixed it with ordinary soil. The thickness directly reached 50 centimeters, which was just enough to plant the root ball of an ancient tea tree. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out one of the ancient tea trees and planted it on the ground. He then fetched a small bucket of fresh water, mixed 500 milliliters of grade of fresh water in it, and poured it in to ensure the survival rate of the ancient tea tree. Only after finishing all this did Ye Chuan wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although the weather was quite cold, he was actually sweating after being busy for so long. Comfortable. Ye Chuan exhaled a breath and couldn't help but say to himself with a smile, Although this ancient tea tree now looks lush and green and very attractive, Ye Chuan still plans to let it grow for a few more days and pick the tea leaves after it is truly alive. As for the other one, I will wait until the fertile black soil is available to plant it. But then again, the fertile black soil that had been appearing when I signed in today was gone. Could it be that after the soil evolved on the island, the fertile black soil disappeared? This made Ye Chuan secretly feel it was a pity. After all, his vetiver only formed a semicircle around the house. Even if the fertile black soil was no longer available in the future, he should at least wait until the house was fully greened, right? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a crisp whoosh sound, and the turtle's huge head stretched out, and suddenly it shook its head like a dragon, and the 2 supply boxes were actually thrown to the shore. However, this time the old turtle was trying to show off a little bit, and one of the supply boxes was thrown to the side and went into the sea on the side. Swoosh bang. With a loud bang, the dolphin flew out of the sea like an arrow and hit the supply box directly. Finally, the supply box returned to the correct track and landed on the shore with the other one. Oh my God, can turtle show off? Ye Chuan couldn't help laughing and immediately walked over, planning to open it to see if there was any cotton left. But after opening one of them, Ye Chuan was stunned. Chapter 54. The appearance of the garment-making machine, making cotton-padded clothes. Cotton 2, Woodboard 2, Garment Machine Manufacturing Diagram 1. They actually opened a drawing for the manufacture of a garment machine. I was just worrying that even if I collected so much cotton, I wouldn't be able to make clothes out of it, but then the manufacturing diagram of a garment-making machine came along. It really was destined by heaven. Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He studied the manufacturing of the garment-making machine. It required one garment-making machine manufacturing drawing, 50 metal sheets, 10 plastics, and 5 cloth sheets. Since he already had both, Ye Chuan directly made a garment-making machine. All of a sudden, a machine that was 1 meter high and about 1.56 meters long and wide appeared in front of Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan immediately carried it into the room and placed it side by side with the loom. Ye Chuan studied the garment-making machine. To make one piece of clothing, one needed 1 piece of cloth and 5 pieces of cloth. There were 3 modes. 1 piece of cloth could make 3 tops, 3 pairs of trousers, or a set of clothes. Ye Chuan decisively chose a piece of cloth to make 3 tops, and then consumed 1 piece of cloth, 5 pieces of cloth, to make 3 tops of the same size. After trying them on, he found that they were neither too big nor too small, just right. And because the cloth was cotton, it could be made into a cotton coat directly, which was warm and very comfortable. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made 3 more pairs of cotton trousers to match the cotton coat. In this way, 2 pieces of cloth could be used to make 3 sets of clothes, which saved 1 piece of cloth compared to making 1 set of clothes with 1 piece of cloth. Well, there is indeed nothing wrong with my calculation. At present, I have more than 600 cotton balls in my hands, but I can only weave more than 60 pieces of cloth, which can be made into more than 90 cotton-padded clothes. Now that the temperature has dropped a little, it is estimated that it will only be 1 or 2 degrees. I guess everyone is in great need of such cotton-padded clothes to keep warm. Regardless of anything else, Ye Chuan first made himself a set of cotton clothes, and then ordered the loom and garment machine to start working nonstop. By the evening, Ye Chuan already had 92 sets of cotton clothes in his hand. He immediately sent a private message to Lu Yi. Are you cold? It's too cold. I think the temperature here is about to drop to 0 degrees. Lu Yi quickly replied. I just ran around the island and it was only warm for a while, but now my hands are almost frozen. Looking at Lu Yi's message, Ye Chuan raised his lips and immediately put a set of cotton clothes in the transaction column. Put it on quickly, don't freeze. Fuck, Lu Yi cursed when he saw the cotton-padded jacket. How come you even have a cotton-padded jacket? I have opened a garment-making machine and also happen to have a loom, which can be used to make clothes with cotton. Ye Chuan made a boastful expression. Lu Yi didn't say anything else and directly clicked on the transaction. After more than 10 seconds, he replied, I found that you have everything that everyone needs. I really admire you more and more. That's right. Ye Chuan sent several laughing expressions in succession and gave a set of blueberry jam to Zhao Feiyu and the other 2. Brother, you even have a cotton coat. Blueberry Jam replied immediately, No, when I see you, I will definitely dance for you and take off my clothes. I will marry you, otherwise I will never be able to repay your kindness. Does it have to be so serious? Ye Chuan replied with a pout. Of course, Blueberry Jam made a shy expression, but I'm still keeping my virginity, Ye Chuan was shocked by these words. After sending her 500 milliliters of boiled water and the fish he had cooked last time, he didn't dare to talk to her anymore. Zhao Feiyu accepted the cotton coat and just said thank you. Lu Shuai, on the other hand, said a lot of flattering nonsense, but Ye Chuan ignored him and looked directly at the public chat room. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Is it a cold front passing through? Will it be better tomorrow? Dude, what you need to consider now is whether you can survive tonight. My bottle of mineral water has frozen. The current temperature is estimated to be around 0 to 1 degrees. I don't know if it will get colder at night. Oh my god, this is not just the novice stage of ocean survival. This is going to kill us. Where's the big guy who traded boiled water for cotton? I want to trade boiled water. Put some more on the shelf quickly. Ye Chuan smiled slightly. He thought that he should get more water and buy up cotton in large quantities so that he could make more cotton clothes and trade them for good things. At that moment, Ye Chuan picked up the bucket and planned to get another bucket of tap water, but when he turned on the faucet, no water came out. This made Ye Chuan stunned. He looked at the water tank, and there was no water? Could it be that a shark had damaged the water-drawing device? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately walked forward along the pipe and couldn't help but slap his forehead. The island was upgraded and its area expanded. The plastic pipe was not long enough, so the water pumping device and the small generator were brought to the shore, which was nearly 10 meters away from the shore. Ye Chuan's first thought was to lengthen the plastic pipe, but then he thought, even if he lengthened it this time, would he have to lengthen it further when the area expanded next time? Wouldn't it be a cycle if this continues? And in the end, would the length be 100 meters or 1,000 meters? This is obviously not the optimal solution. Seeing that it was about to get completely dark, Ye Chuan decided to worry about this matter tomorrow, and immediately picked up the wooden bucket and started to fill the large barrel with water. When it was completely dark, the water tank was finally full. Then he immediately connected the tap water and boiled it, and put another 150 copies on the shelf, but the boiled water became 100 milliliters to trade 3 cotton balls. For a moment, the public chat room almost exploded again. Fuck. The big guys have put boiled water on the shelves again, but this time they have to exchange 3 cotton balls for 100 milliliters. This is too shady. They are such a shady business. Let's make a deal. If we don't, how can we keep warm? It will take nearly 9 hours until dawn. If we don't drink some hot water, we will freeze to death. This guy is really too shady. I suggest that everyone boycott him and don't trade with him. He will definitely increase the amount in the end. Fuck, you can resist it yourself. I'm almost freezing to death. I need to trade and drink a few sips quickly. My friend, hold on. Looking at the chat records, Ye Chuan smiled faintly and put 5 sets of cotton-padded clothes on the shelves, but did not specify what the transaction was. The public chat room exploded again in an instant. Did you see that? There's actually a big guy selling cotton-padded jackets, and 5 sets at once. How did he get them? The question now is not how he got the cotton coat, but what he plans to trade it for. I don't think he is just going to trade for resources. Never mind, go ask first. I want to exchange my most precious thing for it. My life is at stake. The most precious things I have right now are 2 loaves of bread and 3 sausages. I wonder if I can trade them for anything. It's no use asking me. Go ask the boss. Along with the discussion among the island owners, Ye Chuan received many private messages. Chapter 55. Exchange cotton clothes for resources and make a small fortune. Boss, I have 10 bottles of mineral water. Can I exchange them for a set of cotton clothes? Boss, I am willing to be your subordinate island owner. All I ask for is a set of cotton clothes. Please give me a cotton coat. I am a beautiful woman, and I am willing to devote myself to you. Looking at these private chats, Ye Chuan did not find any high-quality island owners, but he became a little interested in one of the private chats and could not help but reply. Are you sure you want to trade the tent manufacturing map with me? I already have a tent, so this tent manufacturing plan is redundant, the other party answered without hesitation. Now I just want a set of cotton clothes. Even if I stay in the tent, I'm still very cold. Okay, Ye Chuan replied without hesitation. At that moment, the two of them immediately made a deal. Of course, Ye Chuan didn't want to use the tent himself, but planned to leave it to Lu Yi first. However, it was not the right time. Lu Yi had cotton clothes now, so he could at least stay there for one night. Just as I was about to put it into the system's inventory, the system prompted, "Attention, your inventory is full and you can't put anything else." This caught Ye Chuan off guard. He then noticed that the system's inventory only had 18 slots, and resources such as wooden boards alone took up 1/3 of the space. If there were any other miscellaneous items, there really was no room for them. Oh my god, it seems that storing things is going to be a big deal next. Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. After thinking about it, he put the manufacturing diagram on the table first, and then started to look at the private messages. After filtering out some useless private chats, Ye Chuan noticed another person's message. And looking at the ID, it turned out to be Wang Sanrui. "Friend, I have some things here, and I want to exchange a few sets of cotton clothes with you." "That depends on what they are." Ye Chuan replied. S-grade coconut tree seedling 1, warehouse manufacturing drawings 1, wooden boat manufacturing drawings 1, and 2L of boiled water. Wang Sanrui replied. This made Ye Chuan stunned. This kid actually had an S-level coconut tree seedling. You should know that the highest plant he had grown so far was only A level, but he already had an S-level 1. This made him a little envious of him. And since he was willing to trade for the S-grade coconut sapling, he must have more than one. At that moment, Ye Chuan replied directly. For the first 3 things, I can give you 3 sets of cotton clothes. I have boiled water, it's not worth much. Wang Sanrui on the other side had been thinking about Ye Chuan's idea. Seeing that Ye Chuan replied after just a few seconds, he immediately replied. 5 sets, these 3 things, exchange for 5 sets of cotton clothes. It's up to you to change it or not. Ye Chuan replied and ignored him, turning to look at other private chats. What the hell? Wang Sanrui was stunned. He thought of many ways for the other party to reply, but he didn't expect Ye Chuan to reply so confidently. But on second thought, it was not wrong. After all, what all the island owners lacked most now was cotton clothes, so it was expected that the other party would be so tough. This bastard must be the guy who used boiled water to collect cotton. Wang Sanrui muttered with gritted teeth. Not only does he have so much boiled water, but he can also make cotton into cotton clothes. Who is this guy? Finally, Wang Sanrui compromised and exchanged the 3 things in his hand for 3 sets of cotton-padded clothes with Ye Chuan. He immediately notified his subordinate assistant, the island owner. I have 2 sets of cotton-padded clothes here. Please notify everyone who has good things to exchange. Yes. The assistant island owner was surprised and couldn't help but admire Wang Sanrui. He is indeed an independent island owner. I didn't expect that he would get 2 sets of cotton clothes so quickly. I can't help but admire him. Ye Chuan felt very happy after getting these 3 things. Just when I was thinking about setting up a warehouse, someone immediately sent me the warehouse manufacturing drawings. It turns out that everyone has a lot of good things in their hands. It seems that I will receive some good things tonight, so I'll wait until 12 o'clock before going to bed. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately hid his ID and posted a message in the public chat room. The cotton-padded jacket will be sold out at the latest at midnight, so hurry up and buy now. Although it was quickly drowned out by the messages, it still caused a stir in the public chat room. Oh my god, who was that boss talking just now? May I ask how you got your cotton coat? Were you the one who bought the cotton this morning? Oh my god, the boss is only selling until midnight. There are only 3 hours left. I have to go to the sea and fish out another supply box. If I can get some good stuff out of it, I'll be rich. I just had a private chat with the boss, and he's not interested in my stuff at all. I had given up hope, but luckily I found a lighter that can be used 30 times. I lit the board, and it felt warm around the fire. The board should be able to survive tonight. Boss, can you please rent me your lighter so I can light the board? My limbs are almost frozen. It seems like everyone has a lot of planks in their hands. Okay, I'll put them on the rental interface now, and let's overcome this difficult time together. Looking at the chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. It seemed that he was not the only one who opened a lighter. Since this guy opened a lighter, there must be others who open lighters, or matches, or something like that. Well, although I currently have a system, I can't be complacent. Time passed by minute, and soon it was already past 11 o'clock. After more than 2 hours of private transactions, Ye Chuan did get some good things. Some people even exchanged 5 sausages, 10 bottles of mineral water, and a bottle of Lao Gan Ma for a set of cotton clothes. Some people even directly exchanged 100 of each of the 6 types of resources currently available. Anyway, the closer it got to the end, the more diverse the things Ye Chuan exchanged for, with food being the most numerous. In the next period of time, even if he didn't catch seafood, the food he exchanged tonight would be enough to last him a month. It's about time, go to bed. Seeing that the time had reached midnight, thinking that no one would come to trade anymore, Ye Chuan stretched and prepared to go to bed. As a result, another friend message popped up. It was from Lu Yi. Do you have any cotton-padded clothes? Can you lend me one first? Where is your cotton coat? Ye Chuan was stunned. He had already guessed a possibility. I was deceived. Ye Chuan knew I had a cotton-padded jacket, so he suggested that we each wear it for an hour so that we could both survive the night. Lu Yi said angrily, but after I gave him the cotton-padded jacket, he ignored me. It's been 3 hours now, and I'm almost freezing to death. Sister, do you still think he is Ye Chuan? Ye Chuan asked helplessly, his mouth twitching with anger. Chapter 56, Artificial Intervention in Island Evolution. I don't know either. I can't believe Ye Chuan would do such a thing. Lu Yi was still very disappointed. He is completely different from the impression I had of Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan just wanted to fly over and punch her twice. Since this woman could become the student second only to herself in the school, her IQ should not be low. But how could her IQ be so low at this time? The man ignored her even after he had cheated her of her cotton-padded jacket, and she actually thought that the other person was Ye Chuan. It was simply speechless. However, Ye Chuan couldn't bear to see her freezing all night, so he immediately gave her a set of cotton clothes. I still want to tell you that I think Ye Chuan is definitely not such a person. I hope this incident will be a lesson for you. I understand, thank you. Lu Yi made a crying expression. Ye Chuan was speechless for a while. After sighing, he turned the message to silent mode and went to sleep. The next day, it felt like the sun was already high in the sky when Ye Chuan finally woke up. He looked at his tablet and found that it was already past 9 in the morning, and there were hundreds of thousands of unread private messages, which really scared Ye Chuan. Come to think of it, even if heavy rain and tsunamis killed half of the people, there are still 15 million people in the novice zone. A few 100,000 posts are not a lot. After all, the base number is there. Ye Chuan immediately changed all the messages to read, then stretched and walked out of the room, shouting, "Sign in." Sign in successfully, Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black, and 1 furnace manufacturing diagram. There's fertile black soil again, and there's also a furnace manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan's mind moved, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. The current temperature seems to be between 0 and -1 degrees. It's probably stabilized for the time being. This temperature is just the lowest temperature that plants and crops can withstand. They may grow a little slower, but that's all. I took out a pancake, rolled it with lao gan ma and 2 sausages, took a bite, and wow, it was so delicious that I wouldn't trade it for a donkey. After eating it all in one breath, Ye Chuan drank 300 milliliters of grade of fresh water. Then he took out 4 pancakes wrapped with ham and lao gan ma, and gave each of them 1 piece of blueberry jam, which really made the 4 of them excited. After all, many people like spicy food, but after being here for so long, eating these things all day long, my mouth is dry. Having lao gan ma is like a stove in winter, very warm. Ye Chuan ignored the information for the time being. He ran out to the water pump, pinched his chin, and thought for a long time. He originally planned to dig a canal to divert the water here. Even if the water flow could not be formed for the time being, at least he could draw water here with a wooden bucket. But on second thought, this won't work either. After all, this is the back of a turtle. Although the curvature is not obvious, the overall shape is low on both sides and high in the middle. There is no way to drain the water. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Ye Chuan finally had an idea. He turned back to the room and asked directly in the public chat room, "Who has a water pool manufacturing map? I can exchange it for a set of cotton clothes." Suddenly, many people came to chat with Ye Chuan privately. Ye Chuan finally noticed the message from one of them. "Brother, I have a ditch manufacturing map here. Can I exchange it?" Ditch manufacturing map? Ye Chuan was stunned. It is somewhat surprising that there is a manufacturing map for the ditch. Is it possible to create a pit out of thin air? Okay, let's trade 1 set. Ye Chuan finally agreed. After trading his last cotton coat for the manufacturing blueprint, he immediately ran out of the room and came to a place about 10 meters ahead of the seawater to tap water converter. He then studied the ditch manufacturing. It required 1 ditch manufacturing blueprint and 50 stones. This surprised Ye Chuan. A ditch is just a river channel built with stones on flat ground? But Ye Chuan felt that this matter could not be so simple. After immediately adjusting the flow direction, he chose to make it. In a moment, a ditch 25 meters long and about 50 centimeters wide was made. It was not until this moment that Ye Chuan suddenly realized that the key to ditch making was not the river channel made of stones, but the curvature of the bottom of the ditch. Although the turtle's back is an arc that slopes from the middle to both sides, after the ditch was created, the arc was turned over. It is 25 meters long, with an arc of 5 degrees, and the bottom is smooth, so seawater can definitely flow through. So, Ye Chuan put the water pump and the small generator back into the sea, connected the plastic pipe to the ditch, and made another plastic pipe to lead it into the water tank at the end of the ditch. In this way, even if the turtle is upgraded twice more, it will definitely not affect this. It has been detected that the host is artificially intervening in the evolution of the island. The island may be evolving in an unknown direction. Not long after the ditch was created, Ye Chuan was stunned by the system's voice. Did I interfere with the evolution of the island? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask, is it good or bad to interfere with the evolution of the island? I created a ditch here. Can a river also appear? Both good and bad results are possible. We can only know everything after the island evolves again, the system replied. Oh my god, this is really shocking. This sentence made Ye Chuan grin. He actually interfered with the evolution of the island inadvertently. However, if this ditch could really evolve into a river, wouldn't he be rich? This is an island, and the rivers are definitely freshwater rivers. Expect. After finishing all this, Ye Chuan returned to the room and glanced at the super tablet. The public chat room was still bustling. I almost froze to death last night. I burned more than 50 pieces of wood before I could finally hold on. I didn't sleep at all. I ran a lap every hour. I ran nearly 10 laps in total. I was almost dying of exhaustion, but I'm still freezing. Eat something. When you are full, you won't be cold anymore. Dude, are you kidding me? Eating requires having something to eat. I ate all the shark meat I bought a few days ago. Now I'm cold and hungry. I don't think I can make it through the day. Everyone is so miserable. I hope the cold weather will pass soon. I looked at the transaction column and found that all the boiled water I had put on the shelf had been traded. I had 450 cotton in my hand. I immediately made 45 pieces of cotton cloth, and then used the garment machine to make 67 sets of cotton clothes, which I immediately put on the shelf. Cotton clothes in exchange for rare materials, manufacturing diagram. In just a few seconds, many private chats popped up, which made Ye Chuan overwhelmed. However, Ye Chuan soon noticed a problem. Many people actually wanted to exchange cotton-padded clothes with him using the stove manufacturing diagram. Could it be that these furnace manufacturing drawings were found by opening supply boxes? Chapter 57. Massive Purchase of Furnace Manufacturing Maps. Ye Chuan immediately asked someone, "Brother, where did you get this furnace manufacturing diagram?" "I opened the supply box." The other party immediately replied, "Boss, can I change into a new set of cotton clothes? I'm almost freezing to death. You don't even know what I did last night." Ye Chuan deleted the message without even reading the following words. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Since the furnace manufacturing diagram has appeared, will charcoal appear in the next step? If I purchase the furnace manufacturing diagram now, and then use the charcoal to purchase other materials, can I make a fortune again?" Although this is true in theory, Ye Chuan is still not very reassured and immediately asked, "System, the furnace manufacturing diagram has been opened up to a large extent, so will charcoal appear next?" "Ocean World, charcoal will be delivered in 6 hours," the system replied immediately. Hearing this, Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately ran to boil water. He boiled a big pot and put it on the shelf immediately, and the exchange rate was quite high. 300 milliliters boiled water equals stove manufacturing diagram 1, which is 50 portions at once, and then he went to boil more. The public chat room was abuzz with discussion over this. Did you see that? Someone actually used 300 milliliters of boiled water to exchange for a furnace manufacturing map. I wonder what the furnace manufacturing map is used for. It must be used to burn charcoal, but we haven't produced a single piece of charcoal so far. Isn't this just staring at the furnace manufacturing diagram? Even if we have the manufacturing diagram, it's useless. Why not just use boiled water instead? I think it's impossible that it's completely useless, so it's better for everyone to keep it. I'll wait another 3 hours. If charcoal is available, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll exchange it for boiled water right away. Stupid guy, will this boiled water wait for you for 3 hours? By then, the daylily will be cold. Although the island owners have fantasies about the furnace manufacturing drawings, the reality is that boiled water can better solve the urgent problem. No matter what most of the island owners think, Ye Chuan is slowly making deals. More than 2 hours passed, and Ye Chuan boiled 5 large pots of water and directly exchanged them for 250 furnace manufacturing drawings. Although the transaction was slow, Ye Chuan was confident that he would be able to complete the transaction. However, Wang Sanrui frowned at this time. Someone was using water to trade the furnace manufacturing map on the trading interface. He was definitely not idle. Moreover, Wang Sanrui almost suspected that the person who sold the cotton-padded clothes was the same person who bought the furnace manufacturing map. This guy always knew what would happen next before the island owners. Could this be an opportunity for me? Wang Sanrui immediately asked his assistant, the island owner, "How much boiled water do we have?" 20 L. The assistant island master replied immediately. "Take out 10 L, divide it into 40 portions, and trade 250 milliliters for a furnace manufacturing diagram." Wang Sanrui said decisively, "Brother, the other party is exchanging with 300 milliliters, and we are using 250 milliliters. I guess no one will exchange it, right?" The subsidiary assistant island owner couldn't help but ask. "Don't forget how big the population base of Ocean World is." Wang Sanrui snorted. "Hurry up and do it. There's no time left." "Okay." The assistant island owner said nothing more and went to do it immediately. The public chat room was in turmoil again. Another big guy is putting boiled water on the shelves and wants to buy the stove manufacturing plan. I've noticed that too. Why are all the big guys buying up furnace manufacturing plants? What are they good for? No matter what it's used for, since those big guys bought it, it must have its uses. I don't plan to exchange it for boiled water. I want to keep it. Yes, I'll keep it too. Who knows when it might be useful? There is actually someone competing with me. After Ye Chuan finished boiling the last pot of boiled water, he saw the transaction information while putting it on the shelf and couldn't help laughing. However, Ye Chuan didn't care about this matter. After all, the population base was there, and someone would definitely not be able to resist trading it in the end. Even if 1 million people offered the furnace manufacturing map, wouldn't there be a few hundred people among these 1 million people who couldn't resist the temptation of boiled water? Me. Just when Ye Chuan was about to take a break, the sheep in the sheepfold suddenly started crying loudly. Ye Chuan was startled, and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. He was so busy that he actually forgot about the sheep. Besides, the chickens also had to be fed. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately prepared a few sea fish for the chickens, added some fresh water, and then ran to harvest the magical grass and threw it all into the feed trough. Sorry. You must be starving. I was so busy early in the morning that I forgot about it. There are still a lot of things piled up in the room. I didn't have time to build a warehouse. Don't blame me. Me. The two goats immediately started to eat with relish and had no time to pay attention to Ye Chuan. Oh, I wonder when you will give birth so that I can have a drink of hot goat's milk. Ye Chuan couldn't help but muttered as he watched the two sheep eating grass quickly. System, when can these two sheep mate and give birth to lambs? Ye Chuan asked almost in a ghostly voice. Anytime, the system replied. What? Ye Chuan was stunned and asked, System, you are kidding me, right? You can produce milk before you give birth to a lamb. The system did not answer. It was not known whether it could not answer or was too disdainful to answer. Ye Chuan could only attribute the incident to the dual rules of the ocean world and the system. He immediately ran to get a bucket and came to the sheep pen. Well, it looks big. I should be able to squeeze out milk. However, Ye Chuan was quite clueless about this matter. He didn't know how to do it and had never learned this skill. After struggling for a few minutes, Ye Chuan immediately ran back to the room and sent a message in the public chat room. Who can milk? Although it was quickly drowned out, someone in the public chat room did find the message. Oh my god, someone actually asked who can milk a cow. Does the other person have a cow? That's impossible. We are in the ocean world. There is no way a living thing can come out of a supply box. But the other party can't just send a message to lie, right? How well off must the other party be to play such a joke on everyone? Just because you can't open a living thing doesn't mean others can't. This ocean survival is different from the previous ocean survival that followed the rules. Haven't you noticed yet? We don't understand the world of the bosses. Although everyone was discussing this matter, no one seemed to care about the issue itself, which made Ye Chuan speechless. Just when Ye Chuan was about to send it again, someone finally sent Ye Chuan a private message. Hello, what kind of milk do you want to squeeze? Chapter 58, Grade A Goat Milk, The Benefits of Information Asymmetry. Judging from the ID, her name is Ye Chuan, so she must be a girl. Ye Chuan immediately replied, I have a sheep here, and it is ready for milking, but I don't quite know how to milk it. It's actually very simple, and can be summarized into 3 steps. Ye Chuan replied immediately, but first you need to rub your hands together to warm them up. Then use your thumb and the base of your palm to hold the goat's udder and lift it up so that the milk falls into the teat. Then use your thumb to press the base of your palm tightly to prevent the milk from returning when you milk, and then use the other 4 fingers to squeeze the teat to squeeze out the milk. It looks simple, but it may be difficult to do. Ye Chuan replied. It's actually a process of practice makes perfect. The other party sent a smiling emoji. As long as you get the hang of it, it will be easy. I worked on a family ranch for a while when I was a kid. I was not familiar with the operation the first time, but it was actually very easy to get started. Let me try. After Ye Chuan applied to add the other party as a friend, he immediately went to do it. Ye Chuan took the small wooden barrel and came behind the goat. Then he began to operate according to Lu Yi Piao's instructions. To Ye Chuan's surprise, he actually squeezed out goat milk, which was snow white and gushed out like a fountain. The most important thing is that the female goat is relatively docile. She just stood there and didn't do anything extreme. This made Ye Chuan like this operation even more. From being awkward at first to becoming proficient later, he actually squeezed out 5 kilograms of milk in just 1 hour. This speed is really unexpected, Ye Chuan said excitedly. Looking at the goat milk, the system immediately gave an explanation. Grade A goat milk can enhance physical fitness, prevent and treat minor diseases, and eliminate fatigue after drinking. The effect is 3 times that of grade of fresh water. This made Ye Chuan's eyes widen, somewhat incredulous. Although the system did not assess the grades of the 2 sheep, the milk they squeezed out was actually grade A, and its effect was 3 times that of grade of fresh water. Needless to say, at least I would not be affected by diseases in the future. Just thinking about it made me happy. He returned to the room with the goat milk and looked at the super tablet. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ye Chuan immediately ran out to find an open space and planned to build a warehouse first. After some research on the manufacturing warehouse, I found out that I need 1 warehouse manufacturing diagram, 200 wooden boards, and 100 nails. There were enough materials at the moment, so Ye Chuan didn't hesitate and clicked the manufacturing button. Suddenly, a warehouse 20 meters long and 15 meters wide appeared in front of Ye Chuan. It even had a door that could be locked with a password. Ye Chuan immediately transported all the things he had exchanged into the warehouse. The room that was originally packed full suddenly felt empty. This warehouse is 300 square meters, and the indoor temperature can reach nearly 10 degrees. It is pretty good no matter what is stored in it. After checking the warehouse, Ye Chuan couldn't help but nodded slightly, then turned back to the room, looking very flat. Ye Chuan had already accepted the friend request. Ye Chuan did not chat with her for the time being, but looked at the public chat room. Shit, I actually got some charcoal, and there are 3 pieces of charcoal in one supply box. At least I won't be freezing tonight. No wonder that big guy has been buying up furnace manufacturing drawings. It turns out that we can produce charcoal. But how did he know that we can produce charcoal? It seems that no one produced charcoal this morning. That's not clear. My stove manufacturing diagram didn't change the boiled water. I got 5 pieces of charcoal at once. Now I have rented a lighter to light the stove. 1 piece of charcoal can burn for 3 hours, and the temperature within a 2-meter radius of the stove can be raised to about 15 degrees. It feels so good, I don't know how to describe it. Shit, my stove-making diagram was traded for boiled water. Now I have neither a stove-making diagram nor a cotton-padded jacket. Am I going to be eliminated by this ocean world? And I can make a bold guess. Each person has only 1 chance to get the furnace manufacturing diagram. It will never be possible to get it again. Those who have traded the furnace manufacturing diagram are in trouble. The guy who bought our furnace manufacturing plan, come out quickly and return the furnace manufacturing plan to us. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan sneered and directly put all the furnace manufacturing drawings on the shelves. Furnace manufacturing drawings are rare items to trade, so hurry and buy. Those who noticed the trading interface immediately started to curse Ye Chuan in private chats, and the public chat room went crazy. Everyone started to complain. The guy who bought the furnace manufacturing plan today has started selling it. It's really speechless. It's so fucking disgusting. This is his ability. He can keenly sense business opportunities and take immediate action. You can't help but accept it, but you can't blame him. If not him, who else should I blame? He was the one who could cheat us out of our furnace manufacturing plan, and now he wants to exchange it for scarce resources. Who has scarce resources? They exchanged it for boiled water. It was a willing fight, and now you find it useful and you blame them. What were you doing before? I don't care. Give us back the furnace manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan ignored these complaints and began to slowly screen the people who were looking to buy the furnace manufacturing map. If he found something good, he would just exchange it with them. Anyway, he already had hundreds of them. And according to the rules of the ocean world, even if there were 15 million people, it would be impossible for each of them to produce a furnace manufacturing map. When demand exceeds supply, sooner or later someone will come looking for you. Wang Sanrui, on the other hand, burst into laughter. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be like this. It turns out that if I follow that guy's operation, I can definitely make a small profit. At that moment, Wang Sanrui also immediately put the furnace manufacturing diagram on the shelf, with the same information as Ye Chuan. The furnace manufacturing diagram trades rare items, so hurry and buy. As the transaction progresses, the sun will soon set below the sea level. Ye Chuan prepared dinner, made a portion of blueberry jam, and then immediately started to cook goat milk. Many people think that cow's milk and goat's milk do not need to be boiled and can be drunk after being squeezed out, but Ye Chuan knows that goat's milk must be boiled before it can be drunk. After cooking 5 kilograms of goat milk, Ye Chuan immediately gave 200 milliliters to Lu Yi, blueberry jam, Lu Shui, and Zhao Feiyu respectively, and Lu Yi Weiwei gave 500 milliliters. This surprised Lu Yi Weiwei so much that she immediately sent him a private message. Brother, why did you give me so much goat milk? This is too expensive. You taught me how to squeeze out goat milk, so this is my fee for your instruction. Ye Chuan replied, drink it while it's hot. It can strengthen your body and prevent various diseases. That's even more valuable. Lu Yi Weiwei replied excitedly. By the way, wait a minute. I have something that I don't know if you can use. Chapter 59, Lung Feng leaves, urgent warning. A few minutes later, Lu Yi Weiwei put a card into the transaction column. Ye Chuan was stunned. A triple value-added card. There is actually such a thing. Even with the help of the system, this is the first time I have discovered this thing. I can't help but ask the system, what is this? The triple value-added card can only be used for designated items. For example, a sea fish can be turned into 3 after use. The system replied. Ye Chuan suddenly realized and immediately replied. If you use this card on this 500 milliliters goat milk, it will become 1,500 milliliters. There is no need to give it to me. I just taught you how to milk a goat, but you gave me so much all at once. I don't like to owe favors to others. Lu Yi Weiwei replied. So just accept it. Okay. Since the other party had said so much, Ye Chuan no longer refused and immediately accepted the card, waiting to use it when needed in the future. After talking to Lu Yi Weiwei, Ye Chuan looked at the private messages sent by Zhao Feiyu and the other 3. After replying, he finally looked at Lu Yi. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yi talked about Ye Chuan again. I forgot to tell you that Ye Chuan just returned my cotton coat to me. He said that after putting it on, he found a supply box. When he was salvaging it, he fell and passed out. When he woke up, he found that almost a day and a night had passed. To express his apology, he gave me 2 bottles of mineral water and 3 sausages. Then you forgave him? Ye Chuan asked with a twitching mouth. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal, and I didn't suffer any loss. Louis replied. In fact, he is doing pretty well. He said he has built a ship and will come to me after he has developed it for a while. Big sister, are you okay? Ye Chuan laughed angrily. Why did he give you the cotton-padded jacket? It's because he got the furnace manufacturing plan. He did this because he wanted to get more from you. Why can't you figure it out? You are a good person in every way, except that you think people's hearts are too sinister. Louis made a laughing expression. Don't worry, I know everything, and I won't be fooled again. It's up to you. Ye Chuan replied, and ignored him. Since she still believes that the liar is Ye Chuan, let her continue to believe it. Sooner or later, she will regret it. It was already completely dark at this time. Ye Chuan chatted for a while with the island owners who were looking to buy the furnace manufacturing drawings. After obtaining some supplies, he went straight to bed. It was not until the next morning that Ye Chuan woke up early. He checked the time, and the system's voice came. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Sign in, Ye Chuan said as he stood up. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 50 charcoal, and 1 of 6 super warm clothes. Is this true, super warm clothes? Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately chose to use it. All kinds of trendy clothes appeared in front of Ye Chuan. The only difference was that these clothes had extremely thin warm cores inside. At first glance, they looked like single clothes in late summer and early autumn. Ye Chuan immediately chose a black-lined suit and changed out of his cotton coat. To be honest, although cotton-padded clothes have good warmth retention properties, they are rather bulky and are not as comfortable as single clothes. Great, Ye Chuan stretched and said with a smile. It is detected that one of the host's subordinate island owners has left the host, and the host's 3 subordinate island owners have been reduced to 2. Please recruit subordinate island owners as soon as possible, otherwise the rewards issued will be taken back. Just when Ye Chuan was about to have breakfast, the system's voice suddenly came. Ye Chuan was stunned. He had forgotten about lung foam. He didn't expect that in such cold weather, he actually bound the 3 island owners and got out of his control. He was indeed a ruthless man. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately ran to the public chat room and sent a message, a stove manufacturing diagram, a set of cotton clothes, 2 sea fish, 500 milliliters of fresh water, recruiting an affiliated island owner. Maybe it was morning, the screen was not refreshed very quickly. The message took 2 seconds to be refreshed, but this also made the public chat room lively instantly. Did you see that? A big boss actually used such generous conditions to recruit subordinate island owners. Is he crazy? Since they are recruiting affiliated island owners, it is impossible that they are recruiting them for no reason. There must be some conditions. Ordinary people should not even think about it. No, I have to ask quickly. I have nothing now. If I can hook up with a rich man, I will be rich. They are only recruiting 1 person. What's the point of us going there? There are too many wolves and too little meat. I think we should just give up. How do you know if you don't try? Wang Sanrui also noticed this piece of news. The other party has such rich resources, he must be a big boss, but now he is recruiting affiliated island owners. Could it be that the next trend will be affiliated island owners? However, Wang Sanrui did not think about this matter anymore. After all, he already had more than 30 affiliated island owners. Even if there was a trend in this area, he had already seized the opportunity. For a moment, Ye Chuan's private messages almost exploded, and Ye Chuan immediately ordered the system to start screening quickly. Since we are recruiting affiliated island owners, we will recruit high-quality island owners. As for those ordinary island owners, Ye Chuan doesn't intend to consider them at all. However, after quickly screening more than 200 people, there was not a single high-quality island owner. However, Ye Chuan actually found a guy with the ID Ye Chuan, who sent him more than a dozen private messages in a row. It seemed that he was determined to become his subordinate island owner, and he also said that he would provide him with any good things. Ye Chuan narrowed his eyes, feeling that this guy should be the one who deceived Louis. Just as he was about to ask him, the system suddenly prompted that a high-quality island owner had been found. Ye Chuan couldn't help but change his expression and immediately looked at the high-quality island owner. It turned out to be Louis Weiwei? Ye Chuan asked doubtfully. Are you also planning to become the owner of a subsidiary island? I feel like you have a bright future, right? Louis Weiwei immediately responded with an embarrassed expression. To be honest, my family is now under attack from all sides. Our domestic business is about to collapse, and we have even provoked a relatively large foreign force. I am the only hope for our family. With my own abilities, it is impossible for me to obtain high-quality resources. I cannot guarantee that I can save my family from the dire situation. I can only seek help from outside forces. I see. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. It seems that the reason why Lu Yiwei could become an excellent island owner was that his family was willing to take a gamble on her and even risk their entire fortune to build a fleet for her, right? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately agreed. Okay, trade the super tablet over. Chapter 60, Naming the Pet and Opening the Cold Storage Room. At that moment, Ye Chuan took Lu Yiwei's super tablet and immediately bound it to his own super tablet. Congratulations to the host for completing the third affiliated island owner. Please keep up the good work. Along with the binding of the super tablet, the system's voice sounded, and Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of anything else, at least the reward was saved. After all, the rewards have already been used. If they are taken back now, everything will return to the original state, which will be troublesome. Ye Chuan did not break his promise and gave Lu Yiwei what he promised. Lu Yiwei was not polite either, and sent a mischievous expression. Since I am your soldier, I won't be polite to you, hee. It would be too polite to be so polite. Ye Chuan laughed. After solving this problem, Ye Chuan ate his breakfast with peace of mind. He poured egg water with 2 eggs and replied to Ye Chuan while drinking it. Friend, I will not accept everyone. I accept the subordinate island owner. Although the other party will pay 30 of the tribute, they will get more from me. Brother, I can give you a woman. The other party replied immediately. Woman? Ye Chuan narrowed his eyes. I used to be a student of Dongshan Ocean Survival University. I have contacted Lu Yi, the campus belle of our school. I can give her to you. The other party replied immediately. I know this university. I've met Lu Yi once before. She's really pretty, and I'm quite interested in her. Ye Chuan replied. How can you be sure that she will listen to you? Besides, are you really Ye Chuan? Would Ye Chuan do such a thing? Seeing that there was a play, the other party couldn't help but chuckle and replied again. Of course I'm not Ye Chuan, but that idiot thinks I am. In a day or two, I will let her become my subordinate island owner. When the time comes, if I tell her to go east, she will have to go east, and if I tell her to go west, she will have to go west, hee. After hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately asked, System, does this super tablet have a screenshot function? Yes, press the page with one hand and swipe to the side 3 times with the other hand to take a screenshot. The system replied immediately. Ye Chuan immediately took a screenshot of the chat history and sent it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not reply. It was unknown whether he could not bear it after knowing the truth, or he went to salvage the supply box. Ye Chuan directly blocked the fake Ye Chuan. On an island of only a few hundred square meters, a pockmarked man of only 1.6 meters tall was warming himself by the fire while waiting for Ye Chuan's reply. After waiting for several minutes without receiving any reply, he could not help but send another message, but a red exclamation mark appeared next to that message. After being confused for a few seconds, the little guy realized that he had been blocked. He couldn't help but cursed angrily. You bastard, I thought I found a sucker, but you blocked me. You don't even want the most beautiful woman, are you glass? After venting his anger, the little guy sent another message to Lu Yi. Baby, are you awake? I have another sausage here. Can I trade it to you? Another red exclamation mark. What's going on? This time, the little guy was really shocked. Why would that bitch Lu Yi block me? Isn't she 100% sure that I am Ye Chuan? Damn it, bad guys, all bad guys. Ye Chuan didn't know about this. He had already gone out to open the supply box. After 2 days of accumulation, with the help of the 3 little guys, there were actually 11 supply boxes, and they were neatly stacked together by the 3 little guys. This made Ye Chuan very comfortable. In the past, sorting the supply boxes was his job, but now with the 3 little guys doing it for him, he freed up some of his labor. In this regard, Ye Chuan is quite satisfied. The 3 little guys can now go fishing in the sea by themselves, and the chance of catching fish is very high. Even if they don't feed them, they will not starve. The key is that they can also act as patrolmen. If there is any abnormal situation, they will discover it at the first time. They are so thoughtful. After calling the 3 little guys, the 3 little albatrosses flying in the sky immediately returned to Ye Chuan and rubbed his thighs affectionately. Ye Chuan immediately picked up several handfuls of dried fish for them and said with a smile, You have been out of the shell for several days, but I haven't given you a name yet. Why don't you give you a name? The 3 little guys were worthy of being S-level pets. They understood Ye Chuan's words directly. After nodding, they kept calling chirp chirp to Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan pinched his chin and thought for a few seconds, then immediately said, Your name is Wang Kai, your name is Wang Fu, and your name is Wang Yun. Chirp, chirp. The 3 little guys seemed to like their names very much and kept calling Ye Chuan. Okay, let's go play after eating the dried fish. Ye Chuan laughed, and was very satisfied with the name he chose. He then started to open the supply box. Charcoal 3, wood plank 2, instant noodles 1. Wooden board 4, metal sheet 2, charcoal 1. A lot of things were found in the 11 supply boxes, but what made Ye Chuan most happy was a diagram for manufacturing a cold storage room. Moreover, this cold storage room did not require electricity, but used ice cubes. Only ice cubes were needed to keep the temperature stable at -10 degrees. The temperature in the storage room is too high, and fish and other items cannot be stored for a long time. Those seafood are still in the system's inventory. The cold storage room manufacturing diagram definitely solved Ye Chuan's problem. Ye Chuan immediately studied the manufacturing of the cold storage room, which required one cold storage room manufacturing diagram, 20 stones, 10 metal sheets, and 5 ice blocks. Ice cubes are consumables. 5 ice cubes can keep the refrigerator running for 7 days. However, after 7 days, you will need to add 5 more ice cubes. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is good for storing seafood and other items for a long time. But I don't have any ice. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately planned to go to the public chat room to ask who had ice cubes, and happened to find that Lu Yi replied to him. "Brother, I'm so sorry that I made you worry so much because of my stupidity. I have blocked that liar. Do you know you're wrong now?" Ye Chuan replied unhappily. "I know I was wrong. I trusted others too easily. I was overwhelmed by the joy of finding someone I knew in the vast ocean world." Lu Yi made a sad expression. "If it weren't for you, I might really have to." "It's not too late to wake up now. At least you haven't lost too much." Ye Chuan replied. "Yeah, to be honest, he tricked me into freezing for a few hours, and then I was heartbroken." Lu Yi replied, "But he also gave me some things. Maybe he wanted to play the long game and catch the big fish. He also gave me a diagram of an ice machine. I find it funny now. He just gave me such a useless thing, but I was so stupid as to believe him unconditionally." Chapter 61, Building a Cold Storage Room and Frying Tea. "How about this? You give me the ice machine manufacturing drawings." Ye Chuan said decisively. "I might be able to use them." "Okay," Lu Yi said, and immediately put the ice maker manufacturing drawing into the trading column, and Ye Chuan put the 10 on it. Lu Yi's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, "You actually have a tent?" "I traded it 2 days ago." Ye Chuan replied, "I didn't give it to you because I was afraid you would give it to a scammer. Now I can give it to you without worry. At least you can sleep well at night." "Yeah," Lu Yi said excitedly. "You're so nice to me. It seems that if there is anything in the future, I will still have to ask for your opinion. You are much more capable than me." "It's just luck." Ye Chuan couldn't help but make a series of laughing expressions. Then he studied the manufacturing of the ice maker. It required an ice maker manufacturing drawing 1, 30 metal sheets, and 6 glasses. Ye Chuan immediately started making it, and then tried to make a piece of ice. 1 block of ice requires 10 L of water, regardless of sea water or fresh water. Ye Chuan immediately picked up a bucket of water and poured it into the ice maker. Then he began to quickly turn the handle on the side. For a while, the ice maker made a deafening sound. This is a feature of the ice maker. Although it does not require electricity or oil resources, it needs to shake the handle to generate power so that ice cubes can be made. After spinning for 5 minutes, an ice cube was finally produced. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he continued to work hard, producing 5 pieces in one breath. Fortunately, his physical fitness had been greatly improved under the dual effects of the turtle's feeding and the A-level drink. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted after shaking continuously for more than 20 minutes. With the ice, Ye Chuan immediately built a cold storage room. Soon a cold storage room of about 20 square meters was built. Ye Chuan immediately went in to experience it. As expected, even though he was wearing super warm clothes, he could still feel a bit cold. Ye Chuan immediately took out all the seafood products in the system inventory. The system inventory was almost completely emptied, and even my heart felt much more refreshed. After finishing his work, Ye Chuan finally had breakfast and checked various crops and other resources. The bean seedlings have now grown to more than 30 centimeters tall and have also bloomed small flowers. It is estimated that beans will grow in another 2 or 3 days. The corn is also more than 1 meter tall, and small ears of wheat have appeared. I believe that soon I will be able to eat boiled edamame and boiled corn. The pear trees, peach trees, apple trees, and pepper trees have also grown a lot taller, but it will probably take some time before they bloom and bear fruit. The only thing that shocked Ye Chuan was the special tree species, which had grown to 3 meters high and was still extremely straight. At least 2 meters above the tree was bare, with only a few leaves on the top, which were about the size of a copper coin. "System, what kind of tree is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Ye Chuan pinched his chin and asked suspiciously. The system did not answer, and there was silence. Ye Chuan has now discovered this pattern. As long as the system is unwilling to answer, it will simply remain silent. This is quite unique. Finally, Ye Chuan fixed his sights on the ancient tea tree. This Longjing tree did not wilt after being transplanted, and is still growing luxuriantly. Anyway, there is nothing to do for the time being, so Ye Chuan picked up a wooden bucket and began to pick the tea leaves. Thanks to the large crown of the tree, after more than an hour, Ye Chuan had picked nearly 5 kilograms of tea leaves. System, you must know how to fry tea, right? Ye Chuan asked again. Fry directly in a large pot. Stir-fry constantly with your hands to prevent the tea leaves from burning. At the same time, rub them with your hands to make the leaves curl up better. It will take at least an hour. After frying until brown, dry them in the sun. It will take about 10 hours to dry them in the sun before you can drink them. The system replied. This made Ye Chuan stunned for a moment. It sounded simple, but it seemed a bit troublesome to operate. However, Ye Chuan thought of milking the goat again. He should have asked the system directly. Of course, if he had asked the system, he might have missed out on Lu Yi Weiwei, a high-quality subordinate island owner. Having a big pot and time, Ye Chuan started frying immediately. It took more than an hour, close to noon, before the frying was finally completed and directly hung on the stone to dry. Seeing that it was already noon, Ye Chuan immediately cooked a few sea fish and gave one to each of Lu Yi and the other 4. He kept one for himself, along with a bowl of fish soup. While eating, he looked towards the public chat room. Today, while fishing for supply boxes, I spotted a boat heading straight towards me. Fuck, someone has actually built a ship? Why would they go to your place? Are they trying to steal your resources? Everyone comes to the ocean world to become stronger as quickly as possible so that they can fight against sea beasts and look for resources. There are many people who use this method to quickly become stronger. After all, accumulating strength on your own is not as fast as invading. Luckily, I used a crossbow to drive him away. The guy was also hit by an arrow in the arm. If I hadn't treated him in time, he would have died. That's awesome, sir. You actually managed to make a crossbow. This is a great thing. Did you find it from a supply box? Everyone should be careful. If the boss is invaded, it means we may also be invaded, especially at night. Let's be alert. Looking at the news, Ye Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that not only Li Bo and Lung Feng have boats, but many people have already built boats and are beginning to dream of invading others. And some people actually have automatic weapons like the crossbow, which is much more powerful than my bow and arrow. It seems that I have to find a way to get a more powerful weapon. I have read the sharing of those senior island owners before. In the first half of the year, everyone developed themselves. There was no such thing as invasion. Even the binding of affiliated island owners was relatively rare. Perhaps this time's ocean survival is different from previous ones, so everyone became agitated. I just hope these people don't provoke me like Li Bo did, otherwise there will be no return. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately put the canned herring he had opened before on the shelf. Canned herring in exchange for powerful weapons. Come and get them if you are interested. Suddenly, the public chat room exploded again. Oh my god, did you see that? A big shot actually opened a perverted food like canned herrings. The boss is trading canned herrings for weapons. Only a fool would choose to trade. Canned herrings taste so bad. Maybe someone likes this? We must also act quickly to get some weapons and fight against the invaders. Chapter 62. Making a rotating crossbow and drinking tea. As the heat on this matter in the public chat room slowly faded, there were still many people who sent private messages to Ye Chuan, but many of them asked how Ye Chuan got the canned herrings. After all, there are still many people who cannot accept such dark cuisine. Ye Chuan simply ignored these people until more than half an hour later. When Ye Chuan was about to go out, a message caught Ye Chuan's attention. Boss, I have the manufacturing diagram of the rotating crossbow. Do you want to exchange for canned herring? Ye Chuan replied immediately. I want canned herring, but I also want a set of cotton clothes and 1 L of boiled water. The other party replied. Aren't you asking for too much? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Although these things were indeed insignificant compared to the crossbow arrows, he only asked for canned herrings in exchange, but he proposed 2 more things. This made Ye Chuan reluctant to accept it. I'm not short of food now. I'm just cold. The other party replied. Think about it. If you want to change it, then change it. If not, it's okay. Okay. In the end, Ye Chuan compromised and successfully exchanged the rotating crossbow manufacturing diagram. This crossbow is somewhat similar to a Gatling gun. It has a cylinder that can hold 12 crossbow arrows. When you pull the trigger, the cylinder rotates and the 12 crossbow arrows are shot out one after another within 3 seconds. The shooting range is about 120 to 130 meters, and with the help of 3 layers of sights, the accuracy is also amazing. Well, I traded these things for this weapon. It's a good deal. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made a rotating crossbow arrow and used wooden strips and metal sheets to make dozens of crossbow arrows. After inserting 12 crossbow arrows, he put them all into the system's inventory. Compared with the warehouse, the biggest advantage of the system inventory is that you can carry it with you, and you can take it out immediately when you need it, saving a lot of effort. This time the system's inventory has been almost completely emptied. Ye Chuan plans to only put valuable things in it in the future to avoid being in a hurry when special situations arise. After finishing the work, Ye Chuan walked out of the room, immediately harvested the magical grass and threw it into the feed trough, added some water, and then began to squeeze the goat's milk. He then temporarily put the goat's milk into the cold storage room before running to pick tea leaves. The tea tips picked in the morning were what Ye Chuan planned to digest internally, and then pick some more leaves, fry them, and make a large bowl of tea to exchange for supplies and some scarce commodities. Although we have been in ocean world for 3 weeks, what everyone lacks most at the moment are water and food, especially water. Now we not only have water, but also tea. I believe that a large number of people will definitely rush to buy them. After preparing the tea leaves in the same way as in the morning, Ye Chuan hung them all on the stone. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Unconsciously, I have been busy all day. It's true that even time seems to go by faster when you are busy. Ye Chuan immediately steamed 2 hairy crabs, distributed some to the 5 people, made a dipping sauce with lao gan ma, and then started to devour it. After eating and drinking, Ye Chuan went to bed early and looked at the public chat room. Today I got the blueprint for making a wooden boat and built it directly. I plan to leave the island temporarily and try my luck at sea. You are such a big shot. You actually want to try your luck at sea. If you encounter a group of hungry sharks, won't they just overturn your boat and eat you alive? I will only operate within a 30-mile radius of the island, so that I will have a higher chance of catching a supply box. Once I have a medium-sized or even large sailboat, I will completely leave the island and search for supplies in the sea. That's a solution, but it will take at least 3 months for a medium-sized sailboat to be launched. After reading the news, Ye Chuan felt sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up early the next morning, he had slept for 9 hours. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? A few minutes later, Ye Chuan had just finished washing up when the system voice came as expected. Sign in, Ye Chuan said without hesitation. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, a set of purple clay teapot, 500 milliliters, a set of tea sets, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Whatever you think will come true. I just roasted the tea leaves yesterday, and today I got the purple clay teapot and tea set, and it's a complete set. Doesn't that mean I can drink tea at my leisure in the future? Moreover, another feather fragment appeared, so he now had 3, which could be exchanged for another angel feather. Ye Chuan exchanged it immediately and clicked Use, just waiting for good luck to happen. He ran to pick up 2 eggs and made some fried eggs. After eating, Ye Chuan ran to check the fried tea leaves. They had curled up and dried, about 1 pound in weight. Ye Chuan directly put them into the system's item bar, then ran to boil hot water, put the Longjing tea into the purple clay pot, and brewed it. For a moment, a very fresh and rich tea aroma floated throughout the room. Taking a sip, it was fragrant and sweet, much more delicious than any tea Ye Chuan had ever drunk before. Sure enough, in this ocean world, everything seems to be very delicious, and their original taste is amplified at least 3 times. Perhaps this is the credit of the environment and the small nutrient solution? After drinking 1 cup, Ye Chuan immediately filled the remaining 5 cups with tea and traded them to Lu Yi and the other 5 people. Please have a cup of Longjing tea. Oh my god, you even have tea leaves? Lu Yi Weiwei asked in astonishment. I was lucky. I got one during the transaction and roasted it myself. Ye Chuan said with a smile. Not only is it delicious, but it also kills bacteria and reduces inflammation. It is a rare delicacy. So cool. Lu Yi Weiwei had no other expression except shock. And Ye Chuan, after drinking for a while, directly threw the large leaf tea into the big pot and boiled the large pot, and then put it on the shelf. Longjing tea 100 milliliters equals wooden board 10. Longjing tea 100 milliliters equals metal sheet 10. Longjing tea 300 milliliters equals scarce product. The release of tea was undoubtedly as powerful as a heavy bomb in the ocean world, and it caused the island owners in the public chat room to swipe their screens. A big shot has actually put tea on the shelves, and it's Longjing tea. How did this big shot do it? I think this boss got something through the back door. Maybe he has some kind of channel to deliver things from the outside world. Otherwise, how could he get tea? Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. I can't even drink water, but others can taste tea. I don't know what to say, damn. In the freezing snow, I'm running naked on my knees begging the boss to accept me as the owner of a subsidiary island. Chapter 63, Battle with Giant Octopus. Looking at the messages flooding the screen, Ye Chuan didn't say anything more. He turned around and went to boil a large pot of tea. After putting it on the shelf, he found that several people had sent messages. Lu Shuai continued to flatter. Brother, you are so awesome. You are my idol. You even have Longjing tea. My admiration for you is like a surging river. Ignoring Lu Shuai, Ye Chuan glanced at the messages from the other people. Most of them were words of thanks, but just like before, Blueberry Jam talked more and was even thinking about sacrificing himself. Ye Chuan just smiled slightly, ignored it, turned around and left the room. Chirp, chirp. At this time, the three little guys were flying high in the sky and made sharp sounds at the same time. Ye Chuan then noticed that there was a supply box more than 30 meters away, and the three little guys were planning to salvage the supply box. Suddenly, Ye Chuan discovered that there were fish nearly 30 centimeters long jumping out of the sea surface, flying continuously for hundreds of meters above the sea surface, and then falling back into the sea. It seemed to be flying fish. Among them, two little guys were quick-eyed and quick-clawed, and had already caught the flying fish, and then flew back. The other little guy had just landed a few meters away from the supply box when he saw a huge tentacle suddenly appear in the sea and whipped the little guy fiercely. As an S-level pet, the little guy was as fast as lightning. He flapped his wings to avoid the attack of the tentacles, then flew into the sky, then dived and landed on the sea again. Bang! The tentacles attacked again, and the little guy was like a tactician. He dodged the tentacle with a slight flash, hooked the supply box with his claws, and flew into the sky. What is that? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. It looked like the tentacle was at least 10 meters long and dark red in color. It was obviously aimed at Wang Kai and the others. Perhaps it was used to hunting in the past, so it didn't expect to fail twice today. Several tentacles stretched out from the water and whipped the flying fish fiercely, as if venting its anger. Octopus. The next second, a noun appeared in Ye Chuan's mind, but this octopus was really too big. Each tentacle was 10 meters long. It was hard to imagine how big its body was. Just as he was thinking about it, the island suddenly shook slightly, which made Ye Chuan's face change slightly. His first thought was that the octopus had come to him on its own initiative. After all, even when the tsunami came, the turtle remained very stable. If it weren't for special circumstances, it would definitely not shake. Ye Chuan immediately went into the water from one side and looked forward. Sure enough, he saw a big octopus fighting with the turtle at the turtle's head. Its 8 tentacles attacked the turtle at the same time. Even though the turtle had an air cannon and rapid healing, it was still a little flustered. Ye Chuan also took a breath of cold air. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a large octopus, especially its huge eyes, which allowed him to see it clearly even from a distance of hundreds of meters. Do it, dolphin! Ye Chuan returned to the island and shouted to the dolphin while running towards the turtle's head. He took out the rotating crossbow, recalled the previous position, and pulled the trigger at a certain place. At once, 12 crossbow arrows shot out. Although the giant octopus was extremely powerful, it was still powerless in a fight with such a large sea turtle. At this moment, 12 crossbow arrows pierced its body without reservation, and the pain made it almost crazy. Just as it was about to rush to the shore, a dolphin slammed into it from the side. The 600 kilograms of force concentrated on the dolphin's head, directly knocking the giant octopus to the side. In an instant, the tentacles broke away from the turtle. The sea turtle opened its mouth wide, and another air cannon hit the place where it was hit by the dolphin, adding pain to the pain. The giant octopus rolled over in the sea in pain, and all its tentacles danced around randomly, but in an instant, it rushed towards the sea turtle again, without slowing down, as if it wanted to knock the turtle over. After receiving Ye Chuan's order, the dolphin had already blacklisted the giant octopus. After spinning around, it rushed towards the giant octopus again. Ye Chuan had been observing the octopus's movements on the shore. The crossbow had been loaded. He tied one end of the previously unused rope to the evolved tree and the other end to himself, then jumped into the sea. He just happened to see the dolphin hit the giant octopus again, causing it to roll over several times. Then the giant octopus discovered Ye Chuan and rushed over quickly. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and fired a series of crossbow arrows within 3 seconds. This time it was in the water, so the vision was not obstructed, and all 12 crossbow arrows were shot at the giant octopus's mouth and eyes. The octopus had just suffered a loss, so this time it immediately hid in a place. However, The speed of the crossbow arrows was also very fast in the water. Although it was not slow, it was a little bigger in size, so all 12 crossbow arrows still penetrated its body. The dolphin also rushed over again and hit the same place again. What the hell? Even though Ye Chuan was in the water, he couldn't help but complain. This dolphin usually looks quite smart, so it would have been fine if it had just collided with Ye Chuan, but it actually pushed the giant octopus towards itself. Although the giant octopus felt pain, its hatred for Ye Chuan still made it slap Ye Chuan hard. Ye Chuan's pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, a machete appeared in his hand, and he chopped at the huge tentacle fiercely. In an instant, the tentacle was cut off and blue blood spurted out, which made the giant octopus even more furious, and it seemed like it was going to fight Ye Chuan to the death. Ye Chuan grabbed the rope, turned around, and rushed to the shore quickly. But in the water, he was still a step too slow, and his legs were entangled by a tentacle. Ye Chuan had just taken a deep breath when he was pulled back into the sea. This made Ye Chuan's face change drastically. He felt that the force of the entanglement was getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, his physical condition was many times better than before. Otherwise, just these few hits would be enough to entangle him to death. No, I haven't achieved anything yet, let alone brought honor to my family. How can I die? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but open his eyes wide and chopped hard at the bottom. The huge tentacle was chopped off in half. The giant octopus felt the pain and finally let go of the tentacles. However, he was now too close to the giant octopus's mouth. He could even see the giant octopus's long tongue and the densely packed jaws inside. Let's fight. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth, tightly grasped the machete, rushed towards the giant octopus mouth, and then chopped it with all his strength. Chapter 64, B-Level Marine Life. Between the two eyes, Ye Chuan suddenly cut a wound of at least 30 centimeters. Just when Ye Chuan thought he was about to fall into the mouth of the giant octopus, his body suddenly stopped. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The rope tied around his waist had reached the end. This saved Ye Chuan's life. Afterwards, he felt a huge force pulling him backwards. It turned out that a dolphin had bitten the rope. When the remaining 6 tentacles of the giant octopus were about to hit Ye Chuan hard, Ye Chuan finally escaped from the range of the giant octopus's tentacles, rushed out of the sea, and was pushed to the shore by the dolphins. Call. For a moment, Ye Chuan couldn't help but breathe heavily. He had just held his breath in the sea for nearly 3 minutes, which was exactly what he needed to do. If he had waited any longer, even if he hadn't been killed by the giant octopus, he would have suffocated to death. That was a close call. Ye Chuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and immediately began to install the rotating crossbow again. Below, the giant octopus saw that it could not gain any advantage and planned to leave, but the dolphin had already come behind the giant octopus and still aimed at the place where the giant octopus had just been hit and slammed hard diagonally upwards. The giant octopus's face turned pale. As a deep-water creature, this was the first time the giant octopus came to the surface of the sea, but it couldn't go back. Bang! With a loud bang, the air cannon that the turtle had been holding back for so long finally arrived and hit the giant octopus hard, and coincidentally, it hit the wound on its head. The giant octopus finally couldn't resist and slowly fell to the bottom of the sea. The dolphin immediately came under the giant octopus and dragged it slowly towards the shore. Chirp, chirp. The 3 little guys also noticed something was wrong at this time, and they all jumped into the water to help pull the dolphin upwards, but when they were about to reach the shore, they were still unable to get ashore. Oh shit, Ye Chuan couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately jumped down and grabbed a tentacle. With the joint efforts of the dolphins and the 3 little ones, he finally dragged the giant octopus ashore. Call. Only then did Ye Chuan finally relax completely. He went back and drank a large glass of grate of fresh water before he recovered. After hanging the clothes next to a stove, Ye Chuan temporarily changed back into his cotton-padded clothes, then returned to the shore and looked at the giant octopus. It was half as big as the killer whale last time, especially its long tentacles, which were estimated to weigh hundreds of pounds each. Will I get rich now? Ye Chuan muttered to himself. Without any hesitation, he used a cutting machine to cut the giant octopus into thousands of pieces, each weighing 500 g, and put them directly on the shelves. Just like tea, it can also be exchanged for various resources. If you have scarce items, you can exchange them for more. The public chat room immediately exploded. Oh my god, someone is actually selling octopus meat on the trading interface, and there seem to be thousands of them. What a big octopus this must be. I saw it too. I guess it should be a giant octopus. It should live in the deep sea. How could it be caught by that big guy and sliced and sold? We are not interested in knowing this. My mind is full of the smell of grilled squid. I haven't eaten grilled squid for more than a month. I think that should be delicious, right? Alas, I'm still worried about water and food. Some big guys have already drunk tea, and some big guys have eaten octopus meat. Why am I the only one who is in such a miserable situation? At this time, Zhao Feiyu sent a private message to Ye Chuan. Did you see that? Someone actually killed a giant octopus and sold it. Ye Chuan pouted slightly, then replied, I sold it. The octopus was causing trouble for me, so I accidentally killed it. What? Zhao Feiyu made a series of shocked expressions. The giant octopus of the deep sea has always been called the monster of the deep sea. It is a very terrifying creature. Not to mention humans. Even if a medium-sized sailboat encounters it, it will probably be swept into the sea by it. How did this big brother kill it and pull it to the shore? You know, it weighs thousands of pounds. I'm used to it. Ye Chuan replied. I've dealt with sharks and killer whales before, and suddenly I feel like a giant octopus isn't a big deal. Awesome. Zhao Feiyu seemed to be hit. He only replied with these two words, and then there was no movement. Even among the dozens of island owners before, there had never been such a case. Humans could actually fight against creatures like killer whales and giant octopuses alone. Are they still human? Zhao Feiyu couldn't even imagine it. Brother, I have something here that will definitely interest you. At this time, Ye Chuan noticed a private message. Was it Wang Sanrui again? Tell me about it. Ye Chuan replied immediately. But I want to know where your tea came from, and how you got this giant octopus up here. Wang Sanrui replied. Now, Wang Sanrui has everything he needs. He just needs to develop steadily, and he feels that he is outstanding even among the tens of millions of novice island owners. It was not until he found out that the ID selling tea and octopus meat was the same person that his mentality finally collapsed. It has nothing to do with you. Ye Chuan replied without hesitation. I have an island area expansion card, which can expand 500 square meters. Wang Sanrui replied immediately. You have such a good thing. Maybe you just want to exchange it with me for these 2 pieces of information. Ye Chuan replied. I know who you are, but I always feel that you can't be so generous. My island has an area of more than 2,000 square meters, so I'm not in a hurry to expand it. Wang Sanrui replied. However, I am more interested in these 2 things in your hand. Okay, deal, I'll tell you. Ye Chuan replied without hesitation. The 2 of them made a deal directly, and Ye Chuan immediately replied. The tea leaves are because there is an ancient tea tree on my island. I only need to open a diagram for making an iron pan, and then I can fry the tea leaves. As for the octopus, it was already dead. A dolphin kept dragging it and pushed it to my shore. People are just so lucky sometimes. So that's it. Wang Sanrui made an okay expression, but punched the table next to him. I thought I could get some useful information, but it turned out to be pure luck. After thinking for a while, Wang Sanrui asked again, Are you interested in becoming my affiliated island owner? I can provide you with many resources that you would never expect. Ye Chuan just glanced at the message and ignored him. Only a fool would be the owner of your subsidiary island. Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? Just when Ye Chuan was about to go out for some fresh air, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly came out. Chapter 65. Making wind turbines and watching TV. It's actually a B-level marine creature? Ye Chuan's face changed. But on second thought, when they killed the killer whale before, the turtle and the dolphin had not yet reached level 6, but it didn't seem particularly difficult. But now, even if the 2 of them reached level 6, it would still be very difficult to kill this giant octopus. Well, it should indeed be considered B-grade. Open it. Ye Chuan then said with a smile. Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 5 medium nutrient solutions, 1 wind power generation manufacturing diagram, 1 evolution value package, and 1 seawater component separator manufacturing diagram. Compared with the lucky gift package last time, this time it seems to be much richer, and the small nutrient solution has become a medium nutrient solution, and there is also a wind power generation manufacturing map. You have to know that what my single apartment lacks most now are electricity and natural gas, and electricity is much more precious than natural gas. Now, not only will I not be immediately swallowed by darkness at night, I can also watch TV. Oh shit, I can watch TV now. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately studied the manufacturing of wind turbines, which required 1 wind turbine manufacturing drawing, 300 metal sheets, 30 plastics, and 10 stones. Since he already had everything, Ye Chuan didn't think any more about it. He immediately came to the shore and chose to make it. All of a sudden, a wind turbine about 20 meters high and with blades almost 10 meters long appeared in front of Ye Chuan, and it was also equipped with an automatic connection device. Ye Chuan immediately spent 50 pieces of plastic and 30 pieces of metal to connect all the electrical appliances in the house to the automatic connection device. Seeing the wind turbine slowly turning after everything was ready, Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He immediately ran back to the room and turned on the energy-saving lamp in the living room. Sure enough, it lit up. It's so fucking cool. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers, then immediately sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Just imagine how wonderful it is to watch TV on the vast ocean. When others are having trouble getting food, you are already watching TV. If other island owners find out, won't they be pissed to death? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The TV light came on and then went out immediately, accompanied by a rustling sound. Even the energy-saving lamp went out. After a few seconds, it started to flicker. Unstable voltage? Soon, Ye Chuan discovered the problem. It was all because the wind turbine was too weak. It couldn't generate even half a kilowatt-hour of electricity after one rotation. In addition, the electricity was consumed on the way. Let alone watching TV. Even keeping the energy-saving lamps on for a long time was a problem. It turns out that I was thinking too beautifully. After turning off the lights, Ye Chuan walked out of the room and looked at the slowly rotating wind turbine. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said to himself, if there is a battery that can store the electricity generated by the wind turbine, then this problem can be solved. Let's wait until we have a battery. He ignored the wind turbine for the time being and looked at the seawater component separator. After a period of consumption, the 2 kilograms of salt that was produced last time were almost used up. Ye Chuan was still worried about this matter in the past 2 days, but he didn't expect that this thing would be produced. Ye Chuan didn't indulge him and chose to create it directly. The current seawater tap water converter has a long and thin tube that discharges all the salt, magnesium, and other substances back into the sea. Now Ye Chuan directly connects the seawater component separator to this tube, then adjusts it to the sea salt pointer, and then connects the outlet to a plastic bottle. In this way, sea salt will fall into the mineral water bottle all the time, and a bottle of sea salt can be collected in about 4 or 5 days. At that time, not only can you meet your own needs, but you can also exchange the excess sea salt for other resources. Unknowingly, you will have another way to make money. How cool. After finishing all this and seeing that it was already noon, Ye Chuan immediately took out some octopus slices and started to make grilled octopus. Soon the aroma filled the entire island. Even the 3 little guys who were studying the wind turbines smelled the fragrance and ran over, chirping at Ye Chuan nonstop. Don't worry, I'll give you some to try later, Ye Chuan said with a smile. He quickly finished roasting a few slices and gave each of them to the 3 little guys. Then he tasted a slice. Well, it is worthy of being a B-level marine creature. The meat is firm and extremely delicious, more than 3 to 5 times more delicious than the grilled octopus sold on the roadside. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. Ye Chuan grilled 5 more slices and gave them to Lu Yi and the other 4 people respectively. Try them all. Although it can't be considered authentic teppanyaki, I feel that my cooking skills are still pretty good. Brother, you're not only good, you're the reincarnation of the god of cooking. Blueberry Jam sent a series of thumbs-up emojis. I almost adore you to death. You will be my idol for life, hee hee. Instead of wasting time talking nonsense, you should just eat the teppanyaki quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes. I'll go boil some goat milk now and give you another glass of it later. Thanks, big brother. Blueberry Jam replied immediately. The others also expressed their gratitude. Ye Chuan ate the grilled octopus with a smile, ran to cook some fresh goat milk, and then came back to look at the public chat room. The temperature seems to have stabilized at between 0 and -1 degree. I just don't know if it will drop further. The sharks have also disappeared. I wonder if anyone has noticed. But I think everyone should not take it lightly. After all, if a big guy puts such a large octopus on the shelf, it means that large marine creatures have been active on the sea surface. Be careful when you sleep, and don't get dragged into the sea by sea pythons or the like. Fuck, man, can you please stop talking so horribly? I can't help but imagine such a thing. Imagine being swallowed alive by a sea snake, and then being slowly digested, and then... You are sick. It's okay to imagine such a disgusting picture, but you even posted it. It's so disgusting, it's disgusting. I am willing to use my imagination. It is none of your business. Be careful or you will be eaten alive by a sea snake tonight. There seemed to be no useful information, so Ye Chuan stopped paying attention and gave each of the 5 people 500 milliliters of cooked goat milk. It's freshly cooked. Everyone, drink it while it's hot. Brother, since I became your subordinate island owner, not only have I not provided you with much, but I have been eating and drinking for free. Lu Shui was embarrassed. Don't worry, after the 6-month novice period is over, I will definitely let my family provide you with a lot of support. Even if you don't give it to me, you still have 30 of my resources. Ye Chuan laughed. So, it's a little early for you to show your loyalty now. Lu Shuai curled his lips, feeling a little embarrassed. But Zhao Feiyu didn't say anything and directly put something into the transaction column, which really surprised Ye Chuan. Chapter 66. Another level up, Lu Shuai's gratitude. What Zhao Feiyu gave him was actually an island area expansion card. Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask, do you know what this card means? It can expand the island area by about 500 square meters. You actually want to give it to me? I have always been in your good graces, and I feel that you should be more useful than me. Zhao Feiyu replied. Besides, this was found by opening a supply box, and I am sure there will be more in the future. At least for now, I don't need it. I think you should use it. I have one here that I haven't used yet. Ye Chuan refused. To be honest, the island area opened up has evolutionary functions. Perhaps animals will appear. I think with your skills, you can hunt them. Your skills won't gradually rust, right? Well, I'll use it for now. At this point, Zhao Feiyu finally accepted it. Next time you catch it, you can't refuse it again. No problem. Ye Chuan made an okay expression and ended the conversation with Zhao Feiyu. He then drank 500 milliliters of goat's milk and turned to leave the room. I opened the evolution value gift pack and got 1,000 evolution points. Together with the points I had accumulated from signing in over the past few days, I now had a total of 13,000 evolution points. Ye Chuan thought about it and added 3,500 evolution points to the dolphin. The dolphin's body suddenly began to grow slowly. Ye Chuan couldn't help but look at the dolphin's information panel. Name, Dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level, 7. Evolution value, 0/4000. Skills, Sonic Interference, Basic. Absolute Impact, Basic. Talent, Deep Diving, 800 meters. Note, in Absolute Impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 900 kilograms of force. Just like last time, the numbers for Deep Diving and Absolute Impact have been enhanced, but these 2 points alone are enough. After all, the deeper the dolphin dives, the greater the chance of finding resources. Back then, 600 kilograms of force was enough to have an impact on the giant octopus, and now with 900 kilograms of force, it should be able to make it escape after a few hits, right? Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 7 and receiving the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? Just as I was thinking, the system voice came out. Turn it on. Ye Chuan replied. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 white flower buns for A-grade citrus, and 1 island area expansion card. Sure, I've also opened an island area expansion card. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he took the expansion card in his hand to admire it. He currently has this card in his hand, which means he can expand the island area by 500 square meters. However, his island is currently huge, and he will be able to upgrade the turtle to another level next time, so he doesn't feel very much about this card. Next, Ye Chuan calculated again. If he upgraded all 3 little guys at the same time, there would be no way for the remaining turtles to upgrade. Last time, Ye Chuan helped the little guy first. This time, Ye Chuan planned to give the opportunity to the turtle first, so he added 7,000 evolution points to the turtle. Suddenly, the turtle's area began to slowly increase. Ye Chuan immediately looked at the turtle's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level, 7, 0/8000. Skill, water bomb, intermediate. Talents, longevity, fast healing. From level 6 to level 7, only the area becomes larger, and there is no other change. The water bomb is still in the intermediate state. However, Ye Chuan estimates that perhaps after the turtle reaches level 10, either the skills or the talents will undergo a qualitative change. Ye Chuan ignored it for the time being and suddenly thought of a question, so he asked, System, what do you think if I use the island area expansion card? Attention, host, please use the island area expansion card with caution, as it may cause unknown changes to the island. Before he finished speaking, the system interrupted Ye Chuan's question and issued a direct warning. This made Ye Chuan stunned for a moment. Just as he had this plan, the system issued a warning. This was the first time after binding the system. It seemed that he could not use this island area expansion card. Considering that the situation after the island expansion on Lu Yi's side is still unclear and the blueberry jam is rather useless, Lu Shuai is the only suitable person at present, so the island area expansion card was immediately given to Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai immediately asked in confusion, Brother, what is this? It can be used to expand the island area by 500 square meters. Ye Chuan replied, Fuck, Lu Shuai was shocked at the time and immediately replied, "Brother, you are really my brother. Isn't this equivalent to giving me 500 square meters of island for free? How can I thank you? Give me my body. Are you sick? How can you, a man, give yourself to me?" Ye Chuan replied speechlessly, "Yes, yes, yes, I was so excited that I forgot my gender." Lu Shuai patted his forehead. "With you protecting me, my future will definitely be smooth sailing. Don't worry, after the 6-month novice period, I will definitely not let you down. Ollie go. Be careful. After you use it, there will be woods or hills on the new island tomorrow, and there may be wild animals." Ye Chuan reminded, "Before you use the island expansion card, it's best to equip yourself with weapons. If there are poisonous snakes or something like that, you'll have to leave early." Okay. Lu Shuai was stunned and replied repeatedly. After giving instructions to Lu Shuai, Ye Chuan once again worked with the 200 kilograms of fertile black soil that had been laid out previously, spreading the vetiver seeds. He then looked at the seeds he had planted at the beginning, which had now grown to be almost 20 centimeters tall. Not bad. Ye Chuan plans to harvest them when they grow to 30 centimeters tall. This thing is the same as the seeds of magic grass. Goats will produce milk crazily after eating it. Seeing that the project was almost done, Ye Chuan returned to his room and sat on the bed to rest for a while looking at the public chat room. "I'm telling you guys, you probably won't believe me. Today, when I was trying to salvage a supply box, I just couldn't pull it. Guess what I found? I found a giant octopus grabbing the supply box and trying to pull me into the water. Fuck, the boss killed a giant octopus before, but I didn't expect there would be another one. We are in the novice zone. What are they doing? Let's be more sensible in the future and try not to go into the water rashly. Otherwise we may die without knowing how. But there are some supply boxes that you can't get if you don't put them in the water." Ye Chuan couldn't help but frown and suddenly thought of Zhao Feiyu. He often went into the water to salvage supply boxes. If he encountered sea-level or B-level marine life, it would be dangerous. Ye Chuan shook his head slightly and immediately took out his previous bow and the wooden boat manufacturing plan to offer him a deal. Chapter 67. Forest Hill. Zhao Feiyu responded with a shocked expression. "Why did you give me the ship and the weapons? What are you going to do?" "I just checked the public chat room and found out that I'm not the only one who has been attacked by a giant octopus. It suddenly occurred to me that it's dangerous for you to swim frequently to salvage supply boxes." Ye Chuan replied, "So I'll give you a diagram of how to make a wooden boat. You can make it yourself and put a bow and arrow on the boat. That way, you'll be able to fight if you really encounter danger." "Then what are you going to do?" Zhao Feiyu replied, "I don't need a wooden boat, and I have a medium-sized sailboat that I've never used." Ye Chuan boasted, "As for weapons, I have a rotating crossbow, which is much more convenient than this kind of bow." "You have such advanced weapons?" Zhao Feiyu asked in surprise. "So just use it." Ye Chuan made a laughing expression, then walked out of the room and came to the flower bed. The peppers have grown to more than 30 centimeters tall and are about to form buds. Ye Chuan immediately took out a bottle of nutrient solution and poured it on the peppers. Medium nutrient solution. Plant growth rate increases by 100, lasts for 72 hours. The growth efficiency of the medium nutrient solution is twice that of the small nutrient solution, which means that 1 day of growth is equivalent to 2 days. Coupled with the unique environment of the ocean world, it is estimated that it will mature in another 3 days. After all, there is only 1 meal of Laogan Ma left. I have almost gotten used to eating spicy food. If I suddenly stop eating spicy food, I guess I will lose my appetite for anything. After doing all this, Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the slowly setting red sun, he couldn't help but sit on a beach chair and watch quietly. The most beautiful thing is the red sunset. The next morning, Ye Chuan slept until he woke up naturally. He didn't seem to hear the system reminding him to sign in, but he still shouted as he walked out of the room, "Sign in." After thinking for a while, he shouted, "Open the gift bag. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. Charcoal 5, glass 5, citrus 2. Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-grade citrus, 5 small nutrient solutions, and 1 bicycle manufacturing diagram. Bicycle manufacturing map? Ye Chuan was stunned. It felt like the island was getting bigger and bigger. Did the system intend to let him patrol the island on a bicycle in the future? As he was thinking, Ye Chuan finally noticed that the small woods that had appeared in front of him had turned into a forest of nearly 2,000 square meters, occupying one side of the island. There were trees that were more than 20 meters tall and that 2 people could hug together. There were low shrubs and some grass on the ground. In short, the scale of this forest is quite large, even twice the size of some main islands. Outside the circular grass behind Ye Chuan's apartment, the dozen or so stones have now become a small hill more than 30 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. Although it can only be regarded as the prototype of a mountain, Ye Chuan has reason to believe that if the island is upgraded a few more times, this hill will definitely grow taller, at least 5 times larger. Wow, this change is too big, right? Ye Chuan took a deep breath and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ye Chuan's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately ran to a place. After knowing about artificial intervention in evolution, he once dug a ditch, thinking that this ditch could evolve into a freshwater river in the future. Since the forest and the hills have undergone qualitative changes, this river must also. As he was thinking, Ye Chuan had already arrived at the side of the single apartment, but to his regret, this artificial ditch had not changed at all. Maybe there is not enough time. Ye Chuan could only comfort himself in this way. Gugugu. At this moment, an unknown sound caught Ye Chuan's attention. Ye Chuan couldn't help but look towards the woods. The sound came from inside. There were actually animals inside. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately walked slowly inside, taking out the rotating crossbow at the same time. However, just in case, he still brought Wang Kai and the other 3 with him. After all, if there really was any problem, they could take care of him, right? On the ground, small creatures such as ants and earthworms have appeared. There seems to be a very slight, rustling sound in some bushes, but it is not clear what it is. This makes Ye Chuan a little nervous. If it was a little rabbit or something like that, it would be fine. But what if it was a wild boar, a big bad wolf, or some other wild beast? Even if I had a rotating crossbow, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat it, right? Clatter. Just as he was daydreaming, there was a sudden loud noise, and something seemed to be flying high into the sky. Almost in an instant, Ye Chuan instinctively picked up the rotating crossbow and pulled the trigger. At one moment, 12 crossbow arrows were fired at the same time within 3 seconds. The sound of ding 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 was endless. After 7 or 8 seconds, a pheasant fell to the ground. It was hit by an arrow in the back and was dead when it landed. I didn't expect there was such a thing as a pheasant. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately went to pick up the pheasant. Not bad, not bad. I can finally improve my food for lunch today. Oh my God, it's been a long time since I had a proper meal of meat. I'm happy just thinking about it. At that moment, Ye Chuan walked out of the woods, quickly processed the pheasant, and then soaked it in fresh water, just waiting to grill it on the barbecue grill and eat roast chicken at noon. After breakfast, Ye Chuan observed for a while. With the 3,000 evolution points he got today, he now had exactly 7,500 evolution points in his hand, which was enough to upgrade the 3 little guys to level 5 at the same time. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately upgraded the 3 albatrosses. The albatrosses' bodies instantly grew by half, and they actually looked a little handsome. The information panel also changed. Name, Albatross. Level 5, growth stage. Evolution value, 0/3000. Skills, diving claws, can grab 50 kilograms weight. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. After upgrading to level 5, the little guy's ability to grab heavy objects increased by 20 kilograms, and he also gained an additional talent. This suddenly gave Ye Chuan an idea. If he knew the coordinates of Lu, Yi, and the others, could he send an albatross to protect them? It doesn't matter if you don't think about it. The more you think about it, the more possible it seems. However, no one knows their own coordinates at the moment, so we can only talk about it later. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 5. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Turn them all on. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. Glass 5. Charcoal 3. Erguo 2. 42 degrees 2. Erguo 2. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 68. The System's Tyrannical Terms. Ye Chuan never expected that he could prescribe alcohol. Although Ye Chuan is only 21 years old now, he has a 2-year history of drinking, especially Erguo 2, which is cheap and delicious. Ye Chuan has a special liking for it. And what is open this time happens to be Erguo 2. Can I enjoy it at noon? Cool. Chirp, chirp. After upgrading to level 5, the 3 little guys' wings spread out to be more than 1 meter long. After a run-up, they immediately flew into the sky, then dived and started a free fall. When they were about to fall to the sea, they turned around and flew into the sky again, free and carefree. Ye Chuan watched with a smile, turned around, harvested the magical grass and threw it into the feed trough in the sheep pen, and then made a bicycle. It turned out to be a rubber tire, so it was not afraid of being pierced by nails or hit by stones. It was very fast to ride, and it only took a few minutes to go around the 7,000 square meter island, which also allowed Ye Chuan to experience the thrill of high-speed racing. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Chuan immediately roasted the pheasant and threw a few dried fish to the three little guys who were tired of flying. Seeing that the time was almost up, he sent a message to Zhao Feiyu. Can you drink? I'm in the army, and as a rule, I don't drink. Zhao Feiyu replied. What about outside the principals? Ye Chuan asked again. I love drinking. Zhao Feiyu answered again. Oh. Ye Chuan then asked Lu Shuai the same question. Lu Shuai gave the same answer as Zhao Feiyu, and he asked Ye Chuan back, Brother, if you don't drink, are you still a man? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately gave each of them half a pound of wine and a pound of pheasant meat. The two jumped up excitedly. Zhao Feiyu was even more excited. Brother, I really don't know what to say. You can even get some wine, and you are willing to share it with me. This thing is a treasure on the sea. No matter how good the food is, it won't feel good if you drink it alone. Ye Chuan replied. Although the three of us are not together, it is a good thing that we can drink together. Well said. I'll drink first to show my respect. Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. Brother, you are my real brother. I really. Looking at the wine and meat, Lu Shuai almost cried. Just as he was about to say something heartfelt, he was interrupted by Ye Chuan. I say, can you please stop repeating these words every day? I'm getting tired of it. Just expressing my feelings. Lu Shuai couldn't help but chuckle. Hasn't the area of your island been expanded? You can go in and take a look in a few days. Maybe there will be surprises. After Ye Chuan said this, he left one chicken leg and gave the other one to Lu Yi. Of course, Blueberry Jam and Lu Yi Weiwei were not treated unfairly either. The three women seemed to react even more dramatically than the two men, especially Blueberry Jam. If there had been a voice conversation, Ye Chuan would probably have been able to hear her excited screams. After replying to each of the three girls, Ye Chuan went to the beach chair outside and drank some wine while looking at the scenery in the distance. How can I describe it in one word? A small boat was approaching a small island hundreds of miles away from Ye Chuan. The man on the boat was dark and thin, almost skin and bones, but his eyes were bright and filled with murderous intent, which was chilling. The moment the man saw the island, his expression changed. He jumped up and looked at the devastated island in disbelief. He roared angrily. Ye Chuan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The man was Lung Feng, who had been away for a long time. In order to break away from Ye Chuan's control, Lung Feng wandered for nearly 2 weeks and finally bound himself to 3 subordinate island owners, successfully breaking away from the identity of a subordinate island owner. This made Lung Feng extremely excited. Although he could choose to live on one of the affiliated island owners' islands, he was still used to living alone, and those 3 people were not doing as well as he was. But now, not only was the house burned down, but even the corn and beans were looted. He was instantly thrown into hell from the lofty heaven. Lung Feng didn't need to think about it at all. He knew that all this must have been done by Ye Chuan. It must be after he knew that he had successfully untied himself that he made his turtle come here to take revenge on him. It was from this moment that Lung Feng silently swore in his heart that he would find Ye Chuan and let him know the price of going against him. A hidden mission has been discovered. Host, do you want to accept it? The system's voice suddenly appeared, which startled Ye Chuan. He opened his eyes and looked outside. It was already dark. It had been a long time since I last drank alcohol, and it was my first time drinking alcohol at sea. I drank half a pound of alcohol in one breath. Ye Chuan felt his head was heavy, so he went straight to bed to sleep. He didn't expect that he slept for more than 5 hours. If he hadn't been woken up by the sound of the system, he probably could have slept until most of the night, right? What hidden mission? Ye Chuan patted his head lightly and asked. It seems that the last hidden task was to find a mining resource, but I found it ahead of time and the reward was quite generous. I then made my own suggestions to the system. Could it be that the system adopted my suggestions and directly reminded me after discovering the hidden task? Hidden mission. The host needs to bind 2 more subordinate island owners within a week and promise to only bind these 5 island owners during the ocean survival career. Then you can get rich rewards. Do you accept it? Hearing this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is the system's plan? If there is no restraint, I can even bind hundreds or thousands of subordinate island owners. However, this hidden task of the system actually allows me to bind only 5? Doesn't this mean that it's not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality? System, what is the situation with this mission? Ye Chuan asked doubtfully. Can I choose not to accept it? Yes. The system gave an answer immediately. But please note that a hidden task will only be refreshed after completing one. If you choose to reject this task, you will stay in this task and no new tasks will be refreshed. Unfair terms. These are unfair terms. As soon as these words came out, Ye Chuan went berserk. There is no need to think about it anymore. The system is determined to make you complete this task. The host can choose to accept or reject. Just when Ye Chuan was angry about this, the system spoke again. Fuck. Not only is there such a perverted task, but it also forces me to make a choice immediately. Ye Chuan was stunned and completely dumbfounded. Chapter 69, Trading Thermostats. Is it going to snow? Ye Chuan originally planned to give up, but then he changed his mind and thought that if he didn't accept this hidden mission, he would be at a huge loss. Moreover, it is better to recruit one high-quality island owner than to recruit hundreds or thousands of ordinary island owners. I already have 3 high-quality island owners. As long as I recruit 2 more high-quality island owners, it will definitely be worth thousands of troops. Judging from the system, high-quality island owners can form fleets, so there must be a powerful family behind them. Then there is not only one island owner, there must be many veteran island owners. In this way, although he was only bound to 5 high-quality island owners, no one could be sure how many powerful island owners there were behind them. Except Blueberry Jam, of course. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately replied, "Accept. It has been detected that the host has accepted the hidden mission. Please complete it as soon as possible." The system replied immediately. Note, Zhao Feiyu is a high-quality island owner. Completed. Of course, it must be completed as soon as possible. Ye Chuan said unhappily. However, Ye Chuan did not admit that he was being led by the system. He could only say that he was maximizing his benefits in order to get the next hidden task. As for Zhao Feiyu recommended by the system, Ye Chuan did not intend to ask. After all, the other party was a countryman, and everything he did in the future would not represent himself, so it was better not to provoke him. After stretching, Ye Chuan immediately went to prepare it. It was still teppanyaki, but this time there were steamed buns. He gave each of the 5 people an octopus on the teppanyaki plate and a steamed bun. Today we have steamed buns. Let's try it and see how it tastes. Brother, in this vast ocean, I actually feel like I'm hanging out with a rich guy. I'm getting fat. Lu, he made a shy expression. Meeting you has used up all my luck in this life. Why does what you said sound like you are confessing your love to me? Ye Chuan replied and sent a naughty expression. Really? Lu Yi, who was thousands of miles away, blushed and quickly replied. Isn't this just a joke between friends? Ha! Ye Chuan responded with a series of laughing emojis. Okay, eat it quickly. This thing won't taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, he replied to the others, and then he started to look at the public chat room while eating. I don't know if you've noticed, but the temperature seems to have dropped by at least 2 degrees in the past 2 days. In addition to cotton clothes, I think we'd better get a tent or a house or something like that, right? I have a tent. As for the house, that's something only the big guys can get. Let's not think too much about it. I just don't know if the crops we planted will die. The temperature is really too low. No one knows. I guess this is another test from the ocean world. As for how low the temperature will drop, that's unclear. Damn it. Wouldn't it be better to just let us die? I have the thermostat manufacturing diagram. Do you want it? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. He hadn't really noticed that the temperature had dropped again. Seeing the man who had provided the thermostat manufacturing diagram, Ye Chuan immediately sent a private message. Friend, I'm quite interested in your thermostat manufacturing diagram. What do you want in exchange? Cotton clothes, food, water. The other party replied almost instantly. How about I give you a set of cotton clothes, a 5 kilograms octopus, and 1 L of fresh water in exchange? Ye Chuan replied after 4 or 5 seconds. If you agree, we'll trade. Okay. The other party still replied immediately. Ye Chuan immediately put his cotton-padded jacket, octopus meat, and fresh water into the trading column and completed the transaction with the other party. Ye Chuan immediately studied the manufacturing of the thermostat, which required 1 thermostat manufacturing drawing, 30 metal sheets, 20 glasses, and 10 plastics. What surprised Ye Chuan was that this thermostat did not require electricity, but was a clockwork-like device. Every time it turned 1,000 times, it could generate heat for 10 hours and could keep the temperature of an area of 100 square meters at around 1 degree. In order to prevent the temperature from continuing to drop tonight, Ye Chuan did not hesitate and immediately started to turn the spring. Fortunately, the resistance was not particularly great. With Ye Chuan's modified body, turning it was almost easier than peeing. In just over half an hour, it had already turned 1,000 times. After it became completely dark, it was finally placed in the middle of several flower beds. The temperature around it immediately began to rise slowly. Ye Chuan looked up into the distance and couldn't help squinting his eyes. There are no stars tonight. However, Ye Chuan did not think too much about this situation. After all, it was impossible for the sky to be clear all day long. After checking around, He went back to sleep. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? In a daze, Ye Chuan heard the system's prompt sound, opened his sleepy eyes, and said directly, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 greenhouse manufacturing diagram, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. System, are you sure that something unexpected will happen after using the angel feather? Ye Chuan stretched and said as he walked out, I have used it many times, but I have rarely had good luck. Why do I feel like it's useless? Just as Ye Chuan expected, the system crashed again. Ye Chuan curled his lips speechlessly, then ran to the chicken coop and took out 2 eggs, poured boiling water over them, and continued to drink the egg water. He then came to the super tablet with the egg water and read the chat history. Did you notice that it was cloudy last night, and it seems to be even more cloudy today? Does this mean it's going to rain? You are not mistaken. The temperature has dropped to -4 or 5 degrees Celsius now. If it snows, it will snow. How can it rain? Based on our current situation, even if we have a stove and cotton clothes, if it really snows, our situation will become very difficult. I hope the clouds will clear and we can see the sun and the moon soon. Well, I better quickly build a tent out of branches or something. I don't want to get caught in the snow. Ye Chuan frowned slightly. He also noticed the dark clouds in the sky. When he thought about what would happen next, he didn't think any more about it. He drank the egg water in a few gulps, ran out immediately, looked up again, and started shaking the thermostat. Half an hour later, I started to study the greenhouse manufacturing drawings. This is a plastic greenhouse that can cover 100 square meters, but at present, I have to protect at least 3 flower beds. It seems that no matter how I do it, it won't be suitable. Chapter 70. Greenhouse to keep out the cold. The snow is really coming. System, is there any way to protect 3 flower beds at the same time? Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask the system. It seems that the greenhouse cannot protect the single special tree species, so only the other 3 flower beds can be protected. The system can help divide the greenhouse into 3 or 4. The system immediately replied, do you want to divide the greenhouse? Okay, then let's divide it into 3 parts when making it, to protect these 3 flower beds respectively. Ye Chuan made a prompt decision and immediately began to build a greenhouse, directly covering all 3 flower beds with the greenhouse. Great! Ye Chuan looked at the 3 greenhouses with a smile. Each greenhouse was about 30 square meters in size. The sides and the top were sealed, and there was a door for watering. Ye Chuan immediately entered one of the greenhouses to feel it. Although it was built not long ago, the temperature inside was slowly rising. According to the system's introduction, the temperature in each greenhouse can be raised and maintained at around 15 degrees Celsius, which is enough for crops. However, the coconut tree has now grown to more than 50 centimeters. Ye Chuan has not yet figured out what to do with it after it grows taller. After all, the height of this greenhouse is only about 5 meters. The coconut tree can probably grow to at least 15 meters, right? In this way, the thermostat is of little use here, so Ye Chuan directly put it next to the magical grass. Everything else doesn't matter, but the magic grass must keep growing. Otherwise, if the 2 goats' food is cut off, it will be a big problem. After harvesting the newly grown grass and throwing it into the sheepfold, adding some fresh water, and cutting up a dozen sea fish and throwing them into the chicken coop, Ye Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the 3 little ones, the 13 or 14 boxes of supplies that the dolphins and turtles had salvaged, and began to open them. Cotton 3, charcoal 4, mineral water 1. Charcoal 2, glass 2, instant noodles 1. He opened all 14 supply boxes in one breath. In addition to resources, food, and water, Ye Chuan actually took out a card with only 3 words on it. Beast card. This still made Ye Chuan a little confused. Could it be that this card could produce some kind of animal? It would be fine if it turned out to be a chick, a duck, a cat, or something like that. But if it turned out to be a brown bear, an elephant, or something like that, wouldn't you be killed instantly? However, Ye Chuan felt that the ocean world could not be so unreliable that it would allow a novice island owner to summon a large beast. He mustered up his courage, with one hand ready to take out the rotating crossbow at any time, and with the other hand he chose to use the beast card. For a moment, a faint light flashed, accompanied by the sound of fluttering, and a big rooster with a colorful tail appeared in front of Ye Chuan, which really excited Ye Chuan. I already have 2 hens, and now a rooster appears, which means that there will be fertilized eggs, which means that chicks can be hatched. Doesn't that mean I will have an endless supply of chicken and eggs to eat? This is the lucky thing. However, it seems that no one has opened a similar card in more than 3 weeks. Is it because such precious items can only be opened when the supply boxes accumulate to a certain level? The more Ye Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. It seemed that it would take some time for other islands to produce such things. When the rooster was put into the chicken coop, it immediately walked around the coop like a king. The two hens just looked at it, without any awareness of their territory being invaded, and actually followed the rooster. This can be considered as an instinctive suppression of the rooster over the hen, which made Ye Chuan feel relieved. He was afraid that the chicken coop would become chaotic after a new member was added. However, the result was more harmonious than he had imagined, which was indeed unexpected. After finishing all this, Ye Chuan finally returned to his room, drank some water, and read the messages in the public chat room. The weather has really gotten colder. Even though I was wearing a cotton-padded jacket last night, I almost caught a cold. I don't know what God is doing. If he wants to kill us, there's no need to use such a blunt knife to kill people. I don't even know what to say. I guess the temperature will drop even lower. By then, the strawberries I planted will be frozen to death before they can even bear fruit. Fuck, boss, you still have strawberries. That's shocking. I can't even afford to eat. How did you get the strawberries? Boss, can you give me a strawberry seedling? When I see you in the future, I will plant strawberries on you, okay? Just grow strawberries? You must eat my bananas. Looking at the chat record that was almost off topic, Ye Chuan shook his head slightly and immediately posted a message, recruiting affiliated island owners, giving away 1 L of boiled water and 10 kilograms of giant octopus meat, and there will be other benefits in the future. Just like last time, many island owners immediately came to chat privately with Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan asked the system to help screen them. As a result, after screening more than 100 people, he did not find a single high-quality island owner. Sure enough, high-quality island owners are hard to come by. Did you notice? It's snowing, and the snowflakes are quite large. I've seen it too. There's no wind at sea right now, and the sky is so cloudy. It's snowing now, and I don't think it'll stop for a while. I'm afraid our days are going to get even worse. I hope it will be over in the next symbolic point. Otherwise, not only will it be difficult to move forward, but we won't even be able to salvage the supply boxes. The only way out may be to wait for death. This is simply hellish survival in the ocean. This novice period is not a novice period. The ocean world just wants to kill us. Damn it, what went wrong? Let's go salvage the supply boxes while the snow isn't heavy. If it snows really hard, everything will be difficult. In the public chat room, people suddenly started talking about snow. Ye Chuan immediately ran out of the room. Sure enough, he saw large flakes of snow falling from the sky. In the distance, it was all white. The whole world seemed to have turned into a white ocean. I'm afraid it's going to snow heavily. Ye Chuan murmured and checked around. Apart from helping the 3 little guys cover the nest with a few wooden boards, he did not intervene in other matters. He patted the thin layer of snow on his body and immediately ran back to the room. Lu Yi sent a message at this time. It's snowing here. The public chat room is also talking about this snowfall. Is it snowing where you are? I guess the whole novice area is wet. Ye Chuan replied. You have a tent, so it's okay. At least you don't have to get wet. I just don't know how long this snow will last. I feel that this ocean survival not only has too many variables, but is also becoming more and more difficult. Louis replied with a wry smile. Don't worry. I'm here. We will have the last laugh. Ye Chuan comforted. I believe you. Louis immediately responded with a series of thumbs-up emojis. By the way, I went into that 500 square meter forest this morning. Guess what I found? Chapter 71. Distributing tents and harvesting snow-melting agents. What did you find? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. In his eyes, although Louis was not as good as blueberry jam, he could only be regarded as an ordinary island owner. However, he actually had the courage to enter the woods, which made Ye Chuan look at him with admiration. Louis did not answer, but directly put some mushrooms into the trading column. There were more than 30 of them. Mushroom. Ye Chuan's expression changed. After I entered the woods, I saw small animals like hares, but even with a bow and arrow, I couldn't catch them. However, I killed a snake with an arrow, and later found these mushrooms behind a relatively thick tree. Louis replied, but I'm not sure if these mushrooms are poisonous. Ye Chuan was also a little confused and couldn't help asking the system. The system immediately replied, lychee mushrooms are known as the king of lignan mushrooms. They don't require any seasonings. Just oil and salt, and you can have a bowl of the most delicious mushroom soup in your life. Ye Chuan had heard of this kind of mushroom. In the year 2333, it was almost impossible to see wild ones. Even the artificially cultivated ones had been sold for thousands of yuan per pound, and most people could not even eat them. Of course, Ye Chuan is one of those people who can't get it. This is called lychee mushroom, the most delicious of all delicacies. Ye Chuan immediately took it and said, In the evening, I will make a pot of soup in the evening, so that we can feel the deliciousness and warmth in the heavy snow. I didn't expect you even knew this. Lu Yi made a shocked expression. I understand a little, just a little. Ye Chuan grinned and couldn't help but make a grinning expression. I'm almost drenched. At this time, Blueberry Jam also sent a message. Now I understand the importance of shelter. Poor me, I don't even have a tent. Ah. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. Ye Chuan was stunned. Last time, he was so busy giving the tent to Lu Yi that he forgot about the Blueberry Jam. He immediately sent a message in the public chat room. 5L of boiled water, buy a tent. See? Even if you have 5L of boiled water, you can't stand it without a cover, right? Luckily, I didn't move out the tent. Now I'm in the tent, drinking water, enjoying the snow, chatting in the public chat room. It's so relaxing. Ha! In this situation, I want to recite a poem. Thousands of miles of yellow clouds. The sun is dimming. The north wind blows the geese, and the snow falls. The north wind blows the geese, and the snow falls. Thousands of miles of yellow clouds. The sun is dimming. Does this count as gloating over someone else's misfortune? There was a small commotion in the chat room, and an ID named Xiao Feilong sent a message to Ye Chuan. Brother, I have 2 tents. Can I exchange them for 10L of boiled water? I only have 10L of boiled water. If I give it all to you, what will I drink? Ye Chuan replied immediately, but I still have 5 kilograms of octopus meat. If you agree, I can trade with you. Under the heavy snow, tents are the most scarce things. Little Flying Dragon replied faintly. 10 kilograms octopus meat? Okay. Ye Chuan didn't think anymore this time. He directly put the water and food on the shelf, and the two of them completed the transaction immediately. However, the system suddenly issued a prompt at this moment. Little Flying Dragon, high-quality island owner. Ye Chuan was startled and immediately asked, System, can you analyze the current situation of Xiao Feilong's supplies? Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, lacking water and food. The system immediately gave an analysis. Paper Tiger? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately replied, Add me as a friend. Maybe we can keep in touch in the future? Okay. Xiao Feilong immediately added Ye Chuan as a friend. Ye Chuan then traded the tent to Blueberry Jam, who immediately sent a crying emoji. Brother, you are so good to me. I just saw the news that you packed up the tent. I really don't know what to say. I'm just an internet celebrity hiding behind a computer, woo-woo. Don't say that. You actually have your own value. Ye Chuan replied with a smiley face, and at the same time gave Lu Yi Weiwei a tent. How do you know I'm getting wet? Lu Yi Weiwei asked in surprise. I'm just guessing. After all, there don't seem to be many tents out there. Ye Chuan replied with a laugh. Hurry up and put them up. We don't know when the snow will stop. Don't catch a cold. Yeah, thank you. Lu Yi Weiwei nodded repeatedly and replied happily. A smile appeared unconsciously on Ye Chuan's lips. He looked at the messages in the public chat room for a while before turning around and walking out. Seeing the snow falling heavier and heavier, the whole world was covered in white. The visibility was not even 10 meters. Ye Chuan immediately ordered the turtle to stop moving forward temporarily and consider it again after the heavy snow stopped. Splash. Feeling that he could do nothing, Ye Chuan immediately turned around and went back to the room, but suddenly he heard the sound of water splashing. He immediately ran over and found that it was a dolphin throwing up a supply box. Oh my God, you're really working hard. Ye Chuan couldn't help but grin. Damn it, just take a break during the heavy snow, and we'll talk about everything after the snow stops. The dolphin understood Ye Chuan's words, nodded at him, and then dived back into the ocean. However, since there was only this one supply box, Ye Chuan didn't plan to keep it for the time being. After all, the snow had already fallen to a thickness of 1 finger in just over half an hour, and it was unknown when it would stop snowing. He didn't want it to be too thick by then, and he would better open it first. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately opened the supply box. Cotton 3, plastic 2, snow melting agent 100 kg. Snow melting agent. Ye Chuan couldn't help but be moved. He was worrying about how to clean up the snow after it fell, but he didn't expect the snow melting agent to arrive, and 100 kilograms at a time. Could it be that this heavy snow would continue for a long time? Ye Chuan immediately returned to the room, took out 5 kilograms of snow each and distributed it to Zhao Feiyu and the other 5 people, and said seriously, This snow may continue to fall for a while. Everyone, please pay attention. Wait until the snow really stops before spreading the snow melting agent on the snow, and try to use it sparingly. You even have snow melting agent? Zhao Feiyu asked again in surprise. He found that no matter what happened in the ocean world, Ye Chuan would get things or methods to deal with it in advance. Could this kid have installed a cheat? I just opened a supply box and found some snow-melting agent. Ye Chuan laughed. I can only say that God is kind to me. I don't know what to say except admiration. In the end, Zhao Feiyu just sent Ye Chuan a thumbs-up emoticon. Suddenly, there came 3 little guys chirping sounds outside, as if they were confronting something. Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that some large animal in the woods couldn't stand the heavy snow and ran out? Chapter 72 3 Birds Fighting the Sea Eagle. Ye Chuan didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out with the rotating crossbow, but was startled. This is a bird that is more than 1 meter long, with a black body and wings, and a white head and tail. It is confronting the little guys. Although the 3 little guys surrounded the big guy in a corner, its eyes were like hooks, and the powerful aura on its body was so strong that even Ye Chuan was a little scared. System, what is this? Ye Chuan asked in a deep voice. Bald eagle, 1 meter long, 2 meter wingspan, a bird of prey in the sky, extremely powerful. The system immediately gave an introduction. Ye Chuan, however, frowned and looked at the bald eagle vigilantly. It must be because the snow was too heavy, and both the vision and force were greatly hindered in the air, so they were forced to land on the island. But these 3 little guys have just reached adulthood. Can they be a match for this bald eagle? Ye Chuan tightly grasped the rotating crossbow arrow, ready to take action at any time. Chirp, chirp. The sounds became more and more urgent. The 3 little guys rejected this uninvited guest from the bottom of their hearts, which showed that they had a strong sense of territory. Ouch! Soon, the bald eagle became unhappy. It stared coldly at the 3 little guys, yelled, and pounced on one of them fiercely. The other 2 attacked at the same time. Ye Chuan wanted to shoot, but the 3 little guys were fighting with each other. It was not easy to injure the bald eagle without hurting the 3 little guys. However, even though the bald eagle is very powerful, the 3S level little guys are still very tough. When one of them is bullied, the other 2 will immediately launch a fierce attack. The bald eagle cannot take care of all 3 at the same time, and will be attacked no matter what. Soon, a lot of feathers appeared around, and the 4 birds of prey suffered varying degrees of injuries. The bald eagle's original aura also became scattered. Ouch! The bald eagle screamed, and grabbed Wang Yun fiercely with its sharp claws. Just as the other 2 little guys were about to take action, the bald eagle soared into the sky, spun a circle in the air, and then dived, rushing towards the 3 little ones quickly. Chirp, chirp. The 3 little ones screamed, and took a running start, intending to have an aerial duel with the bald eagle. Ye Chuan no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger at high altitude. 12 crossbow arrows shot out at once, and only a scream was heard, which made Ye Chuan's expression change. Hit. Bang. The next second, a bald eagle came from the sky and collided with the 3 little ones. The 4 birds of prey immediately rolled on the ground, especially the bald eagle, which rolled more than a dozen times before stopping. Only then did Ye Chuan notice that its wings were hit by 2 arrows and blood was slowly flowing out. Chirp, chirp. The 3 little guys were still smart at this time. They rushed up again as soon as they stabilized their bodies. However, after the bald eagle was injured, it was obvious that it had lost its previous momentum. It kept retreating and was no longer a match for the 3 little ones. After seeing this scene, Ye Chuan installed the crossbow, put away the rotating crossbow, and watched the battle between the 2 sides quietly. As S-level pets, the 3 little ones will definitely play a role in many places in the future. This is their first fierce battle since they were born, and Ye Chuan has no intention of stopping them. Only by honing your skills can you grow better. As time went by, the fight between the 4 birds of prey entered a white-hot stage. The bald eagle had already been exhausted, but was still fighting hard and making its last struggle. Finally, Wang Sai's sharp claws suddenly slashed and happened to scratch the bald eagle's neck. The poor bald eagle, once the overlord of the sea, finally fell unwillingly under the 3 little ones and slowly closed his eyes. How was it? Ye Chuan said with a smile. This is your first battle. It's worth commemorating, and I'll reward each of you with 50 milliliters of grade of fresh water. Chirp, chirp. The 3 little ones immediately circled around Ye Chuan and rubbed his legs affectionately. It was a pity that there was blood on their heads, and Ye Chuan's clothes were dirty. I say, you should take a rest first, Ye Chuan said, and immediately held snow to help them wipe the blood off their bodies. Then he took them back to the nest and gave each of them 50 milliliters of grade of fresh water. Afterwards, Ye Chuan came back and dealt with the bald eagle in no time. Even after cleaning it, this guy still weighs 7 or 8 kilograms, nearly twice as heavy as the pheasant I caught last time. It looks like I can have a full meal tonight. This was undoubtedly a small episode in the heavy snow, which was soon forgotten as the night darkened. Ye Chuan immediately grilled the bald eagle on the barbecue grill. At the same time, he fried the lychee mushrooms with fish oil and then began to add water and salt to make soup. Soon, under the vast snow, scents filled the entire island. Even the sea fish couldn't help but jump up to smell the scent, giving people an incomparable sense of beauty. Half an hour later, Ye Chuan divided the roasted sculpture into 7 portions, gave some to Zhao Feiyu and the others, and gave 1 portion to Xiao Feilong. This surprised Xiao Feilong so much that he couldn't help asking, "Brother, what are you doing?" "I shot a sea eagle. I can't eat it all, so I'll share some with you." Ye Chuan replied directly, "Since we are friends, you shouldn't refuse, right?" No, it's just too unexpected." Xiao Feilong replied quickly, "That's nothing. My subordinate island owners eat all kinds of food I provide every day." Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. "I won't say anything more. Eat it while it's hot." "Oh." Little Flying Dragon sent a series of hugging emojis. While wolfing down his food, he muttered, "Does he have many subordinate island owners? All kinds of food. How does he do that? And this barbecue smells really good." However, Ye Chuan only gave the lychee mushroom soup to Zhao Feiyu and the other 5, which really excited them. Lu Shuai immediately showed a shocked expression. "Is this true? Big brother, I really kneel down to you. Is this lychee mushroom? You even know about lychee mushrooms?" Ye Chuan asked with a smile, but he immediately understood. After all, the other person is from a big family and must have eaten lychee mushrooms. "I've eaten it a few times, but this soup is much more delicious than anything I've ever had before." Lu Shuai smiled wickedly. "Brother, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Drink your soup." Ye Chuan was speechless for a while and ignored Lu Shuai. After chatting with the other 4 people for a few more words, he poured a glass of erguo too, drank the wine, ate some snacks, and read the news in the public chat room. Chapter 73. The situation is not optimistic. It's been snowing outside for hours. I'm so scared that when I wake up the next day, I'll be buried. Then why don't you sleep tonight and keep running? That way you won't be buried, right? I'm in the tent. Even if I'm really buried, I'll just bury the tent. How can I be buried if I hide in the tent? Don't think about anything else. Cherish this night. After tomorrow, the temperature will drop by at least 4 or 5 degrees. We will freeze to death by then. I don't think cotton clothes and stoves will be of much use. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad." Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile. After drinking the wine, he felt dizzy and went straight to bed. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The next morning, the system's voice made Ye Chuan open his eyes from his sleep. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and then said, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 30 kilograms of snow melting agent, and 2 canned pig heads. Snow melting agent has been prescribed again. How heavy will the snow be?" Ye Chuan muttered and immediately left the room. The snow had stopped, but the accumulated snow was more than 50 centimeters thick. Fortunately, there was a platform in front of Ye Chuan's door. Otherwise, as soon as he opened the door, the accumulated snow would probably roll into the house. "It seems to be not much different from what I imagined." Ye Chuan shrugged, immediately took out the snow melting agent, and started spreading it. This snow melting agent is similar to large grain sea salt. Once it is sprinkled somewhere, the snow there will melt quickly and the ground will be visible in almost 3 or 4 minutes. Ye Chuan worked for more than 3 hours, during which time he drank a bowl of egg water and finally melted all the snow on the island. However, the air became a little colder and the temperature was estimated to have dropped by at least 3 degrees. Fortunately, Ye Chuan's super warm pants were relatively warm, so he didn't feel too cold. After harvesting the magical grass and throwing it into the feed trough, Ye Chuan couldn't help but stretch himself. Then he returned to the room and looked at the public chat room. Damn it, the snow is 50 to 60 centimeters thick. How long will it take me to clear it? I've only just cleared a small space of 5 meters square. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. But you can think about it from another perspective. The snow represents fresh water. If we collect all of it, it will be enough to drink for at least a month, right? At least we won't have to worry about fresh water for the next month. I'm warning you guys. I was just attacked by an eagle. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been hung up by it. My cotton coat was torn to pieces. I was almost scared to death. Not only do we have to guard against monsters like giant octopuses in the water, but we also have to guard against birds of prey flying in the sky. It seems that we are not hunters, but food, right? Go survive in your uncle's ocean. It's too cold now. My rhinitis is flaring up. My nose is running, and I'm crying. I feel so uncomfortable. Ye Chuan smiled slightly, and seeing that there were still 50 kilograms of snow-melting agent left, he immediately put it on the trading interface. Snow melting agent 1 kilogram, trading rare item. At that moment, private chats came one after another, and there was even Xiao Feilong. Seeing that it was Ye Chuan who was selling snow melting agent, he couldn't help but make a surprised expression. Oh my god, brother, you even have snow melting agent. You are too strong. It's okay. I worked for 3 hours to clean up my island. Ye Chuan said with a smile. You need snow melting agent. I'll give you 5 kilograms. That's so embarrassing. Little Flying Dragon was a little embarrassed, but he still accepted it. He then muttered, what on earth does this guy do? He's the only one in the entire ocean world who has snow melting agent. Isn't this too awesome? The snow melting agent was quickly sold out, and Ye Chuan obtained a lot of supplies. The public chat room started a heated discussion on this topic. Thank God, I used the 4 tomatoes I harvested to exchange for 2 kilograms of snow melting agent. When I have collected enough snow, I can melt the rest directly. It's so cool. How could someone have snow melting agent? Is he cheating? The big guys have their own ways. We little nobodies can only look up to them. It would be great if I could become the owner of its affiliated island. Ah, can he be interested in you? Don't dream. A big boss like this has a large number of people crying and begging to be the owner of his subordinate island. It will never be our turn in the next life. Wang Samurai was also looking at the public chat room at this time. His method was rather stupid. After opening a passage, he lit the stove and used the temperature of the stove to melt the snow directly. Although he used 10 stoves, fortunately the entire island had been cleared. If he had been a little lazier and had seen the news about selling snow melting agent when clearing the snow, he wouldn't have had to spend so much energy. However, he was also thinking about this problem, and he was still wondering whether the guy selling snow melting agent was the same person who sold cotton clothes and Longjing tea before. If it wasn't, it would be fine. But if it was, how terrifying would this guy be? Outside the ocean, the multinational alliance has been paying close attention to recent events in the novice area of Ocean World, and has been analyzing the reasons for these events. According to their analysis, among the 30 million novice island owners in the novice zone of the entire ocean world, more than 13 million have died, which is almost 3 times the number of novice island owners in each batch in previous years. This makes the situation very pessimistic, and through analysis of the future, after the 6-month novice period, the number of 30 million novice island owners will probably drop sharply to 1 million. Zhuzhou, Ocean World headquarters, a square-faced man who had not relaxed his frown, took the coffee handed over by the woman next to him and asked in a deep voice, have you investigated the reasons for the various special situations in the Ocean World novice zone? After analyzing from all aspects, I'm afraid it's still related to the octopus. The tall woman said somewhat helplessly, the intelligence is wrong. It's not an SS level C beast, but an SSS level C beast. What? The man's face changed drastically. The Alliance fleet escaped from the Forbidden Sea area. Only more than 20 of the 300 warships made it back, the tall woman continued. The octopus seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction, which led to the changes in the novice area. Besides, this isn't even the worst of the situation yet. Have you analyzed the worst-case scenario? The man asked again. The final temperature may drop to below minus 20 degrees Celsius, and it will last at least a month. The woman said seriously, new island owners, you can only hope for the best. Feiyu. The man narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming uglier. Chapter 74, Rolling Noodles, Encountering an Island. Looking at the clear sky at this moment, Ye Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Apart from anything else, at least for now, Ye Chuan was in a very good mood. It was almost noon, and I had tomatoes, eggs, and flour in my hands. Although I only had 2 kilograms of flour, it was still enough to make a meal of noodles. Ye Chuan did what he said. He ran over and got some handfuls of dried fish for the 3 little guys. Then he started to knead dough with water, made a rolling pin with a wooden board, and started to roll out noodles. At the same time, he made the stew with 3 tomatoes, 2 eggs, and a can of pork. It was not until near noon that Ye Chuan finally cooked the noodles. He put the noodles in a lunchbox made of wood, poured the sauce on them, and traded them to the 5 of them. I suddenly wanted to eat noodles today, so I rolled some noodles by hand and made some noodles with sauce. Everyone try it. You actually have all these things. Zhao Feiyu replied in disbelief. Each of these 4 things is very rare, right? You've also seen me often trade a lot of things on the trading interface. These are all from my trades. Ye Chuan replied. Even if it's on the vast ocean, you can't treat yourself badly, right? Eat. Thank you. Zhao Feiyu finally accepted it. Zhao Feiyu had received rigorous training from 7 island owners in the military zone. He thought he had mastered all the ocean survival skills. However, it was not until he had survived in the ocean world for more than 3 weeks that he realized how cruel this world was. But Ye Chuan always found ways to provide food and helped him so much. He had every reason to believe that if Ye Chuan had not appeared, even if he could survive, he would definitely live in misery. Brother, you can actually make hand-rolled noodles. They are so delicious. Blueberry Jam made a series of horrified expressions. I don't care. After the novice period is over, I will definitely marry you. You are like my second parent. Don't you think what you said is contradictory? Ye Chuan rolled his eyes. Eat your noodles. Blueberry Jam immediately sent out a series of grinning emojis. After chatting with the other three, Ye Chuan gave the remaining half bowl of noodles to Xiao Feilong. Distribute the noodles to my subordinate island owners. There is still a little left, so I'll give it to you. What the hell? Xiao Feilong replied immediately. Boss, this is tomato noodles with gravy, and there's pork. Yeah, I suddenly wanted to change the taste, so I made a bowl of noodles. Ye Chuan replied with a smiling expression. You don't want to eat it? Then I'll take it back. No, I just can't believe it. Xiao Feilong took it directly. This bowl of noodles makes me smell the scent of home and reminds me of my old mother. Stop saying such sentimental things. Noodles won't taste good if they're cold. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes in response and went to eat his noodles. However, there is indeed a feeling of home, which still makes Ye Chuan feel very emotional. Remember the last time you ate noodles? They were rolled by the director of the orphanage, right? After lunch, Ye Chuan simply tidied up and went into the flower bed to take a look. The beans and corn were already ripe. Although they were not fully ripe, it was still quite delicious to eat boiled edamame and corn. Well, dinner is settled tonight. Oh my turtle, we can get moving now. After leaving the flower bed, Ye Chuan called out to the turtle. In Ye Chuan's understanding, if he stayed in one place, there might be some danger. Only by moving can he take the initiative. However, this movement was not a big deal. After walking forward for more than 20 nautical miles, Ye Chuan found a small island. It was not very big, and it looked to be only about 500 to 600 square meters. However, there was a small wooden house and a warehouse on it. It seemed that the guy on the island lived a relatively wealthy life. Originally, Ye Chuan didn't want to disturb them, but then he thought, meeting them is fate, so he might as well go up and take a look. What if there is another unexpected gain? And the people on the island have also noticed Ye Chuan. Suddenly, he saw a huge monster slowly floating towards him. He was really scared and immediately picked up a multifunctional automatic harpoon, looking at the huge island vigilantly. Ye Chuan soon appeared in the sight of the island owner. He was now staring at him with a smile and waved his hand. Hello. Leave my island, the woman yelled at Ye Chuan fiercely. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sister, I have been drifting on the sea and I just happened to find your island. Do you have to be so fierce? Ye Chuan shrugged helplessly. Do you have food and water? How about I give you some? The snow on your island has melted. Did you use snow-melting agent? What does this have to do with you? The woman shouted viciously, pointing the harpoon at Ye Chuan. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Are you sure? Ye Chuan asked with a smile. You. Chirp, chirp. Just as the woman was about to lose her temper, she heard a burst of urgent voices. It turned out that 3 little guys swooped down from the sky, grabbed the woman's harpoon directly, and then flew high into the sky. The woman was shocked and wanted to resist, but the little guy was too strong. In order to avoid getting hurt, she had no choice but to let go when the little guy was more than a meter above the ground. She rolled on the ground and stopped. She looked at Ye Chuan in doubt. Is this yours? Yeah, I was bored by myself, so I decided to keep these 3 little guys company. Ye Chuan said with a smile. They're cute, right? Attention, the other party is a high-quality island owner. Please take advantage of him. Suddenly, the system's voice came out. Fuck, is this true? Am I so lucky? Ye Chuan muttered happily, and then looked at the woman with a smile. Is there anything you need on this island? I can help you. Why? The woman stared at Ye Chuan warily and took a few steps back unconsciously. Strictly speaking, every novice island owner is a potential competitor. After all, the novice area is so small. After the novice period, help will arrive, and a battle for resources is bound to break out. Why would anyone help you for no reason? Don't be afraid, I have no other ideas. I just want you to become the owner of my affiliated island. Ye Chuan said directly to the point. Why? This time, the woman's voice became sharper. We can exchange. Ye Chuan said quickly. You can propose any conditions. Okay, I haven't taken a bath for a long time. Can you provide me with enough hot water for a bath? The woman put forward an almost impossible condition without hesitation. Chapter 75, the 4th subsidiary island owner. Ye Chuan was stunned. If you can't meet this condition, get out of here, said the woman with a dark face. If I can do it, will you agree to be my subsidiary island owner? Ye Chuan pinched his chin. If you agree, I don't think it's impossible. That's right. As long as you can do it, I agree. The woman said seriously. I, Liang Hongying, always keep my word and never break my promise. Okay, then come to my island and take a shower. I have a solar water heater here, and there's plenty of fresh water. Ye Chuan said with a smile. It's no problem for you to take a shower for an hour. What did you say? Liang Hongying's face changed drastically. What I said is exactly what you just heard. Ye Chuan shrugged and said, Please, my fourth affiliated island owner. As he said this, he made a very gentlemanly gesture towards her. Liang Hongying was conflicted. After all, she didn't know this man. What if he had bad intentions towards her? Don't worry, if I wanted to do something bad to you, there's no need for me to chat with you here. Ye Chuan said calmly. My time is also very precious. So please. Even after saying this, Liang Hongying thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. She finally stepped onto Ye Chuan's island. However, she was still shocked on the way forward. Oh my god, you even have sheep and chickens. Yeah, you have to have some hobbies, right? Ye Chuan nodded without commenting. Otherwise, it would be so boring to be alone on the island. Reinforced concrete. This is a one-bedroom apartment. Liang Hongying was shocked again. This must be something that comes with the island. I haven't heard any island owner say that they can provide a blueprint for such a house. I'm lucky, it just happened to come out. Ye Chuan said calmly. There is actually such a greenhouse and a forest, and indeed there are solar water heaters. Liang Hongying swallowed hard. She felt like she was dreaming. After all, it had been more than 3 weeks, and this was the first time she had seen such a luxurious island. Is this survival at sea? Is this a vacation? Okay, you can go in and take a shower. Ye Chuan led Liang Hongying into the hut and said, The hot water inside is enough for you to take a shower for 40 to 50 minutes, but there is no soap. Don't worry, I won't peek. Liang Hongying pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but Ye Chuan's words immediately made her curl her lips and turn into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. Ye Chuan was fine, so he glanced at the public chat room. Sure enough, although the sky is clear, the temperature has also dropped. It must be -7 degrees Celsius now, right? It feels a bit cold, even wearing a cotton coat. Who said it wasn't true? I was afraid of getting my cotton coat wet while salvaging the supply boxes. It's already cold, so wouldn't it be even colder if I got wet? We are currently facing another problem, which is the freezing of the seawater. If it gets any colder, the seawater will probably really freeze. By then, we may not be able to retrieve the supply boxes, right? Fuck, what the boss said is true. The freezing of the seawater is indeed a problem. What should I do? I feel dizzy. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it's inevitable. No matter what, we can only take it one step at a time. To be honest, this is really an exciting thing for Liang Hongying. Which girl doesn't like cleanliness? After sleeping in the open air on the vast ocean for more than 20 days, suddenly taking a hot bath is simply the happiest thing. More than half an hour later, Liang Hongying came out of the room with a red face and said with a smile, Thank you. I feel much more relaxed. I am willing to accept the loss. I agree to become your subsidiary island owner. Okay. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and immediately bound her super tablet. The binding was soon successful, and Ye Chuan finally succeeded in gaining his 4th affiliated island owner. All he needs to do is take care of the little flying dragon, and his hidden mission will be completed. In the vast ocean, you can live in a wooden house and have a warehouse, which is pretty good. Ye Chuan said with a smile. In the future, I will provide you with some necessary things. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me, and I will help you as much as possible. But I want to know, why do you want me to become your subordinate island owner? Liang Hongying asked doubtfully. Logically, it should be the subordinate island owner who provides things to the independent island owner, right? People are different. I won't bind too many affiliated island owners. 5 at most. Ye Chuan laughed and waved his hand. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Liang Hongying thought for a moment and then shouted in a low voice. Is there anything else? Ye Chuan turned his head and smiled. I have something here. I think it will be useful to you since you are developing so fast. Liang Hongying said with a dark face. As for me, I may have to wait until the novice period is over before I can use it. Then I'm quite interested. Upon hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately smiled. Wait a minute, Liang Hongying said, and turned to walk into the warehouse. A few minutes later, she came out with a black cube of more than 30 centimeters with great difficulty, and slowly placed it in front of Ye Chuan. Here, this is it. System, what is this? Ye Chuan thought the face looked familiar, but he still asked in confusion. The super battery can store 10 million volts of electricity. Currently, there is only 1,000th of the power left, and it can be recharged. The system immediately gave an introduction. Following this introduction, Ye Chuan almost popped his eyes out of his head with excitement. Isn't this what he needs most right now? Moreover, there is still 10,000 volts of electricity in it. Even if he uses it to his heart's content, it should at least last for a few years, right? I didn't expect it. The surprise came so suddenly. So cool. Is there a problem? Liang Hongying couldn't help but ask in a low voice when she saw that Ye Chuan's expression was a little strange. No problem, thank you. Ye Chuan shook his head with a smile, then carried the super battery back to the island. As he slowly left the island, Ye Chuan immediately made a groove with stones, placed the super battery inside, and then protected it completely. One end was connected to the wind turbine. Although the current generated by the wind turbine is relatively small, but no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. The other end of the battery is connected to all current household appliances, and what Ye Chuan is most looking forward to at the moment is the TV. I rubbed my hands excitedly, then immediately ran back to my room and turned on the TV. Chapter 76. 5 affiliated island owners gathered. This is definitely the most exciting thing for Ye Chuan. Although you can chat on the vast ocean, there are always no one around you. But now it's different. You can watch TV. What a great entertainment activity this will be. As Ye Chuan was expecting, the TV was turned on, and for a moment snow covered the entire screen. No signal. This made Ye Chuan a little confused. He immediately ran over and tapped the TV, then used the remote control to change a few channels. Except for one channel that made a hissing sound of electricity, the others were all snow. System, what's going on? Ye Chuan asked angrily. The TV needs to be connected to a super satellite signal receiver in order to receive TV signals. The system replied immediately. Damn it, all my work was in vain. Ye Chuan slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. However, it cannot be said that it was completely in vain. After all, with this super battery, at least the energy-saving lamps in the room can be used, and we will no longer be shrouded in darkness at night. Moreover, the central air conditioning can be used. Even if the temperature continues to drop, it will not have a particularly big impact on you. My dream of watching TV has been extinguished, and I can only wait until a super satellite signal receiver is developed. After exhaling a breath and adjusting his mentality, Ye Chuan ran to check on the collection of sea salt. He had already collected half of the mineral water bottles, and it was estimated that in 2 days, he would be able to collect a full bottle. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Chuan entered the greenhouse and picked a dozen corns and beans from 5 bean vines, totaling more than 50 bean pods. Whether it is corn or beans, Ye Chuan plans to set aside 1 or 2 to produce seeds. If the corn and beans can reach mass production by then, he will have endless food to eat. Half an hour later, everything was cooked. Ye Chuan gave 2 corns and 5 bean pods to each of Zhao Feiyu and 7 others. Liang Hongying was thinking about what to eat for dinner when she suddenly received the food sent by Ye Chuan. She was startled. Are you giving this to me? Of course, Ye Chuan replied without hesitation. Since you have become my soldier, I will definitely not treat you unfairly, right? If you follow me in the future, I will definitely let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Thank you. Liang Hongying replied with only 2 words, then accepted it and started eating. She was actually still skeptical about Ye Chuan's words. After all, in this vast ocean, as the environment became increasingly harsh, people would become more and more selfish. Although she became the other party's subordinate island owner after losing, she didn't believe that Ye Chuan would continue to supply her with food in the future. Wouldn't the food be consumed in a few days? Lu Yi and the others had become almost numb to Ye Chuan's frequent goodies, but they were still delighted to be able to eat a meal of fresh boiled corn and boiled edamame on this deserted island. Of course, there is also a portion for the little flying dragon. Little Fei Long's eyes were wet. What kind of divine friend is this? He is so nice to him. On this vast ocean, suddenly there was someone who cared about him so much, making him feel the long-lost warmth. Ye Chuan was chewing corn while looking at the content in the public chat room. It's so cold. I have cotton clothes, but no stove. If anyone can give me a stove, I will become his subordinate island owner. Now, it's not like you're the only one who's cold. Everyone's cold, okay? I've been out running for several laps. It would be nice if I could have a cup of coffee. This horrible weather. It's expected to get even colder. Everyone should be careful. Don't miss out on seeing the sun tomorrow. It's completely dark now. I hope there won't be any sea beasts attacking at night. I'll pray silently, and everything will be fine after I wake up. Amen. Go to sleep. Dreams can hold anything. Almost everyone's mood was not particularly high. In just over 20 days, these island owners had experienced everything they had never experienced before, and their former high aspirations were gradually being worn away. Ye Chuan stretched himself, and seeing that the temperature of the solar water heater was still 50 degrees, he immediately ran into the bathroom to take a hot shower, then went to bed and turned on the central air conditioning. The whole room was warm and cozy, and Ye Chuan quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up slowly and immediately checked the time. It was just 6 o'clock. He couldn't help but say, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Super Radio 1. Super Radio? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Since the TV has no signal, then the Super Radio must have a signal, right? Ye Chuan immediately took out the Super Radio and started tuning the channels one by one. There were only a dozen channels, and all of them made a chi-chi sound. There was only one channel where he could faintly hear the voice of a storyteller. Ye Chuan had no choice but to tune the radio to this channel. If nothing else, at least there would be some noise, right? Just as I was about to pack up my breakfast, I suddenly got a message from my tablet. It was from Little Flying Dragon. "My dear, I've thought about it. I plan to become your subordinate island owner." Ah. Ye Chuan's expression changed, but he still responded with a puzzled expression. "Friend, what are you thinking? In this vast ocean, it is harder than climbing to the sky to have a close friend. Besides, many hands make light work. I think it is really not easy for one person to develop. That's why I plan to become the owner of your affiliated island." Xiao Feilong said from the bottom of his heart. Of course there is another problem. The main thing is that Xiao Feilong has received too much favor from Ye Chuan in the past 2 days, and he is a little afraid of losing it. After all, this is what is left after Ye Chuan distributed it to the owners of the affiliated islands. What if there's nothing left in the future, then you won't have it all yours. After thinking it over again and again, Xiao Feilong decided to join Ye Chuan. After all, the current environment is getting worse and worse, and no one knows what will happen in the future. It is better to hold on to Ye Chuan as soon as possible. As for after the novice period, we can only talk about it after the novice period. Are you sure you want to become the owner of my affiliated island? Ye Chuan still wanted to confirm it again. I've thought about it, Xiao Feilong said, and immediately traded the super tablet. Since Xiao Feilong had made up his mind, Ye Chuan didn't say anything more. He took the tablet directly, bound it, and then returned the super tablet. At the same time, the system's voice came out again. It is detected that the host has bound 5 affiliated island owners. The hidden task has been completed, and a surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? So sudden. Ye Chuan laughed. He really didn't expect that the system's reward would come so quickly. He immediately said, "Open." Chapter 77 Toilet Paper, S-Class Seawater Purifier. Lucky gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Evolution Value Pack 1, Paper Machine Manufacturing Diagram 1, Rice 100, Resource Pack 1. Paper machine? Do I still need a paper machine? Even if I need to go to the toilet, having an automatic water sprinkler system is better than anything else, right? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan took a look at the paper-making machine, and his expression moved. It was worthy of being a paper-making machine rewarded by the system. It could actually produce various kinds of paper according to his needs, such as rice paper, cardboard, toilet paper, and the like. As long as he chose the paper he needed to make, he only needed to add wooden boards to make it. The operation was even simpler. Ye Chuan smiled slightly and immediately made a paper-making machine. Then he took a wooden board and selected toilet paper. In less than 3 seconds, a roll of toilet paper was made. It is extremely white, has very good toughness, and most importantly, is soft and smooth. It is definitely the best among toilet paper. If nothing else, at least this toilet paper can be used instead of towels. Ye Chuan muttered to himself and made more than a dozen rolls in succession and gave 2 rolls to each of Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi was shocked at the time. "Brother, how did you come up with this thing? This thing is so useful." "I got a paper-making machine that can be used to produce toilet paper," Ye Chuan said with a smile, "and the quality of this paper is very good. This is like timely help to me," Lu Yi said excitedly, "especially in the past few days." Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly. After Lu Yi said this, he understood what Lu Yi meant. It must be the few days that appear every month, right? Ye Chuan immediately sent Lu Yi 200 milliliters of grade of fresh water. Don't eat cold food these days. This is grade of fresh water, which is also helpful for your body's recovery. Drink it first. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Lu Yi blushed and replied while accepting it. It was the first time she met such a considerate boy. He guessed her current predicament just because she said it casually. However, this toilet paper was indeed too precious to her at the moment. The 3 grown men were fine, but the other 3 women also showed varying degrees of excitement, especially Blueberry Jam. While she was excited, she traded a dozen stones she had mined during this period to Ye Chuan. "Brother, These are the stones I mined during this period. Although they are not much, they are also a token of my appreciation. Okay, Ye Chuan took it without hesitation. Blueberry Jam already felt that she was useless, and if he didn't accept it, it might deal a blow to her self-confidence. Anyway, he would keep it for now, and if she needed it, he would return it to her. Next, Ye Chuan put another roll of toilet paper on the trading interface. Toilet paper 1, trading rare items. For a moment, the entire public chat room was in uproar. Oh my god, toilet paper, some big shot is actually selling toilet paper. Am I blind? Is this true? It seems like after all this time, I have never gotten anything related to paper. How did this big guy get it? It's shocking, isn't it? To be honest, since I came to this island, I have always used leaves. Sometimes I have even used stones. You may think that toilet paper is useless at ordinary times, but in certain special situations, it is really a very good thing. No more talking. I have to go and exchange with the boss right away. At least my anus won't be destroyed by stones and dirt anymore. You think you can easily exchange something this precious? Of course, Wang Sanrui also discovered the roll of toilet paper at the first time and immediately sent a private message to Ye Chuan. Brother, what are you going to exchange for this roll of toilet paper? Toilet paper is a very scarce commodity in the entire ocean world. Ye Chuan replied immediately. I think you know its weight, so if you want to get toilet paper, you have to think carefully about what to exchange it for. I have an upgrade card. According to the instructions, it can be used to upgrade anything. Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and said, although I don't quite understand what upgrade means, I think one roll of toilet paper is not worth it. I have to change it for at least 3 rolls. Ye Chuan frowned slightly, feeling a little disgusted with Wang Sanrui's exorbitant demands. However, if anything was upgraded, could A level be upgraded to S level? Just as I was about to reply, Wang Sanrui continued, toilet paper is indeed very expensive, but I still came here even though I didn't have paper for so many days. If you really don't want to exchange, then forget it. Forget it. I'll trade with you. Ye Chuan replied after 3 or 4 seconds. I only have 5 scrolls here, but I also think this upgrade card might be useful. Let's trade it first and keep it in reserve. With that, the two of them immediately completed the transaction. Although Wang Sanrui got 3 rolls of toilet paper, he was still a little suspicious. Could it be that the other party knew the use of the upgrade card? For now, 3 rolls of toilet paper are definitely priceless. Wang Sanrui couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it for the time being. He immediately sent a message to his assistant, the island owner. Tell everyone, I have 2 rolls of toilet paper. You can exchange them with me for scarce items. Okay. The assistant island owner replied immediately, but he was a little shocked. Could it be that the roll of toilet paper on the trading interface was also his? As expected of an independent island owner, he can even get such a rare item. That's amazing. Ye Chuan had already started studying the upgrade card. Just as Wang Sanrui said, anything could be upgraded, and there was only one chance. Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask, System, this upgrade card, can A level be upgraded to S level? That's right. The system replied directly and coldly. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately went to the A-class seawater purifier to take a look. To upgrade it, the required materials are 1 A-class seawater purifier, 1 upgrade card, 100 cloth pieces, 40 metal pieces. Note, A-class seawater purifier can be upgraded to S-class seawater purifier, which can purify 200 milliliters of fresh water into 10 milliliters of S-class fresh water per hour, with a maximum carrying capacity of 2,000 milliliters. S-grade fresh water, drinking it can enhance physical fitness, prevent and treat various diseases, and eliminate fatigue. Ye Chuan immediately upgraded the A-class seawater purifier. In just a dozen seconds, it was upgraded to an S-class seawater purifier. Even the appearance was greatly improved, and it looked very high-end. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately poured a bucket of sea water into it, quietly waiting for the conversion of S-level fresh water. Chapter 78. The sea is about to freeze. However, the conversion is still very slow. Ye Chuan left temporarily and directly opened the evolution value gift pack, getting 10,000 evolution points. Now he had a total of 14,000 evolution points in his hand. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and directly added 8,000 evolution points to the turtle. The turtle suddenly began to slowly grow larger, and Ye Chuan immediately opened the turtle's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level, 80/9000. Skill, water bomb, intermediate. Talents, longevity, fast healing, crawling. There's an extra crawl? Ye Chuan was stunned. He originally thought that skills or talents would only appear at level 10, but he didn't expect it to appear at level 8. But this crawl, I can't use it, right? Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately asked the system, "System, why did a useless talent appear? What's the use of crawling? At a speed of 10 knots, the turtle's back will not feel any bumps while crawling." The system simply introduced this sentence, and then there was no movement. Ye Chuan was still a little suspicious, but he didn't pay any attention to it for the time being. He still had 6,000 evolution points in his hand, so he added 400 points to the dolphin. The dolphin couldn't help but jump out of the water, splashing huge waves. At first glance, the dolphin's size had grown to about 1.89 meters, and it looked even stronger. It was simply a very powerful sea warrior. Ye Chuan immediately opened the dolphin's information panel. Name, Dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level, 8. Evolution value, 0/4500. Skills, Sonic Interference, Basic. Absolute Impact, Basic. Talent, Deep Diving, 1200 meters. Note, in Absolute Impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 1,200 kilograms of force. Sonic Interference can launch sonic attacks on everything within a 50-meter range, disrupting the opponent's actions. Just like last time, the diving depth has been increased by 300 meters, the impact force has been increased by 300 kilograms, and the range of sonic interference has also been increased from the previous 20 meters to 50 meters. Although there are no new skills and talents, the existing ones have been strengthened so much that even if they encounter B-level marine creatures again, even if they don't take action themselves, the dolphin itself may be able to fight, right? Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 8 and receiving the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? Just as I was thinking, the system voice came out. Turn it on. Ye Chuan replied. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 corn pancakes for A-grade citrus, and 1 island area expansion card. Another island area expansion card has been issued. Ye Chuan was stunned, but then he curled his lips. After all, this thing is very useful to others, but to him it is really useless and completely useless. However, pancakes are better than steamed buns, and there are citrus fruits, which are grade A. Ye Chuan immediately took out a manual juicer and, together with the previous citrus fruits, squeezed out nearly 1,000 milliliters of citrus juice. He took a sip, and it was extremely sweet, and there was a refreshing feeling in his mouth. It must be the effect of grade A citrus. Ye Chuan couldn't help but nodded with a smile, and then handed 100 milliliters of citrus juice to each of the 7 people. Freshly squeezed citrus juice. Tastes delicious. Everyone try it. Fuck, you even have a juicer? Xiao Feilong asked in disbelief. What's so surprising about this? It's just a juicer, Ye Chuan said calmly, and then traded the island expansion card to him. This card is a gift for you, use it. Island area expansion card, what is this? Xiao Feilong asked suspiciously. After you use it, you can increase the area of your island by 500 square meters. Ye Chuan explained. Fuck, there's something so good. Little Flying Dragon was immediately excited. My island is only 800 square meters in area. If it increases by 500 square meters at once, boss, you're giving me half of the area for free. Boss, I love you so much. It turns out that hugging your thigh is the right choice. I will wake up laughing in my dreams tonight. Ha ha ha. Don't be happy too soon. The extra area may be a forest or a hill. There will be various animals in the forest. Ye Chuan continued. So be careful. If a poisonous snake appears, it will not kill you. Thank you too, ha ha ha. Xiao Feilong sent a few blowing kiss emojis and then disappeared. He was probably going to use this card. After Ye Chuan replied to the others, he immediately ran to summon the dolphin. My dolphin, dive as deep as you can and explore nearby to see if there are any mineral deposits like last time. The dolphin nodded at Ye Chuan, then dived into the sea and soon disappeared. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and looked around. He hadn't noticed just now that there were some broken ice on the sea surface. He estimated that the temperature was about -10 degrees Celsius now. Obviously, the sea water was about to freeze. Ye Chuan immediately went back to check the public chat room and found that everyone was also discussing this matter. Did everyone notice that I found ice forming in the sea water around my island? Does this mean that the sea surface is about to freeze? I also noticed this when I was salvaging the supply boxes. Looks like we'll be able to walk on the ice soon. What's the point of walking on the ice? Don't forget, once the sea freezes, the supply boxes won't be able to drift. Then our difficulty in finding the supplies will double. Even if we find them, they're embedded in the ice. Do you think you can get them out? This ocean survival game is already hellishly difficult, and now it's even more difficult. We won't make it past the novice stage, and we'll die. What's the point of looking for mineral resources? Damn it. The poorest you can get is begging for food. If you don't die, you will eventually get ahead. Just hang in there. Ye Chuan immediately sent a message to several people. It is inevitable that the sea surface will freeze. Even if it freezes, everyone should not go to the sea surface for the time being to avoid unknown risks. I've seen the news in the public chat room. I can't believe that surviving in the ocean this time will be so difficult. Zhao Feiyu said seriously. If we really can't salvage the supply boxes, I'm afraid a large number of island owners will face death. Don't think too much. As long as we can survive to the end, that's better than anything else. Ye Chuan comforted him. As a member of the army, you won't care about this little setback, right? Small problem. Zhao Feiyu smiled bitterly. Although he felt that the road ahead would become more and more difficult, he still answered in a relaxed manner. Crash. As they were chatting, they heard a crisp sound, as if something huge had rushed out of the sea. Ye Chuan vaguely saw that it seemed to be a dolphin returning, so he ran out immediately. Chapter 79. There are people in the sea. The dolphin was standing on the sea, and there was a broken trident on the shore. Ye Chuan frowned slightly. The broken trident was 4 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter and 56 in length. He tried to pick it up, but it shook him. It turned out that the thing weighed at least 100 kilograms. Although this weight is nothing considering Ye Chuan's current strength, there is no island at this location, and this is also a novice area. How could a broken trident appear on the seabed? Or, because of the unknown changes in this ocean survival, everything is developing in an unknown direction, and some creatures that can use weapons have appeared on the seabed? Ye Chuan's heart tightened involuntarily, and he immediately asked in a deep voice, System, who is using this weapon? Trident, complete weight is 170 kilograms. Powerful, user is unknown. The system gave the answer directly. But Ye Chuan didn't think it was a coincidence, and immediately asked Dolphin, My Dolphin, there is only this broken trident on the seabed. Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, the dolphin dived into the sea again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ye Chuan immediately returned to his room and sent a message in the public chat room. My friends, have you ever spotted anyone or anything suspicious on the sea? Is this guy crazy? What kind of question is he asking? Is there anyone on the sea? Is there a dead person? To be honest, when I was peeing on the shore a few days ago, I saw a head. It was only about 7 or 8 meters away from me, staring at me. I was so scared that I tried to take a closer look, but found nothing. Isn't it my fault? Sleep. Can you please not tell such a scary story? I'm a girl and I'm scared. Oh my God. We are not children anymore. What are we afraid of? We are all atheists. I don't know if it's a boy's head or a girl's head. The girl's head is fine. I'll use a fishing net to catch it, and we'll love each other from now on. Without any shame, hee. Fuck, you're driving too fast. This isn't a car going to the kindergarten. Seeing the chat room building starting to tilt again, Ye Chuan shook his head helplessly. However, he also saw a useful piece of news. Someone once saw a human head floating on the sea. Does this mean that there are humans living in the sea? Or a species similar to humans? After this analysis, Ye Chuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Judging from the weapons used by these species, they can be described as extremely powerful. If only 1 or 2 appeared, it would be fine. But if they appeared in groups, what would be the difference between the island owners and lambs to be slaughtered? But when you think about it this way, the ice on the sea is actually good news. Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately traded the broken trident to Zhao Feiyu, which really scared Zhao Feiyu. Oh my God, what the hell is this? They were fished out from the bottom of the sea. I suspect there are still some people alive in the sea. Ye Chuan said directly. We must be more careful now and be more alert when we sleep at night, in case something goes wrong and we are too late to deal with it. There are some people living in the sea. Zhao Feiyu was shocked when he heard this. Could it be them? When Zhao Feiyu was receiving training from the 7 island masters, he once heard an experience from one of the island masters, which was also related to the people in the sea. However, according to him, these people lived in a forbidden place in the sea. Although they would appear in the ocean world and would attack humans, it was absolutely impossible for them to appear in the novice area. But Ye Chuan couldn't be shooting without a purpose, so I really need to be careful. By the way, do you have any powerful fighting skills? Can you teach me some? Ye Chuan asked. At present, although his strength and speed have far surpassed ordinary people, he does not know Kung Fu. Although he can kill a master with random punches, if he encounters a master, he may not be his opponent. Generally, the troops learn military boxing, but we are the elite among the elites in the army, and we learn fighting skills. Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. One set is divided into 18 movements, and these 18 movements can be divided into combinations, which can be used for attacking or defending. I will use pen and paper to draw this set of kung fu for you in the next 2 days. You can practice it in your spare time. No problem. I'll go find you some paper and pen. Upon hearing that, Ye Chuan immediately used a paper-making machine to make a thick stack of A4 paper. Moreover, when trading rare items before, Ye Chuan had received 2 pencils, which came in handy this time, so he traded them directly to Zhao Feiyu. Regarding the matter of marine species, Ye Chuan did not intend to tell Lu Yi and the other 6 people. Their fighting power was relatively weak, and they would only wait for death if they really encountered it. If he told them, they might be in fear all day long, so it was better for them not to know. During this period of time, the dolphin rushed out of the sea again, with a huge tail fin spewing out of its mouth. The tail fin is 1 meter long, forked about 30 centimeters in the middle, and covered with well-developed muscles. It is the first time that Ye Chuan has seen such a tail fin. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem like a fish's tail fin, but more like a mermaid's tail. A scenario suddenly appeared in Ye Chuan's mind. For some reason, a mermaid had a conflict with another mermaid, so they fought in the sea. As a result, one of the mermaids was defeated and was shot directly through the body, and even the trident was broken in half. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. I'm afraid no one knows what exactly is going on. Near noon, Ye Chuan immediately entered the greenhouse and picked more than 30 bright red strawberries. After these few days, 5 or 6 more strawberry plants had grown. It seems that next time, he will be able to collect more strawberries. It's a pity that these strawberries have no grades. They are just a little sweeter than the strawberries on Earth. Ye Chuan grilled a few more sea fish on the grill and gave each person a sea fish and 3 strawberries. Then he ate them while reading the messages in the public chat room. It's unbelievable. I found 3 red dates in a supply box today, and they are actually shown as B grade. Why do you think these dates have grades? Maybe they are classified according to quality, just like tea, which is divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low, right? I just ate one. This B grade red date is sweet and sticky. After eating it, I felt a very slight warm current. In short, it gave me a very good feeling. Are there different grades of fruits? What are the benefits of eating them? I once ate a grade A apple. Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, one person's speech directly became the focus of the whole audience. Ye Chuan couldn't help but look at the speaker. It was Wang Sanrui. Chapter 80, Food with Levels. This kid has actually eaten grade A apples? Ye Chuan was surprised and couldn't help but become serious. Now it seems that even though he has the system, he can't say that he is the luckiest one. In this vast ocean world, there must be people who are as lucky as you, or even luckier than you. It seems that you still can't be proud and complacent. And Wang Sanrui immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Boss, what do grade A apples look like? Are they extra large and extra sweet? Boss, can you tell us how you got this A grade apple? Did you get it from a supply box? Alas, I haven't even seen any fruit, but the big guys are already eating high-quality food. Will we also be divided into different levels next? I think everyone can get apples with grades. It's just that the opportunities are unequal. Maybe we can get them in the next supply box. Oh my God, don't you think you'll get tongue-tied when you say such big words? Things with a certain level are something you can only encounter by chance. Grade A fruits, when eaten, can not only cure many mild diseases, but also enhance physical fitness. Wang Sanrui said, for example, if you normally only have 50 kilograms of strength after eating grade A fruits, your strength may increase to 70 kilograms, or even 80 kilograms. I still have a few graded fruits here. You can become my affiliated island owners, and I will distribute them to you as appropriate. Seeing this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shook his head. Wang Sanrui had nothing else to do but recruit affiliated island owners all day long. He was too strong to be easily broken. Didn't he know that being too high profile was not a good thing? After lunch, Ye Chuan walked out of the room, took a deep breath of the moist and cool fresh air, and couldn't help looking towards the woods. Tomorrow morning, the forest will have evolved again, and large animals may appear by then. Can I go in and explore it now? I didn't finish my exploration last time because I was interrupted by that pheasant. Let's explore the woods again today. A plan came to mind, and Ye Chuan called the 3 little ones and walked into the woods together. Passing by the uncovered flower bed, he looked at an unknown tree species that was about 13 or 14 meters tall and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This tree is 13 or 14 meters tall and still very straight. It has a diameter of about 3 centimeters and is 12 meters tall. It is extremely smooth, with only about 5 or 6 leaves on the top. Apart from that, it has no other features. What kind of tree are you? How tall can you grow? Ye Chuan sighed helplessly, touched the trunk gently, and then strode into the woods. Compared to outside, the woods seemed a little warmer, with birds chirping constantly and rustling sounds coming from all around from time to time, giving people a faint sense of depression. With the rotating crossbow in hand, the three little ones formed a corner to protect Ye Chuan in the middle. Ye Chuan also kept his eyes and ears open. After a few minutes, suddenly there was a swoosh sound, and a gray shadow shot out from a bush and went away into the distance like an arrow. Hair. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand. 12 crossbow arrows shot out at once. However, this hare was extremely cunning. Although Ye Chuan's speed was fast enough, the hare could dodge, and all 12 crossbow arrows missed. To bring wealth, fortune, and luck, do it. Ye Chuan grinned and immediately shouted loudly. Although the three little guys are the masters of the air, they are still very fast when running in the forest. As S-level pets, not only are their IQs higher than ordinary animals, but their teamwork is also very tacit. They chased the hare through the woods and soon chased it to Ye Chuan's side. Moreover, as the three little ones continued to narrow the encirclement, the hare was getting closer and closer to Ye Chuan. Just when it was about to collide with Ye Chuan, the hare suddenly changed direction and jumped up. Bang! Then, the hare hit a tree hard, rolled its eyes, and died. What the hell? Ye Chuan looked at the hare in disbelief. Is this the legendary refusing to surrender even in death? However, this saved Ye Chuan the effort, as he just picked up the rabbit. For some reason, the rabbit weighed nearly 10 kilograms, which was enough for 8 people to eat. Well, dinner is settled for tonight. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately processed the hare in a simple way. Even after being processed, the hare still weighed about 8 kilograms. He looked around the woods again. There should be more hares or something like that. But this one was enough, so Ye Chuan did not stay here any longer. After temporarily placing the hare on the multifunctional barbecue grill, Ye Chuan went to the turtle's back and opened the dozen or so supply boxes that had been accumulated. To Ye Chuan's surprise, he also took out 3 B-grade hawthorns from the supply box. It seems that from now on, there should be more of these graded items in the supply boxes, but there should be more B- and C-grade items. As for A-grade, you can only get 1 in 10,000, right? After eating the 3 B-grade hawthorns, Ye Chuan ran to the S-grade water purifier. At this time, about 50 milliliters had been converted. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands, took it out, and drank it immediately. For a moment, a warm current flowed from the throat into the stomach, and then began to spread rapidly around, as if spreading into every part of his limbs and bones. The indescribable feeling of comfort made Ye Chuan's eyes blurry, and he sat down slowly, and it took him 7 or 8 minutes to recover. It is worthy of being S-grade fresh water, and its effect is more than 3 times that of A-grade fresh water. It is hard to imagine how strong your body will be if you drink this S-grade fresh water every day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. As night fell, the temperature dropped again. Ye Chuan's body was still like a furnace. He started to roast rabbit meat on the grill. At the same time, he ran to the sheepfold and squeezed out a few pounds of goat milk. He boiled it in a big pot and gave some of the rabbit meat to each of the 7 people. I kept 2 pounds of rabbit meat and 500 milliliters of goat's milk for myself, and ate them while listening to the radio and reading the public chat room. After an entire afternoon, everyone was still discussing the issue of graded food. Liang Hongying also sent a private message to Ye Chuan. I saw them talking about the food with grades. Have you ever opened one? Not only have I issued it, I've also issued it in grade A form, and you've even drunk it. Ye Chuan replied unhappily. Can't you feel it? What? Liang Hongying's face changed as soon as she heard this, and she was a little bit unbelievable. Chapter 81 Friday. Thinking about it this way, she did feel a warm current in her stomach after drinking the orange juice, and she felt much more comfortable. After all the fuss, was that grade A orange juice? This Ye Chuan actually shared the A-grade fruits with himself. Was he trying to win people's hearts? Yes, definitely. I lost the bet and became the owner of his affiliated island. He must want to win my heart, so he spared no expense. I guess his true colors will be revealed in these 2 days. Thinking of this, Liang Hongying actually felt much more at ease and no longer paid any attention to Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was too lazy to explain to Liang Hongying. He looked at the records in the public chat room and tried to collect some more useful information. Sure enough, I opened a supply box today and got a C-grade apple. It really does feel good after eating it. I'm much better than you. I opened a grade B orange. It's so juicy and sweet. I'm still thinking about it now. I've opened so many supply boxes before, but I almost never got any leveled items. But now I've got so many. Does this mean that something big is going to happen? Hey, who cares? Anyway, this ocean survival is even more hellish than hell. It's a miracle that we're still alive. Why are you thinking so much? That's true. Our greatest wish now is to stay alive. No one could explain the matter of graded food, but Ye Chuan deeply agreed. Although the ocean survival had undergone great changes this time due to some reasons, the rules of this ocean world were also trying their best to provide some benefits to the island owners so that the novice island owners could survive. But what exactly will happen, we can only wait and see. After looking at the public chat room for a while and not finding any useful information, Ye Chuan listened to the radio for a while and then chose to go to bed. Brother, I promised to dance with you and take off my clothes. Now I have to fulfill my promise. Blueberry Jam looked at Ye Chuan shyly and began to twist her body. Ye Chuan, do you think I look good in this dress? Lu Yi stared at Ye Chuan with a red face. Or, do you like me without clothes? It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Suddenly, a cold voice came into Ye Chuan's ears, frightening Ye Chuan so much that he opened his eyes instantly. Fuck, it was just a dream? This dream was indeed quite erotic, but it was unfortunately interrupted by the system in the end, otherwise. Shaking his head, Ye Chuan stretched and said, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 tool man, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Tool man. Ye Chuan was startled and immediately looked at the inventory. Sure enough, there was a human-like existence, but this human was covered in metal all over. It was a robot. Ye Chuan immediately summoned the tool man. At first glance, he looked no different from a human being and was equipped with many corresponding expressions. If it weren't for the metal part below the neck, he would be a handsome guy who looked very sunny. System, what's the situation with this tool man? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. A robot that can assist the host in managing various plants. The system answered directly. It is equipped with a super battery. Once the tool man switch is turned on, the host will get an unexpected surprise. Oh, this is a robot that has learned field management. Ye Chuan suddenly realized, and after searching for a while, he finally found the switch in a very secret place and directly chose to turn it on. The system is starting up, please wait. After a cold and emotionless voice came out, the tool man blinked his eyes and made more than a dozen facial expressions in succession. After a series of stiff movements, his body finally had an expression and movement that was no different from that of a human. Greetings, master. What can you do? Ye Chuan asked after walking around the tool man. I can take care of all the plants for you. The tool man immediately replied. By analyzing various plants, I can develop a customized care plan. Then you should know how to water the plants, right? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Yes, master. I can automatically find fresh water resources and irrigate each plant according to the degree of water shortage. The tool man replied. Don't call me master, it's too awkward. Call me boss from now on. Ye Chuan said immediately. Also, I will give you a name. Let's call you Friday. Okay, boss. The tool man replied immediately. That's great. With your presence, I won't have to take care of those plants anymore. Ye Chuan smiled happily. Sure enough, the system understands me the best. It actually gave me such a treasure. It's awesome. Right. Ye Chuan suddenly had an idea and took Friday to the unknown tree species and asked, Since you know all the plants, do you know what this plant is? I don't know. Except for this plant, I know all the plants on this island. Friday replied. I can accurately tell the names of all the plants, their living habits, and their planting. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Chuan felt a headache coming on and said immediately, Just take care of the plants in the flower bed over here, and remember to cut the magic grass every day and throw it into the feed trough. Okay, boss. Friday replied immediately. It feels so good to be liberated. Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself with a smile as he watched Friday start to get busy. Just as he was about to go back to prepare breakfast, he heard the system's voice again. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 7. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 8. You will receive an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? What does this mean? Ye Chuan was stunned. The last time the turtle was upgraded to level 7, he was so busy running to see the evolved forests and hills that he actually forgot to open the upgrade gift package. As a result, this time the turtle was upgraded to level 8, and the system reminded it again. I am still careless. I was so excited that I forgot about the important things. If it weren't for the system reminder, I would have missed the level 7 upgrade package. Ye Chuan patted his forehead and said, Open it. Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-grade apples, 5 small nutrient solutions, and 1 trendy clothing manufacturing diagram. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-level bananas, 5 small nutrient solutions, and 1 diving suit manufacturing diagram. Chapter 82, Fighting Wild Boar. Tight suit, wet suit. In such cold weather, I got super warm clothes last time, but this time it's just a trendy outfit. However, Ye Chuan immediately understood that this might not be for himself, but for Friday, right? After all, this guy is always naked, and he is bigger than me. I can't face such a naked man all day long, right? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made the trendy clothes and let Friday wear them. Even though Friday is just a robot, after putting on clothes and covering his metal body, coupled with his rich facial expressions, he is actually quite handsome. After throwing all 10 small nutrient solutions to Friday, Ye Chuan temporarily ignored the diving suit manufacturing diagram and ran to the grove. I didn't pay attention to it just now, but now that I saw the woods, I was really shocked. The forest, which was once about 1,000 square meters, has expanded to about 2,000 square meters as the island area has expanded to 8,000 square meters. The tallest tree is more than 30 meters high, and it would take 4 people to hug it. Because it was morning, the chirping of birds was heard everywhere. Even if you were 100 meters away, you could still see the birds flying around, looking carefree. Ye Chuan blew a whistle, and the 3 little ones immediately came running over. Ye Chuan looked at the 3 little ones with a smile and whispered, "Let's go into the woods again and see what the woods look like now." Chirp, chirp. The 3 little ones kept calling out to Ye Chuan and ran ahead of him into the woods. Part of the forest floor was covered with grass, with some soil and uneven stones in between. In the shade of some large trees, there was even green moss growing. It is hard to imagine how this forest can remain lush and green in an environment of nearly -10 degrees Celsius. The whole forest was still relatively quiet, with some small animals appearing occasionally. However, when they went about 30 meters deep, 3 of the little ones suddenly cried out urgently, and while retreating, they formed a corner to protect Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan's heart tightened, and he immediately took out the rotating crossbow, staring ahead with a serious expression. A few seconds later, a big black creature rushed out from inside, causing Ye Chuan to frown slightly. It turned out to be a wild boar, and an adult one at that. Ye Chuan was stunned. It was hard to imagine that there would be wild boars in the newly evolved forest. You know, this kind of animal is extremely aggressive. Moreover, the wild boar in front of him was estimated to weigh 600 or 700 kilograms, with long fangs more than 10 centimeters long. Its small eyes had already discovered Ye Chuan, and it was constantly making woohoo sounds from its mouth. "That's perfect. Even if you don't cause me trouble, I will still get rid of you." Ye Chuan smiled and hooked his finger at the wild boar. During this period, I have been using fish oil in my cooking. Not to mention that it has no taste. The key point is that fish oil is not suitable for cooking. This big guy looks quite fat, and I guess it has a lot of fat. I can squeeze out at least 10 pounds of fat, right? Lululul. Ye Chuan's provocation was an insult to the wild boar. After screaming loudly, the wild boar rushed directly towards Ye Chuan. "Do it," Ye Chuan shouted, and 12 crossbow arrows were shot out. However, after hitting the wild boar, they bounced off. This guy is really thick-skinned. The 3 little ones had already flown up by now, and their sharp claws dug into the wild boar's fur, intending to catch it. However, the wild boar was too heavy, and the 3 little ones could only lift more than 300 kilograms together. They were probably not strong enough to catch the wild boar. Lululul. Moreover, the wild boar was so furious that it simply ignored the strength of the 3 little ones and only slowed down its forward speed. Originally, the distance between the two was only more than 10 meters, but at this moment it had already rushed in front of Ye Chuan. "Come on," Ye Chuan shouted in a low voice, and a machete appeared in his hand. He jumped up and chopped down hard on the wild boar's head. Boom! With a dull thud, the machete penetrated the wild boar's head nearly 3 centimeters. However, the huge impact force still made Ye Chuan stagger. He took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Then he stood up and suddenly retreated 5 or 6 meters, leaning his body against a tree. The wild boar was injured. Its eyes almost turned blood red, and it screamed "Lulu" and rushed towards Ye Chuan again, vowing to cut Ye Chuan into pieces. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and jumped high to avoid the wild boar's brutal charge. The poor wild boar crashed directly into the tree and knocked down the tree with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. "Come," Ye Chuan shouted, clenched his fist, and punched the wild boar's head hard while falling. The wild boar groaned and kept retreating about 5 or 6 meters. Its body swayed, and then it fell to the ground with a thump and died. I can actually kill a wild boar with one punch. Ye Chuan looked at his fist in shock, feeling a little more surprised. After all, he now possesses half the power of a turtle, and he has been drinking grade A fresh water and grade A goat milk, so his physical fitness has already been horribly improved. Perhaps I could kill even a wild buffalo. What a great harvest. Looking at the wild boar, Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Then he picked up one of the wild boar's legs and strode out of the woods. Without hesitation, Ye Chuan immediately gutted the wild boar and removed all the fat. He then separated the remaining meat from the bones, and after processing everything, he put it in the refrigerator. No matter what, we're going to eat these ribs today? At that moment, Ye Chuan cleaned the big pot, put in 100 milliliters of fresh water, threw the thickly sliced fat into the pot, and began to squeeze lard. This is the most primitive method of extracting lard in the Great Hua Kingdom. It only requires slow cooking over low heat, and as time goes by, all the lard in the fat can be squeezed out. This process must not be rushed. If the fat is burnt, the oil in the pot will become bitter accordingly. After about half an hour, Ye Chuan got a big pot of lard. He immediately made a jar to hold the oil with stones and poured all the oil into the jar, which was about 7 liters. At the current temperature, the lard will turn into a white solid when it cools down. Store 2/3 of it temporarily in the refrigerator and use the remaining 1/3 for cooking. It is estimated that it can be used for more than a month. Seeing that it was only around 10 o'clock, Ye Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. He immediately took out 2 pork shanks and a pork chop, chopped them up with a machete, and threw them into the big pot and started stewing the ribs. Taking advantage of this time, Ye Chuan began to study the manufacture of diving suits. Chapter 83. First diving, catching tuna. To manufacture a diving suit, you need 1 diving suit manufacturing diagram, 1 shark skin, 10 pieces of cloth, and 2 pieces of glass. Still need shark skin. Although I don't know why I needed the shark skin, it happened that after I dealt with the shark, I did not throw away the shark skin. I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Not bad. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made a diving suit. This diving suit is light red with some flame-colored patterns on it. It is very thin and has webbed feet that are not too big. Anyway, it would take more than an hour for the ribs to be cooked, so Ye Chuan came up with a plan and put on his diving suit immediately. This suit fits the body very well, covering the entire body, with only 2 almost completely transparent lenses at the eyes. What surprises Ye Chuan is that it comes with an oxygen bag, which allows Ye Chuan to stay underwater for 15 minutes. This is enough for Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan first tested the water temperature and was slightly surprised. He thought it was probably because of the shark's skin that it could actually isolate the water temperature. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately dived into the water, only to find that the water in this ocean world was surprisingly clear, with a visibility of at least 20 meters. Even after just entering the water, he could see the fish swimming freely underwater. Ye Chuan called out to the dolphins, dived into the sea, and swam quickly towards the depths of the sea. Anyway, he had only 15 minutes of oxygen, and with his current physical condition, he could hold his breath for 5 minutes, so there was absolutely no problem diving for 10 minutes. After all, there are dolphins to protect you. If there is any danger, they will also give you a warning in advance. As the diving depth increased, Ye Chuan discovered many kinds of fish. After discovering Ye Chuan, some fish would run to Ye Chuan and swim around him, which was very cute. We dived for more than 100 meters, but did not encounter any large fish. The largest one should be a bluefin tuna, which looked to be about 1.8 meters long and weighed about 200 kilograms. This is a lot of money on the blue planet at present, and it is extremely delicious when used to make fish body. Ye Chuan did not hesitate. He immediately took out the rotating crossbow and shot it at the bluefin tuna in front of him. Even in the water, the crossbow arrows were fast and sharp, and 3 of them hit the tuna's head. The tuna was trying to struggle, but was hit by the dolphin and fainted instantly. So, Ye Chuan swung his legs, the dolphin pushed the tuna, and both man and fish rushed out of the sea and returned to the shore. This is indeed good stuff. I can eat some sashimi when I have nothing to do in the future to cultivate my sentiments. It's quite good. Ye Chuan muttered as he took off his diving suit and immediately processed the bluefin tuna. Fortunately, Ye Chuan had read a report about bluefin tuna before and knew how to process it. But even so, it was estimated that a lot of it was wasted, and in the end only about 100 kilograms of fish meat was obtained, which was directly put into the system's inventory. This thing originally needs to be quick frozen, but this condition is not met on the island at present, so it can only be preserved in a vacuum. However, this diving experience is still very rare for Ye Chuan. Even if he leaves the island in the future, he can live in the sea for a while. After all, the oxygen in the diving suit does not need to be replenished artificially. You just need to put it in the air and it will automatically replenish oxygen. It is simply the big brother among diving suits. After a short break, I looked at my work progress on Friday. It was almost noon and the ribs had been stewed for an hour and a half. Although the seasoning was limited, I could still smell the rich aroma of the ribs after sprinkling some salt on them. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately divided it into 7 portions, each with 15 pieces of pork ribs, and traded a large bowl of pork rib soup to Lu Yi and 7 other people. Lu Yi couldn't help but be a little shocked. These are ribs? Pork ribs? That's right, you haven't eaten spare ribs for a long time, right? Ye Chuan made a smug expression. Not only for a long time, I haven't eaten it for more than 2 months. Lu Yi replied excitedly. I never dared to dream that I could eat it while surviving in the ocean, and there was so much meat. Wouldn't I get fat? You are so thin, it's just right for you to eat some more. Ye Chuan replied directly. How do you know I'm thin? Did you know me before entering Ocean World? Lu Yi asked in surprise. Didn't the girl pretending to be Ye Chuan say that you are the school beauty? In my impression, school beauties are all very thin. Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately explained. Let's not talk about it for now. Eat the ribs quickly, or they will get cold soon. Okay, Lu Yi replied, but with a bit of melancholy. Looking at the big bowl of ribs in front of him, he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. It would be great if you were Ye Chuan, are you? The others also showed varying degrees of excitement, but Zhao Feiyu asked suspiciously, You even raise pigs? No, the forest on my island is quite large. This is a wild boar I found when I entered. I killed it, Ye Chuan explained. You can even kill a wild boar? Zhao Feiyu asked in shock. You know, even I wouldn't dare to confront an adult wild boar head-on, but Ye Chuan actually beat it to death. It turns out that this guy cannot be judged by common sense. I just happened to kill it, and I have a few pets to help me. Ye Chuan made a smug expression. I killed the master with my random punches. Although this wild boar is very brutal, I am no pushover. You still have to be careful, Zhao Feiyu replied. I think I'll be able to finish drawing the fighting skills tomorrow. It will definitely be a great boost to your fighting ability. Okay, don't be too anxious. Let's eat first. After Ye Chuan finished speaking, he saw that there was still more than 1,000 milliliters of pork rib soup in the pot, so he immediately put them on the shelf. 100 milliliters pork rib soup plus pork ribs, 1 equals rare item. Afterwards, Ye Chuan ate the bones while reading the messages in the public chat room. At this time, the island owners were envious of the things he had put on the shelves. Did you see the trading interface? A big guy is actually selling pork rib soup and pork ribs. How did he get them? Anyway, it wasn't opened. Otherwise, I would have opened more than 30 supply boxes and found it long ago. Maybe there are wild boars in the woods on the island. You are also a big shot. You have opened more than 30 supply boxes. That's awesome. They are the ones who are awesome. They even have spare ribs. I'm still worrying about my next meal. Damn it. I still have a manufacturing diagram. I'm going to exchange it for some pork rib soup. The island owners were still chatting enthusiastically, and private messages were ringing one after another. After seeing one of the messages, Ye Chuan immediately became interested. Chapter 84 Hatching Chicks, More Weapons. Brother, I have a USB drive. Can I use it for trading? Regarding this private chat, the first thing Ye Chuan thought of was his big back TV. It seemed to have a USB port, but he didn't know what was in the USB flash drive. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately replied, What's in the USB drive? I don't know about this either. I saw it by chance when I was opening a supply box. The other party made a helpless expression. I said, in the vast ocean, no one uses computers, so what's the use of having a USB flash drive? Forget it, it's a good thing after all. I'll keep it for my collection. Ye Chuan replied directly, but this thing is useless. I'll only give you 100 milliliters of pork rib soup, and no pork ribs. Okay, thanks my brother. The other party put the USB flash drive on the shelf instantly, and Ye Chuan calmly completed the transaction with the other party. Then Ye Chuan immediately plugged the USB drive into the TV and turned on the TV. It worked as expected. He used the remote control to control the USB drive to open. Ye Chuan was so excited that he almost fainted. Movie. There are actually more than 1,000 domestic and foreign action blockbusters and comedies, and even more than a dozen crosstalks by Guo Xiaojiang. Oh my god, this is such a treasure. Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter excitedly. He really didn't expect that someone would actually come up with such a thing. Although there is no signal on TV now, there is definitely no problem in watching these blockbuster movies to kill time. I won't feel bored anymore. At that moment, Ye Chuan turned on Guo Xiaojiang's crosstalk, and while listening to it, he ate the remaining ribs and rib soup, and at the same time traded some things that he thought he could use. After lunch, Ye Chuan suddenly thought that he hadn't been there to collect eggs in the past few days. He estimated that he had accumulated quite a few eggs. He immediately ran to the chicken coop and saw a hen lying in the chicken coop. Even when Ye Chuan went over, she didn't move away and even wanted to hit Ye Chuan with her wings. This made Ye Chuan frown slightly. You old hen, you dare to hit your master now that you have a husband? As he said that, he grabbed the hen and threw it out. He saw 6 eggs lying in the chicken coop. Ye Chuan smiled and was about to take them out when the system suddenly reminded him, fertilized eggs. The hen can hatch chicks. The host can choose to eat them directly or let the hen hatch chicks. No wonder. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. No wonder the hen suddenly made such an abnormal behavior. It turned out that she was hatching chicks. It was my own fault. Ye Chuan couldn't help but say, sorry, I delayed you from hatching the chicks. Then you can hatch them. You too can lay a few more eggs and try to hatch more chicks. The hen just looked at Ye Chuan and ran back to the nest. It was unknown whether she understood what Ye Chuan said. Ye Chuan looked at the hen with a smile, then turned and left. According to Ocean World, the chicks would probably hatch in 3 or 2 days, and then he would have complete freedom for the chicken and eggs. After looking around the island and seeing nothing to do for the time being, Ye Chuan squeezed some goat milk, boiled it, and poured it into a large cup. Then he went back to his room, selected a blockbuster movie, and started watching it leisurely. It was not until night fell that Ye Chuan stood up and stretched, then took out the tuna and carefully prepared 8 servings of sashimi. Of course, he gave himself twice as much, and then he traded it to the 7 people. Raw fish. Blueberry Jam made a surprised expression with joy. This is bluefin tuna, the ceiling of sashimi. Ye Chuan made a smug expression. Have you tried it? I've had sashimi once, it's sweet and soft. I've never eaten bluefin tuna, but I've heard of it. Blueberry Jam said excitedly. Brother, you're so nice. You are my affiliated island owners, and I am investing now. Ye Chuan replied. When we start looking for mining resources and make a lot of money, I will wait to collect the money at home. No problem. Blueberry Jam replied without hesitation. My mineral resources will be at least half yours by then. This is the promise I, Blueberry Jam, make to you. Good boy. Ye Chuan couldn't help but reply, with a smile on his face. However, Ye Chuan was still quite confused about the identity of this woman. It was impossible for her to be just a multi-millionaire internet celebrity. What secrets did she hold? However, Ye Chuan was not in a hurry. He believed that when the time was right, Blueberry Jam would naturally tell him. At that moment, Ye Chuan divided each banana into 1/3 and gave one to each of the 7 people. Remember to have dessert after dinner, and then have a good sleep. Are you bribing me? Liang Hongying couldn't help herself at this moment. She couldn't believe it at this moment. This man ate different things for every meal, but without exception, each meal was more sumptuous than the last. Isn't this incredible? I'm just investing, and all the owners of my affiliated islands will have a share. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Although I'm not a good person, I'm still very generous to my own people. I hope so. Liang Hongying replied, and then fell silent. Ye Chuan didn't care. While tasting the delicious and soft fish, he switched the interface to the public chat room. Another day has passed, another hungry day. I have almost finished drinking the snow water from the past few days. Alas, the key is that the temperature is too low. The seawater temperature is about -6 to -7 degrees Celsius. Even the best swimmers will freeze to death after a short time in the water. However, have you noticed that there are a lot more supply boxes these days than before, and the things that come out of them are also a bit more bizarre than before? For example, I got a stick today. Are you an idiot? That's a stick. It's a weapon. It's for you to use to defend yourself. Fuck. Why should I defend myself now? I'm the only one on the entire island, and the rest of us don't even have a bird feather. You gave it to the wrong person. If you don't want it, just trade it to me. I haven't opened any weapons, not even the weapon manufacturing diagram, but I need weapons, and it just so happens that we complement each other. Looking at everyone's chat records, Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Many people actually opened fire on their weapons. This doesn't seem to be good news. Does this mean that in the near future, people in the sea will come ashore? System, who are those people in the sea? When will they take action against the island? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan asked immediately. There was no sound. It was obvious that the system did not intend to answer this question, or it was still too early for the people in the sea to come ashore. Brother, I found someone. At this moment, the private message sent by Blueberry Jam made Ye Chuan stunned. Chapter 85. The surprise appearance of a mermaid. Ye Chuan's speculation. Someone ran to your island. Ye Chuan replied immediately. No, he's a dead person. Blueberry Jam replied. He can only be called a human, but I always feel like he's not a human. What are you talking about? A person is a person. How can he not be like a person? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. You could say he's a mermaid, but he's a man. Aren't all mermaids female? Said Blueberry Jam. He's over 1.8 meters tall and very strong. His upper body is human, and below the waist he has a huge fish tail. but the fork-tail fin is particularly large. Is this a mermaid? Ye Chuan frowned, and suddenly he was sure who the owner of the broken harpoon was. In this ocean world, there are actually mermaids. Isn't that something that only exists in legends? But then I thought, I already have a system, and there is also a boundless ocean world. What is not in the ocean? It seems that the person that one island owner saw emerging from the sea was also a mermaid. Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately asked, "Can you trade this thing to me?" "I'm afraid not." Blueberry Jam made an embarrassed expression. "This guy is too heavy. I can't move him at all. I ran out to the toilet and found him by accident. I was almost scared to death at that time." "Okay, since he's already dead, there's no threat anymore. Take a rest and go to sleep." Ye Chuan immediately comforted. "Well, with your words, I suddenly feel safe." After replying, Blueberry Jam went to rest. Ye Chuan asked Zhao Feiyu, "Have your teachers ever talked about mermaids?" "Yes," Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. "These mermaids live in the open sea. They are a huge tribe. We usually call them the Sea Clan. They are very powerful. They have fought with our fleet several times. Both sides suffered casualties." "Why are you asking this suddenly?" "I have a subordinate island owner who found a dead mermaid." Ye Chuan replied. "This is impossible." Zhao Feiyu's face changed, and he immediately replied, "These mermaids are very powerful, and the rules of this ocean world do not allow them to enter the novice area of the ocean world. So our teacher didn't explain the mermaid issue to us." Ye Chuan smiled bitterly. "It's probably because of some reason that mermaids appeared in the novice area. We don't know how many there are, and whether they will actively attack us. If it's a blessing, it won't be a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided." Zhao Feiyu snorted coldly. "We can only take it one step at a time." "Yes," Ye Chuan replied and laid down on the bed. Things began to become more and more complicated, and everything was changing in an unknown direction. Whether it was the giant octopus at the beginning or the mermaid now, they should all belong to the open sea. If this is the case, does it mean that the novice area and the outer sea will soon be connected, and the so-called 6-month novice period will no longer apply to this world? Forget it, forget it. Let's make the best of it. Since ocean survival is becoming more and more different from the conventional ones, we can only respond to changes by remaining unchanged. In the end, Ye Chuan stopped dwelling on the matter, got up, drank a glass of boiled water, and went straight to bed. It was not until the next morning that Ye Chuan woke up naturally. He looked at the time on the super tablet and saw that it was almost 8 o'clock. He couldn't help but stretch and said directly, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Fertile black soil has appeared again. It seems like it has not appeared for a long time, but you don't need to worry about it. Just leave it to Friday." Afterwards, Ye Chuan looked at the feather fragment, directly connected it with the other 2 to form an angel feather, and clicked to use it, while muttering softly, System, I always feel that the treatment when using the angel feather is the same as when I don't use it normally, and I haven't encountered any lucky things. This time you have to make an effort to let me get lucky for once." Afterwards, Ye Chuan took out a bucket of instant noodles and added 2 boiled eggs. He drank while looking at the public chat room. Blueberry Jam actually sent a trade request. Ye Chuan was stunned and then shocked. This girl actually traded the dead mermaid. This also made Ye Chuan understand one thing. It seems that except humans themselves, everything else can be traded. "I said, you couldn't move him, so what happened?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. "I couldn't do it, but I moved the super tablet next to it." Blueberry Jam replied with a smile. "I just wanted to give it a try, and it actually worked." "You are really a clever little boy." Ye Chuan immediately gave Blueberry Jam a thumbs up. After finishing his instant noodles in a few bites, he immediately began to study the mermaid. Just as Blueberry Jam said, this mermaid must be about 1.9 meters tall, with a naked upper body and full of muscles. The huge fishtail in the lower body must weigh at least 100 kilograms. Even though he has been living in water, there are calluses on his hands, which should be caused by holding weapons all the time or using tools every day. "System, can you detect this mermaid?" Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. "Extremely powerful, but very dangerous." The system directly gave an 8-word evaluation. "Is it over?" Ye Chuan was stunned. As a result, this dog system was silent again. "It's so boring. It's better not to say these words," Ye Chuan said unhappily and turned to open the supply box. It was indeed just as those island owners said. The supply boxes have been easier to salvage recently. In just one day, the 5 of them worked together and actually salvaged 20 supply boxes, which is more than they had salvaged in the previous 2 days. Moreover, after opening it, in addition to the usual resources and food, there was actually a bow and arrow manufacturing diagram. However, this bow was relatively light, only 40 kilograms, and was not suitable for him. Good for blueberry jam, though. The current situation seems a bit serious. Now that the mermaids have appeared, I'm afraid I should equip everyone with weapons. After watching Friday work for a while, Ye Chuan returned to the room. Looking at the super tablet, Zhao Feiyu sent him a transaction message. Ye Chuan immediately chose the transaction. It turned out to be the fighting skills he drew. So fast? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. I drew it overnight. Do you think I can understand it? I can explain it to you. Zhao Feiyu replied. Chapter 86. Teaching Fighting Skills. There are a total of 18 fighting skills. Zhao Feiyu divided each movement into 3 steps. In one day and one night, he actually drew 54 human action diagrams. Although each one is similar to a stickman, they are also lifelike. Ye Chuan replied, I think it's easy to understand. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll try it first. As he spoke, he walked to the open space in front of the door and began to practice each movement. Ye Chuan's comprehension ability is still very strong, and after this period of time, he feels that his comprehension ability is much stronger than before, which may be due to the fact that he has been drinking grade of fresh water. In short, each movement was very simple for Ye Chuan. In just over an hour, he had memorized all the movements. Moreover, combining the 18 movements was not particularly difficult. As Zhao Feiyu said, these 18 movements can be combined at will. 2 movements can be combined into 2 sets, 3 movements can be combined into 6 sets, and so on and so forth, endlessly. Ye Chuan has memorized all the movements at present, but it will take some time for him to master them thoroughly. But Ye Chuan is not in a hurry. He believes that if he practices for an hour every day, he will be able to use it proficiently soon. After remembering all the above contents, Ye Chuan asked Zhao Feiyu, Is this set of fighting skills a private secret of the army? Not really. It's just that an old soldier in the army selected more than a dozen fighting skills and finally integrated them into one. Zhao Feiyu replied, How is the training going? I have memorized them all and can type them out skillfully, but it may take some time for me to master them. Ye Chuan replied. You've memorized everything so quickly? Zhao Feiyu was shocked. It seems that when I first learned this set of fighting skills, it took me 3 full days to memorize all the moves, but others memorized them in just over an hour. It's true that comparison makes one feel thief. Maybe I have a better understanding ability. Ye Chuan made a laughing expression and then replied, I have several affiliated island owners here. If it's not private, I'll let my affiliated island owners learn these, so that they can have the ability to protect themselves. That's no problem. Just give it to them. Zhao Feiyu answered very straightforwardly. Ye Chuan was relieved, thinking about the copy machine manufacturing blueprint he had received some time ago. This time he just made the copy machine and made a batch of A4 paper. Then he made 5 copies of this set of moves and traded them to Lu Yi and the other 5 people. This is the fighting skill learned by the special elites of our Jiuzhou military region. You can practice it when you have nothing to do. It can protect you in times of crisis. Boss, you can even get the fighting skills of those special elites. Xiao Feilong asked in disbelief. Isn't this too awesome? Why is it difficult? Ye Chuan replied calmly. It's more than difficult. This is a secret. If Xiao Feilong was next to Ye Chuan would probably be able to hear Xiao Feilong's hysterical roar. You don't know? Anything related to the elite of the elites in the military region is very valuable, especially this set of fighting skills, which is much more powerful than the kung fu of some big families. Really? Ye Chuan was shocked. So, the reason why Zhao Feiyu said this to me was because he treated me as his own person, and of course it was also to repay a favor. Of course it's true. Xiao Feilong replied seriously. You should know that our Kyushu Ocean World Command is under the military district, and their power is superior to all families and chaebols. I see. Ye Chuan suddenly realized, and didn't say anything more afterwards, just replied, Well, just study it, but don't tell anyone. After you have learned it, tear it into pieces and throw it into the sea in batches. Don't let anyone find it, understand? Don't worry, boss. This stuff is absolutely top secret. It is many times more advanced than our family's kung fu. I won't tell you even if you ask me to. Xiao Feilong replied with a grin. I knew Ye Chuan was awesome, but I didn't know he was so awesome. Not only could he eat food in different ways, but he could also get such top secret stuff. After thinking about it, Xiao Feilong understood. No wonder Ye Chuan is so awesome. He is from the military district, and an elite among elites, a soldier king level existence. Otherwise he would never be able to master fighting skills. After this analysis, Xiao Feilong's admiration for Ye Chuan increased a little more. The rest of the people were also very shocked by this thing. Only Blueberry Jam didn't seem to understand the value of this fighting skill, but he also vowed that he would learn it well and try to be able to protect himself in the shortest time possible. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately made a 40 bow and more than 100 arrows, and then traded them to Blueberry Jam. This made Blueberry Jam excited. "Brother, are you giving this to me?" "Why? Do you have any weapons?" Ye Chuan asked back. "Of course not. I couldn't get any supply boxes, so the only supplies were rocks, and I gave them all to you." Blueberry Jam replied with a smile, "You're so nice to me. If you were by my side, I'd probably have planted strawberry marks all over you." When Ye Chuan thought of that scene, he grinned and immediately replied, "You should first see if this bow is suitable for you. It fits. I just tried it, and it can be pulled open, but the arrow can only be shot more than 10 meters away. Maybe it's because I don't know how to do it." Blueberry Jam replied with an embarrassed expression, "But I will try my best." "Well, practice more," Ye Chuan replied, and couldn't help pursing his lips. "At present, I am the only one who has a complete set of weapons. Among the subordinate island owners, the only one who has weapons is Blueberry Jam. I have to purchase more weapons in case of emergency." Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately activated the semi-automatic fishing net and ejected it. As he slowly pulled it back, the system also gave the number of fish in the net: sardines 500, squid 3, turtle 1. Ye Chuan was stunned and saw something struggling to get out from the pile of fish. It turned out to be a sea turtle with a back that was half a meter in diameter. Ye Chuan laughed immediately and threw the big turtle back into the sea. "You are too young. You should go home to find your mother." Afterwards, Ye Chuan went back and put the sardines on the shelves. Fresh sardines 10 kg equals weapons, and weapon manufacturing drawings. Suddenly, the public chat room became lively. Chapter 87. Let me kill the Murloc. "Oh my god, there are actually big guys collecting weapons. What does this mean?" "What does that mean? Just take away the weapons. What does it have to do with us? The boss has his own ideas. Why do I feel like you're an idiot? Since the boss wants to collect the weapons, he must be in danger or something. Otherwise, why would he collect the weapons when he has nothing better to do? You are a fucking idiot, and you are a big idiot. Your whole family is an idiot. I'm also sick. I actually chat with idiots. No, I have to wash my eyes. Damn it, I need to wash my eyes too." Seeing the chat content was so stupid, Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at the private chat. "Boss, I have 3 spears. Can I exchange them for 10 kilograms of sardines?" "Fuck, I also met an idiot." Ye Chuan frowned and blocked the guy directly. After all, a spear can be made by yourself without a manufacturing diagram, but the spear is not actually very offensive, otherwise Ye Chuan would not plan to purchase more weapons. Wang Sanrui looked at the trading interface at this time and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was wondering whether the person who purchased the weapons was the same person who previously purchased large quantities of cotton, sold cotton clothes, and sold large quantities of fish and water. That person must be cheating and knows some inside information that other island owners don't know. Since he is suddenly buying up weapons in large quantities, it is estimated that the ocean world will be in danger again soon. Thinking of this, Wang Sanrui immediately called the assistant island owner. "Have you seen the trading interface for purchasing weapons? Join it immediately, and let's purchase weapons too." "Boss, are we in danger?" The assistant island owner was shocked and asked immediately. "It's better to be prepared." Wang Sanrui only replied with these 4 words. As expected of an independent island owner, he knows so much. In response to this, the subordinate assistant island owner sighed sincerely and went to do the work immediately. In addition to the 2 major forces of Ye Chuan and Wang Sanrui, some people have also started to purchase weapons, but the prices are not very advantageous. Ye Chuan didn't care about this, and at this time a message had already caught Ye Chuan's attention. "Hello, I have a small cannon manufacturing diagram here. How many sardines can I exchange with you?" "Small cannon." Ye Chuan's expression changed. The other party put the cannon manufacturing diagram into the transaction column, and Ye Chuan finally saw the appearance of this small cannon. It was roughly similar to the ancient red cannon, but 1 size smaller. However, he would have to wait until the transaction was completed to know the details. Ye Chuan immediately replied, 20 kilograms sardines. Can you give me 15 kilograms of sardines and 5 L of boiled water? The other party replied, I have diarrhea when I drink snow water, and I also have diarrhea when I boil water. I want to drink boiled water made from fresh water. Okay. Ye Chuan didn't care and immediately reached a deal with the other party. He then began to study the manufacturing of this small cannon. He needed 1 small cannon manufacturing drawing, 100 metal sheets, 10 pieces of cloth, and 2 stones. System, is this small cannon okay? Ye Chuan pinched his chin and thought for a while, then asked, The range is 500 meters. The power is huge. The explosion range is 30 meters. It has a crosshair, can rotate 360 degrees, and can be upgraded. The system gave a direct answer. If that's the case, then it's okay. Ye Chuan's expression moved. The key is that it can be upgraded, and when used in conjunction with his and the turtle's air cannon, even medium and large sailing ships can be sunk. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan looked around and chose the placement of the small cannon on the hill behind his house. After the second evolution, this hill is now more than 50 meters long and nearly 15 or 16 meters high. Standing on it, you can just see the sea on the other side of the woods. The key is that this hill will grow higher as the area of the turtle's back increases. Placing it here is definitely the best choice. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately decided to manufacture it and placed it on the flat ground on the top of the mountain. Although it is a small cannon, it is estimated to weigh about 1 ton, and the barrel is nearly 2 meters long, so it looks very domineering. System, we only have a small cannon. How do we make cannonballs? Ye Chuan scratched his head and asked. To make cannonballs, you need 1 small cannon, 1 saltpeter, 1 sulfur, 1 charcoal, and 1 stone. The system replied immediately. Where can we find saltpeter and sulfur? Aren't these the materials for making gunpowder in ancient times? Ye Chuan was a little dumbfounded and shouted loudly. There was no other choice, so Ye Chuan ran to the public chat room and shouted, Who has sulfur and saltpeter? Buy them at a high price. Oh my god, there are big guys buying sulfur and saltpeter. Are they trying to make gunpowder? I'm not saying that some bosses are smart, but some are just idiots. This is the ocean world. Where can we get sulfur and saltpeter? Do you have any ideas? Just because you can't open it doesn't mean others can't open it, right? With so many people, there must be tens of millions of supply boxes every day. Is it possible that there is only sulfur instead of saltpeter? Come on, these things together make gunpowder. I don't think anyone can really make it. How about we make a bet? If someone does, I'll eat shit live on the internet. Are you disgusting? The public chat room exploded, but Ye Chuan was really speechless. No matter where he went, the internet trolls followed him like a shadow. However, Ye Chuan had to admit that there was probably no sulfur and saltpeter in this ocean world. Since he couldn't get these two things for the time being, Ye Chuan stopped thinking about it for the time being. Anyway, since he had the cannon, the shells could definitely be made quickly. Doesn't good luck always follow you? A hidden task has been discovered. Host, do you want to accept it? At this moment, the system suddenly made a sound. What hidden mission? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Perhaps by completing the hidden mission, he could get saltpeter and sulfur? Hidden mission, the host needs to kill a mermaid within a week, and then you can get a generous reward. Do you accept it? The system replied. Ah. Ye Chuan was stunned. Brother, are you kidding me? Didn't you just tell me that mermen are very powerful? Now you want me to kill a merman. Isn't this the same as committing suicide? The host can choose to accept or reject. The system spoke again. Accept. Ye Chuan's mouth twitched, and he had to shout. If you refuse, there will be no hidden tasks in the future. It has been detected that the host has accepted the hidden mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system replied immediately. You know what my fate is. I was thinking about how to temporarily avoid the mermaids, but the system insisted on making me go. Am I lucky today? Or am I unlucky? Ye Chuan rubbed his hair, looking hopeless. Chapter 88. Fried pork with peppers, trading onions, ginger, and garlic. Although it's a bit helpless, life has to go on, right? Ye Chuan smiled bitterly and saw that it was already noon. He immediately started to prepare lunch. Ye Chuan liked the pancakes he got this time very much and planned to eat them as his staple food. But what gave Ye Chuan a little surprise was the chili pepper. After a few days of growth, except for 4 or 5 left to bear seeds, the rest of the peppers have turned red. Ye Chuan picked a dozen of them directly and planned to make a dish of fried pork with peppers for lunch. Anyway, there is still so much wild boar meat now. Even if we eat it every day, 8 people can eat it for a month. As for the remaining peppers, Ye Chuan ordered Friday to dry them all. Although the temperature is relatively low now, the sun is still strong, and he believes that they will be dried quickly. Next, Ye Chuan began to get busy. It would be great if there are onions, ginger, and garlic. I should collect them in the public chat room this afternoon. Since other island owners have also opened seeds, fruits, and the like, there should be onions, ginger, and garlic as well, right? Thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately started cooking. Although the amount of food for 8 people was a bit like a big pot dish, with the help of lard, and the fact that Ye Chuan had worked as a cook in an orphanage for a period of time, this dish was easy to cook. 5 minutes later, the fried pork with peppers is ready. After taking a bite, although there was no soy sauce, both the wild boar meat and the chili pepper were delicious because of the environmental factors, which gave the dish a soul. Ye Chuan could only describe it in one word: fragrant. Ye Chuan laughed excitedly. He gave each person a pancake and a small plate of fried pork with peppers and traded directly. Let's have fried pork with peppers for lunch today. Eating it with pancakes is the most soulful way to eat it. Oh my God, there are chili peppers. Lu Yi sent a lewd expression. Chili peppers are my favorite. Have you forgotten that you can't eat spicy food these days? Ye Chuan was stunned and replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face immediately turned red, and she quickly said, I used to love spicy food, and I've tried all kinds of spicy food, so I'm still very willing to accept the normal fried pork with peppers. That's good. Ye Chuan felt relieved after hearing Lu Yi say that. After reading several people's replies, Ye Chuan felt relieved. Everyone likes spicy food, except blueberry jam. He usually doesn't eat spicy food. It's not that he doesn't like it, but he is afraid of getting acne and affecting his appearance during the live broadcast. But now I am not afraid anymore. After all, I am on the island and no one will see me for at least half a year. So what if I eat chili peppers? After finishing lunch, Ye Chuan drank a large cup of Longjing tea and burped with satisfaction. He then sent a message in the public chat room. Who has onions, ginger, garlic, or onion, ginger, and garlic seeds? Buy them at a high price. Who is this boss? How good are their living conditions? It's good enough to have something to eat, but they still want onions, ginger, and garlic. Some people may be in a state of being poorly clothed, but some people may have everything they need. People are greedy. Once they have a good life, they will of course pursue a better life. Well, it's true that comparison makes one angry. To be honest, I'm still eating raw fish now, and I don't even have the right to cook it. Congratulations, you're eating raw fish. That's awesome. Fuck, get out of here. The public chat room started to get excited again, with more than a dozen private messages coming in, all begging for food and drinks, which were simply ignored by Ye Chuan. After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that there was really no dry goods, Ye Chuan was about to go out for some fresh air, when a sudden message made Ye Chuan's expression change. Boss, I have all the onions, ginger, and garlic. You have them all? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. I opened a small resource package, which only contained 5 kilograms of onion, ginger, and garlic. Don't you think this was intentional? The other party complained. Then I was really hungry and ate 2 kilograms of ginger. A circle of blisters appeared on my mouth. It hurts so much. So, you still have 3 pounds of ginger and 5 pounds of onions and garlic. Ye Chuan replied happily. However, he still admired this guy. Eating 2 pounds of ginger raw? He must be a tough guy? That's right, the other party replied. Okay, I'll give you 10 kilograms of sea fish and 5 L of fresh water. Ye Chuan answered simply. After all, these things are inexhaustible for oneself, but for others, they are the most precious things. Boss, it would be great if you could give me some more. The other party replied with a grin. After all, my onions, ginger, and garlic are unique. That's what you said, but the key is that this thing is dispensable. Even if I don't have it, it doesn't matter to me, right? Ye Chuan replied immediately. Think about it. If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll go out for a walk and get some fresh air first, and you can think about it slowly. Boss, stop it. The other party didn't hesitate at all. Trade? Can I trade? Ye Chuan immediately put the items on the trading column, and the two completed the transaction. There are 5 pounds of onions and garlic each. There are about 20 onions, about 40 garlic heads, and 2 large pieces of ginger. Ye Chuan thought about it for a while, and left 15 onions, 20 heads of garlic, and a piece of ginger. He then gave the rest to Wu Yi. Plant the garlic and ginger directly, and save the onions for seeds and plant later. Brother Chuan, there is no land. Friday spread his hands. Don't worry, we can plant it tomorrow. Ye Chuan said immediately, then went back into the room and posted a transaction information on the transaction interface. Fried pork with peppers 1 equals flower bed manufacturing map 1. Oh my God, this is awesome. Did you notice that a big guy actually has fried pork with peppers? I don't know if he ordered it himself or fried it. What's in your little head? Can you get chili or pork from a supply box? It must be someone who cooked it himself. I guess it's the big guy who sold the pork rib soup yesterday. I don't think you need to insult me. You are stupid and you don't let anyone tell you. An island owner like you will probably die before you can even finish the novice period. Fuck you. While the public chat room was buzzing with excitement, the transaction was already completed on the trading interface, and the other party sent a message. Friend, I have another flower bed manufacturing map here. Are you interested in another transaction? I'm out of fried pork with chili peppers. Ye Chuan replied. I'll give you 1L of fresh water. 1L fresh water, 5 kilograms sea fish. The other party said directly, I know you have sea fish. I also know that you are not the only one who has the flower bed manufacturing plan. If I need it again, I can go to the trading interface again. Ye Chuan replied after more than 10 seconds. I have something else in my hand that I think you might be interested in. This time it took a full minute for the other party to reply. Chapter 89, Hyena Pack. Then I'd like to see what you were talking about. Ye Chuan replied with a smiling expression. Greenhouse manufacturing plan. The other party replied. It's difficult to grow anything in this weather, but if you have a greenhouse, it will be different. Would you consider it? What you said does make sense. Okay, I'll give you 1 L of fresh water and 10 kilograms of sea fish. Let's trade if you agree, Ye Chuan said, and put the things directly into the trading column. Okay. The other party considered for 2 or 3 minutes before putting both manufacturing drawings into the transaction column, and the two finally completed the transaction. Afterwards, Ye Chuan immediately made the flower bed. Fortunately, the 200 kilograms of fertile black soil given to Friday had not been used, so he directly spread the black soil in the flower bed and divided the greenhouse into 2, covering the 2 flower beds respectively. You only need 1 flower bed to grow onions, ginger, and garlic. As for the rest of the flower beds, we'll deal with them later. The sea fish we just caught are about to be used up so quickly. It seems we have to fish again, Ye Chuan said after rubbing his hands. He immediately came to the semi-automatic fishing machine and pressed the button in front of him. As the fishing net fell into the sea, after waiting for a few minutes, Ye Chuan began to pull it up quickly. It seems heavier than before. Ye Chuan was stunned and increased his speed a little bit. Soon, a large net of fish was caught. Just like last time, it was still full of sardines. The system immediately gave the number, sardines 367, king crabs 2, lost harpoon 1. The lost harpoon. Ye Chuan was stunned. He searched quickly and soon found the harpoon in the fish. It was about 1 meter and 56 meters long and weighed more than 20 kilograms. It was actually automatic. When the button was pressed, the 30-centimeter long harpoon in front would be shot out. The range was about 10 meters. There was a very thin steel wire connecting it in the middle, which was similar to the spear gun he had used before. Could it be that this was also left behind by the mermaid? Ye Chuan muttered to himself suspiciously. Anyway, the system will definitely not give me an answer to this kind of question. The reason why it is heavier this time is, firstly, because of the harpoon, and secondly, the sardines this time are generally larger than last time. Last time, a dozen of them only weighed 1 kilogram, but this time, 5 or 6 weighed 1 kilogram, full of life. Ye Chuan immediately put them on the trading interface. 1 sardine equals 3 wooden boards. 1 sardine equals 3 metal sheets. 1 sardine equals 1 stone. Anyway, the sardines this time are relatively large and can be used for trading. After working for a whole afternoon, the sun was setting. Ye Chuan couldn't help but stretch himself. It was time to prepare dinner. The king crabs that had been caught before had only been eaten a few times, and there were still 11 or 12 left. Ye Chuan didn't plan to work hard anymore, so he just boiled the king crabs in water and let each of them take a king crab to eat. Brother, I seem to have gained weight. After receiving the cooked king crab, Lu Shuai made an embarrassed expression. If you're fat, eat less. I won't prepare meals for you tomorrow. Ye Chuan replied directly. Brother, I just feel embarrassed. Lu Shuai responded with an embarrassed expression. I have also been fishing in the supply boxes, but what I offer are ordinary foods such as bread, ham, and instant noodles. I am picky about what you give me and don't want to eat that. By the way, you don't have a weapon, right? Ye Chuan complained in a low voice, and then put the lost harpoon into the trading column. Take it for self-defense. Fuck, Lu Shuai cursed and made a crying emoji. You've been too good to me. I even secretly cursed you to be swallowed by a sea beast. I'm such a piece of shit. In response to this, Ye Chuan only replied with a string of ellipses, then took a knife and went to eat the king crab. At night, except for a few unknown voices occasionally coming from the woods, the entire island was silent. Ye Chuan took a hot bath and sat on his back on the bed, drinking goat milk and reading the messages in the public chat room. He felt very comfortable. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I haven't eaten for 3 days. If anyone can give me a bite to eat, I am willing to be his subordinate island owner. When I see you, I will stay by your bed every day. Is this woman a fool? If she has a few wooden boards or something, she can probably trade for a sardine, right? Didn't you see some big guys selling hundreds of sardines on the trading interface? The problem is that I have nothing. There was a strong wind here a few days ago, and a wave washed away everything. If I hadn't held on tightly, I might have been finished. Then there's nothing we can do. May the best of luck to you. Brother, please give me a stutter. I know a lot of tricks. I can make you last less than 3 seconds. Come on, what's the point? Seeing that the style of the public chat room was becoming more and more weird, Ye Chuan felt it was boring, so he turned on the TV, picked a movie, and planned to go to bed after watching it. Even though it was a very exciting action movie, after half of it was over, Ye Chuan couldn't resist the surging sleepiness. He felt that his upper and lower eyelids were fighting fiercely, so he turned off the TV and prepared to go to bed. Almost at the same time, the three little ones outside suddenly cried out urgently. The sound was not only a warning, but also an early warning. It seemed that they had encountered something. Ugh! The strange sounds made Ye Chuan lose all sleepiness. The key point was that the sound came from not just one person, but several. It didn't sound like a wolf or a dog. So what else could come out in groups at night? Ye Chuan suddenly thought of a possibility. He rushed out of the room quickly with a rotating crossbow in one hand and a machete in the other. Just 20 meters away, there were 13 or 14 dog-like creatures confronting the three little ones, their eyes flashing a faint green light, which looked very creepy. Ye Chuan's heart also tightened. This was none other than the most notorious second brother in Africa, the hyena. Damn, how could a pack of hyenas appear in the woods? Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "System, with my current strength and the fighting power of the three little ones, can I defeat this pack of hyenas?" As a result, the system didn't even say a word, and Ye Chuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "System, you don't work at night, or you are a coward. If I die, then you have worked in vain." The system is still silent. It seems to be down. May wealth, fortune, and luck come to us. Now that the situation has come to this, we can only fight it out head-on. Ye Chuan cursed secretly, took a deep breath, and after instructing the three little ones, he bent his body slightly and prepared to take action. This group of hyenas are also extremely smart. They seem to have discovered Ye Chuan's little movements. At the howl of one hyena, the other hyenas also moved. Chapter 90. Fierce Battle with Hyena Pack. Chirp, chirp. The three little ones screamed and rushed forward while flapping their wings. Their sharp claws directly grabbed the three hyenas and flew quickly into the sky. Only the screams of the hyenas could be heard. Ye Chuan let out a low shout, spun the crossbow, shook his arm in a fan shape, and pulled the trigger. 12 crossbow arrows shot out and instantly hit the two hyenas in the front. In less than 3 seconds, 5 of the 13 hyenas were gone. But there were too many hyenas. Other hyenas had already rushed up, opened their bloody mouths, and bit Ye Chuan fiercely. Bang! Ye Chuan worked on both sides, using one hand to launch the air cannon and the other hand holding a machete. While the air cannon hit one hyena, the machete also hit the head of another hyena. Ouch! The hyena was blasted more than 10 meters away by the air cannon, hit a big rock, and immediately fell to the ground screaming. Although the turtle's air cannon has reached the intermediate level, the author made a mistake in the previous level and cannot modify it. I am very sorry. Ye Chuan received half of the feedback and is currently only at the elementary level. Although he can knock the hyena out, it is still very difficult to kill it. But the other hyena was in a miserable state. Its head was chopped off, and its eyes, which were staring at the machete, suddenly became cross-eyed. It opened its mouth wide and screamed. Ye Chuan swung it violently and threw the guy out. However, even though Ye Chuan was very fast, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, not to mention that there were 6 hyenas watching him covetously. One of the hyenas bit Ye Chuan's calf directly, causing Ye Chuan to groan. He then kicked the hyena in the stomach with a whip kick. The hyena immediately let go in pain and turned around to run away. However, Ye Chuan hit it on the butt with an air cannon, causing it to sit hunched over on the ground and scream. Just as the remaining 5 hyenas were about to take action, they heard a series of bang 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 sounds. The 3 hyenas that were taken away by the 3 little ones fell from the sky one after another and died. Within 10 seconds, 8 hyenas had lost their fighting ability. These 5 hyenas finally gave in, tucked their tails between their legs, kept backing away, and turned around to escape. However, 3 huge monsters swooped down from the sky. Although the 5 hyenas ran very fast, 3 of them were picked up before entering the woods and flew high into the sky screaming. There were only 2 hyenas left, and even though Ye Chuan chased them at a very fast speed, they still escaped back into the woods, hid in the bushes, and disappeared. Damn it! Ye Chuan cursed in a low voice viciously and looked down at the bitten place. It had healed, but there was a hole in his clothes, and air was hissing into it. If Ye Chuan hadn't just finished exercising and was quite hot, he would probably be shivering with cold. Bang! There were 3 more muffled sounds, and the 3 hyenas that flew high into the sky finally ended their lives after free fall. Call. Ye Chuan took a long breath, turned around, and sat on the stone next to him, took a deep breath, and said to the 3 little ones, "Well done to you 3. If you hadn't helped me fight, I would have had a hard time killing them by myself." Chirp, chirp. The 3 little ones immediately came to Ye Chuan, constantly rubbing his legs. Their eyes even narrowed into slits, seeming to enjoy Ye Chuan's praise. We have to kill them, but we have to deal with these hyenas immediately. If we wait until tomorrow, their bodies will be too stiff to be skinned. Ye Chuan took out a dozen wooden boards, piled them together, lit them, and used the firelight to start dealing with the hyenas. Hyenas are scavengers, so their meat is also very rancid and inedible. However, there are many people starving on this deserted island. If you sell it to them, you can at least get some resources, or even rare items, right? Of course, what Ye Chuan cared about were these hyena skins. He had a garment-making machine, so it would be great if he could make a few dogskin coats to wear. Accompanied by the three little ones, it was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Ye Chuan finally finished with all the hyenas. He temporarily threw the dog meat and dog skin into the cold storage room. Ye Chuan stretched and looked at his body. Fuck, I took a shower in vain. After drinking 100 milliliters of S-grade fresh water, Ye Chuan ran to take a hot bath. It was around 2 in the morning when he went to bed. Oh, I finally feel at ease. After letting out a breath, Ye Chuan drooped his eyelids and slowly fell asleep. In my dreams, I was always fighting with hyenas. This time, he was not fighting with a dozen hyenas, but 40 or 50 hyenas. Even though there were 3 small ones patrolling the battlefield, he was still bitten terribly by them. Until a hyena with a scar on its face pounced and was about to bite Ye Chuan's throat, Ye Chuan woke up with a start. Shit! Ye Chuan sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, still a little dazed. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he finally smiled bitterly. It turned out to be a dream. I looked at the time, and it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. I slept for more than 8 hours in one go. It turned out that such high-intensity combat was quite energy-consuming. Ye Chuan muttered, slowly stood up, drank nearly 500 milliliters of boiled water, stretched his body, walked slowly outside, and shouted, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 6 super warm clothes to choose 1, rabies super anti-clearing 1. Huh? Ye Chuan was stunned. System, you know that I fought with hyenas last night. It would be fine if you didn't help, but you actually chose to play dead. As Ye Chuan expected, the system still did not respond. Okay, wait until you kill me one day, and then I'll see what you're going to do. Ye Chuan snorted coldly, then looked in the direction of the woods. There are 2 more hyenas that have escaped. They must be found as soon as possible, otherwise they will become a threat sooner or later. If the 2 are of the same sex, it would be fine and they might cause some damage. But if they are a male and a female, they will sooner or later breed into a large hyena pack, and then it will be troublesome. I haven't thought about this matter anymore for the time being. Anyway, this matter is definitely necessary. At that moment, Ye Chuan went to the sheepfold to squeeze the goat milk, boiled it, and stored it temporarily, then divided the hyena meat into 5 kilograms portions, a total of 70 portions, and then put all the hyena meat on the shelf. Hyena meat 5 kilograms equals wooden board 10, hyena meat 5 kilograms equals metal sheet 10, hyena meat 5 kilograms equals stone 5. After all, hyena meat has a strong rotten smell and is still raw. The resource exchange for 5 kilograms is not a large portion, so it is definitely value for money. As Ye Chuan put the hyena meat on the shelf, the public chat room, which was originally a little deserted, suddenly became very lively. Chapter 91. Exchange supplies and reach level 6. Hyena meat. And 5 kilograms of hyena meat is used to exchange for resources. Which big boss is so merciful and willing to save all living beings? You know nothing. Hyena meat is smelly and fishy. It tastes terrible. How can you eat it? Oh, so you know nothing. It's already this fucking time. It's good enough to have a stutter. Why should I care about the fishy smell? I'm not bragging to you. I can swallow any shit you give me. Stop being so disgusting here. It's like a toad crawling on your feet. It doesn't bite, but it's disgusting. What I am more concerned about now is that we are all on the island in the novice area. How did he encounter a group of hyenas and kill a group of hyenas by himself? You know, the notorious second brother of Africa. Even a lion dares to provoke him. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that some people really understood it better, but Ye Chuan didn't care. As time went by, the hyena meat began to be sold slowly. Ye Chuan immediately took out the rabies super serum and injected himself with it according to the instructions. He then chose a set of black super warm clothes and replaced the broken ones. He immediately felt much warmer. Looking at the replaced warm clothes, Ye Chuan directly sewed up the holes with the needle and thread he had traded before, and then shouted in the public chat room. Super warm clothes, some damage, have been repaired, exchange for scarce items. Friend, I'm quite interested in your super warm clothes. What do you want to exchange for? Ye Chuan had just sent the message when someone came to chat with him privately. It turned out to be Wang Sanrui. This kid doesn't want to develop himself. Does he have to stare at the super tablet every day? It depends on what you have. Ye Chuan replied. My thermal suit is a little thicker than ordinary single clothes, but it is much warmer than a cotton coat. It is very practical. Island area expansion card. Wang Sanrui said directly. It seems that I have traded with you once, and you also traded with me using the island area expansion card. Ye Chuan whispered. I want to know where you got these island area expansion cards from, and why do you have so many? I want to know why you have so many good things. Wang Sanrui replied unhappily. You are the guy who bought up cotton in large quantities and sold cotton clothes at high prices, right? I got it. Ye Chuan did not answer, but replied directly. But I have never gotten an island area expansion card. Whatever, if you want to trade, we'll trade. If not, forget it. Wang Sanrui said, putting the island area expansion card into the trading column. Ye Chuan did not hesitate any longer and immediately chose to trade. Wang Sanrui immediately got the super warm clothes. Looking at the sewn area on his calf, the sewing technique was pretty good, and this area might affect the warmth when worn, but as Ye Chuan said, it was much more advanced than a cotton coat. It's worth it. Wang Sanrui said with a smile, not only did I get such a good super warm clothes, but I also got a piece of news. It seems that the good things in the supply boxes in each area are different. It seems that I can ask for more good things from those affiliated island owners in the future. It was noon soon. Ye Chuan immediately prepared lunch and 300 milliliters of hot goat milk for each person. He traded directly. You overslept this morning. Let's have lunch directly. Did you see the hyena meat trade on the trading interface? Zhao Feiyu replied. This is too strong. There must be at least 10 hyenas. I don't know who is so powerful. Don't guess, it's me. Ye Chuan smiled with a grin. My forest is quite large. Last night, more than a dozen hyenas rushed out. My pets and I killed 11 of them, and the other 2 ran away. Fuck. Zhao Feiyu made a series of shocked expressions. You are too fierce. You actually fought with more than a dozen hyenas. What kind of pet is this? It's as fierce as you. It was 3 albatrosses. Ye Chuan said with a smile. The 3 of them killed 6, and I took care of 5. But it was really thrilling. It was also because I was too tired that I overslept today. So that's how it is. Then you are not hurt, right? Zhao Feiyu asked again with concern. It's okay, it's just a small problem. It's been dealt with. Ye Chuan replied. That's fine. Zhao Feiyu replied, and went to eat immediately. Half an hour later, Zhao Feiyu sent a trade. 100 wooden planks, 30 stones, 70 metal sheets. What are you doing? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. This is what I opened in the past month. I gave it to you after keeping the necessities. Zhao Feiyu replied. After all, I don't need these things. I find it troublesome to keep them scattered, so I have been saving them. Okay. Ye Chuan did not refuse, but gave Zhao Feiyu the island area expansion card. Brother, isn't this thing too valuable? Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but whisper. Oh, there's no need for us to be polite. Ye Chuan immediately responded with a laughing expression. I don't need this thing, otherwise I would have used it a long time ago. If you agree to the deal, then I agree to the deal, otherwise you can return the thing. Okay then. Zhao Feiyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to trade. As an elite sent by the military district, Zhao Feiyu actually didn't want to accept Ye Chuan's favor, but the problem was that if he didn't accept Ye Chuan's favor, his life would be really difficult. He could only repay the favor appropriately. After the novice period, when the support from the military district arrived, he would repay the favor. After the transaction was completed and all the items were moved into the warehouse, Ye Chuan then turned his attention to the 3 little ones who were playing in the air. I currently have 9,000 evolution points in my hand, so it's time to upgrade the 3 of them. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately called the 3 little ones over and added the evolution values to them respectively. The bodies of the 3 little ones grew a little bigger. Then Ye Chuan opened the information panel. Name, Albatross. Level 6, growth stage. Evolution value, 0/3500. Skills, diving claws, can grab 70 kilograms weight. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. After upgrading to level 6, the little guy's ability to grab heavy objects increased by 20 kilograms compared to before, but nothing else changed. Ye Chuan was not in a hurry. Although nothing else has changed, the 3 little ones have grown bigger and their combat effectiveness has been strengthened accordingly. Perhaps I can find some time to go into the woods and pull out the 2 hyenas. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 6. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 6. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Just as he was thinking, 3 voices came from the system in succession, which made Ye Chuan smile and immediately said, "Turn on all." Chapter 92, Making Cannonballs, Harvesting Beans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, 3 Lao Bygone 67 degrees. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 5 wooden boards, 3 plastics, 10 self-heating pans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 2 saltpeter, 3 stones, 5 sets of seasonings 100. Fuck, today's gift package is so rich. Ye Chuan's expression changed. This Lao Bygone is actually the most classic 67-degree alcohol, and there are 3 bottles at once. Doesn't this mean that youth is dedicated to the wine table and drinking it to the point of drunkenness and dreaming? There are also self-heating pots, and it actually gave out 10 of them at once. Has the system come to its senses and become generous? As for the 5 groups of seasonings, they are Sichuan pepper, star anise, angelica, bay leaves, and cinnamon, with 100 of each. It seems like I won't have to worry about stewing meat in the future. However, what surprised Ye Chuan the most were sulfur and saltpeter. He actually got 2 of them. This was definitely a benefit given to him by the system. It should be that the system secretly gave him some leeway in the mission to kill the mermaid, right? System, it seems that you are still good. Although you pretend to be dead sometimes, you are still sensible at critical moments. Ye Chuan said with a smile. He looked at the method of making cannonballs and took 2 pieces of charcoal and stones each to make 2 cannonballs. It is estimated that a cannonball weighs about 8 pounds. This small cannon is very convenient. You only need to aim at the target and press a red button at the tail of the cannon to fire the cannonball. However, Ye Chuan did not test it. He directly put the 2 shells into the system's inventory, waiting to use them when necessary. Brother Chuan, the soybeans are ripe. Do we need to harvest them? Just then, Friday came over and asked, "Where is the corn?" Ye Chuan asked again. "The corn will take another day or so," Friday replied. "Then let's harvest the beans first." Ye Chuan nodded. "Harvest the corn tomorrow. But no matter whether it's corn or soybeans, you have to leave at least 50 seeds and continue planting after the land is leveled." "Okay," Friday replied and immediately started to get busy. Half an hour later, Ye Chuan obtained about 4 pounds of soybeans. Looking at these golden beans, Ye Chuan took a deep breath. He had originally thought of making tofu pudding or bean curd right away, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up for the time being. After all, both tofu and bean curd require gypsum, and he currently did not have any gypsum, so he had to put this plan on hold. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately returned to his room and sent a message in the public chat room. Buying gypsum at a high price. Who wants to chat privately? Plaster? What's plaster for? It seems useless, right? It can't be that the boss built a house and needs plaster to apply on the walls. Oh my God, you really have a wild imagination. In a place like this, who would be so particular that you need wall paint to build a house? I laughed my ass off. I think it might be to make tofu. Tofu also requires gypsum slurry, but where did the boss get the soybeans? Don't try to guess what the boss is thinking. You won't understand no matter how much you guess. Anyway, we don't have it. Let's talk about the temperature dropping again. The seawater here is about to freeze. How about yours? If the seawater is completely frozen, then we're all doomed. Are you so excited? Seeing that the content of the chat was gradually shifting in other directions, Ye Chuan was speechless. It seemed that he could only wait. Just then, a private message came. "Friend, can you tell me what you are doing with the plaster?" "What I want to do is none of your business. I'm afraid you don't have any plaster in your hand." Ye Chuan replied unhappily. "I was thinking, if you are doing something else then I definitely don't have gypsum. But if you really are making tofu like what was said in the public chat room, then you don't need gypsum," the other party replied. "Yes, I am making tofu, but you said that it does not require gypsum?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Tofu is divided into different types according to north and south, gypsum in the south and brine in the north. To make tofu in the north, we need brine. The other party replied. It's just like the common saying, brine makes tofu, one thing conquers another. Then what is brine? Ye Chuan was stunned and replied immediately. Brine is a crystallized form of sea salt water, and its main component is magnesium chloride, the other party replied. You only need to evaporate the sea water and you can use the crystals. But it would be even better if you could separate the sea salt. I have this thing. If you say so, it's easy. Ye Chuan's expression moved. Do you know how to make tofu? I can tell you the steps. The other party replied again. Then I'm not really familiar with him. Ye Chuan thought about it and then replied. It's very simple. First, wash the soybeans and soak them for a whole day. Then grind the soaked beans into pulp, put them into a big pot, and use firewood to burn until the soy milk boils. After cooling for half an hour, Drop a few drops of brine into the spoon of soy milk and slowly turn the spoon in the pot. After a few minutes, change another spoon until the spoon can no longer be pushed in the pot and it is basically formed. Finally, prepare the sieve in the bag. Pour the tofu brain into the sieve and cover it with the bag. Control the water and put something slightly heavier on it to facilitate water seepage. After about 20 minutes, the tofu is ready. A few minutes later, the other party wrote a lot of words. After Ye Chuan looked at it in detail, he felt that it was not too complicated, but if he wanted to make it, it would take until tomorrow. Then Ye Chuan asked again, "By the way, how do you add water to grind the beans?" "It's best to use well water or mountain spring water," the other party replied. "The ratio of beans to water is roughly 1 to 4. 1 pound of beans to 4 pounds of water." "I understand." Upon hearing this, Ye Chuan immediately put 2 L of boiled water and 2 kg of sea fish on the trading column. "What are you doing?" the other party couldn't help but ask. "You helped me a lot. Of course I have to thank you. This is considered as consulting fee." Ye Chuan replied. "I just told you when I saw you asking. I'm not asking for any reward." The other party replied. "Oh my God, I actually met someone who doesn't want to be paid. This person is really kind." Ye Chuan muttered and immediately replied, "Just accept it. I never owe anyone a favor." "Thank you then." Since the other party said so, he did not insist and immediately took the things. Ye Chuan immediately made a metal basin, soaked all 4 pounds of beans, and put them into the house. Then he stretched and suddenly remembered that the sea salt should fill a mineral water bottle. He was about to go over to collect them when he suddenly found the 3 little ones on the side of the hill, sometimes looking down and sometimes looking up. He didn't know what they were doing, so he walked over immediately to find out what was going on. It was not until they arrived at the place that Ye Chuan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 93, Spring, Reunion Dinner. This is a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds with a crack in the middle. At this moment, a stream of water is flowing out from the crack in the rock, gathering into an almost undetectable small stream, flowing along the rock to one side. "Is this a spring?" Ye Chuan muttered to himself, and immediately went over to catch the water with his hands. He took a handful and took a sip. It was cold and sweet, fresh water. What the hell? The next second, Ye Chuan was stunned. I really didn't expect that there would be a small spring in this place. It must have evolved during the second evolution. This made Ye Chuan wonder whether after a few more evolutions, a freshwater river would evolve in this place. By then, I will be able to drink sweet spring water even without the help of a seawater to freshwater converter. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Ye Chuan did not intervene in this matter. After all, the water flow was too small now. It could not even be called a water flow. It could only be regarded as a water line. Without paying any more attention to it, Ye Chuan ran directly to the seawater component separator, and sure enough, it was already filled with mineral water and sea salt. Ye Chuan immediately put it away, put an empty mineral water bottle on it, and connected a mineral water bottle to the other components leading to the sea. This way, after the soy milk has cooled down tomorrow, you can directly pour the prepared brine into it. At this moment, seeing that the sun was about to set, Ye Chuan ran to open nearly 20 supply boxes and got some resources, as well as some sausages, bread and the like. Ye Chuan didn't care too much and put all the things into the warehouse. Then he returned to the room and prepared a self-heating pot for everyone to eat tonight. At this moment, Friday came over again and asked, "Brother Chuan, the spinach and lettuce are ripe. Are we ready to harvest them?" I didn't expect the spinach to mature 2 days later than the peppers. Maybe it's because I didn't water it with nutrient solution later. Ye Chuan muttered and said directly, "Pull out a dozen spinach and 2 lettuces first." Okay. Friday left immediately. Half an hour later, the washed spinach and lettuce were placed in front of Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was still very satisfied with his work efficiency on Friday, and he also knew to wash it for himself, saving him some time. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately cut some pork and made a dish of stir-fried pork with spinach. He then traded the self-heating pot, stir-fried pork with spinach, and lettuce. Today, we'll have a self-heating pot, stir-fried pork with spinach, and 3 leaves of lettuce each. There are spinach and lettuce? Lu Yiwei asked in surprise. Did you come up with this? No. This is what I planted, and it's the seeds that bloomed. Ye Chuan said with a smile. I put a chili in it when I fried it, and I didn't expect it to taste quite good. Following you is simply the best choice. Lu Yiwei said sincerely. In an increasingly harsh environment, you can actually eat so well every meal. It's really enviable. Then work hard and don't let my investment go to waste. Ye Chuan immediately sent out a series of laughing expressions. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Lu Yiwei responded with a series of struggling expressions and then went to eat. Ye Chuan then gave half a caddy of Lao Baigan to Zhao Feiyu, Lu Shuai, and Xiao Feilong respectively, and said, "Although we can't see each other for the time being, drinking together from a distance can also be considered a reunion dinner." "Boss, am I blind? I actually saw wine." Xiao Feilong's eyes widened when he saw the half caddy of wine. "You are not blind. This is Lao Baigan, and it is the most classic Lao Baigan with a 67-degree alcohol content." Ye Chuan replied, "With such a high alcohol content, you won't get drunk after just one drink, right?" "How could that be?" Little Flying Dragon immediately shouted, "I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." "That'll do," Ye Chuan said, and replied to Zhao Feiyu and Lu Shuai a few words. Then he turned on the self-heating pot, took out a pancake, wrapped a lettuce, spread it with the sweet bean sauce he had traded before, poured a little wine, and listened to Guo Xiaojing's crosstalk while leisurely drinking. It is worthy of being a 67-proof liquor. After taking a sip, the tip of the tongue suddenly becomes hot, and then the hotness spreads from the throat to the entire stomach. But after the spiciness, the mouth becomes sweet again, and the cottony feeling makes people very comfortable, as if the whole person becomes clearer. "This wine is not bad," Ye Chuan said happily. He had drunk half a caddy of it without realizing it. He felt dizzy and dumped the garbage into the automatic garbage recycling bin. He just washed his face and sat down on the bed. He glanced at the public chat room to see if there was any useful information. "I encountered a giant octopus again. I rowed a small boat to retrieve a supply box, but the boat capsized when I came back. Fortunately, it was only 7 or 8 meters away from the shore. I immediately took off my cotton coat and swam back. It was really thrilling. With such cold water and weather, you are still able to survive. You are really lucky. I have 2 stoves and a few wooden planks. Most importantly, I have spare cotton clothes. Otherwise, even if I don't die this time, I'm afraid I'll be badly injured." As expected, having more resources brings many benefits. I wish you good luck in the future. "Oh, let's hope. MD, I also encountered a shark today. I was on the shore and it jumped up and tried to attack me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." Looking at the chat records, Ye Chuan's upper and lower eyelids began to fight again. He couldn't help but lie down on the bed. He didn't even have time to cover himself with the quilt before he started snoring. "It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in?" The next morning, Ye Chuan was awakened by the system's voice. It was just 6 o'clock. "Sign in," Ye Chuan said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 10 charcoals, 1 lucky blind box. Note: there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. Oh, it's been a long time since I got a lucky blind box, but now I got one." Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Open the blind box." Blind box opening. "Congratulations to the host. You have obtained double the increase for 1 day to be used." "Fuck," Ye Chuan shouted in surprise. He really didn't expect that after nearly 2 weeks, the double increase would appear again. Ye Chuan didn't hesitate and said directly, "Use double increase." Afterwards, Ye Chuan looked at the super tablet and wanted to open the trading interface to see what good stuff there was, but he found that Liang Hongying actually sent him 124 wooden boards and 211 stones. This woman seemed to have given him everything she had, which made Ye Chuan feel a little uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "Don't worry about it. Just accept it," Liang Hongying replied very firmly. Chapter 94. The shock from Liang Hongying. "You are the owner of my affiliated island. You have something to do now, and you don't want me to take care of it?" Ye Chuan frowned and replied immediately, "This is an order. Answer me immediately." A full minute passed, and seeing that Liang Hongying hadn't responded yet, Ye Chuan said again, "At the moment, I'm the only one you can trust, otherwise you wouldn't give me all the supplies." "Until this moment," Liang Hongying replied, "I was attacked by a giant octopus. One of my legs was entangled by its tentacles and was broken. There was also a 2-centimeter deep wound on one side of my lower abdomen. The bleeding has not stopped. About 500 milliliters has been lost. I am afraid I will not survive tonight. If you don't tell me, you really won't survive this night. But as your superior, I won't allow you to die, so you definitely won't die." Ye Chuan replied seriously. Seeing this, Liang Hongying seemed a little angry. "Who do you think you are? If you don't let me die, I won't die. Are you a savior?" Ye Chuan did not answer, and immediately ran to the S-Class seawater purifier. Seeing that 150 milliliters of S-Class fresh water had been produced, he immediately took all of it and traded 1 L of boiled water and 1 roll of toilet paper to Liang Hongying. "Now do as I say. Wash the wound with boiled water first, and then wipe it with toilet paper." Liang Hongying frowned, feeling that this person was rather childish, and asked disdainfully, I already told you that the bleeding can't be stopped. Are you blind? Do as I say. Ye Chuan frowned and replied again in an imperative tone. Although Liang Hongying knew that she would not live long, no one is willing to die. She just had no choice. After hearing what Ye Chuan said, she had to accept it and started to do as Ye Chuan said. A few minutes later, Liang Hongying replied, "It's done, but it's still bleeding." Ye Chuan immediately traded 150 milliliters of S-grade fresh water to him. Use 30 milliliters of this water to clean the wound. Don't wipe it with toilet paper. Rub 20 milliliters on the fractured part of the leg. Drink the remaining 100 milliliters. It's all water, what's the difference? Liang Hongying muttered impatiently and used about 30 milliliters of S-grade fresh water to clean the wound. She only felt a chill on the wound. The wound, which had been bleeding nonstop, stopped bleeding. Liang Hongying could clearly feel that the wound was healing very slowly. What kind of water is this? Liang Hongying looked at the water in disbelief, touched the broken bone, and felt some strength. She immediately found a crack in the stone and forcibly repositioned the displaced bone. The indescribable pain made Liang Hongying sweat profusely. After taking a few deep breaths, Liang Hongying immediately separated 20 milliliters of S-grade fresh water and applied it to the wound. A cool feeling came over her, and the pain subsided rapidly. This made Liang Hongying even more shocked. She drank the remaining 100 milliliters of S-grade fresh water in one breath. After the cold feeling, a warm current flowed to her limbs, and almost all her sweat pores dilated. This time she could clearly feel that the wound on her lower abdomen was healing very slowly, and it would probably be completely healed by the afternoon. As for the broken leg, it would probably take some time to heal, but at least he would survive. The feeling of surviving a disaster finally made Liang Hongying, a stubborn and strong woman, shed tears. She never expected that the man she silently hated would actually save her life. Now that I think about it, after all, I became someone else's subordinate island owner because I lost a bet, and during this period of time, he has been providing me with food in different ways. In fact, this person is a pretty good person. Thinking in her heart, Liang Hongying couldn't help but reply. The wound has stopped bleeding and is slowly recovering. The fracture will probably heal in a while. Thank you. We are all family. There is no need to be polite. Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of water did you give me? It's almost as good as a magic medicine. Liang Hongying asked curiously. S-grade fresh water. Ye Chuan replied. It can greatly enhance physical fitness, prevent and treat various diseases, and eliminate fatigue. So that's it. Liang Hongying suddenly realized. No wonder it has such a powerful effect. This is definitely a priceless treasure. She had already learned about it in the public chat room, and she herself had opened a C-grade apple. If classified by grade, above C grade is B grade, above B grade is A grade, and above A grade is S grade. You can imagine how precious S-grade fresh water is. But he gave himself 150 milliliters without hesitation. This might be all the S-grade fresh water he had. At that moment, Liang Hongying didn't even know how to describe her attitude towards Ye Chuan. By the way, please send me all the resources again. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Liang Hongying didn't hesitate and immediately put all the items into the transaction column. Ye Chuan took them all and traded them back a dozen seconds later, but the price of everything was doubled. This made Liang Hongying look puzzled and asked, "Why did you pay back double?" "I'm just helping you replenish your inventory. I still have a lot of resources here. If you need them, I'll get them from you." Ye Chuan replied, "Just accept them." Okay then. Liang Hongying didn't bother to be polite with Ye Chuan anymore and accepted it immediately. Ye Chuan pursed his lips, and his expression turned serious. He saw many people being attacked in the chat room, and he did not expect that the owner of his affiliated island was also attacked by a giant octopus. This was probably not a coincidence. Or is it because the sea water is about to freeze, and these large fish want to eat a full meal before it freezes? If this is true, then I have to put my hidden mission of killing the mermaid on the agenda. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult after the sea freezes. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately asked, "System, help me find the location of a mermaid." No answer, it's down again. This made Ye Chuan frown, and he immediately shouted in a low voice, "System, this hidden task was posted by you. I want to complete the task now. You should at least tell me the location of a mermaid, right? Otherwise, the ocean is so vast. Where the hell am I going to find it?" Location marking completed. Until this moment, the system finally spoke. It has been transmitted to the turtle. The turtle is currently moving at a speed of 45 nautical miles per hour. How long will it take to arrive? Ye Chuan asked. "If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow between 5 and 6, the system replied. "Host, please be prepared. This will be the most dangerous experience since the host entered the ocean world. Fuck, Ye Chuan was stunned. Even the system said so it will be very difficult to complete the mission this time. Chapter 95, Dog Fur Coat, Tofu Out of the Oven. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there is no escape. Ye Chuan didn't think about it anymore. He chatted privately with Lu Yi and the others, asked for their resources, and after doubling the increase, he returned them double the amount. Everyone was very surprised at such a magical operation. Only Lu Yi was very calm. After all, he had experienced this before. This guy is so awesome. Next, Ye Chuan scanned the trading interface again, and when he saw something good, he traded it directly. In just one morning, he actually got a lot of good stuff. At noon, we still had spinach and meat stir-fry. After all, the spinach is ripe now, and it must be eaten as soon as possible. Otherwise, after this period of time, it will become old and seed-proof and will not taste good. In addition, Ye Chuan made another bowl of instant noodles and traded the stir-fried spinach and meat to the 7 people. Today, let's eat instant noodles with stir-fried spinach and meat. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Let's change the taste. After lunch, Ye Chuan took out the 11 hyena skins that had been placed in the cold storage room. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a double increase. Wouldn't it be great if he could make these hyena skins into coats? 1 dog skin coat requires 2 hyena skins. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and started making them immediately. Soon, 10 dog skin coats appeared in front of Ye Chuan. The fur on each coat was very soft and strong. You couldn't pull it off even if you pulled hard. Moreover, it was extremely warm to wear, even warmer than super warm clothes. Moreover, even the unique stench of hyena skin was eliminated. Sure enough, coats made of animal fur are warm. Ye Chuan laughed and put all 10 dog fur coats into the storage column of the system. Looking at the remaining hyena skin, Ye Chuan directly chose to make a sofa cushion. So Ye Chuan got 2 more sofa cushions, a warm one. Brother Chuan, can we harvest the corn now? At this time, Friday came over and asked. Okay, Ye Chuan said immediately. Watching Friday running into the flower bed, Ye Chuan took out the soaked beans, prepared 16 kilograms of boiled water, and started grinding the beans immediately. Ye Chuan followed the procedures explained by the man yesterday and did everything perfectly. However, when he was about to pour the soy milk into the big pot, he was stunned to see that there were so many bean dregs at the bottom. Logically speaking, the bean dregs should be useless, right? After thinking about it, Ye Chuan found the chat record from yesterday and asked the person. The other person couldn't help but make an embarrassed expression and immediately said, "Sorry, the sieve is not only used when pressing tofu, but also needs to be used to filter the soy milk before cooking it, and the dregs need to be filtered out." What the hell? Ye Chuan was speechless. He almost ruined his pot of tofu. "Sorry, I also saw tofu being made a few times when I was a kid, so I don't remember all of them." The other person replied, "But you can stir-fry the bean dregs with green onions and roll them into pancakes, which is very delicious if you have pancakes." "Okay, I got it," Ye Chuan replied, then added the filtering step and started cooking. While the soy milk was boiling and cooling, Friday came back. "Brother Chuan, the corn has been processed. We got 30 kilograms of corn in total." "So many?" Ye Chuan asked in surprise. "Yes," Friday replied. "Originally it was only 15 kilograms, but because of your double amplification effect, 15 kilograms became 30 kilograms. So that's it," Ye Chuan suddenly realized. Looking at the corn kernels that had been processed and bagged and were dry enough, he put them directly into the warehouse. During this period of time, the soy milk had already cooled down, so Ye Chuan began to pour the brine into the soy milk with a spoon according to the steps taught by the man yesterday. After it was formed, it was immediately poured into a sieve with a very fine mesh and covered with a makeshift bag made of cloth. Finally, 2 wooden boards were pressed on it, and a 50-pound stone was placed on the wooden boards. Only then was it considered complete. As for the bean dregs, he temporarily put them in the cold storage. After doing all this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and waited quietly for the tofu to be made. It's a rare double increase. Let's go catch some fish and sell them now. While waiting, Ye Chuan ran to cast a net again and caught more than 500 sardines and a dozen small octopuses, all of which were put on the shelves. Moreover, seeing that the sardines put on the shelves last time have not been sold out yet, the price this time was reduced accordingly, which immediately excited the island owners in the public chat room. "Oh my god, there are big guys who sell sardines so cheaply. 1 sardine costs 2 pieces of wood. Isn't this the same as giving it to us as a gift?" I noticed that too. The last time that guy sold sardines, he actually needed 3 wooden boards. By comparison, this boss is more conscientious. This is the boss we should support. However, why are there so many big guys selling off food and buying up resources recently? I always feel that this may represent some kind of crisis. I think we should also stock up some resources accordingly. The premise of hoarding resources is to have enough food. If you can't even get enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and you're still thinking about hoarding resources, are you dreaming? It's better to be prepared than to give away all your resources, or you'll suffer losses too late. Looking at the chat records in the public chat room, the sardines were slowly decreasing. Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately changed the previous exchange of sardines for 3 wooden boards and other resources to 1 for each, creating the illusion that 2 people were competing to sell sardines. Anyway, with the double blessing, you will definitely not lose out. Sure enough, this small adjustment immediately caused the chat room to explode again. Ouch! As soon as we started to curse, the big guy who was selling at a high price actually lowered his price. It's obvious that there are 2 big guys competing with each other. If we don't buy the expensive one, will the price still drop? How can we lower it? All resources are already 1. If we lower it any further, we'll have to give it to you for free. Do you think they're stupid? What if I suddenly have a brain attack and give it away for free? Ye Chuan was speechless at these words, but he didn't pay any more attention to them. He would just wait until tomorrow morning to collect all the materials he had earned. Estimating that 20 minutes had passed, Ye Chuan immediately came outside, took down all the stones, wooden boards and bags, and saw that the white and tender tofu was ready. Oh my god, perfect! Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately cut a piece with a knife and held it in his hand. It was trembling, with a full aroma of tofu. It was the old tofu from the north, very elastic and tender in the mouth. It was better than any tofu Ye Chuan had eaten before. With the double blessing, the tofu that could only be produced originally was 20 kilograms, but now it has directly produced 40 kilograms, which is definitely enough to eat for a while. Ye Chuan was also very excited and said to himself with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Now tonight's stewed tofu with large intestines is definitely settled." Chirp, chirp. Just when Ye Chuan was about to deal with the large intestine, the 3 little ones suddenly screamed in the sky. Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately looked in a certain direction. In the distance, Ye Chuan actually saw a small black dot. As time went by, the small black dot became bigger and bigger and finally turned into a small island. Oh my god, I can actually find an island. It's really not easy. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and then he frowned slightly. The more he looked at this island, the more familiar it seemed. Is this Lung Feng's island? After a few seconds, Ye Chuan suddenly remembered. Chapter 96, Shocked Lung Feng. I really didn't expect that after a walk, I ended up here with Lung Feng again. I just don't know if he has come back. I have been practicing my martial arts skills for the past 2 days, but I don't know how well I am doing. Lung Feng is so strong. Wouldn't it be perfect for him to be my sparring partner? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan said directly, "My turtle, let's make a detour and visit Lung Feng's island." After receiving Ye Chuan's order, the turtle changed direction slightly and headed straight for Lung Feng Island. When we got closer, we found that there was a greenhouse on the island. It was probably planted with plants. Although the former wooden cabin was burned, a stone house made of stones appeared. It seems that the cold front has indeed returned. Ye Chuan chuckled, immediately jumped onto the island, and shouted loudly, "Lung Feng, come out." There was no response, and Lung Feng seemed to have left. "I know you are on the island. Why are you hiding?" Ye Chuan said angrily. "I burned your house and took away your beans and corn. Don't you hate me? If you hate me, come out and kill me." Before he finished speaking, Ye Chuan suddenly felt an extremely subtle cold wind rushing towards him from somewhere. Ye Chuan almost instinctively drew out his machete, and before he turned around, he slashed to the side behind him and jumped to the side at the same time. Lung Feng was staring at him coldly. He was wearing animal skins and holding a short knife. He lowered his body and said, "After I untied your super tablet, I swore that I would find you and kill you in the future. I didn't expect that you would come to my door today. It saved me the effort of looking for you. You were defeated by me last time. Do you think you can defeat me this time?" Ye Chuan asked with a grin. "Whether it can be done or not, you won't know until you try it." Lung Feng said no more, waved the dagger a few times, stepped forward, and used a killing move directly. Recalling the moves of fighting skills, Ye Chuan held the machete in his hand and resisted awkwardly. This made Lung Feng frown slightly. Although Ye Chuan's movements were not skillful, he could still clearly feel that Ye Chuan had made great progress in just over 10 days. Lung Feng couldn't help but whispered, "What you use seems to be a fighting technique. Hey, you also know fighting skills?" Ye Chuan asked, looking at Lung Feng in surprise. It was obvious that Lung Feng was not a member of the military. He was ruthless, and almost every move was fatal. If one was not careful, one would be seriously injured. He was like a killer or a boxing champion in an underground boxing ring. No wonder. It turns out they are from the military district. Lung Feng suddenly realized. What a pity. The military district will be short of a talented person today. As he spoke, he attacked again, and his attack method became more tricky. With previous experience, Ye Chuan has become more proficient in the use of fighting skills. Although he cannot fight against Lung Feng with ease, he can at least calmly resist his attacks. Lung Feng obviously understood this, which made him feel that Ye Chuan was not from the military district. Otherwise, he would not be so unskilled in fighting skills. But no matter who he is, he now seems to regard himself as a sparring partner, and his mastery of fighting skills is becoming more and more proficient step by step. This thought made Lung Feng feel a little scared. He had indeed come into contact with special forces who used fighting skills, and knew that fighting skills were powerful, but powerful meant they were complicated and difficult to understand. However, this guy was able to improve his fighting skills from being clumsy at the beginning to being calm now in such a short period of time. Both his talent and learning ability were terrifying. If he cannot be killed today, he will definitely be a strong rival of his in the future. Thinking of this, Lung Feng gritted his teeth, held his breath, and increased his speed again. The short knife stabbed directly into Ye Chuan's left rib at an extremely tricky angle. Ye Chuan had never seen that angle and movement before, and with his amazing speed and explosive power, he was instantly caught in his trap. However, at the moment when the dagger cut his left rib, Ye Chuan suddenly remembered the moves in martial arts and hit him in the chest with his knee. Ye Chuan, who inherited half of the turtle's power, was equally powerful and extremely fast. Lung Feng was about to retreat when he fell heavily. He went more than 10 meters before finally stopping. He felt the blood boiling in his chest and a sweetness in his throat. He swallowed back the blood that had just gushed out. But at that moment, Lung Feng knew that he could not kill Ye Chuan. How is it? Is my kung fu still okay? Ye Chuan smiled and saw that his injury had recovered halfway, and he could not help but walk slowly towards Lung Feng. Yes, you are very strong. Lung Feng took a few deep breaths, rushed forward, and attacked Ye Chuan again. He had just moved forward less than 3 meters when he suddenly turned around and strode towards the sea, trying to escape. Is this a feint? Ye Chuan's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. But he did not chase Lung Feng, but just stood there and waited quietly. In just 1 minute, Lung Feng, who had originally disappeared, returned to the shore with a huge splash of water. In other words, he was pushed up by a dolphin. They say dolphins can save people, and he finally understands it this time. Why? You want to run away after I just kicked you? Ye Chuan asked jokingly. And in such cold water, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? What exactly do you want? Lung Feng gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. Don't you want to kill me? Am I not giving you a chance to kill me now? Ye Chuan said calmly. Why? Are you scared? Humph. Lung Feng snorted coldly, his mind racing. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he said, I can become your subordinate island owner again, and I will be absolutely loyal to you in the future. Can you believe what you say? Ye Chuan smiled. Bite. Hearing this, Lung Feng threw the dagger to the ground and walked slowly towards Ye Chuan. Is this enough to prove my sincerity? You now have 3 affiliated island owners. Ye Chuan sneered in his heart, but still asked. That's right. If I become your subordinate island owner, they will naturally become yours. Lung Feng nodded. In this way, you will have 7 or 8 island owners. Even if I really want to break away from you, I'm afraid I'm powerless. What you said does make some sense. Ye Chuan nodded thoughtfully. To be honest, I am a killer, and there is a huge organization behind me. Lung Feng spoke again. After the 6-month novice period, you will not only get me as a subordinate island owner, but also a huge fortune. If that's the case, then I'm more interested. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Lung Feng unconsciously flashed a hidden smile on his face, and a small dagger about 20 centimeters long suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed Ye Chuan's lower abdomen fiercely. Chapter 97 SSS level item, large intestine stewed with tofu. Everything happened in a flash. Not only was it sudden, but Lung Feng's speed was simply too fast. He now feels that his speed has even surpassed his peak. Ye Chuan is definitely going to die? Bite. Just after 0.01 seconds, Lung Feng suddenly heard a crisp sound, and the imagined scene of the dagger stabbing into Ye Chuan's body did not happen. Ye Chuan stood there like a rock, without moving at all, and there was even a hint of mockery on his face. Lung Feng's face changed drastically as he realized that his shocking attack was actually blocked by Ye Chuan with a machete. Moreover, his powerful strength not only failed to move the opponent at all, but also caused his own palm to crack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ye Chuan shook his head in disdain, then punched Lung Feng in the chest. Ye Chuan had already started to be on guard when Lung Feng was walking towards him. He didn't expect that this guy really had evil intentions. Lung Feng had just been hit hard in the chest and was hit hard again. His whole body flew backwards again. He finally couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood before he landed. After landing, he felt unbearable pain in his chest and couldn't stand up for a while. Damn it, Lung Feng gritted his teeth. I have passed through layers of selection and come here just to be able to reunite with the seniors after the novice period and start the plans set by the organization. But now, you know you are no match for me, so why are you doing this? Ye Chuan slowly walked towards Lung Feng and asked helplessly, I have a treasure map here. I hope you can use it to exchange for my life. Lung Feng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Treasure map. Ye Chuan laughed. You have a treasure map in the novice area? How funny is that? It's on the outer sea, Lung Feng said, taking out the treasure map he carried with him. This is what our vice president gave me when I entered the novice area. I'm just waiting to meet up with the old seniors after the novice area to look for treasure. Is this true? Ye Chuan said unhappily. If they had a treasure map, they would have gotten the treasure long ago. Why would they need a newbie like you? Because those seniors are very cunning. No matter who you give them, they may secretly run away to look for treasures. Lung Feng said in a deep voice, but I am different. I was raised by the vice president since I was a child. After the novice period, I will gather all the seniors and go together. Okay, I got it. Ye Chuan nodded slightly, but heard a crisp sound, and an albatross suddenly flashed by and directly grabbed Lung Feng into the sky. At that moment, Ye Chuan also snatched the treasure map. This is a piece of parchment-like paper in an irregular circle with a route and many patterns marked on it. Although it doesn't look very complicated, Ye Chuan can't quite understand it, so he can't help but ask the system. System, is this treasure map real? An SSS-level treasure map. If you sail from the outer sea into the forbidden zone of life and directly reach the sunken ship of the Pirate King, you can obtain endless treasures. The system gave its evaluation. This made Ye Chuan gasp. SSS-level items. This is already the top existence in the ocean world. I didn't expect that I came to Lung Feng to compete on a whim and actually got such a precious thing. It seems that after I pass the novice area, I must go treasure hunting. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud bang. Lung Feng was let go after being carried to a height of 200 or 300 meters by the albatross. He was smashed into a pulp in free fall. Just be my subordinate island owner and enjoy a good life. But if you insist on going against me, you deserve to die. Ye Chuan shook his head slightly, then entered the stone house and found almost nothing good. Ye Chuan had no choice but to collect all the resources such as wooden boards and stones. It is worth noting that there are watermelon seedlings, Chinese cabbage, and other resources in this kid's greenhouse, which makes Ye Chuan very happy. He immediately calls Friday to move all the fruits and vegetables to the spare flower bed and take the greenhouse away as well. After doing all this, Ye Chuan returned to Turtle Island and headed towards the target location again. Just when he was nearly 100 meters away, Ye Chuan suddenly discovered that Lung Feng's island began to slowly descend and finally disappeared from Ye Chuan's sight. It sank. Ye Chuan was stunned. When I met Li Bo before, I didn't realize this problem because he had been on the boat. Now it seems that as long as the owner of an island dies, the corresponding island will also disappear. It seems that I have to pay attention to this problem in the future. Not bad, not bad. After this battle, my fighting skills have made a qualitative leap. Ye Chuan said to himself with a smile. It seems that my fighting skills will come in handy when I fight the mermaid tomorrow. Now, Ye Chuan finally took out 5 kilograms of pig intestines, washed them 7 or 8 times in succession, and then washed them twice with the sand next to the woods. Then he took pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf, and angelica, put them into the big pot, and started to cook the intestines. It was not until 2 hours later, when night fell, that Ye Chuan cut 5 pounds of tofu and poured it directly into the pot. After boiling it for about 10 minutes, he traded 2 pounds of water and vegetables to each of the 7 people. Today we have something good. Let's eat large intestine stewed with tofu. This is the taste of home. Boss, you even have tofu. Xiao Feilong made a surprised expression. I don't know how to express my admiration for you now. Just thank me from the bottom of your heart. No need to say it out loud. Ye Chuan replied, I planted some beans and just made some tofu today. I didn't expect it to taste so good. Awesome. Xiao Feilong immediately gave a thumbs up. All right, hurry up and eat. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes. You're the one who flatters the most. Don't wait until the novice period to stop being so strong. Don't worry, I will definitely give you my support. Xiao Feilong immediately made a struggling expression. Ye Chuan shook his head slightly, poured a glass of Lao Baigan, and started eating the food while drinking the wine, enjoying the meal so much. An hour later, looking at the few pounds of vegetables left in the pot, Ye Chuan put it directly on the shelf. A pound of large intestine stewed with tofu in exchange for rare supplies. Buy them as soon as possible. The public chat room exploded again because of this. This is simply a miracle. Some big guys even have large intestine stewed with tofu. What's the big deal? Yesterday, a big shot asked about gypsum. It must be for making tofu. Now that tofu has been made, it turns out that they even have pig intestines. This is a real big shot. This is a unique delicacy in the ocean world. The rare materials exchanged for it must be very valuable. I can't eat it anyway. I was looking at the public chat room when a private message came in. It was Wang Sanrui again. Chapter 98, Trading of Anesthetic Needles. Wang Sanrui actually didn't want the large intestine stewed with tofu. Friend, can I trade 3 kilograms of tofu with you? You don't want to trade large intestine stewed with tofu, but only trade tofu with me? Ye Chuan replied unhappily. I'm not interested in large intestines, but I know you were the one who consulted about gypsum yesterday, so you must have a lot of tofu. Wang Sanrui replied, I like to eat tofu with scallions, and I thought I could make a dish of tofu with scallions and drink a cup of wine. What? You still have green onions and wine? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. I've offered onion seeds and 250 milliliters of erguo too, but I've never been willing to drink it. Wang Sanrui replied, Can you just trade tofu? Then I have to see if what you have in your hand is worth the price. Ye Chuan replied immediately. 2 island area expansion cards. Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and replied, Come to think of it, the island area expansion card is of little use to me. Don't you have anything else? Ye Chuan asked unhappily. This time, Wang Sanrui was silent for 3 minutes before he replied again. I have an anesthetic needle here. Are you interested? Anesthetic needle? Ye Chuan was stunned. This seems to be a good thing. Yes, this is what one of my subordinate island owners found when he opened a supply box. He said it can put a brown bear to sleep for 10 minutes. Wang Sanrui said seriously, and it only takes 7 or 8 minutes to be effective. This can be exchanged. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he replied immediately. This is a good thing. I have to deal with a mermaid, and I don't know how strong he is yet. But if I can give him anesthetic, everything will be much easier. If you want to exchange for an anesthetic needle, it won't be as simple as 3 kilograms of tofu. Wang Sanrui said lightly. At least 20 kilograms of tofu will be needed. Do you know if the current temperature will continue to drop? Ye Chuan thought for a moment, and then asked. Of course I know. What does this have to do with what we are talking about now? Wang Sanrui asked suspiciously. I'll give you 3 pounds of tofu and a dogskin coat in exchange for your anesthetic needle, as well as 2 island area expansion cards. Ye Chuan replied simply. I can tell you without exaggeration that this is made of 2 hyena skins, and it's at least twice as warm as a cotton coat. Hyena meat, you put it on the shelf? Wang Sanrui was shocked by this sentence. Did you kill those hyenas? He had noticed the hyena meat on the shelves before and couldn't help but be shocked at the opponent's strength. After all, hyenas are the notorious second brother of Africa. Even a lone lion can only avoid their edge. To be able to kill more than a dozen hyenas at once, he must be no ordinary person. Unexpectedly, I found the real culprit. We don't need to talk about anything else. Just tell me whether you want to trade or not. Ye Chuan asked directly. Okay. Wang Sanrui weighed the pros and cons and finally agreed. I don't need the anesthetic needle at the moment, but I do need a dog fur coat. As for the 2 island area expansion cards, I still have a few in my hand. Using 2 of them in exchange for 1 enjoyment is still very good. Soon, Ye Chuan completed the transaction with Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui wanted to be friends with him, but was directly rejected by Ye Chuan. He always felt that this guy was not a good person, so it would be better to communicate less with him. This thing is really good. Ye Chuan looked at the anesthetic needle and couldn't help but mutter to himself with a smile. With it, my chances of winning are much greater. Cool. And the key is that the double increase has increased the number of anesthetic needles to 2, and the number of island area expansion cards to 4. In this way, I have 1 more anesthetic needle in my hand, which may be of greater use in the future. In an hour, several servings of large intestine stewed with tofu were all traded, and Ye Chuan obtained several rare items. Although they are of no use for the time being, it is better to be prepared after all, as you never know when you may need them. At this time, Ye Chuan was listening to Guo Xiaojiang's crosstalk while looking at the chat records on the super tablet. I feel like it's already minus 13 or 14 degrees Celsius. The sea water is finally going to freeze. Our good days are coming to an end. Have we ever had a good life? This novice period, which is like the 18 levels of hell, has almost tortured me to the point where I am no longer human. But then again, The salinity of the seawater in this novice zone is too high. It only starts to freeze after the temperature drops to minus 13 degrees Celsius. I don't know what to say. No matter how high the salinity is, we can't extract it. What's the point? It's already late. Go to bed. It's cold. I can't sleep. I want to find a little girl to warm my bed. Yes, it starts to freeze after the temperature reaches minus 13 degrees Celsius. The salinity is indeed quite high. Ye Chuan nodded slightly, and seeing that it was getting late, he turned off the TV and fell asleep immediately. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? In a daze, the system's voice sounded, which made Ye Chuan's face change, and he sat up with a snap. We said yesterday that we would arrive at the mermaid's location at 5 to 6 in the morning, but it's already 6 o'clock now. However, Ye Chuan reacted quickly. He went to Lung Feng's island yesterday and stayed there for at least an hour. It would probably take at least half an hour to reach the mermaid's location. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 50 charcoal, and one of 6 super warm clothes. With double the increase, everything becomes double. Now, Ye Chuan felt that the system really favored him. Yesterday, one side of this super warm clothing was cut open, but he didn't expect that the system would give him another warm clothing today. Ye Chuan couldn't help but think of a famous saying. There is a kind of cold, that is, grandma thinks you are cold. Of course, it's quite cold now. Ye Chuan immediately chose a black and a purple super warm suit, but he didn't put them on for the time being. After all, he didn't know what the situation would be in the battle with the mermaid, so he decided to wait until the battle was over. System, how long will it take to reach the location of the mermaid? Ye Chuan asked while eating the self-heating hot pot. About 10 minutes, 7.5 nautical miles, the system replied. So accurate. This mermaid is not in the sea. Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask suspiciously. After all, if it was in the sea, it would be impossible for it to stay in one place without moving. The other party has occupied an island owned by an island owner and seems to be carrying out some kind of plan, the system replied. Oh my God, stop. Ye Chuan thought about it and spoke immediately. The turtle suddenly slammed on the brakes. Its huge head slowly emerged from the sea, and it looked at Ye Chuan in confusion. Chapter 99, Battle Power Ceiling, Mermaid. Just stay here and don't move. I'll take care of the rest. Ye Chuan smiled, thought for a moment, and snapped his fingers. The 3 little ones who had been hovering in the sky and following him immediately flew over. Ye Chuan said, Now, we need to move forward 7.5 nautical miles. Wang Kai, I need you to take me there. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Wang Kai immediately shouted happily. Wang Yun, if I ask you to shoot a hidden weapon at a person, can you do it? Ye Chuan then looked at Wang Yun. Ye Chuan thought about it and felt that he should leave this glorious and arduous task to the albatross and drop the anesthetic needle directly from the sky, so as to achieve the maximum degree of surprise. Chirp, chirp. Although Wang Yun couldn't speak, he nodded immediately. Okay, on the island 7.5 nautical miles ahead, there is a mermaid with a human upper body and a fish tail. You must complete this task, Ye Chuan said as he put the anesthetic needle into Wang Yun's mouth. Fuck you, Ye Chuan then shouted again. The dolphin immediately flew into the sky, and after jumping out of the sea nearly 2 meters, it dived into the sea again, and only then did its head emerge above the sea surface. The mermaid 7.5 miles ahead is our enemy this time. Your mission is to attract the attention of the mermaid and assist Wang Yun in injecting the anesthetic needle into him. The dolphin nodded vigorously, then dived back into the sea. Let's go. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and then spoke. Wang Kai suddenly let out a series of chirp-chirp sounds, then took a run and flew high into the sky. He turned around and began to fly low. Ye Chuan directly grabbed Wang Kai's claws and then quickly flew high into the sky. Fortunately, I only weigh about 130 pounds, otherwise Wang Kai might not be able to carry me. At this moment, Ye Chuan had already arrived at an altitude of more than 100 meters. There was only the whistling sound of the wind in his ears, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He could hardly open his eyes. Oh, I was careless. I should have bought a pair of glasses. On an island of more than 1,000 square meters, a mermaid was busy with something when he suddenly heard a series of puff, puff, puff sounds and a huge splash of water. This changed his expression, and he picked up the steel fork, moved his tail fin, and walked quickly towards the beach. Sure enough, he saw a dolphin constantly jumping out of the sea on the beach, and it was only more than 30 meters away from the shore. A smile suddenly flashed across the mermaid's face. She shook the steel fork and was ready to shoot at the dolphin. Woohoo! At this moment, the mermaid suddenly bared her teeth, and a powerful big hand quickly reached behind her and grabbed a small syringe in her hand. She couldn't help but look up into the sky and saw an albatross flying by. Walla walla. The mermaid gritted his teeth in anger, and with a force, the syringe was crushed into pieces. He was sure that the syringe was shot into his back by the albatross, but he had no way to stop it. At the same time, another albatross called out, flew low, sent Ye Chuan to the beach, and then flew into the blue sky again. Wu li wala. The mermaid looked at Ye Chuan suspiciously. What's that nonsense? Ye Chuan was also looking at the mermaid at this time, and asked with a confused look on his face. This mermaid is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with muscular upper body and a nearly 1.2 meter long fishtail in the lower body. He holds a steel fork in his hand and looks ferocious. Aren't mermaids supposed to be beautiful? Why are the two I've seen so ugly? Ye Chuan muttered suspiciously. They have nothing to do with beauty. Walla walla. I don't know if the mermaid understood what Ye Chuan said. She said a few more words angrily, and then rushed towards Ye Chuan quickly. Ye Chuan calculated the time and shot out 12 rotating crossbow arrows. Although this mermaid's feet were just 2 fork-tail fins, her speed was incredibly fast. She immediately dodged the crossbow attack and smashed the steel fork towards Ye Chuan fiercely. Ye Chuan was already aware of the weight of the steel fork, so he did not engage in a head-on confrontation with the mermaid. He nimbly dodged the attack and slashed the mermaid's chest with his machete. The mermaid's reaction speed was also incredible. The steel fork that was smashing forward was instantly retracted, and the tail of the harpoon smashed towards Ye Chuan's back again. Fuck! Ye Chuan's heart tightened, and he turned around immediately, holding the machete across his chest to block the steel fork. Bite! There was a crisp sound, and the steel fork hit the machete heavily. The huge force was so great that even Ye Chuan, who had half the strength of a sea turtle, couldn't help but take 3 or 4 steps back in a hurry. However, the mermaid had just finished this set of attacks when the next attack immediately followed. Not only was the power extremely powerful, but the speed was also extremely fast. No wonder the system said that this was the most dangerous experience since entering the ocean world. It was more than dangerous, it was extremely thrilling. As a last resort, Ye Chuan dodged again while thinking about how to deal with the enemy. 3 minutes have already passed. I have to hold on for at least another 5 minutes. But it seems like I can't even hold on for 1 minute. Walla walla. The mermaid's face was full of anger, and she suddenly said something to Ye Chuan. In just a split second, Ye Chuan turned around and slapped the mermaid. The air cannon hit the mermaid's face unexpectedly, causing the mermaid to close her eyes unconsciously. Come! Ye Chuan seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, and rushed forward, slashing the mermaid's belly with his machete. Bang! There was a loud noise. The knife made Ye Chuan's palm numb. He immediately stepped back more than 10 steps, looking at the place where the mermaid was hit in disbelief. He had cut flesh? This is steel, okay? Walla walla! The mermaid screamed, and when she looked down, she saw blood oozing out of her lower abdomen. Although Ye Chuan was hit by the recoil, he still left a wound on the mermaid's lower abdomen, although it was not very deep. System, what on earth is this guy? Isn't he too powerful? Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and asked. The system did not respond and crashed again. Every time when the critical moment comes, he pretends to be dead. Can you help me translate what this guy says? Ye Chuan's mouth twitched, and he was almost desperate about the system. Walla walla, walla walla. The mermaid gritted her teeth and her eyes were bloodshot. It's been 8 minutes, and you haven't fallen down yet. Finally, it was the 8th minute, but the mermaid, who should have fallen asleep, was still full of energy. Oh. Then, the mermaid roared and threw the steel fork fiercely at Ye Chuan. Chapter 100 Hidden Mission, completed. Shit. Ye Chuan took a breath of cold air. He really didn't expect that this guy would throw away his weapon in a hurry. He could not help but slightly turn sideways and grab the steel fork in his hand. Shit. Ye Chuan was shocked again. This guy's strength was really strong. He was actually pulled forward 3 or 4 meters before the force of the steel fork was eliminated. He shook the steel fork and shrugged. You are too sudden. You threw away your weapons. Aren't you courting your own destruction? Walla walla. The mermaid roared angrily and quickly moved her tail fin towards Ye Chuan. She had 2 stones in her hands and threw them at Ye Chuan one after another. I'll give it back to you. Ye Chuan turned around and dodged the rocks, while throwing the steel fork into the sea. Woohoo! The mermaid roared, turned around, and rushed into the sea. Bang! There was a very obvious muffled sound, and the dolphin that had been dormant for a long time hit the mermaid with all its strength and actually knocked him back out of the sea. The mermaid was confused now. As a mermaid, the ocean is his main battlefield. In the sea water, his combat effectiveness can soar by nearly 30, but as the king of the sea, What existence dares to attack him? Moreover, the force of his jump just now reached at least 1,000 pounds. What kind of little thing could be able to knock him back? Puff! With a slight sound, Ye Chuan jumped up as the mermaid was knocked back. This time he did not use a machete, but an ordinary spear, and stabbed the mermaid's waist hard. This time, Ye Chuan used almost all of his strength. The mermaid screamed, and most of the gun tip was stuck in the mermaid's waist. This time the mermaid was very fast. She turned around and punched Ye Chuan. At this moment, Ye Chuan's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet come. Finally, the mermaid punched him in the chest. Ye Chuan also jumped backwards with this force. He felt his chest churning, and he took a few deep breaths before finally letting out a long sigh. Why is this beast so hard to beat? Ye Chuan said, almost gritting his teeth. Feeling the internal injuries in his chest recovering quickly, he immediately called Wang Kai. I don't know how long it will take for the anesthetic injection to take effect. It seems that now I can only delay time and find an opportunity to kill him. Walla walla. The mermaid pulled out the gun from her waist and shouted at Ye Chuan, almost gritting her teeth. Ye Chuan simply raised his middle finger to the mermaid, stretched out his hand, grabbed Wang Kai's claws as he swooped down, and then flew high into the sky. Let's go back to the island. Looking at the albatross that had flown nearly 20 meters away, the mermaid gathered all her strength, held the spear, and threw it at the albatross. The distance was so far that it was actually approaching the albatross. Fortunately, when it was about to hit Wang Kai, Wang Fu grabbed it and threw it back to the mermaid. Woohoo! The mermaid gritted her teeth, then dived into the sea, and then chased after Ye Chuan at a speed of nearly 80 nautical miles per hour. Almost when Ye Chuan just landed next to the cannon on Turtle Island, the mermaid also came ashore, saw Ye Chuan at a glance, and then rushed up to him. However, the mermaid suddenly felt dazed and a strong sense of sleepiness came over her heart, causing her body to sway and she almost fell down. But she still supported herself in the first moment, bit her tongue, and moved again, but her speed was a little slower than before. Is the anesthetic injection finally taking effect? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Seeing the mermaid's body shaking again, Ye Chuan was finally sure that the anesthetic injection finally took effect after nearly 15 or 16 minutes. However, just in case, Ye Chuan still planned to act cautiously. He aimed the cannon directly at the mermaid and pressed the button when the two were still 12 or 13 meters away. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the mermaid was suddenly awakened by the shock and then jumped to the side. However, he underestimated the speed and power of the shell, and the shell finally hit one side of his chest, and one arm and half of his body were directly blown off. It's stable. Only then did Ye Chuan finally let out a long sigh of relief and walked in front of the mermaid with a smile. How do you feel? Walla walla. The mermaid stared at Ye Chuan with her eyes fixed and couldn't help but mutter coldly. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we are enemies, so if you don't die, then I will die. Ye Chuan said calmly. I think it's better for you to die. Walla walla. The mermaid suddenly gritted her teeth, sat up abruptly, and punched Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was startled and chopped at the mermaid's neck with his machete. Finally, when the punch was about to hit him, he lost his precious life. Oh my god, this hidden mission is so annoying. After letting out a long sigh, Ye Chuan couldn't help but sit down on the ground. Under the dual effects of S-level fresh water and the turtles feeding, Ye Chuan did not feel tired, but the tense and thrilling battle was really nerve-wracking. The pressure is really too great. It is detected that the host has killed a mermaid within a week. The hidden task has been completed. The lucky gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? After more than 10 seconds, the system's voice came out. Great. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately laughed and said, Start. Lucky gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 evolution value pack for A-level coconuts, 1 magic pill, and 1 resource pack. With the double amplification, all 3 items became double. I didn't expect that the double time hasn't passed yet. This is so exciting. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately opened the 2 evolution value gift packs and immediately obtained 20,000 evolution value points. It's not easy, but 20,000 evolution points can allow all 5 of them to upgrade to the next level. Ye Chuan said with a smile. At the same time, he slowly stood up and threw the mermaid's body into the sea. Only then did he notice the magic little pill. What is this? However, Ye Chuan did not think too much about it for the time being. Seeing the dolphin taking back the mermaid's steel fork, he could not help but nod slightly. He now had an extra weapon, although it was relatively large. The system said that this mermaid is carrying out some kind of plan on the island. It seems like I have to go and see what this guy is doing. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately ordered the turtle to go to the island, and at the same time ran to open the dozen or so accumulated supply boxes. The ice on the sea was getting thicker and thicker, and had already reached the edge of freezing. The amount of items salvaged from the supply boxes also decreased. Fortunately, when the double increase was about to disappear, the supply boxes were all opened. Congratulations to the host for killing an A-level marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system came out again. Chapter 1012 Bedrooms and 1 living room, all upgraded. What the hell? Ye Chuan's eyes almost popped out when he heard the voice, and he couldn't help but ask loudly. This was originally a surprise, but the most crucial problem was that he didn't expect this surprise to appear after the double increase disappeared. No matter what's inside this lucky gift bag, it's equivalent to losing half of it. However, the system seemed to turn a deaf ear to Ye Chuan's complaints and did not make any sound at all. Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh and said, "Open it." Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 500 wheat seeds, 10 medium nutrient solution, 1 single apartment upgrade manufacturing diagram, and 5 wind turbine manufacturing diagrams. This wave is good. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The wheat seeds were unexpected, but I didn't expect to get a single apartment upgrade and manufacturing map. What does this upgrade and manufacturing map mean? Thinking in his mind, Ye Chuan immediately asked a question. The system immediately replied, the single apartment will be upgraded to a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of 100 square meters and will be fully furnished. The host can choose to keep the existing furniture and appliances. Note, if you keep any one of these items, the corresponding item will no longer exist. Awesome. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately studied the upgrade of the single apartment. It required 1 single apartment, 1 single apartment upgrade manufacturing diagram, 1,000 nails, 500 wooden boards, 300 metal sheets, 150 stones, 100 plastics, and 50 glass. I didn't expect that I would need so many things. Fortunately, I have a lot of resources, otherwise it would be really difficult. Ye Chuan muttered. He chose to keep the fully automatic smart flush toilet, trash can, and the pipes connected to the seawater to desalination converter, and replaced all the others. He immediately began the construction of the 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. In just 1 or 2 minutes, a brand new bungalow appeared in front of Ye Chuan. Just looking at the outside, it was nearly twice as luxurious as the previous one. Even the entrance door had become a burglar-proof door with a password and fingerprint. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Ye Chuan muttered happily. After setting the password and fingerprint, he slowly walked into the room. Leather sofas, coffee tables, TV cabinets, dining chairs. Almost all the soft furnishings of family needs are found in this 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. And even the previous big back TV has been replaced with a curved screen smart TV hung on the wall. Ye Chuan immediately glanced to the side, and fortunately, the USB drive was still there. The Simmons bed was replaced with a palm and spring dual-purpose mattress. Although it was not as soft as the previous Simmons, it was more ergonomically designed. It is no exaggeration to say that the comfort and experience of this 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment is almost twice that of the previous 1-bedroom, 1 living room. Great! Ye Chuan laughed and lay down on the leather sofa. He turned on the TV and took a look. The picture quality was actually 4K. Listening to Guo Xiaojing's crosstalk was almost like listening to it on the stage. Those action blockbusters could make people feel like they were in the scene and couldn't extricate themselves. It's just a pity that I'm alone here. I always feel like something is missing. Ye Chuan pursed his lips and walked out of the room. Currently, he has a total of 25,000 evolution points, which is enough to evolve all 5 of them. Ye Chuan no longer hesitated and immediately upgraded the turtle to a higher level. As the turtle's area began to slowly increase, Ye Chuan opened the turtle's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 9, 0/10,000. Skill, water bomb, intermediate. Talents, longevity, fast healing, crawling. It seems that apart from the increase in area, nothing else has changed. Next, Ye Chuan upgraded the dolphin and immediately opened the dolphin's information panel. Name, dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level 9. Evolution value, 0/5000. Skills, sonic interference, intermediate. Absolute impact, intermediate. Talent, deep diving, 1500 meters. Note, in absolute impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 1,500 kilograms of force. Sonic interference can launch sonic attacks on everything within a range of 80 meters, disrupting the opponent's actions. What is gratifying is that the dolphin's sonic interference and absolute impact have finally reached the intermediate level, and the diving depth has reached 1,500 meters. The increase in diving depth means that the success rate of detecting mineral resources will increase. However, Ye Chuan did not let the dolphin take action for the time being. After all, there are still mermaids. Just look at how strong the mermaid fighting against him is, and you can guess how perverted this race is. However, such powerful mermaids, who should be a race, are only A-level marine creatures. I wonder how powerful those S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level marine creatures are. Especially those SSS-level marine creatures. Wouldn't it be easy for them to shake up an entire sea area? Ye Chuan didn't even dare to think about it. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 9 and receiving the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? Just as I was sighing, the system's voice came. Turn it on, Ye Chuan said with some regret. He now regretted that he should have used the double amplification today. He had missed so many good things. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 grain pancakes, for peaches, and 1 island area expansion card. Well, last time I got a corn pancake. This time I got a multi-grain pancake, which is pretty good. It seems that the chance of getting a pancake when upgrading the gift package is quite high, Ye Chuan said with a smile. In this way, I will have 5 island area expansion cards in my hand. Next, Ye Chuan added 10,500 evolution points to the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones' bodies immediately began to grow slowly again. Ye Chuan opened the information panel of the 3 little ones again. Name, Albatross. Level 7, growth stage. Evolution value, 0/4000. Skills, diving claws, can grab 90 kilograms. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. Well, the weight of the heavy object I picked up increased by another 20 kilograms. However, although it has grown to level 7, it is still in the growth stage. The length of the little guy's wings when spread is almost 2 meters. Aren't the wings of a normal albatross about 2 meters when it grows up? Could it be that because of the ocean world, the albatross has grown exceptionally large? It seems that I can only answer this question after I reach 2 more levels. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 7. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 7. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? At this moment, the system's voice came slowly. Just like last time, there were still 3 voices in succession. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands with a smile and said, Turn on everything. Chapter 102, The Mermaid Tribe's Conspiracy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. Plastic 2, Charcoal 3, Solar Heating Blanket 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. 5 glass pieces, 3 metal pieces, 1 ice drill manufacturing diagram. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points. 5 wooden boards, 3 stones, 1 pound of millet. Solar heating blanket, ice drilling machine manufacturing drawings. Ye Chuan looked at the 2 rewards suspiciously, pursed his lips, and immediately looked at the sea. The sea surface was now frozen, but the ice layer was relatively thin, estimated to be less than 1 centimeter, so the turtle could still move forward. Ye Chuan couldn't help but nodded slightly, looking at Friday, who was working slowly and orderly, and immediately handed him the wheat seeds and nutrient solution. Friday actually scratched his head and spread his hands and said, Brother Chuan, there is no place to plant. Under the current circumstances, we don't need to worry about soil erosion. Ye Chuan replied, Let's go directly to the open space outside the circle of vetiver grass, spread 200 kilograms of fertile black soil evenly, set up a greenhouse, and then just plant wheat. Brother Chuan, maintaining the greenhouse is not within my job scope. Friday continued, You piece of iron, you build greenhouses and spread fertile black soil for growing crops on them. So that falls under the category of agriculture, right? Ye Chuan asked unhappily. Yes. Friday nodded. Your main task is to carry out field management. So if I ask you to do this, it will also be an aspect of field management, right? Ye Chuan asked again. It seems that's right. Friday thought about it and then replied. That's it, isn't it? Ye Chuan spread his hands and said, So, hurry up and do it. You don't have anything else to do anyway. Okay, Brother Chuan. Friday nodded repeatedly. By the way, didn't I tell you to call me boss? Why did you change it to Brother Chuan? Ye Chuan suddenly thought of this question. Boss sounds like he's involved in organized crime, which doesn't fit the program. Friday replied. The system selected various titles and finally chose the best one. Is this possible? Ye Chuan looked at Friday in disbelief, then waved his hand. Go and get busy. Okay, Brother Chuan, Friday replied, and turned around to go back to work. At this time, the turtle has arrived on the island and is almost closely connected with the island. Accompanied by the three little ones, Ye Chuan immediately landed on the island and looked around. There were tents and watermelons planted in the fields, but they had already frozen to death due to the cold. But all this is enough to show that this island is inhabited by an island owner. But if the island owner is dead, then the island should have sunk. Or, the island owner is not dead yet. Ye Chuan thought about it, and immediately called the three little ones to start searching around. Chirp, chirp. A few minutes later, Wang Yun made a series of sounds, and Ye Chuan immediately trotted over, only to see a disheveled man tied up in a pit with a pair of smelly socks stuffed in his mouth. After seeing Ye Chuan, he immediately started to woo excitedly. Ye Chuan untied him immediately, and the island owner cried at that moment. Finally, I was rescued. It was not easy. I thought I was going to die. Woo woo. Stop crying and tell me what's going on. Ye Chuan scolded. I don't know either, the island owner replied. I was sleeping at night when I was suddenly tied up and thrown into this pit. It's been 3 or 4 days. Then you haven't died of thirst yet? Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. That mermaid forced a fish and 100 milliliters of mineral water into my mouth every day, so I didn't starve to death. The island owner said pitifully. Brother, can I go to the toilet first? I haven't had a bowel movement in 4 days. I am dying of constipation. What a lazy donkey that has done so much shit. Ye Chuan frowned. Let me ask you one last question. What did the mermaid do on your island? Dig a hole, bury a hole. The island owner immediately replied. It's 30 meters to the left of my tent. Brother, I can't hold it any longer. Get out. Ye Chuan cursed and walked over immediately. Sure enough, he saw new soil. Maybe something was buried there. Thinking about it, Ye Chuan asked, Wang Kai, can you three dig a pit? If you can you help me dig this pit? Chirp, chirp. The three little ones shouted at the same time, and then began to dig quickly with their claws. After 5 or 6 minutes, they finally dug a pit of 1 meter square. A metal object inside finally appeared in front of Ye Chuan, and the red light would flash every 10 seconds or so. It looked quite advanced. Even those savage-looking mermaids can create something this advanced. System, what is this thing? Ye Chuan pulled it, and found it was very heavy. He couldn't help but ask. Locator. The mermaids can use this locator to break through the novice area barrier and invade the main novice area of the island. The system replied immediately. Was this locator made by the mermaids? Ye Chuan asked again. No. The system replied. Who made it? It's impossible that they are cooperating with us humans. Ye Chuan asked in disbelief. This time, the system did not answer, but the more Ye Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. After all, in the vast inland sea outside the novice area, there were still many veteran island owners. There were not only millions of people in the country, but also millions of island owners from various countries. Among them were people who betrayed humans and made some kind of deal with the mermaids. This thing must be destroyed. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and immediately made up his mind. He sent an air wave to blast the locator fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise, but it did not cause any harm to the locator. Is it so hard? Ye Chuan looked at the locator in disbelief, scratched his head, and immediately called Wang Kai over. Wang Kai, hold this locator in your mouth and fly to a height of 100 meters. Then let go and let it fall on the rock over here. Chirp, chirp. Wang Kai cried out immediately, and with some difficulty he held on to the locator and slowly flew up into the sky. Then he let go of his claws and dropped the locator. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the locator hit the ground. The rock shattered into pieces, and the locator was also bounced up, but it seemed that there was still no damage. What the hell is this made of? It's okay like this. Ye Chuan said to himself in disbelief. Brother, what on earth is this? At this time, the island owner also came over. The mermaid took 3 days to assemble it, and it's so sturdy. Assembled. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 103, Friday Routine. Another Ye Chuan. Yes, and I vaguely saw that there was a very rough instruction manual. The island owner replied, but he swallowed it later. When did you swallow it? Ye Chuan asked immediately. It's been a day since I swallowed it. The island owner thought for a while and said, then he was stunned. I remember now. You are the boss who fought with the mermaid. You won't kill him, right? Ye Chuan frowned. If it had been a day, it would have turned into shit long ago. Going to find the instruction manual might not be realistic. Ye Chuan circled the locator for a few times, but couldn't find any flaws. He looked at Friday on Turtle Island, rolled his eyes, and immediately shouted, Friday. Friday? Isn't today Thursday? The island owner interrupted. Did I remember it wrong? Brother Chuan, what do you want me to do? At this time, Friday ran to Ye Chuan. Friday, as someone who is extremely proficient in field management, have you done any research on the disassembly of precision instruments? Ye Chuan asked seriously. It was once written into the code of some precision equipment, but I can only say that I have a rough understanding of it, Friday replied. Then take a look. Can you handle this thing? Ye Chuan patted the locator and asked. Brother Chuan, I only manage things related to plants. Friday spread his hands and said, You asked me to do this, but it doesn't fall within my scope of management. Then let me ask you, is the premise that you can manage various plants because of my existence? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Yes. Then if I'm gone, will you be unable to manage me? And it's possible that I'll be recycled because of my disappearance, and thus lose my freedom? Yes. If this locator is not removed, we will be attacked by the mermaids, and I will most likely disappear. In other words, if you don't dismantle it, you will be recycled, lose your freedom, or even be disposed of. Should you dismantle it? It seems it should. Let's start. Ye Chuan nodded, and then made a gesture of invitation to Friday. Friday scratched his head, squatted down, and began to study the instrument. Boss, we are all alone, but you not only own such a big island, but also have a companion. The island owner asked doubtfully, and then seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but tremble, staring and asking, How did you move this island to me? From now on, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will kill you. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth. Little guy, if he says another word, give him a sharp scratch with your claws. Chirp, chirp. The three little ones immediately shouted happily. The island owner looked at the three little ones, and there was a gleam in his eyes again, but it dimmed again in an instant, and he dared not say another word. I say, how long will it take to open it? Ye Chuan asked while squatting beside Friday. The fastest is a few hours. Friday said without blinking. The slowest is a day. He only dug this one pit, right? Ye Chuan thought for a moment, and then asked the island owner. The island owner nodded immediately. After getting a positive answer, Ye Chuan said directly, Ship this iron lump to our island, and let's go first, and don't waste time here. Okay, Friday said, picked up the locator and ran quickly to Turtle Island. So much strength. Ye Chuan was stunned, then stared coldly at the island owner. Everything you saw today was just a dream. Nothing happened, remember? I'm afraid I can't control myself, said the island owner, clenching his fists tightly. Then you should think carefully about it. If you can't help it, I will come back and kill you, Ye Chuan said, punching the island owner in the face. As expected, the island owner's eyes went dark and he passed out. As for Turtle Island, it turned around and left quickly. Seeing that it was already noon, Ye Chuan immediately started preparing lunch and squeezed goat milk. After it was cooked, he sent 200 milliliters of goat milk to each person. Then he listened to the crosstalk and read the chat history. Oh my god, it's frozen over here. It's so frustrating. How's it going over there? It's frozen over here too. I roughly checked, and the ice is about 2 centimeters thick. People can almost walk on it. Does this mean that the supply boxes will be further away from us in the future? I can give you an idea. When the ice is 5 centimeters thick, you can walk on it safely. If you find a supply box nearby, you can still break the ice with rocks or something like that. Are you a fool? If you break the ice, I will fall into the sea. Are you trying to kill me on purpose? That's your problem. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but run outside to take a look. The ice on the sea surface was indeed thicker than before, but the sea turtles were very strong, so this thickness was no problem for them. Indeed, once the sea ice gets thicker, everyone's good days will be over. Ye Chuan muttered to himself and returned to the room. He lay on the leather sofa, found an action blockbuster, and while watching it, he studied the magical little pill he had received as a reward. System, should I eat this thing? Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. Yes. The system replied. After eating it, the host will gain certain abilities. It seems to be harmless. Ye Chuan thought, and immediately swallowed the magic pill. After waiting for a few minutes, he estimated that the pill had dissolved. It seems that he didn't gain any ability. Congratulations, host. You have mastered a minor language. You will be able to communicate with mermaids without any obstacles in the future. 5 minutes later, the system suddenly spoke. The language of mermaids is also considered a minor language. Ye Chuan was confused. Even those veteran island owners may not always deal with mermaids. System, you think too highly of me. Just like before, after saying this, the system went silent again. Ye Chuan was already used to this and ignored it. It was fine to learn a minor language, as it was always good to have many skills, and maybe he would be able to use them someday. After 2 hours, Ye Chuan finished watching a movie. He couldn't help but stand up and stretch. He glanced at the tablet and saw that Lu Yi had sent him a message more than an hour ago. I have good news for you. I finally found Ye Chuan. This time it's the real Ye Chuan. Found Ye Chuan again? Ye Chuan frowned. Why is this woman so obsessed with finding me? Even though she was deceived, she still believed it so firmly. Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh, and replied directly. Don't be fooled all day long. I am Ye Chuan from Dongshan Marine Survival University. Chapter 104. Yes, I am Ye Chuan. More than 10 seconds passed before Lu Yi replied. Stop kidding. How could you be Ye Chuan? Are you afraid that I will be deceived again? Not this time. He clearly described all of Ye Chuan's characteristics, even his hobbies. What is Ye Chuan's hobby? Ye Chuan asked unhappily. Spicy. He loves spicy food. Lu Yi replied immediately. That's why I also like spicy food. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly, not knowing how to respond. Lu Yi has always been a very competitive person. As the top student in the school, her greatest motivation is to surpass herself. For this reason, even in the practical class where she ranked last, she would secretly practice until very late after school before going home. Even so, it's a pity that she really has no talent in practice. The reason why Ye Chuan concealed his identity was that he was afraid that after Lu Yi knew it, not only would he not accept his help, but he might even become depressed and die. After all, her goal was to surpass herself, but not only did she fail to surpass herself, but she was saved by herself and was saved by herself for nearly a month. This was definitely a fatal blow to her. The reason why she was deceived twice in a row was probably because the two people who pretended to be Ye Chuan were living a very miserable life. When Lu Yi helped them, she felt extremely vain. Look, so what if you were the first in the school? If you really enter the ocean world, won't you still live a miserable life and not as well as me? But now, in order to prevent Lu Yi from being deceived again, he can only reveal his identity. He only mentioned one of Ye Chuan's hobbies. In fact, Ye Chuan has another hobby, which is studying. Ye Chuan replied directly. Because Ye Chuan is an orphan, even if he leaves the orphanage, in order to survive, he can only do odd jobs after school to pay for his tuition and support himself. So he knows that studying is the only way out, so he can always rank first. After sending these messages, Lu Yi fell silent again. After several minutes, Lu Yi finally replied. Stop joking. We are competitors in school. How could you have been helping me for nearly a month? Because you are the first alumnus I met, and I have always admired you. Ye Chuan replied. A girl who has always been so hard-working and diligent. There are not many students who love to study nowadays. After saying this, Lu Yi fell silent again and did not reply again. She turned to ask the Ye Chuan she had just met. No, I want to test you again. Besides eating spicy food, what other hobbies do you have? Also, what is your family background like? This is my only hobby. Everyone knows it. Ye Chuan replied. I am a family of 3, and I live a relatively happy life. Lu Yi, why don't you believe me? Do I have to lie to you? By the way, I'm still short of a stove. Do you have an extra stove? Lend me one. Seeing this, Lu Yi immediately blocked Ye Chuan. Could he really be Ye Chuan? That's right. Ye Chuan is so outstanding. How could he be living worse than me? I'm so stupid that I didn't even realize his identity. Now, I have accepted his help for so long. Even if I want to repay him, can I still pay him back? What on earth should I do? Ye Chuan ignored Lu Yi. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Lu Yi. It would be better to let her accept it alone. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Ye Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath and began to prepare dinner. There was still one can of pork that had not been opened, so Ye Chuan used that can of pork and the mushrooms he had traded before to make a pot of mushroom and pork soup. Then he used green onions to make a dish of scallion fried tofu. Although there was no soy sauce, it tasted pretty good. Then he gave each person half a steamed bun. Today's dinner has 1 dish and 1 soup. There are a few steamed buns left. Let's have half each. Although Lu Yi still didn't reply, Ye Chuan still traded one to her. Now that things have been said, there is no need to avoid discussing many things. It's mushroom soup again. I love mushroom soup the most. Blueberry Jam replied immediately. Now, I haven't forgotten the delicious lychee mushroom soup I drank a few days ago, hee. I'll go to the woods someday. I guess there'll be some mushrooms there. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. How's the situation over there? Isn't it cold? Except for being a little cold at night. It's fine otherwise, replied Blueberry Jam. Wait a minute, Ye Chuan said, and immediately sent the solar heating blanket to Blueberry Jam. This was a real surprise to Blueberry Jam. Oh my god, how can you have such a magical blanket that can be dried in the sun to absorb solar energy during the day and placed under the body to generate heat at night? Bingo, you got it right. Ye Chuan gave a thumbs up emoji. You can sleep soundly tonight. It would be even more perfect if you were by my side. Blueberry Jam replied with a naughty emoticon. Let's eat. Ye Chuan curled his lips and ignored her. While eating and watching a movie, Ye Chuan felt that nothing could be warmer than this moment, except that he felt a little lonely. As the last ray of light disappeared, Ye Chuan threw the garbage into the trash can, went into the bathroom to take a hot shower, and threw away the super warm clothes that were damaged in the battle with Lung Feng and the mermaid, and then returned to bed. But he saw that Lu Yi had already accepted the food and traded the super tablet. Although Ye Chuan understood what Lu Yi meant, he still asked, "What are you doing?" "I plan to become your subordinate island owner." Lu Yi replied without hesitation. "I have always been a very strong-willed girl, but after knowing your identity, the little self-esteem I had left in my heart seemed to disappear. I think it would be better for me to become your subordinate island owner. Otherwise, I would always feel uncomfortable accepting your help. I treat you as a friend, okay? Besides, haven't we already agreed that you just need to give me the rare supplies you find?" Ye Chuan replied, "We are both the first island owners to meet and become friends in the ocean world. Regardless of whether I am Ye Chuan or not, our friendship will not change, right? Do you really think so?" Lu Yi bit his lip and finally replied after more than 10 seconds. Bang! Ye Chuan was about to reply when he suddenly heard a crisp sound. The sound came from not far away from the house. Ye Chuan couldn't help but frowned and rushed out of the room immediately. Chapter 105. Destroying the locator, the chick is born. I saw Friday squatting there. The original iron lump was decomposed layer by layer, and a red plastic lamp the size of a fist appeared inside. The red light that flashes from time to time is emitted by it. "Friday, you didn't stay here all the time to unlock this piece of iron, did you?" Ye Chuan asked in shock. "You unlocked it in less than 10 hours. That's awesome." "Brother Chuan, this is not difficult. It was installed on Friday." "That's awesome." Ye Chuan also cooperated and gave him a thumbs up. "Okay, you go and rest first." Ye Chuan nodded. "Does it need to be destroyed?" Friday asked. "This thing may not be easy to destroy, after all." Bang! Before Ye Chuan finished his words, Friday punched the locator, smashing the red plastic and the small light inside into pieces, and the red light no longer lit up. Ye Chuan looked at this scene in disbelief and couldn't help but give Friday a thumbs up again. "Awesome. Brother Chuan, I'm going to go to rest." Friday said this, turned around and left. "I guess this guy's fighting ability is quite strong. It seems that I have to train him in future battles." Ye Chuan muttered softly, immediately threw everything into the stove, and then returned to the room. At this time, in the vast inland sea, a group of dozens of mermaids were swimming quickly in one direction. The mermaid beauty at the front was holding a panel, but suddenly stopped. The positioning disappeared. "What happened? Has Yu Chang been discovered?" a tall mermaid behind him asked in a deep voice. "But the locator was built by those guys. It's impossible for those novice island owners to destroy it." The beautiful mermaid said anxiously. "Could it be that some veteran island owners have already rushed into the novice area and found Yu Chang and the others? Damn it, the plan failed." The tall mermaid waved his fist angrily. "Yu Tian, we can only go back temporarily and use other methods to find the novice area. I'm afraid my father will be disappointed in me." The beautiful mermaid smiled bitterly and could only lead everyone back temporarily. After a long time without receiving a response from Ye Chuan, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, and then replied, "If you don't like me, I won't force it." Ye Chuan came back and just received this sentence. He immediately replied, "Don't think too much. I just treat you as a friend. Forget about being a subordinate island owner. Once you become a subordinate island owner, you will have no freedom." "Is that all?" Lu Yi pursed his lips and replied immediately, "That's right. I don't have any friends in real life. You are my first female friend and my first friend." Ye Chuan replied with a smiley face, "So don't think too much. Of course there is another reason. Ye Chuan only plans to bind to high-quality island owners, and he is currently bound to 5 high-quality island owners, and he does not plan to bind to others for the time being." Okay. Feeling Ye Chuan's sincerity, Lu Yi no longer bothered about this matter. "It's getting late, take a rest." Ye Chuan replied again, and then opened the public chat room. "I just took another look, and the ice layer is already about 3 centimeters thick. Shouldn't it grow to 5 centimeters overnight? People will be able to stand on the ice by then. I plan to give it a try tomorrow morning. If I can walk, I'll go find a supply box and try to break the ice. Fuck, be careful not to fall into the sea, or you'll be screwed. Danger and opportunity coexist. We have been through the hell-level novice period for almost a month. Are we still afraid of death? Ollie go. Don't forget to let us know if you find the supply box. I'll give it a try too." After reading for a while, Ye Chuan found that there was not much useful information, so he did not read anymore. He listened to Guo Xiaojing's crosstalk for a while and fell asleep at around 10 o'clock in the evening. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Early in the morning, Ye Chuan had just woken up for less than 10 seconds when the system voice sounded. So punctual. Ye Chuan muttered softly and said directly, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. System, please don't give me feather fragments in the future. There is no luck in using angel feathers. It feels useless, Ye Chuan said immediately. Just like before, the system still remained silent. Ye Chuan didn't care. He stretched, walked slowly out, and handed the fertile black soil to Friday. Chi-chi, chi-chi-chi-chi. At this moment, Ye Chuan heard a very slight cry. He was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. This is the sound of a chicken. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately ran to the chicken coop, and sure enough, he saw a group of yellow chicks running around following a hen. They looked very healthy, but the weather was too cold, and they were shivering with cold. Ye Chuan immediately ran to get 2 stoves and placed them in 2 corners of the chicken coop, which slowly raised the temperature. This little chick can't eat sea fish. Should it eat millet? Looking at the 2 hens pecking at the ground, apparently looking for food for the chicks, Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I only have 2 kilograms of millet at the moment, and I was thinking of making some millet porridge, but for now, it seems that the chicken is more important." After weighing the pros and cons, Ye Chuan immediately took a handful of millet and sprinkled it directly in the chicken coop, which immediately made the chicks scream excitedly. The rooster next to him also wanted to eat happily, but the hen spread her wings and drove him into the corner. Normally, hens will not attack roosters, but in the face of maternal love, all the rules will change. Looking at the chickens happily eating millet, Ye Chuan did not feel too optimistic. After all, he only had 2 kilograms of millet, which he estimated would have to be eaten up in 2 days. It seemed that he had to find a substitute. However, Ye Chuan still needs to think about this issue carefully. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 9. You have received an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? At this moment, the system's voice came out. You came just in time. I hope I can get some Xiaomi. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Open it." Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points for A-grade peaches, 7 small nutrient solutions, and 1 rotating crossbow manufacturing diagram. Why is there another rotating crossbow? Don't I already have one? Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. The host can create another rotating crossbow arrow, or use the rotating crossbow arrow manufacturing diagram to upgrade the existing rotating crossbow arrow. The system explained. Can it be upgraded further? Ye Chuan's expression changed. After all, the current rotating crossbow arrows can't even penetrate the skin of a wild boar. If you encounter an animal with thick skin like a wild boar, the rotating crossbow arrows will become useless. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately planned to upgrade the rotating crossbow. Chapter 106. Upgrading the crossbow and exploring the woods. To upgrade the rotating crossbow, you need 1 rotating crossbow, 1 rotating crossbow manufacturing diagram, 10 wooden boards, and 5 metal sheets. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made an upgraded version of the rotating crossbow, which was about 1 pound heavier than the previous one, and the number of crossbow arrows increased from 12 to 16. Moreover, after Ye Chuan made the crossbow arrows, he found that each crossbow arrow was about 5 cents heavier than before. Although the increase was extremely subtle, it could still be felt. After loading the 16 crossbow arrows, Ye Chuan immediately came to the outside of the woods and pulled the trigger at a sturdy tree. Within 5 seconds, all 16 crossbow arrows shot out with a very slight sound of breaking through the air. All 16 crossbow arrows shot into the tree trunk, and each of them was nearly halfway embedded in the trunk, requiring great force to pull out. It looks like the power is more than double that of the previous crossbow arrows. If I encounter that wild boar again, these 16 crossbow arrows will be able to kill it half to death. Ye Chuan looked at the crossbow arrows and nodded with satisfaction. What's more user-friendly is that the upgraded rotating crossbow arrows do not need to be loaded by rotating like before, but only need to be loaded in one direction. It has an automatic rotating device, which can save time to the maximum extent if a battle really needs to be carried out. Moreover, you can choose to inject all or half of the spray just by pressing the adjustment button. It couldn't be more convenient. Great. In response, Ye Chuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. It was not until this moment that Ye Chuan noticed that the forest had expanded by 500 square meters than before. The current area of the entire forest is about 2,500 square meters, more than twice the size of most island owners' islands. It's grown by another 500 square meters. There must be a lot of other things inside, right? Ye Chuan pinched his chin and muttered to himself. After all, there are wild boars and hyenas in more than 2,000 square meters. If it increases by 500 square meters, there must be bison and the like, right? Although he had no idea about the situation inside, Ye Chuan still planned to go in and take a look after breakfast. After all, this was his territory, so he had to at least understand the specific situation inside, right? At this moment, Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately came to the hill of evolution. The current hill is more than 60 meters long and about 22 or 23 meters high. The cracks in the rocks where the springs had appeared before have become larger, and the spring water has become thicker. It is estimated that a mineral water bottle can be filled in an hour. However, Ye Chuan does not intend to interfere with the spring water now. He prefers to wait until a river is formed before diverting the spring water into domestic water. After all, tap water converted from seawater is definitely not as delicious as naturally formed spring water. Afterwards, Ye Chuan returned to the room, fried the steak he had traded for, and traded each person an A-grade peach and 200 milliliters goat milk. It's getting late, and everyone hasn't had breakfast yet, so let's have steak and A-grade peaches this time. A-grade peaches? Lu Yiwei couldn't help but ask in surprise. Brother, this is too expensive, isn't it? Oh no, it seems that everything taken out is very valuable. After replying, Liu Yiwei couldn't help but make a naughty expression of sticking out tongue. I can't finish it all myself, so I'll share it with everyone. Ye Chuan replied. By the way, I remember you said before that you stayed at the ranch for a while. Yes, what's wrong? Lu Yiwei asked puzzledly. Then do you know what else you can feed chickens besides millet? Ye Chuan asked immediately. For chickens, there are still many options. They can also eat bugs, vegetables, corn kernels, and the like. But I think I have offered bread twice. Maybe you have more bread there, so you can feed them breadcrumbs. The bread I have here is indeed good. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Then I will feed them breadcrumbs. Lu Yiwei immediately traded 500 G2 of bread and said, It's better if the breadcrumbs are a little drier. I have 2 more bags here. You can use them. By the way, newly hatched chicks are relatively weak. You'd better find a way to make them stronger. Otherwise, they will easily get sick or be infected by some germs, and then the result will be more trouble than gain. I understand, Ye Chuan replied, and couldn't help but think about it. If you want to dry it out, just let all the bread air dry a little. If you want to become stronger, drink S-grade fresh water? It seems too extravagant. I can't even bear to drink much, right? That's right. Ye Chuan's expression moved. He had 2 A-class seawater purifiers before. After upgrading one, the other one was simply put aside and never used. Now it seems that it needs to be reactivated. It can not only be provided to Xiaoji, but also to several affiliated island owners. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately took out the A-class seawater purifier that had been put aside, poured seawater into it, and started purifying. Then, Ye Chuan ate breakfast while reading the messages in the public chat room. It was really frozen to about 5 centimeters. I stepped on it to try it out, and it was just enough to support a person. Then have you tried to find the supply box? Have you tried to break the ice and drag it out? Shit, am I sick? If I really fall down after testing like that, I will be dead without a burial place. Only you can come up with such a crazy idea. Alas, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. With your courage, you won't even be able to eat 4 dishes in your lifetime. I really look down on you. Do I need you to look up to me? Who the hell do you think you are? Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shook his head slightly. After cleaning up the garbage, he left the room. Feeling the damp and cold air, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he called the 3 little ones and planned to go into the woods to take a look. The 3 little ones still agreed unconditionally and formed a corner to protect Ye Chuan in the middle, and they actually felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Although Ye Chuan did not find anything unusual, he was still nervous. After all, in this kind of environment, something might suddenly appear and threaten you. Ye Chuan likes these 3 S-level pets very much. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Wang Kai, who was walking in front, suddenly called out alertly, which made Ye Chuan frown slightly and slowly stop. They heard a rustling sound in the dense forest ahead, as if something dangerous was approaching. Even the 3 little ones took a few steps back unconsciously. Is this a python? It was not until more than 10 seconds later that Ye Chuan saw a huge creature slowly crawling out of the low bushes, and his eyes widened. Chapter 107, Battle Between Man and Python, Making Snake Soup. This was a colorful python that was 12 or 13 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh. It slowly crawled out from the bushes, then stood up, continuously spitting out its tongue at Ye Chuan, which actually gave people a strong sense of oppression. System, is this giant python poisonous? Ye Chuan quietly took out the rotating crossbow and asked the system in a low voice. The reticulated python is the longest and most powerful snake in the world. It has a brutal temperament, is extremely powerful in combat, is non-venomous, and is a man-eater. The system immediately gave an explanation. Oh my God, is he so awesome? Ye Chuan was stunned. It seemed like they couldn't live in peace today. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan did not hesitate and took the lead in launching an attack. 8 crossbow arrows shot out within 3 seconds and hit the reticulated python hard. Although the reticulated python is a giant python, its speed is not slow at all. It stood up and immediately moved to one side, instantly dodging the attack of 8 crossbow arrows. The other 8 crossbow arrows were already waiting for it there. What shocked Ye Chuan was that 5 crossbow arrows only penetrated the skin of the reticulated python, but did not cause too much damage to it. Instead, it aroused the python's ferocity even more. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Ye Chuan fiercely. Come! Ye Chuan roared, jumped high, and chopped the reticulated python's head with his machete. Bite! The force was so great that Ye Chuan's palm was slightly numb, but the sharp machete had penetrated into the python's head for a full 5 centimeters. The python twisted its head in pain and lashed out with its huge tail at Ye Chuan in front of it. Ye Chuan let out a low shout, pulled hard, and yanked the machete off the snake's head, then jumped to the side. The reticulated python failed to attack once, so it attacked again. As soon as its huge tail touched his head, it suddenly whipped towards Ye Chuan again, and its speed was terrifyingly fast. Bang! Ye Chuan did not dodge this time. He clenched his fists and used his fighting skills to deliver a critical hit, colliding fiercely with the giant tail. The giant tail that was always invincible was surprisingly defeated after encountering Ye Chuan's fist. The reticulated python seemed to feel the pain and found that it could not gain any advantage in front of this human, so it turned around and ran away without any hesitation. This is actually a reticulated python that has developed intelligence. Ye Chuan was stunned. 2 hyenas had already escaped last time, and this time this giant python must not be let go. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately chased after him. Wang Kai suddenly shot out, holding an iron spear in his claws, and stabbed it hard into the huge tail of the escaping reticulated python. The iron spear did not cause any damage to the body of the reticulated python, but the intense pain still made it take the risk. It shook its head like a dragon, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Wang Kai fiercely. Come! Ye Chuan seized the opportunity and couldn't help but shout. He moved his machete forward again and cut the snake's head at the same position. The wound went another 5 centimeters deeper into the original 5-centimeter wound. The 10-centimeter wound went straight into the reticulated python's head, causing the python to shake violently again due to the pain. Perhaps it was embedded too deeply. Ye Chuan was unable to pull out the machete for a while and had to hide in a place first. The reticulated python was still rolling around regardless of anything, and its huge tail even broke several large trees with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. Ye Chuan and the 3 kids hid in a place, secretly clicking their lips in amazement. Even after all this, he still hasn't been killed. Isn't his vitality too strong? Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. It seems that only by hitting this big guy at its most vulnerable part can we end its life. Otherwise, there is no other way. Ye Chuan made a brief analysis and directly made a pure metal spear with metal sheets, and quickly rushed towards the reticulated python. The reticulated python had already lost its mind due to the severe pain. Seeing Ye Chuan coming, it immediately rushed towards Ye Chuan with a roar. This was exactly what Ye Chuan wanted. This time he did not dodge or evade, but strode forward and used all his strength to poke the reticulated python with the spear. Puff! In an instant, the spear penetrated deeply into the reticulated python's vital point and even pierced through the snake's body. The reticulated python was still maintaining its forward-charging posture, but it had no strength left and fell directly to the ground. Its huge body rushed forward for more than 10 meters before it finally stopped on the ground motionless and died. This thing is almost as good as a B-level marine creature, right? Ye Chuan muttered and walked around the reticulated python. He couldn't help but ask, System, can this reticulated python be eaten? It can be used to make snake soup. Note, snake gall is a great tonic. The system immediately gave the answer. That's great. Today's lunch is settled. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately dealt with the giant python on the spot, and then temporarily put it into the system's inventory, and then he went out for a walk again accompanied by the 3 little ones. I didn't find any lychee mushrooms, but I did find a lot of black-skinned chicken mushrooms in the shade of several big trees, so it was a small harvest. However, the two hyenas still didn't find any trace, so Ye Chuan didn't plan to continue searching and temporarily left the woods. Glancing at the sea surface, although the ice thickness has reached 5 centimeters, this thickness is just like drizzle for the turtles. The turtle now seemed to have turned into an icebreaker, with a long belt of broken ice appearing behind it, like a huge river. The salvage of the supply boxes did not affect the dolphins and turtles. The 3 little ones could barely pull the supply boxes out of the ice using brute force. Ye Chuan felt relieved and immediately took out the giant python, took out the snake gallbladder which was as big as an egg, cut 5 kilograms of snake meat, cut it into cubes of several centimeters, and fried it in a large pot. He then stir-fried the scallions, ginger and garlic, poured the snake meat in, poured in nearly 20 kilograms of fresh water, and then added the spices and began to stew it slowly. However, there were still more than 1,000 kilograms of python meat left. Ye Chuan thought about it and decided to put them all on the shelf. 200 g of python meat equals 5 wooden boards, 200 g of python meat equals 5 metal sheets, 200 g of python meat equals 5 stones. Of course, in addition to this, you can also exchange scarce resources for more python meat, and the amount of python meat exchanged depends on the value of the scarce resources. For a moment, the public chat room was shocked again. Oh my god, someone is selling python meat. What about reticulated pythons, Burmese pythons, and amethyst pythons? They are all very powerful. There are people who can even kill a giant python. I guess there is more than one big guy on the island, right? There is another possibility. The boss has powerful lethal weapons. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do it alone. I have never tasted python meat in my life. I have a stove. How about roasting the snake meat directly? Yes, yes, yes. I have to trade some quickly, otherwise there will be nothing left. Just then, a private message popped up. Boss, I have a good thing. I think I can exchange it for 50 kilograms of python meat. Chapter 108. Trading rare items and making a small fortune. Oh my god, so awesome. Ye Chuan was really shocked by this, and he immediately replied, then I'm quite interested. The other party immediately put a card in the transaction column. How is it? Triple value-added card? Ye Chuan was stunned. Yes, you can use it on anything. Once you use it, it will triple. The other party replied, I want 50 kilograms of python meat from you. It seems that I asked you for less, right? Ye Chuan smiled. He also had one of these things in his hand. He immediately put the one in his hand into the transaction column. See? I have one too. I don't think the value of this thing is particularly high, right? How come you have it too? The other party was stunned. You don't need to know this. Ye Chuan said calmly. If you are willing, 30 kilograms of python meat. If you are not willing, it doesn't matter if the deal fails. Ye Chuan was actually still very interested in the triple value-added card, but he didn't want to exchange it for too much python meat. At worst, he could just give it up. It didn't matter. Okay, then let's have 30 kilograms of python meat. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, the other party finally agreed. After Ye Chuan put the python meat on the shelf, the two completed the transaction directly. Looking at this triple value-added card, Ye Chuan thought for a moment, then asked, System, if I use a triple value-added card on another triple value-added card, does that mean I have an extra triple value-added card? Attention, the triple value-added card cannot be used on the same type of substances and can only be used on other substances, the system said immediately. Then I use one for Friday. Doesn't that mean I have 2 more Fridays? Ye Chuan said again. Attention, the 2 extra Fridays have exactly the same functions as the original Fridays. The system spoke again. In other words, the main function of the extra Fridays is still field management, and they cannot really be used in other aspects, so it doesn't matter whether they are used or not. After trading some things with a few people, Ye Chuan was about to leave when he saw Wang Sanrui sending another message. Friend, I still have 2 island area expansion cards, a complete set of toiletries, and a crossbow. How much python meat can I exchange with you? What is a complete set of toiletries? Ye Chuan asked. 2 buckets of toothpaste, 6 toothbrushes, a razor, a hair clipper, 2 bars of soap, and a large bucket of shampoo. Wang Sanrui replied. This was opened by the owner of a subsidiary island. I have never been willing to use it. This thing is more useful to me than the island area expansion card. Ye Chuan muttered softly and immediately replied, 50 kilograms python meat. Is it a little less? Wang Sanrui frowned, feeling a little conflicted. The current situation in the novice area can be said to be becoming increasingly severe, especially as the weather is getting colder. I'm afraid that the supply boxes won't be able to be opened in a few days. He now only hopes to survive this cold weather, and food is definitely the most precious supply. All of your stuff is worth 50 kilograms of python meat. If you're willing to trade, then we'll trade. Otherwise, it's fine. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. After all, in this kind of extreme weather, food and water are the most important things, aren't they? Okay, I'll make the deal. Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and immediately completed the deal with Ye Chuan. Afterwards, Wang Sanrui thought about it and sent a message to the assistant island owner. I traded for 30 kilograms of python meat. Tell the subordinate island owners below that they can trade with any materials. Our internal price is much cheaper than what the guy on the trading panel sells. You are too nice to us, aren't you? The assistant island owner's face changed, and he couldn't help but reply excitedly. We are all family, so of course I have to consider you. Wang Sanrui replied. If there are rare items, we can get more python meat in exchange. Okay, I'll tell them the good news right away. After the assistant island owner replied, he immediately went to give the notice. Ye Chuan studied the toiletries set and couldn't help laughing. Since entering the ocean world, I can only wash my face with water. I have never used soap to take a bath, let alone brush my teeth. My breath now is probably enough to kill a cow. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out the toothpaste and toothbrush and brushed his teeth carefully. His breath felt refreshed, and even his teeth, which were slightly yellow before, became extremely white. The toothpaste and toothbrushes in Ocean World seemed to have a cleaning and refreshing effect several times more than ordinary toothpaste and toothbrushes on Earth. It's simply amazing. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan divided another tube of toothpaste into 4 parts, 30 g each. Then he took out 4 toothbrushes and traded them to Blueberry Jam and other 4 girls. Men don't care, but girls are born to love beauty. If they don't brush their teeth for so long, they will probably feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, Blueberry Jam immediately sent a series of horrified expressions. Fuck, toothpaste and toothbrush, what kind of god brother is this? He can even get these. How is it? Is it a surprise? Ye Chuan asked with a smile. It's more than a surprise, it's terrifying. Blueberry Jam said excitedly. I feel like I'm dreaming. I haven't brushed my teeth for a month. That feeling is worse than death. I just got it in the trade, and I thought girls would definitely need this. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. I really need it. I have to go brush my teeth right away. Blueberry Jam sent a grinning emoticon and stopped replying. The other 3 women were equally shocked. Liang Hongying asked suspiciously. This thing is simply a priceless treasure in the vast ocean world. How did you get it? Exchange for python meat. Ye Chuan replied. Did you put the python meat on the trading interface? Liang Hongying was shocked. You actually killed a python? I have killed wild boars, hyenas, killer whales, and the like. It's nothing strange to kill a python, right? Ye Chuan sent a smiling expression. Liang Hongying didn't know what to say at this moment, and finally replied to Ye Chuan with a thumbs-up emoji. Now she finally understood why the other person was an independent island owner, but she could only be his subordinate island owner. There is really no comparison between people. 10 minutes later, seeing that the snake soup was almost ready, Ye Chuan added some black-skinned chicken mushrooms and salt. It was then taken out of the pot 10 minutes later, and a portion was given to each person. Zhao Feiyu was also surprised and couldn't help asking. So you were the one who killed that giant python? Yeah, I went to the woods and found this guy. Ye Chuan replied. I have entered the woods before, but I didn't find anything except some birds. Zhao Feiyu replied. I don't know if it's because the woods are too small. When Ye Chuan heard this, he immediately placed an island area expansion card in the trading column. Chapter 109, Almighty Gardener Friday. You still have an island area expansion card? Zhao Feiyu asked in surprise. I only opened one, and I haven't opened any more since then. This was also exchanged for python meat. Ye Chuan replied. You can use another one and wait until tomorrow to see the specific situation. Okay, Zhao Feiyu replied without hesitation. As for Ye Chuan, Zhao Feiyu has become immune to gratitude towards him. He can only repay Ye Chuan with practical actions in the future. After chatting with others for a few more words, Ye Chuan ate the snake soup while reading the messages in the public chat room. Emergency, emergency. I found someone in the water who has been observing the situation on my island. It's all frozen, but there are still people who can stick their bodies out of the water to observe. Are you hallucinating because of the cold? It's true. This guy dug a hole in the ice and stuck half of his body out. How did he do it? I feel a little scared when you say that. Are you kidding? This is a mermaid. Holy shit. He can actually walk on his tail fin and is rushing towards me. What should I do? He's not going to kill me, is he? Holy shit. Is this true? I suggest you hide yourself immediately. Where are you? Why aren't you talking? The guy didn't say another word until Ye Chuan finished eating the snake soup. Although everyone felt that this was a prank, Ye Chuan knew in his heart that everything was real. The owner of the island is probably in great danger. However, Ye Chuan couldn't understand why the mermaids wanted to enter the novice area. Did they just want to come in and kill people? Then they can just go and kill those veteran island owners. Why go through all the trouble to compete with the newbies in the novice area? However, things may not be that simple. Only by finding another mermaid can we understand everything. Apart from sending a message to let the 7 of them be careful, Ye Chuan didn't say anything else. After all, if they really encountered a mermaid, even Zhao Feiyu would probably have to die in the northwest. It would be great if we could find a way to bring everyone together. Not only would it be safe, but it would also help relieve loneliness. It would be the best of both worlds. However, this matter can only be considered as a thought for the time being. After all, no one knows each other's coordinates. Otherwise, we only need to send out the albatross to pick them up. Maybe it can only be realized in the future when we have things like satellites? Looking at the prosperity around him, Ye Chuan walked into the greenhouse and took a look. The coconut tree has now grown to about 5 meters, just reaching the top of the greenhouse. But it seems that this coconut tree is only this tall. White flowers have already bloomed. As for pollination, it seems that I have to ask Friday about this. The peach trees, pear trees, and apple trees have now grown to nearly 2 meters tall and are about to produce flower buds. It seems that the problem they are currently facing is also pollination. This is a big problem. If it is not handled properly, all previous efforts will be wasted. Friday, Ye Chuan shouted immediately after walking out of the flower bed. Brother Chuan, do you have any instructions? Friday immediately ran over and asked. I see that these fruits are about to bloom. How do you plan to pollinate the flowers? Ye Chuan asked. I'll pollinate them myself. Friday replied directly. You? Ye Chuan looked at Friday in surprise. You still have this ability? I have mastered all operations related to plants. This is the meaning of my existence. Friday said seriously, Brother Chuan, don't worry. You will be able to drink delicious coconut juice in at least 10 days. You will also be able to eat the other 3 kinds of fruits in half a month. What if we add nutrient solution? Ye Chuan thought for a moment and asked again. The maturity period I mentioned is estimated based on the addition of nutrient solution. Friday replied. Oh, by the way, those dozen sunflowers have also entered the maturity period. They grow relatively fast. The sunflower seeds can be harvested in 5 days at the latest. You did a great job. As Ye Chuan listened to Friday's report, the smile on his face never diminished. He is indeed an expert in field management. It seems that I really don't need to worry about these plants anymore. I just need to wait to eat them. Well, in this case, if I had a chef robot, wouldn't I be able to lie down and relax for a while? I just hope that when I sign in again, I can get a chef's tool person. That would be awesome. After walking around, he felt that everything was going on in an orderly manner. Ye Chuan thought for a while and called out to Dolphin. Boom! Suddenly, the ice was broken and the dolphins jumped out of the sea. Then they kept opening and closing their mouths towards Ye Chuan. It seemed that because of the ice, the dolphins had not interacted with Ye Chuan for the past 2 days, so they behaved unusually affectionately towards Ye Chuan. You can now go down to the nearby seabed and explore if there are any mining resources nearby. Ye Chuan ordered. As he spoke, Ye Chuan took out the combustible ice he had found before and showed it to Dolphin. From now on, every time you arrive at a new place, search the seabed and tell me immediately if you find anything unusual. The dolphin nodded vigorously, then dived into the sea and disappeared. Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. After the last battle with mermaids, Ye Chuan already had a certain understanding of mermaids, and he also had an anesthetic needle in his hand. Even if the dolphin really encountered a mermaid, he would be able to fight. A hidden mission has been discovered. Host, do you want to accept it? While waiting for the dolphin, the system suddenly made a sound. Another hidden task? Ye Chuan's expression changed. It had only been 2 days since he completed the last hidden task, and another hidden task had been refreshed. The system was giving him a benefit. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands and immediately asked, what is the hidden mission this time? Hidden mission. The host needs to find out the reason why the mermaids are planning to invade the novice area of the ocean world within half a month. You will receive a generous reward then. Do you accept it? The system replied. This. Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips. He was just thinking about this problem, thinking that he would figure it out when he had the chance in the future. He didn't expect that the system would actually issue a task. It seems that he has to do this thing. The host can choose to accept or reject. Perhaps because Ye Chuan was hesitating, the system spoke directly. Well, of course I choose to accept it. Ye Chuan said with a grin. Anyway, the task you posted is also what I want to figure out, so we have the same idea. It has been detected that the host has accepted the hidden mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system replied immediately. At this moment, a huge splash of water gushed out, and the dolphins came back. Chapter 110 Yellow Phosphorus, Surprise Submarine Appearance. As soon as the dolphin jumped out of the sea, it spit out a piece of yellow solid towards the shore. This yellow solid was wrapped in a water ball. After falling on the shore, the water ball scattered on the ground and disappeared. Ye Chuan had already seen the yellow solid at this time and was a little confused. It looked like yellow combustible ice, but he seemed to have never heard of yellow combustible ice. Moreover, it seems that I have never seen this kind of yellow mineral in the mineral knowledge I have learned. Could it be sulfur? Ye Chuan picked it up and smelled it. There was no smell of sulfur, but instead a smell of garlic. It couldn't be garlic that was frozen, right? System, what substance is this? Finally, Ye Chuan asked the system. Yellow phosphorus, light yellow crystals, has the smell of garlic, is highly toxic, and can be used in military industry. The system replied immediately. Phosphate or? Ye Chuan was stunned. Isn't phosphate or red, gray or something like that? Allotrope of phosphorus. The system gave a very professional term, which made Ye Chuan a little confused. However, Ye Chuan has already firmly remembered the sentence that it can be used in military industry. Now that Kyushu's military power is growing stronger, wouldn't the discovery of yellow phosphate mines be icing on the cake for military development? After thinking about it for a while, Ye Chuan immediately asked Dolphin, "My dolphin, are there many of these things on the seabed?" The dolphin nodded vigorously immediately. Through the telepathy between the master and the contracted beast, Ye Chuan can be sure that there is indeed a huge yellow phosphorus mine on the seabed here, and its reserves are even not inferior to the combustible ice found before. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately asked the system to record the coordinates of this place, and then asked, "By the way, you just said that this thing is highly toxic?" "It is extremely toxic and has a very low ignition point," the system emphasized. "If I use yellow phosphorus to deal with the mermaid, then doesn't it mean I just need to throw a few pieces of yellow phosphorus at him?" Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he suddenly had an idea. "Be careful, yellow phosphorus poisoning will take at least a day to manifest," the system reminded. "It's not realistic to deal with mermaids." Okay, hearing this, Ye Chuan gave up the idea and temporarily kicked the yellow phosphorus on the shore back into the sea, and then returned to the center of the island. When we come to the ocean world, everything we do is ultimately aimed at finding and developing mineral resources. While other island owners were still worrying about their survival, he had already found 2 sources of mineral resources. Even if it was just these 2 marine resources, the money he earned was at least in the 9 digits, or even in the 10 digits. Cool. Seeing that there was almost 100 milliliters of grade of fresh water, Ye Chuan immediately poured it into the sink in the chicken coop. After a chick finished drinking it, it immediately chirped happily, attracting the other dozen or so chicks to run over. Ye Chuan went to get another 500 g of almost dried bread, rolled it into breadcrumbs, and threw it into the chicken coop. Sure enough, after drinking the water, the chicks started eating the breadcrumbs on the ground. Ye Chuan then counted carefully and found that there were 16 chicks in total, but he couldn't quite tell how many were roosters and how many were hens. Anyway, he would not have to worry about eggs and chicken in the future. With nothing to do, Ye Chuan ran to open the dozen or so supply boxes piled up near the turtle's head. He couldn't help but take out some basic supplies and some food, but there were almost no rare items. Logically speaking, in such extreme weather, there should be a lot of rare supplies. After resting for a while, seeing that the sun was about to set, Ye Chuan began to prepare food. Fried meat with spinach, tofu with green onions, and half a pound of millet porridge were cooked. When night was about to fall, they were traded to Zhao Feiyu and the other 7 people. In cold weather, drinking a bowl of hot millet porridge is definitely the happiest thing. As expected of you, you are the best in the school. You have everything, and they are all top quality. Louis replied immediately after receiving the millet porridge. This made Ye Chuan curl his lips. "School beauty Lou, why do I feel that there is a sense of irony in what you said?" "No, I'm telling the truth." Lou smiled back. "I've even let go of my damn stubbornness. What else can I let go of?" Seeing Lu Yi's words, Ye Chuan only responded with a laughing expression. It seemed that what the girl said to herself was more like comforting herself. After all, the once proud school beauty had suddenly fallen to the point where she had to rely on others for support, and the person who supported her was the goal she had always wanted to surpass. Such a gap would take time for anyone to accept. Switching the interface to the public chat room, Ye Chuan ate dinner while watching the chat. "I'm telling you some real news. I just saw it. Don't be afraid. Fuck, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. Why are you keeping us in suspense? It's already this fucking time. Hee. Let me tell you this to scare you to death. This evening, when I was peeing, I actually found a submarine. It rushed up from under the ice, stayed there for 3 or 4 minutes, and then dived back into the sea. You idiot, you can't even lie. Just now someone said that the island was occupied by mermaids, and you said you encountered a submarine. Why didn't you say you encountered an aircraft carrier? Everything I said is true. If you lied to me, I would eat shit live. Then eat it. I just pooped it. It's hot. Ye Chuan almost vomited after watching them. These idiots. I'm having a meal. Can't they say something elegant? Disgusting. However, Ye Chuan always felt that the words of this island owner were not a lie. It was just like the island owner who was killed by a mermaid in the morning. It was just that everyone thought it was impossible, so it became fake. But how could there be submarines in the novice area? They couldn't possibly be driven by those barbaric mermaids, right? Thinking about this, Ye Chuan immediately found the island owner and asked him in private, "Dude, you said you saw a submarine. Is that true? How could this be false? This is the only shortcoming of my life, Zhang Xingchun. I cannot lie." The other party replied immediately, "I suspect I am being monitored. Are you sure he is observing you?" Ye Chuan asked again. "I'm just guessing, but it did appear nearly 100 meters away from my island. It must be heading for me, right?" Zhang Shengchun said seriously, "But this is too mysterious. How could a submarine appear in the novice area?" "Okay, I got it. Thank you." Ye Chuan replied and asked the system directly, "System, can you determine the location of the submarine?" Chapter 111 Disposable Superlocator. Warning, with the host's current strength, dealing with submarines is like flying into a flame, courting self-destruction, the system suddenly warned. Is it an enemy rather than a friend? Ye Chuan was stunned. After all, generally speaking, anything the system reminds you of is basically an enemy. I didn't expect that not only mermaids, but also submarines appeared. These are all threats. Ye Chuan now finally feels that the novice area of ocean survival is as difficult as hell. If I continue like this, even if I have a system, it will be difficult to break out of the situation. We can only take one step at a time. There was no need to worry. Ye Chuan just told the dolphin and the turtle to inform him in time if there was any special situation, and then he watched a movie until after 10 o'clock and went straight to bed to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up with the system's notification sound and immediately said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points and 1 disposable superlocator. What is a disposable superlocator? Ye Chuan's expression changed and he asked immediately. A disposable superlocator that can locate anywhere within a radius of 5,000 nautical miles. It's a disposable consumable, the system replied. Doesn't this mean that I can bring one of the 7 of them to my island first? Ye Chuan's expression changed. This is a good thing. However, choosing 1 out of 7 does not seem to be an easy option. Got it. Ye Chuan had a flash of inspiration and immediately used the triple value-added card on the disposable superlocator, and the disposable superlocator suddenly became 3. When Ye Chuan was about to use it on them again, the triple value-added card was no longer effective, and the system's voice came. Attention, the triple value-added card can only be used once for an item, and it will not be usable a second time. Well, at least we can locate 3 people. Although Ye Chuan was not particularly satisfied with the result, he was content. But Ye Chuan still wants to think about who to use it on first. Afterwards, Ye Chuan took out some spinach and stir-fried it in a pot. After pouring in fresh water and bringing it to a boil, he added a handful of noodles that he had traded for before. Then he ran to the chicken coop and looked around. There was only 1 egg, so Ye Chuan laid an egg. There are few eggs now, so I can only enjoy them myself. Afterwards, Ye Chuan traded a bowl of noodles to everyone, and then sent a message to Lu Yi. I have a way to find out your location. I plan to pick you up and come live on my island. How do you feel about that? You can even find the coordinates of my island? Lu Yi replied in disbelief. I have a locator that can locate the island. Ye Chuan replied. If you agree, I can go to your island now. I have been receiving your gift for a month, and now I have to go to your island. I don't think this is a good idea. Lu Yi thought for a while before replying. I am afraid that the only way I can repay your kindness to me is to give myself to you. What are you talking about? Ye Chuan was speechless. It's just because the current environment is getting worse and worse, and who knows what will happen next. So I have this idea now. Don't let your mind wander. I know, but at the moment, I've already troubled you too much. I don't know how to face you. Lu Yi made an embarrassed expression. Please let me think about it again. Okay. Ye Chuan did not force Lu Yi's decision. Of course, this answer was also within Ye Chuan's expectations. In fact, this girl still retained some stubbornness in her bones. Perhaps she would never take this final step unless it was absolutely necessary. Only then did Zhao Feiyu accept the noodles and put the 3 processed pheasants into the trading column. This startled Ye Chuan. You went into the woods? Yes, After the area grew to 1,000 square meters, there were indeed many small animals in the woods, so I shot 3 pheasants. Zhao Feiyu replied, but I don't have any seasonings or anything like that, so I'll leave it to you to handle. No problem, we can have fried chicken for lunch. Ye Chuan replied with a laughing expression, I haven't had spicy chicken for a long time. This time I can satisfy my craving. It seems that I will have a good time today. Zhao Feiyu was immediately happy when he saw it. Ye Chuan originally wanted to ask Zhao Feiyu, but he thought Zhao Feiyu was not the kind of person who would live under someone else's roof, so he ended up asking about blueberry jam. Blueberry jam replied without hesitation, really? That's great. I'm almost dying of loneliness on this island. It's a good thing that I have a brother to keep me company, hee. Are you sure? Ye Chuan asked seriously. This may have an irreversible impact on your future. I've already determined this. Blueberry jam made a grinning emoji. Looking at the public chat room records, there are mermaids and submarines. I'm scared. Okay then. Seeing this, Ye Chuan said no more and immediately used a disposable superlocator on the blueberry jam. Suddenly, a virtual interface appeared in front of Ye Chuan. In the far southwest, a small dot appeared. Ye Chuan was stunned. It seems a bit far away. Then he studied the virtual interface and quickly figured out the distance. 3,200 nautical miles. So far, Ye Chuan shouted in disbelief. But then he thought, when it was raining heavily, so many island owners were discussing the rain in the public chat room, but Blueberry Jam almost died of thirst. From that time, it can be seen how far away she is. At 45 nautical miles per hour, I should. Be careful. Due to the ice on the sea surface, the turtle's forward speed is hindered. Currently, it can only move at a speed of 30 nautical miles per hour. As the thickness of the ice increases, the turtle's speed will continue to decrease. Just when Ye Chuan was analyzing the matter, the system reminded him in time. It has slowed down so much. Ye Chuan was stunned, and then he did some calculations. Even if he calculated it at 30 nautical miles per hour, it would take more than 4 days, and the thickness of the ice was increasing every day. If he gave a few more days, it would probably take a week. Finally, Ye Chuan gave a time. It will take about a week for me to get to your island. You can wait for about 7 days. No problem. Blueberry Jam sent a series of grinning emojis. I have been lonely and cold for a month, and finally my brother comes to pick me up. I am really looking forward to it. After giving the coordinates to the turtle and ordering it to move toward the target, Ye Chuan ate noodles while reading the public chat room. Am I blind? Why do I see a mermaid rowing a boat towards my island? And there's a person sitting behind her. Chapter 112, City in the Sky? Spicy chicken. Fuck, man, are you kidding me? A mermaid brought someone to your house as a guest. The sea is frozen. How can the mermaid row the boat? She can't even lie, what a fool. How could he be joking? Could it be that the island owner who said that the mermaid attacked him last time has become friends with the mermaid? If that's the case, then wouldn't that be great for mermaids to eat bananas? Isn't that great? It's already this late, and they're still speeding. That mermaid is a man, okay? They've already reached the shore. Damn, that guy's hands and feet are tied up. A mermaid kidnapping? The public chat room was buzzing with chatter, but the guy who said the mermaid had landed on the island, whose ID was De Kongming, didn't say a word. Ye Chuan couldn't help but frowned. It now seems that the guy who saw the mermaid last time has been captured by the mermaid, but the mermaid did not kill him. Instead, he took him to another island owner. What does this guy want to do? It's impossible that they plan to use humans as food, right? Ye Chuan did not dwell on this matter anymore. He just planned to go to Blueberry Jam while trying to figure out the mermaid's purpose so as to complete the hidden mission. All I can say is that there is still a long way to go. There was nothing else to do for the time being, so Ye Chuan immediately went to deal with the pheasant. While chopping the pheasant into pieces and pouring them into an iron basin to soak in the blood, Ye Chuan picked 5 peppers and prepared onions, ginger, garlic, and star anise. It was a pity that there was no soy sauce, otherwise the spicy chicken would be perfect. Even so, this dish is absolutely unique and delicious in Ocean World. I rode my bike around the island, observed the situation around me, fed the 3 little ones with a few handfuls of dried fish, squeezed some goat milk, and added some fresh water to the chickens and sheep. After that, more than an hour had passed. At around 10 o'clock, Ye Chuan started to add a spoonful of lard into the pot and put in pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, fennel, and half of the onion, ginger, and garlic. After sautéing, he added the dried chicken and started stir-frying until the water was dried up. Then he added 3 L of water, brought it to a boil, and started to simmer it on low heat. All 3 are adult wild pheasants. They are not easy to cook and take at least an hour and a half to cook, but they taste even more delicious after being cooked. During this time, Friday came over with a bunch of strawberries. Brother Chuan, The strawberries are ripe, 46 in total. So many this time. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Last time there were more than 20 strawberries in total. I didn't expect that after a few more strawberry vines were added, the number of strawberries would nearly double. Now everyone can eat a few more and satisfy their appetite. The special tree species has grown to more than 30 meters high. In addition to being happy, Ye Chuan took a look at the special tree species. He was still shocked at the cold resistance of this tree. It could still grow at -17 or 18 degrees Celsius. However, the tree is currently only as thick as a baby's arm, and still only has a dozen leaves growing at the top 2 or 3 meters away. They are still just leaves and have no branches. Yes, in order to maintain its nutrients, I specially poured a bottle of nutrient solution into it last night. Friday replied, I believe it will give us a surprise in the near future. Do you know what kind of tree it is and aren't telling me on purpose? Ye Chuan asked Friday suspiciously. Brother Chuan, I'm wronged. I really don't know. Friday explained immediately, but I vaguely feel that it should be related to the castle in the sky. What the hell is the Sky City? Ye Chuan asked confusedly. I don't know either. It was just a brief moment when I was created, and I only remember the name. I don't know anything else. Friday replied loudly. You better not lie to me, or I'll have you go back to school and be retrained. Ye Chuan warned fiercely, and then asked the system, what is the Sky City? Warning, the host is touching upon a taboo. Please do not mention it. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. The system's voice seemed to be a little colder at that moment. Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips. It's not that I want to ask, it's just what Friday said that piqued my interest, as if who wants to know. As he said that, Ye Chuan snorted and put the strawberries on the dining table in the room. Then he looked at the big pot. More than half of the soup had been consumed. Ye Chuan immediately put in the chili and salt, and the remaining half of the onion, ginger, and garlic, then turned on high heat to prepare to collect the soup. In addition, Ye Chuan used a stone mill to grind some cornmeal, and used water to make corn cakes, which he stuck to the side of the cauldron until the soup was collected and the corn cakes were cooked. Ye Chuan immediately gave each of the 7 people a bowl of spicy chicken and 2 corn cakes. Let's eat spicy chicken today. Wow, boss, I love you so much. You can even make spicy chicken. Xiao Feilong was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Except that's awesome. Stop flattering me. Just eat your spicy chicken. Ye Chuan said unhappily. Just try to live. With you here, boss, I'm so fat, let alone alive. Little Feilong gave a grin and started to eat with relish. Although there was no soy sauce, the other ingredients including the chicken were all top-notch, and the spicy chicken was very fragrant. It's hard to describe. Lu Yi said happily. I can finally enjoy the spicy chicken this time. Thank you, alumni. Don't say thank you. Just help each other and overcome the difficulties together. Ye Chuan made a grinning expression. Come on, I've always been accepting, but never giving back. Lu Yi pouted. I feel embarrassed to say that. Then help me serve tea, water, wash clothes and cook when we meet. Ye Chuan replied with a laughing expression. Okay, I'll be your bed warmer. Lu Yi replied almost without hesitation. This made Ye Chuan speechless, and he didn't reply. The other people were also excited about Ye Chuan's spicy chicken. After Ye Chuan responded, he brought the spicy chicken to the super tablet and ate while reading the chat history. As soon as he saw it, he found someone was looking to buy something. Buy a medium-sized sailboat at a high price, or a medium-sized sailboat manufacturing plan. Dude, didn't the mermaid land on your island? Are you okay? Why did you suddenly buy a medium-sized sailboat? Is it this guy or the mermaid who is buying it? After all, the mermaid was rowing a small boat before. Stop talking nonsense. If you have any questions, talk to me privately. If not, shut up. What are you talking about? Oh shit, with your attitude, I'd rather chop up a medium-sized sailboat than give it to you. The sea is frozen. You still want to row on the ice, you idiot. Chapter 113. Tricking Mermaids, Encountering Submarines. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan's expression changed slightly. If he guessed correctly, the other party was either a mermaid or the owner of the island controlled by the mermaids. It was absolutely impossible for this smart guy to acquire the island on his own. Ye Chuan thought about it for a few seconds and immediately sent a private message to the other party. Hello, I have a medium-sized sailboat, but this thing is not ordinary. I wonder if you have anything to exchange. Do you know mermaid oil? After more than 10 seconds, the other party replied, I have mermaid oil here. The lamp made from it can last for 1,000 years. Are you kidding me? We are trying to survive on an island. I don't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes. What use is mermaid oil to me? Ye Chuan asked directly. Change it. I have a knife here. It weighs 56 kilograms and is 50 centimeters long. It can cut iron like mud and cut 1,000 kilogram stone in half, with one knife. After more than 10 seconds, the other party spoke. Send it, and let me see. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Why? If I give it to you, and you don't give me the sailboat, then I'm giving it to you for nothing. Tsongming replied. Are you a liar? Ye Chuan immediately put the medium-sized sailboat on the trading list, and took it off the shelf 10 seconds later. See, I really have a medium-sized sailboat here, but I have to at least try it to know how good your knife is. Otherwise, if I get cheated, where can I go to seek justice? That's right, Tsongming said, and immediately traded the knife to Ye Chuan. When Ye Chuan got the knife, it was indeed heavy enough, but it was just right for him. He took out the machete and pushed it hard, and a not-so-small gap appeared on the machete. This is wonderful. Ye Chuan was stunned, then became excited. After all, the last time, whether it was dealing with the reticulated python or the mermaid, the machete was not particularly useful, and it almost became a waste. With this knife, Ye Chuan was absolutely confident that he could kill the reticulated python with one blow. Even if he's a mermaid, one blow from him is enough to kill him. How about this knife? Is it okay? Tsongming asked again at this time. No, it's too heavy. I can't even lift it. I can't use it at all. It's useless. Ye Chuan replied. Forget it. I won't trade with you. Give me back the knife. Tsongming said impatiently. You are not the only one who has a medium-sized sailboat. Didn't I tell you? This knife fell on the ground, and I can't pick it up. Ye Chuan replied. How can I trade with you if I can't pick it up? You are playing this joke on me. Are you stupid? Looking for trouble on purpose? Tsongming's face turned cold. Boy, don't think I don't know where you are. I have a superlocator. If you don't give it to me, I can only use it on you. It doesn't matter, just use it if you want. After Ye Chuan said that, he directly blocked Tsongming. On a small island hundreds of miles away, Tsongming looked at the tall mermaid beside him weakly. Brother you, he blocked me. Walla walla. The mermaid looked at Tsongming with gritted teeth and slapped him on the cheek, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground, with the translator in his ear falling out. Tsongming immediately put on the receiver and said loudly, Brother you, don't we have a superlocator? If you find him, not only can you get revenge, but you can also get the medium-sized sailboat. If you are lucky, you can also get other good things. We won't lose out. For now, this is the only way. The mermaid nodded thoughtfully, ran out of the cabin, and used the superlocator. The other party actually also has a superlocator. I just don't know if it's from a mermaid or a smart guy. Ye Chuan pinched his chin and muttered to himself. However, I still want to find him. He plans to come to me first, which is a good thing. I just need to be alert and wait for him. After reminding the dolphin and the three little ones to be alert, Ye Chuan couldn't let go of the knife. It can be seen that this knife is purely handmade, and it has been refined for at least 1,000 times. The entire blade looks like it has pits and depressions that were made by a small hammer when the blade was in an extremely hot state, similar to fish scales. The blade is extremely bright, and at the junction of the blade and the handle, there is a very small word, Tu, engraved. Could it be that the person who made this knife has the surname Tu? After playing with the knife for a while, Ye Chuan put the knife back into the system's inventory. This way, whenever he needed to use it, he only needed to think about it, and the knife would appear in his hand. It was very convenient. As for the machete, Ye Chuan directly traded it to Liang Hongying, which surprised Liang Hongying. Why do you want to give me the knife? I know you're good at martial arts, so I'll give you a knife for self-defense. Ye Chuan replied. Now, the situation is getting more and more serious. Mermaids and submarines may appear. Be careful. There's a gap on this machete? Liang Hongying asked suspiciously. This gap was left when I was fighting, but it doesn't affect its use. Ye Chuan grinned. If you don't like it, I'll give it to you when I find the perfect weapon. I'm just asking out of curiosity. This weapon is pretty good. Liang Hongying immediately took it and sent a smiling emoticon. Thank you very much. No need to be polite with our own people. Ye Chuan made a laughing expression. I am still waiting for a high return on my investment in you. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be surprised. Liang Hongying also made a laughing expression. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the three little ones suddenly cried out hurriedly, which made Ye Chuan's heart tighten. Could it be that the mermaid came to him so soon? Ye Chuan narrowed his eyes and immediately ran out of the room, only to see the three little ones circling in the sky. Seeing Ye Chuan coming out, Wang Kai swooped down immediately, and the moment Ye Chuan reached out to grab its feet, it directly brought Ye Chuan to the sky, and then flew to the left. 5 minutes passed, and 25 nautical miles away, Ye Chuan saw a white lump protruding from the ice. If it weren't for the broken ice surface and the circle of red on the top of the white lump, it would have been difficult for Ye Chuan to find it. Is this the submarine that Zhang Xingchun mentioned? Ye Chuan frowned and muttered to himself. He had never expected that this submarine would appear next to him and that they would meet so quickly. There is no doubt that this submarine must have discovered Turtle Island. Encountering such a large turtle, it is hard to guarantee that it will not react in some way. System, you said that if I confront the submarine now, it would be like a moth flying into a flame and seeking my own destruction. But now they have come to my door, what do you think I should do? Ye Chuan slowly returned to the ground and asked unhappily. Chapter 114. Crisis resolved, krill harvested. The system didn't say anything. I don't know if it was scared or what. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly, thought about it for a moment, and then said seriously, My pig, you must keep a close eye on that submarine now, and report to me immediately if there is any unusual movement. Since the turtle's water bomb was upgraded to the intermediate level, it can only bombard a distance of 50 meters at most. I'm afraid it will be useless this time. Currently, my strongest weapon is the cannon, but since the submarine is in the water, the cannon is of no use. The only fighting force is the dolphins, but the current impact force of 1,500 pounds is probably just a tickle to the submarine. It was indeed as the system said. He had no chance of winning at all, and if the other party used weapons of mass destruction to attack, even if the turtle had the ability to heal quickly, it might not survive. Let's give it a try. After considering several options that seemed impractical, Ye Chuan finally gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. 10 minutes later, the dolphin jumped out of the sea and called to Ye Chuan a few times. Ye Chuan was stunned. That submarine entered the water and ran away to the left? Call. The next second, Ye Chuan sat down on the ground and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. I thought it would be a fierce battle with zero chance of winning, but I didn't expect that the other party ignored me. It turns out that there were no mermaids in the submarine, but humans. Moreover, he should be a veteran island owner who came from the open sea like the mermaid. As for why he wanted to enter the novice area, it is unknown. I've escaped a disaster. This should be considered good news. I can celebrate tonight. Ye Chuan muttered to himself, and immediately went to heat up the unfinished spicy chicken. It was not until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon that he finished his lunch. Looking at the trading interface, all the sea fish that he had put on the shelves have been traded. It seems that it is time to exchange another batch of sea fish and freshwater for supplies. Moreover, the sea is currently frozen, and the island owner's demand for supplies is much smaller than their demand for food and water. I can take advantage of this and purchase more supplies. The appearance of the submarine made Ye Chuan finally realize how insignificant he was. Even with the system, if you encounter an absolutely terrifying strength, you will probably still not be able to escape the fate of death. After some consolidation of the supplies, we now have 9,324 wooden boards, 8,303 metal sheets, 8,512 cloth sheets, 7,922 stones, 6,577 plastics, and 6,213 glass sheets. It seems like a lot, but if you really want to build even half of a submarine, you can't make it, right? It is imperative to collect resources on a large scale. At that moment, Ye Chuan moved the semi-automatic fishing machine to the tail of the turtle, told the turtle to stop temporarily, asked the dolphins to help remove the broken ice, and then pressed the button towards the sea in front. Puff! With a crisp sound, the fishing net was ejected directly and then quickly sank into the sea. Then Ye Chuan began to close the net, but his expression changed. It's very heavy. It must be very cold under the sea. Can we still have a big harvest at this temperature? Ye Chuan muttered to himself happily. He sped up the recovery of the fishing nets and finally pulled the densely packed, big bags to the island. There were so many of them, all about 2 or 3 centimeters in size, shrimps. The system also gave the quantity at this time. Krill, 2,134 kilograms. Oh my God, it's a ton of krill. Ye Chuan said to himself with joy. The krill were not very small in size, and were very suitable for frying or making shrimp paste. He didn't expect that he could catch so many krill at once. He really made a fortune. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately put all the krill on the shelf. 200 g of krill equals 5 wooden boards. 200 g of krill equals 5 pieces of cloth. 200 g of krill equals 5 pieces of metal. A total of 5,000 copies were put on the shelves, and for a time the entire trading interface almost became a paradise for krill. The island owners who lived on the super tablet noticed this almost immediately and immediately posted a message in the public chat room. Krill. There is actually a big guy who put several thousand kilograms of krill on the shelf. The ice layer must be 7 or 8 centimeters thick. How did the big guy get the krill? I thought you were lying. There are actually krill. Holy shit. How fine a net would you need to catch the krill? Does the boss have a special net for catching krill? How can there be such a large area of krill at this time? This big guy must have made a fortune. I'm so envious. It's already frozen. Resources and the like are not as important as food. We should exchange some if we can, otherwise we will really starve to death. Do you need to tell me? I already changed to 600G. After checking the transaction records, I found that the transactions had indeed started to slowly take place. Private chats also came one after another. Ye Chuan looked at more than a dozen and finally chose Wang Sanrui. Friend, how did you catch your krill? Does this have anything to do with you? Ye Chuan asked immediately. I'll give you 50 kilograms of krill in exchange for your help. How about you tell me the method? Wang Sanrui said as he directly put on the shelf 2 island area expansion cards and a manufacturing diagram for a small hovercraft. Why do you have so many island area expansion cards? Ye Chuan frowned. He seemed to have already got 5 or 6 cards from him, but he still had some. Did this guy have a bug that specifically released island area expansion cards? Are you the friend who has done business with me several times before? Wang Sanrui was shocked when he saw this sentence. Wang Sanrui felt that Ye Chuan's identity was very mysterious. Not only could he kill wild boars, hyenas, and pythons, but now he could also catch so many krill. Isn't this too powerful? Could it be that he has already contacted some outside family or financial group through some channel? You don't need to care who I am. I already have 4 island area expansion cards. The small hovercraft manufacturing plan is worth some money, but 50 kilograms is probably a bit too much. Ye Chuan replied. How about this? 30 kilograms. If you agree, we can trade. My friend, a small hovercraft can travel on the ice at a speed of 70 nautical miles per hour. Wang Sanrui replied seriously. This is not an ordinary good thing. It is worth at least 30 kilograms. This thing needs to burn oil. It's useless if I make it without oil. Ye Chuan argued. If you want to change it, then change it. If you don't want to change it, it doesn't matter. It's up to you to decide. Exchange. Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth in anger, but still put the 3 items on the trading column and completed the transaction with Ye Chuan. Damn it, when I meet you one day, I will make you regret it. Wang Sanrui kicked a stone next to him and muttered to himself with gritted teeth. At this moment, Ye Chuan took a look at the manufacturing drawings of the small hovercraft. With the help of the system, he discovered a gratifying piece of information. This small hovercraft does not require fuel. Chapter 115. Set up the generator and have a feast. No oil, no electricity. This small hovercraft is powered by electricity and has a 20,000 Ah battery with a range of less than 300 nautical miles. In other words, if you drive this small hovercraft, you can go at least 150 nautical miles, which is simply awesome. This is really a pleasant surprise. I thought burning oil was useless, but it turns out to be so energy-saving and environmentally friendly. Ye Chuan said with a laugh. After all, he has a super battery with enough power to charge him tens of thousands of times, so it doesn't matter. However, this also made Ye Chuan feel a little urgent. After all, although the battery can store a lot of electricity, more electricity will be used in the future, and sooner or later there will be a day when the battery will run out of power. It seems that the 5 wind turbine manufacturing drawings that were previously issued have finally come in handy. With this thought in mind, Ye Chuan immediately made 5 wind turbines, placed them around the previous generator, and connected them in series with the previous wires. All of a sudden, there were 6 wind turbines generating electricity. Every time it rotates one circle, excluding the consumption on the line, about 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity can be delivered to the super battery. In this way, nearly 200 degrees of electricity can be delivered a day. As time goes by, it is not impossible to fully charge the super battery. Great! Looking at the 6 wind turbines standing up, Ye Chuan suddenly became excited. Today is indeed a day of harvest. Ye Chuan muttered to himself as he chopped a large piece of ribs. It happened that he had exchanged for 3 bottles of beer before, so he could make a dish of beer ribs. First, chop the ribs into small pieces, blanch them, add lard, and directly throw in the onion, ginger, pepper, star anise, dried bay leaves, and dried chilies to stir fry. Then open the pot and simmer on low heat. Because wild boar meat is relatively old, it needs to be cooked for at least 2 hours to become really tender, and then beer and salt are added to make this delicious braised spare ribs. Just like spicy chicken, without soy sauce, you'll have to make do with it. While the spare ribs were stewing, Ye Chuan brought in another 3 pounds of krill, washed them several times with fresh water, and then put them into a makeshift mortar. He began to pound it with a mallet, while continuously adding onions, ginger, and salt, until the krill were pounded into a sticky paste. Only then was he finished. It is very simple to make shrimp paste, and since I have so many krill in my hands, I can make it any time I want to eat it. Scrambled eggs with shrimp paste. Add more green onions. The taste is amazing. As time passed, The pork chops that had been poured with 2 bottles of beer had absorbed the juice and smelled delicious. Even the 3 little ones came over and surrounded Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan was not stingy and gave them 2 pieces each. Although the food burned their throats, they still enjoyed the meal. They kept opening their mouths after eating. Ye Chuan laughed out loud with joy and immediately gave them a large basin of fresh water, which they drank up immediately. After putting the beer ribs on a plate, Ye Chuan picked up 2 eggs and immediately fried the shrimp paste. Since salt had already been added when making the shrimp paste, there was no need to add salt now, just fry it. Then he gave each of them a multi-grain pancake and traded it to the 7 people. Beer ribs, fried eggs with shrimp paste. Please enjoy. These are all delicious dishes, Zhao Feiyu said in surprise. Don't tell me you were the one who put those krill on the shelves. You guessed it. I caught 2,000 kilograms of krill in one net. It's so cool. Ye Chuan showed off his expression. I made shrimp paste specially, and the pancakes are absolutely delicious. It's more than delicious. It's simply a delicacy on the tip of your tongue. Zhao Feiyu sent a thumbs-up emoji. Awesome. Lu Yiwei also gave Ye Chuan a thumbs-up expression. To be honest, I really didn't like shrimp paste before, but the shrimp paste you made is simply a massage for the taste buds. It almost made my tongue pregnant. Is it that exaggerated? Ye Chuan curled his lips and added in his mind, I hope you're not pregnant. Anyway, it's delicious. Lu Yiwei made a grinning expression. You're so nice. Let's eat. Ye Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and replied. Then I poured myself a glass of Lao Baigan and spent 2 hours of leisure time watching the action blockbuster, drinking wine, and eating snacks. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Ye Chuan washed up and sat on the bed. He looked at the message in the public chat room. The ice is nearly 9 centimeters thick, and it's hard to break it with rocks. This world is going crazy. There's a supply box right in front of me, but I can't get it. You can use a spear to poke a 2 centimeters diameter hole in the ice, take off your pants, and then do push-ups. What kind of magical operation is this? Bro, how did you come up with this? You are such a talent. It's time to have fun in misery. I'm almost starving to death. Can't I be allowed to have some fun? No offense, but I really don't understand why yours is so thin. Fuck it, let me get off the bus. I want to go to kindergarten. What the hell is going on? Don't they have any sense of crisis? Ye Chuan was speechless. After instructing the 3 little ones to be alert, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ye Chuan finally woke up. He looked outside and saw that it was already bright. Under the influence of alcohol, he actually slept until after 8 o'clock. It's more comfortable to sleep until you wake up naturally. Ye Chuan stretched, walked out of the room, and looked at the half-risen sun in the sky, which already felt a little warm. The dolphin jumped out of the sea at the right time and conveyed some news to Ye Chuan, which made Ye Chuan finally put his mind at ease. The submarine was already 200 nautical miles away from Turtle Island and was still moving away. It seemed that he would never meet it again this time. By the way, how far away is that mermaid from me? Why hasn't she come here in half a day and a night? Ye Chuan couldn't help but muttered quietly. It shouldn't be too far, right? Afterwards, Ye Chuan did not hesitate anymore. Anyway, even if the 3 little ones were still 20 or 30 nautical miles away from him, they would be alert to him. So he decided to wait until they were 20 nautical miles away from him. Then, Ye Chuan said, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and 1 lucky blind box. Note, there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. My luck is pretty good. I opened another blind box. I just don't know how lucky I am to open a blind box. Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile and immediately said, Open the blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host. You won 6 out of 1 super warm cotton skirt. Chapter 116. Eliminate the roots. System warning. Warm, cotton skirt. Ye Chuan was stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, System, damn, seeing that my island is about to welcome a girl, you specially let me prescribe a cotton skirt. But the system stopped moving. Ye Chuan didn't dwell on it anymore and didn't choose for the time being. After all, no one knew what color or style blueberry jam liked. It would be better to wait until she actually arrived on his island. Guessing that everyone should have had breakfast at this time, Ye Chuan did not make any further preparations. He just used 2 eggs to make himself a bowl of egg water and drank it before leaving the room. After feeding the chicks some breadcrumbs and adding some grate of fresh water, Ye Chuan planned to squeeze some goat milk, but noticed that the ew's belly seemed to be bigger than before. Is this because she has gained weight? Attention, the ewe is pregnant and will give birth in half a month. The system immediately gave a warning. Fuck, it works. Ye Chuan shouted in surprise. I didn't even realize it. but the two sheep had conceived a child together. It was so unexpected. Moreover, in this ocean world, just like a chick hatching from its shell, the time it takes for a ewe to give birth from pregnancy is also very short, probably only 21 or 22 days. She is currently in the 7th day of pregnancy, right? It's just, can I still squeeze and drink goat milk after I'm pregnant? Ye Chuan pinched his chin and thought about it, then immediately sent a private message to Lu Yi Weiwei. Lu Yi Weiwei immediately responded with a series of laughing emojis and patiently explained, "Don't worry, the ewe is pregnant, and her milk is still drinkable. You can safely milk it. Can it be squeezed until delivery?" Ye Chuan asked. "That's the principle," Lu Yi Weiwei replied. "Okay, I got it," Ye Chuan replied, and immediately took the bucket to milk. Ye Chuan plans to continue milking during this period until 3 days before the ewe gives birth. It seems that he needs to store some goat milk during this period. After all, after the ewe gives birth, the lamb also needs to drink breast milk for a period of time. After doing all this, Ye Chuan stopped and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, then handed the fertile black soil to Friday. "Brother Chuan, there's a problem with the wheat." Friday took the fertile black soil and said in distress. "What do you mean?" Ye Chuan's heart tightened, and he looked at Friday seriously. "Friday, you are an expert in plant cultivation. How can you cause problems with wheat?" "It's not my fault. A hole was dug in the greenhouse the night before yesterday, and a small part of the wheat that had already grown was destroyed." Friday explained immediately. "I repaired the greenhouse, but who knew that the greenhouse that had been repaired last night was opened again, and a small part of the wheat was destroyed again? Is there such a thing?" Ye Chuan frowned and called the 3 little ones over. The 3 little ones have been on alert the whole time. Logically, this kind of problem shouldn't happen. It should be something coming out of the woods to cause damage. As for what it is, Ye Chuan still has to think carefully about it. The 3 little ones looked at each other, and finally, it was Wang Kai who expressed his regret tactfully. It turned out that the 3 little ones had too much fun during the day and accidentally fell asleep at night. The ones who destroyed the greenhouse did so during the time when the 3 little ones were sleeping. "Let's go into the woods now. No matter what is causing this trouble, we have to catch it." Ye Chuan gritted his teeth in anger. After he finished speaking, he immediately led the 3 little ones into the woods. And this time, the 3 little ones did not form a corner to protect Ye Chuan, but separated directly. Their main task was to search for those large creatures. However, the 3 little ones, along with Ye Chuan, searched the entire forest but did not find any trace of large animals. "That's strange. If I didn't search carefully enough, the 3 little ones can't be lazy." Ye Chuan pinched his chin and analyzed seriously. Or, when we entered the woods to search, the culprit had already secretly moved out of the woods. 3 little ones. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan said in a low voice. The 3 little ones immediately ran out of the woods and flew high into the sky. However, after just 10 seconds, the 3 little ones started chirping and flew towards the woods from the same direction. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and ran in that direction. He saw 2 figures running rapidly into the woods and bumping into Ye Chuan. They were the 2 hyenas that survived last time. Whoa! Looking at Ye Chuan, the 2 hyenas immediately bared their teeth at him, lay down, and prepared for battle. "Oh my god, you 2 are really good at hiding. It seems like you guys used the same method to hide when we entered the woods last time." Ye Chuan laughed, holding the big knife in his hand. "This time, you can't escape." Ouch! With a roar, the 2 hyenas rushed towards Ye Chuan from the left and right, biting his thighs and throat with their sharp teeth. Ye Chuan snorted coldly, and his sword flashed across the front like lightning. With 2 whimpering sounds, the 2 hyenas were cut in half and lay on the ground wailing. "If you don't destroy my greenhouse and wheat, I might forget about you temporarily." Ye Chuan shook his head slightly. "I have already given you a chance, but you are useless, so you can't blame me." Afterwards, he ordered the 3 little ones to throw the hyena's body into the sea and ordered Friday to repair the greenhouse. Then Ye Chuan prepared to make lunch. Just searching for the 2 hyenas took Ye Chuan more than 2 hours. Now it was almost 11 o'clock and Ye Chuan could already feel his stomach growling. Attention, the thickness of the ice will exceed 30 centimeters in 3 days, and the resistance to the turtle's movement will reach its maximum, and it will be unable to swim. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. By then, the turtle will move forward by crawling and will no longer be able to catch food on its own. The host needs to prepare enough food to ensure the turtle's daily food intake. "How much sea fish does my turtle need to eat in a day?" Ye Chuan was stunned and asked immediately. 500 kilograms. The system's answer really shocked Ye Chuan. Who can believe that a sea turtle can eat 500 kilograms of sea fish every day while moving forward? This is definitely a huge number. It seems that I can't do anything else for the next period of time. I can only keep catching sea fish to ensure that the turtles will not starve and have problems during the period when the sea is frozen. Of course, this matter currently needs to be started in the afternoon. The first priority now is lunch. Chapter 117. Catching turtle food. The mermaids are coming. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out the bluefin tuna and cut off a large piece of fresh meat. Then take out the chili pepper and chop it up, heat oil in a pan, add onion, ginger, peppercorns, star anise and other spices, stir fry until fragrant. Then remove the waste and pour the oil into the chopped chili pepper to make a simple version of chili oil. Using chili oil as a dipping sauce for raw tuna is unique, right? Afterwards, Ye Chuan turned on the multifunctional grill and grilled 8 squids. He then distributed 200 g of sashimi, a small portion of dipping sauce, and a grilled squid to each of the 7 people. We're eating raw fish again. This portion would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan outside. Lu Shui said excitedly. I didn't even eat breakfast this morning. I was just waiting for this feast, hee. I got up late in the morning and was busy for a while. It's already noon in the blink of an eye. Ye Chuan made a helpless expression. Let's try what tuna dipped in chili oil tastes like. It should be very sour and refreshing. In such an environment, anything is satisfying. What's more, you always ask me to eat different things. I feel like I'm going to become a useless person. Lu Shui made an embarrassed expression. No one expected that the novice area would become as difficult as hell. The knowledge I learned is almost useless. It was all in vain. Don't be discouraged. Everyone will be useful one day. Ye Chuan immediately laughed, and then he ate lunch while reading the messages in the public chat room. I've been running low on food these days due to the ice, and now I'm almost starving to death. Can anyone be kind enough to give me something to eat? Hasn't it always been the case that some big guys have been exchanging krill for various resources? Don't tell me that all your resources are not up to standard. I have already exchanged all my resources for food. I have eaten all the food I need. I still have some fresh water. If anyone wants fresh water, please exchange it with me for food. Is the guy who did push-ups last night still here? Are you feeling happy? Fuck, forget it. It was too cold. I froze right at the beginning. I twitched violently and my skin was peeling. Fortunately, the bleeding stopped, but I'm afraid it will get inflamed. If I can't use it in the future, I won't be able to pass on my family line. You deserve it, ha 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 ha. Looking at a series of messages, Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips. There really is such a weirdo, staying up late at night to poke an ice hole and do push-ups? Not seeing any useful news, Ye Chuan quickly finished his meal and immediately ran to catch sea fish. However, there seemed to be no marine fish nearby. After 3 consecutive fishing nets, they turned out to be all krill, with a total harvest of 6,000 kilograms of krill. Ye Chuan was a little speechless and couldn't help asking Xiang Haigui, My turtle, do you eat krill? The turtle's huge head slowly emerged from the sea. It turned its head and nodded at Ye Chuan, which finally made Ye Chuan feel relieved. Krill may not be as resistant to starvation as marine fish, so 500 kilograms of marine fish should be on par with 600 kilograms of krill, right? In this way, these 6,000 kilograms of krill can at least keep the sea turtles from having to run around for food for 9 days. Let's keep working hard while it's still day. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and cast 3 nets again. In addition to catching 6,000 kilograms of krill, he also caught more than a dozen king crabs. Tonight, we're having king crab, and 12,000 kilograms of krill are enough food for the turtles for at least 18 days. Ye Chuan plans to take a break today and continue fishing tomorrow. After all, the 6 nets had already taken nearly 2 hours. Even though Ye Chuan had half of his strength fed back by the turtle, 6 times of pulling 2,000 kilograms of force still made him feel a little tired. After putting all the krill into an item column of the system, Ye Chuan immediately ran to drink all the 300 milliliters of purified S-level fresh water. The feeling of fatigue instantly disappeared, and he felt refreshed after exercise, and his whole body became energetic. This S-grade fresh water is indeed a good thing. Ye Chuan licked his lips. It was a pity that the purification speed of this level of fresh water was too slow. The daily amount was not enough for him to drink. It seemed that if he wanted to let the owners of the affiliated islands drink it, he would have to wait for a while. After looking around the island and watching Friday weeding in the fields for a while, Ye Chuan returned to his room, intending to lie down until the afternoon. But less than half an hour after entering the house, the alarm sounds of the 3 little ones rang from high in the sky. This made Ye Chuan's heart tighten, and he immediately rushed out of the room. Wankai fell from the sky. Ye Chuan jumped and grabbed its feet. He was instantly brought to a height of nearly 200 meters, and then quickly went to a place. 30 nautical miles away, a small boat was moving slowly forward. It was the mermaid and the 2 island masters. At this moment, the mermaid was sleeping in the cabin, while the two island masters were paddling forward with all their might, not daring to rest at all, as if they would be beaten severely by the mermaid if they relaxed their strength. Ye Chuan observed for another 10 seconds, and without the mermaids noticing him, Wang Kai quickly took him back to Turtle Island. Now Ye Chuan finally understood. No wonder this boat could move forward on the sea. It turned out that there were metal sheets on the bottom of the boat, similar to the ice skates in a roller skating rink. There should be 3 ice skates that directly supported the boat. All he needed to do was to use the oars to support the ice surface and paddle hard to make the boat move, and the speed was at least 3 times that of a ship sailing on the water. I didn't expect that I would have to fight the second mermaid so soon. Ye Chuan paced back and forth on the island, feeling a little excited. After all, it took me a lot of effort to kill the mermaid last time. If I use conventional methods to fight this mermaid, I am afraid I will still not be its opponent. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately took out the remaining anesthetic needle and handed it to Wang Kai. He had noticed before that although the mermaid was sleeping, at least half of her lower body was exposed. He only needed to throw her from a high altitude, like last time, and inject her into her body. What else do we need to pay attention to? Think about what else we need to pay attention to. Ye Chuan murmured nervously, looked around, and nodded. Yes, we can't fight on the island. Otherwise the island we built with great difficulty will be destroyed. Friday, Ye Chuan shouted immediately after he came up with a plan. Is there anything wrong, Brother Chuan? Friday ran over immediately. Come and fight with me. Ye Chuan said seriously. Brother Chuan, I'm a management robot, not a combat robot. Friday spread his hands and said, You asked me to set up the greenhouse and dismantle the locator, and I endured it. Now you actually want me to fight. Aren't you going too far? Oh shit. Looking at Friday, who was righteously condemning him, Ye Chuan was speechless for a moment. Chapter 118. If you want to fight, then fight. Touching his forehead, Ye Chuan asked seriously, What is the meaning of your existence? Of course it's for field management. Friday answered as a matter of course. Who is the field management for? Ye Chuan asked. Brother Chuan, it's you. Friday answered again. I'm about to face a mermaid. His fighting ability is stronger than mine, and I can't beat him by myself. Ye Chuan coaxed. If I go to fight him now, I might be killed by him because I can't beat him. You farm and you are happy, but if I die, your land will be gone and you will be unhappy. You may even be recycled and disappear from this world. Are you willing to disappear? No. Friday shook his head. Then you should help me fight. Ye Chuan stepped forward and patted Friday's shoulder. Now, I'm going to fight. You should think about it carefully. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to Friday and, led by Wang Yun, came to a place 20 nautical miles away from Turtle Island. 3 minutes ago, Wang Kai had successfully injected the anesthetic needle into the mermaid's lower body. Although the mermaid was awakened, and even if the anesthetic needle was pulled out, the anesthetic had already entered his body. Looking up at Wang Kai, who had already flown away, the mermaid gnashed her teeth in anger and said, Wooly walla. Brother you, the people we are looking for may have discovered us and attacked us. Island owner A said respectfully, Should we? Woola walla. The mermaid glared at the owner of Island A, and was so scared that Island A dared not say anything more. Brother you look. At this moment, the owner of Island B pointed forward and shouted. The mermaid turned around and saw a figure walking on the ice. It seemed that he was the only one in the vast world, and looked very lonely and desolate. Woohoo! The mermaid muttered, harpoon in hand, jumped off the boat, and strode towards Ye Chuan. Brother you, I've heard a lot about you. Ye Chuan greeted the mermaid with a smile. The mermaid was startled and looked at Ye Chuan in disbelief. You can actually talk to me? What a coincidence. I just happened to learn the language of the mermaids. Ye Chuan smiled. I am really flattered that you came all the way to see me. You idiot, you stole my knife. I'm here to kill you and inherit your island to make a fortune, the mermaid said in a deep voice, shaking the harpoon slightly. Before that, I want to ask you a question. Ye Chuan said. How did you mermaids come to the novice zone? What do you plan to do in the novice zone? Do you think that you lowly humans are qualified to know? The mermaid sneered, took a step forward, and took the lead in launching an attack. Ye Chuan frowned slightly, looking at the harpoon stabbed by the mermaid. A big knife appeared in his hand, and he chopped it fiercely forward. Bite! With a crisp sound, the mermaid took 2 steps back. Ye Chuan's body retreated straight back nearly 5 meters, and several deep scratches appeared on the ice. When Ye Chuan came, he took the lead in making a pair of simple spiked shoes, which could enable him to firmly grip the ice surface so as not to fall into a passive position due to the ice surface. The mermaid was now so shocked that she could no longer be shocked. The strength of mermaids is more than 20 times that of ordinary humans. Even those veteran island masters whose physiques have been greatly enhanced find it difficult to win a one-on-one battle with the mermaids. It is almost impossible that the novice island master in the novice zone can be comparable to himself in strength. Unless, are you the old island owner? The mermaid asked in surprise. I asked you a question and you didn't answer it. So why should I answer your question? Ye Chuan said unhappily and hooked his finger at the mermaid. Come on, continue. Today, you will definitely die. Seeing Ye Chuan being so arrogant, the mermaid's face became very ugly and she launched an attack again. Ye Chuan concentrated and calmed himself, fighting with the mermaid with a big knife in hand and using his fighting skills from time to time. However, the speed of the mermaid began to increase slowly. Although Ye Chuan's strength was on par with the mermaid, his speed and agility were still a little lacking. After only 3 minutes, the mermaid discovered his flaw and hit Ye Chuan's back hard with the harpoon. Ye Chuan held his breath, turned sideways, and swung his sword behind him, just blocking the harpoon. However, the huge force still made Ye Chuan fall forward. At the critical moment, a rotating crossbow appeared in his hand, and 8 arrows were shot at the mermaid. Ding ding ding. The mermaid was so fast that he blocked 7 crossbow arrows while retrieving the harpoon, and 1 was caught in his hand. The huge shooting force made the crossbow arrow rush forward dozens of centimeters. When it penetrated the mermaid's body surface nearly 1 centimeter, he finally caught it firmly. You are so awesome, you actually hurt me. The mermaid threw the crossbow arrow on the ground and said disdainfully, I thought you were so powerful, but you are defeated by me? Yeah, I'm no match for you. You might kill me. Ye Chuan said helplessly. Before I die, can you tell me why you entered the novice zone? No. The mermaid shook her head. You'd better be a fool. As he said that, he took a big step forward and attacked Ye Chuan again, intending to kill Ye Chuan with 1 blow. Puff, puff, puff. Just at that moment, another 8 crossbow arrows shot out, causing the mermaid to frown and hurriedly resist in surprise. Ye Chuan also jumped up, swung his sword vigorously, and slashed at the mermaid's shoulder. Not hurt. The mermaid was in doubt and didn't pay attention to the 8 crossbow arrows for the time being. She held the harpoon horizontally to block the attack of the big knife in time, and then stretched out her other hand and hit Ye Chuan in the chest. Ye Chuan had retreated directly to the back when his attack failed. Although the mermaid's fist hit him, the power was at least weakened by half, but it still made Ye Chuan feel a pain in his chest, as if his chest was cracked. Damn it! The mermaid gritted her teeth and pulled out the crossbow arrow that was nearly 3 centimeters embedded in her body. Blood gushed out for a moment, and it looked like 4 bloody holes appeared on her body. Looking at Ye Chuan, who was 10 meters away, the mermaid was really angry. Boy, you really pissed me off. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Ye Chuan sneered, slowly stood up, and once again performed an offensive and defensive move. Compared to the previous merman, his progress has been obvious, but to defeat the opponent, he probably still needs the anesthetic to take effect. Only 7 or 8 minutes have passed now, which means it will take another 7 or 8 minutes for the anesthetic to take effect. A sternum fracture does not heal as quickly as an external injury. It will take at least a minute to fully heal. But the mermaid moved again. Chapter 119. Treasure Boy, Mermaid Captured. Fuck you. Just as Ye Chuan was about to dodge, a figure rushed over from behind Ye Chuan and kicked the mermaid quickly and fiercely. Boom. The mermaid switched from offense to defense, holding the harpoon across her chest, and took the blow head on. She was actually kicked back 5 or 6 steps. Friday. Ye Chuan suddenly shouted excitedly. Brother Chuan, I've thought about it. Although your request is excessive, I still decided to help you this time. Friday replied, but I can't do it again in the future. No problem. It's enough for you to help me this time. Ye Chuan laughed and said, I didn't expect you to know some kung fu cool. When I was created, some self-protection kung fu codes were written into me. Friday scratched his head. I can only say that I have a rough understanding of it. Be careful. While she was speaking, the mermaid suddenly took action. Ye Chuan immediately threw the big knife to Friday. I want to live. Bite. At that moment, the knife and the fork came into close contact, and a brilliant spark burst out. The two retreated at the same time. The mermaid was shocked again. This guy's strength is actually stronger than that guy. Woohoo! The mermaid snorted coldly and shouted at Friday. Brother Chuan, what is he talking about? Friday asked suspiciously. He's greeting your mother. Ye Chuan replied unhappily. I didn't expect that Friday, who knows a little bit about everything, doesn't understand the language of the mermaids. Ask your mother. Then Friday cursed angrily and started fighting with the mermaid again with a big knife in his hand. After this period of time, the sternum finally recovered. Ye Chuan used the system to secretly make an iron rod weighing 30 kilograms with metal sheets, waiting for an opportunity to take action. 15 minutes. Time flies. Although Friday was losing ground, he managed to hold on. The time for the anesthetic to take effect has finally come. Sure enough, at the moment when Friday was knocked back by a harpoon, the mermaid suddenly felt dazed and a little dizzy, and then the world was spinning and she felt very uncomfortable. Damn it. The mermaid gritted her teeth, looked coldly at Friday, who was about to rush up again, and bit the tip of her tongue directly, intending to fight with Friday to the death. Damn you, you fairy boss. Friday was really angry at this moment. He cursed at the mermaid and rushed forward with a roar. Boom. The two had just collided when Ye Chuan hit the mermaid on the back of the head with a club. The mermaid was stunned on the spot at that moment and turned to look at Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan clearly saw the mermaid's eyes turn in different directions for a few circles. Then she grinned at him politely, fell straight to the ground, and fell asleep. Brother Chuan, who on earth is this guy? Friday asked. He's not easy to deal with. This is just one A-level marine creature. If they come in groups, we're really done. Ye Chuan said seriously, handing the rope he had traded to Friday. Tie him up, and make sure to tie him up tightly, otherwise he won't break free. Don't worry, Brother Chuan. I know a little bit about bondage techniques. Friday said immediately. I didn't expect that Friday is actually a treasure boy. Ye Chuan was stunned, and while muttering, he came out of the boat. The two island owners A and B immediately jumped off the boat and gave Ye Chuan a thumbs up. Boss, you are so awesome. You killed Brother Yu. Oh no, that bastard, in just a few moves. You are absolutely my idol. You too. Do you know why the mermaids come to the novice area? Ye Chuan asked coldly with drooping eyelids. I don't know. He just caught us, but he didn't kill us. Island owner B said. By the way, he bought a medium-sized sailboat. Does it seem like he wants to capture more people? Are you very smart? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Boss is really smart. My ID is called Smart. Turn the boat around and get out of here immediately. The owner of Island B was just trying to get closer to him, but Ye Chuan stopped him from talking with just one word. The island owner couldn't help but ask pitifully. Brother, can you give us something to eat? We haven't eaten for 2 days, and we are starving to death. If you don't leave within 10 seconds, I will have to kill you, Ye Chuan said, with the big knife in his hand. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately turned the boat around and began paddling hard. Ye Chuan then called the 3 little ones and took him, Friday, and the mermaid back to Turtle Island. System, how long will it take for this mermaid to wake up? Ye Chuan asked, looking at the mermaid who was tied up tightly. About 6 hours. The system immediately gave an answer. That's until the evening. Ye Chuan was stunned and said immediately, Okay, let's freeze him for the night and interrogate him tomorrow morning. Friday, you have to keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away. After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan immediately entered the room and sent a message in the public chat room. Buying ropes at a high price, preferably metal ones. If interested, please chat privately. There are also big guys buying ropes. Is there going to be another tsunami? Luckily, I used ropes to secure myself during the last tsunami. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Are you stupid? In this weather, the seawater is frozen. How can there be a tsunami? I'm just making a guess. Do you have to make a personal attack? I have ropes, a small whip, and low-temperature candles. This is a set. I wonder if the boss can take the whole set. Are there any small handcuffs? Hey, how did you know that? You can just give me 20 kilograms of sea fish. Unless you give me a girlfriend as a gift. Are these people fucking sick? Why are they racing while chatting? Are they bored? Ye Chuan frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself as he started to look through private chats. Soon, a private message from someone caught his attention. Hello, I have 20 meters of rope made of cowhide. Can I trade with you? Made of cowhide. Ye Chuan replied. I want to know where you found the cowhide. My island is just a forest of nearly 2,000 square meters. There is a bison in it. I killed it with a trap. The other party replied. Then you should have a lot of food, but you haven't put it on the shelf for sale? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. Beef bones and meat should weigh at least 2,000 kilograms. I don't know what the future will be like, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. I don't want to trade supplies or anything like that. I just want to survive. The other party replied. I have enough food and water for now. These are the only guarantee for survival. Then what do you want to trade? Ye Chuan was stunned and asked immediately. Chapter 120. Tomato stewed beef brisket, electric shocker. It would be best if I could get an island expansion card, the other party said without hesitation. I need to expand the area of my island so that I can get more food and have a chance to make the spring on my island bigger. There are springs on your island? Ye Chuan was surprised. It was the first time he saw an island owner who didn't worry about food and water, And he also knew that the island area expansion card could interfere with the evolution of the island. It was really surprising. I have already used the island area expansion card once, the other party replied. This small spring evolved at that time. I have the island area expansion card, but you want to exchange it for one with a cowhide rope? That's not worth it. Ye Chuan thought about it and said immediately, give me another 10 kilograms of beef bones and 10 kilograms of fresh beef, and I'll give you the island area expansion card. This. The other party hesitated. You should think about it carefully, but opportunities don't wait for anyone. If others have better ropes, I will exchange them with them. After Ye Chuan replied this sentence, he did not continue to reply. It was not until more than 20 seconds later that the other party finally put the goods on the shelf. Okay, but I can only give you 5 kilograms of beef, and the other 5 kilograms will be exchanged for beef brisket. Sure. After Ye Chuan replied, he immediately put an island area expansion card on the shelf, and the two completed the transaction. Ye Chuan immediately threw the cowhide rope to Friday, asking him to reinforce the mermaid with another layer. Then he ran to pour 10 g of lao bai goner on 3 kilograms of beef brisket and blanched it in water. Then he poured 15 or 16 pounds of fresh water, threw in a piece of ginger, pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf, angelica, and dried chili peppers, and started to cook. There is only 1 tomato left from the 4 traded last time. Fortunately, I traded for 2 more later. Although 3 tomatoes are not enough, it is enough to make a delicious tomato stewed beef brisket. The bison meat in the ocean world is even tougher than wild boar meat. It took nearly 3 hours to cook it, and only 3 pounds of water were left out of the 15 or 16 pounds of water. Only then was it finally cooked into a soft and tasty texture. Then pour in the chopped tomatoes, add 3 spoons of salt, onions and garlic, and start cooking over high heat to reduce the juice. What smells so good? The mermaid, who was in a coma, moved her nose more than 10 times in half an hour, and finally woke up. Who tied me up? Let me go. Awake. Ye Chuan asked with a smile. You can kill me or chop me up as you please, but why are you tying me up? The mermaid asked angrily. You are insulting me. Then tell me, how did you mermaids come to the novice area, and what do you plan to do in the novice area? Ye Chuan said calmly. You'll never know in your life, the mermaid sneered. Then you stay here for one night, and tell me tomorrow morning. Ye Chuan waved his hand and turned away. The mermaid struggled hard for a few times, but Friday's binding technique was so skillful that the mermaid had no strength at all. She then asked, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? Guess it yourself. Ye Chuan laughed, turned around, and carried the big pot into the room. He divided the beef brisket stewed with tomatoes into 7 portions and traded them to Zhao Feiyu and the other 7 people. I wanted to keep it simple and eat king crab, but I got beef brisket temporarily, so I made this dish. You didn't kill another bison? Zhao Feiyu asked in shock. You have to know that the strength of an adult bison is comparable to that of 2 adult wild boars. Zhao Feiyu was already surprised that Ye Chuan could kill an adult wild boar. If he could even kill an adult bison, then I would like to, but there are not many large animals in my forest. Ye Chuan sighed. I traded with other island owners. The other party was able to kill the bison. It turns out that there are always people better than you, Zhao Feiyu said with emotion. This is a world full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We may think we are strong, but there are definitely people who are stronger than us. Ye Chuan said seriously. So work hard. Work hard. Zhao Feiyu made a struggling expression. After chatting with the others for a few more words, Ye Chuan started watching the movie while eating beef brisket. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. Ye Chuan took a hot bath and fed the remaining 5 or 6 pieces of beef brisket to the mermaid before going to bed. The mermaid was shocked. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Tell me how you got here and why you came, and I'll tell you. Ye Chuan said with a smile. This is equivalent to a deal. It's fair, right? Dream on, the mermaid sneered. Okay, I'm going to dream. Good night. Ye Chuan said, turned back to the room, sat on the bed and read the messages in the public chat room. It seems that the guy mentioned above was not lying. I also saw a submarine. It was completely white, with only a red circle on the top. It was more than 50 meters away from me, breaking through the ice and emerging from the sea. Fuck, is this true? Why does it feel so magical? It seems like there's no reason for me to lie to you. I don't know you, and lying to you won't do me any good. This is strange. How could there be a submarine in the novice area? What's so strange about this? A mermaid appeared here. But as soon as this mermaid came ashore, I felt like I was going to die, and she quickly retreated. Is the mermaid beautiful? Is the bun big? Is it white? Male mermaid, no buns. So we can't eat bananas? Ye Chuan frowned and ignored the following content after seeing this. However, It can be seen now that the submarine is wandering around and surfacing from time to time. It should be looking for something. So far, 3 mermaids have died, and 1 was captured by himself. I wonder how many more there are in the novice area. With these questions in mind, Ye Chuan finally fell asleep. Anyway, the mermaid has been caught by me, and I will be able to pry open his mouth sooner or later. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? In a daze, Ye Chuan heard the system's prompt sound and slowly opened his eyes and sat up. It was just 6 o'clock. Although I had slept long enough, I was still a little tired after dreaming all night. He shook his head and then said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 electric shock device, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Stun gun. Ye Chuan was stunned. Looking at this flashlight-like instrument, he couldn't help but grin. System, you are really considerate. You knew I was going to find a way to pry open the mermaid's mouth today, so you specially gave me such a good thing. Now I can have fun. Chapter 121. Electric shock is ineffective, but braised pork is a merit. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately came to the mermaid, but saw that the mermaid's tail was wrinkled and looked very creepy. Ye Chuan was also shocked and asked in disbelief, "Fuck, the air is so humid. Why is your skin so dry? I can't stay out of water for more than 12 hours, otherwise my tail will dry up, and eventually I will become a dried fish and lose my lower body." The mermaid said with difficulty, "Please help me pour some water on my tail. Then you have to tell me first what I want to know." Ye Chuan said immediately. "There are 7 of us in total," the mermaid said directly. "I don't think I asked you this." Ye Chuan frowned slightly. "This is a free question for me," the mermaid yelled. "Hurry up and pour some water on my tail, or I will never tell you any more questions until I die." "Wait." Ye Chuan waved his hand, scooped a bucket of tap water, and poured it directly on the huge fish tail. Soon, the wrinkled fish tail became moist and plump again, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on the mermaid's face. "Now, can you answer the questions?" Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. "Questions? Answer what questions?" the mermaid asked. "Did I say I would answer questions?" "Okay, wait." Ye Chuan's face turned cold, and he said no more. "Anyway, I have obtained some useful information. There are still 3 mermaids in the entire novice area. If I don't kill them, they will probably still cause trouble. We can only take it slowly." At that moment, Ye Chuan cooked 8 king crabs and threw 1 to each of the 7 people. After they finished eating, he skillfully fed the chickens and squeezed the goat's milk. After all the operations were finished, he came to the mermaid and took out the electric shock device directly. "What is this?" The mermaid looked at the stun gun. Ye Chuan smiled and poked the wet fish tail. There were pop sounds everywhere. Even though the mermaid was tied up, she still screamed from the electric shock, and smoke came out of her mouth. "Well, should you answer something?" Ye Chuan said with a smile. "Great, let's do it again," the mermaid laughed and shouted. "Then I will make you feel happy to the extreme." Ye Chuan was stunned, then turned the current to the maximum, poured a bucket of water on the mermaid, and poked it again. A white electric current visible to the naked eye continued to flow through the mermaid's body. Even though the mermaid was extremely strong and had an abnormal physique, she still rolled her eyes and fainted after 10 seconds. "So weak? Is it because the anesthetic effect hasn't worn off yet?" Ye Chuan muttered, and a bucket of ice water splashed on him to wake him up. The mermaid actually laughed out loud. "Great, so great, keep going. Does this idiot have a masochistic tendency?" Ye Chuan frowned. If that kind of electric current were applied to a human, it would probably electrocute the person to death. But this guy didn't take it seriously. Or is it that mermaids have strong endurance? Ye Chuan had no choice but to put away the stun gun and said in a deep voice, "Brother, I advise you to answer me honestly. It's just a few words. There's no need to keep your mouth shut, right? I told you, you'll never know in your lifetime." The mermaid said disdainfully, "My mermaids will never be slaves." Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chuan said nothing more and turned and left. This guy is really hard to deal with. I guess I really need to find a way to pry open his mouth. After drinking all the S-level fresh water that had been converted over more than 10 hours in one breath, Ye Chuan sat in front of the super tablet, intending to see if there was any way to pry open the mermaid's mouth. "Whoever has the tools of the 10 great tortures of Manqing, I will buy them at a high price." The big boss actually bought the tools of the 10 great tortures of Manqing. Is he just looking for excitement because he has nothing better to do? "I have whips, candles, and handcuffs. Boss, do you want them? I can sell you 10 kilograms of sea fish." Actually, I'm still very curious. Why did the boss want to buy this? Even if he wanted to have fun, there's no reason for him to want this. It's really weird. There are so many strange things in this world. What's so strange about acquiring this? It's nothing to be surprised about. There were many people discussing this, and most of them were just bragging. Ye Chuan shook his head and opened the trading interface again. His krill trading was almost done, and he only flipped through 2 pages before seeing other trading information. There was nothing he needed, but Ye Chuan was pleasantly surprised to find soy sauce, vinegar, and old rock sugar. Although there was only 1 kilogram each, he had become a picky eater due to the meals he had eaten during this period, and having these would make the ingredients even more delicious. After a quick look, I found that the other party wanted to exchange these 3 items as a set for 20 kilograms of sea fish, which was not excessive. Ye Chuan did not have any private conversation with the other party. He just took out 20 kilograms of sea fish and completed the transaction. Now, can I make a dish of braised pork for lunch? After standing in front of the super tablet for a while and still not finding what he was looking for, Ye Chuan had no choice but to shake his head and turn around to prepare lunch. Just like beef brisket, first blanch 10 pounds of pork belly with 10 g of layer bacon, then add half a spoonful of lard, green onion, and ginger after drying. Stir fry to release the oil in the pork belly. Then add 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce and 30 g of rock sugar. Stir fry for a while. Pour 15 or 16 pounds of water and star anise, and start cooking. What is that? Why is it better than yesterday's? The mermaid asked in surprise half an hour later. However, Ye Chuan did not hear the mermaid's answer. He was fishing at the moment. Although the turtle swam a long way overnight, he still caught krill. While cooking the braised pork, he caught 6,000 kilograms of krill. In addition to taking out 2,000 kilograms for trading basic supplies, the remaining 4,000 kilograms were stored, so the turtles had food for another 6 days. It was almost noon, and the braised pork had been simmered for an hour and a half. Ye Chuan immediately turned the heat to high, added 3 cloves of smashed garlic, and began to simmer the sauce. Brother, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? Seeing Ye Chuan working on it, the mermaid couldn't help but ask again. What obligation do I have to tell you? Ye Chuan asked disdainfully. The mermaid was stunned and didn't say anything until the soup began to become thick and the braised pork began to turn bright red. The rich aroma spread throughout the island. Then the mermaid said loudly, "Let me taste what you made, and I'll tell you the answer." Really? Ye Chuan narrowed his eyes. "I guarantee it with the future of the mermaids," the mermaid said anxiously. "Hurry up." Ye Chuan thought for a few seconds before picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it into the mermaid's mouth. It was soft and sticky. With a gentle bite, sweet oil burst out of her mouth. The mermaid's eyes lit up. "Is this what you humans usually eat? It's so delicious, isn't it? Now, is it time to tell me the answer to the question?" Sitting opposite the mermaid, Ye Chuan asked word by word. Chapter 122. Harvesting Flour, 2 Regions. "I tell you I can. Give me another piece," the mermaid said immediately. "Are you trying to trick me into giving you the braised pork under the guise of answering me?" Ye Chuan frowned and couldn't help but ask angrily. "I've sworn on the future of our mermaid family, and you still don't believe me?" The mermaid said seriously, "I haven't eaten enough. Hurry up, give me another piece." "Damn it," Ye Chuan cursed and gave the mermaid another piece of braised pork. The mermaid ate with relish and licked her lips before saying, "We were able to come in thanks to a giant octopus. Its tentacles extended into the seabed of your novice area, causing a crack to appear somewhere on the seabed of the novice area. We came in through that crack. Since you discovered the gap, why did only 7 of you come in, instead of the mermaids coming in large numbers?" Ye Chuan asked again. "That's a good question." The mermaid chuckled and explained, "We have always been a team of 7, divided into more than a dozen teams to search for the entrance to the novice area. Finally, our team found it and came in. What's the purpose?" It was only at this time that Ye Chuan finally asked the right question. "We are actually the vanguard. After turning on the locator, our mermaid army will come in and kidnap all of your millions of novice island owners," the mermaid boasted, so as to achieve the goal of blackmailing Zhao Taifeng. "Who is Zhao Taifeng?" Ye Chuan's mouth twitched. "He is a veteran island owner who has been in the ocean world for 18 years. He is one of the strongest veteran island owners," the mermaid explained, but when she said this, she opened her mouth and said to Ye Chuan, "Ah, fuck." Ye Chuan cursed and threw another piece of braised pork to the mermaid. Hee. The mermaid laughed and continued after finishing her meal. "In one of our mermaid territories, there is an iron mine with an iron content of up to 83. It was discovered by Zhao Taifeng. Not only did he occupy our territory, he also imprisoned more than 30,000 mermaids, including our mermaid prince. We are planning to hold you, the novice island owners, hostage in order to negotiate with Zhao Taifeng to withdraw from our territory and release our people. Why don't you just go to war with him, but instead target us. Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Didn't I tell you that he is one of the strongest fighters among the veteran island owners? He has more than 100 warships and thousands of powerful warriors. If we rashly go to war with him, we will pay a heavy price. So that's it. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. It is detected that the host has figured out the reason why the mermaids are preparing to invade the novice area of the ocean world within half a month. The hidden task has been completed. A surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? Why did it come so suddenly? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he couldn't help but smile slightly, and immediately said, "Open it. Lucky gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 evolution value gift pack, 50 kilograms flour, 1 resource gift pack. Oh my god, I used to be given a manufacturing diagram, but this time the diagram is gone and it's changed to 100 kilograms of flour." Ye Chuan's expression changed. It seems that we can eat dumplings now. Brother, give me another piece of braised pork and I will give you a question. Seeing Ye Chuan talking to himself, the mermaid couldn't help but speak up. Do you have any other answer worth hearing? Ye Chuan said disdainfully. For example, when will the two regions merge? The mermaid thought for a moment. You definitely don't know that, do you? What region? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. One hand gives the meat, and the other the answer. The mermaid said immediately. Ye Chuan frowned, but luckily he had made more braised pork, so he immediately picked up another piece for the mermaid. After the mermaid finished eating, she immediately said, the 30 million novice island owners in the world are not actually in one novice zone. There are more humans in Kyushu. In one large zone, there are 10 million people in total. There is another large zone with a total of 20 million people, which gathers novice island owners from all other countries. That's impossible. If that's the case, then why didn't we learn this? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously, and the previous island owner never paid attention to this issue. Because the novice period is 6 months, in the 4th month, the two regions will merge, and then there will be a fight. The mermaid laughed and said, the island owners don't know that this is because the two regions have merged. They just think that the dormant foreign novice island owners are rising strongly. In fact, the novice island owners in foreign regions have already fought each other in their regions, and their overall strength is much stronger than your Jojo. System, is this true? Seeing that the mermaid didn't seem to be lying, Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask the system. There is a transparent barrier between the two regions, so no one knows who is in the novice zone. After 4 months, the barrier will disappear and the two regions will naturally merge into one. The system explained. By then, the super tablet will also be upgraded from a regional channel to a world channel. So, the foreign areas are also experiencing what our area is experiencing? Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the starting points of the two regions are the same. The system replied. Damn it, there is actually such a secret in this. The key is that after all these years, not a single island owner has raised any questions. Ye Chuan stomped his feet in anger. Hasn't anyone noticed that everyone in the public chat room is speaking Chinese? Are you stunned by this answer? The mermaid said with a chuckle. We mermaids discovered this after nearly 100 years of observation. Not only you in Kyushu, but also the island owners of other countries don't know this secret at all. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Ye Chuan was furious. I have learned ocean survival for 3 years, but it's all been learned like a dog. It doesn't matter whether you know about this or not. Foreign regions have been fighting among themselves. You and Jojo are no match for them in internal competition. The mermaid said calmly. So you and Jojo have been suffering heavy losses. With 10 million, you'd be lucky if only 10,000 or 20,000 people can survive. This is a secret. It is really important to me. Ye Chuan looked at the mermaid. Originally, I wanted to kill you after this, but now I have a new idea about you. What do you want to do to me? Seeing that Ye Chuan looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, the mermaid's heart skipped a beat. This guy, is he planning to treat me as the island's wife? I'm a man. Chapter 123. Betraying the tribe for delicious food. My plan is that you gather the other 3 mermaids together, and the 4 of you go to the foreign area and start killing people. Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. It would be best to kill all those potential novice island owners. Are you crazy? The mermaid laughed immediately. Our mission is to lead the mermaid army and capture you. You actually tempted me to go to a foreign area. What were you thinking? At least you can stay alive. Ye Chuan snorted coldly. Don't forget, I originally wanted to kill you. Sparing your life is equivalent to you owing me a life. I asked you to do me this favor, but you are still unwilling. This is equivalent to asking me to betray the mermaid tribe. The mermaid snorted coldly. After you answered my question, you have already betrayed me. Ye Chuan waved his hand and said, Brother, I'll let you have a meal of braised pork and also treat you to dumplings tonight. How about you get the three of them together? What are dumplings? The mermaid became interested. Are they better than this braised pork? Of course, Ye Chuan said seriously. Let's talk about this later. I need to try the dumplings first, the mermaid said immediately. Then you should summon the other three mermaids first. This matter is urgent, Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. I have already informed them in our unique way. If nothing goes wrong, they will be here tonight. The mermaid said in a deep voice. When the time comes, your island will be washed clean with blood. What? Ye Chuan's heart tightened. Suddenly, I remembered that an island owner once said that a mermaid had come ashore, but then left. Perhaps it was because of this guy's notification. Don't worry, you will be safe until you get the dumplings. The mermaid said calmly, but I think you can let me go now, otherwise my three brothers will come. What do you think your chances of winning are? I'll let you go after lunch, Ye Chuan said seriously. Only if you participate can you feel a sense of accomplishment. Let's work together to make dumplings this afternoon. After saying that, Ye Chuan turned and left. Now, it is certain that this mermaid is a foodie. After all, he can even betray the mermaid clan for food. However, it is not clear whether a meal of dumplings can capture his heart. At that moment, Ye Chuan traded the still hot braised pork to 7 people. Lu Yi was immediately shocked. Red braised pork. It's actually such authentic red braised pork. Are you surprised? Ye Chuan winked. Today I traded for soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar, so I immediately made this braised pork. I miss my mom. Lu Yi suddenly said sadly. When I caught a cold, my mom would make me my favorite braised pork. I remember the last time I ate her braised pork was 3 months ago. After the novice period is over, I'll ask Andy to make it and trade it to you, Ye Chuan said with a smile. The environment is getting worse and worse. Can we still hold on until the end of the novice period? Louis was still sad. Don't worry, it will work. Ye Chuan made a struggling expression. With me here, all the impossible will become possible. Yeah, Lu Yi answered very seriously. At this time, on an island nearly 1,000 miles away, Lu Yi, wearing a cotton coat, was holding a braised pork, tears falling down his face. This bowl of braised pork directly broke her defense. She originally wanted to send a message to Ye Chuan, asking him to pick her up and take her to his island after locating her, but after thinking about it, she finally did not send the message. While eating the braised pork, Ye Chuan glanced at the message in the public chat room. Hey, today I used a lance to dig a 10-centimeter diameter hole in the ice, and there was a sea fish weighing more than 2 kilograms. I guess it jumped out because of lack of oxygen. There's actually such a good thing. I have to give it a try. If I can really get some sea fish, not only will I have food, but I can also save the resources I'm going to exchange for krill. Be careful not to be attacked by other marine life. In this situation, it's not just the fish that need to breathe fresh air. Oh, never mind. Let's give it a try. There was no useful information. Ye Chuan quickly finished a bowl of braised pork and a steamed bun. He then threw the remaining dozen pieces of braised pork to the mermaid and loosened his rope. Ye Chuan was actually also on guard against him. The 3 little ones were waiting in the dark. As long as he made any unusual movement, the 3 little ones would rush out instantly. Obviously, Ye Chuan made the right bet. This guy is indeed a foodie. He didn't care about Ye Chuan at all, and just ate the braised pork with relish. A few minutes later, he said with satisfaction, "Your human food is really irresistible. I'm even more looking forward to the taste of dumplings tonight. Come with me," Ye Chuan said, and brought the mermaid to a flat stone not far away. Then he made a chopping board, put all 5 kilograms of beef on it, and said, "Use your harpoon to smash these 5 kilograms into meat paste." "My weapon is for killing people, and you want me to smash a piece of meat?" the mermaid asked angrily. "This is a step in making dumplings. If you still want to eat dumplings, smash it for me," Ye Chuan said seriously. "I hope you're not kidding me." After staring at Ye Chuan for a full minute, the mermaid took his weapon and started smashing the beef. Ye Chuan took out peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, and fennel, put them into the mortar, and started pounding them. When it comes to making the filling, 5-spice flour is the best, but Ye Chuan doesn't have cloves, so he can only add the other 4 ingredients. After it was smashed into powder, Ye Chuan cut 5 green onions and 2 tails of minced ginger, then sat aside waiting for the mermaid's beef. During this process, Ye Chuan still asked in confusion, "Your mermaids are so powerful. I always feel that even if Zhao Taifeng has a powerful fleet, he can't be your opponent. After all, he has a combat force of more than 30,000 people. We mermaids are also divided into warriors and ordinary people." The mermaid explained, "That place is full of ordinary mermaids. Otherwise, how could Zhao Taifeng succeed?" "Oh," Ye Chuan nodded slightly. "We have tens of millions of mermaids. including 8 million ordinary mermaids and 2 million combat mermaids. The mermaid boasted excitedly, "We are the most powerful in the entire open sea. No matter whether it's those old-fashioned island owners or those powerful marine creatures, they have to give us some respect." I once found a mermaid cut in half, with the harpoon broken in two. Ye Chuan said immediately, "You guys can almost walk sideways in the novice area. Did you kill 2 of them because of cannibalism? Who said we can walk around freely in the novice area?" A trace of fear seemed to flash across the mermaid's face, and she immediately retorted, "If we encounter that thing, we can only run away." Chapter 124. The natural enemy of mermaids is sharks. What on earth can make you so scared? Ye Chuan asked curiously. After all, as A-level marine creatures, they should be considered one of the most powerful creatures in the sea. The only thing that can easily defeat them in the novice area should be the submarine, right? That's a shark. After saying this, the mermaid trembled unconsciously. "I've killed several sharks," Ye Chuan said angrily. "Gosh, you guys are so awesome, but you're actually afraid of sharks. So I just need to conquer a few sharks and I can kill you guys? If you can conquer that shark, I will kneel down and call you daddy." After looking at Ye Chuan, the mermaid immediately started yelling, "You really have never seen the world. You want to conquer that shark? Did a donkey kick your head? Just smash your beef honestly and make sure it's broken into pieces." Ye Chuan gave the mermaid a cold look, ran to get out the 5 kilograms beef bones, smashed them, and started to cook them in a big pot. This time, I have to entertain not only this foodie, but also 3 other mermaids. I have to use all my best skills to deal with them. It's just that cooking beef bones actually requires a lot of spices, and Ye Chuan currently only has those few spices, but it seems that these mermaids have never eaten anything more delicious, so conservatively speaking, they should be able to fool them. Eat some dumplings and some beef bones, so delicious. However, as the saying goes, the more you drink, the better. Whether it was Erguo or Leia Bagan, they were all drunk. It would not be fun without drinking. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately ran back to the room and sent a message in the public chat room. 10L of fresh water, looking to buy liquor, the quantity is limited, buy it quickly. Oh my god, is the boss life so good that he's already pursuing alcohol? Has anyone ever prescribed alcohol? Why don't I know about it? I've been drinking since I was 15 and I'm addicted to it. If anyone has alcohol, please give me a few dozen milliliters. Youth is dedicated to the little wine table, and living a life of drunkenness and dreaming of death is all about drinking. It seems that this big guy is also a man of temperament. Honey, are you talking about me? Do you have any wine? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash who only needs people's charity. I'm talking about the big guy who bought the liquor. You dare to scold me. I think you are looking for death. The public chat room suddenly became lively. Wang Sanrui also saw this scene and immediately sent a private message to Ye Chuan. "Friend, I still have 2 bottles of 1.5 liters, 52 alcohol. Are you interested? I'm afraid you don't think highly of that 10L of fresh water." Ye Chuan replied immediately. "You're right, 2 bottles are equivalent to 3L, a 3-to-1 exchange ratio. Is that possible?" Wang Sanrui replied calmly. "I want 20L of fresh water and 20 kilograms of krill. My friend, your appetite is a bit too big, isn't it?" Ye Chuan frowned slightly and couldn't help but reply, "I don't have much fresh water here. This is my most sincere offer. I am also a wine lover, but I have never been willing to drink it. If I give it to you easily, would I still be myself?" Wang Sanrui said calmly. He is now very confident that Ye Chuan will definitely accept his offer. "The food I have stored now is almost enough. I only need these 20L of fresh water to survive for a long time. As for the 20 kilograms of krill, I can definitely use them to skin those affiliated island owners. Okay, this wine is really useful to me. Otherwise, I would never trade with you." Ye Chuan weighed the pros and cons. Both fresh water and krill are almost inexhaustible at present. It's a good deal to trade for 3L of krill. At that moment, the two of them completed the transaction immediately. Looking at the two things in front of him, Wang Sanrui still had a bit of doubt on his face. Currently, the large shares of food and fresh water on the super tablet, as well as the ones who buy things at high prices from time to time, are all from this guy. Who is this guy? He must have a lot of good stuff in his hands. As long as I can deal with him, I will definitely be able to get through the novice period without worries. As he spoke, Wang Sanrui took out the location tracker in his hand and squinted his eyes. The fight is almost over. After nearly 2 hours, the mermaid's voice was heard from outside. Ye Chuan ran out to take a look and saw that he had indeed been beaten into a pulp. Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Now it's my turn." As he said this, he put all the beef into a large iron basin, poured in 4 spice noodles, green onions, minced ginger, 4 tablespoons of soy sauce, and 3 tablespoons of salt, then stirred it quickly for a few minutes before bringing it into the room. What's next? The mermaid beside her asked blankly. Take a rest first. I'll teach you how to make dumplings later, Ye Chuan said, and immediately took out nearly 15 kilograms of flour and began to knead the dough until it became a dough. Then he put it aside and waited quietly. I'm surprised that there is such a huge turtle on your island. The mermaid circled the island and said in disbelief. Even in the open sea, there is no turtle this big. Not bad, Ye Chuan said with a smile. I'm lucky, my island is actually a sea turtle. It shouldn't be like that. The mermaid pinched her chin and said, whether it's the open sea or the forbidden zone, there is no island owner who uses turtles as an island. This will limit their development. This is my business, you don't have to care, Ye Chuan said unhappily. Almost done, come with me to make dumplings. I think it will be fun. The mermaid's expression changed, and she immediately followed Ye Chuan into the room. After Ye Chuan pressed dozens of dumpling wrappers, she said, just do it my way. As he spoke, he began to make dumplings in slow motion. The mermaid followed suit. Although she was slow and ugly in her wrapping, fortunately she succeeded. This made the mermaid feel very accomplished. Wow, I can actually cook. What do you mermaids usually eat? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. After all, this guy has no resistance to food. We eat whatever we can get. Sometimes when we come across kelp or something like that, we'll try it. The mermaid answered honestly. Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips. No wonder he had such a weak resistance to food. He was worse than a tiger. At least the tiger can eat meat, but this guy can only eat sea fish and is an omnivore. As night fell, the two of them had wrapped nearly 40 kilograms of dumplings, equivalent to more than 1,200 dumplings. The mermaid breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, this is really not easy. It's like participating in a battle. The beef bones are almost ready. Once the buns are cooked, we can eat, Ye Chuan said. Chirp, chirp, here it comes. At this moment, the 3 little ones suddenly cried out urgently, and the mermaid also showed a change of expression and rushed out immediately. Chapter 125, Dumplings and Wine. The more you eat, the more you have. Ye Chuan's heart tightened, and his broadsword and rotating crossbow were ready. Although he had convinced the foodie mermaid, the situation with the other 3 mermaids was still unclear. When necessary, he could only protect himself and temporarily let Wang Kai take him into the air. But if it really came to that, and the 4 mermaids wreaked havoc on his island, wouldn't all his hard work for a month be wasted? System, is there any other way to kill 4 mermaids at the same time? Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. As expected, the system did not respond. Ye Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath and strode out of the room. I saw 4 mermaids gathered together. When the 3 mermaids saw Ye Chuan, they were ready to attack immediately, but were stopped by the foodie mermaid. What are you doing? We are all family. Captain, what are you talking about? One of our own. A mermaid looked at the foodie mermaid in disbelief. Have you forgotten the purpose of our entry into the novice zone this time? You should also know that the locator has been destroyed. The princess and the others can't find this place at all. The foodie mermaid said seriously, and the crack in the novice area has automatically healed, so I'm afraid we can't go back. Then let's capture all the humans in the novice area. It won't be too late to exchange hostages with Wang Taifeng after we're done with the novice area, right? Another mermaid spoke again. Can you capture millions of people? The gluttonous mermaid snorted coldly. Even if you capture them, can you find food and fresh water for them to drink? This. The 3 mermaids looked at each other, confused. This is my new human friend. We just made dinner. Let's eat first, and then talk about other things. The foodie mermaid waved her hand very forcefully. I warn you, no one is allowed to act rashly without my permission. Okay, since the captain said so, the 3 mermaids had nothing else to say and had to put aside their murderous intent for the time being. Ye Chuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Come on, let's make dumplings. At this moment, the water in the pot was already boiling. Ye Chuan immediately put more than 200 dumplings in. The 3 mermaids couldn't help but wonder, Captain, what is this? This is called dumplings, a kind of food. It's terrible to be uneducated. The foodie mermaid rolled her eyes at the 3 of them. I really don't want to stay with you guys. You're really lowering my taste and level. Food? Eatable. The 3 looked at each other, their faces full of curiosity. After the water boiled, Ye Chuan waited for about 5 minutes before he prepared to serve the food. In order to prevent the food from sticking together, he added 2 spoons of salt to the water. Each person got 50 dumplings, a plate of beef bones, a dish of vinegar, and a glass of 3 liang of wine. Ye Chuan smiled and said, This can be considered as an interracial friendship. We people from Kyushu like to drink when we entertain friends. It just so happens that I have some wine here, but it's best to drink in small sips to avoid choking. As he spoke, he took the lead in picking up the wine glass and took a sip. This wine is quite strong, but after swallowing it, it is very mellow. It has a different taste compared to Lao Baigan and Erguo too. This thing is quite delicious. The foodie mermaid's expression changed. Is this called wine? Fuck, what the hell is this thing, and why is it so delicious? At this time, a mermaid tentatively took a bite of the meat on the beef bone and immediately shouted excitedly. But I think this food called dumplings is still delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Wow, another mermaid said excitedly. The foodie mermaid's expression was disturbed, but she still said seriously, "Look at how ignorant you are. You really embarrass me. Didn't you listen to what our human friends said? Drink first, then eat meat." Yes, let's drink first. The three of them nodded repeatedly, picked up their glasses and drank. As a result, they choked and the foodie mermaid was very angry. Didn't I tell you to drink slowly? Are your ears covered with shit? You are really embarrassing the mermaids. The three mermaids were scolded so much that their heads were spitting blood, but they still did as they were told and started to eat with relish. You guys eat first, I'll send some dumplings to my friend. Ye Chuan said with a smile, and put another pot of dumplings in it. He took out 30 dumplings on each plate, plus a small dish of vinegar, and traded them to the 7 people. Everyone is in for a treat today. Eat dumplings. You still have dumplings? Zhao Feiyu asked in surprise. You've already made flour. What luck! I made beef dumplings right after the lottery was open today. Ye Chuan showed off his expression. Luckily, I got vinegar in the deal. Eating dumplings with vinegar is so delicious. I remember when I was in the army, we would get together to eat dumplings during the holidays. I suddenly miss my comrades. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but reply. After the novice period is over, you will meet each other. Ye Chuan comforted. It's been a month. There are only 5 months left, right? That's true. Zhao Feiyu laughed and immediately replied. Okay, let's eat dumplings. They won't taste good if they get cold. Okay, Ye Chuan replied, and chatted with a few others for a few more words before returning to the mermaid. Hey buddy, do you have any more of this wine? It tastes really good. The foodie mermaid asked as soon as he sat down. Yes, enough. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately took out more wine and poured it for the mermaid. Brother, do you have any dumplings left? We've eaten all of them, a mermaid nearby asked, holding an empty plate. Yes, enough, Ye Chuan said, helping the mermaid to serve 30 more dumplings. Don't just eat dumplings, eat meat and drink wine. Drink now. The 3 mermaids nodded repeatedly, picked up their glasses, and took a big sip. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the faces of the 4 mermaids were all flushed. The foodie mermaid drooped her eyelids and couldn't help but snorted. Great. Oh, it's so delicious. Then let's continue to talk about my idea, Ye Chuan said with a smile. The foodie mermaid laughed and put his arm around Ye Chuan's shoulders. Brother, if you have any ideas, just tell me. What can I not help you with? I have already told you about this. You go to another region and kill all those foreign island owners who have potential and talents. Ye Chuan said with a smile. After hearing these words, all 4 mermaids were stunned. The foodie mermaid also retracted his arm, coughed, and said, Brother, other ideas are fine, but this idea doesn't seem so good. You should try another one. What do you mean? Didn't you just say you could help me with anything? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. The foodie mermaid pursed her lips, seeming reluctant to speak. The key problem is that the shark is lingering in that crack, and we dare not go there. A mermaid finally couldn't hold it in anymore and told the truth. Chapter 126. The Submarine's Identity, Megalodon. What kind of shark is it that can scare you so much? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Isn't it a giant Daruma shark? What's a giant Daruma shark? The foodie mermaid said disdainfully. I can grab it and tear it in half with just a little force. Could it be just an ordinary little shark? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously again. What little shark? That's a big shark, the foodie mermaid said unhappily. Don't guess if you don't know. Then why is this big shark lingering around that crack? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. Something is attracting it in another area. It wants to go to another area. A merman explained, but the crack is only about 5 meters wide. It can't get through at all. Ha ha. It's 5 meters wide and you can't get through? Ye Chuan widened his eyes. Only now did he realize that the great shark they were talking about was indeed a very large shark. But what kind of shark could be so big? A shark spirit. Then can we expand the crack a little bit to let the big shark pass through? Ye Chuan suggested. This way, our area will be safe. Brother, what are you dreaming of? The gluttonous mermaid sneered. That big shark is very violent. It wants to tear you apart when it sees you. Do you have time to expand the crack? Besides, this is just our guess at the moment. What if it doesn't want to go to another region? Then won't we all be involved? That's indeed a problem. Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. At the moment, the first thing Ye Chuan thought of was the submarine. Even if this was a giant shark, using the submarine to fight against the giant shark should still have a great chance of winning, right? By the way, do you know a submarine? Ye Chuan asked. Shit, I get angry whenever I mention that submarine. The foodie mermaid took another sip of her wine and yelled. That submarine was one of Zhao Tiefeng's submarines. It was specifically designed to chase us, and it actually followed us into the novice area. The mermaid at the side couldn't help but chuckle and whispered. However, according to the rules of this novice area, as a veteran island owner, he cannot be discovered by the novice island owners, let alone communicate with the novice island owners. Otherwise, he will be sanctioned by the novice area and directly wiped out. Haha. Then why does he always appear near the islands of the island owners to attract their attention? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. He was probably looking for us, but that idiot just couldn't find us. Ha! The foodie mermaid laughed again. I won't say any more. Come on, drink some wine, ha! Come on, drink. Ye Chuan was thinking about it in his mind, and he didn't continue to struggle with this issue. He poured the wine and drank another glass. It was not until the four mermaids fell to the ground and spit out bubbles after drinking so much that Ye Chuan cleaned up the mess, put the remaining 700-odd frozen dumplings into the refrigerator, and returned to the room. Zhao Feiyu sent a message. Do you know the submarine that appears frequently? What is going on? That submarine chased the mermaid all the way from the outer sea and finally entered our novice area through a crack. Ye Chuan replied. It was Zhao Tiefeng's subordinate. Zhao Taifeng. Zhao Feiyu was stunned. Yeah, do you know him? Ye Chuan asked. I've heard of it a little, but I don't know it. Zhao Feiyu replied, and then asked again. Then do you know how to get in touch with that submarine? I can also ask why the novice zone has become like this. As a veteran island owner, he cannot be discovered by us novices, let alone communicate with novices. Otherwise, he will be sanctioned by the novice area and directly wiped out. Ye Chuan replied. So forget it. I see. Zhao Feiyu's brows tightened, and the joy on his face disappeared at this moment. I understand. The night is long. Let's go to sleep. Ye Chuan replied, and then glanced at the public chat room. Alas, it's the third day of the freeze, and I can't get any supply boxes. Besides, I have basically exchanged all my supplies for krill. Now I have nothing. I'm back to square one. Damn it. Today, just before nightfall, I saw a 20-meter-long fish break through the ice and then dive back into the ice. Guess what? 3 boxes of supplies popped out, with sausages, bread, and mineral water in them. A 20-meter-long fish. Could it be a whale shark? The longest whale shark is only 13 or 14 meters long. It's hard to imagine what kind of fish it is if it's 20 meters long. But this is the ocean world, so it's not certain what kind of fish it is. Go to bed. Go to bed. It's already so late. I don't care who I want to be with. Could the big fish that guy described be the great shark they mentioned? Ye Chuan muttered, and immediately sent a message to the island owner. Friend, what does the big fish you mentioned look like? It looks like a shark, but it's much bigger than a shark. I didn't see it clearly, but what impressed me most was its teeth. Each tooth is as big as our palm. The other party replied immediately. I'm afraid it will suddenly attack me in the middle of the night, and then I will be eaten. Such big teeth. Ye Chuan muttered to himself in disbelief. System, what he described should be a shark. Are there sharks that big? Ye Chuan asked seriously. Megalodon. The system immediately gave the answer. The ceiling among A-level marine creatures. Its combat power is extremely terrifying, and it can easily destroy submarines. Megalodon. Ye Chuan screamed. Isn't the megalodon already extinct? The system did not answer, but Ye Chuan thought about it and realized that if even creatures like mermaids existed, then what was so strange about the existence of megalodon? However, the megalodon is the most terrifying creature in the ocean. Even those huge whales are its food. According to the system's judgment, it still does not deviate from the category of A-level marine creatures. How terrifying are those S-level and SS-level marine creatures? Then what is the possibility that I can drive the megalodon to another region? Ye Chuan weighed the pros and cons and asked a question that the system might be able to answer. 0. But the system only gave Ye Chuan one word. Yeah, if I met that submarine, I would be like a moth flying into a flame and would destroy myself. If I met the megalodon that could easily destroy that submarine, I would be dead for sure. Ye Chuan shook his head in self-mockery. Hidden mission discovered. Host, do you accept it? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang again. Chapter 127 System, do you want me to die? Why are there hidden missions at this time? Ye Chuan was stunned. They are all hidden missions. I have never encountered an open and above-board mission. What is the hidden mission this time? Hidden mission: the host needs to kill the megalodon or drive the megalodon out of Kyushu. You will get a generous reward. Do you accept it? The system replied. Ye Chuan didn't know what to say. After more than 30 seconds, Ye Chuan asked with a dark face, "System, you really want me to die? You just said that the possibility of driving the megalodon to another area is 0. Now you either want me to drive it away or kill it. Are you doing this on purpose?" The host can choose to accept or reject. The system spoke again. "Accept it," Ye Chuan said viciously. "It has been detected that the host has accepted the hidden mission. Please complete it as soon as possible." The system replied immediately. "Don't worry, I will," Ye Chuan said unhappily with drooping eyelids. "Fortunately, there is no time limit for this hidden mission, so you just need to complete it in the shortest time possible." At that moment, Ye Chuan stopped struggling and went to bed to sleep. Because of the alcohol, when Ye Chuan opened his eyes the next day, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Walking out of the room and looking at the rising sun, Ye Chuan stretched and said, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 super tranquilizer gun, 1 lucky blind box. Note: there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. Super tranquilizer gun. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The super anesthetic gun can make an elephant sleep for 10 days and 10 nights, and it takes effect in 7 minutes. The system immediately gave an introduction. Elephants can sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. So what about the megalodon? Ye Chuan immediately added. 30 minutes. The system gave the accurate answer. Fuck, Ye Chuan screamed in disbelief. It took an elephant 10 days and 10 nights, but it only took a megalodon half an hour. The difference is really huge, but it is enough to show how terrifying the megalodon is. This should be the benefit given to me by the system for fighting against the megalodon. Ye Chuan pursed his lips. Open the blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a giant automatic fishing gun 1. Giant automatic fishing gun. Ye Chuan was stunned and took a look immediately. This fishing gun is 10 meters long, with a 5-meter-long gun body. The front is a huge, retractable barb with 4 corners. Each barb is nearly 50 centimeters long. After shooting straight into the giant's body and pressing the activation button, the barbs will instantly hook onto the flesh and blood, and no matter how hard you struggle to break free, it will be useless. In addition, there is a 2,000-meter-long reinforced steel wire rope at the tail of the spear, which is used for fishing. If it were in the past, Ye Chuan would definitely complain if he got something like this from a blind box. But this time, Ye Chuan was ecstatic. Isn't this the best tool to deal with the megalodon when used in conjunction with a super anesthetic? With the cooperation of the 4 mermaids, it is easy to transfer the megalodon to another area. "Hey, bro, what are you going to eat this morning?" At this time, the voice of the foodie mermaid came over. "Although I ate a lot yesterday, I'm starving again now. Let's eat sashimi." Ye Chuan thought about it and spoke immediately. "What is sashimi?" the foodie mermaid asked suspiciously. Ye Chuan did not explain and immediately took out 30 kilograms of tuna meat, began to cut it into large slices, and used chili peppers to make a portion of chili oil and a dipping sauce made of soy sauce. Take the fish meat and dip it in one of the 2 dipping sauces. "What's the difference between this and eating raw fish?" a mermaid said suspiciously. "Boy, you don't think we have no hostility towards you anymore, so you're trying to fool us, right? You haven't eaten yet, so you say this?" Ye Chuan asked back. "How can I, your little brother, deceive a country bumpkin like you?" The foodie mermaid glared at the mermaid fiercely. "Eat." As he spoke, he took the lead and dipped a piece of fish in chili oil, then put it in his mouth and started chewing. Then his eyes lit up and he shouted in disbelief. "Is this really raw fish?" "Although it's raw, I treated it specially," Ye Chuan explained. "Oh my god, what kind of fish is this? How can it be so delicious?" I'm really sorry. I express my sincerest apologies for my rudeness just now. This is raw fish, but it doesn't taste like raw fish at all. Instead, it tastes like fatty meat. It's delicious. It smells so good and soapy, and you can make bubbles after eating it." The 3 mermaids immediately became excited. "Now, I not only have super anesthetic, but also a giant automatic fishing gun. I think I can deal with the megalodon now." While the 4 mermaids were eating, Ye Chuan brought up the matter again. "When the 7 of us joined forces, 2 of us ended up being killed, and 5 of us escaped. How do you think you have the ability to defeat that big shark?" The foodie mermaid frowned and asked seriously. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately explained the performance of the 2 items to the 4 mermaids. The 4 were all surprised. It seems that these two items of yours are specially designed to kill that big shark, right? Remember, our goal is not to kill it, but to transfer it to another area. Ye Chuan corrected. If you can really make that big shark sleep for half an hour, then we can definitely take it to another area. The gluttonous mermaid immediately promised. It killed our people, and we really should take revenge. Ye Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. If they knew that a mermaid was killed by him, wouldn't they eat him alive? Okay, we have to go into the sea first. We haven't been in the water for so long, and our skin is a little wrinkled again, said the foodie mermaid. Then you have to tell me where the crack is first. Ye Chuan shouted hurriedly. This is the direction you are going, but you need to turn 20 degrees to the right. The foodie mermaid said this and dived into the sea first. Oh my god, it seems that the place where blueberry jam is located is adjacent to the foreign region. Ye Chuan was stunned. So, when the transparent barrier disappears, blueberry jam will be the first to be captured. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately ordered the turtle to deviate 20 degrees to the right and continue moving forward. Then he considered where to place the giant automatic fishing gun. After all, when the time came to walk the megalodon, the turtle would be needed to do it. Crash. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the dolphin actually jumped directly onto the shore. Chapter 128. Ogre Fish Missed. Fuck, what's going on? Seeing the dolphin's appearance, Ye Chuan took a breath of cold air. The dolphin, which was once so powerful in the ocean, had 1/3 of its tail bitten off, and there was a tooth mark on its belly, which seemed to have been embedded in its body. If it had not jumped onto the shore at the last moment, it would probably have died. What could have bitten you like this? It couldn't be those 4 guys, could it? Ye Chuan murmured in a low voice. Listening to the dolphin's painful groan, he immediately poured half of the S-grade fresh water converted yesterday onto the dolphin's tail and belly and fed the other half to it. Ye Chuan had built a ditch at the beginning. As the island evolved later, the ditch became much larger. At present, it can still accommodate this dolphin, and it is also filled with seawater. Seeing that the dolphin was gradually recovering, Ye Chuan immediately picked up the dolphin and temporarily placed it in the ditch. After all, it is not clear what is going on in the water yet, so we should figure it out first. More than 10 minutes later, seeing the dolphins gradually regaining their vitality, Ye Chuan finally felt relieved and immediately ran to the beach to find out what was going on. However, he heard a splash sound, and the 4 mermaids came back. My dolphin was seriously injured. It seems to have been attacked by something. Ye Chuan said seriously. Do you know what's going on in the sea? There are some fish in the sea that are so ugly that they make people want to commit suicide. They are 1 meter long and very aggressive. The gluttonous mermaid replied. The krill are almost gone. They have all become food for these ugly fish. It's so fucking disgusting. Ugly fish, giant clownfish. Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Isn't this a very cute fish? Why is it so aggressive? Fortunately, there are only a few thousand of them around. After we killed 70 or 80 of them, the other fish dared not attack us. The gluttonous mermaid replied. They were also attacking your turtle, but the turtle's wounds healed immediately, and it doesn't seem to pose any threat to it. Of course. Ye Chuan smiled when he heard that. After all, sea turtles have super healing abilities, so unless the damage is irreversible, it's like a piece of cake for them. However, if this continues, it will be a pain for me as a turtle. Then, Ye Chuan said seriously, if we can drive them away, it will be a relief for me as a turtle. Having said that, Ye Chuan immediately pressed the fishing net to the back and then shouted to the foodie mermaid to pull it. The foodie mermaid was also very interested in this fishing method. Without Ye Chuan saying anything, he immediately went over to help pull the fish up. For a moment, the entire fishing net was full of life. The system immediately gave the number, ogre fish, 70, krill, 126 kilograms. When Ye Chuan first saw this thing, he was also shocked. The fish body was nearly 1 meter long, dark brown in color, and almost entirely made of bones. The head was surprisingly large, but there were 2 teeth on the upper and lower parts, which were sharp and long, and each one was nearly 30 centimeters long. But even such an ugly fish actually has a pair of deep blue eyes, which prevents it from being too ugly. System, aren't piranhas freshwater fish? How come there are also piranhas in the sea? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Ogre fish, the killer of the deep sea. The system immediately gave an explanation. Ogre fish in ordinary seas are only 15 centimeters long, but in the ocean world, the largest size of an ogre fish can reach 2 meters. It seems that my pig was injured by this kind of ogre fish. Ye Chuan couldn't help but said in a deep voice. However, there are actually thousands of them around, and they seem to be quite powerful. How can we drive them away? System, can this fish be eaten? Next, Ye Chuan asked a crucial question. There are 2 strips of soft meat on the back of the fish. They are edible and taste delicious, the system replied immediately. Then just use the net to catch them, and then sell them. I guess after a few nets, they will be scared away, Ye Chuan said, and immediately taught the foodie mermaid how to use the semi-automatic fishing machine, and then ran to put the ogre fish on the shelf. Ogre fish 1 equals wooden board 3, ogre fish 1 equals stone 3, ogre fish 1 equals metal sheet 3. Ye Chuan deliberately lowered the price so that he could sell the ogre fish as quickly as possible. After all, this thing was too ugly, and Ye Chuan felt disgusted when he looked at it. In the public chat room, after seeing the ogre fish, public opinion shifted directly to the ogre fish. Oh my god, who put this ogre fish on the shelf? It looks so ugly. Is it really edible? I used to like reading about deep-sea fish. I've seen this one before. It's made entirely of bones, with only 2 strips of soft flesh on either side of the spine. It's very delicious even when eaten raw. But shouldn't the ogre fish only be 15 or 16 centimeters long? How come it's so big? Such an ugly fish tastes delicious? I broke through the ice to fish, and a fish bit my arm. I'm still bleeding. Can anyone help me? I'm willing to give away all my rare resources in exchange for my life. This fish has such big teeth. If it bites you, you will definitely get tetanus. Do you think you can still survive? You'd better wait for death. At present, all S-grade freshwater is used on dolphins. Ye Chuan wanted to ask about it, but he was afraid that A-grade freshwater might not be particularly effective, so he did not pay attention to it. After all, an island owner with such a thick nerve probably doesn't have too many good and rare resources, right? However, Wang Sanrui had already contacted this person. What rare resources do you have? Are you sure you have the medicine to stop my bleeding and prevent infection? The other party asked immediately. Wang Sanrui didn't say anything and put an S-grade coconut on the trading column. This is a good S-grade thing. After you smash it open, sprinkle half on the wound and drink the other half. I guarantee that you will be full of energy in 3 minutes. You actually have S-level stuff? The other party asked in disbelief. He knew about S-grade stuff. He had once opened a B-grade apple before, and the benefits he gained from eating it were simply indescribable. The value of S-level items is self-evident. I opened this not long after I entered the ocean world, and I've never been willing to use it. Wang Sanrui said seriously. So, do you think the rare resource in your hand is worthy of this S-grade coconut? Well deserved, the other party said, and immediately put a manufacturing diagram on the trading column. This is a manufacturing diagram of an attack-type medium-sized sailing ship. It is equipped with 3 heavy cannons and can attack enemies 200 meters away. Compared to ordinary medium-sized sailing ships, it is at least twice as reinforced. I can be sure that this is the only medium-sized attack sailing ship in the entire ocean world. Chapter 129. Sour Soup Fish, Ogre Fish Comes Ashore. Looking at this manufacturing drawing, Wang Sanrui was very excited. I have already made up my mind to take action against the guy who puts good stuff on the shelves from time to time. Now all I lack is a big ship. After all, I have to take those affiliated island owners with me. This attack-type sailboat is simply perfect. At that moment, Wang Sanrui immediately replied, Your manufacturing diagram can barely compare to my S-level coconut, so I'll exchange it with you. Thank you so much. Upon hearing this, the other party almost cried and immediately completed the transaction with Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui also became excited immediately. Whatever he wanted came true. With the supplies that he had accumulated so far, he could definitely build this medium-sized attack sailboat. He only needed to wait until the temperature rose and the ice melted, and then he could take action against that guy. The gluttonous mermaid used 5 nets to catch more than 500 ogre fish by noon. At the beginning, there were still many in the 3 nets, and there were almost no krill left, which were probably eaten by the ogre fish. However, the last 2 nets only caught more than 30 ogre fish. They probably scattered or returned to deep waters because they saw that the big net was catching their companions from time to time. Brother, it's time for dinner again. What shall we eat? The foodie mermaid asked expectantly, touching her belly. Eat these fish, Ye Chuan replied immediately. How can we eat this bare bone? A mermaid asked immediately. Even if we chew it, there's not much meat. Ye Chuan immediately gave each of the 4 of them a small dagger. Do you see these 2 pieces of soft meat on the backs of these ogre fish? Just pick out the meat here, and I will let you have a delicious meal later. Okay, let's get started. The foodie mermaid set an example upon hearing this. Ye Chuan now took out the 6 lemons he had traded before and cut them in half. They finally came in handy. Heat oil in a pan and saute peppercorns, star anise and dried chilies until fragrant. Then add onions, ginger and garlic and stir fry until fragrant. Then pour in a large pot of water and start cooking over high heat. Almost as soon as the water boiled, the gluttonous mermaid came over with a basin of fish meat. Brother, we have shaved nearly 50 ugly fish, a big basin full of fish meat. What's next? Next, you guys watch. Ye Chuan said. He washed the fish meat and poured it directly into the big pot. At the same time, he added a large spoonful of vinegar and 3 spoonfuls of salt. After 5 minutes of the water boiling, he squeezed all 5 lemons, and 2 minutes later and added half a spoonful of sugar. Done. Ye Chuan made a simple version of sour soup fish with an appropriate amount of sugar to enhance the flavor. Lemon needs to be added at the end, otherwise the sour taste will be greatly lost and affect the taste. Brother, this dish has a strange fragrance just by smelling it. What kind of dish is this? The foodie mermaid asked in surprise. Fish and sour soup. But I don't have any seasonings like chicken essence or pickled cabbage, and I can't marinate the fish, so this is all I can do. Ye Chuan said as he scooped a bowl of soup for each of the 4 mermaids. After watching them eat with relish, he divided the rest into 8 portions and gave one to each of them. It's great, I can eat different things every day. Even if it's frozen, it warms my heart. Liang Hongying sent a loving emoji. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would be extremely difficult. The beautiful Liang also knows how to be sentimental. Ye Chuan couldn't help laughing. I've always been sentimental, okay? Liang Hongying replied immediately. I still know who is good to me. I feel relieved when you say this. Live hard, and I'm still waiting for your reward. Ye Chuan immediately returned to his laughing expression. Blueberry Jam also replied. Although there is no sauerkraut, I just took a bite, and it was absolutely delicious. The fish is so fresh. Of course, look who made it. Ye Chuan immediately showed off and traded the 6, choose, 1 super warm cotton skirt to Blueberry Jam. Is this a cotton skirt? Asked Blueberry Jam in surprise. I originally wanted to give it to you as a gift when we meet, but it will probably take me 7 or 8 days to get there because I need to do something else on the way. Ye Chuan replied with a smiling emoticon. I might as well give it to you first. Although it's a 6th choice, it includes my favorite Lolita-style cotton skirt, navy collar plus purple. It couldn't be prettier. Blueberry Jam replied excitedly. Brother, you are so good to me. I love you so much. Hurry up and eat. Ye Chuan just replied with a smile, chatted with the others for a few more words, and then started eating. At the same time, he glanced at the public chat room. I also got the ogre fish that the boss sold. Damn, they are simply crazy, hitting the ice layer madly. They actually broke it open. You know, this ice layer is nearly 30 centimeters thick. Now, the sea is densely packed with ogre fish. If an ogre fish hits the same place once, it will break the ice over time. Do they want to breathe fresh air? Damn it. These ogre fish can actually walk on the ice with their fins. They actually want to come to my island. If anyone has weapons, can you lend them to me first? I beg you. Is this true? It's amphibious. Horrible things are happening one after another. Are we going to become food for these man-eating fish? Looking at the chat records, Ye Chuan frowned slightly. He had studied these ogre fishes before, and they did have 2 symmetrical fins on their abdomens, but they could actually walk on the ice. Isn't that a bit fantastical? The attack power of this thing is so terrifying. If you don't have a weapon in your hand, you might really become its food. However, Ye Chuan didn't care too much about this matter for the time being. After all, he had 4 powerful bodyguards at the moment, and he could kill them without any action. After eating and drinking, the 4 mermaids basked in the sun on the rocks. Friday came to Ye Chuan with a dozen sunflower plates in his arms. Brother Chuan, the sunflower seeds are fully ripe. Didn't you say before that there were still 5 days left? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. Later you gave me a small nutrient solution, which I mixed with water and distributed to some of the sunflowers, and they matured early. Friday explained. Good job. Ye Chuan patted Friday's shoulder. Can you help me pick out all the sunflower seeds? Brother Chuan, I still have to plant the sunflower seeds I saved, so I don't have time to help you. Friday replied, and left without waiting for Ye Chuan to say anything. Brother, what delicious food is this? The foodie mermaid saw the situation here and led 3 people over. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Cheap labor is here. Chapter 130. Sunflower Seeds. The lamb is about to be born. This food is called sunflower seeds. It will be very delicious if it is cooked well. Ye Chuan said with a smile, but there are too many. It is difficult for me to do it alone. I need your help. In this world, the only thing you can't miss is delicious food. The foodie mermaid laughed, patted his chest, and said, Brother, just tell me. What are you doing? Pick out the sunflower seeds from inside and put them in a large basin. Ye Chuan said directly. Okay. The foodie mermaid nodded repeatedly and shouted to the other 3 mermaids to get started. Ye Chuan entered the greenhouse where sunflowers were planted and saw Friday pulling out the sunflower stalks and loosening the soil for a new round of planting. When he saw Ye Chuan, Friday immediately shouted, "Welcome, Brother Chuan, to inspect our work. How much do you plan to plant this time?" Ye Chuan asked. "There are 50 sunflower seeds left in total. According to the survival rate, 40 of them will eventually survive." Friday replied seriously, "But this time, after my scientific planting, the taste will be improved." "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. You must study it well." Ye Chuan patted Friday's shoulder and was about to leave. Friday said immediately, "Brother Chuan, the ewe is about to give birth. After analysis, there is a high probability that there will be symptoms of dystocia. We need to prepare early. Aren't you an expert in agriculture? Do you also dabble in animal husbandry?" Ye Chuan asked in surprise. "When I was produced, a small amount of code was written into all other aspects, and I only have a basic understanding of animal husbandry," Friday replied. "But the system predicted last time that it would take another half a month for the ewe to give birth. How come it's only been 5 days?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. "Since you know a little bit, you didn't make a wrong estimate, did you?" "Brother Chuan, everything I did was based on data analysis. It is currently considered premature, and part of it is due to the magical grass." Friday explained immediately, "The magical grass has magical properties. Not only can it make the milk produced by the ewe be grade A, but it can also greatly increase the growth rate of the lamb in the ewe's belly. Besides, there's a high chance that the 2 lambs will be grade A livestock." "Fuck, isn't that a fortune?" Ye Chuan's expression changed, but he changed his mind and immediately asked, "What about the problem of dystocia in ewes?" "I don't know," Friday said helplessly. "Brother Chuan, I can only guess that it will be produced between midnight and 2 o'clock tonight. As for how to solve it, I don't know. You really only know a little bit." Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and immediately found Lu Yi Weiwei. "The ewe is having a difficult birth. Do you know what to do? How long has it been in production?" Lu Yi Weiwei replied immediately. "She hasn't given birth yet, but she will probably give birth in the middle of the night, so I can only ask you in advance." Ye Chuan made a helpless expression. "If the signs of labor are obvious, there is something hanging in the vagina, and it is hard to lie on the ground. It means that the amniotic fluid has broken, but the uterus is contracting normally. In this case, if it has been a long time since the birth, you can only lubricate your hands, and then use your index and middle fingers to slowly touch in, find the lamb, and slowly pull it out." Lu Yi Weiwei replied directly. "Or if the lamb has already had 2 feet or a head, but it will be difficult to give birth next, you just need to simply pull it out." "Are there only these 2 situations?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. "There are actually many types of dystocia in ewes. The one I mentioned is the simplest and most common one." Lu Yi Weiwei replied, "I'll wait for you tonight. If there are other problems, just send me a message." "Okay," Ye Chuan replied immediately. "Brother, it's all done. What should we do next?" At this time, the foodie mermaid shouted loudly outside. Ye Chuan ran out immediately, collected all the sunflower seeds, washed them twice with clean water, then added a mineral water bottle of sea salt, pepper, star anise and other spices, as well as 2 halves of crushed garlic into the basin, then added water to cover the sunflower seeds and brought it into the room. It needs to be soaked for more than 10 hours before it can be fried. After leaving the room, seeing several mermaids with confused faces, Ye Chuan explained, "We have to wait until tomorrow to eat it. Good food is never too late." The foodie mermaid laughed. "Okay, we'll go for a walk in the water. Just prepare dinner, and we'll come back in the evening for dinner. Then help drive away the ogre fish around." Ye Chuan immediately instructed. "No problem." Along with the roar of the gluttonous mermaid, the sound of falling into the water could be heard from the tail of the turtle. "Oh my God, am I becoming a babysitter?" Ye Chuan muttered to himself unhappily. "But, in order to make them willingly go to foreign regions, I will endure it." However, Ye Chuan did not spend too much time thinking about tonight's dinner. He just took out all the instant noodles, more than 30 buckets in total, and he was going to eat instant noodles tonight. However, in order to make it more delicious, Ye Chuan still cooked the 2 kilograms of beef brisket left over from last time and made a delicious beef noodle dish. Isn't it wonderful? Afterwards, Ye Chuan took out another 10 kilograms of krill and made delicious shrimp paste. It seems that the tastes of these 4 mermaids have been spoiled by me, so they need better delicacies to deal with them. 2 hours later, the 4 mermaids came back, and Ye Chuan's beef noodles were ready. The foodie mermaid laughed and said, "I smelled the fragrance as soon as I got ashore. Brother, what delicious food did you make this time?" "A simple dish of beef noodles with shrimp paste is absolutely delicious," Ye Chuan said as he started serving the 4 mermaids. "Brother, we have driven away all the ogre fish around you," said the gluttonous mermaid with a smile. I think you can put your dolphin back into the sea. Really? Ye Chuan's expression changed, and then he asked, how long will it take for us to reach the crack? At this speed, we'll be there by noon tomorrow. The gluttonous mermaid thought for a moment and immediately replied, if the ice continues to freeze and your turtle's movements are hampered, then I estimate it will take until the morning of the day after tomorrow, or noon. Okay, let's eat. Ye Chuan nodded slightly, then divided it into 7 portions and gave one to each of Lu Yi and the others. Let's just have some beef noodles tonight. As he ate beef noodles, he read the messages in the public chat room. But there was a message that caught his attention. Fuck, I finally found a supply box today, but I got a pair of beach pants. Damn it. Chapter 131, A Level Lamb, A Sign of Rising Temperatures. Is this true? Even God wants you to die. Why are you wearing beach pants in such a cold weather? Are you freezing to death? It's probably minus 20 degrees Celsius now. Why don't you put on your beach pants and go out for a walk? I feel like dying now. If anyone wants beach pants, I'll give them to them for free. Haha. Only a fool would want that, without even checking the weather. Seeing this message, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips and immediately sent a message to that person. Did you get your beach pants from a supply box? Yeah. The other party replied immediately. I'm almost depressed to death. Even a pair of cotton shoes would be good. Beach pants are nothing. I'll give you 2 kilograms of krill. Can you give me your beach pants? Ye Chuan said, and directly put the 2 kilograms of krill into the trading column. The other party's expression changed, and he immediately put the product on the shelf and agreed to the transaction, fearing that Ye Chuan would go back on his word. Ye Chuan stroked his beach pants and asked seriously, System, does opening the beach pants mean that the temperature is about to rise? There was no answer, and the system crashed again. However, Ye Chuan felt that this was possible. Since it was a giant octopus that destroyed the settings of the novice area, and since extremely cold weather could occur now, extremely hot weather would definitely occur. I believe this day is not far away. Brother, is there any more? This noodles is so delicious, I'm not full yet. At this time, the foodie mermaid knocked on the door and shouted loudly. Ye Chuan immediately ran out and divided all the remaining beef noodles among the 4 mermaids. Each of the 4 mermaids was very satisfied with the meal. Ye Chuan asked the 4 mermaids to find a place to sleep while he watched an action movie. After all, the Yu will give birth soon, so instead of sleeping first and then getting up, it's better to just wait. It's not too late anyway. Time passed by minute. Ye Chuan finished watching the first part of Bad Boys for Life. When he was halfway through the second part, he suddenly heard a sound from the sheep pen. Ye Chuan's heart moved, and he immediately ran to the sheep pen. The Yu was lying on the ground, panting heavily with her tongue hanging out. She exerted force every 10 seconds or so. 2 hooves were vaguely visible in her private parts. However, it seemed that the Yu had tried her best and could only produce 2 lambs. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless to give birth. It's just as Lu Yi Weiwei described. This is the most common case of difficult labor. Ye Chuan whispered to himself. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he still made up his mind, stretched out his hands, grabbed the 2 hooves, and pulled them outwards with all his strength. The Yu felt Ye Chuan's strength and cooperated with him. With a contraction and expansion, a white lamb was pulled out with a crash. It must be because of premature birth. The baby is very weak now. Even if the temperature in the sheepfold is okay, it is still a test for the newborn lamb. Ye Chuan immediately ran to get 2 stoves. After the charcoal burned for a while, the temperature rose to above 0 degrees. Seeing the Yu licking the liquid off her lamb's body, Ye Chuan thought for a moment and immediately ran to get 500 milliliters of grade of fresh water. The lamb seemed to know that the water was good for it and actually drank it on its own. Puff! At this moment, there was another crisp sound, which really scared Ye Chuan. It turned out to be a Yu, giving birth to another lamb. 2 lambs in 1 litter? Sent. Ye Chuan immediately allocated some grade of fresh water and fed it to the newborn lamb. At this time, the system also said, A-grade goats, you have a chance to produce S-grade milk when they grow up. Fuck. This simple sentence made Ye Chuan jump 3 feet high with joy. As predicted on Friday, the 2 lambs born were A-grade. Just like ordinary ewes produce A-grade goat milk, 2 A-grade ewes can produce S-grade goat milk. Wouldn't the efficacy be 3 times that of S-grade fresh water? I'm rich, I'm really rich. Ye Chuan danced with joy. As the situation in the novice area becomes more and more severe, after the S-level goat milk is mass-produced, the physical fitness of myself and my friends will be greatly improved. At that time, even if I face mermaids again, I will be sure to defeat them. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately called the 3 little ones and told them to guard the 2 lambs. Only then did Ye Chuan return to the room with peace of mind. Anyway, lambs are born to drink milk, so you don't need to worry too much. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. After reporting to Lu Yuwei that he was safe, Ye Chuan took a simple hot bath and then fell asleep. In the dream, Ye Chuan saw Blueberry Jam, a very beautiful and cute girl, who was dancing around Ye Chuan. Brother, I want to dance for you by taking off my clothes one by one. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Blueberry Jam was just about to take off his clothes when the system's voice suddenly sounded, waking Ye Chuan up. Fuck the system. Ye Chuan cursed angrily. Couldn't the system remind him later? Could he be so stupid that he didn't know how to sign in? He really didn't know what he was talking about. Although he was very angry with the system, Ye Chuan still said, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Choose one of 6 summer trendy clothes. I also ordered summer clothes. Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately asked suspiciously, System, how long will it take for the temperature to rise again? As expected, the system ignored people. Ye Chuan didn't care and put the summer fashion clothes aside for the time being, just waiting for the temperature to really rise. Walking out of the room, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shrink his neck. Even though he was wearing super warm clothes, he still felt a little chilly. Then Ye Chuan noticed that the thickness of the ice was no longer enough for the turtle to swim, so it had to crawl on the ice. However, the turtle is still very stable. I didn't feel any bumps at all. It's almost flatter than the ground. Oh my God, thank you for your hard work. Ye Chuan pursed his lips and couldn't help but shout. Crawling is never as comfortable as swimming in the sea. Besides, it is not easy to carry such a heavy weight on the back. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately fed the turtle 600 kilograms of krill and some fresh water. Looking at the current situation, I estimate that we can reach the crack at noon tomorrow. Sitting near the turtle's head, looking at the endless ice in front of him, Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, currently, I have 24,000 evolution points in my hand. For the time being, I can upgrade my turtle and my porpoise to a higher level to increase my chances of defeating the megalodon. With a plan in mind, Ye Chuan immediately added 10,000 evolution points to the turtle. The turtle immediately began to grow slowly. Ye Chuan then opened the turtle's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 10, 0/12,000. Skills, water bullet, intermediate, countercurrent, elementary. Talents, longevity, fast healing, crawling. It seems, there is an additional countercurrent technique. Chapter 132, Countercurrent Technique, Upgrading Crossbow Arrows. System, what is the countercurrent technique? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. Countercurrent technique forms a forward current in the water to hinder the enemy's progress. Primary countercurrent technique, cross-sectional width is 5 meters, water flow thickness is 2 meters, and flow rate is 10 meters per second. The system explained immediately. Fuck, it's so detailed, Ye Chuan said in surprise. Anyway, to put it simply, when the turtle is fighting with the enemy, when it uses the countercurrent technique, it is equivalent to a huge current of water trying to wash the enemy away. If the enemy wants to continue fighting with the turtle, it must overcome the huge resistance of this current of water. This is a pretty good skill, and it should be able to complement the dolphin's sound wave interference. In addition, the number of evolution points added per level has increased from 1,000 to 2,000, making upgrading a little more difficult, but it's not a big problem. Afterwards, Ye Chuan added another 5,000 points of evolution value to the dolphin, and the dolphin's body slowly grew larger. At present, the length of this dolphin has reached 3 meters, and its streamlined body looks very beautiful. Its injuries have now fully recovered. Although the ditch cannot allow it to swim happily, the joy of the upgrade still makes it happily jump out of the water. Ye Chuan also smiled and opened the dolphin's information panel. Name, Dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level, 10. Evolution value, 0/6,000. Skills, sonic interference, intermediate, absolute impact, intermediate. Talent, deep diving, 1,800 meters. Note, in absolute impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 2,000 kilograms of force. Sonic interference can launch sonic attacks on everything within a range of 100 meters, disrupting the opponent's actions. Neither skills nor talents have been increased. Only sonic interference, absolute impact, and deep diving have been strengthened, which is quite comforting. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 10 and receiving the upgrade package. Do you want to open it? At this time, the system's voice came. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he said expectantly, Open it. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 grain steamed breads, 6 grade A citrus, 1 weapon enhancement card, only for small weapons, can double the power of weapons. Weapon enhancement card? Ye Chuan's expression changed. This is exactly what he needs right now. However, Ye Chuan was a little confused about which weapon needed to be strengthened. My main weapons at the moment are a broadsword and a rotating crossbow. The broadsword is currently working well for me, and it is quite powerful. As for the rotating crossbow, the stronger it is, the better. In the end, Ye Chuan planned to upgrade the rotating crossbow and immediately used the weapon enhancement card on the rotating crossbow. For a moment, the rotating crossbow emitted a faint light. Although it looked like the same rotating crossbow arrow as before, Ye Chuan could clearly feel that the weight of the rotating crossbow arrow was about 2 pounds heavier than before, and each crossbow arrow was also about 1 or 2 pounds heavier. Holding it in his hand, he finally felt the heaviness. He pulled the trigger at a huge rock 20 meters away. With the sound of puff, 8 crossbow arrows directly penetrated the stone that was more than 1 meter thick, shot forward nearly 8 meters, and then sank into the ground. I saw 8 holes with a diameter of 1 centimeter on the huge rock, which looked quite beautiful. Oh my god, that's possible, Ye Chuan said to himself happily. The previously upgraded rotating crossbow arrows could only penetrate into tree trunks, but could not penetrate through them. However, the current rotating crossbow arrows can even penetrate through stones. It seems that the power has been more than doubled. Cool. Now, Ye Chuan has some chance of defeating the Megalodon. Even if it is a hidden mission, there are only 2 options given. If it is really impossible to send it to a foreign area, then he can only send it on its way. Brother, you got up early. What are you going to eat for breakfast? The foodie mermaid came to Ye Chuan's side at some point and asked with a grin. Let's have barbecue. Ye Chuan replied immediately. What is barbecue? The mermaid next to him immediately came over and asked. Are you stupid? Of course barbecue means grilling and roasting. Do you still need to ask? The foodie mermaid glared at the mermaid fiercely. Don't ask questions in the future. Just eat. Otherwise, you will look like an idiot. The mermaid curled her lips, but ultimately did not dare to refute. After killing the giant octopus, there were still more than a dozen pieces of octopus meat in the refrigerator that had not been eaten. Ye Chuan put them directly on the grill and started roasting them. At the same time, he took out the steamed cornbread and roasted them a little bit, until the fragrance wafted across the entire island. Ye Chuan gave each person 2 large pieces of octopus meat and 2 steamed cornbreads. The 3 mermaids didn't care whether it was hot or not. They stuffed the food into their mouths immediately. Even though they cried out because of the heat, they didn't stop chewing. The foodie mermaids looked helpless and said, How could I have teammates like you? It's so embarrassing, ah. After saying that, he turned around and started eating like a gentleman. Afterwards, Ye Chuan divided the remaining octopus meat and traded it to Zhao Feiyu and others. Let's have some barbecue for breakfast. I'm too lazy to make other breakfasts. We can eat barbecue early in the morning. Which island owner can be happier than us? Lu Shuai made an embarrassed expression. Boss, I'm embarrassed to tell you that when I was peeing this morning, I found that I needed to loosen 1 buckle of my belt before I could fasten it. It just means that I've gained weight. Ye Chuan replied unhappily. Among so many new island owners, who can gain weight in the first 2 months of the most difficult novice period? I can only say that your food is good, boss. Lu Shuai made another boastful expression. It really makes me so happy. I don't know if my family knows about the abnormal things in the novice area. They may be worried to death, but they don't know that I've gained weight. Just keep showing off. Ye Chuan made a head-smacking expression, then looked at the public chat room and started eating breakfast. The thickness of the ice layer has reached more than 40 centimeters, and the temperature is about minus 23 degrees Celsius. I don't know if it will get colder. I feel that cotton clothes and a stove are not enough to resist this severe cold. I tried to chisel at the ice this morning, but I couldn't penetrate it with my spear. After half an hour of hard work, I only managed to get 20 centimeters. I'm afraid the previous method of chiseling a hole to let the fish jump out automatically won't work. Oh, speechless, I'm running out of ammunition and food. If no one supports me, I might die. It's better to die than to live and suffer. In this hellish novice period, even an experienced and veteran island owner will have to suffer in the Northwest. I chiseled through the ice. Guess what I found? Chapter 133. Level 10 Evolution, Big Lobster. Fuck, if you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, just get lost. What are you hesitating about? A lizard. A snake is a snake. How can it have 4 legs? You are talking nonsense so early in the morning. Are you cold? Fuck, I'm lying to you. I've already caught this lizard. I'll put it on the trading interface now. You can see for yourself. Look at your sister, you liar. Ye Chuan immediately switched the interface to the transaction interface. After refreshing it twice, he indeed found the lizard. It was more than 2 meters long and almost the same size as a snake, but it did have 4 legs and webbed toes. It looked like the prototype of a superfluous addition to a snake's body. System, what is this? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Sea python, a lizard in the sea, is highly poisonous and cannot be eaten. The system immediately gave an introduction. Could it be that the ogre fish has disappeared and has been replaced by this sea python? Ye Chuan whispered to himself. How can this be said? The emergence of marine life in waves, what does this indicate? Ye Chuan just thought about it for a moment and didn't think much about it. As for the overall direction of the ocean world, he has no right to interfere. He can only predict the danger in advance and then respond. That is enough. The island upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 10. You have received the upgrade package. Do you want to open it? After finishing breakfast, Ye Chuan had just walked out of the room when the system's voice came in belatedly. I hope something good can come out of it. Ye Chuan muttered to himself and immediately said, Open it. Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points, 6 A-grade citrus, 9 small nutrient solutions, and 1 super locator. Another super locator was opened. Now I have 3 more in my hand, in addition to the one I used on blueberry jam. After I meet up with blueberry jam, I'll see who else is willing to come. Looking forward, after a new round of expansion, the forest has increased by several hundred square meters. Looking around, it is lush and green, and the area should be about 3,000 square meters. The trees in the middle seem to be more than 30 meters high. Except for the hills that have grown to more than 40 meters high, it is the second tallest group on the island. I wonder if there will be more large creatures in the woods after the area has increased by another 500 square meters. Ye Chuan muttered to himself, turned around, and climbed up the hill. The hill at this moment is about 100 meters long and 45 or 46 meters high. Its height is about twice as high as the hill when it was level 9. The growth rate is simply amazing. The spring on one side had grown at least twice as large, and one could clearly see a clear stream as thick as an adult's arm gushing out of it, forming a small stream and then flowing into the sea. Although this spring still seems a little small to Ye Chuan, the sea is currently frozen and the automatic water pump cannot be used temporarily. The fresh water stored previously is almost used up. After all, the water in the ditch cannot be used temporarily because of the dolphins. Ye Chuan thought about it and directly connected the pipe that was previously connected to the ditch at the foot of the hill to here, and then directly led the mountain spring water into the large barrel that previously contained the converted tap water. This eliminates the step of converting seawater, and all water used is spring water. The tap water barrel also has a storage function, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I believe that once the island evolves again, we can completely abandon the seawater to tap water converter and use spring water directly. That's awesome. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Ye Chuan couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Brother, what are we having for lunch? At this moment, the foodie mermaid came over again. It's only been less than an hour since we finished breakfast. Why are you thinking about lunch so soon? Ye Chuan was stunned. Who told me that I've never eaten such delicious food? I've been conquered by you. The foodie mermaid couldn't help but chuckle. Besides, we're going to fight the megalodon at noon tomorrow, so we have to eat a few more good meals, right? That's right. Ye Chuan nodded. Let's make snake soup. It just so happened that we still had stock of the reticulated python, and together with the fatty pork and the lychee mushrooms that Lu Yi traded for 2 days ago, it would be absolutely delicious. Anything is fine. Everything you cook tastes good, the foodie mermaid said with a smile. Also, can I eat the melon seeds too? The melon seeds are not cooked yet, but you can definitely eat them before the battle tomorrow at noon, Ye Chuan said, and immediately ordered. The 4 of you, quickly walk forward a few kilometers and break a large layer of ice. I want to send the dolphin back to the sea. No problem. The foodie mermaid patted his chest and called out to the 3 mermaids who were basking in the sun to rush forward. Ye Chuan poured all the melon seeds, water, spices, etc. into a big pot and started cooking. Ye Chuan chose a more flavorful method of making 5-spice melon seeds. Although it takes a longer time, it is more delicious. It needs to be boiled for 20 minutes, simmered for 20 minutes, and then fried over a low heat until dry. Only then the taste is really great. During this period of time, Ye Chuan cut half a pound of fat, 20 pounds of snake meat, cleaned the lychee mushrooms, and after preparing all the ingredients, he temporarily put them in the room. This time, when making snake soup, we add onions, ginger, garlic, and star anise, and the taste will be even better. After the preparations were completed, the turtle came to the huge ice hole dug by the four mermaids. In just half an hour, it managed to dig a hole that was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. It was simply born to be a laborer. Ye Chuan immediately carried the dolphin back into the sea. When the dolphin entered the sea, it screamed excitedly a few times and then swam quickly into the deep sea. After all, I haven't had fun for a long time, and I would be letting myself down if I don't have some fun. With such a big ice hole, I can definitely use a net to catch something good. Seeing the turtle about to cross the ice hole, Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He immediately ran to the turtle island and pressed the button towards the ice hole when the turtle crossed the ice hole. For a moment, the huge fishing net just shot into the ice hole, and then Ye Chuan shouted at the foodie mermaid to pull it quickly. I hope it's not those geckos. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and couldn't help but whisper to himself. A few minutes later, the fishing net was pulled up. All that caught my eye were dark brown objects that were over 20 centimeters long. They looked like aliens, and the system had already given the answer. 658 lobsters, 32 king crabs, and 11 sea pythons. Oh my god, we have dinner. I'll treat you to a delicious dish from the sea. Ye Chuan's mind moved. But first, help me throw these 11 sea pythons down. They are poisonous and cannot be eaten. Great. As soon as they heard there was delicious food, the four of them immediately became motivated. However, Ye Chuan suddenly frowned. He vaguely saw something with a metallic luster in the lobster. It seemed to be a cannonball. Chapter 134 Torpedo, The Last Supper. It is 2 meters long and 24 centimeters in diameter, and looks no different from a cannonball. Ye Chuan immediately went over and planned to put the shell somewhere else, but he didn't expect that the shell was quite heavy, estimated to be more than 200 pounds. Ye Chuan carefully put it aside, and then asked, System, what kind of shell is this? Triggered torpedo, extremely powerful. The system gave a direct answer. Ye Chuan suddenly realized that the sudden appearance of such a torpedo in this place was probably left behind by the submarine when it fought against the megalodon. However, for some reason, the torpedo did not explode and ended up being caught by himself. Can this torpedo still be used? Ye Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, it only takes 50 kilograms of trigger force to cause an explosion, the system replied. By then, the entire 10-mile radius of the sea will be affected. Oh my god, is it so awesome? Ye Chuan said in surprise. Could it be a compressed torpedo like a compressed grenade? However, no matter what, if this torpedo is used when necessary, it can definitely send the megalodon to its death. Afterwards, Ye Chuan put the lobsters on the shelf again. This time, he was not trading resources, but private items. The number of lobsters was determined by the value of the private items. This move immediately surprised a large number of island owners. Oh my god, there's an island owner selling lobsters. These lobsters are so big, each one must weigh at least 2 pounds. Which boss broke through the ice and caught them? Don't lobsters usually live on the seafloor? Could it be that they floated to the surface because of the lack of oxygen on the seafloor due to the ice? Now that we are running out of ammunition and food, this bastard is still trying to use the lobster to squeeze the last drop of blood out of us. He is simply the modern Jobaopi. We should all unite to boycott him, and no one should trade with him. At this time, if you don't trade, you will die. If you don't trade, you can't stop others from trading, right? Can you be so selfish? Is this the slave nature in your bones? Will you starve to death if I don't eat for a meal? Fuck, keyboard warrior. Even though many people were calling on everyone not to trade, there were still many people chatting privately with Ye Chuan, which made Ye Chuan laugh. Sure enough, there are still many island owners who have hidden a lot of good things, even super locators. After chatting for a while, Ye Chuan left the room directly. While going out for some fresh air, he took out the melon seeds and began to control the water. Afterwards, Ye Chuan ran to see the 2 lambs. Now, the lambs can stand up. One of them is standing next to the stove to keep warm, while the other is kneeling next to the ewe to drink milk. Every time it drinks for a while, it jumps up and down, as if it is scared of milk. Seeing that the lambs were all well, Ye Chuan fed the big sheep some grade of fresh water. Currently, the lambs were unable to drink the water, so they could only rely on the big sheep to get the benefits of grade of fresh water and pass them on to the lambs. However, although lambs can only start eating grass gradually after being more than a week old, in SeaWorld, they can probably eat grass in 3 days. By then, the lamb's condition will be completely stable. After leaving the sheep pen, Ye Chuan immediately came to the chicken coop. The dozen or so chicks have grown taller than when they were just hatched. They are very lively and active. It seems that the chicken coop can hardly accommodate them. Among the rare items traded happens to be the chicken coop manufacturing drawings, so Ye Chuan did not hesitate and immediately used them to expand the chicken coop by 1/3. Seeing that there was still some time before noon, Ye Chuan looked at several greenhouses again. Because the spinach and lettuce have already been harvested and put into the system's inventory, the current spinach and lettuce have just sprouted, and it will probably take some time for them to grow. Since the coconut flowers were pollinated on Friday, the flowers have now withered, and the coconuts that have grown are only the size of a fist and are densely packed. However, it will probably take a long time for them to fully grow. As for the apricot trees, peach trees, and apple trees, they have also produced very small fruits. Although pollination occurs a little later than the coconut trees, it seems that they mature first. I believe that it won't be long before you can eat the fruits that you grow yourself. Brother, it's getting late. Let's cook. At this moment, the foodie mermaid came up again and shouted loudly. Don't worry, I'll do it right away. Seeing that there was about an hour left until noon, Ye Chuan gave a call and immediately put the fat into the pan and started frying it. Only after the lard was fried out did Ye Chuan add the star anise, green onion, and ginger. Then he poured the snake meat in and stir-fried it for a while, then added water and started stewing. I'm about to have a delicious lunch. I'm really looking forward to it. The foodie mermaid rubbed her hands and said no more. She just sat aside and watched. Ye Chuan didn't say anything. He just waited for more than 40 minutes. When he saw that the snake meat was almost cooked, he added salt and lychee mushrooms. He simmered it for another 20 minutes before taking it out of the pot. After serving each of the people a large bowl of mermaid, Ye Chuan then gave a bowl to each of the 7 people. Fuck, this smells so good. I almost bit off my tongue. A mermaid screamed, Boss, what kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. Snake soup. Ye Chuan explained with a smile. With the perfect heat and the flavor of lychee mushrooms, it will be the most delicious soup. I really hope I can live with you forever. What a wonderful world this will be. The mermaid couldn't help but sigh. Fuck, stop being so sentimental. Even delicious food can't stop you from eating. The foodie mermaid glared at the mermaid fiercely. Don't forget, we still have a mission tomorrow at noon. That's right. We can't let the boss down for making delicious food for us every day. The mermaid immediately expressed her opinion, and everyone agreed with her. For dinner, Ye Chuan made garlic lobster, grilled lobster, and steamed lobster, with more than a dozen lobsters in each serving. Considering that they would be going to the battlefield tomorrow, Ye Chuan took out the muffled donkey that he had not finished drinking last time, and the 4 mermaids were so happy that they roared. All in all, everyone had a great time drinking that night. It was already past 9 o'clock the next day when Ye Chuan woke up. The 4 mermaids had drunk a lot and were still lying outside. I have to say that mermaids are quite cold resistant. In the weather of more than 20 degrees below zero, they can still snore loudly. They are worthy of being A-level marine creatures. Sign in. Ye Chuan stretched and spoke immediately. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, and 1 magical pill. The system's voice arrived as expected. Another magic little pill? Last time, the magic little pill helped me master a minor language. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me this time. Chapter 135. Eat and drink. Let's get started. Then, Ye Chuan immediately swallowed the pill. This time, Ye Chuan felt his body getting hot, a feeling he had never experienced last time. Another 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host. Your agility has increased by 50. I didn't expect that this time it would improve agility. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Agility is different from speed. Simply put, speed means running fast, and agility means reacting faster. This definitely has a decisive impact on fighting with the enemy. It's really exciting to get the agility bug blessing before fighting the megalodon. Ye Chuan laughed. Seeing that it was getting late and guessing that Zhao Feiyu and the others had not eaten yet, he immediately made toppings with wild boar meat, spinach, eggs, and leftover lychee mushrooms from yesterday, and then added the noodles. Everyone get up. It's already past 9 o'clock. We have to finish our meal as soon as possible and get moving. Seeing that the noodles were almost done, Ye Chuan immediately woke up the foodie mermaid and the others. Oh my god, I didn't expect to sleep for so long. It's so comfortable. The foodie mermaid couldn't help but stand up and stretch. I smelled the fragrance just now and thought I was dreaming. It turns out you cooked the food. It's so cold, we're just going to have a bowl of noodles. The battle will probably start in 2 hours. Ye Chuan said seriously, don't let us down by then. Boss, the water is very cold right now. It's probably not realistic for you to go into the sea and fight alongside us, a mermaid said in a deep voice. Do you need us to lead it to the vicinity of the island? That's not necessary. Ye Chuan said quickly. Besides, I don't plan to let my turtle get close to the megalodon. I have a boat that can go 100 nautical miles away. Are you sure? The gluttonous mermaid said seriously. Your turtle has some fighting power. With its help, I think the success rate will be much higher. I want to, but I'm afraid that the megalodon will go crazy and cause irreversible damage to my turtle. Ye Chuan pursed his lips. Besides, even if it hits me, I won't be able to bear it, right? That great shark can't compare to you. A turtle, in terms of weight or length. We are no match for that great shark, but it can't even hope to defeat you. A turtle. The gluttonous mermaid analyzed. So, it's not a big problem. System, what do you think? Ye Chuan asked the system directly. When necessary, the turtle's head and limbs will retract, and its defensive power is not something that a megalodon can shake. The system immediately gave an analysis. Although the turtle's clumsy body cannot fight, it can provide assistance. This also made Ye Chuan feel relieved. He gave up the original plan and started to serve noodles to several mermaids. At the same time, he traded a portion to Zhao Feiyu and the other 7 people. I have something important to do at noon. I don't have time to cook. Let's eat early. Brother, what's the matter? Are you in danger? Xiao Feilong asked with concern. Go kill a megalodon. Ye Chuan said lightly. Fuck, isn't it good to be alive? Why would you provoke that thing? It's very scary. Little Flying Dragon asked in shock. There is a record in our family that a megalodon destroyed a fleet of our family. In the end, it took more than a dozen torpedoes fired at the same time to finally kill it. We are just novice island owners. It's hard to deal with ordinary great white sharks, let alone a megalodon. So, eat and drink well. Ye Chuan said, and did not reply. At present, he actually has 13,000 evolution points, which is just enough to upgrade all 3 little ones to the next level. After all, he is facing a ferocious great white shark. Perhaps by upgrading the 3 little ones to the next level, he can achieve a decisive victory. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately added points to the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones' bodies underwent slight changes again. Ye Chuan then opened the information panel of the 3 little ones. Name, Albatross. Level 8, growth stage. Evolution value, 0/4500. Skills, diving claws, can grab 120 kilograms weight. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. Well, the weight of the object I picked up increased by 30 kilograms. Now, the weight that an albatross grabs is equivalent to a torpedo. If you can successfully lure the megalodon to the surface of the sea, the albatross will just hit it with the torpedo, then everything will be over, right? Of course, all my previous guesses were based on the premise that I was not sure how powerful this megalodon was, but whether it could be done or not, it all depends on practice. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 8. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 8. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Ye Chuan was thinking about it when 3 system voices came at once. Ye Chuan immediately said, Turn on all. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 10 wooden boards, 9 metal sheets, 2 solar heating blankets. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 5 plastics, for glass, 1 of 6 women's cold weather jackets. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 7 metal pieces, 3 stones, 1 pound of cornmeal. Last time I gave the solar heating blanket to Blueberry Jam, and now I got 2 more, and also a cold windbreaker, and the key is that it's for women. Ye Chuan didn't waste any time and gave the solar heating blanket to Lu Yi and Lu Yi Weiwei respectively, and the women's windbreaker to Liang Hongying. Without saying anything else to the 3 of them, he went straight to the gland's head. 4 mermaids were standing there, preparing their harpoons. The foodie mermaid said seriously, We have arrived, and we have detected the location of the megalodon, roughly 3,000 meters below the sea surface. I have a giant automatic fishing gun here that can track targets, but its range is only 2,000 meters. You must first lure it to the sea above 2,000 meters. Ye Chuan ordered directly, and at the same time gave the super tranquilizer gun to the glutton mermaid. This is a tranquilizer gun. You must shoot it at the megalodon. Then we just need to hold on until it falls asleep, and we will win. No problem, said the foodie mermaid, and the 4 of them jumped down from the huge ice hole that had been dug first. Ye Chuan immediately installed the giant automatic fishing gun on the shell at the tail of the turtle, then put on his swimsuit and began to operate the giant automatic fishing gun. About 5 minutes later, a huge image appeared on the screen with 2 small images in front of it. It should be a megalodon chasing 2 mermaids. Ye Chuan immediately set the shooting target and pressed the button. With a puff sound, the 5-meter-long spear instantly shot into the sea and hit the target 20 seconds later. Ye Chuan immediately pressed the button and opened the barbs on the spear gun. The reinforced steel wire rope was instantly tightened. Even the nearly 1,000-ton sea turtle was pulled towards the ice hole in an instant. Chapter 136. Battle against Megalodon. Critical situation. Oh my god, how strong is this Megalodon that it can pull my turtle which weighs nearly 1,000 tons? Ye Chuan muttered to himself in disbelief, unable to believe this fact. It's worthy of being a creature that has existed since prehistoric times. It's tough enough. Crash. At this moment, the gluttonous mermaid jumped out of the sea, looking unhappy. Brother, do you have any more anesthetic needles? No more, not enough dosage. Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. I'm sorry, when I was about to stab the shark, your spear came over and hit its tail. The gluttonous mermaid said awkwardly. It went crazy at that time, turned around and rushed madly into the deep sea, and its huge tail hit me, and the anesthetic needle was used up. What the hell? Ye Chuan stared at the foodie mermaid in amazement, not knowing what to say. The key to Ye Chuan's victory over the Megalodon lies in this anesthetic needle, but this idiot actually destroyed the anesthetic needle. He is not as reliable as Wang Kai and the others. System, can you give me another anesthetic needle? Ye Chuan said while holding his breath. Otherwise, we may not be able to defeat that guy. There was no response from the system, so it seems like there is no hope. Ye Chuan had no choice but to say to the mermaid, Brother, we can only rely on ourselves. Either it dies or we die. Let's fight. Don't worry, I will make it pay with its life, even if it's for the sake of my two comrades. The gluttonous mermaid snorted coldly and dived back into the water. Try to lead it to the surface of the sea. Ye Chuan shouted immediately. Crack. At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the huge ice layer collapsed instantly, and the turtle was pulled into the sea by the Megalodon. However, the turtle was obviously much more flexible in the sea water than on the ice. It just moved its limbs slightly to stabilize its body. No matter how the Megalodon struggled, it could not pull the turtle at all. Ye Chuan then felt relieved and handed the torpedo to Wang Kai, telling it to always pay attention to its position and drop the torpedo when necessary. Then he changed into a diving suit and dived into the sea. As expected of a diving suit made of shark skin, even in icy water below 0 degrees, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Moreover, due to his improved agility, he was like a fish in the water, swimming quickly underwater along the reinforced steel wire rope. In just 3 minutes, Ye Chuan noticed the Megalodon. Just by imagination, one could not guess how big this Megalodon was. It was not until he saw the shark at this moment that Ye Chuan couldn't help but take a breath. It is estimated to be about 24 or 25 meters long. Its open mouth can easily bite a submarine into pieces. Its teeth are not just the size of an adult's palm, but probably 3 times the size of an adult's palm. The speed of the 4 mermaids in the water is definitely comparable to that of the world's fastest men. Although the Megalodon is extremely brutal, the 4 mermaids can still fight with it with ease. However, the harpoons of the 4 seem unable to break the Megalodon's defense at all. The gluttonous mermaid found an opportunity and stabbed the Megalodon's body with a harpoon, but instead of piercing its skin, it knocked it over several times. The Megalodon finally found an opportunity, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the gluttonous mermaid fiercely. I believe that if it bites, the gluttonous mermaid will definitely be cut in half. Ye Chuan immediately took out the rotating crossbow and pulled the trigger at the Megalodon. 8 crossbow arrows shot out at once, leaving a string of fine bubbles in the water, and all hit the Megalodon's body, but only penetrated 3 centimeters into the skin, and it is estimated that they did not even penetrate the shark's skin. Even so, the Megalodon became furious and turned around and rushed towards Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan turned around and ran, calling out to the dolphins at the same time. After more than a minute, Ye Chuan arrived under the turtle. The Megalodon followed closely behind, only 30 meters away from Ye Chuan. The turtle and the dolphin were already in position, and the countercurrent technique and sonic interference were performed at the same time, bombarding the Megalodon fiercely. The Megalodon's speed obviously slowed down, especially at the moment when the sound wave interference appeared. Its entire body began to shake violently, as if it was not used to this attack method. Bang! Ye Chuan didn't need any orders at all. A huge water bomb had already hit the Megalodon hard. Although it didn't cause much damage to the Megalodon, it still caused great interference to its movements. At the same time, a big knife appeared in his hand, and with the help of the speed of the countercurrent technique, he chopped down on the Megalodon's head with all his strength. The Megalodon had just recovered from the interference of the turtle porpoise, and when it saw Ye Chuan, who was as small as a sardine, rushing towards it, it did not take him seriously and simply opened its bloody mouth. Fuck! Even though he was in the water, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shout out. Who could have thought that this megalodon would recover so quickly? I was originally planning to chop it on the head, but as soon as it opened its mouth, the knife hit the gap between its two teeth. Blood gushed out immediately, and the megalodon began to struggle violently. Ye Chuan did not dare to delay. He drew his sword and retreated before its teeth closed. The megalodon was obviously really angry. Even though the dolphin and the turtle used the countercurrent technique again, it still rushed towards Ye Chuan regardless, vowing to tear Ye Chuan into pieces. The four mermaids had now regrouped and rushed towards the megalodon once again. Although their harpoons could not penetrate the defense, they found the megalodon's weak spot, the wound on its tail. That spot was now slowly oozing blood, and the harpoon easily pierced into the wound, causing the megalodon to feel pain again, and it quickly turned around and bit the mermaid. Ye Chuan quickly rushed out of the sea, ran to the giant automatic fishing gun, pressed the button to recover the fishing gun, and the engine started turning, pulling the reinforced steel wire rope. The megalodon had already bitten the tail of a mermaid, and the powerful bite forced directly tore it in half. Just as the megalodon was about to attack again, the steel wire rope pulled it toward the surface of the sea. The megalodon became even more furious, pulling its tail again and again, trying to knock the harpoon down. Ye Chuan closed the barb as it wished, and the megalodon easily broke free from the harpoon. Unexpectedly, Ye Chuan pressed the button again, and after the harpoon returned to its position, it was shot into the sea again. Even though the megalodon's tail was hit just now, it couldn't interfere with its movements. Ye Chuan's plan was to hit its abdomen or head, so as to greatly restrict it. At the same time, the dolphin rushed straight towards the megalodon and once again used sound wave interference to affect the megalodon, thereby assisting the spear gun attack. Although the megalodon's speed slowed down a lot, it still crashed into the dolphin while struggling, knocking the dolphin dozens of meters away. The interference was interrupted, and the megalodon recovered its mobility, biting the dolphin that was almost upside down with lightning speed. Chapter 137, Narrow Victory, Double Reward. Let's fight this bastard. The foodie mermaid gritted her teeth. He came with a large group of 6 people, but before anything happened, only 2 were left. All of a sudden, the 3 mermaids rushed directly towards the megalodon. After the dolphin recovered, it saw that the megalodon was only 20 meters away from it, so it opened its bloody mouth and intended to swallow the dolphin. In front of this huge prehistoric creature, even this evolvable dolphin felt palpitations and didn't know what to do at that moment. However, when the 2 were less than 10 meters apart, the megalodon suddenly sensed something and immediately turned around and headed towards one place. This was the second time it had heard this sound. The first time its tail was pierced, and it didn't want to be dominated by that thing again. Seeing this, the dolphins regrouped and, while launching sonic interference, rammed their heads into the megalodon's belly. Coupled with the interference of the 3 mermaids, the megalodon was overwhelmed. Although its huge tail was injured, it still swept towards the enemy fiercely. Puff! It was because of this moment of distraction that the spear gun arrived late. The megalodon immediately dodged to one side. The harpoon penetrated deeply into one side of its body. Then the barbs were opened. As a result, only one barb was embedded in its body, and the other 2 were exposed outside. With the megalodon's violent struggle, it seemed that it was about to break free. Ye Chuan, who was completely unaware of this, had already entered the water again. When he saw this scene, he took a breath of cold air. He really didn't expect that this shot would deviate so far from his expected trajectory. And judging by the situation, this guy might break free at any time. It seems I need to start over again, Ye Chuan muttered, and was about to swim to the shore. However, the megalodon once again recognized Ye Chuan, gave up on the dolphins and mermaids, and swam straight towards Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and ran at the fastest speed, but the megalodon was even faster than lightning. It arrived in front of Ye Chuan in just a few seconds, opened its bloody mouth and bit him. Ye Chuan held his breath, and at the moment when the megalodon was about to bite him, he kicked hard, directly on the megalodon's nose. With his great agility, he dodged the attack, and then turned to the other side. Although the megalodon was not as agile as Ye Chuan due to its huge size, it still adjusted its angle in the first moment and chased after Ye Chuan again. Ye Chuan immediately grabbed the dolphin's tail fin and swam away with the dolphin's lead. He did not stop until he had swum nearly 7 or 8 nautical miles away. The megalodon wanted to kill Ye Chuan, so it used brute force to tear open the giant automatic fishing gun, leaving a trail of blood in the sea. "Oh my god, it's okay like this," Ye Chuan murmured in disbelief. He pressed his entire body against the bottom of the ice on the water surface, took out a rotating crossbow, and shot another 8 arrows at the megalodon's head. The megalodon had been roaming the ocean for more than 40 years, but this was the first time it looked so miserable, especially the wound on one side of its stomach, which made it almost lose its mind. These 8 crossbow arrows became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Then, the megalodon went crazy. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Ye Chuan madly. Ye Chuan had already held his breath, and when the megalodon was about to collide with him, he dodged to a place, grabbed the dolphin's tail fin again, and quickly left the place. Crack! The ice layer more than 40 centimeters thick was broken in an instant, and 1/3 of the megalodon's body rushed out of the sea, just in time to see a slender object falling from the sky and hitting its head. Boom! The next second, the sound of the explosion spread throughout the sea area within a radius of nearly 100 miles. The ice layer within a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers collapsed instantly, and a huge air wave flew straight into the sky. The megalodon was also the first to be blasted into the sea and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Below the sea surface, the terrifying shock wave continued to surge in all directions. Even though Ye Chuan had been brought 5 nautical miles away, he still felt the violent impact. Fortunately, the man and the pig hid far enough away, otherwise they would have been seriously injured. 3 mermaids also swam over and then came to the surface of the sea. The foodie mermaid smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really sorry, I couldn't help you at all, and I even lost a brother. Everyone has done their best." Ye Chuan shook his head. After all, in this situation, even a small amount of help is very helpful. Before he could finish his words, the dolphins suddenly gave a warning. Ye Chuan frowned and immediately returned to the sea, only to see the megalodon swimming up from the bottom of the sea. At this time, the megalodon's skin had almost disappeared, one of its small eyes was blind, its body was covered in blood, and its teeth were exposed, like a skeleton. "Fuck, I can't kill you even with this. You're simply a fighting shark among megalodons." Ye Chuan was too tired to complain at this moment, and turned around to start the giant automatic fishing gun again. At this moment, more than a dozen sharks swam over from a distance and began to tear the flesh of the megalodon. After continuous attacks, the megalodon's combat effectiveness was almost lost by 70 or 80, but facing the group of sharks, it still had the strength to fight. In just over 10 seconds, 3 sharks had died in the shark's mouth. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and swam towards the megalodon again. At the moment when he was about to come into contact with the megalodon, he threw out the ice drill that he had never used since it was manufactured. Although the ice drill was electric, it was still powerful enough to drill a hole directly in the megalodon's belly, attracting several sharks to bite it. Although the megalodon wanted to struggle a little longer, more and more sharks came from afar, attacking it and dragging it into the deep sea. "This time, let's see whether you live or not." Ye Chuan snorted coldly, without saying anything more. With the support of the dolphins, he quickly returned to Turtle Island. Crash! 10 seconds later, the gluttonous mermaid also rushed out of the sea, beating her chest and stamping her feet in anger. "Damn it! There were 7 of us when we came here, and now there are only 3 of us left." Fortunately, the big shark was killed and our revenge was avenged, a mermaid immediately comforted. Yeah, it's a kind of comfort. The foodie mermaid was quite open-minded. She noticed the sunflower seeds hanging in front of the door. "Now, I'm afraid only sunflower seeds can heal the scars in my heart. It is detected that the host has killed the megalodon, the hidden task has been completed, and a surprise gift package has been obtained. Do you want to open it? Congratulations to the host for killing an A+ grade marine creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it?" Just as Ye Chuan was about to answer, 2 voices came from the system in succession, which made Ye Chuan suddenly excited. Chapter 138, Fried Melon Seeds, Seafood Dumpling Soup. Fuck, is this called a double hit? Ye Chuan had already laughed in his heart and immediately said, "Turn them all on. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 evolution value pack, 100 rice, 6 grade A citrus, 1 resource pack. Opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 500 wheat seeds, 10 medium nutrient solution, 1 attack type intermediate sailboat manufacturing diagram, 1 medium-sized oven manufacturing diagram." What a great harvest. Ye Chuan couldn't help but smile from ear to ear, especially since he actually found a blueprint for manufacturing an offensive intermediate sailboat. He only had an ordinary intermediate sailboat, but who would have thought that there would be offensive intermediate sailboats? However, he has Turtle Island, so it seems that he has no use for ship-related items at the moment. As for the medium-sized oven, it is definitely a huge benefit for foodies. Brother, After the foodie mermaid finished talking about eating sunflower seeds, Ye Chuan stood there in a daze, sometimes serious, sometimes smiling. This made the foodie mermaid a little worried. Could it be that the giant shark had driven him insane? Oh. Ye Chuan was startled, then waved his hands repeatedly. No problem. The sunflower seeds are almost dried. Just stir-fry them over low heat for half an hour, and they will be ready to eat. Then leave this glorious and arduous task to me. The foodie mermaid said hastily. I hope that I can make the last delicious meal we eat before we leave. No problem. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately taught the foodie mermaid the method of making sunflower seeds. The foodie mermaid immediately took the two mermaids to start researching. Ye Chuan handed the wheat seeds, nutrient solution, fertile black soil, and rice to Friday. Friday couldn't help scratching his head. Brother Chuan, I haven't processed the rice you gave me last time. Do you plan to plant it or eat it? There are only 200 grains of rice, and they are eaten in a few bites. What's the use? Ye Chuan said unhappily. Of course we should plant them. There is fertile black soil here, so why not open up another area? Why don't you let me set up the greenhouse myself? Friday asked unhappily. You still understand me? Ye Chuan immediately cast an approving look at Friday. Work hard, and I'll try to find you a wife someday. Friday actually glared at Ye Chuan, then turned and left. Ye Chuan immediately laughed and went to watch the foodie mermaid frying sunflower seeds. Half an hour later, the sunflower seeds were fried. Ye Chuan picked one up and tasted it. It was very crispy and full of five-spice flavor. A mermaid couldn't wait to taste one and couldn't help but curl her lips and said, Boss, are you sure this is delicious? It's so astringent and hard to chew. Are you stupid? You need to peel off the outer shell and only eat the seeds inside. Ye Chuan explained loudly. Didn't you see how I ate it just now? That's right. This kind of food is more casual, and you can eat it for fun when you have nothing to do. Do you think it's a meal? The foodie mermaid slapped the mermaid on the head in anger. You ruined the fruits of my labor. I'll beat you up. But speaking of which, brother, we are about to go and do something you entrusted us with. Do you have a farewell party or something like that? This way we can leave with peace of mind, and you won't feel guilty, right? Okay, since you said so, brother, let's eat later at noon. You can leave after you are full. The foodie mermaid had already said it, and Ye Chuan was embarrassed to say anything else. Then he divided out 50 g of melon seeds for each of them and traded them to Lu Yi and the others. Xiao Feilong couldn't help but say, That's what I told you, brother. Why don't you kill a megalodon when you have nothing better to do? You really listened to my advice. I killed the megalodon. Ye Chuan replied directly. It's no big deal. Fuck. Xiao Feilong trembled, shocked beyond words. He didn't know what to say now. After all, what kind of man could kill a megalodon? Was he still human? In the end, Xiao Feilong did not reply. It would take him some time to digest this matter. Brother, how long will it take for you to pick me up? Blueberry Jam also sent a message at this time. My right eyelid has been twitching these past few days. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Don't be superstitious, it's all lies. Ye Chuan replied immediately. I've finished my work and am rushing to you right now. Don't worry. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Blueberry Jam made a grinning emoji. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. You'd better not think too much, otherwise you will have 2 dark circles under your eyes, which will not be beautiful. Ye Chuan curled his lips and replied immediately. Really? No way. Blueberry Jam was terrified. Then I have to get some sleep. After chatting with a few people, Ye Chuan ran to peel the meat of 5 or 6 king crabs and lobsters, then cut some fat cubes and spinach, stir-fried the fat cubes, and then sautéed the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then he fried the spinach, poured fresh water, and threw in the crab meat and shrimp meat. Having just finished a battle, Ye Chuan didn't want to spend too much energy on making hard dishes, so he planned to make a big pot of seafood dumpling soup. Ginger is the soul of this dish. Put more ginger, and it will taste good. During this gap, Ye Chuan took out another 5 kilograms of flour, beat in the 6 eggs he had saved over the past few days, and poured in a small amount of water. After kneading it into dough, he broke it into small lumps and threw them in after the water boiled. Brother, what kind of delicacy is this? It doesn't look very complicated. The foodie mermaid came over and asked curiously. Seafood dumpling soup, Ye Chuan explained. Although it's not difficult to make, it's still delicious. You'll know in a minute. The battle just now really made me a little hungry. Touching his stomach, the foodie mermaid couldn't help but sigh. This is my last meal. I must eat a full meal. Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down. Ye Chuan said seriously. This dish is easy to learn. I believe that when you capture the island owner over there, you can ask them to make it for you. That's a good idea. Now that you mention it, I don't feel so disgusted anymore. The foodie mermaid raised her eyebrows and laughed. Look what I found. As the two were talking, a mermaid suddenly emerged from the sea, holding a fist-sized substance in her hand that exuded a golden luster. Ye Chuan was stunned. He took the stone and looked at it. He asked in surprise, "Where did you find this thing?" "It's in the sea," the mermaid said in confusion. "Boss, this thing is poisonous?" Chapter 139 Farewell to the Mermaid, Special Nutrient Solution. Ye Chuan shook his head. "This is gold, ore, and when I took it over, the system had already given a judgment. Gold, ore, gold content 7/1000. What a concept. 1 ton of gold, or can produce at least 7 kilograms of gold. Even the richest gold mine on Earth right now can only produce 500 g of, or from 1 ton of ore, which is 14 times the amount of gold in the Earth. By then, even if you sell the gold or yourself, you can still make a fortune. After all, what is the purpose of coming to Ocean World? Isn't it to make money? Brother?" Seeing that Ye Chuan was silent again, the foodie mermaid asked in a low voice, and quickly waved at the mermaid. "You idiot. Why don't you throw the stone away?" "No, this thing is of some use to me." Ye Chuan smiled and immediately explained, "Where did you find it? How many of these things are there?" "Just from the bottom of the ocean here. I can't even count how many there are." The merman scratched his head. "If you compare it to this, there are probably about 100,000 down there. System, record the coordinates here immediately." Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he gave the order immediately. "Anyway, the money I can earn from this place is probably more than what I can earn from combustible ice and phosphate rock." "Cool. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat." Ye Chuan was in a good mood, laughing and inviting the 3 mermaids to come to the stone table at the side and give each of them a big bowl of seafood dumpling soup. The aroma of the seafood dumpling soup was not very strong. The foodie mermaid was skeptical at first, but when she put it in her mouth, her expression changed drastically. "Oh, it's really delicious. What is it called? Seafood dumpling soup." "Seafood dumpling soup," Ye Chuan explained again. Yes, seafood dumpling soup." The foodie mermaid nodded repeatedly. "I have basically learned the steps. If there is a chance, I will make it myself in the foreign region." "Okay." Ye Chuan laughed and divided the deal into 7 parts for Lu Yi and the others. "It turns out that you can not only cook big dishes, but also cook down-to-earth home-cooked dishes like this." Lu Yi smiled with a grin. "I thought I knew enough about you, but you always surprise me. Is it necessary?" Ye Chuan smiled and replied, "You only know the surface of me. Then how can I get a deeper understanding?" Lu Yi made a questioning expression. "How can I understand it inside and out?" "Let's eat." This reply left Ye Chuan speechless. He didn't dare to continue replying. He immediately took the big bowl and went to eat with the 3 mermaids. Half an hour later, as the sky was about to darken, the foodie mermaid finally said, "Brother, it's getting late. It's time to say goodbye. Go to the other side. Don't worry about anything. Just kill the island master when you see him." Ye Chuan instructed. "Otherwise, if they become my enemy in the future, I will have to waste time and energy fighting them. Don't worry, I promise to help you understand everything clearly." The foodie mermaid snapped her fingers. "I'll take you there." Ye Chuan thought about it and put on his diving suit. Then, led by the dolphin, he swam quickly underwater. Only about 300 meters down, Ye Chuan saw a crack more than 1 meter long, extending downwards. The further down he went, the bigger the crack looked. However, this crack was completely transparent. If Ye Chuan hadn't been taken by the foodie mermaid to examine it closely, he would not have been able to find it at all. The foodie mermaid waved at Ye Chuan, passed through the crack, and quickly disappeared in front of Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan then returned to the surface of the sea, feeling somewhat emotional. The mermaids went from being enemies to being friends, and even teamed up to kill a megalodon. Now that they left suddenly, he felt a little reluctant to let them go. Seeing that it was getting completely dark and it was less than 2 hours since he had dinner, Ye Chuan didn't plan to eat in the afternoon. He just made a cup of light tea, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and started watching a movie while eating them. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that Ye Chuan took out 3 grade A citrus fruits, squeezed a glass of juice, and went to bed. While drinking, he read the content of the public chat room. "This is my last message. I was bitten by a lizard and my whole body is now swollen by at least 2 circles. I don't think I will survive tonight. Geckos are actually poisonous? I was thinking of breaking through the ice and catching a few to eat, but that idea is ruined. You're talking nonsense. Before, even the ogre fish was sold by some big guys, but no one was selling the lizard. Don't you know what this means? Can everyone please focus on the main point? The main point is that this guy is about to die. If anyone has an antidote, can't you give it to him and help? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Fuck, in a place like this, is there such a thing as mercy? You're overthinking it. Anyway, I think we should help those who need it, so we can overcome the difficulties together. We'll help you if you want. We won't help you anyway, so do whatever you want." Looking at the news, Ye Chuan still had no interest. He just shook his head slightly, then drank all the juice and went to sleep. Today can be said to be the closest Ye Chuan has ever been to death. Although he has recovered after drinking some S-grade fresh water, the mental exhaustion still caused Ye Chuan to fall asleep quickly. It was not until noon that Ye Chuan finally woke up. After getting enough rest, he felt refreshed. He stretched lazily and walked out of the room. However, he saw a dark cloud in the distance, slowly moving towards him. Is it going to snow again? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan immediately came to the tablet and took a look at the public chat room. It seemed that everyone was still discussing the life and death of the island owner yesterday, and they were not paying attention to the dark cloud. Or maybe the dark cloud just appeared and had not attracted everyone's attention yet. Ye Chuan did not hesitate any longer and said directly, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 3 A-grade citrus, 1 lucky blind box. Note, there is a chance to get manufacturing diagrams, seeds, fruits. Another lucky blind box has been opened. This really makes people look forward to it. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately said, "Open the blind box." Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the exclusive nutrient solution for the magical tree species 1. Then, the system's voice came out, which made Ye Chuan stunned. Exclusive nutrient solution for the magical tree species? This seemed to be the first time that something related to the magical tree species had appeared. He didn't know what would happen if he used it. Seeing the strange tree that had grown to more than 30 meters in height and stopped growing, Ye Chuan immediately poured all of the exclusive nutrient solution on it. Chapter 140. Snowstorm is coming? No response. After waiting for a few minutes, the tree was still the same tree, with no reaction at all. Ye Chuan even thought that the medicine was either fake or expired. "System, you actually gave me fake products?" Ye Chuan complained helplessly. Just when Ye Chuan was about to leave, he was suddenly stunned to find some cracks on the tree trunk, just like a layer of hard shell. Soon, the more than 30-meter-long trunk was completely cracked. It was originally only as thick as a baby's arm, but now it has grown to the thickness of an adult man's arm visibly. Moreover, symmetrical small bumps grew on both sides of the trunk, with 2 symmetrical bumps almost every 40 centimeters, extending all the way upwards. What are these things? Ye Chuan looked at the tree curiously, a little confused. "I touched it, and it was very hard. Even if I pushed it hard, the 11 centimeters diameter tree trunk didn't move at all. Is it that hard?" However, Ye Chuan didn't think any more about it. Anyway, he is just that kind of person. If he can't figure out a problem, he won't think about it for the time being. Anyway, after some time, the truth will naturally come to light. Afterwards, Ye Chuan opened the resource gift pack and evolution value gift pack and gained some small rewards. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, I simply skipped breakfast. When he returned to the room and looked at the tablet, Blueberry Jam sent a message. "Brother, did you see a dark cloud? It's coming to my side soon. It looks so scary." "I saw it. It looks like it's going to snow heavily." Ye Chuan replied, "I don't know about this, but the wind blowing from the dark clouds feels very warm." Blueberry Jam replied, "Does this mean that this cold weather will soon end?" There were signs that the weather would warm up, but we didn't know exactly when it would warm up. Ye Chuan replied, "Don't worry, I'll be there in a few days." "Yeah." Blueberry Jam immediately made a cute expression. Ye Chuan then glanced at the public chat room again, and finally someone noticed the dark cloud. "Shit, I just realized why there is such a large dark cloud in the north. It seems to be slowly drifting towards us. This must be a terrifying snowstorm. Are you still asleep? You are talking in your sleep. Where are the dark clouds?" "On the vast sea, with strong winds and dark clouds rolling up. Are you a seagull?" "You are still Zhao Laoan. I am here to talk to you about serious matters. Are you sick?" "Come on. Anyway, the sky is clear here. There are no dark clouds or petrels. Even if it's just to attract attention, there's no need to make up such a story." Looking at the chat content, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. This should indeed be a severe snowstorm, and the speed of this dark cloud was moving too slowly, which led to some people noticing it, and some people not noticing it. Maybe I should bring the Blueberry Jam to myself before the snowstorm comes. Judging from the distance, due to the previous deviation from the route, it is now more than 400 nautical miles away from Blueberry Jam. The hovercraft can travel at a maximum of 150 nautical miles. If calculated based on 100 nautical miles, there are still 300 nautical miles to go. The turtle's current crawling speed is 10 nautical miles per hour, so it will arrive in 30 hours and tomorrow afternoon. We should be able to get the Blueberry Jam before the super snowstorm hits. He fed the turtles 600 kilograms of krill, added some fresh water to the sheep and chickens, fed the chickens breadcrumbs, added 2 kilograms of krill to the feed trough, and then returned to the room. In the current situation, everything has become difficult. Even Ye Chuan only has 5 boxes of supplies after several days of accumulation, and they were all fished out by dolphins that broke through the ice. As for the other island owners, they might not be able to catch even one supply box. If they continue to consume at this rate, it will only be a matter of time before they run out of ammunition and food. Of course, this doesn't matter to Ye Chuan. For these future competitors, helping is a favor and not helping is a duty. It's a very simple matter. After cracking melon seeds for a while, Ye Chuan immediately boiled water with scallions, ginger and aniseed, and used salt, soy sauce, and sugar to make a basin of seasoning water. Then he cut the pork into 8 2-pound pork chops, marinated them for about half an hour, applied chili powder on them, put them in a preheated oven, set the temperature to 200 degrees, and only needed to bake for half an hour. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the 3 little ones who had been circling in the sky came back, and Wang Kai kept calling out to Ye Chuan. What's going on? Ye Chuan asked puzzledly. At this time, Wang Yun swooped down towards Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan understood what he meant, jumped up, grabbed Wang Yun's feet, and was brought to a high altitude by Wang Yun. After flying nearly 50 nautical miles, Ye Chuan finally found an island. However, this island seems to be uninhabited, and the entire island is lush and green, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, several times larger than Turtle Island. Oh my God, how can there be such a big island here? Ye Chuan said to himself in surprise. System, is there anyone on this island? A natural island. The system immediately gave an explanation. It is a self-contained ecosystem. There is a chance of discovering rich mineral resources on the island, but there are also great risks. How could a natural island appear in the novice area? Ye Chuan asked in surprise again. After the changes in the novice area, all the rules have been disrupted, and new unknown rules have been formed, the system replied again. Then it's impossible for the novice period to be shortened or extended, right? Ye Chuan asked in disbelief. If it is the normal novice period at the beginning, your development level is already at the level of a novice island owner who has developed for 5 or 6 months. Of course, whether the time is shortened or not does not have much to do with you. What I fear most is extension. If the new rules now deem that novice island owners do not meet the standards and thus extend the novice period, that would be no fun. After all, during the novice period, the novice area is completely independent and cannot be broken even by human intervention. Then how many novice island owners are left alive? If he could get in touch with that submarine, perhaps he could use it to inform the outside world of the situation, locate it, and work together to break the cage. But the key point is, if he comes into contact with me, then won't he disappear? Ye Chuan considered several options, but none of them seemed to be able to break the deadlock. After all, these are the rules formed by the ocean world. Human beings rely on the ocean world and cannot compete with the ocean world at all. In the end, Ye Chuan asked Wang Yun to send him back to Turtle Island first, and then make plans after having lunch. Chapter 141. Exploring the island and fighting the Siberian tiger. By this time, the pork chops were already grilled, and Ye Chuan immediately squeezed the juice from all 18 grade A citrus fruits. Each person traded a pork chop and 100 milliliters of juice. It's already past 9 in the morning, so why don't we just finish our meal right away? It doesn't matter whether you eat breakfast or not, and I can totally make breakfast by myself. Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. I still have a lot of food here. It's not fresh if it's been stored for a long time, so we have to hurry up and finish it. Ye Chuan immediately responded with a laughing expression. Did you add sugar to this juice? It's so sweet. Lu Yi Weiwei also replied at this time. Of course there's no sugar added. This is the juice squeezed from grade A citrus. Drinking it can improve your physical fitness. Ye Chuan replied immediately. It's just not much, so just drink it. Other island owners can't even get food, but I can drink juice. I think you are my god. Lu Yi Weiwei made an expression with her hands clasped together. Without you, I will be unable to move forward. Don't say thank you. Just remember to repay me after the novice period. Ye Chuan replied with a grin. So, just accept it with peace of mind. Then I won't be polite. This time, Lu Yi Weiwei also responded with a grin. After finishing the meal in no time, Ye Chuan estimated that it would take another 4 hours for the turtle to pass through the natural island. So he planned to explore the island accompanied by the 3 little ones. However, in order to prevent unknown dangers, Ye Chuan still found Friday and asked with a smile. Friday, are you tired of farming all day? It's not tiring to do what you love, Brother Chuan. Friday answered very honestly. Well, there is an island ahead. I'll give you 4 hours off. How about we go explore the island together? Ye Chuan was stunned and went straight to the point. I haven't planted the rice yet, so I don't have time. Friday refused without hesitation. Friday, you are so rude. Ye Chuan was stunned again and couldn't help but patted Friday's shoulder. I asked you to go with me this time so that you can protect me. Don't you even understand this? You need to know that I am the center of all this. Without me, everything, including you, will cease to exist. Protecting me is protecting yourself. But Friday scratched his head and wanted to argue again, but Ye Chuan interrupted him immediately. At most I can find you a wife after a while. It's not a big deal. Okay. At this point, Friday didn't know how to refuse and agreed immediately. After all, who can resist a beautiful wife? At this moment, Wang Kai and Wang Yun each brought Ye Chuan and Friday to the natural island. Friday took the lead, and the three little ones formed a corner to protect Ye Chuan, slowly moving towards the depths of the island. Although this island has a gently convex shape converging towards the center, its slope is not steep, and it is completely covered by forests. It is not as cold as the outside world. The temperature seems to be around 12 or 13 degrees, giving people a slightly depressing feeling. It feels like this is just a forest, and there's nothing else, right? Ye Chuan muttered softly. After all, we had already advanced hundreds of meters inside, and there was nothing else except the chirping of birds and the occasional small animals that popped out. Friday, can you search for mineral resources? After walking forward for a few minutes, Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. I have a little understanding. After saying this, Friday stopped. I just asked you, have you found the mining resources? Ye Chuan's expression changed. At this moment, the three little ones suddenly chirped quickly, spread their wings, and prepared for battle. But then they heard a whoosh sound, and a huge figure shot out from the dense forest, turned its head, pounced on Friday, and bit its throat. Tiger. Ye Chuan's face changed drastically. Bang! It happened in a flash. Friday punched the tiger, hitting it hard in the chest. The poor tiger was careless and was hit by Friday's punch. The huge tiger claw still hit Friday's cheek. Friday spun twice in the air, reducing the tiger's force and leaving only a few very slight scratches on his cheek. The tiger was hit hard by the punch and rolled on the ground. It shook its head and bent its body slightly. It paced back and forth around the two men and three birds, as if looking for any flaws. This tiger is more than 3 meters long, with a round head, short ears, strong and powerful limbs, and long, sparse fur that is lighter in color with narrow black stripes, two of which are close together, giving people a majestic feeling. Is this a Siberian tiger? Ye Chuan said to himself suspiciously. In Kyushu today, wild Siberian tigers have long disappeared, with only 2 left in the only wildlife park. I didn't expect to see them here, which is really surprising. Friday, this tiger is very fierce. You have to be careful. Ye Chuan immediately warned in a low voice. Brother Chuan, I know a little bit about Kung Fu. Friday replied with his head slightly tilted. The Siberian tiger, which had been looking for a flaw, finally attacked again, and with a tiger pounce, it still aimed at Friday's throat. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and was about to use the rotating crossbow, but Friday had already jumped up, flipped in the air, and kicked the tiger hard with a side kick. The tiger suddenly stopped its pounce and slapped Friday's thigh with its claws. Friday hit the tiger's head, and the tiger's claws also hit Friday's calf, making an obvious metallic sound, and the tiger was also kicked upside down by Friday. The long tail actually swept towards Friday and directly wrapped around its body. With the help of the force of turning, Friday was thrown more than 10 meters away. As soon as the tiger landed, it bent over again and rushed towards Ye Chuan. This beast is so smart that it now knows that Ye Chuan is the center of Friday and the 3 little ones. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must catch the leader first. It actually knows to kill Ye Chuan first. The 3 little ones screamed and pounced on the tiger at the same time, but the tiger was too strong and they could not stop it at all. Although Friday jumped over immediately after landing, it was too late. Ye Chuan frowned, and as he raised his hand, all 8 crossbow arrows were shot out. He clearly saw the tiger's expression change, and its huge claws actually slapped hard at the crossbow arrow that was shooting out. What shocked Ye Chuan was that the tiger actually shot out the crossbow arrow at such a fast speed. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and roared loudly, his whole body leaning back completely, and then a big knife appeared in his hand, pointing it straight ahead. Chapter 142, Killing the Tiger, Monkey Wine. The tiger was stunned by Ye Chuan's reaction. It had never expected that Ye Chuan would not play by the rules. Even if you dodge it, I can still hit you with my claws. What's the point of you lying down? And I'm holding the knife upright. The tiger was in midair at this moment, with no foothold and no way to dodge. It watched helplessly as the sword cut across its belly and then fell to the ground. Just as he was about to attack again, all his internal organs flowed out through the wound on his stomach and onto the ground. How could he continue moving? At that moment, the tiger finally felt the heart-wrenching pain. It lay on the ground, staring at Ye Chuan with its yellow eyes, as if it wanted to remember the appearance of the human who defeated it. It opened its mouth and roared, finally ending its legendary life. Brother Chuan, you're awesome. Friday gave Ye Chuan a thumbs up. This tiger is still very scary. You killed it so easily. It was just luck, Ye Chuan said with a smile. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered an article he had read called Tang Hunting. Although others used axes, it shouldn't make much difference if he used a machete. As a result, he actually killed the tiger by accident. I only know a little about martial arts, Brother Chuan. You are the real master. Friday continued to compliment. I really admire you. Let's continue moving forward and take a look. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly, immediately blocked Friday's mouth, dealt with the tiger simply, threw it into the system's inventory, and then continued to move forward. On the entire island, it seems that the tiger is the most powerful. Ye Chuan encountered a few more monkeys. After killing 3 of them with a spinning crossbow, the rest were scared away. However, Friday said seriously, Brother Chuan, we're rich. What do you mean, monkey skin is valuable? Ye Chuan's expression changed. He looked around and asked again, or, have you discovered any mining resources? Don't you smell the faint aroma of wine? Asked Friday. No. Ye Chuan shook his head. It's a deserted place. There's no way someone is hiding in the depths of the forest, brewing wine secretly, right? Follow me, Friday said without further ado, and quickly headed towards a place. Ye Chuan had no choice but to follow him, walking through the woods, and soon he came to a hill hidden in the dense forest. The hill seemed to have a big hole dug out by something, and it was filled with all kinds of fruits. It was on the way here that Ye Chuan smelled the increasingly strong smell of alcohol. It was only then that he noticed that there was a narrow crack at the bottom of the hill. Drops of liquid were dripping from the cracks in the stone. The stone opening below was already full of transparent liquid. The refreshing aroma of wine in the liquid had already made Ye Chuan a little drunk. This bottomless cave is actually filled with this kind of wine, Ye Chuan said to himself in disbelief. The system also spoke at this time. Grade A monkey wine. Drinking it can strengthen your physical fitness, drive away the cold, kill bacteria, and reduce inflammation. No wonder, it's actually monkey wine. Ye Chuan suddenly realized. The key point is that this is grade A monkey wine, which is simply precious. Friday, you stay here and don't let those monkeys take even a drop. I'll go get the container right away. Ye Chuan instructed Friday, then turned around and rushed out immediately. 5 minutes later, Wang Kai brought Ye Chuan back to Turtle Island. Ye Chuan immediately sent a message in the public chat room. We are buying containers that can store alcoholic beverages at a high price. If you want to sell, please do so quickly. If you are not serious, please do not disturb us. This message successfully attracted public opinion in the public chat room. A container for storing alcohol? Could it be that some big shot is having a very comfortable life and has nothing better to do than brewing alcohol? In such an extremely cold ocean world, with not enough food to eat, how can you still think about making wine? How much food do you need to buy containers for wine? Just because you don't have food doesn't mean others don't. Don't judge others by your living standards, buddy. Not everyone is as good as you. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? You are just a good-for-nothing. Private chats also came one after another. Ye Chuan noticed Wang Sanrui at a glance and couldn't help asking, Brother, what container do you have for wine? I dug a supply box while chiseling the ice the day before yesterday and found a pair of wine bags. Wang Sanrui replied, Each wine bag can hold 10 L of wine. I guess you can't hold 20 L, right? What's the price? Ye Chuan asked directly. 1 L of wine, Wang Sanrui said without hesitation. Plus 20 kilograms of meat. Okay. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and agreed immediately. I still have 1 L of the 3 L Morn donkey I traded with Wang Sanrui last time, but I definitely can't just give it to him. Fortunately, the bottles of Lao Baigon that I finished last time have been piled up in the corner of the living room. Ye Chuan immediately poured the Morn donkey into 2 bottles, plus 20 kilograms of wild boar meat, and put them all in the trading column. 67-degree Lao Baigon, absolutely classic. After Wang Sanrui put 2 wine bags on the shelf, the two immediately completed the transaction. I'm really a smart guy. I exchanged 2 wine bags for 1 L of Lao Baigon. Finally, I can change the taste. Wang Sanrui laughed and opened the bottle cap immediately. Then the smile froze on his face. A dumbass. Wang Sanrui's expression became increasingly ugly. The dumbass I traded to you was traded back by you. Wang Sanrui was extremely lucky. In fact, he got a total of 4 bottles of 6 El Mundo Donkey. He traded 2 bottles to Ye Chuan. After drinking the remaining 2 bottles, he thought he could change the taste, but ended up still drinking Mundo Donkey. Wang Sanrui gnashed his teeth and immediately sent a message to Ye Chuan. You bastard, you traded me to you, and you traded me back again? However, Ye Chuan did not reply, and Wang Sanrui was so angry that he picked up the bottle and wanted to smash it, but he finally held back. It was wine after all. It would be a shame to smash it. Ye Chuan had already returned to the natural island with 2 wine bags and 2 bottles of wine that could make the donkey faint. Fortunately, the monkeys had not noticed the situation here, so Ye Chuan immediately started drinking. 23L, it's not the bottom yet. This makes Ye Chuan very surprised. How deep is this cave? Friday, do you know how much monkey wine is left in here? Ye Chuan couldn't help but ask. I don't know, Brother Chuan, but these monkey wines are accumulated by the monkeys over the years, so there must be a lot. Friday analyzed. Then I'll go collect a few more containers. Ye Chuan came up with a plan and said with a chuckle. But at this time, a monkey with white hair and holding a stick had led more than 30 little monkeys to quietly surround this place. Chapter 143, The Powerful S-Rank Monkey. Brother Chuan. Friday curled his lips slightly and couldn't help but greet him in a low voice. Huh. Ye Chuan looked at Friday suspiciously, then noticed the white-haired monkey. He was about to take out the spinning crossbow arrows, but then he remembered that he had used them up when attacking the tiger and the 3 monkeys. He couldn't help but chuckled. Brother Monkey, your wine is really delicious. Squeak. The white-haired monkey screamed, clenched the stick and smashed it towards Ye Chuan with quick and fierce movements. Ye Chuanshin moved at will and immediately held the big knife across his chest, just in time to block the attack. Fortunately, Ye Chuan had obtained a 50 agility bonus, so he was able to withstand the attack. However, the white-haired monkey attacked again and again after failing to hit him once, and his stick skills were so sharp that he was like the reincarnation of Monkey King. Brother Chuan, let me help you, Friday shouted. Just as he was about to help, the 30 or so little monkeys surrounded him and rushed over chattering. Even though Friday was very strong and had great reaction, the monkeys were too agile. Although the monkeys couldn't do anything to Friday, Friday was also unable to deal with the monkeys. Ye Chuan used all of his fighting skills at this moment. Although the one fighting against him was a monkey, with the help of his stick skills, Ye Chuan felt that it was even stronger than Lung Feng. Even though Ye Chuan's fighting skills had become more proficient during this period, the white-haired monkey was too fast. If he hadn't increased his agility before, he would have been defeated long ago. When, with a loud bang, the man and the monkey each retreated nearly 5 meters after a powerful collision. Ye Chuan smiled bitterly and said, Brother Monkey, there is no grudge between us. I shot and killed your 3 brothers before because they harassed me first. I was just defending myself. There is no need for you to hate me so much, right? The white-haired monkey pointed at the cave with his long stick, his eyes wide open. Ye Chuan shook his head. I was walking on the road and found this natural wine cellar, so I filled it with some wine. Do you care about this? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white-haired monkey continued to point at the cave, and his voice became sharper again. Sorry, now that it's in my hands, it's mine. If we fight, neither of us can do anything to the other. You may not be able to outlast me in the long run. Ye Chuan spread his hands and said, See, I have 3 raptors staring at you covetously. If you really piss me off, I will just pick up your little brothers in the air and throw them all to death. You can't do anything to us. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white-haired monkey seemed to understand Ye Chuan's words. It couldn't help but scream and rush towards Ye Chuan again. In its furious state, its movements seemed to be even more fierce. Wang Kai, take action. Ye Chuan shook his head slightly and directly ordered the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones responded, took a running start and rushed forward. Each grabbed a monkey and soared into the sky. The white-haired monkey immediately gave up on Ye Chuan, turned around, and quickly rushed towards a big tree. In a few seconds, he rushed to the top of the tree. With the help of the huge elasticity of the branches, he rushed directly into the air. He held the stick tightly with both hands and smashed it hard at Wang Fu with screams. Fuck! Looking at the white-haired monkey that seemed to be possessed by the god of war, Ye Chuan couldn't help but yell, Wang Fu run! Wang Fu had already noticed the white-haired monkey and gave up on it as it jumped out of the dense forest, while his huge claws grabbed the stick that was hitting him. Chew! The next second, Wang Fu screamed, turned around, and flew away. Ye Chuan couldn't help but frown. He stretched out his big hand and fired an air bomb at the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey had just finished attacking Wang Fu. Just when his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, He was hit on the back by the air cannon and fell directly into the dense forest in free fall. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and rushed towards the place where the white-haired monkey fell with the big knife in hand. Unexpectedly, the white-haired monkey suddenly jumped out from the bushes and hit it hard with the stick again. Everything's okay. Ye Chuan was extremely shocked. He hastily used his knife to block again and immediately understood what was going on. After all, the monkey wine they brew is all grade A, so it must have its merits. Although they can't do anything to me, I can't deal with them either. If the stalemate continues for a long time, I will definitely be the one who suffers. Anyway, the monkey wine has been obtained, and the other things are not needed for the time being. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. As he spoke, Ye Chuan called out Friday, and the two of them immediately rushed out. However, the white-haired monkey screamed and led his fellow brothers to chase them relentlessly until the two of them grabbed Wang Kai and Wang Yun's feet and flew quickly into the sky and flew away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white-haired monkey screamed angrily, using the stick as a javelin and throwing it at Ye Chuan with all his strength. Ye Chuan frowned slightly, staring at the stick coming towards him without blinking, and instantly made a move, grabbing it in his hand. Although the powerful force made Wang Cai's body unstable and he almost fell down, fortunately Ye Chuan put the stick into the system inventory in time, so he balanced his body and gradually disappeared into the sky. The white-haired monkey was so angry that his hair stood on end. He roared to the sky and stared at the direction where Ye Chuan disappeared. I don't know what he was thinking. Ye Chuan's heart was still pounding until he returned to Turtle Island. Who would have thought that a monkey could be so powerful? Ye Chuan then thought of asking the system. System, what kind of monkey is that? How could it know martial arts? Black-faced langur, an S-level species, with powerful combat power and a vengeful spirit. The system immediately gave an answer. No wonder, it's actually an S-level monkey. Ye Chuan suddenly realized and took out the black-faced leaf monkey stick again. Then what's the situation with this stick? An unnamed stick, made of unknown material, 1.5 meters long, weighs 10 kilograms, and is indestructible. The system gave another answer. However, even the system couldn't analyze the material of this stick. But since it can fight against my sword, it is definitely not an ordinary thing. After putting away the stick, Ye Chuan immediately found Wang Fu. It was not until this moment that Ye Chuan understood why Wang Fu suddenly came back. One of its paws was actually broken by a stick. Damn, this monkey is so brutal. Ye Chuan complained angrily. He immediately found a piece of metal to fix Wang Fu, and then fed it 100 milliliters of S-grade fresh water. Wang Fu, you should take good care of your injuries during this period of time and don't run around unless necessary. Ye Chuan instructed and gave it a large handful of dried fish. At the strong request of Wang Kai and the other two, Ye Chuan gave them each 50 milliliters and a large handful of dried fish. Afterwards, Ye Chuan took out the tiger and prepared to deal with it. It was not until this moment that Ye Chuan finally noticed that there was a fist-sized, very smooth, and somewhat light lump in the tiger's stomach. Was this a stone? Chapter 144, Liver and Yellow, Roasted Whole Deer. When I touched it gently, it felt a little soft, and there was no other strange smell except the original scent of the tiger. System, what on earth is this? Ye Chuan finally couldn't help but ask. The stones on a cow's body are called bezoar, so the stones on a tiger's body should be called tiger gallstones? Hepatic jaundice is produced in the hepatic duct. Taking it can detoxify and strengthen the body. It also has some unknown effects. The system immediately gave an explanation. Oh my god, isn't that even more awesome than S-grade freshwater? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Ye Chuan didn't pay much attention to other effects. The main one was that it could cure all kinds of poisons, which was definitely the most amazing effect. So, should this thing be eaten raw or cooked? Ye Chuan asked the last question. Eat it whole and raw, the system replied again. This thing is bigger than my fist. If I were to eat it raw, I'd have to eat it whole. Ye Chuan lost his temper immediately. However, this was a good thing, and it would be a shame not to use it. After taking a few deep breaths, Ye Chuan cleaned the liver yellow, smeared some pork on it for lubrication, and then stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. After dry heaving 3 times, he finally swallowed it whole. Ugh, this is not a fucking thing for a human to do. Ye Chuan still felt a little uncomfortable and dry heaved several times before he drank 200 milliliters of S-grade fresh water in one breath and sat down to relax for several minutes before the discomfort finally disappeared. Continue. After a while, Ye Chuan began to officially deal with the tiger. The tiger's skin, bones, and penis are separated, and what remains is the tiger meat. As a creature at the top of the food chain, the tiger's body is covered with muscles with thick muscle fibers. The meat is old and tough, and tastes sour, making it unsuitable for consumption. However, just because the tiger itself doesn't eat, it doesn't mean that the island owners who have been hungry for several days won't eat it. At that moment, Ye Chuan only cut off 3 kilograms of soft meat from the tiger's belly and immediately ran to cut it into pieces. He sautéed the onions, ginger, and garlic and added other spices, then added sugar and soy sauce and simmered them on low heat. Then, he divided the remaining tiger meat into 500g portions and put them on the shelf. At this time, more island owners saw the huge dark cloud. They were originally discussing the problem of the dark cloud, but the tiger meat on the shelf shocked all the island owners. Who on earth is this big shot? Come out and say something. Did you really kill a tiger? You are the only one who believes this. I must have encountered a dead tiger. After all, I really don't believe that an ordinary human can kill a tiger. Then tell me, can an ordinary human kill a wild boar, a shark, a killer whale, or even a giant octopus? Yes, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. You are just a keyboard warrior, occasionally coming out to criticize others. What else can you do? I'm just discussing the matter at hand. There's no need for you to make personal attacks, right? I just made a personal attack, so what? Some people were still cursing at each other, while some had already started trading. Ye Chuan immediately left the public chat room and saw that Zhao Feiyu had traded a sika deer to him. This really surprised Ye Chuan. Did you get this from the woods? That's right. I still have 2 island area expansion cards here. I know you didn't use them, so I used them on your own island. Zhao Feiyu replied. I happened to have nothing to do, so I went in to take a look. As a result, I met this sika deer not long after I entered. Venison is relatively delicious. We are in for a treat this time. Ye Chuan laughed. This sika deer is not particularly large, and the multifunctional grill can accommodate it completely. So you can directly roast the whole deer in the evening, eat braised tiger meat, and add delicious monkey wine. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately started to process the sika deer. It took him a full hour before he put it on the grill and slowly turned it. Because it is a whole deer, it takes more than 2 hours to roast it completely. By that time, night will have fallen, and the tiger meat, which is difficult to cook, will also be cooked. It will taste so delicious. At this time, Friday came over with 11 or 12 sweet potatoes in his hands. Brother Chuan, the sweet potatoes you planted earlier are ripe. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Ye Chuan was startled. Looking at the 11 evenly sized sweet potatoes, he couldn't help but ask, did you leave any seeds? Not yet. Friday answered truthfully. This thing is planted as a whole, right? Ye Chuan asked. I remember last time, I planted 2 sweet potatoes directly, and they produced so many sweet potatoes. This is definitely a high yield. Sweet potatoes need to be grown as seedlings first, and then the sweet potato seedlings need to be planted. Friday replied. Each sweet potato can produce 3 seedlings. Fuck. Ye Chuan was stunned. Before, I planted the sweet potatoes directly. Fortunately, I was lucky and they blossomed and bore fruit. Otherwise, okay, you can use these 3 sweet potatoes to grow seedlings, and the remaining 8 can be eaten tomorrow. Ye Chuan said, and he only took 8 sweet potatoes, washed them directly, and put them into a medium-sized oven. He set the time to start baking at 7 o'clock tomorrow and bake for 1 hour. Think about eating meat and drinking alcohol tonight and having something light tomorrow morning. This arrangement is still very reasonable. As night fell, the dishes were finally ready. Ye Chuan immediately distributed the braised tiger meat and venison, and each of the 7 people received 500 milliliters of monkey wine. He then said, let's have something good today, braised tiger meat, roasted whole venison, and grade A monkey wine. Even if the lady drinks too much, it won't be a problem. Boss, did you really kill that tiger? Lu Shuai asked in surprise. When I saw the tiger meat on the trading interface, I suspected it was you, but I didn't expect it was really you. I have helpers. It's not a big deal if we kill the tiger together. Ye Chuan replied calmly. What kind of wine is this? It's more delicious than the fruit wine I drank that cost 120,000 yuan a bottle. Liang Hongying asked suspiciously at this time. Although the taste is a bit similar, this one is more mellow and has richer layers. Don't think too much. It's just wine. Just drink it. Ye Chuan laughed. This wine is unique in the world. Okay, Liang Hongying replied, and then there was no further movement. She has never been a curious person and is more like a tomboy. Just as Ye Chuan said, no matter what kind of wine it is, just drink it. After replying to several other people, Ye Chuan turned on the TV and watched a movie while drinking. Except for feeling a little lonely, everything else was almost perfect. However, Ye Chuan did not notice that 500 meters away, there was a figure secretly following the slowly moving sea turtle. Chapter 145, Monkey's Revenge, Unyielding. More than 2 hours passed, and Ye Chuan drank about a pound of monkey wine. He felt relaxed all over, as if all the sweat pores in his body were opened. That indescribable feeling is even more refreshing than drinking S-grade fresh water. Ye Chuan also realized his amazing appetite: 500 g of tiger meat, 2 kilograms of venison, and 500 milliliters of monkey wine. According to his previous experience, he estimated that he could only eat 500 g of braised tiger meat. Could it be that as my strength and fighting power grow, my appetite also increases? Ye Chuan did not think too much about this question. After putting all the leftovers into the trash can, Ye Chuan was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a very slight knock on the door. This made Ye Chuan stunned for a moment. He was the only living person on the island. How could someone knock on the door? Didn't the 3 little ones guard well? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately opened the door, and it was Friday, striding into the room. "Friday, what are you doing?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. "Brother Chuan, there's a tail following us." Friday said seriously, "It looks like it's the monkey. Should we?" As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. This made Ye Chuan a little surprised. He looked at Friday and asked, "Friday, are you really an agricultural scientist? Why do I feel that your actions now are more like those of a gangster? I asked you to call me boss, but you still think it is not in line with the set procedure." "Brother Chuan, I just know a little bit," Friday replied embarrassedly. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and said nothing more. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "The system also analyzed that this guy will never give up. Either kill him or beat him into submission. Otherwise, he will be a disaster sooner or later." "Whatever you say, I'll do whatever you say," Friday said without hesitation. "Let's do this." Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. The black-faced langur walked forward for several hundred meters and suddenly stopped. It saw Friday, who was looking at it with a playful look on his face. He said disdainfully, "Little beast, why are you following us? Are you impressed by my handsomeness?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black-faced leaf monkey was already very angry and planned to sneak into the island in the middle of the night to take revenge, but he ended up meeting Friday here. He screamed and rushed towards Friday. At this moment, the nameless stick appeared in Friday's hand, and he hit the black-faced leaf monkey. Boom! With a crisp sound, the man and the monkey each retreated 3 steps. Only then did Friday notice that there was another stick in the black-faced leaf monkey's hand, which was exactly the same as the stick on Friday. The black-faced leaf monkey also bared its teeth at Friday and attacked again. The man and the monkey started fighting at this moment. Although the black-faced leaf monkey was agile and moved as fast as lightning, Friday, with a long stick in his hand, was even more powerful. What he used seemed to be a very mature stick technique. However, the black-faced leaf monkey quickly found Friday's weakness and hit Friday in the chest with a stick. The hundreds of pounds of force immediately knocked Friday back repeatedly. As Friday retreated, he grabbed the end of the stick and swept it towards the black-faced langur. The black-faced langur was unusually light and seemed to have anticipated Friday's move, jumping back before the stick swept over. Just as the monkey's foot hit the ground, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the ice hole that was less than 5 centimeters thick, grabbed the monkey's foot tightly, and pulled the black-faced leaf monkey into the water. Caught off guard, the black-faced langur was grabbed fiercely, but at the critical moment, the black-faced langur used a stick to cross the ice hole. No matter how hard the hand pulled down, it could not pull the black-faced langur into the sea. For a moment, the man and the monkey were in a stalemate again. In just a minute, Friday arrived at the side of the ice hole, looked at the struggling black-faced leaf monkey, jumped high, kicked the side with all his strength, and jumped to the side at the same time. The crack spread towards one place, and with a crisp crack sound, the ice broke, and the black-faced leaf monkey was finally pulled completely into the sea. At the same time, the stick smashed hard at the hand. Ye Chuan immediately let go and swung his sword at the black-faced leaf monkey's body. Even though the black-faced leaf monkey fell into the water, its movements were still as fast as lightning. It easily dodged Ye Chuan's attack and even started to counterattack after a brief moment of distraction. The dolphin had been watching eagerly, and when the black-faced langur started to fight back, the dolphin swam from the deep sea and directly hit the black-faced langur, knocking it out of the sea. "I'll hit it," Friday shouted, jumped into the air, held the stick in both hands, and hit the flying black-faced leaf monkey again, hitting the black-faced leaf monkey right in the body. The poor black-faced leaf monkey screamed, fell to the ground, and bled from all his orifices, looking extremely miserable. Ye Chuan also rushed out of the water, taking off his diving suit, while saying calmly, "Little thing, there is actually no deep hatred between us. There is really no need for you to pursue me relentlessly. After all, you are the one who suffers, right? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black-faced leaf monkey yelled at Ye Chuan viciously, but no one knew what he was saying exactly. Ye Chuan waved his hand, telling the turtle to stop for the time being, and then said, "Little thing, if you give up your hatred and let's be friends, you will nod your head. If you insist on revenge, and one of us must die, then you will shake your head." The black-faced leaf monkey stared at Ye Chuan with resentment and immediately shook his head. "Oh shit, so stubborn." Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately shouted, "Friday, tie it up for me." Okay. Friday immediately used his tying skills to tie up the black-faced leaf monkey. "I have an idol who is the same kind as you. I really don't want to kill you, so I have to let you suffer," Ye Chuan said, throwing the black-faced leaf monkey on Turtle Island, letting Friday watch it, and then turned around and went back to sleep. "It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in?" At 6 o'clock the next day, Ye Chuan woke up with the sound of the system and immediately said, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Compressed wine barrel. Can store 100 L of wine and is in a completely vacuum state. This compressed wine barrel is great. It saves me from having to buy wine containers at high prices." Ye Chuan suddenly became energetic. He estimated the time and thought that if he went to the island now, he should be able to eat roasted sweet potatoes when he came back. A plan came to mind. Ye Chuan immediately grabbed the black-faced leaf monkey and had Wang Kai and Friday, who were led by Wang Yun, fly into the blue sky towards the natural island. However, just after entering the island and before landing, a barrage of simple spears shot towards them. Chapter 146. All the monkey wine is stolen, Lu Yi's troubles. Just as the two birds Wang Kai were about to land, they immediately dodged to one side, and then shuttled through the woods, shaking Ye Chuan so much that he almost vomited. It's like sitting in a car going 80 miles per hour and bumping violently on a rugged mountain road. Not to mention the passengers, even the driver can't stand it. He rushed out for hundreds of meters, escaped the attack of the monkeys, and then landed safely. Ye Chuan sat down on the ground, and it took him several moments to finally recover. It is said that when there is no tiger in the mountains, the monkey is king. If I had known, I would not have killed the tiger first, but dealt with these monkeys first. Ye Chuan was almost powerless to complain and grabbed the black-faced leaf monkey. "Friday, let's go." The monkeys had already caught up and were about to attack, but Ye Chuan had already picked up the black-faced leaf monkey and aimed the rotating crossbow at it. "If anyone dares to take another step forward, I will kill your king." Squeak, squeak, squeak. All of a sudden, all the monkeys shouted anxiously and even began to retreat slowly. Oh my god, these monkeys are really smart. They can all understand human language. Ye Chuan's face changed slightly, and he threw the rotating crossbow and the black-faced leaf monkey to Friday. "Friday, if you find any monkey who dares to act rashly, shoot a volley of crossbow arrows at it." Great. Friday was happy to accept the job. "Now get out of here." Ye Chuan roared and fired an air bomb at a certain place. A monkey was knocked back at least 10 meters, hit a big tree, and fell dizzy. For a moment, all the monkeys retreated, hiding in the dark, waiting for their chance to strike. Ye Chuan didn't care about these guys. He quickly came to the stone cave, inserted the small extractor that came with the compressed wine barrel into the cave, and started sucking. The transparent wine immediately flowed into the compressed wine barrel continuously. Half an hour passed until the wine began to gradually become turbid, and Ye Chuan stopped. After looking at the wine barrel, he found that it had already stored 75 L, which really excited Ye Chuan. This is really a great profit. Putting away the compressed wine barrel, Ye Chuan looked at the black-faced leaf monkey with a smile. "Brother monkey, don't blame me. We were about to leave, but you wanted to seek revenge on us. You can't blame me for turning back, right? I won't kill you, but I don't want you to continue to cause trouble for me. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just taking your wine." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black-faced leaf monkey was so angry that its face turned white. Its hateful eyes seemed to have a ball of fire that was going to ignite Ye Chuan. "I hope we will meet again." Patting the black-faced leaf monkey on the shoulder, Ye Chuan called out to the two little ones who had been waiting for a long time, flew into the sky, and left again. It was not until then that dozens of monkeys rushed out anxiously and began to bite the restraints on the Monkey King. Unfortunately, they were all metal chains, and it would take some time to break them. The black-faced leaf monkey finally couldn't help but roar towards the sky. "It's Friday. We really made a fortune today. We got almost 100 L of grade A monkey wine in total. I feel more excited than the previous discovery of methane hydrate." After returning to Turtle Island, Ye Chuan said with excitement. Friday, however, was very resentful. "Brother Chuan, no matter how precious it is, I can't drink it. You said you would find me a wife, but you haven't found one yet. I feel a little disappointed. You will have bread and a wife, but you have to work hard. Ye Chuan said with a smile. Have the sweet potato seedlings been grown? It's in progress. Friday replied immediately. In addition, the fruits of the pear, apple, and peach trees will be ripe in a few days. Really? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Yes. Friday confirmed very seriously. Okay. If you have nothing else to do, just go ahead and do your work. Ye Chuan nodded and helped Friday straighten his collar. Okay, Brother Chuan. Friday nodded and immediately started working on the land. Ye Chuan returned to the room and saw that the sweet potatoes had been roasted. The whole room was filled with a faint sweet potato aroma. Ye Chuan immediately traded 7 of them to Zhao Feiyu and others. Eat roasted sweet potatoes. Brother, you even have sweet potatoes, and you bake them so well. Blueberry jam asked in surprise. It bloomed earlier and was planted later. It's only grown now. Ye Chuan replied, eat it while it's hot. It will taste bad if it gets cold. Yeah. Blueberry jam replied with an okay expression. Brother, are you coming to my place at noon? We were delayed all night last night, so it will probably be evening now. Ye Chuan estimated the time. Okay. Blueberry jam replied with a cute expression and went to eat sweet potatoes. This sweet potato is indeed sweet, soft, and not choking. It is almost mushy and melts in your mouth. That's great. It seems that no matter what is grown in the ocean world, it tastes much better than on Earth. Ye Chuan couldn't help but mutter, it should be related to the environment, soil, and nutrient solution, right? Even if I don't search for mineral resources in the future and just grow vegetables, I can still make a lot of money. While eating roasted sweet potatoes, Ye Chuan opened the public chat room. The island owners were still discussing Yuntuan's affairs. Oh my god, I feel like this cloud is about to hit my head. Brothers, such a strong sense of oppression. Is this true? Why haven't I seen it yet? Am I too far away from you? It's possible. This cloud wasn't close to me at first, and I could already feel the light rain. It was surprisingly warm. Then isn't this cloud our savior? It not only brings fresh water, but also brings warmth. Does this mean that the severe cold will soon end? Under the current situation, nothing is certain. What if it is a once-in-a-millennium heavy rain, which could flood our entire island? Fuck, can you be more optimistic? Pray that the hardship will be over, and we can return to the kind of environment where we learn the island survival knowledge. It seems that the island is closer to the cloud than blueberry jam, and judging from the chat, the warmth brought by the cloud may really alleviate the cold environment in the novice area. But no one knows whether it can be restored to the original state. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yi accepted the roasted sweet potatoes and traded dozens of lychee mushrooms to Ye Chuan. Just picked this morning, the quality seems to be better than the previous times. You're out picking mushrooms so early. Do you want to be a mushroom picking girl? Ye Chuan made a grinning expression. Something has been hitting the ice not far from the island, and it's keeping me awake. Lu Yi replied. Chapter 147 Arriving at the Destination, Monster Attack. Huh. Ye Chuan was stunned. If it was some kind of fish or something, it couldn't have kept hitting it, right? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan immediately asked, can you see what that is? It has been crashing for 3 days. Basically, it starts crashing at around 4 a.m. every day and ends around 8 a.m. Lu Yi replied, I don't dare to go over to investigate. I don't know what it is. If it could break through the ice, it would have done so long ago. Why would it need to keep hitting it for several days? Ye Chuan replied immediately, tomorrow morning when it hits again, you can go over and take a look. Although the ice is very thick, it is still somewhat transparent, and you can see clearly. Okay, Lu Yi finally replied. In fact, she really wanted to tell Ye Chuan that she was very scared and asked Ye Chuan to come and pick her up, but she deleted all the edited text in the end. Ye Chuan didn't care and just waited for Lu Yi's action tomorrow morning. After breakfast, Ye Chuan went to check on the magical tree again. After nearly 2 days of growth, the original small bump had grown to about 5 centimeters. It was very symmetrical, and there were several buds on each bump, but the thickness did not continue to increase. What kind of tree is this? Why do I feel like it's a bit like? Ye Chuan scratched his head. And what about that city in the sky? Does it mean that this tree will eventually grow into the city in the sky? Although he was very confused about all these, Ye Chuan did not dig deeper. Anyway, the magical tree kept growing, and when it grew to a certain size, the truth would come to light. After leaving the magic tree, Ye Chuan looked at the lamb and the chicken again. They were both growing up healthily. Moreover, these chicks have become very strong under the effect of grade of fresh water, and it is estimated that common germs will not cause any harm to them at all. Hey, I've been feeding you grade of fresh water. If the eggs you lay are grade A, that would be perfect. Ye Chuan couldn't help but murmur to the chicks. I don't know if the chicks understood what Ye Chuan said, but some of them actually called out to him. This made Ye Chuan laugh. After feeding them some breadcrumbs, he returned to the room. For now, there is nothing else to do. Just wait until you are 100 nautical miles away from Blueberry Jam, and then drive the hovercraft to pick her up. However, we have to wait until at least the evening, or even night. For the whole day, apart from cooking a meal at noon, Ye Chuan rode his bicycle around the enlarged island, listening to the occasional sounds coming from the woods. He felt that it was time to find an opportunity to go in and see if there were any new animals inside. In the afternoon, Ye Chuan watched 2 action blockbusters until night fell. He looked at the super locator and found that he was still more than 130 nautical miles away from Blueberry Jam. Although the hovercraft is now far enough away, in order to prevent any accidents, we still plan to take action after dinner. For dinner, Ye Chuan cut some shredded pork, stir-fried it, added chopped green onion, ginger and garlic to sauté the aroma, then stir-fried some spinach and added more than 10 pounds of water, intending to make a shredded pork, spinach, and egg soup. After the water boils, add flour to thicken the dish, as well as 4 beaten eggs, and finally half a spoonful of salt before serving. Because it was quite thick, Ye Chuan just planned to drink the soup in the evening. If you eat a lot of meat and fish all day long, you will still discover the deliciousness of food if you eat something simple occasionally. It took nearly an hour to cook and eat. Seeing that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, Ye Chuan took out the hovercraft, informed Blueberry Jam, and immediately headed towards that place. It only takes an hour and a half to reach the destination. Fortunately, there was a huge windshield in front of the hovercraft. Even though the speed was 70 nautical miles per hour, Ye Chuan did not feel cold. However, the huge whoosh sound almost drowned out everything. After more than an hour, Ye Chuan finally saw the small island looming in front of him, and his expression changed. We're here. I guess Blueberry Jam is waiting on the shore like a little nagging woman right now, right? Puff. Just when Ye Chuan was distracted, he heard a loud bang, and 2 huge holes appeared in the hovercraft. Then the hovercraft split into 2, and Ye Chuan was thrown high into the air. What the hell? Ye Chuan was shocked. Only then did he notice that 2 long tentacles had suddenly emerged from the sea. The hovercraft was destroyed because of these 2 tentacles. Moreover, when Ye Chuan was landing, these 2 tentacles came towards him again. You know, the hovercraft is made of special materials. Even if it hits a rock, it won't be damaged, let alone being split in 2. It can be seen that the power of these 2 tentacles is extremely terrifying. At that moment, the big knife appeared in his hand, and he chopped at one of the tentacles with almost all his strength. With a slight click sound, the tentacle was cut in half. Blue blood spurted out for a moment, and the 2 tentacles immediately retracted into the sea and disappeared. What on earth is that thing? Ye Chuan immediately leaned over to take a look. Apart from a few drops of blue blood gradually spreading in the ice hole, there was nothing else. However, this is definitely an extremely smart marine creature. It actually dug a hole near the island and waited in wait, specifically attacking passersby. It was a pity that I had quick reactions. If I had been a little careless just now, I would have been dragged into the sea by this thing. I had no idea what this thing was, and without a diving suit, I would be at its mercy if I entered the water. Is this the same thing at Louis Island? The next second, Ye Chuan's expression suddenly changed slightly. After all, what would keep hitting the sea surface? If it was this thing, wouldn't she be in danger? But I am now 100 nautical miles away from the island, and I didn't bring the 3 little ones with me. It will take 10 hours for the turtles to crawl here, and by then the food will be too cold. Ye Chuan thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good idea in the end. He guessed that Lu Yi was still asleep, so he could only go find Blueberry Jam and use her tablet to post a message in the public chat room to find her. The distance of more than 100 meters was reached in just a few minutes of walking on the ice, but it was pitch black above and nothing was found. Where are the people? Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted, Blueberry Jam. I'm here. A few seconds later, a baby voice came from not far away. In the darkness, a not too tall figure quickly ran towards this side. Chapter 148, Blueberry Jam, well deserved of its reputation. As they got closer, Ye Chuan finally saw it clearly. The girl looked to be under 20 years old, about 1.6 meters tall. Although she was wearing a thick cotton coat, one could still see that her figure was very slender underneath the coat. The right places to be bulgy were bulgy, and the right places to be bulgy were bulgy. She had at least a golden ratio of 9 heads. That little face was as fair as a doll, and the facial features were very delicate, which seemed to be even better than the school beauty Lu Yi. As expected of a tens of millions level internet celebrity, he is truly not comparable to ordinary people. But, probably because I haven't washed my hair for a long time, it's a little messy. At this moment, the girl had already run to Ye Chuan, but she had no intention of stopping and directly pounced on Ye Chuan. Then, a pendant suddenly appeared on Ye Chuan's body. "Girl, don't get excited. Come down quickly." Ye Chuan took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance made Ye Chuan a little intoxicated. This should be the body odor of a girl, right? Unlike male body odor, female body odor is related to estrogen and mainly exists in female urine. This aromatic smell released from the human body combines with sweat to form each person's unique body odor. In short, Ye Chuan felt that the scent of blueberry jam was somewhat similar to the fresh scent of locust flowers. "If you don't want to come down, then don't come down," Blueberry Jam said in a soft voice. "I've been here alone for a month. I'm scared and lonely. If it weren't for you, I might have died. This kind of thing will never happen again." Ye Chuan took the blueberry jam from his body and put it back on the ground. He looked at it carefully before smiling. "Well, it's more beautiful than I imagined. So if you see that I'm ugly and fat, will you just turn around and leave?" Blueberry Jam said with a smile. "You're much more handsome than I thought. Oh my God, we are partners who will fight side by side in the future in ocean survival, not a blind date." Ye Chuan said unhappily. "Besides, I'm not the top brother on the list, so why do you want to marry me?" "Hey, even if he's the #1 guy on the list, he's fine." Blueberry Jam immediately protested. "You misunderstood me. Alas, I drove a hovercraft here, but it was attacked by a monster in the sea halfway, and the hovercraft was destroyed." Ye Chuan sighed. "Where's your super tablet? I'll send a message first." "I'll take you there," said Blueberry Jam, and immediately took Ye Chuan to her tent. There is only one tent like this on the entire island, and there are some trees and stones. The super flat panel is inside the tent. Although it is very simple, the scent of locust flowers in the entire tent is even stronger. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and posted a message in the public chat room. "Lu E, please contact me if you see this message." I sent more than 20 messages in succession, but after waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, there was still no response. I don't know if Louie has fallen asleep or just didn't notice it at all. "Brother, who is Louie? Is she your wife?" Blueberry Jam at the side couldn't help but ask. "No, she was once a schoolmate and is now a partner." Ye Chuan shook his head. "It seems that there is also such a monster next to her island. I originally wanted her to get up early tomorrow morning to check it out, but now it seems that if she goes there, she will die." What should we do then?" Blueberry Jam asked worriedly. Ye Chuan sent a few more messages, but still no response, so he said, "Then I can only call for reinforcements." Having said that, he quickly returned to the shore. Blueberry Jam followed out curiously and saw Ye Chuan standing on the shore, staring at the sea in silence. 5 minutes passed. She was about to ask something when she heard a loud bang, as if something was hitting the ice. Then, the sound of collision continued. After more than 10 seconds, the ice was broken and most of the dolphin's body was exposed to the sea surface. Blueberry Jam was so shocked that he shouted, "Oh my God, a big dolphin!" Ye Chuan said directly, "My pig, you go back to the island right now and ask Wankai to pick me up." The dolphin called out to Ye Chuan a few times, then dived back into the sea. "Brother, is this dolphin your pet? It's so cool." Blueberry Jam's eyes were full of stars, and she hugged Ye Chuan's arm. "I guess so. He's also my companion all the way." Ye Chuan nodded. "Didn't I give you a cotton skirt? Why are you still wearing this cotton coat?" "I haven't showered for more than a month. I want to wait until I'm clean before I wear it," Blueberry Jam said, sticking out her tongue. "It's so beautiful. I don't want to get it dirty." "Okay, let's talk about it after we take a shower at my place." Ye Chuan answered directly. "But if I go back this time, I guess I won't be able to pick you up until tomorrow morning." It's okay. I'm already excited to see the real person," Blueberry Jam said with a smile. "Wankai is a dog. Do you want him to pull you back like a sled?" "You'll know soon." Ye Chuan kept it a secret. Why make it so mysterious?" Blueberry Jam puffed up her cheeks, seeming a little angry. Looking at the appearance of Blueberry Jam, Ye Chuan just smiled. At that moment, the two chatted for a while, until more than half an hour later, Ye Chuan said, "Okay, you go to bed first. I have to go back first." "Wankai is here," Blueberry Jam almost blurted out. Ye Chuan ran out of the tent. Under the big mouth of Blueberry Jam, Ye Chuan jumped high, grabbed the foot of a big bird, then flew into the sky and disappeared. That's a big bird." Blueberry Jam was already extremely shocked at this moment. Wankai is actually a big bird. More than 20 minutes later, Ye Chuan finally returned to Turtle Island. He immediately ran into the room and sent a message to Lu E. "The crashing sound near your island may be a very scary monster. Don't get close to it, and don't worry about it." Just like with Blueberry Jam, no response. "Damn it, what's going on?" Ye Chuan frowned, his face looking a little ugly. Could it be that this girl has gone over to check and was dragged into the water? After thinking about it, Ye Chuan decided to use the super locator on Lu Yi. 10 seconds later, a red dot flashed on the super locator, and the information appeared, 2,368 nautical miles. This distance also scared Ye Chuan. After all, it was not close. However, this also indirectly proved that Lu Yi was fine. Otherwise, if she was really killed, her island would definitely no longer exist. I guess he fell asleep, so let's wait until tomorrow morning to watch it. Ye Chuan sighed helplessly. Seeing that it was already past 11 o'clock, he could not help but go and heat up a cup of goat milk. Sitting on the bed, he casually glanced at the public chat room. The clouds are coming, and the rain is coming. Chapter 149. Heavy rain comes. Feiyu is attacked. Oh my god, is this true? Is it a snowstorm? Wait, you said it was raining. How can it rain in a temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero? Although you may not believe what I say, it is really raining, and it is also very warm. It looks to be over 20 degrees. Is there any wind in such a big cloud? I can see the cloud getting closer and closer to me. I estimate it will reach me in a few days. No wind for the time being. Looking at these chat records, Ye Chuan couldn't help but frown slightly. This should be a warm air mass, and the temperature is so high. However, as far as the warm air mass is concerned, although it will bring warmth at first, as it moves forward, it will become colder and the water vapor will gradually become smaller. At that time, it will bring not warmth but coldness to the island owners passing by. As for how far this warm air mass can go, it is unknown. After drinking the goat milk, Lu Yi still hadn't replied, so Ye Chuan didn't wait any longer and went straight to bed. Wah. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Chuan woke up from his sleep and heard the sound of rustling rain. He immediately stood up and looked outside. The scene was at least as heavy as a rainstorm. I checked the time, and it was already around 7 in the morning, but it was still pitch dark outside. Oh my god, we've already entered the cloud in just one night. Ye Chuan muttered in surprise. He checked the super locator and saw that it was only more than 20 nautical miles away from the blueberry jam. It seemed that they would arrive in about 2 hours. Why haven't you replied to the message yet? Ye Chuan glanced at the super tablet and saw that Lu Yi had not replied. However, looking at the super locator, the location was still there and there was nothing unusual on the island. You can't be still asleep, right? Ye Chuan ignored this matter and said directly, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. 1 lucky blind box. Note, there is a chance to get a manufacturing diagram, seeds, fruits, a feather fragment. Note, 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Oh my, the blind box and feather fragments are opened at the same time. This is the first time. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Is it this cloud that brings me some good luck? Including the angel feathers from before, Ye Chuan now has 3 of them, and he directly said, Exchange for angel feathers. Angel feathers are being exchanged. Please wait. Angel feather exchange successfully. Use it. Ye Chuan said immediately. However, more than 10 seconds later, Ye Chuan suddenly heard a crisp ding sound, followed by a system voice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double increase for 1 day, to be used. Sure enough, the angel feather also brings me good luck. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers. Another double increase. I remember that just a few days after entering the ocean world, the angel feather brought me a double increase. I didn't expect it to appear again this time. It was indeed a good luck for the day. Ye Chuan took a deep breath and immediately said, Use double amplification to open the blind box. Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of air raincoat. With the blessing of double amplification, 1 set became 2 sets. This air raincoat is actually a piece of clothing about 1 meter thick. After putting it on, an air shield will appear 1 centimeter outside the clothes, thus isolating the rain from the clothes. However, this raincoat is powered by electricity and can be used for 24 hours after charging for 2 hours, which is very convenient. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took his raincoat to charge, then took 5 pounds of tofu and 1 pound of meat, cut them, and started stewing tofu in the kitchen. In the past, people always cooked in a big pot and on wooden boards outside. Ye Chuan had very few experiences of cooking in the kitchen. After all, it was more convenient to cook outside. There is no natural gas in the kitchen, so we are using electricity temporarily, but the dishes are not as delicious as those cooked with wood. 15 minutes later, breakfast was ready. Ye Chuan divided it into 7 portions and traded 1 portion to each of them. At the same time, he sent a message to Blueberry Jam. It will take about 2 hours to arrive. After breakfast, clean up and take what you need and throw away what you need. No problem. Blueberry Jam immediately sent out a grinning emoji and replied, "Wait for me to dance for you while I take off my clothes one by one." Dizzy. This sentence really left Ye Chuan speechless. But he didn't reply. He ate breakfast immediately and read the messages in the public chat room. "It's so comfortable. I took off all my clothes and took a shower early in the morning. Although it's only over 20 degrees, it washes away the filth of the past 20 days. It feels great. Oh my God, over 20 degrees is not warm at all. Be careful not to catch a cold, or I'll kill you. I say, do you have a conscience? Are you jealous that it rains here and I have endless fresh water? So you say this. I can testify that I just want you to die. I'm not jealous at all. Come on, this cloud is very large and thick. It will sweep across the entire novice area. You will know then. It's a pity that I can't see it. I just heard something knocking under the ice outside the island, so I went to take a look. Suddenly, a tentacle rushed out and wrapped around my foot. Now one of my legs has been cut off below the knee and pulled into the water. I'm about to die. Is this true? What appeared in the sea again?" That person's words successfully shifted public opinion to the topic of sea monsters. Ye Chuan couldn't help but think of Lu Yi again. This person encountered exactly the same situation as Lu Yi. She hasn't replied to him yet. Was she also seriously injured? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but feel inexplicably irritated. After all, Lu Yi was the first friend he met in Ocean World, so this definitely had special meaning to him. And he was the one who asked her to go check on him. If anything happened to this girl, then, just as he was thinking, Zhao Feiyu accepted the breakfast and replied, "This morning, I was attacked. There are intelligent creatures in the ocean. Are you okay?" Ye Chuan was shocked and asked quickly. "Luckily I had a weapon, and I cut off its tentacles just before it was pulled into the ice hole," Zhao Feiyu replied. "It looks like some kind of mollusk, but I didn't see its full appearance, so it's not very clear yet. Damn, it seems that many island owners have been attacked by this thing. I wonder what it is," Ye Chuan said, gritting his teeth. However, he guessed that although the creature Zhao Feiyu and the island owner encountered was the same one he encountered last night, it must be much smaller than the one he encountered, otherwise there would be no possibility of survival. Just when Ye Chuan was guessing, Louis finally replied, but he only typed a series of question marks. Chapter 150, Fierce Battle with Giant Squid. "Sister, where have you been? Why are you replying to the message now?" Ye Chuan replied immediately. "I tried some monkey wine last night, and it tasted pretty good, so I drank a pound of it. I just woke up and saw the message you sent me." Lu Yi replied weakly. "You must be very worried, right? What you said is more than just worrying. I'm worried to death." Ye Chuan replied unhappily. "Luckily you didn't go over there. Otherwise you would have been dragged into the sea by the monster and died, without a burial place. Hey, if you hadn't reminded me, I might have really gone over to check it out." Lu Yi immediately gave a grin. "That's fine. It's a monster, but it will only stay in the sea and won't crawl out, so you don't need to worry about it. Just let it break the ice." Ye Chuan replied immediately. "This is a trap. If you don't go over, it won't be able to do anything." "Okay, I got it." Lu Yi replied immediately and accepted the stewed tofu. As time passed, even in the dark rain, Ye Chuan finally saw the island. However, the turtle, which had been moving slowly, suddenly stopped. It seemed that it was trying hard, but just stayed where it was and couldn't move forward. "What's going on?" Ye Chuan was stunned. He immediately put on an air raincoat, walked out of the room quickly, and jumped off the turtle island. Ye Chuan then noticed that this was the place where he was attacked last night. Could it be that the monster had entangled the turtle? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately ran back and changed into a diving suit. After calling the dolphins, he jumped into the sea at another place. It was not until he saw the huge marine creature right below the sea turtle that he couldn't help but gasp. A giant squid. The giant squid, the second largest squid in the world, is brutal by nature and has extremely strong combat power. The last invertebrate we encountered was the giant octopus, but this giant squid looked several meters larger than the giant octopus. At this time, 4 of its tentacles were stuck under the ice, and 4 of its tentacles were stuck on the turtle's belly, imprisoning the turtle and preventing it from moving forward another step on the smooth sea surface. "Damn, yesterday, I almost died in your hands," Ye Chuan muttered, and pulled the trigger at the giant squid. At once, 8 crossbow arrows shot out 8 fine water lines, shooting towards the giant squid. Although one long tentacle had been broken, the other tentacle was still very strong and flexible. It easily blocked all the crossbow arrows and headed towards Ye Chuan. This long tentacle is more than 20 meters long, with a bulge at the end and a powerful suction cup. There are sharp teeth on the suction cup ring, and it is extremely fast. If it hits Ye Chuan, he will be seriously injured if not killed. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out his big knife and chopped the tentacles hard. Bite. Boom. With two crisp sounds, the big knife hit the sharp teeth, and there was a metallic sound. The dolphin had already rushed up, and the 2,000-pound force hit the squid's body, causing the giant squid's body to tremble violently. At that moment, thick ink spurted out from the funnel, dyeing the sea water within hundreds of meters black in just 3 seconds. Fuck. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and immediately hid somewhere. When really fighting, the speed of the squid can reach 15 meters per second, while the speed of the giant squid is comparable to that of the swordfish. The speed it bursts out at that moment is nearly 30 meters per second, and the long tentacles stretched towards Ye Chuan just as Ye Chuan was about to leave. It's so fast, Ye Chuan couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, he had extremely fast agility. He swung his long sword in an instant and blocked the collision in a hurry. Boom. The next second, there was another loud noise. A dolphin came rushing from one side and hit the giant squid again when it was about to reach Ye Chuan, knocking it off its expected trajectory. The giant squid's long tentacles had already entangled the dolphin, and its entire body directly wrapped around the dolphin, intending to kill the dolphin first. Fuck you. Ye Chuan growled and rushed forward again with the big knife in hand. The dolphin immediately used sonic interference, and waves of sound spread out in all directions. The giant squid was closest to the dolphin and was also the first to be hurt, so it immediately released its tentacles. The dolphin took advantage of this gap and rushed out of the ink area with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace. Fuck. After a brief moment of distraction, the giant squid rushed towards Ye Chuan again, leaving Ye Chuan speechless. He couldn't help but scream and had no choice but to chop it down. At the same time, the trigger of the rotating crossbow in his other hand was pulled, and it shot out when the giant squid was less than 10 meters away from him. Bite. Puff, puff, puff. The big knife blocked the long tentacles, and 8 crossbow arrows all hit the giant squid, but its soft body allowed the crossbow arrows to penetrate the squid directly. The blue blood mixed with the black ink, forming a strange color. However, this seemed to further stimulate the ferocity of the giant squid, and its entire body rushed towards Ye Chuan. Even in the ink, Ye Chuan could still see the rows of teeth in its mouth, which looked very much like a legendary monster. The dolphin was somewhere, and once again used sound wave interference. When the giant squid came in front of Ye Chuan, its whole body couldn't help but curl up. This was like a timely help for Ye Chuan. He used all his strength to chop the giant squid's head with the knife, and the more than 10-centimeter long blade was almost completely immersed in the squid's skin. At that moment, the squid's body changed several colors, and its tentacles lashed around like crazy. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and quickly retreated. With the help of the dolphin, he returned to the surface of the ice in just a few seconds. At this time, the turtle had left the ice hole. Ye Chuan immediately ran back to the island, came to the giant automatic fishing gun, and began searching for the whereabouts of the giant squid. Oh my god, this fight continues until one dies. They didn't even run away. Ye Chuan looked at the image of the giant squid captured on the instrument in surprise. After setting the target, he immediately pressed the button. The 5-meter-long spear shot out instantly and hit the target. Let's see whether you live or not. Ye Chuan sneered and immediately began to recover. Although the giant squid was struggling desperately, it was still a little weak in front of modern equipment. 5 minutes later, the giant squid was pulled ashore. Hit right in the head, he was dead beyond death, but when Ye Chuan saw the 2 long tentacles, his expression changed slightly. Not that one. Chapter 151, Blueberry Jam's Shocked Face. This squid is obviously smaller than the previous one, and its body is very intact. As for the one that was fighting with him, he had cut off half of its long tentacle. Immediately, Ye Chuan ran back into the water. At this time, most of the ink in the water had dissipated, but the squid had long disappeared, and it seemed to have run away. Ye Chuan couldn't help feeling a little scared. Although the squid that was hit was smaller than the giant squid, it was equally powerful. Fortunately, it did not join the battle just now, otherwise it would have been a lot of fun to deal with 2 giant squids at the same time. Just run away. He won't appear again, so forget it. Ye Chuan muttered softly. Seeing that there were only a few dozen meters left to the island, he immediately jumped down and ran to the island of Blueberry Jam with his air raincoat. Blueberry Jam was sitting in the tent watching the heavy rain outside. When she saw Ye Chuan coming, she couldn't help but waved her hands at Ye Chuan. Brother, put on your raincoats and let's go. Ye Chuan said immediately. Oh, Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly and took the air raincoat. Ye Chuan immediately turned around. Blueberry Jam chuckled, dressed immediately, and walked out of the tent. She watched the heavy rain bounce off her body as it was about to fall on her. She couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god, What kind of magical raincoat is this? It's amazing. This is called an air raincoat, which is equivalent to forming an air shield on the surface of the body. Ye Chuan explained. If this thing is sold in a live broadcast room, wouldn't it be sold out immediately? Blueberry Jam said with emotion. Have you packed all your things? Ye Chuan curled his lips and asked. Just this tent, the solar heating blanket, and the super flat panel. Blueberry Jam pointed at the tent and said, It's raining heavily. Isn't it hard to dismantle it? We don't need the tent anymore. Just take the solar heating blanket and the super flat panel. Ye Chuan said immediately. Then where should I sleep? Blueberry Jam was startled, and then her face turned red. Brother, you don't want me to sleep in the same bed with you? I'm so shocked. You think too much. Ye Chuan rolled his eyes and immediately helped to roll up the solar heating blanket. Holding the super tablet and taking the Blueberry Jam with him, he left the small island. Brother, is that your island? How come it is so close to me and so big? But 3 minutes later, when Blueberry Jam saw the huge turtle island, he was shocked. This is still small. It will be bigger in the future. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. Ah. Blueberry Jam looked at Ye Chuan in surprise, as if she didn't understand what Ye Chuan meant. When Blueberry Jam landed on the island and saw the slowly rotating wind turbines, the greenhouses, and especially the two-bedroom, two-living-room house, he didn't know what to say. I feel like I'm about to be shocked. Brother, you actually have such a big house here. Do you know why you are not allowed to bring a tent? Ye Chuan winked at Blueberry Jam. Ah, there's actually a room for me. After entering the living room, Blueberry Jam couldn't help but cover her mouth with both hands. Her almond eyes were already full of stars. Brother, you didn't prepare this specially for me. How can you be so nice? Go wash up and change your clothes first. Ye Chuan said speechlessly. Oh my God, we can even take a bath. Blueberry Jam was so excited that she couldn't even say anything. You don't know how important taking a bath is to girls. I'm so excited. As he said that, he immediately trotted into the bathroom, and soon, the sound of running water began to sound. Brother, half an hour later, Blueberry Jam came out of the bathroom and turned towards Ye Chuan. Her cute cotton skirt suddenly bulged up, and Ye Chuan even saw a flash of long legs wearing a flesh-colored tight cotton coat. She had already put on the Lolita cotton dress. Cute, playful, and quirky, especially with her long black hair and delicate little face. She looks like a princess from a comic book. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. When he first saw Blueberry Jam, he didn't feel anything special about her. It was only now that he felt how stunning this girl was. How is it? Seeing Ye Chuan stunned, Blueberry Jam couldn't help but ask with a smile. I was just wondering, why would such a beautiful girl, who is a good internet celebrity, come to the ocean to survive? Ye Chuan pinched his chin and said, The novice island owners who have studied in the Ocean Survival University for 3 years can only suffer in the Northwest when encountering this hell-level novice area, let alone you. Blueberry Jam scratched his head, as if he didn't know what to say. Okay, set the super tablet next to the bed in your bedroom. There are new beddings inside, so you can use it directly. Seeing that Blueberry Jam didn't say anything, Ye Chuan didn't ask any more questions and made the arrangements directly. Yeah. Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly and went to clean up immediately. Looking at this solar heating blanket, Ye Chuan thought about it and traded it to Liang Hongying. Liang Hongying replied almost immediately. There are solar heating blankets? Of course. Ye Chuan replied immediately. You also know the environment here. It's not necessary, but you definitely need it. This is really what I need. Liang Hongying sent a smiling emoji. I feel cold at night recently, even with clothes on. You are really a timely help. It's just SOSO. Ye Chuan immediately responded with a laughing expression. This was actually used by a girl before, but she used it quite cleanly. It's okay. In this kind of weather, who cares about this? Liang Hongying said, and responded with a series of laughing emojis. After the chat, Ye Chuan immediately went to heat up 2 cups of goat's milk. After knocking on the door, he handed over a cup of Blueberry Jam. Drink a cup of hot goat's milk. Although it's warmer, it's a rainy day after all. Don't catch a cold. Brother, why are you so nice to me? Blueberry Jam's eyes were wet. Oh, are you going to cry? Ye Chuan asked in surprise. Originally, Ye Chuan just collected some rainwater to help Blueberry Jam out of humanitarianism, but later on, whether it was the first A-grade seawater purifier he got or the S-grade pet egg, they were all from Blueberry Jam. Her help to him was indeed huge. I am helping her now. Firstly, the things she gave me in the early days are indeed very precious, and secondly, she is the owner of my subordinate island after all, right? I've decided. I'm going to tell you why I entered the ocean world. Taking a deep breath, Blueberry Jam said seriously. Chapter 152, A Gambling Agreement Between a Super Internet Celebrity. So serious? Ye Chuan looked at Blueberry Jam in surprise. Is there some amazing reason for entering the ocean world? Or is there some hidden secret? In fact, all of us internet celebrities with millions of fans have families secretly supporting us, Blueberry Jam explained. Of course, I have one too, and it's from a first-rate family. And there's a gambling agreement involved. Betting agreement? Ye Chuan looked at the Blueberry Jam suspiciously. A male anchor and I have always been enemies. We often compete with each other and win or lose. Blueberry Jam nodded. The male anchor and I are from the same family, and this bet involves the family's 10 billion yuan in financial support. My arch-rival male anchor and I are entering the ocean world at the same time. Whoever can successfully survive the novice period and develop a certain amount of power will win this bet. How stupid is this family to use tens of billions of funds to support you? The internet celebrity. Ye Chuan asked in disbelief. Unless this family's heads are squeezed by the door, they would never be able to do such a stupid thing. This family is quite powerful. It is said that they have hundreds of billions of assets. In addition, there are 3 or 4 veteran island owners in the ocean world, each of whom has a powerful fleet. Blueberry Jam curled her lips and said, "After all, we are internet celebrities with millions of fans. We use ocean survival as a gimmick. The profits generated from this may even exceed tens of billions if we are lucky enough. I don't know much about your industry. I can only say it's awesome." Ye Chuan finally shook his head slightly and gave a thumbs up to the Blueberry Jam. Those big brothers are awesome. They give millions of dollars in tips every time they live stream. Blueberry Jam said with a smile. After the novice period, I can live stream my ocean life and make a lot of money every day. Money-making machine. This word suddenly appeared in Ye Chuan's mind. No wonder the system judged this girl as a high-quality island owner. In the future, she would do nothing but live broadcast. The money she earned could form a fleet. What's more, there are tens of billions of financial support from her family behind her. This is not just a useless vase, it's a moving treasure. Well, you must feed her well. After all, if she makes money, it means you make money too. It's okay. The water is actually quite deep, Blueberry Jam said, and couldn't help sticking out her tongue. Okay, that's why I entered the ocean world. Now I have no secrets from you. Okay, I give you a thumbs up. Ye Chuan nodded and couldn't help laughing. Brother, how about I dance for you? Blueberry Jam changed the subject and blinked at Ye Chuan. You know what I mean. Oh my god. Ye Chuan held his forehead with his hand and immediately refused. Let's wait until the novice period is over and we are all safe. Besides, we don't have the leisure time now. It seems so. Blueberry Jam scratched his head and then said with a smile. Okay, after the novice period is over, I will definitely dance the most beautiful dance for you. It's a deal. Ye Chuan nodded heavily, shook hands with Blueberry Jam, and stamped the agreement. Brother, why does it seem like the island I was on is sinking? A few minutes later, the turtle turned around and left. Ye Chuan prepared lunch. Blueberry Jam looked at the place where he had lived for more than a month and asked in confusion. If the island owner dies, or the tablet computer is completely transferred to another place, then the island where the island owner is located will also disappear. Ye Chuan explained, this is the rule of the ocean world. Is that so? Blueberry Jam suddenly realized. At noon, Ye Chuan made grilled octopus and divided it into 6 portions. Then he and Blueberry Jam ate in the living room and found an action movie. Blueberry Jam was so excited that she shouted, "Oh my god, it's fine to have a TV, but you can also watch some of the latest movies. Brother, this is not an island survival. This is clearly a vacation. It's just SOSO. Ye Chuan chuckled and said with a smile. Meeting you has used up all my luck in life. Blueberry Jam said with emotion. Brother, I love you so much. Eat your meal. Ye Chuan curled his lips and said unhappily. Although Ye Chuan still likes to be complimented, but if the flattery is said too much, it will make people feel uncomfortable. Hee. Blueberry Jam laughed and started to become serious. As time went by, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Chuan watched the clouds leave the area and continue to move slowly, but at least at about 30 nautical miles per hour, nearly 3 times faster than the speed of a turtle. After the rain, the sky cleared up. Blueberry Jam looked at the long-lost sunshine and couldn't help stretching. It feels pretty good to appreciate the scenery of the island and the sea like this. Brother Chuan. Suddenly, Friday came to the door and shouted. Oh my god, there's another handsome guy. Blueberry Jam's eyes widened. Brother, there are other people on your island. Hey, are you the wife that Brother Chuan found for me? Friday immediately noticed Blueberry Jam. This girl is so pretty. You think too much, your wife is on the way. This is my sister. Ye Chuan immediately left the room. You think too much. This is just a robot that can only farm. Brother Chuan, when you asked me for help, You didn't say that I only knew how to farm. Friday refused. Hey, why are you looking for me? Ye Chuan asked immediately. By the way, the vetiver has grown around our area, and as you can see, it's more than 30 centimeters long. I plan to trim it. Do you think it's okay? Friday then got to the point. That's no problem. Just do it yourself. Ye Chuan nodded immediately. Okay, I'll get busy. Friday said, turned and left. It's amazing. This robot is so intelligent. Blueberry Jam said happily. Brother, I have never seen such a robot in our Jojo. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a real person. The magic of the ocean world is just the tip of the iceberg now. Ye Chuan said lightly. Okay, you go ahead and do your work first. I'll take a look around, said Blueberry Jam, walking towards the outskirts of the area. Ye Chuan couldn't help but smiled and shook his head, then checked the content of the public chat room. Oh my god, the cloud is coming to me soon, and I'm actually a little nervous. Why should I be nervous? I can only say that it's very warm, and I have stored enough water. I'm so happy. Be careful or you'll catch a bad cold tomorrow. Fuck, why are you talking about this again? Do you like catching a cold so much? I told you that you had a bad cold, a cold that was so contagious that it killed you. So I told you not to act cool again. Plop. As he was watching, Ye Chuan suddenly heard a loud noise, as if something heavy had fallen into the water. Chapter 153. Sea turtle falls into water and fights brown bear. Ye Chuan frowned slightly and ran out immediately. It was then discovered that after the temperature rose, the ice melted, and when the thickness was only 30 centimeters, it could not bear the weight of the turtle and it was forced back into the water. Even so, there is still ice ahead, which increases the resistance to moving forward a bit, and of course the physical energy consumed also increases a lot. Only then did he remember that the krill had not been fed to the turtle yet, so Ye Chuan immediately gave the turtle 800 kilograms of krill. After all, the ice at the back has broken, so I can continue fishing, so it is not a problem to feed the turtle a few hundred kilograms more food. Brother Turtle, we don't have anything important to do right now. You can just move slowly to avoid wasting too much energy. Ye Chuan said lightly. The turtle understood what Ye Chuan said, and immediately turned its head to nod at Ye Chuan, then turned back. Oh. Ye Chuan was just about to calm down for a while when another scream came from Blueberry Jam. Shit. Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Could it be that he was frightened by the huge turtle head? Thinking about this, Ye Chuan immediately ran over. This girl actually ran into the woods. Wang Kai and Wang Yun had already caught up by now, and Ye Chuan's sword and rotating crossbow were also ready. But when he saw what Blueberry Jam was facing, he was still stunned. This is a bear. Alaskan brown bears can reach a speed of about 56 kilometers per hour. They are docile when not harassed, but extremely brutal when frightened. The system also gave an introduction at this time. Ye Chuan immediately whispered, Girl, this bear is not very aggressive. Let's retreat slowly. If we can avoid a conflict with it, then we should avoid it. Oh. Blueberry Jam swallowed hard and slowly backed away. I've only seen brown bears in zoos since I was a child, but they were much smaller than this one. This one is too big, isn't it? Blueberry Jam shivered. Besides, it's so cold. Shouldn't it be hibernating? How can the ocean world be as simple as we think? Ye Chuan said unhappily. I'm also wondering, how did you meet a brown bear? It's been several days since the forest evolved, and I haven't met one yet. How would I know? Blueberry Jam said aggrievedly. Roar. As he was speaking, the brown bear suddenly stood up and roared, scaring Blueberry Jam so much that he screamed again. The key point was that the sound was so sharp and thin that even the birds hiding in the dark flew into the blue sky. The brown bear was even more annoyed and ran straight towards this side. Fuck, it just shouted. Why are you provoking it? Ye Chuan was speechless. I didn't provoke it. I just... Run. Blueberry Jam felt aggrieved and was about to explain when Ye Chuan shouted at her. Scared Blueberry Jam. She trembled and turned to run out of the woods. Ye Chuan suddenly raised the rotating crossbow and shot out a volley of arrows. To Ye Chuan's surprise, the rotating crossbow arrow that could even penetrate stones was unable to pierce the brown bear's fur. Oh my god, this is a bit unexpected, Ye Chuan said in surprise. He put away the spinning crossbow and jumped high, spinning in the air and slashing at the brown bear's head. The brown bear roared and slapped the knife with its huge claws. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Ye Chuan felt a numbness in the palm of his hand and immediately stepped back. This brown bear is actually stronger than the tiger he encountered last time, which is beyond Ye Chuan's expectations. Ye Chuan retreated, but the brown bear had no intention of letting Ye Chuan go. It immediately followed him with big strides, and its huge bear claws slapped towards Ye Chuan again. System, how should I deal with this guy? Ye Chuan asked the system while dodging. Attention, host, please do not rely too much on the system, thereby losing your infinite potential. The system suddenly replied. According to comprehensive data analysis, the host can completely rely on his own strength to defeat the Alaskan brown bear. System, damn it. This sentence really made Ye Chuan speechless. Looking at the brown bear that attacked again, he fired an air cannon at its head. Although it didn't hurt, it temporarily stopped the brown bear. Ye Chuan immediately hid behind the brown bear, looking around at the bear, looking for his weakness. After the brown bear got rid of the discomfort caused by the air bomb, it immediately looked around for Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan suddenly realized, the brown bear has a fatal weakness, poor eyesight. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan couldn't help but calm down. Then he used all his strength, held the knife with both hands, and chopped it hard at the back of the brown bear's head. Boom! The loud noise was heard throughout the entire island. The brown bear also stopped at that moment, then slowly turned its head, and its small pair of bear eyes met Ye Chuan's gaze in midair. Ye Chuan felt his two arms trembling slightly. Looking at the brown bear's murderous eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Brother bear! Roar! The brown bear roared angrily and slapped Ye Chuan on the head. Ye Chuan turned around and ran away without any hesitation. The brown bear had already included Ye Chuan in its hunting list, so it would never let Ye Chuan get away. It got down on all fours and quickly chased after him. Since even a big knife can't pierce its skin, we can only use other tools. More than 20 seconds later, Ye Chuan came to the giant automatic fishing gun and began to operate it quickly. The brown bear had already fallen into a rage at this time and didn't think about anything at all. When it was 5 or 6 meters away from Ye Chuan, it pounced on him with its fangs and claws. Puff! With a crisp sound, a 5-meter-long harpoon flew out and sank into the brown bear's belly in an instant. The huge force also carried the bear's body weighing 700 kilograms more than 20 meters away. Call. Looking at the brown bear lying motionless on the ground, Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this heavy weapon worked. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to heal quickly, he would have been seriously injured. Now you are out of breath, right? A full minute passed, and the brown bear was still motionless. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and walked over with a big knife in hand. Roar! When Ye Chuan arrived in front of the brown bear, he kicked the bear's head with his foot, but there was still no movement. Ye Chuan had almost relaxed his vigilance and was about to go back to retrieve the spear gun when the brown bear suddenly stood up and pounced towards Ye Chuan with its teeth and claws bared. Fuck! Ye Chuan's heart tightened, and he jumped 7 or 8 meters away almost in an instant. Chapter 154, Cutting Honey and Cooking Bear Paws. The brown bear missed its target and immediately rushed forward again. Damn it, there's a hole in his stomach, but he's not dead yet. This guy's vitality is too strong, right? Ye Chuan complained and pressed the recycle button at the critical moment. As the reinforced steel wire rope was quickly retracted, the spear bounced violently into the brown bear's body and then returned to the equipment. The brown bear shook its body a few times and then began to stagger forward. Blood began to flow out of its body, but its small eyes still stared at Ye Chuan coldly, and its entire face was full of anger. My sister just screamed, but you wanted to kill us. You can't blame me for the current situation, right? Ye Chuan spread his hands and said, since you are like this, why don't you just go with peace of mind? Roar! The brown bear roared unwillingly and rushed forward again, making it clear that he wanted to die together with Ye Chuan. You're so stubborn. Ye Chuan shook his head and pressed the button again. The spear gun fired again, this time aimed at the brown bear's chest. The bullet pierced its heart. After flying backwards nearly 10 meters, it stood straight in place without moving, but its eyes were still staring at Ye Chuan. Isn't it a blind bear? How can it see me from such a distance? Ye Chuan muttered softly. This time he ignored it and turned away. I don't know if it's a scam, so I'd better wait for 10 minutes or half an hour. However, how could a brown bear that was supposed to be hibernating appear in such a large forest? Was there something attracting it? Bear's favorite food is honey. Is there honey somewhere in the forest? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan called the two little ones and entered the woods again. Every time a forest evolves, it changes its appearance. The forest at this moment has changed a lot compared to before. Ye Chuan always feels that in addition to the brown bear, there are other ferocious beasts in the forest. Perhaps they are hiding somewhere, secretly observing him. Walking quickly forward for more than 10 minutes, Ye Chuan finally arrived at the depths of the woods. The trees here are the tallest, generally more than 30 meters high. Not only the trunks, but even the branches above 15 meters are as thick as an adult's thigh. Of course, these are not the focus of Ye Chuan's attention. I saw that on the branches, there were rows of huge, almost semicircular yellow honeycombs hanging. The honey was so thick that even a layer of sticky liquid fell on the ground, attracting ants and small insects to come for food. Of course, there are at least hundreds of thousands of bees performing their duties throughout the tree. Fuck, isn't this a fake news? Ye Chuan shouted in disbelief. The roe bee is an undomesticated wild bee species. Because the beehive is a single-piece honeycomb hung in a row on a tree trunk or cliff, it is named the roe bee. The honey produced by this kind of bee is the world's top precious honey species. The system also gave an introduction at this time. Grade A honey. Taking it can strengthen your physical fitness, eliminate diseases and disinfect, and prolong your life. Awesome. Ye Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. But then another big problem arose in front of him. How to move so many honeycombs away. At that moment, Ye Chuan left the place and saw that the brown bear was still standing there. He was sure that the guy was really dead. He immediately took back the spear gun and started to deal with the brown bear. An hour later, with the blessing of double amplification, Ye Chuan obtained 8 big bear paws and 1,500 kilograms of bear meat. As for the bear bones, Ye Chuan planned to sell them together. If nothing else, it's great to make soup with it. Well, we'll have braised bear paws tonight. Looking at the 8 bear paws, Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time he thought of a way to harvest the honeycomb. After all, today we have a double increase. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately cleaned the 8 bear paws and threw them into the big pot to cook. Because it would take at least 2 hours to cook, Ye Chuan gave Blueberry Jam some instructions, put on his diving suit, and quickly walked into the woods. Brother, you are so mysterious. What is he doing? Looking at Ye Chuan, who was walking away, Blueberry Jam muttered, opened the lid of the pot, and immediately covered it again. Ugh, it stinks, ugh. The diving suit is made of shark skin, which is not only very flexible, but also very soft, and can completely resist the attack of wasps. Ye Chuan climbed up the tree that was more than 10 meters high in just a dozen seconds. Then he took out a long hook that looked like a sickle and easily cut off the 5 or 6 centimeters thick honeycomb. However, this action also angered the hard-working little bees. Dense swarms of bees immediately rushed up to attack Ye Chuan, but it was a pity that it was useless. In just over an hour, Ye Chuan cut down more than 30 honeycombs with a diameter of about 1 meter. With the help of double amplification, it became more than 60, weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. There are still more than 10 larger honeycombs left. Out of humanitarian spirit, Ye Chuan kept them. What happened? Ye Chuan asked Blueberry Jam with a smile after returning to the front of the room. Brother, what is this? It stinks, Blueberry Jam asked, pinching her nose. I almost vomited just now. It stinks now, but it will be a delicacy soon, Ye Chuan said with a smile, and gave Blueberry Jam half a pound of honeycomb. This is your reward. Oh my God, honey. Blueberry Jam's eyes immediately brightened up. I used to eat honey every day. This is not ordinary honey, you will soon know. Ye Chuan blinked at the Blueberry Jam. What my brother gave me must be extraordinary, Blueberry Jam said with a smile, then turned around and ran to eat. Ye Chuan picked out the bear's paw, plucked out the hair, removed its nails and pads, put it back into the pot, poured in cold water, and started cooking again. The meat of this thing is much tougher than wild boar meat. To really cook it well, you need to cook it on low heat for at least 3 more hours. During this period, Ye Chuan took out 1,000 kilograms of brown bear meat, and also put bear bones on the shelves, 300 g of brown bear meat, and 500 g of bear bones, each of which can be traded for 5 wooden boards, stones, metal pieces, etc. This action instantly excited the public chat room. Oh my God, tiger meat was just sold a few days ago, and it's only been a few days, and bear meat is already on the shelves? I'm starving here, and they can even beat a brown bear. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to them. Have you ever thought that the seller of tiger meat and bear meat is actually the same person? Are you kidding me? Is there such a strong man? And if that's true, where did he find these beasts? Tisk, what's the big deal? I even killed a giant squid today. Chapter 155. Food is the only thing you cannot miss. You? Who the hell do you think you are? You can kill a giant squid. Why would I lie to you? Just after lunch, I heard something hitting the ice, so I went to take a look. A giant squid was running straight towards me. Luckily, I had a spear in hand, so I stabbed it hard and killed it right away. Bullshit. A giant squid can fight a whale, and you killed it with 1 shot. Why don't you say you killed it with 1 breath? Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me, but one of the tentacles of this giant squid is broken. Maybe it just finished a battle with a whale or something. It's not your turn to give it a fatal blow, idiot. After reading the news, Ye Chuan suddenly felt relieved. Regardless of anything else, at least the giant squid that he was fighting with was really dead, so he didn't have to worry about it suddenly attacking him. However, the island owner didn't know how far away the giant squid was from him, so it was surprising that it reached him in such a short time. Brother, your bathroom is so smart, especially the toilet. I never used such an advanced toilet when I was in Kyushu. Blueberry Jam came out of the bathroom and couldn't help shouting with joy. When the water sprayed out after the end, I was scared. After all, you are a super internet celebrity with millions of fans. Can you please not be so ignorant? Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and said unhappily, I'm really surprised. Blueberry Jam pouted slightly and muttered softly, Have you finished the honey? Ye Chuan immediately changed the subject. I went to the toilet because I ate the honey. Blueberry Jam's smile returned to her face again. It actually has the effect of promoting gastrointestinal motility. My brother's products must be top-notch, As he said this, Blueberry Jam actually posed. Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, and then he said, Sister, help me light the fire when you have nothing to do. We two brothers and sisters will work together to make delicious food. Okay. Upon hearing this, Blueberry Jam nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice and immediately trotted out of the room. Ye Chuan ran to the shore. If it weren't for what the island owner said, Ye Chuan had almost forgotten that after he killed the giant squid, he threw it onto the shore. It was time to deal with it and trade it away. The double increase was not for nothing. Except for the 2 ink sacks that Ye Chuan kept, he put all the other things on the shelves. Ye Chuan had just put the squid meat on the shelf when Blueberry Jam screamed in shock again. Ye Chuan was speechless. He thought there shouldn't be any problem since he had not stepped out of Vetiver's circle after all. Brother, I just realized that our island has been moving all the time. Blueberry Jam shouted with wide eyes. It turned out to be a big sea turtle. It's so big. This is the ocean world. Don't make a fuss about anything. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly and said directly, Otherwise, how do you think I crossed thousands of miles to find you? That's right. Blueberry Jam scratched his head and nodded thoughtfully. Ignoring the Blueberry Jam, Ye Chuan ran to get a dozen large abalones and grouper, added some ingredients such as sugar, salt, soy sauce, etc., and started stewing them. Afterwards, Ye Chuan took out another 2 kilograms of flour and began to wash it with water. It took several minutes to wash out the gluten, and what was left was starch. Of course, if it was precipitated and then steamed in a pot, it would become cold skin, but what Ye Chuan needed now was starch. When it comes to braised bear paws, thickening the sauce is very important. After all, the ingredients are rare, and even if the materials are insufficient, you must try to make it as perfect as possible. The abalone and grouper soup was cooked for about half an hour. After the essence was boiled out, water starch was poured in to start thickening. At the same time, the bear paw that had been boiled for 3 hours was put into ice to cool it down. When the soup became almost thick, he got a sieve and started steaming the bear paws, pouring the thickened soup on them. At this time, it was already dark, but Blueberry Jam ran out of the room excitedly. Brother, what is that? It smells so good. This is the stuff you complained about this afternoon. Now it has been washed away, leaving only the essence. Ye Chuan explained. Wait a minute, you will taste a unique delicacy. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Blueberry Jam rubbed his hands excitedly. It was not until 10 minutes later that Ye Chuan finally finished making the bear paws and traded 6 of them to Zhao Feiyu and others. Lu Yi Weiwei couldn't help but ask in surprise. No way, this is actually a bear paw. I was lucky today. I killed a bear. Ye Chuan smiled with his teeth bared. I cut off the bear's paw and made this braised bear paw dish. But there are only 4 bear paws in total, and you actually gave me a whole one at once. I can't be the only island owner you have as a subordinate, right? Lu Yi Weiwei asked anxiously. How about I trade you half of it? No, you deserve to eat a whole bear paw. Ye Chuan immediately refused. They can just eat half. Isn't it bad? Lu Yi Weiwei was still conflicted. Just listen to me. It's absolutely right. Ye Chuan said in a domineering manner. Eat it. This is an order. Okay then. Lu Yi Weiwei then made a cute expression. Thousands of miles away, a girl wearing a cotton coat and glasses looked at the braised bear paw in front of her and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then she whispered, Why is he so good to me? Could it be that he? At this point, the girl immediately shook her head vigorously. No, how could it be? Why would I think so? We haven't even met. Ye Chuan replied to Lu Yi and the others, then came to the living room and found an action movie. Blueberry Jam on the side exclaimed in surprise again, Brother, it's delicious. Of course, we started making it after lunch. Ye Chuan said with a grin. Delicious food is the only thing in the world that you cannot miss. Upon hearing this, Blueberry Jam immediately burst into laughter. The two of them ate for a full hour and watched a movie. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening when Blueberry Jam ran to wash up and waved her little hand at Ye Chuan. "Brother, good night." "Good night." Ye Chuan curled his lips and returned to his room. Looking at the tablet, Wang Sanrui actually sent a message, which surprised Ye Chuan. He couldn't help but reply, "Do you want to buy bear meat or squid meat?" "No, I plan to buy basic resources from you," Wang Sanrui replied. Chapter 156. Wang Sanrui's Big Investment, Skill Card. Ye Chuan was stunned. This guy has always been exchanging rare supplies with me for food and water, but this time he wants to exchange him for basic supplies. Ye Chuan smiled and asked immediately, "Brother, you have to know that I don't have many basic supplies. You have to at least show some sincerity, otherwise I really can't trade with you. Do you know skill cards?" Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. "Skill card." Ye Chuan was stunned. "That's right, it can be applied to pets or cards on ships," Wang Sanrui said seriously. "But the skills are random, and I don't know what specific skills I will get. How do I know if it's true? I've been in Ocean World for more than a month, and this is the first time I've heard of this thing." Ye Chuan replied unhappily. Wang Sanrui snorted coldly and immediately put the skill card into the trading column. Ye Chuan immediately saw a card, the size of a playing card, with a pattern of a three-headed dragon drawn on it. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. It looked like a game card. "System, is there really such a thing as skill cards?" Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. "Skill cards have a 1 in a million chance of opening and can refresh more than a dozen different skills. They are very valuable." The system immediately gave an explanation. "Oh my God, system, you are so mean." Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately said speechlessly, "I have you," which is equivalent to cheating, but the pet egg that is 1 in 10 million is not obtained by me, and now this so-called skill card is not obtained by me either. Aren't you supposed to favor me alone? Attention, the system is independent of the ocean world and cannot influence the ocean world. The system explained immediately. Besides, even if it was not opened by the host, didn't the host get it in the end? I am unable to refute what you said." Ye Chuan was stunned and suddenly speechless. "Friend, are you going to trade or not? For this skill card, I sacrificed an affiliated island owner." Seeing that Ye Chuan had not responded for a long time, Wang Sanrui became a little anxious. "How much do you want to trade?" Ye Chuan frowned and asked. "Nails 1,000, wood boards 1,000, metal sheets 1,000, plastics 1,000, glass 1,000, stones 1,000. Wang Sanrui listed them immediately. "Oh my God, so many." Ye Chuan replied immediately. Of course, these are not a problem for Ye Chuan at all. Even if he traded more than these in the trading interface today, although skill cards are precious, Ye Chuan still wants to lower the price. "I got this skill card by sacrificing a subordinate island owner." Wang Sanrui replied immediately. "Isn't a human life worth this little bit of supplies? If it were in Jiuzhou, of course it would be valuable, but this is the hell-level novice area of the ocean world, and human life is worthless." Ye Chuan bargained. "I am very interested in the skill card, but this is not a reason for you to ask me for so many supplies. You must add something else." "My friend, don't push your luck," Wang Sanrui said, gritting his teeth. "It's up to you whether to make the deal or not. I don't care," Ye Chuan said, and replied with a spread hands expression. Since Wang Sanrui said this, he must need these supplies, which means that he must get the skill card. Island Area Expansion Card. Wang Sanrui was so angry that he was shaking. "I can only add one more Island Area Expansion Card at most." "Okay, since you've made concessions, I can't be unkind and will reluctantly make a deal with you," Ye Chuan said, and immediately completed the deal with Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui's face had already turned livid. He stared at Ye Chuan's ID and said almost word by word, "Show off, but when the ice melts, that will be the day you die." As he said that, he began to take out a small portion of the supplies and upgraded the wooden house into a single apartment. Ye Chuan was also very excited when looking at this skill card. After all, with the blessing of double amplification, he got 2 cards at once, and he immediately used the last triple value-added card on the skill card. As a result, the original 1 skill card became 6. "Great. I'll use them on my turtle, my pig, and the 3 little ones tomorrow." Ye Chuan laughed loudly and read the messages in the public chat room for a while. After collecting the traded materials, he didn't plan to go to bed until after 11 o'clock in the evening. "Brother, get up." In a daze, Ye Chuan suddenly heard the voice of Blueberry Jam. He thought it was a dream and ignored it. Just a few seconds later, a warm finger blocked his nose. Ye Chuan was startled and opened his eyes immediately. What he saw was the little face of Blueberry Jam. "What are you doing?" Ye Chuan frowned and asked in a deep voice. I saw you hadn't gotten up yet at 8 o'clock, so I thought something was wrong with you. So I came in. Blueberry Jam immediately took a few steps back and said aggrievedly, "Are you angry? The room is a relatively private place. Can you just come in casually?" Ye Chuan said unhappily. "You should go out first, and don't come in casually in the future." Oh, Blueberry Jam's pouting mouth was enough to tie a donkey, and he quickly turned and left. Alas, having a companion is both good and bad. Ye Chuan shook his head speechlessly, then said, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 5 wooden boards, and 1 greenhouse manufacturing diagram." The system's voice followed. "It's a pity that the double increase has disappeared, otherwise we would be able to get 2 greenhouse manufacturing plants. Alas, there are gains and losses." Ye Chuan comforted himself like this, then went out to wash up and called Blueberry Jam. "Girl, what do you want for breakfast?" "Everything my brother makes is delicious. I like it all," Blueberry Jam said immediately. "How about drinking corn porridge?" Ye Chuan asked. Okay. Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly and clapped his hands happily. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately boiled a pot of water and then added corn flour mixed with cold water. In just a dozen seconds, the aroma of corn paste spread all around. After cooking for a while, Ye Chuan finally filled 8 bowls and traded 6 bowls away. "It's so early in the morning, and I don't know what to eat. Let's have a bowl of corn porridge to warm our stomachs." "Corn porridge is quite delicious. I used to drink it often at home at night," Lu Yiwei said with a smile. "I suddenly miss my hometown a little bit." "Then let's drink it often from now on," Ye Chuan replied immediately. "Yeah." Lu Yiwei's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Ye Chuan quickly finished drinking the corn porridge and ran out impatiently, ready to teach the turtles some skills. Chapter 157. Crazy Skill Increase, Discovering Diamonds. After the turtle reached level 10, it had the skills of Water Bomb and Countercurrent. Ye Chuan first held the skill card with both hands together, praying for a more powerful skill, and then used the skill card on the turtle. As a faint light appeared, the skill card turned into stars and then disappeared. Ye Chuan immediately opened the turtle's information panel. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 10, 0/12,000. Skills, Water Bomb, Intermediate, Countercurrent, Elementary, Absolute Gravity. Talents, Longevity, Fast Healing, Crawling. As expected, there is a new skill, Absolute Gravity. The system immediately gave an introduction, Absolute Gravity, which requires the host's command to use. The turtle will be 1 meter away from the sea surface within 3 seconds, and then fall heavily, generating a force of thousands of tons, which can smash the enemies under the turtle's body into pieces. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, huge waves will also be generated, thus interfering with, or even directly killing the enemy. "Oh my god, this skill is quite shocking." Ye Chuan nodded slightly. However, it seems that this skill has no levels. Perhaps it becomes more powerful as the turtle's weight increases? Afterwards, Ye Chuan used 3 skill cards on the 3 little ones at the same time, and then opened the information panel. Name, Albatross. Level 8, Growth Stage. Evolution Value, 0/4500. Skills, Diving Claws, can grab 120 kilograms, Flame Feather Arrows, 8. Talents, Diving, Fishing, Flying, and Sailing. The 3 little ones all have the same skill, called Fiery Feather Arrows. They turn their own feathers into arrows and then shoot them down. They can achieve the same effect as the rotating crossbow arrows, but are faster and more unexpected. However, their power is not as great as the rotating crossbow arrows and can only be used for surprise attacks. An albatross at level 8 can only shoot 8 flaming feather arrows. It is estimated that the number of feather arrows will increase as the level increases. However, Ye Chuan is not sure why it is called flaming feather arrows, and the system has not given an explanation. Perhaps when the levels of the 3 little ones reach a certain level in the future, the mystery will be solved. Next, it's the dolphin. Ye Chuan smiled slightly and immediately used the skill card on the dolphin, and then opened the dolphin's information panel. Name, Dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level, 10. Evolution Value, 0/6000. Skills, Sonic Interference, Intermediate, Absolute Impact, Intermediate, Semi-Transmission, 10s. Talent, Deep Diving, 1800 meters. Note, in Absolute Impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and the primary impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 2,000 kilograms of force. The host needs to actively use the dolphin's pupil transmission to transmit the images seen by the dolphin. However, a level 10 dolphin can only transmit for 10 seconds and can only be used once a day. Even so, It was enough to make Ye Chuan happy. He immediately shouted at the dolphin to dive quickly to the bottom of the sea. He only used this skill after the dolphin almost reached the bottom of the sea. All of a sudden, the scenery on the seabed was transmitted into Ye Chuan's mind. Sea dragons, sailfish, lanternfish, etc. were swimming freely, and many fish would run away immediately after seeing dolphins. The seabed of this sea is covered with sand, and there lie flounders, hermit crabs, and many strange little animals. Ye Chuan also saw a pink thing that looked like a diamond. However, before he could take a closer look, 10 seconds had passed, and Ye Chuan immediately ordered the dolphin to salvage the stone. Dozens of seconds later, the dolphin suddenly rushed out of the sea and spit out a pink crystal that was not much smaller than a ping-pong ball towards Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan immediately took it and took a look. It looked about the same as a diamond. System, what is this? Diamond. The system immediately gave an answer. It's indeed a diamond. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Diamond is the raw material used to make diamonds. After processing and cutting, it will become a dazzling diamond. Although the myth of diamonds has been broken, large diamonds are still loved by people. This diamond is at least 2,000 carats. After processing, it can be at least 1,000 or even 1,300 carats. Not to mention other things, it can at least be sold for millions, right? My goodness, are there many of these things on the seabed? After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan asked again. Dolphin immediately nodded to Ye Chuan, which made Ye Chuan excited. He immediately asked the system to mark the coordinates of this place, just waiting to pick up diamonds or sell them later. Should I use the last skill card on the turtle? At this time, Ye Chuan took out the last skill card and couldn't help but mutter to himself in a troubled mood. Note that an evolved beast can only use one skill card. Using more than one skill card will be ineffective. The system immediately gave a prompt. Fuck, this sentence made Ye Chuan stunned. I used the last triple value-added card to get 6 skill cards, but I can't use the remaining one. Isn't this really speechless? In the end, Ye Chuan could only sigh helplessly and accept this reality. He then posted a message in the public chat room. I have a skill card that can be used on your pet to give it powerful skills. There is only one, so hurry up and buy it. Oh my god, there are actually such things as skill cards. But you can't even support people, but you still want to raise pets. Are you crazy? Hey, just because you don't have a pet doesn't mean others don't have one either. After all, the ocean world is so big, and there must be at least tens of millions of surviving island owners. How can they not have a pet? If someone really has a pet, then this skill card can let their pet help them fight. That would be awesome. You're overthinking it. If you raise a hamster, what do you think it can do even if it has skills? You know what? I actually have a hamster. Once the novice period is over, I'll ask my family to trade it to me. Oh, look at you, you are so cocky. Do you think you can survive past the novice period? It's been so dangerous in just over a month. How can you survive the next 4 months? Fuck you, you're cursing me. For a while, the island owners began to argue fiercely about the issue of pets, but Ye Chuan watched for a few minutes, and it seemed that no island owner confessed that he had a pet. However, the probability of obtaining a skill card is 1 in a million. If divided according to the 30 million island owners, there are 30 island owners who have pets. Even if some of them die, it is impossible that you are the only one with a pet in such a large novice area, right? Hello, how much is your skill card? Just when Ye Chuan was struggling, an island owner finally sent a message. Chapter 158 Vegetable Seed Pack, Silk Soft Armor. It seems that there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the ocean world. Ye Chuan could not help but nodded slightly and immediately asked, It doesn't matter what I want. The key is what you have. Tell me what you think is more precious, and I will see if it is worth money. The most precious thing I have right now is probably the vegetable seed package. The other party replied immediately. It contains seeds of 5 kinds of vegetables. Which 5? Ye Chuan's expression changed. I don't know about that. The introduction only says that there are seeds of 5 kinds of vegetables, but it doesn't specify which 5 kinds. The other party replied, maybe it depends on luck. It's so cold, even vegetable seeds can't survive. Ye Chuan spread his hands and said, This is just a bargaining chip. What else? Brother, do you know how heavy vegetable seeds are? In this ocean world, if you don't eat vegetables for a month, you might get sepsis. The other party replied again in seconds. I think this bag of vegetable seeds is very precious. That's no longer a possibility. Ye Chuan smiled. All right, that's it. Try your luck again, and you may come across a unique skill card. Wait, the other party replied immediately. I have another set of summer clothes, made of silk. I have tested it, and a dagger will not leave any marks on it. So, this is a piece of silk soft armor that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Ye Chuan asked immediately. That's right, the other party replied very seriously. It's absolutely genuine. If that's the case, then it can be traded, Ye Chuan said, and immediately put the skill card into the trading column. The other party also put clothes and vegetable seed packages on the shelves, and the two of them completed the transaction immediately. Friend, I just traded the skill card to you, and you plan to trade it to someone else? Wang Sanrui also saw the message and immediately sent a message to Ye Chuan. We have completed the transaction, so it belongs to me. I don't have any pets or anything like that, so can I trade it away? Ye Chuan replied unhappily. What? Do you still want to intervene? I'm just asking. Wang Sanrui replied and said no more. Wang Sanrui knew very well that some of the pets owned by the island owners were mostly very powerful. He had long wanted to deal with Ye Chuan. Although he did not know Ye Chuan's other strengths, he at least knew that he did not have very powerful pets, so the chance of defeating him was increased by more than half. Ye Chuan, let's see how you die this time. The t-shirt and shorts that were traded are all white with Kyushu-style patterns painted on them. They are quite artistic and feel very cool to the touch. Based on what the island owner said, Ye Chuan took out his big knife, found a stone, put it on the stone, and chopped it down with force. With a loud bang, the stone shattered, but there was no trace of the knife on the t-shirt, and there was not even any dust. It's really invulnerable, and it also has the function of automatically cleaning dust. Ye Chuan said to himself in surprise. In other words, as long as I have this set of clothes, I can wear it all summer without having to change clothes. Cool. Ye Chuan laughed, looked at the vegetable seed bag again, and opened it directly. Immediately, seeds of 5 kinds of vegetables, including tomatoes, beans, leeks, cabbage, and okra, appeared in front of Ye Chuan, with 30 seeds of each vegetable. Strictly speaking, these vegetable seeds are more valuable than that set of clothes. Ye Chuan smiled and immediately handed the seeds to Friday. Friday, it seems that you will be busy these 2 days. The meaning of my existence is to farm. This is what I should do, Friday said without hesitation. There's no land left, right? Ye Chuan nodded and asked. I have fertile black soil, so I can reclaim another piece of land. Friday said immediately, but there are still 2 greenhouses. If you want to collect these things for planting, I'm afraid you will have to buy more greenhouses. That's no problem, just do it. Ye Chuan laughed. One last thing, how about the fruit? 3 days, 3 more days, and it will be fully mature. Friday gave the deadline. Okay. Ye Chuan laughed and patted Friday, telling it to get busy. Next, Ye Chuan built another shed next to the original warehouse. Soon, a warehouse that was 20 meters long and 15 meters wide appeared in front of Ye Chuan, which was exactly the same as the previous one. Brother, you built another warehouse. Blueberry Jam came over and said with a smile, by the way, your warehouse actually has a password. What's in it? There's some supplies. Because the room is not big enough, I got more and more, so I built a warehouse. Ye Chuan explained, at present, I have a lot of supplies, and I am running out of space. This warehouse can be said to have solved my urgent needs. Why don't I see any supplies? Blueberry Jam asked suspiciously. Ye Chuan did not answer, but went straight to the warehouse. He put all the materials that he had received and temporarily stored in the system inventory into the warehouse. After all, the fruit is about to be harvested, and 3 kinds of fruit require at least 3 inventory slots. This fruit is different from other things. It must be stored in a vacuum environment. Otherwise, it will all rot even if it is not stored for a long time. You have to know that this is the ocean world, and each fruit is worth a fortune. How can we just throw it away? Wow, brother, are you performing magic? Where did you get all these supplies from? Seeing a lot of supplies suddenly appear in front of him, Blueberry Jam shouted excitedly. What is this? A manufacturing diagram of an attack-type medium-sized sailboat. And this is a bicycle. Do you have to be so ignorant? Ye Chuan's mouth twitched. Hee, this is really the first time I've encountered something like this. Blueberry Jam laughed and said, it's amazing. I'll give you a diamond. Go and play with it. Ye Chuan shook his head weakly and threw the pink diamond to Blueberry Jam. Blueberry Jam became excited again. Brother, such a big diamond. And it's pink. It must be worth millions at least. Do you like it? Ye Chuan nodded. I like it. I like it so much. I love you so much. Blueberry Jam laughed loudly and was about to pounce on Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan immediately hit aside. Girl, go back to your room to study. I want to be alone. Who is Jingjing? Blueberry Jam asked suspiciously. Chapter 159 System Warning, Super Cold Wave. Huh? Ye Chuan looked at the Blueberry Jam in confusion. I'm just kidding you, huh? Blueberry Jam burst into laughter and ran into the room. Is this girl suffering from some serious illness? Looking at Blueberry Jam jogging along the way, Ye Chuan shook his head helplessly, then turned and went to the turtle's head. After a week of accumulation, There are now 15 supply boxes, but most of them were caught by the dolphin, which is of course due to its absolute impact. Well, with a pig in hand, the world is mine. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately opened all the supply boxes. Stones 7, instant noodles 5, mineral water 3, wooden planks 5, charcoal 3, bread 2. What was dispensed were still the basic supplies, but just instant noodles, 13 packs were dispensed. It was probably because of the freezing cold weather that even the ocean world began to feel pity for the island owners, so most of the supplies dispensed were food and water. It's a pity that the ice is too thick, and 90 of the island owners may not be able to salvage the supply boxes. If nothing else, at least I can have fast food for lunch today. After putting those simple supplies into the warehouse, Ye Chuan returned to the room with the instant noodles with a smile on his face. He then took out 2 king crabs, cooked them, and peeled all the meat of the king crabs while adding blueberry jam. Ye Chuan ran to cook a big pot of fish soup with grouper. After taking out the grouper, he asked blueberry jam to pick the fish meat. He used a knife to chop the king crab meat into small pieces. Then he threw instant noodles into the fish soup, and then threw in the king crab meat and fish meat. He didn't start to serve the instant noodles until they were soft. What a nice smell. Blueberry jam took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Brother, you are so great. Even the instant noodles you cook taste so delicious." "Just average, third in the world," Ye Chuan said with a smile. "Then who are the first and second?" Blueberry jam asked immediately. "I'm third, and no one dares to claim first or second. Eat it while it's hot," Ye Chuan said, carrying 6 large bowls to trade with Zhao Feiyu and the others. "Brother, do you have any clouds there?" Little Flying Dragon suddenly asked. "I see clouds are coming to me soon, and I feel so depressed." "How long will it take for the cloud to reach you?" Ye Chuan was stunned and asked immediately. "We'll probably get there tonight." Little Flying Dragon pouted. "I'm not pretending to be fragile. I just got a little scared when I suddenly saw this scenery." "Are you still a man?" Ye Chuan's mouth twitched, and he was suddenly speechless. "I can't help it. I've been living a life of luxury since I was little," Little Flying Dragon said pitifully. "But who would have thought that the theoretical and practical knowledge I learned would be of no use at all in the ocean world? And the ocean world has become like this. I'm so sad. Don't complain to me. A man should shed blood and sweat, not tears." Ye Chuan immediately scolded. "What does it mean to cry so much?" As he spoke, Ye Chuan used one of his 2 remaining super locators to locate the Little Flying Dragon. Liang Hongying, Lu Shuai, and Hai Gui have all been there, so they can still get there even without using the super locator. Ye Chuan plans to use the last one on Lu Yi Weiwei and leave Zhao Feiyu alone to ignore for the time being. After all, although Zhao Feiyu is the one who can help him the most, he also has the strongest survival ability, so there is no need to pay attention to him for the time being. This is Ye Chuan's plan now, to gradually bring everyone together. There is strength in numbers. Besides, after more than 2 months when the barrier is removed, the foreign regions will definitely invade Kyushu district. This way, we can all be together and take care of each other. Fortunately, the Little Flying Dragon was not very far away from him, only about 300 nautical miles away, and the turtle's current speed was about 8 nautical miles per hour. So if he set out now, he would be able to arrive the day after tomorrow morning. However, Ye Chuan did not tell Xiao Feilong about this matter. He just chatted for a few words, and then said nothing more. "Attention, the most terrifying cold wave in the novice zone will fall from the sky early this morning. The temperature will drop to -37 degrees Celsius. Please take precautions." In the afternoon, Ye Chuan was preparing to make some milk tea when the system's voice came over very abruptly. "Super cold wave?" Ye Chuan was stunned. "It doesn't matter to me, but the countless island owners in the novice area will suffer. There is a warm cloud passing by right now, but suddenly such a terrible cold wave appears. Is the ocean world going to test everyone's cold resistance once again?" Ye Chuan's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately ran into Blueberry Jam's room. "Brother, what are you doing?" The sudden action frightened Blueberry Jam so much that she shivered and couldn't help but ask shyly. Ye Chuan ignored her and immediately posted a message in the public chat room using her super tablet. "Everyone, please note that there will be a super cold wave in the novice area at dawn tonight. The temperature will drop to around -37 degrees Celsius. Prepare your cold weather tools." Fuck, who the hell is this? The weather is about to warm up, so why is there a cold wave? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. We came to the ocean to survive, not to die, okay? I think we should all make some preparations. At least the small stoves are burning brightly. If this is true, we might be finished. You actually believed such a clumsy prank? Clouds are passing through here. The temperature has risen by at least 10 degrees. There might be a cold wave coming? I'm laughing so hard. For a while, the public chat room exploded. Except for a small number of people who believed the news, everyone else was mocking. Of course, Ye Chuan did not pay attention to everyone's attitude. Although we are competitors, the biggest enemy should be the foreign regions. Telling them this news out of humanitarianism is already the greatest kindness to them. What they do next is none of our business. At this time, Ye Chuan used the garment-making machine to make 2 coats with the tiger skin and bear skin he had peeled off before, and gave them to Zhao Feiyu and Lu Shuai respectively. Xiao Feilong gave him a dogskin coat. The 3 women had already given them solar heating blankets, so there was no need to give them anything else. As long as they stayed in the tent or the cabin, they could completely withstand this cold wave. Perhaps this is the last test that the ocean world gives to everyone? Currently, Ye Chuan still has 8 dogskin coats in his hand. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan directly took out 5 and put them on the shelf. Dogskin coats are rare items for trading. Hurry if you want to buy them. If you are not serious, please do not disturb. Chapter 160, Preparations Before the Cold Wave, Stir-Fried Milk Tea. Oh my god, someone just said there's going to be a super cold wave, and now someone's selling dog fur coats. Isn't that fast? I feel like this guy is selling dog fur coats. He deliberately found a shill and split the profits 20 to 80. Dude, you must be a reseller, right? You have such a magical idea, let alone the cold wave. The cold wave can't freeze you. Anyway, I think this is just a hype. I will never buy a shitty dog fur coat. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. It's the only way. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. Suddenly, the public chat room became lively again. The guy who just said that he would definitely not buy a dogskin coat privately chatted with Ye Chuan. Brother, how are you going to sell this dogskin coat? Anyway, I'm trading in rare materials. If you have anything, just tell me and I'll take a look. Ye Chuan replied calmly. As long as I feel it's suitable, we'll make a deal. I don't have anything too good here. How about a speedboat manufacturing blueprint? The other party asked hesitantly. Tonight, I can tell you responsibly that an estimated 60 to 70% of the people will freeze to death. Ye Chuan replied seriously. Do you think a speedboat manufacturing plan can save your life? Well, the other party obviously hesitated for a moment. Okay, 2 speedboat manufacturing plants. I was so lucky that I got these when I first arrived at Ocean World. This was originally the capital for me to turn the tables. Now I give them to you. That's better. Ye Chuan immediately agreed and completed the transaction with the other party. Ye Chuan didn't even need to look. This speedboat was most likely powered by electricity. It seemed that the probability of getting electricity in the ocean world was much greater than the probability of getting gasoline and diesel. So many of the power items obtained were also electric. This is in line with the call for environmental protection. This tiger skin coat is so cool. At this time, Zhao Feiyu had already received the tiger skin coat and couldn't help but reply excitedly. Your clothing making skills are too strong, right? I have a clothing machine that can make clothes based on various animal furs or cloths. Ye Chuan said seriously. Wear them to sleep tonight, or just don't sleep at all. You must resist this cold wave. Will there really be a cold wave? Zhao Feiyu asked in surprise. You may not believe what others say, but you must believe what I say. Ye Chuan replied. Yeah. Zhao Feiyu then took it seriously. If someone else had said this, he would have definitely taken it as a joke, but Ye Chuan was different from anyone else. Not only could he predict various disasters in advance, he also had an inexhaustible supply of water and food. Now, Zhao Feiyu unconditionally believes in every word Ye Chuan says. Now that everything that should be done has been done, Ye Chuan no longer thinks about it. He immediately puts 50 g of tea leaves and 50 g of sugar into a large pot, turns on a low heat, and slowly stir-fries them. This homemade milk tea is simple and nutritious, and is definitely the best drink to have on a desert island. As Ye Chuan stir-fried the tea leaves, the white sugar soon turned into sugar color. The tea leaves also became extremely soft, exuding a strong tea aroma. Ye Chuan nodded, immediately poured 3 L of goat milk into the big pot, and started cooking it over high heat. Brother, are you making milk tea? Blueberry Jam ran over after smelling the aroma and said excitedly, What a pity, it would be nice if there were pearls. The pearls in bubble tea are delicious. Ye Chuan took a look at the blueberry jam and said, It seems to be just SOSO, right? Hee, I think it's still quite delicious. Blueberry Jam couldn't help but say with a smile. Ye Chuan shrugged slightly. After all, everyone has different tastes, and he doesn't like pearls very much anyway. 10 minutes later, as the goat milk boiled, the rich aroma of milk tea spread all around. Blueberry Jam stood aside, drooling. It wasn't until Ye Chuan poured her a cup and she took a sip that she shouted in disbelief. Oh my god, brother, try it. It's delicious. Of course. Ye Chuan nodded and took a sip. The aroma of tea leaves and goat milk has mixed together to form a unique milk tea flavor. It is worthy of being ingredients from the ocean world. The mixed aroma has already reached a level that cannot be surpassed. Ye Chuan nodded with great satisfaction. It's really good. Afterwards, Ye Chuan poured the milk tea into the thermos bucket and waited to drink it in the evening. After all, he was about to encounter a super cold wave, and Ye Chuan also wanted to see what this super cold wave was like. Soon, night fell, and Ye Chuan stewed tofu with pig intestines and chili peppers, and traded one portion to each person. Eat a bowl of pig intestine stewed with tofu to warm yourself up. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. After all, a cold wave is coming soon. If it's really too cold, we should be prepared. Afterwards, Ye Chuan called blueberry jam to the coffee table in the living room to eat. It was probably around 10 o'clock in the evening. Ye Chuan suddenly frowned and ran out immediately to drive the chickens and sheep into the warehouse. After all, the temperature in the warehouse was a constant 10 degrees. Although the chicken coop and sheep pen were also good, who knew if they could withstand the low temperature of minus 37 degrees? If they couldn't, wouldn't he just be left staring blankly? Fearing that they would run around, Ye Chuan called the three little ones to keep an eye on them. Only then did Ye Chuan feel relieved and returned to the room. He traded 500 milliliters of monkey wine and 300 milliliters of milk tea to each of the 6 people. Everyone drink the milk tea first. It has a refreshing effect, so as not to fall asleep. Although we have prepared well enough, at the end, if it is still cold, we can drink monkey wine, which can definitely resist the cold. Don't worry, big brother, I can definitely handle it. Xiao Feilong immediately replied with a grin. I have absolute confidence in you. It's useless to have confidence in me. You must have confidence in yourself. Ye Chuan replied unhappily. Just wait. After this cold wave passes, I think we will finally be able to enjoy the sweetness of life. Looking forward to it, Xiao Feilong replied excitedly. At that moment, Ye Chuan didn't say anything else. He returned to the living room, turned on the TV, and watched Guo Xiaojing's crosstalk while eating melon seeds and drinking milk tea. Blueberry Jam was about to go to bed, but when she heard the noise outside, she couldn't help but wonder, Brother, why aren't you asleep yet? If you can't sleep, go to sleep. Ye Chuan shook his head. Then I'll accompany you. Anyway, I usually go to bed at 1 or 2 in the morning. Blueberry Jam said with a smile, and sat down to eat melon seeds. Ye Chuan did not stop him. After all, the night was long, and having a beautiful woman by his side would help alleviate the loneliness. As time passed, midnight soon arrived. Ye Chuan's heart became nervous, and he immediately opened the door. Chapter 161 Cold Wave Arrives, Saturday. Brother, what are you looking at? Seeing this, Blueberry Jam grabbed a handful of melon seeds and followed him out of the room. However, it was still quiet outside, and it was pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all, which made Ye Chuan frown. There was nothing. Could it be that there was a bug in the system, or that the cold wave was coming from a foreign region and was slower? Brother, look what that is. At this moment, Blueberry Jam suddenly pointed up into the sky and asked. When I looked up, I saw a cloud of white mist slowly descending. Go back to the house quickly. Ye Chuan shouted in a low voice, grabbed Blueberry Jam's arm, and walked into the room, closing the door immediately. Hate it, you hurt me. Blueberry Jam pouted slightly and muttered softly. Ye Chuan looked outside through the window and saw that the white mist quickly came to the ground. Everything it touched was covered with a thick layer of ice. Then snowflakes began to fall from the sky, but it was still very quiet. Brother, why did it freeze so quickly? Blueberry Jam asked in surprise. It would be strange if it didn't freeze so quickly. Now, we can go to bed. Good night. Ye Chuan said, and immediately turned back to the super tablet to watch. At this time, the public chat room was already lively. Damn it, a cold wave is coming. Even though I'm in the tent and wearing thick cotton clothes, the stove went out in an instant. I still feel cold, but it's not a big problem. Which grandson called on everyone to boycott dogskin coats this afternoon? Come out, and I promise I won't beat you to death. Hey, you didn't bite if I didn't let you. Why didn't you jump into the water if I told you to? Anyway, I'm wrapped in this dog fur coat. It's so warm, Are you kidding us? I'm kidding you. If I didn't, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Is it very cold? You can actually type, which means it's not very cold. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realized that there seemed to be fewer people chatting. Oh, they must have frozen to death, or their hands must have frozen. Anyway, a lot of people must have died this night. It's snowing? Because Ye Chuan had told him to do so in advance, Xiao Feilong had not slept all day. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the rain had turned into snow, and it was getting heavier and heavier, and the temperature finally began to drop. Xiao Feilong wore a dogskin coat and wrapped himself tightly in a small quilt made of cloth, which covered the entire tent. Only then did he feel a little warmer. Brother is really smart. He said the temperature would drop, and it did. My equipment should be able to withstand this night, right? Luckily, I have a solar heating blanket. It was fully charged during the day, so even though the temperature dropped drastically, I didn't feel too cold. Louis huddled in the tent with a smile on his face. Luckily, I have Ye Chuan. Otherwise, even if I could survive by chance, I would definitely not survive such a horrible cold wave. After waiting until around 1 in the morning, seeing that nothing happened, Ye Chuan said nothing more and went straight to bed. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight shone on his face. Ye Chuan opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. Ye Chuan immediately put on his clothes and left the room. It seemed that the temperature was not as cold as last night, and the ice was slowly melting. Everything was moving in a good direction. Sign in, Ye Chuan said as he drove the chickens and sheep out of the warehouse. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. 1 tool man, 1 out of 6 fashionable women's clothing. Shit. Ye Chuan's expression changed. Unexpectedly, another tool man appeared. It was really surprising. Having said that, Ye Chuan immediately took out the robot from the system inventory. She is almost as tall as Friday, and her body is also covered with metal bones, but her face is very beautiful, and she has short black hair. She looks like a very capable woman. So handsome. Ye Chuan laughed and rubbed his hands. System, what can this tool man do? A robot that can assist the host in cooking and processing various ingredients. The system answered directly. Equipped with a super battery, the host only needs to turn on the tool man's switch, and he will get an unexpected surprise. Some time ago, I was wondering if there was a cooking robot to free my hands. I didn't expect that the system would be given to me so soon. Although the system is not a good thing on weekdays, it is still quite good most of the time. Ye Chuan laughed loudly and turned on the robot. The system is starting up, please wait. What happened next was the same as when Friday first arrived. At the end, the tool man said to Ye Chuan, meet the master. What can you do? Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction and then asked, I can help you process all the ingredients and cook the most delicious meals. The robot replied immediately. That's great, but don't call me master from now on. Call me Brother Chuan. Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction and then handed the robot a choice of 6 suits. Pick a nice one and put it on. Okay, Brother Chuan, said the robot, and immediately started choosing clothes. Well, from now on you will be called Saturday. Ye Chuan stood aside and said with a smile, you are a girl, and there is a boy named Friday, who is very handsome. You two can chat, exchange feelings, and have a little romance. Brother Chuan, I'm not programmed to fall in love. Saturday replied immediately. It's true that there is no setting, but that doesn't prevent us from falling in love. Ye Chuan said with a grin. You two will understand after spending some time together. Aren't feelings something that is developed through time? Friday has been a good boy since he was young, Friday. Friday, I'm here. Friday came running over immediately. When he saw Saturday, his eyes lit up. Brother Chuan, this is Saturday. She's the same type as you, but she's a girl, so you have to take care of her. Ye Chuan said while winking at Friday. Don't worry, Brother Chuan. I will definitely take good care of her. Friday nodded repeatedly. Sister Saturday, I will take you around and familiarize you with our island first, okay? It's obviously my island. Why do you say it's your island? Ye Chuan muttered speechlessly and shook his head. Just as he was about to feed the sheep and chickens, the system's voice came. An optional hidden task has been discovered. Do you accept it? Optional hidden tasks. Ye Chuan was startled. Hidden tasks are hidden tasks, so what? Can they be selected? Ye Chuan immediately asked, what optional hidden tasks? Chapter 162, Ye Chuan's Choice. After the super cold wave, there are only 2 million surviving novice island owners in the Jeozhou region. According to the system's estimation, when the regional barrier disappears in a month, there will be less than 100,000 surviving novice island owners, and they will not be able to compete with foreign regions. The host can choose to let it develop and become stronger on his own, or help the novice island owner as much as possible, and he will receive corresponding rewards. The system responded immediately. System, are you sick? Our own development is so slow right now, and I still want to help others. Do you think I'm so enthusiastic? Ye Chuan complained weakly. The host can choose between 2 methods, or choose to refuse to accept this optional hidden task. The system did not explain, but replied directly. Accept. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and accepted the task with a dark face. It has been detected that the host has accepted the optional hidden task. Please make a choice as soon as possible. The system replied immediately. Fuck, so fast. Ye Chuan curled his lips. Although Ye Chuan did not want to bother with those novice island owners, after all, everyone would be competitors in the future. In other words, in this world, There must be a country before there can be a home, and before everyone becomes a competitor, they all have a common identity. People of Kyushu. When facing foreign island owners, the Kyushu island owners must unite. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan said directly, choose to help the novice island owner. It is detected that the host has accepted the hidden mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system spoke again. Damn it, the system is really crazy. How can there be such a selfless hidden task? Ye Chuan lightly hit his head and smiled helplessly. However, he couldn't help the novice island owners as much as possible. After all, there were 2 million, not 200, let alone 20. He could only provide food and water to the novice island owners as much as possible. It seems that my idea of taking Xiao Feilong over is right. Let him cast a net to catch fish and trade them to the affiliated island owners who need them. This can save me most of the effort. Each one suddenly had an idea and nodded with a smile. Well, we can get there early tomorrow morning, so let's start this mission tomorrow. Brother, what are we having for breakfast? At this time, Blueberry Jam rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room, stretched, and asked lazily. Looking at Blueberry Jam's beautiful figure, Ye Chuan shook his head. It's almost 10 o'clock, let's eat at noon. Are you very hungry now? No, actually I thought you had already prepared the meal, hee. Blueberry Jam immediately said with a smile. Brother, take off your clothes and I'll help you wash. You've been here for several days and haven't done anything. I feel embarrassed. Are you going to help me wash clothes or give me a bath? Ye Chuan asked Blueberry Jam in surprise. Of course I'm helping you wash clothes. What are you thinking about? Blueberry Jam's face turned red instantly, and she said shyly. No need for that. My clothes have an automatic dust removal function and do not need to be washed. Ye Chuan immediately refused. The same goes for your clothes. Even if you wear them for a month, they won't get dirty. Really? Blueberry Jam exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this too magical? What's so magical about this? This is normal operation of Ocean World. Ye Chuan said, turned back to the room, and checked the message in the public chat room. Hey, what's the situation over there? I'm almost freezing to death, and the water I stored in the cabin has frozen into a thick layer of ice. Now there's no water source. I'm going to die of thirst. Who said it wasn't? The temperature dropped by at least 15 degrees in an instant. If I didn't have 2 sets of cotton clothes, I would have turned into an ice stick by now. The ice on the sea has become thicker. We can't get the supply boxes out, and there's no food or water. We can only survive for 3 more days at best. Be optimistic. What if someone helps us? Dude, are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? Who is going to help you? Are you hallucinating from the cold? This is just a beautiful wish. Don't we even have the right to have wishes? Watching everyone's argument, Ye Chuan shook his head slightly, and then sent a message to Xiao Feilong. How is the situation over there? After the cold wave came, the clouds moved more slowly. It snowed heavily last night, and now the snow on the island is 50 centimeters thick. Little Flying Dragon replied. It's almost impossible to move. Where is Yuntuan now? Ye Chuan asked again. It's getting faster. I think it's going to leave me soon. Xiao Feilong replied after more than 10 seconds. Having said that, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. Although we experienced a cold wave here last night, the temperature has now returned to more than 20 degrees below zero and is still rising slowly. It is estimated that it will soon reach above zero. For the entire novice area, it seems that the clouds are the key. The cold wave turns the warm air into cold air. As the clouds move forward, they will slowly absorb the cold. In this way, the novice area will soon warm up. This is a good sign. After thinking it through, Ye Chuan directly replied to Xiao Feilong. Let's just leave it this way for now. Anyway, there won't be much entertainment for you to do even if you go out. It will be fine if the snow melts slowly. Xiao Feilong curled his lips slightly. He was free anyway, and even though Ye Chuan said that, Xiao Feilong still planned to clean up the snow on the island, just as a form of exercise. Ye Chuan ran to feed the lamb and chicken some grade of fresh water, and gave the chicken some breadcrumbs. Ye Chuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the lambs could already eat a small amount of the magical grass, and the chicks had grown a lot, and some of the chicks already had bulges on their combs. Ye Chuan estimated that these should be roosters. After doing all this, Ye Chuan noticed that Saturday had already started preparing food. As expected of a professional cooking robot, Saturday planned to make fried bear meat. From the knife skills at the beginning to the stir-frying, it can be said that it was done in one go. Even until the moisture was dried and fresh water was poured in, Ye Chuan couldn't get enough of it and couldn't help but give Saturday a thumbs up. Saturday, you are really a professional. Brother Chuan, you're too kind. Zhou Lu immediately replied. As part of my job, hundreds of thousands of recipes have been written into my program. As long as it's a dish that has appeared on Blue Star, I can cook it. Hey, When did another beauty appear on our island? Blueberry Jam, who was watching TV, heard the conversation and ran out immediately, rolling his eyes, and asked in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 163 Saturday's Craftsmanship. This is Saturday, just like Friday, it's a robot. Ye Chuan introduced. From now on, it will be responsible for our meals. Ah, Blueberry Jam finally smiled. So it's our babysitter. That's great. Miss, I am only responsible for cooking, not a babysitter. Saturday corrected immediately. Half a nanny. Blueberry Jam said immediately. By the way, we all like spicy food, so you have to be careful when adding chili. My program contains Brother Chuan's food preferences and taboos, so you can rest assured. Saturday replied immediately. It's just that I don't know your preferences, and I can't satisfy them. Humph. Blueberry Jam snorted and turned away. Is there something wrong with this girl? Ye Chuan muttered in confusion as he watched Blueberry Jam leave. An hour and a half later, a large pot of fried bear meat was ready. Although the ingredients were not complete at the moment, in Saturday's hands, it was still delicious and fragrant. Saturday, you are indeed a professional, much better than me. Ye Chuan gave Saturday a thumbs up with some excitement. Brother Chuan, thank you for the compliment. Saturday replied immediately. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Ye Chuan laughed, then divided the fried bear meat into 8 portions and traded 6 of them to Zhao Feiyu and the others. The food cooked by this stinky woman is quite delicious. Blueberry Jam tasted a piece and was about to find some faults, but she curled her lips and said in surprise. Of course, I'm a professional cook. Ye Chuan nodded. I can only cook. Blueberry Jam muttered softly. However, Zhou Lu's cooking skills were really excellent. Ye Chuan ate heartily until he finished the last piece of meat. He burped and slumped back on the sofa. Great. It really feels great when I don't have to cook and am only responsible for eating. After resting for a while, Ye Chuan walked out of the room and looked around. He then realized that Saturday was actually watching Friday farming. He didn't know what Friday said to it. This Saturday was actually attracted to that loser. Brother Chuan. Seeing Ye Chuan coming, Friday and Saturday shouted in unison. Friday, did Brother Chuan do what he promised you? Ye Chuan asked with a smile. You did it, Brother Chuan, you are my idol. Friday said quickly, awesome. When you're done growing fruits and vegetables, just give them to Saturday and have him process them and give them back to me. Ye Chuan said with a smile. But as for the fruits, I have to tell you how to make them. You need. Brother Chuan, you don't have to tell me. I understand everything. Before he finished speaking, Saturday immediately replied, all your eating habits for the past month have been written into my program. Not bad, really not bad. Ye Chuan was becoming more and more satisfied with Saturday. This is equivalent to having 2 housekeepers of your own, taking up almost 2/3 of your workload. If you have another life housekeeper, can't you just lie back and relax? Ye Chuan now feels like he is really here on vacation. After returning to the room, Lu Yi sent a message. Does your island have a hostess? Ah. Ye Chuan replied suspiciously. No. Why are you asking this suddenly? The taste of this dish has changed. It's more like it was made by a woman. Lu Yi replied. You have a really good mouth. You can even taste this. Ye Chuan replied in surprise. But it's not the hostess. When you come to my island in the future, you will understand everything. How can I still go? Lu Yi rolled his eyes. Will your mistress kick me out? Ha ha ha. Ye Chuan was stunned and responded with a series of laughing expressions. Sure enough, women's sixth sense is still very scary. Lu Yi's face turned very ugly. How could it be? Why did he suddenly find a woman to go to his island? What is his relationship with that woman? After feeding the turtle 800 kilograms of krill, Ye Chuan once again tried to use the method of transmitting matter through the same pupil. The dolphins are now swimming quickly in the sea water 300 meters deep and occasionally swallow the small fish around them into their mouths. Although the dolphins' bodies are not particularly long, they currently need to eat dozens of kilograms of sea fish. Usually, it is enough for them to just eat the fish around them. In 10 seconds, Ye Chuan saw the giant squids that appeared everywhere in the sea within a few hundred meters, but now they were no longer there. This made Ye Chuan a little confused. In the several invasions of marine beasts before, they almost always appeared and disappeared suddenly without any warning. Could this also be a rule of the ocean world that was released and then suddenly taken back? Sure enough, the secrets of the ocean world cannot be easily understood. Brother, I just found fishing gear from the warehouse. Let's go fishing together. At this time, Blueberry Jam came over, carrying a suitcase, and asked with a smile. How did you run into my warehouse? I clearly entered the password. Ye Chuan frowned. New warehouse. Your new warehouse doesn't have a password. Blueberry Jam said immediately. I was bored, so I went in and looked around. Brother, you won't be angry, will you? Hey, If you want to find something in the future, tell me. Don't run away without saying anything. Ye Chuan was speechless for a while and immediately reminded. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Blueberry Jam pouted slightly. Are you going? Go ahead, but be careful. Ye Chuan shook his head. Yeah, I'll catch a big fish later, and we'll have grilled fish tonight. Blueberry Jam said with a smile and immediately walked towards the turtle's tail. Now everything is covered with ice, except for a long river-like belt of broken ice behind the turtle's tail. It is easy to hook the fish, but whether you can catch fish is another matter. This kid is getting worse and worse. He needs to finish his novice period soon. Looking at Blueberry Jam's back, Ye Chuan is now wondering whether his decision to help Blueberry Jam collect some rainwater was right or wrong. Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chuan turned around and ran to take a look at the magical tree. The bulges on both sides of the magical tree 30 meters below have grown nearly 15 centimeters. Above 30 meters, new tender branches have appeared and are growing slowly. I don't know if it will grow straight up to 30 meters again like the previous ones. Magic tree, magical tree, you are not really the bridge to the so-called city in the sky, are you? Ye Chuan sighed and muttered softly. Before this, there was no record of the Sky City in the entire Kyushu. What exactly is that place? Perhaps only the system knows. Oh, just as Ye Chuan was sighing, a scream was heard. It seemed to be Blueberry Jam. Chapter 164, Blueberry Jam, eaten by fish. Could it have been dragged into the sea by a big fish? Ye Chuan whispered to himself and had already reached the tail of the turtle. There was only a small stool left on the ground, so where was the Blueberry Jam? Fuck, Ye Chuan growled, and while contacting the dolphins, he immediately put on a diving suit and dived into the sea. There were no big fish around, but the dolphins were swimming towards a certain place at this time. Ye Chuan did not hesitate and followed them immediately. Although Blueberry Jam can be annoying at times, she is a walking treasury and can even support a fleet of her own. Blueberry Jam, nothing can go wrong. A few minutes later, Ye Chuan finally found the dolphin, which was fighting with a fish that was 5 or 6 times bigger than it. This fish is 10 meters long, with a flat and somewhat thick body. Its mouth is more than 1 meter wide, but its eyes are not as big as an adult's fist. Its body is gray and covered with dense spots, making it look quite honest. System, what the hell is this fish? Ye Chuan asked in confusion. This kind of fish seems to be very rare. Whale shark, the largest fish in the world, with a gentle temperament. The system immediately gave an introduction. The dolphin was fighting with this guy, so it must have swallowed the Blueberry Jam? Ye Chuan analyzed. Since it has a docile personality, it's not like it would swallow itself just because it was hooked by Blueberry Jam, right? Speaking of which, the dolphin's fighting ability is pretty good, but when it fights with this whale shark, they can actually end up in a draw. It can only be said that this whale shark is not an ordinary member. The key is that the Blueberry Jam is in its stomach. Whether you use a giant automatic fishing gun or a big knife to cut open its stomach, it is possible to cause damage to the Blueberry Jam. As time goes by, if the Blueberry Jam is not rescued in time, it may suffocate to death. System, does this guy have any weaknesses? Ye Chuan asked again. Please study this point on your own, so as not to rely too much on the system. The system said this, and then became silent. This made Ye Chuan speechless. At the critical moment, the system actually failed. At this moment, the dolphin suddenly used sound wave interference, and the whale shark, which was originally swimming with ease, suddenly turned around aimlessly in place. The dolphin seized the opportunity and hit the whale shark's belly hard. The force of 2,000 kilograms hit the whale shark's belly, knocking it dozens of meters away, and it coughed violently at the same time. Puff. The Blueberry Jam was actually sprayed out by the cough, but now he has fallen into a coma and shows no signs of struggling. After recovering, the whale shark actually rushed towards the Blueberry Jam again. Fortunately, Ye Chuan was not far away from the Blueberry Jam. A big knife immediately appeared in his hand, and he chopped at the whale shark's big mouth. At the same time, the dolphin attacked again and hit the whale shark. Coincidentally, Ye Chuan's sword had already hit it. At the moment the whale shark was knocked away, one side of its mouth was directly cut open by the sword. For a moment, blood kept gushing out, and the whale shark's big mouth couldn't even close. Ye Chuan ignored this guy and immediately hugged Blueberry Jam and swam quickly towards the surface of the sea. 3 full minutes later, Ye Chuan finally returned to the shore carrying Blueberry Jam. He immediately laid her down and began chest compressions while continuously performing artificial respiration. After more than 10 artificial respirations, at least 300 milliliters of seawater finally came out of Blueberry Jam's mouth, and she began to gasp weakly. What happened to me? Blueberry Jam asked weakly after more than 10 seconds. I remember I was fishing, and then I was eaten by a big fish. Then I ran into the sea and rescued you from the fish's belly. It took more than 10 times of artificial respiration to make you recover, Ye Chuan said unhappily. So we kissed? Blueberry Jam asked in surprise. Big sister, can you please focus on the business? Ye Chuan was about to be defeated by the Blueberry Jam. Don't you know that you were almost digested by a big fish just now? Wow. Blueberry Jam was stunned for 3 seconds. Then she crossed her arms around her knees and started crying loudly. It's so scary. I thought I was going to die just now. If it weren't for you, brother, I would be finished. I will never go fishing again. Woo woo woo. Okay, go take a shower and change into clean clothes first. Seeing Blueberry Jam's pitiful appearance, Ye Chuan curled his lips and said, Don't worry about this cotton skirt. It will be clean in an hour at most. Oh, after sniffing, Blueberry Jam walked into the room with trembling body. In other words, the cotton skirt given by the system is relatively warm and has a certain waterproof effect. Otherwise, even if she wouldn't be drowned, she would be frozen to death. Wow. Just then, a loud noise was heard. Ye Chuan immediately jumped to the side, but saw a huge wave coming, and then the whale shark was washed ashore. The dolphin also surfaced and called out to Ye Chuan a few times. Good job, keep up the good work. Ye Chuan gave Dolphin a thumbs up. The dolphin then turned over and returned to the sea. Saturday, after circling around the whale shark, Ye Chuan immediately shouted, Brother Chuan, what do you want me to do? Zhou Lu immediately trotted over and asked. You can handle such a big whale shark, right? Ye Chuan asked, pointing at the whale shark. I can only say that Zhang Fei eats bean sprouts, a side dish. Saturday answered almost without hesitation. Okay, we'll eat this whale shark tonight. Ye Chuan nodded with a smile. For the rest, divide it into 500 G portions. I have other uses for it. Okay, Brother Chuan, just watch. Saturday said, grabbed the whale shark's tail, turned around, and slowly left. Alas, life is a mess every day now that I have Blueberry Jam. Ye Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing that there was nothing to do for the time being, he returned to his room and checked the message in the public chat room. Oh my God, to be honest, the cloud is passing by and the temperature is slowly rising. I think our good days are coming. What's the use? Don't forget that we don't even have food now. Are we waiting to starve to death? During this time, I have been praying to the Lord. I think the angels will surely deliver something soon. Fuck, there is actually someone who believes in Catholicism and doesn't believe in our Jojo gods. He believes in foreign false gods. Damn it. Everyone calm down. I have something to tell you. This matter concerns the survival of our Kyushu region. Kyushu region? What does that mean? Chapter 165. The ambitions of foreign island owners. Ye Chuan was stunned. He thought he was the only one who knew that there were 2 major areas in the novice area, but it turned out that someone else knew it. He really wanted to know what useful things this guy could say. Just yesterday, a submarine stopped next to my island, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner got out. Foreigners? That's right. It turns out that there are 2 regions in the novice zone. Because we have a large population in Kyushu, we have a separate region. Other countries also have a foreign region. Each region has 15 million people. Fuck, is this true? Yes, but then again, it seems like it's been more than a month and we haven't seen any foreigners. It's possible that this guy is telling the truth. Fortunately, he and I are both Catholics, so they didn't kill me. But they sent 2 submarines, and one has already gone back. They said they were preparing to join forces to attack our Kyushu region. I don't believe it. This is unfair. They have developed submarines, but we don't even have many medium-sized sailboats. How is this possible? The public chat room suddenly exploded, and it seemed that the novice island owner who had never spoken before also joined the chat sequence. Ye Chuan, however, frowned. What the novice island owner said, but the system did not tell him, was really unexpected. The development of foreign regions would be so rapid that even submarines appeared. Doesn't that mean that if that barrier disappears, countless attack ships will flood into the Kyushu region? What will the island owners of Kyushu use to fight them? Kyushu's novice zone is in danger. Have you seen the news just now? There is actually a foreign region. At this time, Zhao Feiyu sent a message. Yes, there are indeed 2 regions, and each ocean survival novice region has 2 regions. It's just that everyone developed separately in the first 4 months, and no one knew it clearly. Ye Chuan replied, if it weren't for this incident, our 2 regions should have developed similarly, but because of this incident, the foreign region has developed so rapidly. Of course, there is one thing Ye Chuan didn't say. The system once said that the changes in the novice area affected the 2 major areas, but what is the situation now? It's impossible that all the resources that originally belonged to the Kyushu region have been transferred to foreign regions? Damn it. No wonder foreign island owners have suddenly appeared and invaded our Jiuzhou region so many times. Zhao Feiyu gritted his teeth and said, "Such an important thing, we only know about it now. If it weren't for the fact that a crack appeared below the sea surface in the barrier between the two regions, I'm afraid our new island owners wouldn't know about this." Ye Chuan replied unhappily. Besides, after last night's cold wave, there are only 2 million island owners left in the Kyushu region. Having said this, Zhao Feiyu fell silent. Ye Chuan immediately found the island owner and asked, "Friend, do you mean that the novice island owners in foreign regions have already started to attack our Jiuzhou region?" "I don't know either. My foreign friend said they were just here for reconnaissance," the other party replied. "As for a full-scale attack, it seems they have to wait until the barrier disappears. There is still time." After getting this result, Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "No matter what, we still have at least nearly a month to compete with each other. I believe that the ocean world will not allow the situation to continue like this. The ice is about to melt, which is giving Kyushu district an opportunity to develop." Thinking of this, Ye Chuan asked again, "Is your foreign friend still on your island?" "He went to investigate. He said he would be back early tomorrow morning and bring me some supplies before leaving." At this point, the island owner became excited. "He is a good man. Good person? Can good people prepare to invade Kyushu district? Aren't you a traitor? Fortunately, you are cute and stupid, or you think it doesn't matter even if you tell yourself, so you are so unscrupulous, right? At present, I still have one last super locator, and I originally wanted to use it on Lu Yi Weiwei, but now it seems that I can only use it on this guy." Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately used the super locator. He was stunned when he saw that this island was only about 100 nautical miles away from him. It was even closer than Xiao Feilong's island. No wonder the submarine could find that guy. It turned out that he was close to the barrier. Fortunately, Blueberry Jam had been taken to the island by me. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been targeted by the other party? If they found a beautiful girl like Blueberry Jam with a good figure, then boom, boom, boom. Brother Chuan. More than an hour later, as night gradually fell, Saturday knocked on the door. "The meal is ready so quickly?" Ye Chuan asked in surprise. "Yes, Brother Chuan, I made a small stir-fry of fish meat and stewed a pot of soup with the fish bones." Saturday replied respectfully, "According to your wishes, I have divided it all into 8 portions. I also divided the rest into 500g portions and have them piled up." "Not bad, very good." Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction and asked Zhou Lu to bring in the dishes. Ye Chuan immediately traded out 6 dishes and called out to Blueberry Jam, "Girl, it's time to eat." More than a minute passed before Blueberry Jam left the room, but her face still looked bad. "Brother, now when I think about being eaten by a fish, I feel sick and want to vomit." "Then do you know what this is?" Ye Chuan asked, pointing at the dish. "What is it?" Blueberry Jam asked curiously. "This is the fish that swallowed you. Thinking back to the thrilling incident this afternoon, you must want to eat its flesh and drink its blood." Ye Chuan said seriously, "Then shouldn't you eat its meat and drink its soup?" "Yes." Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Without waiting for Ye Chuan to say anything, he started eating the blueberry jam with gnashing teeth. It was not until after dinner and watching TV for a while that Ye Chuan took a hot bath and went back to bed to rest. The public chat room was basically still discussing food, water, and matters concerning foreign regions. Ye Chuan did not pay too much attention to them and fell asleep directly. Ye Chuan woke up at around 5 o'clock the next morning. He was worried about the foreign island owner and woke up several times that night. At this time, the turtle was only 50 nautical miles away from the island. Ye Chuan let the turtle swim towards the direction of the little flying dragon again, and he asked Wankai to take a look at the location of the island on the super locator. Then it soared into the sky, and after a dive, it carried Ye Chuan high into the sky. Since the foreign island owner likes Kyushu district so much, let him stay here forever. Chapter 166 Ambush of Foreign Men, Submarine. At this time, the sky was just getting light, and a golden ray of light appeared between the water and the sky in the distant east, adding some beautiful scenery to this boring island. Accompanied by a few slight flutter sounds, Ye Chuan rolled on the spot after landing and went somewhere quickly. This island is not very big, estimated to be only about 600 to 700 square meters in size. There is only a small wooden house and a long line outside with a dozen dried sea fish tied to it. For the time being, it can be considered self-sufficient. Ye Chuan hid between a dozen big trees not far away. The color of his clothes was similar to that of the trees, so his camouflage was quite good. In this way, more than an hour passed, until after 6 o'clock, when a slight splash sound was heard, and a small head appeared on the sea. Then, it turned out to be a blonde, blue-eyed man wearing a down jacket who opened the cabin door and jumped onto the island. "My friend, are you there?" the foreign man called out loudly. "Almighty God, you are here, my friend." At this time, a bald young man hurried out of the room, rushed up to the other party, and made the sign of the cross on his chest. "I thought you would not come back. Amen. We are both devout Catholics. How could I abandon you?" the foreign man said with a smile. "As lambs bathed in the glory of the Lord, we are all brothers and sisters. Amen. By the way, have you told the island owners in the Kyushu region about our situation?" "I have told them the truth," the bald man said seriously. "I think they will come to their senses and join us." Amen. In less than a month, the cracks will be completely broken. By then, except for the island owners who joined us, all other island owners will be purified. The foreign man said with a smile. "Brother, you did a great job. Amen. It's all for my Lord. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I am willing to do so." "Amen," the bald man replied with a smile. "You are worthy of being my brother." The foreign man patted the bald man on the shoulder. "I am leaving today. I want to give you some gifts before I leave. Wait a minute." Having said that, the foreign man turned and walked towards the submarine. At that moment, Ye Chuan pulled the trigger and 8 crossbow arrows shot out at the same time, hitting the foreign man's legs. The foreign man screamed and fell directly to the ground. "You betrayed me." The foreign man almost ignored the pain and turned around suddenly and looked at the bald man coldly. The bald man still hadn't figured out what was going on, so he immediately explained, "We are all children of the Lord. How could I betray you? Something must have gone wrong." "Yes, something must have gone wrong." "Ha ha, brother, you did a good job." Ye Chuan came out from the dark at this time, laughing and said, "These foreign dogs dared to come to our Jeojo region to wreak havoc, so we can't let them off easily." "I didn't do anything. Who are you?" The bald man was still confused. "What the hell is going on? Where did you come from?" "At this point, you are still deceiving me. My lord will never let you off easily if he has a traitor like you." The foreign man gritted his teeth and said, "Sooner or later, you will die without a burial place." Bang! The bald man wanted to say something else, but Ye Chuan had already knocked him unconscious with one punch. Then he walked towards the submarine with a smile. "You take a rest first. I'll go check your submarine." "Damn it, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." The foreign man's legs were pierced and bleeding. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't help but curse angrily. "Sure enough, none of you Kyushu people are good. You deserve it that even the ocean world has tilted its resources to us." Ye Chuan ignored the foreign man and jumped directly into the submarine. The submarine is not big, more than 10 meters long and more than 2 meters high. However, it is small but has all the necessary facilities. Moreover, the foreign man directly embedded the super flat panel into the submarine's operating table and directly abandoned the island. With the stored food and water in the small storage room, they could easily survive for at least a month. In the public chat room of the super tablet, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Fortunately, Ye Chuan was very familiar with foreign languages and could easily understand their conversation. "I have already built 2 medium-sized attacking sailing ships. Once the barrier disappears, we will directly attack the Kyushu region." I didn't expect that there are actually 2 regions, and Jeojo has 1 region all to itself. Why? Isn't the ocean world too partial to Jeojo? If we hadn't built the submarine in advance, we wouldn't have known there were 2 regions. The ocean world is really naughty. No matter what, the Kyushu region is finished this time. The news reported by Cole and the others is that the Kyushu region is still in its original state. This is simply creating an opportunity for us to dominate the novice area. Ha! These guys really have unrealistic dreams. Looking at these messages, Ye Chuan couldn't help but sneer, and then he was stunned. In the chat interface of the foreign region, in addition to public chat rooms and private chats, there is actually a group chat. Could it be that once a large number of novice island owners have developed to a certain level, Ocean World will open up this function? The captured guy was called Cole. He also had a group called the Strike Team, with 7 people in total. At this time, an island owner Cole. "Cole, are you not done yet? I have already entrusted that idiot with the task, but he is not very smart. Now I have him under my control." Cole replied directly. "I plan to hide in the sea temporarily before you attack, and secretly eliminate those potential island owners who have developed." "Will this be too hard for you?" asked an island owner named Trovsky. "We are a group. Our main goal is to occupy the Kyushu region and obtain their resources." Ye Chuan replied. "I am doing such a great thing. How can I feel tired?" "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. We'll keep in touch anytime." Another island owner sent a message. After Ye Chuan replied with an okay expression, he immediately returned to the island. "You bastard, you actually dared to hurt me. My lord will never let you go. Seeing Ye Chuan coming up, Cole roared angrily again. You will eventually fall into endless darkness. Puff. Ye Chuan sneered, kicked Cole on the injured thigh, and then asked coldly, Now, I ask, you answer. Why should I answer you? Do you think? Puff. Just as Cole was about to say something stubborn, Ye Chuan kicked him again. Cole howled in pain like a pig being slaughtered, and immediately shouted, Ask, ask. Chapter 167 Pizza, the Frightened Little Dragon. I want to know, about 10 days ago, a few mermaids entered your foreign region. How are they now? Ye Chuan asked in a deep voice. Mermaid? Cole looked confused and said suspiciously, I have never heard of the existence of mermaids. Are you mistaken? Huh. Ye Chuan was stunned. Looking at this kid, he doesn't seem to be lying. So what's the situation with those foodie mermaids? Or are there just too many potential novice island owners, and they can't kill them all in a short time? How is your development going now? Ye Chuan asked again. Generally speaking, we only have 2 submarines at the moment, and we have already counted the number of attack-type mid-level sailing ships, which is roughly over 200. Cole thought for a moment before answering. As for the others, I'm not sure for now. No plane, or something else? Ye Chuan asked finally. We don't even have the manufacturing drawings for the planes yet. We do have a few large sailboats, but they are just ordinary sailboats and are not equipped with attack weapons, Cole replied. Okay. Ye Chuan nodded slightly and woke up the bald man. What's wrong? Is it daybreak? The bald man looked around blankly. When he saw Ye Chuan, he remembered everything. His face changed drastically and he asked in a shrill voice, Oh my God, I thought I was dreaming just now, but it turned out to be real. It's more real than gold. Ye Chuan said unhappily, Do you want to live or die? I want to live, of course I want to live. The bald man said quickly, Brother, I cooperated with the foreign island owner because I wanted to survive. I don't have any other ideas. Then I will give you a task. You must take good care of him from now on. Don't let him die. Ye Chuan said with a dark face, I will leave you a month's worth of food. After a month, I will come to find you. When I come back, I will add you as my friend. If you have any questions, you can always tell me. Okay, as long as you don't kill me. You are my god and you can let me do anything. The bald man nodded repeatedly and shouted confidently. If you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have knocked you out, right? Ye Chuan patted the bald man's shoulder. Bandage his wound yourself. As long as he survives, anything is fine. I will do as you say. Amen, said the bald man very politely. Ye Chuan immediately asked the bald man to move all the food and water stored by Cole to his island, intending to trade them with him after they finished eating. Then he greeted Wang Kai and drove the submarine away. The bald man didn't have any tools like a sailboat, and in such a simple place, Ye Chuan was not worried that Cole would tip off foreign regions. Oh, fortunately, I have learned and simulated the operation of a submarine. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it? Ye Chuan laughed and set the target position of the submarine before carefully observing the submarine. What made Ye Chuan happy was that although this submarine had only 1 floor, it actually had 2 beds and was equipped with 4 torpedoes. Together with a tracker, the 4 torpedoes could sink at least 4 medium-sized attack sailing ships or 2 submarines. Well, I made money this time. After returning to Turtle Island and rushing to the surface, Ye Chuan temporarily put the submarine into the system's inventory. Then he shouted to sign in and added the bald man as a friend. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 triple value-added card, and 2 pig head cans. The system really understands me. Ye Chuan's expression moved. He really didn't expect that he would get a triple value-added card just after he got the submarine. Now 1 submarine can become 3. Today is indeed a day of harvest. However, Ye Chuan has not used this triple value-added card for the time being. After all, the submarine is of no use for the time being, so he might as well keep it for now. Brother Chuan, breakfast is ready. You can eat now. At this time, Saturday knocked on the door of the room. Is this pizza? Ye Chuan asked happily. Yes, Brother Chuan. I used the existing materials to make 7-inch seafood pizzas, 8 in total, plus a cup of goat milk for each person. Saturday replied with a smile. Not bad, Saturday. I am becoming more and more satisfied with you. Ye Chuan smiled and gave Saturday a thumbs up. Brother Chuan, thank you for the praise. This is what I should do. Saturday said respectfully and immediately left the room. Ye Chuan called out to Blueberry Jam and immediately traded 1 to each person. Freshly baked pizza, try it. It's just past 7 o'clock. Do we have to eat breakfast so early? Blueberry Jam rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room, saying sleepily, How about I not call you for breakfast in the future? Ye Chuan asked immediately. I still have to eat. I won't get fat anyway, hee hee. Blueberry Jam immediately ran to the coffee table with a smile. Wow, it's pizza. It smells so good. Of course, even on Blue Star, Saturday is definitely a master chef. Ye Chuan said as he began to taste the food. After drinking the goat milk and holding the last piece of pizza, Ye Chuan came to the super tablet and looked at the message in the public chat room. You're right, the temperature is rising. I just tried to break the ice, and it actually broke open. I also pulled over several boxes of supplies that were not far away. Really? Then I have to go and try it out right away. Does this mean that I can go back to the good life I had half a month ago? Life was just like that half a month ago. Disasters come one after another. You know that. Anyway, I think the situation now is definitely not as good as it was half a month ago. At least half a month ago, we could still get supply boxes, but now we can't get any at all, right? That's true. I just hope the days ahead will get better and better. Ye Chuan couldn't help but nod slightly. As the ice became thinner, the turtle's forward speed also increased accordingly, from the initial 8 nautical miles per hour to 15 nautical miles per hour. I believe that in another day, the speed will become even faster. As some island owners said, good days are coming. Brother, do you have any suitable weapons? Just then, the message from Xiao Feilong came. Ye Chuan was stunned. Why would this guy need weapons for no reason? Could it be that he encountered some danger? But he was only less than a nautical mile away from his island, and he didn't see any danger around. Thinking about it, Ye Chuan asked directly, Are you in danger? This is the biggest danger I've encountered since entering the ocean world. Little Flying Dragon said very seriously. I saw a huge monster rushing towards me quickly. I estimate that it will swallow me up in 2 or 3 minutes. Chapter 168. The Little Dragon Who Was Shocked to Numbness. Then even if you have an invincible cannon, you may not be able to withstand it. What other weapons do you want? Ye Chuan asked, trying not to smile. Xiao Feilong was stunned. It seemed to be true. For a moment, an indescribable despair surged from the bottom of his heart. Originally, with Ye Chuan's help, he could definitely get through the novice period safely. When the time came, he could get help from his family, and everything would be great. But who could have known that they would actually encounter a behemoth that was not only much taller than their own island, but also at least 10 times larger? Just as the eldest brother said, even missiles could not stop the monster's advance. Brother, I have some things here. I'll trade them with you. With a wry smile, Xiao Feilong had already given up hope of survival. He said that he was going to give the things he had saved during this period of time to Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan, however, sent out a series of laughing emojis, and then said, Okay, you better come out and greet your big brother. You're coming? Xiao Feilong was stunned. Brother, are you coming to save me? No need to ask, you'll know when you come out. Ye Chuan immediately greeted. Since Ye Chuan said so, Xiao Feilong didn't say anything more. He immediately left the room and saw that the huge monster had been connected to the island. A tall, mighty, and handsome man was standing on the sofa, looking at Xiao Feilong with a smile. Brother? After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Xiao Feilong asked belatedly. You just recognized it now? Ye Chuan asked with a smile. Wow, the little dragon cried. From his previous despair to the hope of meeting Ye Chuan, and then to the despair after meeting this behemoth, and then to the hope after actually seeing Ye Chuan, Xiao Feilong experienced great sorrow and joy in just a few minutes. That feeling will probably make him remember it for the rest of his life. Brother, the next second, Xiao Feilong hugged Ye Chuan's thighs. Brother, I really didn't expect it was you who came. I thought I was going to die. Oh, how can a grown man cry like that? Ye Chuan kicked Little Flying Dragon several times. This time, I'm here to take you away. Are you interested in coming with me? I can't wait to go with you. Little Feilong shouted loudly. I'm all alone here. You don't know how miserable I am. Okay then, just take your super tablet with you. Ye Chuan nodded. But you'd better take your wooden house with you, otherwise you really won't have a place to live for the time being. That's no problem. Xiao Feilong answered without hesitation. Then he looked at the wooden house, scratched his head, and said, Brother, this wooden house weighs at least 200 kilograms, and although it's small, it's really hard to move it. Wankai, you 3 help, Ye Chuan said without hesitation. While Xiao Feilong was in a daze, he saw 3 big birds flying into the sky, then grabbed the 3 corners of the wooden house, and with the rapid flapping of their wings, they brought the wooden house directly into the air, and then slowly entered the central area of Turtle Island, placing it right next to the 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Big brother, this is you. Yes, these are the 3 pets I have. They usually help me fight and fish for supply boxes. Seeing that Xiao Feilong was so shocked that he stuttered, Ye Chuan couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and immediately answered Xiao Feilong's question. Take what you need and go. Ye Chuan then waved his hand, and urged in a low voice. Oh, right there. Xiao Feilong nodded repeatedly and started packing up immediately. In fact, there weren't many things, so Xiao Feilong packed them up easily and followed Ye Chuan to the island. As Ye Chuan introduced them, Xiao Feilong's eyes almost popped out. Brother, I knew you were awesome, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome. And the island is moving. How big must the propeller be? Does it burn oil or electricity? Don't you know we are on a big turtle, country bumpkin? At this time, Blueberry Jam walked out of the room and asked with drooping eyelids. Beauty? Xiao Feilong's face changed drastically at first, but then he put away his out-of-control look and whispered, This is my sister-in-law, right? What are you talking about? You're so annoying. Blueberry Jam's face turned red, and she glared at Little Flying Dragon. Ye Chuan quickly explained, This is Blueberry Jam, an internet celebrity with millions of fans. We are brother and sister, please don't misunderstand. I understand everything. Xiao Feilong smiled and replied in a low voice. What is a winner in life? Brother, you are the real winner in life. Not only does he have such an awesome pet, but he also has an even more awesome sea turtle as his island. Even if you had imagined it desperately before, you probably would never have thought that there would be such a big sea turtle in the world, right? Of course, the most amazing thing is that while other island owners are all alone, starving and freezing, the big brother has already slept with a big internet celebrity. What do you mean by brother and sister? Why not say they are godfather and goddaughter? Hee. Boy, why do I find your smile so evil? Are you thinking of something bad? Seeing Xiao Feilong smiling so obscenely, Blueberry Jam couldn't help but ask with a dark face. No, I'm just happy to have met my big brother and come to such a luxurious place. Xiao Feilong said quickly, That's how I smile. Little Feilong, I brought you here not only because the novice area might be dangerous, but also because I need to give you a task. Ye Chuan finally spoke at this time. Brother, just tell me what mission you have. I will go through fire and water for it without hesitation. Xiao Feilong said again with a solemn vow. It's not that difficult, but it's not easy either. Ye Chuan pursed his lips. You just need to catch fish and then give them to the island owners who need food for free. Why? Almost at the moment when Ye Chuan finished speaking, Xiao Feilong and Blueberry Jam asked in unison. Xiao Feilong said seriously, Brother, after the novice period, everyone will be a competitor. Everyone wants other island owners to die quickly. Why should we help them? Because in less than a month we will have to withstand the impact of foreign regions. Ye Chuan said in a serious tone. Before the island owners become competitors, we must become comrades in arms in advance to fight against foreign regions. I understand. Little Feilong thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Then, another difficult question was put before everyone. Brother, how many island owners can we save by casting nets to catch fish? It's better to die quickly than to save them. Follow me. Ye Chuan smiled mysteriously at the little flying dragon and took him to the tail of the turtle. Chapter 169. Complete one of the hidden mission. Fuck, such a big equipment. It was not until he saw the huge, semi-automatic fishing net that Xiao Feilong shouted in disbelief. Now, how many people do you think can be saved? Ye Chuan asked with a smile. With such awesome fishing equipment, wouldn't you want to save as many people as possible? Little Flying Dragon laughed and said, Brother, I really admire you. You are so awesome. Let's give it a try. Ye Chuan shrugged slightly and continued. At that moment, Xiao Feilong didn't think anymore and immediately pressed the button. The huge fishing net was ejected immediately, and it took more than 20 seconds to sink into the sea. Brother, which one is the recycling fishing net? Xiao Feilong asked while looking around. It's automatic to release the net, but you need to pull it up manually to collect it. Ye Chuan said. It only takes 2,000 kilograms of force to pull the fishing net up. 2,000 Gene. Xiao Feilong's eyes widened. Brother, do you think my strength can be 2,000 Gene? Try it. Ye Chuan made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Feilong blew some air on his hands, rubbed his hands, let out a low growl, and immediately used all his strength to pull towards the shore with his face flushed. It took him more than 10 minutes to finally pull up a fishing net full of sardines. Then he sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. Even he was very surprised. Oh my God, brother, I actually pulled it up. Drink some A-grade juice and goat milk every now and then. Even though you can't feel it, your strength has been slowly improving. Ye Chuan explained. That's A-grade liquid, not just any stuff. No wonder. Xiao Feilong suddenly realized. Next, you will trade these sardines in 500 G portions to the island owners who need them for free. Ye Chuan immediately ordered. Also, the whale shark meat piled outside the door has been divided into 500 G portions. Trade them together. Okay, just wait and see, big brother. Xiao Feilong promised immediately. Soon, Xiao Feilong put more than 3,000 kilograms of sea fish on the shelves, but all the price tags were zero. After more than 10 seconds, these fish began to be traded quickly. Although more than 3,000 pieces of sea fish seemed like a lot, they were all sold out in less than 10 seconds. The public chat room was now lively again. This is so awesome. There is actually an island owner who is giving us food unconditionally. This is incredible. Yeah, I found it too, but just when I was about to grab it, it was all gone. I don't know what happened. Are you stupid? Don't you see how many island owners there are in the vast Kyushu region? There are too many people and too little meat. It's good enough that I didn't grab all of them in 1 second. At least I got 500 G, which is 6 sardines. It is probably because the foreign regions have put pressure on this boss, so he plans to help everyone so that everyone can develop better. The temperature is rising now. This boss only needs to work for at least 7 days, and we will be able to return to the situation half a month ago. By then, the pressure will be less. Maybe the boss is happy, so he only gave away more than 3,000 kilograms, right? It's possible. I hope you can hold on. Wang Sanrui's expression was very solemn at this moment. He had stored food and water for at least half a year. He had thought that if the temperature really rose and the seafood could not be stored, he would sell it at a high price. Anyway, he would definitely not lose money. But he really didn't expect the free food service. Wouldn't the seafood he stored be wasted? It must be that bastard again. It's fine that he's always against me, but now he's doing something like this. It's outrageous. Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, wishing he could eat Ye Chuan alive. You're simply a stumbling block on my road to success. If I don't kill you, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Brother, this is too fast. Seeing the transaction volume so fast, Xiao Feilong shouted in disbelief. I thought it would take at least 10 or 20 minutes. Besides, many people are like hungry wolves. I guess there are still many people staring at the screen to try to get something for free. It's good enough that they are not killed instantly. Blueberry Jam said unhappily with his arms folded across his chest. Attention, it has been detected that the host's hidden task has been completed by 1%. Please keep up the good work. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. One network means 1%? Ye Chuan was stunned. Then the little flying dragon would need to go online 100 times to help him complete the task. Looking at the little flying dragon, Ye Chuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. This kid was so tired after collecting the net once. It was estimated that he couldn't catch 5 nets a day, right? It seems that he needs to be reformed. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Ye Chuan's naked look, Xiao Feilong felt a little frightened. Wait a moment, Ye Chuan said, and immediately ran to take out 300 milliliters of the S-level fresh water he had accumulated over the past few days and gave it to Xiao Feilong. Drink it all. What is this? Xiao Feilong said curiously, and he tilted his head back and drank it all with a gulp. Then he felt a warm current flowing to his limbs and bones, and all the sweat pores on his body stretched out. The feeling of comfort made him unable to help but roar to the sky. Brother, this is simply divine water. I feel like I have been elevated. Xiao Feilong said in disbelief. Now, I have endless power all over my body. You can go fishing now. Ye Chuan replied with a smile. Well, S-grade fresh water is indeed effective. Let him drink 500 milliliters of monkey wine before going to bed at night. Wouldn't he be extremely strong tomorrow? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Foreign regions. At this time, 3 mermaids were swimming quickly in the sea. One of them asked seriously, Captain, we have destroyed more than 20 islands, but there are too many powerful island owners here. We can't deal with them all in a short time. For now, we are just doing what we can. The foodie mermaid said with a smile. Since you have entrusted this matter to us, we should take it seriously and not think about anything else. Captain, look ahead. The other mermaid frowned and immediately shouted in a low voice. A few hundred meters away, a submarine was seen moving slowly, and the 3 mermaids immediately hid. Soon, the submarine passed the 3 people and slowly went away. A mermaid pinched her chin and said, Captain, it seems that the island owner is behind this. It's possible. The foodie mermaid nodded slightly. Then let's get him. The foodie mermaid let out a low roar, and 3 mermaids rushed forward at once. Chapter 170. The End of Another Submarine. Ioya was looking at the messages in the public chat room and was about to say a few words when she suddenly heard the sound of a radar beep. This made Ioya frown slightly, and then he saw 3 small dots behind him, approaching the submarine quickly. What are these 3 big fish? Muttering quietly, Ioya immediately turned the submarine around and soon saw the target. It turned out to be 3 mermaids. This made Ioya's face change drastically. After all, he had heard from his mentor that mermaids were extremely powerful creatures. Their combat effectiveness as a single soldier was already terrifying, and mermaids living in groups were even more terrifying. How come 3 mermaids suddenly appear here? This is the novice area. It's different from the open sea. Damn it, did it also escape from the crack? Ioya said, gritting her teeth, and was about to launch a torpedo to attack, but the mermaid had already come out of the submarine. They saw the rotating propeller at a glance, and without hesitation, they waved their long tridents and stabbed the rapidly rotating propeller fiercely. With a crisp sound, a series of thick bubbles suddenly went upwards. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded in the control room. In just this one instant, half of the submarine's power system was destroyed. What the hell is this for? Ioya muttered to herself angrily, and immediately took control of the submarine and started moving at full speed. Oh, you're being targeted by us, and you still want to run? A mermaid looked at the submarine in surprise, and immediately sprinted forward, then threw the trident in his hand, and directly stuck it into another propeller of the submarine. The poor submarine had already rushed out more than 100 meters, and Ioya was preparing to launch a torpedo, but the submarine shook violently when the propeller was damaged, so it was not launched. Is it stopping now? The foodie mermaid snorted coldly. I really didn't expect that there would be such a big creature in the ocean. I don't know who is hiding in it. No matter who he is, he must be a foreign island owner, said a mermaid, picking up a trident and began to attack the metal outside fiercely, trying to break the submarine open. After trying for a long time, I still failed. Captain, this thing is too strong, the mermaid said, scratching his head. Our weapons seem to be useless against it. We forced it to stop. How can it be useless? The gluttonous mermaid immediately circled around the submarine. Let's look for its weakness. We can definitely dismember it. Seeing the 3 mermaids circling around the submarine, Ioya's face turned extremely ugly, and he sent a message in the group. Brothers, I am being attacked by 3 mermaids, and the power system of the submarine has been damaged by them. Is there any good way? Mermaid, you actually met a mermaid? These things are very powerful and have a certain degree of intelligence. Ioya, it's a pity that you didn't use the torpedoes in the first place. Now the torpedoes can't attack them. Is there an island nearby? I suggest you flee to the island immediately. They can't get to the land. As long as you get to the island, you will be safe. That's right. All of a sudden, the 5 people in the group started talking and coming up with ideas. There's an island above me. Ioya's expression changed, and he immediately replied, then I'll go up now. After replying, Ioya immediately started to operate the submarine and quickly floated towards the sea surface. This startled the 3 mermaids, and they immediately followed. As luck would have it, the submarine happened to arrive next to the island. Ioya had no doubts, so she opened the hatch and rushed into the island, shouting, help, help. A bald man rushed in from the stone house with a rotating crossbow. When he saw Ioya, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, are you Ioya or Cole? At present, a total of 2 submarines have been produced in the novice area. This is a recognized fact. It was they who discovered the Kyushu region, giving everyone a goal to strive for. Everyone is very grateful to the 2 of them. I'm Ioya, and I'm being chased by 3 mermaids. Ioya said immediately, I need your help. No problem, the bald man said confidently. As long as they dare to show their heads, I will let them have a taste of the crossbow arrows. Crash. As they were talking, 3 mermaids had already revealed their heads, and then strode towards the shore, which made Ioya and the others blush. What's going on? Didn't they say that mermaids can't walk and can't go ashore? Have they evolved? Looking for death, the bald man's confused expression immediately turned into ferocious, and he pulled the trigger at the foodie mermaid. The crossbow arrows that had been invincible before became useless at this moment. The gluttonous mermaid just flicked the trident lightly, and a volley of 12 crossbow arrows were all ejected to the side. I didn't even touch the hair of the foodie mermaid. So strong. The bald man was shocked again. Before he could say anything, the mermaid next to him hurled the trident fiercely and hit the bald man in the chest. The huge force pushed him back more than 10 meters and finally pushed him against the stone house, where he lost his breath. Don't kill me. I can promise you anything. Ioya was so scared that she immediately raised her hands and shouted loudly. Captain, what is this kid talking about? The mermaid asked in confusion. I'm not sure, but seeing him raising his hands and yelling, I think he's trying to intimidate us. The gluttonous mermaid shook his head. He thinks we don't dare to kill him. Bang! As soon as these words were spoken, another mermaid's trident had already pierced Ioya's body. Only then did the 3 mermaids enter the submarine. Looking at the sophisticated instruments in the control room, they were all confused. What are these things? There are buttons and screens everywhere. It's really dizzying, said a mermaid. pressing a relatively large button at random. With a whoosh, a huge torpedo shot out from the bottom of the cabin, and it actually jumped onto the island, rushing forward along the island, and finally hitting the stone house. The explosion produced at that moment actually caused the entire island to tremble violently. "Fuck, so awesome," the mermaid shouted in disbelief. Such a powerful weapon is really surprising. The foodie mermaid sighed sincerely and pressed a more obscure button. "The submarine has started the self-destruct program. Countdown is 30 seconds. Please evacuate as soon as possible." At this moment, the submarine spoke. Chapter 171, Automatic Fishing Device, Killer Whale Attack. "What is this thing saying?" asked the mermaid in confusion. "Although I don't understand either, I have a bad feeling now. Let's go." The foodie mermaid's expression suddenly became solemn, and then he said seriously, "There are still 20 seconds before the explosion." At this time, the submarine said again. The three of them no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the submarine, dived into the sea, and swam quickly towards the distance. Boom! 10 seconds later, the three mermaids had just swam out more than 100 meters when they heard a loud explosion, followed by a huge shock wave that went in all directions. Even though the three had already rushed out more than 100 meters, they were still knocked more than 200 meters away by the shock wave. It's really exciting. After taking a few deep breaths, a mermaid burst into laughter and said, "It's fun. I didn't expect that this device can not only hold people and destroy things, but also self-destruct. It's really advanced." The gluttonous mermaid said seriously, "I once heard the commander talk about something called a submarine, but submarines are more than 50 or 60 meters long. How can they be so short?" "Little submarine?" asked another mermaid. "Whatever it is, it's been destroyed." The gluttonous mermaid laughed. "Let's go somewhere else and try to destroy more foreign island owners." "Yes," the two shouted, and the three mermaids quickly went to another place. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. After a day of hard work, Xiao Feilong caught a total of 7 nets and was now eating the crispy sardines he made on Saturday. Although I have eaten crispy sardines in Kyushu, they are nothing compared to this. They are so damn delicious. This is made by a master chef, whose cooking skills are even better than those of the master chefs in Kyushu. Ye Chuan explained with a smile. "It's our blessing that we can eat it, haha." "Saturday, your cooking skills are indeed superb." Even Blueberry Jam rarely spoke up to praise him. "Oh, it would be nice if this house had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms." After eating and drinking, Xiao Feilong couldn't help but sighed while watching a movie. "I've been here for a long time. I really don't want to go back to that little house. How about I give my room to you?" Ye Chuan asked back. "I'm just talking, it's just sleeping. It's the same everywhere." Little Feilong burst into laughter. "But seriously, big brother, can I use the bathroom to take a hot shower?" "Of course." Ye Chuan nodded. "Thank you, big brother." After getting permission, Xiao Feilong laughed excitedly and jumped into the bathroom. "Go to bed early, otherwise you will get up too late and miss breakfast." Ye Chuan greeted Blueberry Jam and turned back to the room. The public chat room was unprecedentedly lively. After all, a big shot had distributed more than 10,000 kilograms of seafood throughout the day, and at least 10,000 people had grabbed it, which meant that at least 10,000 people would not go hungry for 2 days. What a good man. This is the first time I've met someone so selfless and dedicated. It's a pity that he acted a little too late. I guess many of my brothers have starved to death, right? The boss has his own considerations. I guess he just caught some seafood recently, so he's helping everyone, right? Anyway, we won't be hungry now. I hope the boss can give us some help. By the way, have you spotted the groups of killer whales? Today I actually saw 7 or 8 killer whales floating out of the sea. They look pretty scary. Will they attack us? From what we have learned, killer whales are quite friendly, but some big guys have been selling killer whale meat before. I think the killer whales in the novice area may not be friendly, so everyone should be careful. Killer whales are considered top predators. As long as we stay away from the ocean, we should be safe. A large number of killer whales are breaking through the ice. Are they doing this to breathe fresh air? Ye Chuan muttered to himself suspiciously. Seeing that it was getting late and he had been busy all day, he stopped watching and fell asleep directly. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? Before I knew it, the system's voice sounded. Sign in. Ye Chuan stood up, stretched, and said lazily. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Automatic fish trap manufacturing diagram 1. Huh. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The previous fishing device was semi-automatic and required manpower to pull, but this time the system directly gave me an automatic one. I guess it saw that Xiao Feilong was working too hard, so it felt pity for him. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, the fishing efficiency this time can be said to have been improved. Today will be another day of harvest. Ye Chuan smiled and used the pupil transmission technique almost out of habit. He was shocked to find that there were more than a dozen killer whales attacking the sea turtle. Although the turtle had been attacking with countercurrent techniques and water bombs, the killer whales were very agile and were able to dodge them almost every time. If it weren't for its incredible healing ability, the turtle would probably be dead by now. My turtle, why don't you use your group attack skills? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. Almost as soon as Ye Chuan finished asking the question, the turtle's body began to slowly move towards the air. After hovering at a position of 1 meter, it immediately began a free fall. In just a second, a horrifying loud noise accompanied by a slight shaking spread to the ears of all creatures on the island, as if a cannonball had exploded. Immediately afterwards, a wave more than 10 meters high arose in the surroundings, moving rapidly forward and reaching a distance of 1,000 meters away. No wonder my turtle didn't use absolute gravity just now. It turned out that it would produce such a loud noise and affect my rest. Ye Chuan suddenly realized, as expected of my turtle, he would rather get hurt than disturb my sleep. He is really loyal. As he said that, Ye Chuan immediately fed the turtle 800 kilograms of krill. Brother, what happened just now? There was such a loud noise, I thought our island exploded. At this time, Xiao Feilong ran out in a hurry and said with a look of horror on his face. Fuck you. You can blow up my island and it won't be bombed. Ye Chuan glared at Xiao Feilong fiercely and kicked him on the butt. Hey, I'm also thinking about our island. Otherwise I wouldn't have come out to see what was happening. Little Flying Dragon laughed. His eyes unconsciously shifted to the sea, and he asked with a changed expression, Brother, what is that? Chapter 172. Astonishing Mission Completion Rate. Ye Chuan looked over when he heard the sound and couldn't help but gasp. This absolute gravity is really amazing. In just this moment, more than a dozen killer whales have floated on the water. The scene is quite spectacular. My turtle, you are worthy of me. Ye Chuan laughed loudly, holding Little Flying Dragon's shoulders and said, This is because your turtle brother just used a skill to directly kill all these dozen killer whales. So awesome. Xiao Feilong shouted in disbelief. You know, such a big turtle cannot just be carrying the island. It turns out that it is the hidden big boss. Okay, let's quickly salvage these killer whales and cooperate with Saturday to process them all and trade them away. Ye Chuan said, and immediately asked Friday and Saturday to get busy. It took more than 2 hours before more than a dozen killer whales were caught and brought ashore. Saturday immediately started to deal with the killer whale, while Ye Chuan dismantled the semi-automatic fishing net and traded it to Lu Shuai. I need you to do me a favor. Just give me your orders, big brother. Lu Shuai replied after taking the fishing net. You should have seen the free seafood on the trading interface. I put them up for sale. Ye Chuan replied. This is a semi-automatic fishing net. Start fishing now, and then divide it into 1 or 2 kilograms and put it up for free on the trading interface. That's no problem. How many days will it take approximately? Lu Shuai did not ask the reason, but answered directly. It probably won't take many days. You can stop when I say so. Ye Chuan thought about it, and then replied. In fact, this was also a flash of inspiration for Ye Chuan. Xiao Feilong's help to him was not considered as what he did, but it was still recorded by the system. This was probably because Xiao Feilong was the owner of his subordinate island, so what he did was equivalent to what he did himself. Lu Shuai is also the owner of his affiliated island. Letting him do it is equivalent to finding a helper for himself, isn't it? Likewise, Ye Chuan traded 300 milliliters of S-grade fresh water to Lu Shuai. Drink this water before you start working, or you will be exhausted before you can cast a few nets. Okay, after Lu Shuai accepted the S-grade fresh water, there was no movement again. As time went by, the morning passed quickly. With the help of Friday and Little Dragon, Planet 6 has processed the 7 huge killer whales. Little Dragon put them on the shells one by one, and Planet 6 used the killer whale's maws to stir-fry a crisp and delicious lunch. Everyone got more than a pound of it, and they ate it with relish. After the meal, everyone started to get busy. Attention, it has been detected that the host's hidden mission has been completed by 36. Please keep up the good work. Near dusk, the system spoke again. Oh my god, that's awesome. Only 7 was completed by the end of yesterday evening, and now it's not even night yet, and 29 is completed. So, according to this calculation, doesn't it mean that I can complete this hidden mission in just 2 days? It is true that there is strength in numbers. Ye Chuan laughed loudly and immediately shouted Sea Turtle to go to the island where Liang Honging was. He believed that before the barrier disappeared, at least all the owners of the subordinate islands could be taken to the Turtle Island. For dinner, Saturday used the bluefin tuna he had prepared earlier to make a sashimi dish, and cooked a big pot of ribs and soup with wild boar ribs. Once again, everyone's mouths were filled with grease, and it was so refreshing. What a fulfilling day. I hope the reward for this mission can give me a little surprise. Ye Chuan muttered to himself while lying on the bed. He glanced at the message in the public chat room. We just talked about killer whales yesterday, and today a big guy provided us with tens of thousands of pounds of killer whale meat for free. It's amazing. What I'm wondering is, how did this guy kill so many killer whales? It's very difficult for a dozen people to kill one killer whale. Tens of thousands of pounds of killer whale meat would require at least a dozen. Could it be that he has obtained a very powerful weapon? This has nothing to do with us. Anyway, the big guys are willing to help us and solve our current food and clothing problems, which means we have to have another parent. But having said that, I discovered today that the ice on the sea surface is only 10 centimeters thick, and I felt the temperature, and it was more than 10 degrees below zero just now. This is a good sign. Needless to say, in at least 3 days, the temperature will be above zero. Good days are coming. Let's wait and cheer. The focus of everyone's discussion is on free food and weather. It seems that everyone has automatically ignored the crisis of foreign regions attacking Kyushu region, or has they accepted their fate? Ye Chuan didn't think any more about this and waited to go into the submarine to investigate the situation tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately fell asleep. The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up slowly and looked at the sun rising outside. He couldn't help but say, "Sign in." Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 2 bananas, and 1 attack-type intermediate sailboat manufacturing diagram. Another diagram for manufacturing an attack-type intermediate sailing ship. You know, I already had one before, and just a few days later, I got another one. Is it true that the ocean world is beginning to favor the Kyushu region? Wow. Hearing a noise outside, Ye Chuan went out to see. It turned out that the turtle shook its head and threw a supply box up. Near the turtle's head, there were 7 or 8 boxes of supplies, which should have been salvaged by the turtle and the dolphin last night. The thickness of the ice is estimated to be only 5 or 6 centimeters. The speed of the turtle has increased again and is currently around 40 nautical miles per hour. Brother, no wonder you have so many supplies. Not to mention anything else. Even if your pets alone help you salvage, you can salvage so much every day. Xiao Feilong had already gotten up at this time. Looking at so many supply boxes in the distance, he sighed sincerely. It's okay, Ye Chuan said with a smile. Yesterday I got the automatic fishing device manufacturing plan, but I was dealing with those killer whales all day and didn't have time to use it. I think if you use the automatic fishing device, the efficiency will definitely increase a lot, right? Not just a lot, but a lot. Little Flying Dragon's expression changed. Brother, now that you say that, I can't wait to start fishing. After breakfast, you'll be busy. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately came to the tail of the turtle. He made an automatic fishing device and then installed it in the place where the semi-automatic fishing net was previously. Sure enough, the fully automatic fish catching device is much more complicated than the semi-automatic one, and of course it saves more time and effort. After trying it, the weight of the seafood caught is not much different from that caught by the semi-automatic fishing net, and it can be brought ashore in just 2 or 3 minutes. The little flying dragon was so happy that he danced with joy. Finally, I don't have to exert any effort. Seeing that Zhou Lu was still cooking, Ye Chuan came to the turtle's head again and opened all the supply boxes. Metal sheet 5, banana 2, fishing net manufacturing diagram 1. Plastic 3, glass 2, crossbow manufacturing diagram 1. Chapter 173, Spring in Kyushu Novice Zone. What the hell? Ye Chuan was stunned. He really didn't expect that so many good things could be found in the supply boxes after the ice melted. It seems that just as he guessed, in order to achieve balance, the ocean world has begun to tip the scales towards the Kyushu region. Ye Chuan immediately took out the crossbow manufacturing diagram. From now on, anyone who fishes out a supply box should be able to obtain a crossbow manufacturing diagram with a high probability, but I already have an upgraded crossbow, so for this crossbow. Attention, the host can upgrade the rotating crossbow. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. Can it be upgraded further? Ye Chuan was stunned. There was no need for hesitation at all, and he immediately upgraded the rotating crossbow. Accompanied by a faint light, the rotating crossbow in Ye Chuan's hand changed drastically. It is more accurate to call it a sleeve arrow rather than a rotating crossbow arrow, similar to the cloth patch wrapped around the arm to measure blood pressure. This one is about 20 centimeters long and can be wrapped around the arm, which is very concealed. The place where the crossbow arrow was originally installed became a series of tiny holes. Ye Chuan immediately made the crossbow arrow, which was a steel needle about 12 or 13 centimeters long and about 2 millimeters in diameter, and was very thin. A total of 18 steel needles can be installed, and 6 steel needles can be shot out in each attack. It is worth noting here that the steel needle can track the enemy, and once it enters the enemy's body, the steel needle will break. This is equivalent to causing mass destruction. For example, if the needle hits the enemy's leg and breaks into several pieces, the shattering force will immediately spread throughout the leg. This kind of damage is definitely several times more than simply causing a wound. Oh my goodness, this is so cool, right? Ye Chuan said happily, and immediately installed it on his arm. Then he waved his hand suddenly at a stone 30 meters away. Even his clothes suddenly expanded at that moment, and 6 steel needles were shot out and penetrated into the stone. A crisp ding sound was clearly heard by the two men. The stone, which was about 1 meter high and 50 to 60 centimeters thick, suddenly cracked quickly and turned into a pile of rubble. Brother, am I blind? Although your weapon doesn't look as powerful as the previous one, it is much more powerful than the previous one. The little flying dragon on the side was so shocked that he swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Except for being awesome, I don't know how to describe it. Well, it suits me very well. Ye Chuan nodded in satisfaction and then asked the system, System, can every island owner upgrade this thing? Host, you are overthinking. The upgrade of most of your weapons and tools can only be done with the assistance of the system. The system directly said to Ye Chuan, for example, crossbows can only be upgraded to crossbows, and rotating crossbows can only be upgraded to rotating crossbows. Cross-border upgrades are not possible. That's great. Ye Chuan's expression changed. After all, if every island owner can upgrade, then what advantage do I have? Now that the system is combined with the ocean world, I can make myself invincible. Cool. Afterwards, Ye Chuan studied the fishing net again. The diameter of this fishing net was about 10 meters long, and it could be thrown as far as 15 or 16 meters. It was much more convenient to use than the previous broken fishing net. Moreover, Ye Chuan felt that everyone should be able to make such a fishing net, which would be a sign of everyone's rise. After breakfast, Ye Chuan immediately checked the messages in the public chat room. Sure enough, everyone was discussing today's events. What a surprise. This morning I fished out 2 supply boxes and found a plan for making a fishing net. Guess what happened after I made it? No need to guess, I also got the fishing net manufacturing plan. The fishing net I made was so cool that I caught a supply box and 2 fish directly. I was so excited that I almost cried. After all the hardship, it's a blessing in disguise for us. I believe many island owners have come up with plans for making fishing nets, right? Did anyone notice that when the ice was about to melt, more supply boxes appeared? This should be the ocean world pointing the balance towards us, so that we can develop as quickly as possible to resist the invasion of foreign regions in more than a month. At the end, Ye Chuan directly reminded everyone so that everyone would not automatically ignore the matters of the foreign regions and really forget the existence of foreign regions. After Ye Chuan said this, the public chat room suddenly fell silent for a while, and then became lively again, but they also started talking about things in foreign regions. Although it seems that the Kyushu region is at an absolute disadvantage, it is not impossible to fight them. Wang Sanrui looked at the flashing red dot with a sneer on his face. As early as this period, Wang Sanrui had a brilliant idea and used the ice skate boat to summon 3 affiliated island owners, including the affiliated assistant island owner. After seeing the 1-bedroom apartment where Wang Sanrui lived, they were really impressed by Wang Sanrui's abilities. Everyone is still living in tents, but the independent island owners have already moved into reinforced concrete single apartments. Is this the gap between the two? After hearing Wang Sanrui's plan, everyone did not hesitate and expressed their agreement. After all, everyone could see the financial strength of that guy named Ye Chuan. Getting rid of him would definitely be the best shortcut to getting rich. Since everyone agrees, let's get on the boat and start heading to that kid's island. Wang Sanrui shouted. In 7 days at the latest, we will be the new elites in the novice zone. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, the 4 of them got on the boat and headed towards Ye Chuan's island. After Ye Chuan arranged Xiao Feilong and the others to start a day's fishing, he immediately entered the submarine. First, I opened the public chat room and took a look. Do you have the illusion that there seem to be fewer supply boxes recently, and the items in them are not as good as before? It's true that there are fewer. I've only salvaged 3 or 4 in the past few days. They're just some basic supplies. It's fucking over. Is it because the development in the past month or so was too good that even Ocean World couldn't stand it anymore? This problem seems really hard to solve. I can only take it one step at a time and hope that it will recover in a few days. Ye Chuan sneered and opened the group chat again. His first sentence was, unbelievable. AI Oya died just like that. Ioya is dead. Who is Ioya? Ye Chuan was confused and immediately opened the chat history. Brothers, I am being attacked by 3 mermaids. Mermaid, you actually met a mermaid? The combat effectiveness of these things is very strong. Chapter 174. Upgrading submarines to cheap black powder. Oh, this guy named Ioya, like Cole, is driving a submarine. Ye Chuan understood. I originally thought that the mermaids were not strong enough, but I didn't expect that they could even deal with the only submarine left in the foreign region. They are worthy of being A-level marine creatures. Ye Chuan laughed out loud, feeling that this was something that should be celebrated. Well, I have to drink some monkey wine at noon today. Afterwards, Ye Chuan began to search everywhere. Last time, he basically only looked at the storage cabin and moved away all the food and water inside. He didn't pay too much attention to other places. This time, he observed carefully and finally found a blueprint in the soldier cabin. Ye Chuan was so excited that he almost shouted out, "A basic submarine manufacturing blueprint." Now this submarine is only about 10 meters, which is already as small as it can be. A primary submarine should be at least 20 meters, right? Damn it, I'm really rich. That idiot Cole didn't even tell anyone about this. Is he still holding on to hope? Ye Chuan sneered and started searching again, but this time there was nothing. Back on Turtle Island, Ye Chuan took a look at the manufacturing of the primary submarine, which required 1 mini submarine, 2,000 metal sheets, 1,500 plastics, 500 glass, and 100 cloth sheets. As expected of an entry-level submarine, it actually requires so much material. However, it is worth the money. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately made a primary submarine. With a faint light, the submarine was seen growing bigger. To Ye Chuan's surprise, the submarine finally reached about 40 meters, which was 4 times larger than the previous small submarine. This is what a real submarine is. Ye Chuan finally snapped his fingers excitedly and couldn't help laughing. After all, in the history of Blue Planet, the smallest submarine was about 20 meters long, and submarines are generally around 60 to 70 meters long. The previous 10-meter-long submarine was almost not worthy of being called a submarine. Brother, is this a submarine? Xiao Feilong also followed the sound and saw the submarine. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although this submarine is not big, it was able to build a submarine in such a short time. Even the previous dozen or so novice zones were not so fast. This is because I captured a small submarine from a foreign region before, and now I upgraded it to become bigger, Ye Chuan said with a smile. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Awesome. Xiao Feilong gave Ye Chuan a thumbs up, and his admiration for him had reached an unimaginable height. Have you finished catching fish? Ye Chuan turned his head and asked lightly. We have caught 5 nets, and now there are about 10,000 kilograms. We are helping to process them on Friday and Saturday, Xiao Feilong said with a grin. I saw you have been working here, so I came over to take a look. Follow me into the submarine, and let's observe. Ye Chuan laughed and took the little flying dragon into the submarine. As expected of a submarine that is more than 40 meters long, all the cabins are fully equipped and much more spacious. The living space has also expanded from the original 2 to 4. In addition to the torpedo compartment, there is also a missile compartment. The torpedo compartment is used to attack the enemy from the sea water. The missile bay is where missiles are fired out of the water and then attack places above the sea surface. Their power is much greater than that of torpedoes. However, there are still only the 4 torpedoes in the torpedo compartment. Apart from these, there are no other weapons in either the torpedo compartment or the missile compartment. It seems that if we want to make torpedoes and missiles, we need to find the corresponding materials. Fortunately, the submarine also uses electricity and is equipped with a super battery. According to the instructions, after the battery is fully charged, the submarine can cruise for 3,000 nautical miles, which is pretty good. After putting away the submarine, Ye Chuan couldn't help but asked with a smile. System, what materials are needed to manufacture torpedoes and missiles? Torpedo, TNT 25 kilograms, metal sheet 100, plastic 50. Missile, 35 kilograms TNT, 200 pieces of metal, 100 pieces of plastic. Oh my god, do they need so much explosives? Ye Chuan was stunned at the time. This is not a small amount of explosives. There were already 4 torpedoes before, which means 100 kilograms of explosives. How did they get it? System, can TNT be replaced by other gunpowder? Ye Chuan thought for a while, and then asked seriously. It can be replaced with black powder. A torpedo requires 35 kilograms, and a missile requires 45 kilograms. The system immediately gave an answer. It's much better than TNT. Ye Chuan pursed his lips slightly, and then asked, that also requires a large amount of black powder. I just don't know where to get so much sulfur and saltpeter. Last time I got it as a reward after upgrading Albatross. I can't get it by purchasing it from the public chat room. Huh? Ye Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He immediately released the submarine to find the tablet computer and asked in the group chat, "Brothers, who of you still has explosives to make torpedoes? Those 2 mines are almost fully mined. We will be able to trade them to you in at least 3 days." An island owner immediately replied, "Ioya is gone. You will be our hope in the future. Don't worry, when the barrier disappears, I will drive the submarine to welcome you." Ye Chuan sent a series of laughing emojis. The day of dominating the Kyushu region is not far away. Oh, by the way, I have good news for you. I accidentally found a rich gold mine. Even if we sell it directly, its value will be around 10 figures. You are worthy of it. All of a sudden, the 5 people began to praise Ye Chuan. After all, we had agreed at the beginning that no matter what happened, we would stand together. What coal found should be shared equally by everyone in the future. Okay, I won't talk to you guys for now. I'll just wander around for a while. Ye Chuan replied, and then exited the submarine. Xiao Feilong was fishing, Friday was processing and distributing the sea fish, Saturday was cooking, and Blueberry Jam was watching a movie in the house. Everyone was doing their own job, so Ye Chuan did not disturb them and went to the sheepfold to take a look at the lambs. After a few days of growth, the lamb's demand for goat's milk is not that great anymore. 2/3 of its food now comes from the magical grass. It is estimated that in a few days, goat's milk can be squeezed without restraint again. It just so happens that the goat milk is almost used up in the next 2 days, so it should be replenished in time. The chickens, each weighing about half a pound, were full of energy. Well, they don't need breadcrumbs. "Brother, look what I caught." Just when Ye Chuan was about to go to the vegetable area to take a look, Xiao Feilong suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 175 Electric Eel, Talking with Friday. Ye Chuan ran over immediately and saw a large number of black fish wriggling rapidly in the huge fishing net. These fish are generally more than 2 meters long and look like snakes, which is a bit creepy. The little flying dragon was about to grab one to take a closer look, but there was a slight bang sound, and the little flying dragon's body instantly straightened up and then fell to one side. "What's going on?" Ye Chuan was stunned and immediately stepped forward and asked. More than 20 seconds passed before Xiao Feilong stood up, shivering from time to time. "Brother, there is electricity." "Electric eel?" Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. "Brother, don't electric eels generally live in fresh water? How could there be electric eels in the sea, and so many of them?" Xiao Feilong said in disbelief. "This is the ocean world. There are even ancient megalodon sharks here. What's the big deal about electric eels?" Ye Chuan said unhappily. "They will all become our food in the end anyway. But the amount of electricity this eel can discharge is really scary. My physique has been transformed so well, but it took me more than 20 seconds to recover. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't he be knocked out directly?" Little Flying Dragon shouted. "I'm afraid that our brother turtle will offend the public and be knocked out by thousands of electric eels. Can't you think of something good?" Ye Chuan frowned. "Don't think about these nonsense all day long. You should think about how to deal with these electric eels." "Ah." Xiao Feilong was confused. "Brother, this is a job that costs lives. What else?" Ye Chuan rolled his eyes at Xiao Feilong, then turned and entered a greenhouse. This greenhouse is planted with apple, pear, and peach trees. The whole greenhouse is filled with fragrance. These 3 kinds of fruits are ripe. This Friday, I was so busy being nice to Saturday that I even forgot to deal with the ripe fruits. It seems like it's time to give it a good beating. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan picked 8 peaches. Each of these peaches is as big as an adult's fist and is very soft. It would be great if there was a straw. Just insert it and suck, and the thick peach juice will be sucked up. The feeling is simply indescribable. However, after consulting the system, Ye Chuan still made 8 straws out of plastic. At this time, Xiao Feilong had already started putting the seafood on the shelf. Friday was handling the electric eel with rubber gloves on. Saturday said respectfully, "Brother Chuan, I have divided the lunch into 8 portions and put them on your table. You can have lunch anytime." "Good girl, go help Friday." Ye Chuan nodded with satisfaction and immediately traded 5 lunches and peaches to Zhao Feiyu and the others. "The peaches I planted are ripe, and they must be very sweet. Just treat them as dessert after the meal." "Isn't this peach too good?" Liang Hongying asked in surprise. "I have eaten peaches many times before, and even the peach garden at home can't reach this quality." "Of course, these are the peaches of the ocean world," Ye Chuan said with a smile. However, Ye Chuan was also surprised by Liang Hongying's words. He wondered how powerful this girl's family was to even have the Pantao garden. "It's really unexpected," Liang Hongying said with emotion. "Get ready in the next few days. It will probably take me 4 or 5 days to reach your island. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. Come to my island. Liang Hongying made a puzzled expression. That's right. The situation in the ocean world is quite serious right now, and the foreign regions will attack our Jiuzhou region in less than a month. Ye Chuan replied seriously. Under such circumstances, we must unite together. At least none of my affiliated island owners can be left alone. I'll clean up and wait for you. This time, Liang Hongying did not refuse and agreed directly. She had visited Ye Chuan's island, which was more than 2 or 3 times larger than her own island, and had all kinds of fruits and plants. At least before the novice area ended, life on Ye Chuan's island would be many times better than it was now. Ye Chuan was stunned for a moment by Liang Hongying's straightforwardness. Then he replied with a smile and went back to have dinner with blueberry jam and Xiao Failong. Brother, except for the electric eels, all other marine fish have been put on the shelves this morning. During this time, Xiao Failong reported, there are 6 nets in total, with a little over 10,000 kilograms of fish caught. Keep up the good work, Ye Chuan said with a smile. In at least 2 days, your mission will be completed, and our lives will be better. It's my honor to serve you, big brother. Xiao Failong immediately laughed. After lunch, Saturday, and Xiao Failong started fishing. Ye Chuan found Friday, patted him on the shoulder and asked, Friday, have you been slacking off on farming recently? Friday was startled and said quickly, Brother Chuan, I didn't. Haven't I been working diligently all this time? Those 3 fruits were ripe. It would have been fine if you didn't pick them, but you almost let them overripe and rot. Ye Chuan asked back, Brother Chuan, didn't I tell you before that it would be cooked in 3 days at the latest? Friday retorted, besides, I helped you process the fish for your sake. Not only do you not appreciate my contribution, but you even criticize me. I didn't. I was just discussing this with you. Ye Chuan spread his hands and said, Friday, you are not a glass heart, are you? No. Friday shook his head repeatedly. Maybe during this period, I focused too much on Saturday. I will reflect on this. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why are you arguing with me here? Ye Chuan shook his head slightly and said with a smile, We are all men, I understand, but we can't put all our focus on women. After all, we still have our own careers. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Friday nodded repeatedly and admitted his mistake very sincerely. Ye Chuan was quite satisfied with this. Just when he was about to call Friday to help Xiao Failong and the others, he suddenly heard a moo sound coming from the woods, followed by birds flying high into the sky, and the trees began to shake violently. What's going on? Ye Chuan frowned slightly and immediately rushed into the woods with Friday. The 3 little ones followed closely behind and flew into the blue sky. It was not until we reached the edge of the woods that we saw 3 huge bison charging through the woods. Trees with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters were directly broken by them. Their strength was simply incredible. Chapter 176, Killing the Mad Bull, Head and Nerve. Fuck, what's going on? Why did 3 crazy cows suddenly appear? Ye Chuan was a little confused. Brother Chuan, each of these 3 cows weighs at least 2,000 pounds, and the horns on their heads are big and long. If all 3 of them attack us at the same time, we might be in trouble. Friday said seriously. You deal with 1, and I'll deal with 2. Ye Chuan said without hesitation, Let's act. As he said this, he rushed towards one of the cows. It's very challenging. Friday muttered softly and immediately strode towards the other cow. Moo. The cow obviously also saw Friday and immediately rushed towards Friday with a loud roar. Its eyes were red and it was panting, looking very scary. Let's fight. Friday growled and went straight up to grab the bison's horns with both hands and fought head-on. Ye Chuan had already attracted the attention of the 2 bison. He suddenly raised his hand and 6 steel needles shot out. The bison did not dodge at all and came straight towards Ye Chuan. The 6 steel nails penetrated deeply into the bison's thigh. As the steel nails exploded, most of the bison's leg was broken and it fell to the ground. The other bison had also come in front of Ye Chuan at this time. He couldn't use his crossbow at such a close distance, so he grabbed one of the bison's horns and threw his whole body towards one place. The powerful force made the bison stagger and fall twice on the ground. Moo. The bison with one front leg broken off seemed to have completely forgotten the pain. It still had bloodshot eyes and limped towards Ye Chuan. This made Ye Chuan speechless. It's as if I killed your father. What kind of deep hatred must you attack me like this? Moo. At this time, another bison had also stood up and rushed towards Ye Chuan again. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know why the flowers are so red. Ye Chuan snorted coldly. He didn't even use his sword. He directly used his boxing skills and punched the bison's head again and again. Ye Chuan himself found it hard to believe that his fists were as strong as steel. Even though he hit the bull's head hard, he didn't feel any pain at all. On the other hand, the bull, although its eyes were bloodshot and it looked crazy, was also beaten back repeatedly, with fear in its eyes. Go to hell. Finally, Ye Chuan punched the bull's cheek hard, finally ending the bison's crazy life. The other bison also did not escape the tragic fate. Brother Chuan, this is not easy. Friday came over at this time. This bull has at least 5,000 kilograms of strength when it gets crazy. If the person who made me hadn't considered everything, I think I would have been torn apart by it. Didn't you win in the end? Ye Chuan said with a smile. Be careful, because the 3 bison have eaten the green-flecked mushroom, which is a hallucinogenic mushroom that acts on the nervous system. The host needs to avoid the bison's internal organs when eating it. At this time, the system suddenly spoke. Ye Chuan finally understood why these 3 guys were like crazy. It turned out that they had eaten poisonous mushrooms. They were so unlucky. If they had just made a small fuss, he might not have found them. But they ended up being so high profile. It was really speechless. Let's drag them back. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head. He dragged 2 and Zhou Wu dragged 1, and they dragged them directly back to the central area. Brother, were these 3 bison causing trouble just now? Looking at the 3 bison, Xiao Feilong asked in surprise. You actually killed them? If you don't want to kill them, do you still want to play games with them? Ye Chuan asked unhappily. You don't know how dangerous the situation was just now. If we hadn't reacted quickly, we would have been the ones to die. Friday said somewhat dissatisfiedly. No. What I mean is that you guys are so awesome. You actually killed them. You're simply God of War level beings. Xiao Feilong waved his hands and explained with a smile. I feel better when you say that. It's worth my while to help you prepare the seafood. Friday finally gave up. Saturday. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately shouted Saturday. Brother Chuan, what do you want me to do? Saturday ran over immediately, ignoring Friday's wink, and asked very seriously. Let's deal with these 3 bison first and discard the internal organs. Ye Chuan said, we'll have beef for dinner. Don't worry, Brother Chuan. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Saturday immediately took the responsibility and started to work. Friday decisively gave up on Little Flying Dragon and helped Saturday deal with the bison. This put a lot of pressure on Little Flying Dragon, and his efficiency gradually slowed down. He only put 4 nets on the shelves in the afternoon, plus the previous 8 nets. A total of 12 nets were completed. The system also spoke in the evening. Attention, it is detected that the host's hidden task has been completed by 55. Please keep up the good work. It seems that Lu Shui caught a total of 7 nets, all by himself, and they were semi-automatic fishing nets. This number is already very gratifying. Now it seems that in 2.5 days, I will succeed. As night fell, the aroma of beef wafted across the island. Around 7 in the evening, Saturday brought a large basin of meat. Brother Chuan, I cooked the tendons, but I haven't divided them up yet. I'd like to trouble you to divide them up yourself. That's no problem. Ye Chuan laughed. Not bad. The spicy jintuba now is simply the best in the world. Jintabano refers to meat with skin and tendons, which is difficult to chew and stew. On Saturday, it was stewed using a special method until it was very soft and almost melted in the mouth. Add delicious monkey wine, and the feeling is simply indescribable. Blueberry jam and Little Flying Dragon ate and drank to their heart's content, and even wanted to become sworn brothers. They didn't ask to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. Ye Chuan was speechless for a while, so he just let them have their own way, and he simply washed up and went back to his room. In the public chat room, everyone is discussing today's gains. With the new fishing net, I can survive even without the help of the big guys. It's awesome. Today, I actually sailed a medium-sized sailboat. It's really exciting. I thought you were showing off to me. What's a medium-sized sailing ship? I fired a spinning crossbow. What did I say? Friends, with great power comes great responsibility. Have you forgotten the life or death situation we will face in 4 weeks? Chapter 177 Zhao Feiyu's Thoughts. When it comes to the issue of foreign region attacks, everyone's mood becomes a little depressed. However, after a brief silence, some people became much more ambitious. Hey, didn't the foreign region develop so quickly in just over a month? Why can't we do the same? That's right. Some big guys have already analyzed it. The balance of the ocean world has tilted towards us. I believe that we will be able to catch up with the foreign regions in a short period of time. Come on, everyone. We, Jiuzhou, are a superpower in the entire blue planet. I believe that we are equally strong in the ocean world. Yes, come on. Seeing everyone's exciting words, Ye Chuan couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This is the temperament of the people of Jiuzhou. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. If others offend me, I will definitely offend them. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Chuan didn't continue reading. He just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. One night, Ye Chuan slept until dawn. Seeing that everyone was busy outside, the breakfast prepared on Saturday was already placed on the coffee table in the living room, and the blueberry jam was already being eaten. Seeing Ye Chuan coming out, Blueberry Jam immediately said with a smile, "Brother, are you awake? I drank a little too much last night. When I opened my eyes, it was already 8 o'clock." Ye Chuan stretched lazily. "Seafood soup, not bad. Yeah, it's produced on Saturday, so it must be a top-notch product." Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly. Although Blueberry Jam was quite repulsive when she first saw that Saturday was a woman, after eating with Saturday several times, she was deeply impressed by Saturday's cooking skills. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately took out 5 copies and traded them to Zhao Feiyu and the others. After accepting the seafood soup, Zhao Feiyu immediately said in a deep voice, "I have an idea and want to discuss it with you. Just tell me if you have anything to say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Ye Chuan replied without hesitation, "As you know, the battle will begin soon." Zhao Feiyu replied, "I launched a medium-sized sailboat yesterday and was wondering if I could join you and join forces to fight the enemy." "Of course it's possible, but the only problem is that we don't know each other's location." Ye Chuan replied, "Unless we have a super locator. This morning, I found 2 supply boxes, which happened to contain a super locator." Zhao Feiyu replied, "That's why I came up with this idea. Can you drive a submarine?" Ye Chuan suddenly asked. "Of course. In the army, I am an all-round soldier. I can use any weapon, tool, anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the sea." Zhao Feiyu replied, "I have a primary submarine that is over 40 meters long and can travel 3,000 nautical miles. Just drive the submarine over here." Ye Chuan replied, "The only drawback is that it only has 4 torpedoes." "You even have a submarine?" Zhao Feiyu asked in disbelief. "Submarines are not like anything else. You can't just build one." But Ye Chuan not only found the manufacturing plan, but also built it. Isn't this incredible luck? With someone like this by my side, maybe I can really defeat a foreign region? At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately used the triple amplification card to turn the submarine into 3, and then traded one of them to Zhao Feiyu. "It's fully charged. If it has a range of 3,000 nautical miles, I think it will definitely reach me, and then continue to charge it. I have located you using the super locator. We are more than 1,500 nautical miles apart. Based on the submarine speed of 15 knots per hour, plus rest and other unknown factors, I will be able to reach you in about 7 days." Zhao Feiyu replied immediately. Ye Chuan replied with an okay expression, "Contact me anytime if you need anything." After saying that, he left the room. Friday came up and said, "Brother Chuan, I have picked all 3 kinds of fruits, but this one cannot be put in the refrigerator. It will affect the taste." "Okay, I'll put them all in my inventory for now." Ye Chuan patted Friday's shoulder. "That's right, chasing girls is indeed a big deal, but you must not forget your responsibilities. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for me to find you a wife, don't you think?" "Brother Chuan is right." Friday nodded repeatedly. "As for the coconuts, they will be ripe in about a week. I will pick them on time then. You don't need to report to me about this, just arrange it yourself." Ye Chuan nodded approvingly. After entering the greenhouse, Ye Chuan put all 3 kinds of fruits into the system's inventory. He also took the opportunity to visit other greenhouses. Well, they are all good. The magical tree, which is more than 30 meters high, has grown to about 10 meters taller, but is only as thick as an adult's finger. Just like at the beginning, it only has a few buds at the top, making it the tallest plant on Turtle Island. After doing all this, Ye Chuan came to the turtle's head. The 3 little ones had just landed with 3 boxes of supplies. When they saw Ye Chuan, they ran over and rubbed against Ye Chuan's thighs. "Oh, I've been so busy these days that I forgot to give you some dried fish." Ye Chuan sighed and immediately gave the 3 little ones several handfuls of dried fish. The 3 little ones immediately started eating happily. After giving the turtle 800 kilograms of krill, Ye Chuan opened more than a dozen supply boxes. Wooden board 15, metal sheet 10, coke 3. Metal pieces 20, cloth pieces 10, mineral water 15. Not only are there more resources available, but food, drinks, etc. not only have a much higher chance of being available, but also in larger quantities. Sure enough, spring is coming for the people in Kyushu district. "Oh, I haven't signed in yet." Ye Chuan suddenly remembered this and immediately said, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 evolution value package, 1 kitchen material package." Oh my god, even the system has become so generous, giving me 2 good things at once. Ye Chuan immediately opened the gift bag of kitchen materials. 500 g sugar, 2L soy sauce, 2L vinegar, 200 g peppercorns. That's great. I guess there won't be many kitchen ingredients left on Saturday, and the system is so thoughtful to deliver them to me. This saves me from having to go out and buy them. Ye Chuan said with a smile, and opened the evolution value gift pack again, and got 10,000 evolution points. At present, I already have 28,000 evolution points. Not to mention the 3 little ones, at least I can upgrade my turtle and my pig to the next level. We are about to go to war with foreign regions, and every level up will be very beneficial to us. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately took out 12,000 evolution points, upgraded the turtle to level 11, and then opened the turtle's information panel. Chapter 178, Level 11, Zhao Feiyu in Danger. Island owner, Ye Chuan. Type, turtle. Level 11, 0/14,000. Skills, water bomb, intermediate, countercurrent, intermediate, absolute gravity, 1,500 tons. Talents, longevity, fast healing, crawling. The countercurrent technique has been upgraded to the intermediate level, with a cross-sectional width of 10 meters, a water flow thickness of 4 meters, and a flow rate of 20 meters per second. Compared with the primary countercurrent technique, it has been directly doubled. The absolute gravity has also increased from 1,000 tons to 1,500 tons, not bad. Afterwards, Ye Chuan used another 6,000 evolution points to upgrade the dolphin to level 11. The dolphin had already come close to Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan watched its body slowly grow larger and immediately opened the dolphin's information panel. Name, dolphin. Friendly, 100/100. Level, 11. Evolution value, 0/7,000. Skills, sonic interference, intermediate, absolute impact, intermediate, pupil transmission, 15s. Talent, deep diving, 2,100 meters. Note, in absolute impact, the dolphin attacks with its head, and a medium impact is equivalent to a collision strength of 2,500 kilograms of force. Sonic interference can launch sonic attacks on everything within a range of 120 meters, interfering with the opponent's actions. Just like last time, neither skills nor talents were increased. Only sonic interference, absolute impact, and deep dive were strengthened. Dolphin upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the contracted beast to level 11 and receiving the upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it? At this time, the system's voice came. Ye Chuan rubbed his hands and immediately said, "Open it. Upgrade gift pack is opening. Please wait." Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 20 corn pancakes, 6 A-level bananas, and 1 weapon enhancement card, only for small weapons, which can double the power of the weapon. Another weapon enhancement card has been opened. Ye Chuan's expression changed. The last time, Ye Chuan used the weapon enhancement card on the rotating crossbow sword, making the rotating crossbow arrow twice as powerful. He didn't expect that this time there would be another weapon enhancement card. It seems that it is time to enhance the broadsword, right? Ye Chuan immediately took out his broadsword and used the weapon enhancement card. The sword, which originally weighed 56 kilograms, has doubled in weight, but its length has increased by 10 centimeters to 60 centimeters, and its width has also decreased by about 1 centimeter. The blade is restrained, and there seems to be a powerful energy flowing within it. Ye Chuan held it in his hand and waved it, and a sound of breaking through the air followed. The weight seemed to be more suitable for him than when it was 56 kilograms. Ye Chuan searched around for a while, and finally made a heavy long sword using metal sheets, and chopped it fiercely with the big sword in his hand. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long sword was actually cut into 2 pieces, and the cross-section was very smooth and flat. It can cut hair with a blow and cut iron like mud. What a good knife! What a good knife! Looking at the long knife, Ye Chuan suddenly laughed excitedly. After giving all the kitchen materials and food to Zhou Lu, Ye Chuan came to Xiao Feilong and asked, "How is it going?" "Brother, the ice has almost melted today, so fishing has gone much more smoothly. We have already caught 7 nets so far," Little Flying Dragon replied excitedly. "We should be able to catch 3 more nets before lunch." "Okay, with Friday helping you, things will go much faster." Ye Chuan smiled and patted Little Dragon on the shoulder. "If everything goes well, your mission will be over tomorrow. I will definitely work hard." Xiao Feilong's expression changed, and he immediately said excitedly, "It feels so good to be a hands-off boss." Ye Chuan laughed, went back to lie on the sofa, and watched a movie with blueberry jam. At the same time, he ordered the dolphin to dive to the bottom of the sea and use the same eye transmission method again. However, no useful minerals were found this time. Apart from some stones, there were only some strange sea fish. We did see a few great white sharks, but they can only be considered D+ level marine creatures. It would be fine if we didn't provoke the dolphins, but if we dared to provoke them, the dolphins could easily send them to hell. For lunch, Saturday made beef brisket with tomatoes, ate pancakes, and had strawberry pie for dessert. In the afternoon, Ye Chuan helped Xiao Fai Long to fish. With Ye Chuan's participation, the amount of fish caught in the morning and afternoon was almost the same. 20 nets were caught in the whole day. Ye Chuan also helped to sell 5,000 kilograms of fish. Almost soon after dinner, all of them were snapped up by the island owners. The system also sent a timely reminder before dinner. Attention! It is detected that the host's hidden task has been completed by 83. Please keep up the good work. Because the ice had almost completely melted, Lu Shui caught one more net, for a total of 8 nets, which can be said to be a very conscientious job. The day was spent fulfillingly and happily. Ye Chuan and Xiao Fai Long watched Gua Xiaojing's crosstalk together until after 10 o'clock in the evening. They did not go to the public chat room again and fell asleep directly. These past 2 days, the public chat room has been sharing what was found in the supply boxes, but there was nothing useful. Zhao Feiyu had already driven the submarine towards Ye Chuan for more than 200 nautical miles. After setting the program, he was about to go to sleep when the radar suddenly issued a beep-beep alarm sound. This made Zhao Feiyu frown slightly, and he immediately turned back. The radar alert said that a huge monster was coming towards the submarine 500 meters away. It was estimated that the two would collide in another 3 minutes. We are 500 meters below the sea surface. What could that be? Zhao Feiyu muttered to himself. He loaded the torpedo into the launch tube without hesitation and waited quietly for the opponent to arrive. 2 minutes later, Zhao Feiyu finally discovered the huge monster running towards him. It turned out to be a giant octopus. Each of this octopus's 8 tentacles is more than 10 meters long, and its huge head gives people a shocking feeling. Zhao Feiyu only knew that Ye Chuan had dealt with a giant octopus before, but it was not until he saw it with his own eyes that he realized how terrifying this giant octopus was. After being stunned for a few seconds, he immediately aimed at the giant octopus and pressed the fire button. More than 10 seconds later, the torpedo collided with the giant octopus, and a powerful shock wave suddenly erupted in the water. Even the submarine was affected and caused violent vibrations, but fortunately, it was not damaged. Looking at the giant octopus again, its 2 huge tentacles were directly blown off, and a small hole was blown out of its head, but it did not die. Instead, it rushed towards the submarine even more frantically. He's not dead. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but gasp, but it was no longer realistic to run to reload ammunition at this moment. This giant octopus was seriously injured by the submarine, and it is definitely going to end in a fight to the death. Retreating is no longer possible. Zhao Feiyu didn't hesitate to do anything. He increased the speed of the submarine to the maximum and rammed the giant octopus fiercely. Chapter 179. For bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. At that moment, the submarine and the giant octopus collided fiercely. The submarine suddenly shook violently. Even Zhao Feiyu couldn't keep his balance and almost fell to the ground. Then, the giant octopus grabbed the submarine with its only 6 remaining tentacles, as if it was going to crush the submarine with its enormous force. Although the submarine is very strong, anything could happen if things continue like this. Seeing the giant octopus moving towards the launch tube, Zhao Feiyu immediately rushed into the torpedo compartment and sent the second torpedo into the launch tube. The moment the giant octopus adjusted its angle, he immediately pressed the launch button. The giant octopus obviously felt a bubble bursting out and immediately opened its mouth towards that place, not intending to let go of any suspicious thing. Boom! In an instant, the huge torpedo drilled directly into the mouth of the giant octopus. The burning pain made the giant octopus crazy. Its tentacles couldn't help but detach from the submarine and began to dance. Zhao Feiyu took this opportunity to quickly retreat the submarine. Just when he was only a dozen meters away from the giant octopus exploded. All of a sudden, its broken arms and legs flew in all directions. A powerful shock wave came again, causing the submarine to vibrate uncontrollably. However, the submarine was in the process of retreating at that moment and was not hit by the shock wave, so the damage it suffered was relatively small, and ultimately nothing happened. It was only at this moment that Zhao Feiyu finally let out a long breath, sat down on the command chair, and was silent for 3 or 4 minutes before he recovered. I don't know how Ye Chuan killed the giant octopus. Even if it was a torpedo, it took 2 to kill him. Zhao Feiyu muttered to himself. Then he regrouped, reset the target position, and went back to sleep. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The hour hand just turned to the 6 o'clock direction, and the system voice came as expected. Ye Chuan rubbed his eyes and said directly, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points, 1 lucky blind box, and a feather fragment. Note: 3 feather fragments can be exchanged for an angel feather, and unexpected things will happen after using it. Now that the system has started to work, the things in the blind box must be very lucky, right? Ye Chuan said to himself, and then said, "Open the blind box." Blind box opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a triple amplification card. Oh, this is pretty good. I just used up one, and another one came immediately. However, this triple amplification card can no longer be used on small submarines, but Ye Chuan plans to keep it and get other awesome stuff, or use it when the small submarine is upgraded to a mid-level submarine. Island upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the island to level 11. You have received an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? After putting away the triple amplification card, Ye Chuan just walked out of the room and looked at the growing forest in the distance when the system's voice came again. Give me something good, Ye Chuan muttered to himself, and immediately said, "Open it." Opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 growth points, 6 A-level bananas, 9 medium nutrient solution, and 1 2-bedroom and 1 living room upgrade manufacturing diagram. The house can be upgraded again. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately asked, "System, what will this upgrade map do for the 2-bedroom, 1 living room house?" The system immediately replied, "The current 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment will be upgraded to a 150 square meter 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom apartment, with fine decoration as a gift. The host can choose to keep the existing furniture and appliances. Note: if you keep one of the items, the corresponding gift will no longer exist. Directly upgrade a 2-bedroom apartment to a 4-bedroom apartment, with an extra living room and a bathroom." That's awesome. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately researched the upgrade of a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room. It required 1 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, 1 2-bedroom apartment upgrade manufacturing drawing, 2,000 nails, 1,000 stones, 600 wood boards, 300 metal sheets, 200 plastics, and 100 glass. If calculated in this way, the required materials will roughly double. After all, it is a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, and 2 bathroom house. It is understandable. Besides, you have plenty of resources, so who wouldn't want to live in a bigger house? Ye Chuan immediately decided to leave the toilet, 2 water purifiers, and other existing items behind. After calling blueberry jam out of the house, he took out the resources and renovated and upgraded the house. With a glimmer of light, the original 100 square meter house suddenly became 150 square meters, and the exterior wall decoration became more beautiful. Blueberry Jam's eyes lit up. "Oh my God, brother, what kind of magic did you use to make our house so big?" "I just turned the house into 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms," Ye Chuan said lightly. Blueberry Jam immediately ran into the house and saw that everything had changed. Everywhere became very luxurious, and there were many more small decorations. The TV is at least 5 inches larger and comes with a USB flash drive. In addition to movies, TV shows, and folk art programs, there are also mini MVs, which is very user-friendly. Because Ye Chuan asked to keep everything in the bathroom, the extra bathroom was given to a bedroom, so it became 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. "Brother, I want to live in this room so that I can have my own bathroom." Blueberry Jam pointed to one of the rooms and said sweetly, "There is also an electric heater in the bathroom." So thoughtful. Okay, Ye Chuan nodded slightly. After all, she was a woman, so it was understandable. At the same time, Xiao Feilong was planning to surf the internet after getting up, but after seeing the big house, he also screamed and rushed in excitedly. "Brother, the house has become a 4-bedroom and 2 living room house, so can I move in?" "Of course," Ye Chuan nodded. "You can live in the deepest room. Is that okay?" "Not only is it no problem, it's absolutely no problem." Little Feilong laughed excitedly. "I have my own room now. I have my own room, haha. It's just a room, what's the big deal?" Looking at Xiao Feilong's almost crazy appearance, Ye Chuan muttered unhappily and walked out of the house. He turned his head and looked at the hill behind the house. The hill at this moment is about 150 to 160 meters long and 60 to 70 meters high. Both the length and height are about half as long as when it was level 10, and it has become the highest point on the island. Ye Chuan immediately went up the mountain, intending to see how the spring had developed. Chapter 180 Absolute Defense, Recyclable Device. The cracks in the rocks from which the spring water flowed out were much larger than before, and the spring water, which was once as thick as an adult's arm, this time became as thick as an adult's thigh. I picked it up and took a sip. It was extremely sweet. The evolution of Turtle Island is truly amazing. It is so magical that such sweet spring water can appear. It is true that the power of nature is the greatest. Ye Chuan did not waste the spring water. He used a pipe to directly bring it to the front door for use in cooking and daily drinking water. The water pipe that previously brought the mountain spring water into the bucket of the seawater to tap water converter returned to the water pump. After this night, the ice on the sea surface has completely melted and the temperature has dropped to 2 or 3 degrees above zero. Ye Chuan even feels that this set of clothes is a little too warm. I guess in a few days, I'll have to say goodbye to my cotton coats, right? Before Saturday's breakfast was ready, Ye Chuan installed a water pump. The water flowed into the ditch, then into the pipe and into the barrel. After being converted into tap water, it was used for washing. Fortunately, this ditch was made long enough, so even after it was raised 2 levels, the length was still sufficient. Otherwise, Ye Chuan would have to find another way. After breakfast, Ye Chuan threw the nutrient solution to Friday and began to help Xiao Feilong process the seafood. After finishing my own work on Friday and Saturday, I also started to join in. In just one morning, I completed a total of 13 networks. As soon as Xiao Feilong put all the seafood on the shelf, a voice came from the system. Attention! It is detected that the host's hidden task has been completed 100. Improved. Ye Chuan's expression moved. Originally, there was a shortfall of 17 yesterday. If he completed 13, Lu Shuai would also have completed 4, which meant that the task would be completed directly. It is detected that the host has completed 100 of the main mission of helping the novice island and received a surprise gift package. Do you want to open it? The next second, the system immediately asked. Great. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and immediately said, turn it on. The surprise gift package is opening. Congratulations to the host for receiving Evolution Value Package 1, Resource Package 1, Absolute Defense 1. System, what is Absolute Defense? Ye Chuan was stunned and asked immediately. Absolute Defense is a circular protective shield that can cover the entire Turtle Island and complete a defense. The system immediately replied. It can withstand attacks from up to 10 long-range missiles. Great. Ye Chuan snapped his fingers and almost laughed out loud with joy. For more than a month, all I got were offensive weapons. This is the first time I got something defensive. This is equivalent to extending the lifespan of Turtle Island. It's so cool. After opening the Evolution Value Gift Pack, Ye Chuan obtained 10,000 evolution points. Now Ye Chuan has 24,000 evolution points, which can be used to upgrade the 3 little ones. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately called the 3 little ones over and directly added the evolution value to them. Their bodies immediately began to grow slowly. Ye Chuan also immediately opened their information panel. Name, Albatross. Level 9, growth stage. Evolution value, 0/5000. Skills, diving claws, can grab 150 kilograms weight, flame feather arrows, 9 pieces. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. The weight of the weight I could grab increased by 30 kilograms, and 1 more feather arrow was added, which was not bad. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 9. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 9. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Afterwards, the system's voice came, and Ye Chuan immediately said, turn on everything. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 20 wooden boards, 15 metal pieces, 3 sweatshirt sets out of 6. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, plastic 17, glass 13, recycling device manufacturing diagram 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 19 metal pieces, 12 stones, 20 kilograms Jinhua ham. These 3 rewards were all good, but Ye Chuan was still most interested in the recycling device and immediately asked, System, what is this recycling device? The recycling device can be used to recycle items that are no longer in use. As long as they are placed in the recycling device, they can be exchanged for various resources. The system replied directly. This is a good thing. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately made the recyclable device and placed it in the inner courtyard next to the vetiver. The whole building is green and unremarkable. The most eye-catching part is probably the entrance, which is 2 meters long and wide. Ye Chuan tentatively threw a stove in, and in just 3 seconds, 2 pieces of metal and a stone were spit out. Ye Chuan was stunned, and threw another set of cotton clothes in, but ended up spitting out 1/3 of the cloth. Ye Chuan understood that whatever you put in, the resources you get back are the materials for making this item. Ye Chuan was quite happy about this. Moreover, he also thought of a secret to getting rich. However, it will take another 2 days before this secret can be put into action. After finishing all this, Saturday's lunch is also ready. A very simple beef bone soup with pepper and MSG. The taste is simply amazing. Moreover, on Saturday, they specially baked a dozen sesame cakes and served them with beef bone soup. I shoved them into my mouth horizontally and did whatever I wanted after eating. Ye Chuan traded the beef bone soup and sesame cakes to 5 people respectively and sent a message to Lu Shuai at the same time. No need to put seafood on the shelves for free. My mission has been completed. Okay, Lu Shuai replied very straightforwardly. Ye Chuan glanced at the message in the public chat room. Now, the temperature has completely risen, and with the increase in the number of supply boxes salvaged and the items opened, our good days are finally here. Hey, I'm not afraid to tell you guys, I actually opened a semi-automatic fishing net today. It's an electric one. That's nothing. I didn't tell you that I had launched a medium-sized attacking sailboat. Don't you know that you shouldn't show off your wealth? In this case, wouldn't it be easy for us to deal with foreign regions? Of course, I am becoming more and more confident now. After reading the news, Ye Chuan finally felt relieved. Looking at what everyone had gained, the speed of development seemed to be faster than that of foreign regions. So after 3 weeks, it would be easy to fight against foreign regions, right? At this time, Zhao Feiyu accepted the food and replied, "It's not safe along the way. We were attacked by a giant octopus last night, and now a giant python has entangled the submarine. Fortunately, it is relatively strong, otherwise I might be finished." Giant python? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Chapter 181 Feiyu escapes from danger and encounters a gray wolf in the forest. Yes, it's estimated to be more than 20 centimeters thick and wrapped around the submarine. Zhao Feiyu said seriously, "It's really scary. The power of this giant python is greater than that of a giant octopus." Ye Chuan analyzed, "How long has it been entangled?" 5 minutes. Zhao Feiyu replied, "Don't worry for now, but for now, I think you have to leave the submarine and kill this beast from the outside." Ye Chuan said, and immediately put the diving suit and stun gun on the trading column. The stun gun has not been used since it was used to shock the gluttonous mermaid. There is still enough power in it, definitely enough to give the giant python a good beating. Okay, I'll try. Zhao Feiyu took the things, put on his diving suit immediately, held the short blade in one hand and the stun gun in the other, and left the submarine through the torpedo tube. Nothing could be seen from inside the submarine, but from outside, Zhao Feiyu felt the horror of this giant python, which must be at least 20 meters long. The giant python's focus is still on the submarine. Zhao Feiyu no longer hesitates and immediately pokes the stun gun towards the giant python and turns it on. A powerful electric current instantly spread throughout the giant python's body. The python's entire body trembled violently and automatically let go of the submarine. However, a few seconds later, before Zhao Feiyu could return, the giant python discovered him and immediately opened its mouth and rushed towards Zhao Feiyu. Fortunately, the diving suit had sufficient oxygen, and Zhao Feiyu was able to keep up with the action. He immediately dodged to the side and stretched the stun gun towards the giant python's mouth. The giant python was electrocuted again for unknown reasons, but its huge tail immediately shrank, and then its entire body tightly wrapped around Zhao Feiyu. The next second, Zhao Feiyu, who had no time to dodge, was entangled by the giant python. Fortunately, Zhao Feiyu's short blade stretched straight forward and penetrated directly into the giant python's body. As the giant python's body began to entangle and wriggle, the wound on its squirming body slowly grew larger. In just over a minute, a wound more than 1 meter long appeared on one side of the giant python's body, and blood was flowing. The seriously injured giant python had no time to target Zhao Feiyu. It finally let go of Zhao Feiyu and swam quickly towards a place. Zhao Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and swam back to the submarine. 5 full minutes had passed before Zhao Feiyu realized that his hands were still shaking. After all, although he was considered a master soldier, he had only fought on land. This was his first time fighting a giant python 500 meters underwater, and he had won. I can definitely brag about this for the rest of my life. Ye Chuan sent more than a dozen private messages on the super tablet, and Zhao Feiyu replied, 10 minutes ago, I had already repelled the giant python. Don't worry. That's good. Seeing Zhao Feiyu report that he was safe, Ye Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be sure to pay attention to safety, and contact me in time if you have any questions. Okay, Zhao Feiyu replied with an okay expression. Although the ocean world has 30 million novice island owners every 3 years, the open sea is boundless, not to mention the life-restricted zone. No one knows what exists in the deep sea. Although the novice area is relatively safe, once you enter the hell mode, no one knows what will happen in the next second. Zhao Feiyu was able to survive 2 disasters safely. Although strength played a part in it, it must be said that luck also played a big part. After lunch, Zhao Feiyu once again followed the instructions of the super locator and headed towards Turtle Island. But Ye Chuan brought the little flying dragon with him, and on Friday, the 3 little ones walked into the woods, which expanded to nearly 4,000 square meters. Originally, Blueberry Jam also wanted to follow in, but because the situation of the expanded forest was unknown and might be dangerous, she was not allowed to follow. Brother Chuan, you are already very good at martial arts, but you still want me to follow you? I am busy watering the fruit trees. Not long after entering the woods, Friday began to nag impatiently. How dangerous can it be? Just follow me if I tell you to. You are serving me, not the fruit tree. Ye Chuan said unhappily. What if a powerful beast comes out and kills me by accident? Then, won't you be recycled and won't be able to experience a wonderful life? Me. These words left Friday speechless. He simply said nothing and followed Ye Chuan obediently. Whoosh! 50 meters deep into the woods, a figure suddenly rushed out from the bushes, so fast that even Ye Chuan couldn't catch it. What was that just now? For a moment, everyone was stunned. It was so fast that I only saw a black shadow. Friday replied. Oh my God, so mysterious. Could it be hyenas again? Ye Chuan muttered softly, and the crossbow nails were already ready. Whoosh! Clatter, clatter. 10 seconds later, accompanied by a sound, a dense group of things rushed out from the woods. Ye Chuan immediately shot out 6 steel nails, and suddenly more than a dozen birds fell to the ground. It turned out that there were dozens of birds, as if they were driven out by something. Under the power of the 3 little ones, all the birds scattered and the whole forest once again returned to its eerie silence. It seems that the animals this time are quite intelligent. Ye Chuan has already grasped the big knife in his hand. Friday, now you know why I brought you here. Do you think we can deal with them? Brother Chuan, the key problem is that we still don't know what the other party is. Friday spread his hands and said, You know, unknown creatures are the most terrifying. Let's continue going inside. Ye Chuan thought for a while before speaking. All of a sudden, the 3 people and 3 birds walked forward about 50 meters, almost reaching the center of the woods. Suddenly, a long, howl sound spread out, and more than 30 gray wolves came from all directions and directly surrounded the 3 people and 3 birds. Leading the group was a giant white wolf that was more than 2 meters long and 1 meter high. It stared at Ye Chuan with a pair of emerald green eyes and immediately gave the order to attack. There were more than 30 wolves, 7 of them attacked the 3 people, and the rest rushed towards the 3 little ones, in an orderly manner, as if it had been arranged long ago. The 3 little ones immediately flew high into the sky, but an ignorant gray wolf suddenly jumped up and grabbed the 3 little ones' paws. Before they could enjoy the joy of victory, they were hit by a flaming feather arrow in the body and fell from the sky with screams. Then, dense feather arrows fell from the sky, mercilessly shooting at the gray wolf that was fighting with the 3 people. Chapter 182. Land Creatures with Levels. Accompanied by a burst of strange cries, all the gray wolves turned around and retreated backwards. All the arrows fell on the ground and on the trees, but none of them hit the gray wolves. And a few seconds later, the gray wolf came back again, staring at the 3 people with murderous eyes. Brother, it seems like something is giving them orders? Little Flying Dragon said in a low voice. Among the 3, Xiao Feilong was the worst. Fortunately, he drank a lot of A-grade and S-grade fresh water, and his physical fitness and strength were already beyond ordinary people. That's why he was not injured in the previous wave of attack. Could it be that there is a tiger in the dark woods, and these wolves are obeying the tiger? Ye Chuan analyzed, but that doesn't sound like a tiger's roar, which is really confusing. At this time, at the signal of the white giant wolf, the wolves once again attacked the 3 people. The 3 little ones immediately swooped down from high in the sky, grabbed the 3 gray wolves, flew to a height of 100 meters, and then released their claws and smashed them into meat paste. Then, the 3 little ones attacked from the sky again, but this time, the strange sound rang out again. 5 or 6 wolves rushed towards an albatross at the same time. After the albatross grabbed a gray wolf, the other gray wolves bit its body. The weight was over 150 kilograms, and the albatross was unable to fly high. Seeing this, Ye Chuan immediately shot out 6 steel nails, which relieved the 3 little ones from their predicament. However, the 3 little ones did not dare to act rashly anymore and circled in the sky, looking for a suitable opportunity to attack. For a moment, more than 20 gray wolves entangled Ye Chuan and his 2 companions. Ye Chuan said in a deep voice, These are just minions. We must kill the guys behind them to resolve the crisis. Can you 2 hold on? Brother Chuan, don't worry, I will take care of Xiao Feilong. Friday answered without hesitation. Okay. Ye Chuan killed 2 more gray wolves and immediately rushed towards the place where the sound was just made. In just 5 seconds, Ye Chuan felt a strong wind behind him and immediately dodged to the side. It turned out to be the giant white wolf, blocking Ye Chuan's way and showing his sharp fangs to him. You are just a lackey. I want to see your master, Ye Chuan said coldly. You have no right to stop me. It was not known whether the giant white wolf did not understand what Ye Chuan said, or it simply did not intend to pay any attention to Ye Chuan. After a scream, it pounced directly towards Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan frowned and rushed forward with the big knife in his hand, chopping hard at the head of the white giant wolf. But there was a loud bang sound, and the wolf's claw hit the big knife and actually knocked the big knife to another place. The other wolf claw of the white giant wolf also hit over, pointing directly at Ye Chuan's cheek. Fortunately, Ye Chuan was very agile and dodged the attack. At the same time, he stood up and kicked it in the stomach, kicking it nearly 5 meters away. The giant white wolf simply turned over and stood up again. Oh my God, not only can its claws fight against my long sword, but it can also stand up immediately after being kicked by me. This giant white wolf seems to be more terrifying than a tiger, Ye Chuan said in surprise, and immediately asked, System, is this a wolf? Wind-chasing wolf, D-level land creature. The system immediately gave the answer, cruel and bloodthirsty. No wonder. This is the first land creature with a level that Ye Chuan has encountered after the 3 little ones, and it is only a D-level land creature, but its combat power is so strong. If he encounters a B-level or A-level land creature, he might not be its opponent now? Ye Chuan was sighing when the opponent attacked again. This time, the guy seemed to be putting all his strength into it, and his speed was a bit faster than before. Ye Chuan immediately hid somewhere, and at the same time used an air bomb, which hit the wind-chasing wolf directly in the face, causing it to close its eyes. Taking advantage of this gap, the last 6 steel nails shot out violently, but it was beyond Ye Chuan's expectations that the fur of the D-level land creature was so tough that even the rotating crossbow that had been upgraded twice could not pierce it. It was precisely because of this negligence that the wind-chasing wolf had adjusted its state and fell down with its entire body. Ye Chuan actually still felt a little regretful. The level 11 water bomb was already very powerful. Even if he was only half damaged, it was still very amazing. But this was on land, and the water bomb turned into an air bomb, with its power halved again. It was probably just a tickle for the wind-chasing wolf, right? Seeing the wind-chasing wolf rushing towards him again, Ye Chuan cursed in a low voice and fought with it again. 3 minutes later, taking advantage of an opening, Wang Kai suddenly swooped down from high in the sky and grabbed the fur on the back of the wind-chasing wolf. The wind-chasing wolf and Ye Chuan were fighting so hard that the wolf forgot about the threat from high in the sky and was directly lifted into the air. Wang Kai, you are the coolest. Ye Chuan laughed loudly, bent his body, and shot directly into the sky. Wang Kai also dropped the wind-chasing wolf in time. The wind-chasing wolf rushed towards Ye Chuan with its fangs and claws bared, but it couldn't control its body in midair and was slashed hard by Ye Chuan's long sword. It fell to the ground and screamed in pain, unable to stand up for a while. This is my island. With the appearance of a D-level intelligent land creature like you, will I ever have peace in the future? Ye Chuan snorted coldly, strode forward, and chopped the wind-chasing wolf's head with his sword. He used all his strength to chop the wind-chasing wolf's head in half. Afterwards, Ye Chuan went towards the place where the strange sound had just been made. This was a creature with a pointed chin, short, oily fur, and almost non-existent front paws. It was about half the size of an average gray wolf, and was looking at Ye Chuan with an innocent look on its face. Could it be this thing that made the weird noise just now? Ye Chuan muttered to himself in disbelief, and then asked, System, what is this thing? The wolf is a sea-level land creature. It is extremely intelligent and has command abilities. The system replied immediately. In cahoots with each other, accomplice? Ye Chuan was shocked. I only knew this word before, but had never seen this kind of creature. Ye Chuan even thought it was just made up by someone. But it turns out that this kind of creature really exists. Moreover, it is 1 level higher than the giant white wolf, a sea-level land creature. So, you are a greater threat than that wind-chasing wolf. Ye Chuan snorted coldly. Since the wind-chasing wolf is dead, there is no reason for you to live. As he spoke, Ye Chuan clenched his sword and strode towards Bay. At the same time, the 11 or 12 gray wolves gave up on Friday and the other 2, and rushed over in a flash, protecting the wolf in the middle. Chapter 183 Rewards for Killing Leveled Land Creatures. Oh, they are quite organized. Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Chuan, these guys don't have strong individual combat power, but they can work together. Friday and the other two also returned to Ye Chuan and reported in a low voice. See that ugly thing in the middle? The main thing is to kill him, Ye Chuan said, taking the lead. Ouch! All of a sudden, the three of them rushed forward in a pincer attack. The wolves kept roaring and fighting with Ye Chuan and the other two. In the middle, a gray wolf that was slightly bigger than the others lay down. After the wolf climbed on top of it, it turned around and ran towards the woods. We can't let it run away, Ye Chuan yelled. The three little ones dived and rushed towards the gray wolf at the same time. Although they encountered a little resistance in the process, Wang Kai still grabbed the wolf with one claw and flew into the sky. The gray wolf below roared and also jumped up, trying to bite Wang Kai's feet and rescue the wolf, but Wang Yun followed closely and grabbed it into the air. The gray wolves were leaderless and were quickly slaughtered. The big gray wolf and its wolf were also carried to a height of 100 meters and fell down, smashing into a paste. Humph, you still want to act so presumptuously on my turf? Ye Chuan snorted coldly and said with disdain. Congratulations to the host for killing a D-level land creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? Congratulations to the host for killing a C-level land creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? This is definitely a pleasant surprise for Ye Chuan. I just wanted to eliminate the threats in the woods, but I found 2 leveled creatures. After killing them, I even got a reward. Is there anything more satisfying than this? Ye Chuan snapped his fingers excitedly and said, Open it. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 6 A-grade bananas, and 1 super locator. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 1 small cannon manufacturing diagram, and 1 attack medium sailboat manufacturing diagram. Small cannon manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan's expression changed. After all, there was already a small cannon on the highest point of the island, which was the hill. Now there was a small cannon manufacturing blueprint. Did this mean that he could upgrade the small cannon? Thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately asked the system, and the system gave an answer. You need a small cannon manufacturing diagram 1, a small cannon 1, metal pieces 200, cloth pieces 20, and stones 4. After upgrading, it becomes a medium-sized cannon with a range of 800 meters, great power, and an explosion range of 60 meters. It has a crosshair and can rotate 360 degrees. It can fire 3 shells continuously and can be upgraded. The range is 300 meters longer than that of the small cannon. The explosion range is also increased by 30 meters, and it can also fire 3 shells continuously, which is awesome. Brother, look what we found. Before Ye Chuan's joy had died down, the little flying dragon had already run over holding some fungi. Lychee mushroom? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Brother, I've experienced the deliciousness of lychee mushrooms. They are the king of mushrooms. Little flying dragon laughed and said, Do you have a plan for dinner today? Of course, Ye Chuan laughed. The 3 of them gathered all the gray wolves together and then returned triumphantly. Brother Chuan, so many gray wolves? Saturday asked in surprise. Deal with all these wolves. Ye Chuan instructed with a smile. Brother Chuan, wolf meat is relatively rough. Even if it is stewed well, it doesn't taste particularly good. Zhou Lu reminded. I think it's better to sell wolf meat directly than to eat it. Then keep the wolf skin and sell the rest. Now that food is plentiful, Ye Chuan no longer cares about food. During this period, the surviving island owners not only caught more supply boxes, but also had a higher chance of getting food and water. They have almost no shortage of food. If you exchange 500 G for 1 unit of supplies, there will definitely be island owners who will exchange for it just to try something new. Okay, I'll deal with it on Saturday and put it on the shelves. Xiao Feilong agreed very straightforwardly. Girl, come here. Then, Ye Chuan came to the sheepfold carrying a small bucket and blueberry jam. From now on, I will let you feed the sheep. Also, I will tell you how to milk the sheep. From now on, you will also milk the sheep every day. How about that? Ye Chuan asked. That's great, of course. I was wondering how I could help you. Blueberry Jam nodded repeatedly and said with a smile. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately taught Blueberry Jam how to milk the goat. Blueberry Jam had a good learning ability, and he learned it in just over half an hour. Then he began to try to milk it himself. Seeing that the Blueberry Jam was almost done, Ye Chuan came to the top of the mountain and directly upgraded the small cannon into a medium cannon. It was a pity that there were no shells, otherwise he could test the power of the medium cannon immediately. Well, we have already agreed with the foreign island owners that sulfur and saltpeter will be shipped in 3 days. I don't know what the situation is now. We can't rush into this matter right now, so let's wait until tomorrow afternoon to ask them. In the evening, Saturday made steamed lychee mushrooms and minced meat mushroom soup. The taste was simply amazing. Everyone ate with relish. Even Zhao Feiyu temporarily let down his guard because of this delicacy. After watching more than a dozen MVs of Zhou Ailan and Xue Xiaoqian, Ye Chuan washed up and returned to his new room, which of course also had an independent bathroom. Sitting on the bed, Ye Chuan was delighted by the soft Simmons mattress. He then opened the public chat room and took a look. I'm so happy. Today I caught a few sea fish and 3 boxes of supplies. I'm a girl, but I've become a tomboy. I have quite a few manufacturing diagrams here, but many of them require a lot of supplies. I plan to sell a few rare ones in exchange for supplies. Hurry and buy now. Everyone has a lot of good stuff now, so there's no need to collect your manufacturing diagrams. You should salvage more supply boxes and start manufacturing when you have more supplies. That's right. You have a lot of good stuff, but others may not. Some of you may have a lot of supplies, but few manufacturing plans. If you don't want to change, then don't change. What are you talking about? Fuck you want to argue with me? Believe it or not, I will use the super locator to locate you right now. Fuck you. Harmony brings wealth. Our current enemy is the foreign region. As expected, they all acted like nouveau riche. Ye Chuan was originally planning to ask that guy what kind of manufacturing drawings he had, but Lu Yi suddenly sent a message. Ye Chuan, do you have any weapons? Chapter 184 Lu Yi asks for help and bargains. Why do you suddenly want weapons? Did something happen? Ye Chuan frowned slightly. Lu Yi hadn't communicated with him these past few days, but the first time he opened his mouth, he actually asked him for weapons, which made Ye Chuan a little worried. Not really. It's just that there has been a strange sound in the woods at night these past 2 days. Lu Yi replied, and the sound tonight is obviously louder than last night. It's as if that thing is gradually approaching me. I want to find something to protect myself. These words also made Ye Chuan's heart tighten. After all, he had just witnessed a scene in the woods. Since there were strange noises, it might be the appearance of a land creature with a certain level. Even if it was a D-level land creature, it was not something Lu Yi could deal with. After thinking for a while, Ye Chuan said directly, nothing will happen tonight. I will ask someone to add you as a friend later. After confirming your location, I will come and pick you up to my place. Is it not going to disturb you? Lu Yi asked anxiously. In fact, she had long wanted Ye Chuan to pick her up, but after rejecting Ye Chuan last time, she was too embarrassed to ask again. Now that Ye Chuan took the initiative to bring this up, Lu Yi was very happy. It's okay, Ye Chuan said, and immediately contacted Zhao Feiyu and put the super locator in the transaction column. I'll give you a coordinate now. Please help me pick up my friend. No problem, Zhao Feiyu said, and immediately used the super locator to locate Lu Yi's position and replied, I am only 700 nautical miles away from her at the moment. I can reach her in 2 days. It's actually on the way. She is at 10 o'clock. Please, she is my schoolmate. Ye Chuan sent a handshake emoticon. After that, Zhao Feiyu went to add Lu Yi as a friend. Ye Chuan then contacted the novice island owner who was selling manufacturing maps. Brother, what manufacturing maps do you have? We have them, big and small. It just depends on whether you have the ability to buy them. The other party answered very domineeringly. What is the biggest thing? Ye Chuan was also surprised and asked immediately. Would you like the blueprint for manufacturing a large sailing ship? The other party made a smug expression. Ye Chuan originally planned to take it, but then he changed his mind and realized that he already had a small submarine and several medium-sized attack sailboats, and the movable Turtle Island was an extra-large ship, so he no longer needed a large sailboat. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan directly refused. As for this thing, I really don't need it. Is there anything else that can interest most island owners? The cannon manufacturing diagram. You should be interested in this, right? The other party replied again. Oh my god, there is such a thing. If I use it, can I directly upgrade the medium cannon? The system suddenly said, attention, to upgrade the medium cannon, you need to combine 2 small cannon manufacturing drawings into 1 medium cannon manufacturing drawing. That's good too. If you don't want it, then maybe because of this card you didn't want, the medium cannon cannot be upgraded? Ye Chuan thought about it and immediately asked, I am indeed interested in this. What price do you plan to offer? 1,000 units of each of all resources, the other party replied. I'll give you 10 seconds. I hope you can change your mind, otherwise we will have nothing to talk about. Ye Chuan frowned and replied immediately. Friend, this is a small cannon used for attacking. The other party was stunned. So tough? You still have 7S. I have an island area expansion card here. I'll give it to you at worst. Seeing that Ye Chuan was so tough, the other party became a little anxious. He immediately put the cannon manufacturing map and the island area expansion card into the item trading column. Ye Chuan sneered and gave the other party all 600 units. I will only give you 600 units. This is my bottom line. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. Yes. Seeing that Ye Chuan had no intention of giving in, and that 600 units of all the supplies were not a small number, he finally agreed to the deal. At present, he already has 7 or 8 island area expansion cards, which means that he can expand by 4,000 square meters. However, Ye Chuan does not plan to use them or sell them. Maybe one day he will be able to use them? After looking at the public chat room again and finding no other useful information, Ye Chuan lay down on the soft Simmons mattress and soon fell asleep. Ye Chuan slept until dawn and only woke up slowly when the sun outside shone on his face. This Simmons mattress was so comfortable that he actually slept for 10 hours. It was so cool. Sign in, Ye Chuan said lazily after stretching. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Chain crossbow manufacturing diagram 1. Ye Chuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this chain of crossbow arrows what he needs right now? Ye Chuan took a look immediately. The chain crossbow weighed 5 pounds and could hold a total of 12 crossbow arrows, 4 of which could be fired at a time, and its power was no less than that of the rotating crossbow arrow that Ye Chuan had upgraded for the first time. Lu Yi has drunk so much grade A liquid that his physique has already been transformed. At least he can easily lift a 5-gene chain crossbow arrow. Ye Chuan immediately made a chain crossbow and traded it to Lu Yi. It's perfect for self-defense. At this time, more than 1,000 miles away, a large ship was sailing quickly. The captain was none other than Wang Sanrui. He led 3 affiliated island owners to Ye Chuan's Turtle Island. On the way, they salvaged a lot of supply boxes and actually found a blueprint for manufacturing a large attackable sailboat. So Wang Sanrui used all the supplies to build a large ship. Not only was it safer, but the speed also increased by 5 nautical miles per hour. Captain, I found that Ye Chuan's island seems to have been moving slowly. The assistant island owner couldn't help but ask after discovering the clue. Then it should be that the guy also gave up the island and got on a ship. Wang Sanrui guessed calmly. Captain, if his ship is exactly the same as ours, then don't we have any advantage? The owner of the affiliated Zhili Island was stunned. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that there are 4 of us in total. There are 8 cannons on the ship, and we also have 16 shells. Wang Sanrui said confidently. Isn't that enough to defeat Ye Chuan, who is only 1 person? That's possible. After all, we're going on a surprise attack. The other party definitely doesn't know that there are 4 of us. The assistant island owner thought so and immediately gave Wang Sanrui a thumbs up. Captain, you've considered everything. Humph, in 2 days, we will be able to find Ye Chuan. Wang Sanrui smiled. By then, everything he has will be ours. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 185, Buying and Selling Business, Making Torpedo Missiles. In the morning, Saturday made milkshakes with grade A bananas, goat milk, strawberries, and peaches. Everyone was full just by drinking the milkshakes. Blueberry Jam and Little Dragon had nothing else to do for the time being, so they made an appointment to go fishing at Turtle Tail. Ye Chuan ran to check the public chat room to see if there was any new information. Today, I opened a supply box and found a C-grade apple. It's really delicious, better than any apple I've eaten on Blue Star. Besides, what's the big deal? I even opened a B-grade banana. After eating it, I can now lift the rocks that I couldn't lift before. It seems that things with grades can make our physique stronger. The more graded things we eat, the more powerful we will be. Are there only C- and B-grade items? Has anyone opened an A-grade item? It seems that there really isn't any. I've opened 3 B-grade ones, but there's no A-grade one. That's a very precious thing. Everyone is paying attention to this issue. I wonder if anyone has paid attention to the temperature. It seems that it is too hot to wear cotton clothes, but it is too cold to take them off. Do you feel it? Indeed. Luckily, I came across a frozen hyena and temporarily transformed the hyena's skin into clothes. It is slightly cooler than a cotton coat and is just right for me to wear now. Ye Chuan's expression moved, and he immediately ran to start weaving cloth with cotton. He made all the cotton into about 600 pieces and then made them all into a set of sweatshirts that could be worn when the temperature was a few degrees warmer. A total of nearly 2,000 pieces were produced, and then the items were put on the shelves. 50 units of various resources equals hoodie set 1. As soon as Ye Chuan put the items on the shelves, everyone was surprised. Oh my god, is this true? We just complained that cotton clothes are too hot, and someone immediately started selling hoodie sets. Although the price seems high, we have been distributing more supplies during this period, so it doesn't seem too expensive, right? While you're still considering it, I've already bought one. It's very soft, and I'll probably be able to wear it tomorrow. It's great. Then buy it tomorrow? There are too many wolves and too little meat. We can't wait until tomorrow. Ye Chuan was still wondering if he had set the price too high, but in less than 5 minutes, more than 1,000 sets of sweatshirts had been sold out. This also made Ye Chuan's expression moved. It seems that this business has great potential. Muttering to himself, Ye Chuan sent another message in the public chat room. We are purchasing cotton-padded clothes from 5 units of various kinds, but we are only buying 1,000 pieces. This opportunity cannot be missed. Oh my, there's another big guy buying cotton-padded clothes. Isn't it a bit cold to take off the cotton-padded clothes now? Anyway, I already have a sweatshirt. It's really too hot to wear a cotton coat. It's too hot to salvage a supply box. I've already initiated a trade with the other party. I've also initiated a trade. I made a piece of clothing out of pieces of cloth. Although it's ugly, it's still okay. I won't need the cotton-padded jacket anymore. Should I throw it away instead of selling it? Yes, sell it. Suddenly, the entire public chat room became lively again. Looking at the trading requests one by one, Ye Chuan found Xiao Feilong and asked him to exchange various resources in turn. There were only 5 items available anyway, so there was no need to rush. He could just trade slowly. After the transaction was over, he could throw all the cotton coats into the recycling device outside. Xiao Feilong took the order and started working immediately. Ye Chuan took Xiao Feilong's place and started fishing. It was not until after lunch that Xiao Feilong finally finished all the work and obtained more than 500 pieces of cloth. Ye Chuan immediately made all the cloth into hoodies and continued to sell them in sets of 50. He made a lot of money from the difference and was very happy. After all the goods were sold out, and it was almost 4 in the afternoon, Ye Chuan opened the submarine and looked at the chat history on the super tablet. Someone in the group had actually initiated a transaction with him for a total of 1,000 kilograms of sulfur and 1,000 kilograms of saltpeter. Ye Chuan was so excited. Brothers, so awesome. My subordinate island owners have been working overtime to mine, and they have only mined this much for now. The other party replied, you know, we also need to make shells here at our base camp, so I will give you 1 ton of each first, and then we will give you more when we mine more. No problem. Ye Chuan replied with an okay expression. With these, I can secretly deal with those powerful guys first. After all, they don't have weapons like submarines in the Kyushu region, so they can only wait to die. Thank you for your hard work. Once we occupy the Kyushu region, we will definitely give you a welcome dinner. We won't leave until we are drunk. The other party replied after sending a series of laughing emojis. Ye Chuan replied with an okay expression and immediately stepped out. Looking at the 2 kinds of supplies, he was so happy that he immediately sorted out all the charcoal, stones, metal sheets, and plastics. 1 kilogram of black powder requires 400 G of sulfur, 400 G of saltpeter, 100 G of stone, and 100 G of charcoal. Made up. Don't take it seriously. In this way, Ye Chuan directly produced 30 torpedoes and 30 missiles, and there was still 100 kilograms of black powder left, which Ye Chuan planned to make into shells for medium-sized cannons. After calculations, Ye Chuan produced a total of 21 shells, which is very good. At least he can fire 7 times in a row. However, Ye Chuan was itching to test the power of the medium-sized cannon first, so he immediately rushed up the mountain. After firing 3 shells from the barrel, he pressed the start button and fired the shells directly. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 loud bangs in succession, and 3 shells were fired at the same time, hitting the target 800 meters away. Along with a loud bang, a huge wave rushed up to the sky nearly 100 meters. The diameter of the explosion was 60 meters, and the waves raised spread out about 200 meters in all directions. Wow, that's amazing. Blueberry Jam was shocked, but after seeing the amazing scene in front of her, she couldn't help but clap her hands excitedly. Brother, I told you are the best. Just average, 3rd in the world. Ye Chuan scratched his nose with his thumb and said with a chuckle. Jojo, Ocean World Command Center. The square-faced man was still looking at the novice area, but what was displayed in front of him was blank. Before the 6-month novice period was over, even the command center could not see the situation in the novice area. At this time, a woman came in from outside and said seriously, Sir, there is news from the outer sea. Outer sea. The square-faced man frowned slightly. Can news from the outer sea be more important than the novice area? It's the news about the novice area. The woman pursed her lips, as if she didn't want to tell the truth. Chapter 186. Lu Yi's Night of Terror. Before, a crack appeared in the novice area. One of Zhao Tiefeng's men drove a submarine to track a group of mermaids into the novice area and discovered a huge secret. It turns out that the novice area has always been divided into the Kyushu area and the foreign area. This accident caused a crack in the barrier between the foreign region and the Kyushu region, and the ocean world tilted the balance towards the foreign region, so that the foreign region has pocket submarines, while the Kyushu region has only medium-sized attack sailboats. The woman lowered her head and answered very sadly. What? The square-faced man's expression changed drastically. There are actually two regions, and the foreign region is developing so well. Here, he suddenly thought of the novice island owners in the past. They all developed on their own in the first 4 months. After the 4th month, foreign regions began to attack the Kyushu region on a large scale, and both sides won and lost. I have never understood why there is a 4-month deadline. It seems that the barrier between the two regions will not disappear until 4 months later. And this time the development of the two regions is so different. Isn't it obvious that the entire Kyushu region will be sent in? Let Zhao Typhoon blast open the barrier of the novice area and rescue the people from the Jojo area. After a few seconds, the square-faced man couldn't help but shout out. Sir, you know about the novice area. If it could be blasted open, wouldn't it have been open long ago? The woman said anxiously, and that subordinate came out when the crack outside was about to heal automatically. It would be troublesome if he wanted to find the novice area again. Damn it. With these words, the square-faced man slammed his fist on the table in anger. How could such a good ocean survival event turn out like this? Why would those bastards want to provoke that giant octopus at this time? Can an SS-level marine creature be defeated so easily? At present, we can only pray that the children in Kyushu district can save themselves. The woman sighed, very helpless, but said helplessly. At dinner, everyone enjoyed a delicious meal of braised pork, accompanied by monkey wine, and everyone was drinking happily. Only Lu Yi. For fear that the strange voice would appear again, Lu Yi only ate the braised pork and did not drink the monkey wine. Although Lu Yi tried his best to avoid it, the strange cry still appeared at around 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Yi heard it more clearly this time, as if it was right outside the tent. Lu Yi was shocked, and his heart beat faster. He put the crossbow arrow in front of his chest and looked outside in horror. The strange cry was getting closer and closer, and the tent was suddenly opened. An animal that was more than 1 meter long, more than 30 centimeters high, with gray hair, and looked like a wild cat with glowing eyes. Almost half of its body stuck into the tent. At that moment, Lu Yi felt like his heart was about to stop beating. She felt that this species was very similar to a mammal, but even the largest mammal was half the size of it. This guy was really too big. Lu Yi also felt that the reason this thing wanted to enter the tent was to test herself to see if she had any abilities. Once it finds that it has no ability, it may attack itself or even eat itself. Lu Yi didn't dare to think anymore. He immediately pulled the trigger. For crossbow arrows shot towards the giant caracal like lightning. The giant caracal's reaction and agility were amazing. It quickly retreated and twisted its body to run into the dense forest. It was not until that moment that Lu Yi finally gasped for breath and tears flowed uncontrollably. It was not until this moment that she felt how terrifying the ocean world was, and that she could lose her life if she was not careful. A few minutes passed, and the strange cry did not appear again. Lu Yi then mustered up the courage to go out and take a look. Under the moonlight, Lu Yi discovered an unknown liquid a few meters away from the tent. He wiped it and took a look, then he was shocked. Blood? Later, Lu Yi realized that it must be his crossbow arrow that hit the giant caracal, so it ran away. He guessed it would not come tonight. Despite this, Lu Yi did not sleep all night and kept holding the crossbow arrows tightly, fearing that the giant caracal would counterattack and kill him. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Ye Chuan had just woken up when he saw more than a dozen messages from Lu Yi. Ye Chuan, you don't know that last night the giant caracal actually came to eat me. Fortunately, your crossbow arrows drove it away when it was completely defenseless. I don't even dare to sleep, for fear that it will strike back and kill me, and then I'll be finished. Ocean world is too dangerous. I'm so scared. Ye Chuan took a look and found that the last message was sent at 4 in the morning, only 2 hours ago. It seems that this girl was really scared and didn't sleep all night. Ye Chuan immediately replied, Don't worry, my friend will be there this afternoon, and you can have a good sleep then. Lu Yi was still awake and replied immediately. In the middle of the night, the giant caracal made a few strange noises again, but it was far away from me. I don't know if it was provoking me. It's hard to say, but I suggest you go out later and act happy to prove that you don't take it seriously at all, so it won't dare to attack you again. Ye Chuan sent a smiling emoticon. I'll give you 500 milliliters of goat milk later. After drinking it, your fatigue and sleepiness will greatly disappear. Yeah, Lu Yi replied immediately. Ye Chuan smiled and shook his head, then said, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Incomplete treasure map 1. Incomplete treasure map? Ye Chuan took it out and took a look. It seemed that it was only 1/10 of the complete treasure map. However, Ye Chuan still had a complete treasure map in his hand, so he was not very interested in this incomplete one. Well, the current evolution value has reached 15,500 points, so the 3 little ones can be upgraded. However, Ye Chuan was not in a hurry. Instead, he came to the turtle's head, looked at the 20 or so supply boxes, and chose to open them all. Metal sheet 21, stone 7, sugarcane 3, plastic 19, glass 10, mineral water 5. More than 20 supply boxes were opened at once, and I made a small profit directly. However, there were no particularly rare items. I don't know if it was because there were too many supply boxes, so the items opened were relatively common. Maybe I can try opening 5 in the morning and 5 in the evening. Maybe I will get some unexpected results? Brother Chuan, there is an island ahead. At this moment, Friday suddenly came over and reminded. Chapter 187. An enemy is attacking? It's just like an egg hitting a rock. Is it a natural island or the island owner's island? Ye Chuan asked immediately. It doesn't look like a natural island, and it's quite small, Friday reported. And there's a medium-sized sailboat anchored next to the island. Then there is an island owner. Ye Chuan nodded immediately. Should we go over and take a look? Friday asked. That's inevitable. We must see what it is for. Ye Chuan laughed and immediately ordered the turtle to go to that place. They soon arrived next to the island. The island owner was fishing for a supply box at the moment. When he saw such a large island slowly approaching him, he couldn't help but gasp. Oh my God, it's such a large island. This is too scary. Could it be that a foreign region has attacked in advance? As he was muttering, Turtle Island had already connected with the small island. Accompanied by the little flying dragon, Ye Chuan jumped onto the small island. The island owner's face changed drastically, and he immediately pointed a crossbow at Ye Chuan. What do you want to do? Why did you trespass on my island? Brother, it seems that every island owner in the novice area should be equipped with simple weapons. Xiao Feilong couldn't help but answer. This small island is probably only 800 square meters, and it can be equipped with crossbows. You look down on me? The island owner glared at the little flying dragon with a dark face. Do you believe I can shoot you to death? I don't believe it. Xiao Feilong shook his head. The island owner did not tolerate him and immediately pulled the trigger at the little flying dragon. Instantly, a crossbow arrow shot towards the little flying dragon as fast as lightning. Xiao Feilong was startled, and before he could react, Ye Chuan had already stepped forward and grabbed the crossbow arrow when it was less than 30 centimeters away from Xiao Feilong. The island owner's face changed immediately. Even when he was in Jiuzhou, he had never seen anyone who could use a crossbow with bare hands. How much speed, strength, and quick reaction required? Is this a monster? Xiao Feilong was shocked and his face changed drastically. He rushed forward and kicked the island owner to the ground. He then started to punch and kick him. I asked you to shoot me. I asked you to kill me. I asked you. Okay, Ye Chuan shouted after more than a minute. The island owner had been kicked into a pig's head, tears welling up in his eyes. We are all people from Kyushu. How could you be so cruel to your compatriots? You are simply not a human being, Wu. When you shot me with your crossbow, why didn't you remember that you are from Kyushu? Xiao Feilong sneered. For someone like you, if a foreign country really invades Kyushu one day, you will also be a complete traitor. I say, you have developed quite well without any help from anyone. Ye Chuan asked, staring at the island owner. The island owner didn't dare to show off to Ye Chuan, and quickly replied, it didn't work before, but it got better after the ice melted. The crossbow and the boat were both salvaged by me the day before yesterday and yesterday. Ye Chuan nodded. It seems that the balance of the ocean world has really tilted towards the Kyushu region. I believe that when foreign regions attack the Kyushu region will definitely have the strength to compete with them. Do you want to kill me? Seeing that Ye Chuan stopped talking, the island owner couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I'll hit you. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Feilong used all his strength to punch the island owner hard on the face. Before the island owner could figure out the situation, he had already fainted. Brother, should we take away all his equipment and other things? Xiao Feilong looked around and couldn't help but ask. Ye Chuan shook his head slightly. Now, our enemy is a foreign region. Although this kid doesn't have much ability, after 3 weeks, he may be equipped with powerful equipment and become the backbone of the battle against foreign regions. That seems to be true. Xiao Feilong pinched his chin, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the two did not stay any longer, and immediately returned to Turtle Island and set out on their journey again. After lunch, the 3 little ones that were flying around suddenly came back and kept calling out to Ye Chuan, which startled Ye Chuan. You mean there's a big ship in the distance, heading towards us? Wang Kai nodded repeatedly. Although he was a bird, he had a very serious expression. Ye Chuan immediately asked the three little ones to lead the way for the dolphins, and the dolphins went more than 70 nautical miles. Then Ye Chuan used the same eye transmission technique and indeed saw the big ship. It was a large ship of nearly 100 meters, with 4 cannons on each side, which was very intimidating. It's a pity that the dolphin couldn't see the situation on the boat. It was such a big boat, there couldn't be only one person on it, and it was indeed coming towards him. However, they came in such large numbers, it is definitely not for friendly exchanges, so there is only one possibility: they want to rob me. For a moment, Ye Chuan began to think quickly. Since it can find itself, it must be using a superlocator, but if it uses a superlocator, it must be talking to itself. With such a big ship, there are only a few people who dare to come and cause trouble for me, and the most likely one must be Wang Sanrui. After all, this kid has traded with me time and time again, and I have always had a firm control over him in every transaction. In order to get revenge, he will definitely cause trouble for me. Good boy, do you really think I'm made of mud? You think you can cause trouble for me with a big ship? A sneer flashed across Ye Chuan's face. He didn't take the other party seriously at all. The torpedoes we made haven't even been tested for their power yet, but we're going to use this big ship as our target. Ye Chuan sneered and immediately entered the submarine. However, the submarine can only scan objects within 50 nautical miles, and the maximum launch distance of the torpedo is 30 nautical miles. Ye Chuan took the opportunity to read the news in the public chat room of the foreign region. It's becoming more and more obvious. Recently, there are fewer supply boxes and less catch. Could it be that God is not blessing us? So what? It used to take 4 months to develop to where we are now, but we have only 1 month to achieve this. Even if God doesn't favor us, we are absolutely invincible with our current equipment. Don't forget that we still have the sulfur and saltpeter mining islands. Gunpowder will be inexhaustible for at least 3 months, which will definitely support us to finish this battle. That's true, and this battle is inevitable. Seeing the message, Ye Chuan immediately replied, I am Cole, currently in the Kyushu region. I have just captured an island owner in Kyushu. They have not been blessed by God yet, and the supply boxes have very few items. We will definitely win this battle. Chapter 188. Wang Sanrui's dream is shattered. Cole endured hardships and stayed in Kyushu as our insider. He is truly our hero. That's right. Staying in the Kyushu region in such a dangerous situation and losing the opportunity to continue to develop is simply a role model for our generation. We should be sponsoring Cole. That's right, support Cole. For a while, the agreement to sponsor Cole was almost overwhelming. But what made Ye Chuan speechless was that these bastards were just shouting slogans and no one offered to trade anything with him. Sure enough, no matter where you are, people are selfish. Of course, Ye Chuan didn't expect to get anything. After an hour passed, the big ship not only entered the detectable range of the submarine radar, but was also about to enter the torpedo launching range. Ye Chuan no longer hesitated. He immediately aimed at the big ship and pressed the launch button. At this time, the 4 of them were drinking mundaloo on the boat. Wang Sanrui took out all the drinks and planned to take a few sips to warm himself up first. After all, according to the superlocator, it would take at least another hour to reach Ye Chuan. Although there are no cannonballs, there are still a few crossbows. When it's 4 against 1, we can definitely kill it in the shortest time. It's so cool. Boom. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wang Sanrui was about to say a few words when he heard a loud bang, followed by a violent shaking that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Wang Sanrui's drunkenness disappeared immediately, and he could not help but be horrified. What's going on? We seem to be under attack. The assistant island owner shouted and immediately came to the side of the boat. He saw a huge hole appeared below, and sea water was gurgling into it. At this moment, the ship has begun to sink. Fuck! Wang Sanrui cursed and rushed into the cabin immediately. At present, this big ship and the super flat plate can be said to be integrated. If the hull is damaged, Wang Sanrui can use the super flat plate and the materials on the ship to repair it. However, after entering the cabin, Wang Sanrui was shocked to find that the sea water had already submerged the super flat panel. He immediately dived into the sea water, trying to operate the super flat panel from inside the seawater. However, tons of seawater were pouring into the cabin, and the terrifying impact force made it impossible for him to get close to the super flat panel. Finally, with a click sound, the hull broke into 2 halves and slowly sank into the sea. It's over now, and it can't be repaired even if I want to. There's a bug here. If the island owner dies, the super flat panel will disappear along with the island or the ship it is attached to. However, if the super flat panel is gone, the island owner will be fine if he is on other ships or on land. But from then on, everything related to him in the ocean world will have nothing to do with him. And of course the attached island owner will be automatically untied. In other words, even if he could fish up a supply box, he couldn't open it, and anything that came out of the supply box couldn't be used. He could only rely on his own skills to catch fish to eat. At that moment, Wang Sanrui felt like the sky was falling. His current development speed and scale far exceed those of other island masters. With this advantage, he will definitely become a powerful island master after the novice period ends. But the key problem now is that everything is gone, and I can only wait for death. The despair and the impact of the sea water made him roll his eyes and faint. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Sanrui woke up. He wanted to move, only to find that he was tied up, and the three subordinate island owners were also tied together, back to back, unable to move at all. Awake! Then a voice came. Wang Sanrui looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and handsome man. There was also a man and a woman next to him, all looking at him with a smile. Wang Sanrui couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you? Aren't you here to attack me, Wang Sanrui?" Ye Chuan said with a smile. "How do you know it's me?" Wang Sanrui was stunned. "Are you Ye Chuan? I've heard a lot about you." Ye Chuan laughed and gave Wang Sanrui a thumbs up. "What a great guy. He didn't even investigate my situation clearly and just came to attack me. Are you still confused and don't know what's going on?" "I really don't know what happened. We were still 30 miles away from you. How could we be attacked all of a sudden?" Wang Sanrui said with a dark face. "This is unscientific. There are so many unscientific things." Blueberry Jam said angrily. "We didn't provoke you, but you attacked us. Isn't our common enemy a foreign region? After I get Ye Chuan and his resources, I can still fight against foreign regions." Wang Sanrui snorted coldly. "The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is no point in saying these things. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. I'm not interested in killing you. Don't think that everyone is as cold-blooded as you." Ye Chuan shrugged and said, "I plan to give you a small boat, enough food and water, and you can fend for yourself." "You?" Wang Sanrui's face changed. This person is really as cruel as a snake. Without the super tablet, he has lost his foundation for development. He is drifting on the island. Even a huge wave can kill him. Of course, the final result is that he dies in torture. "Just give me a quick death." Wang Sanrui gritted his teeth and said loudly. "The boat, food and water are ready. Good luck to you." Ye Chuan didn't say anything else. He asked Friday and Saturday to carry them onto a boat that was more than 10 meters long. He didn't untie them and quickly moved away from them. "Ye Chuan, you bastard, you will die a horrible death." Wang Sanrui was shaking with anger, but only then did he realize how big the other person's island was. Compared with them, he was like an egg hitting a rock. Now, let him feel the fear of death. Little Flying Dragon said with a grin as he watched the small boat gradually turn into a small black. "I guess he will die within a week." Blueberry Jam also said with a smile. "How much supplies have we salvaged this time?" Ye Chuan said with a slight smile. "There are thousands of basic supplies such as wooden boards and metal sheets, and there are more than a dozen supply boxes that we haven't opened yet." Little Flying Dragon reported immediately. "As for the other things, they all sank into the sea. Firstly, we all have them, and secondly, it would take too much time to salvage them, so we just gave up. This can be considered a gain." Ye Chuan shrugged slightly. It was a great harvest on Turtle Island. However, Lu Yi's current situation is not optimistic. Although she had done what Ye Chuan said during the day, the giant caracal appeared again in the afternoon, and the two sides confronted each other for more than 2 hours. Lu Yi shot 4 crossbow arrows again, but the giant caracal dodged them. And it seems that it now feels that the time is ripe to take action against Lu Yi. Chapter 189. Lu Yi is rescued. Wang Sanrui's choice. The big caracal bent its body and was about to rush towards Lu Yi with a scream. "Oh!" Lu Yi screamed at it. It was just an instinctive reaction when the crisis came. But it was this scream that made the giant caracal stop temporarily and look at Lu Yi with curiosity and fear. Lu Yi also calmed down temporarily, and the man and the beast were once again in a confrontation. About 20 minutes passed like this, and the giant caracal stood up again, preparing to attack. Lu Yi used the same trick again and screamed at the giant caracal, but this time it didn't work on the giant caracal. The giant caracal didn't stop at all, but jumped and pounced on Lu Yi. In an instant, Lu Yi felt a chill rushing to his heart from behind, and cold sweat flowed down his face. He no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. The only 4 remaining crossbow arrows were all shot out. The giant caracal turned in the air and easily dodged the crossbow arrows. After it landed on the ground, it did not stop at all and pounced on Lu Yi again. Lu Yi was desperate. She never dreamed that one day she would fall into the hands of a giant caracal, and she was afraid that she would not be able to see Ye Chuan alive. At that moment, Lu Yi closed his eyes. However, the pain did not appear for a long time, as if everything that happened just now was just a dream. She could not help but slowly open her eyes, only to see the giant caracal lying 1 meter in front of her, with an arrow stuck in the back of its head, dead. Only then did she notice that on the shore of the island, there was a tall man standing, holding a bow and arrow, looking extremely handsome. It was Zhao Feiyu who had arrived late. "Beauty, I'm late." Zhao Feiyu strode up to Lu Yi and said with a smile. No, just right." Lu Yi shook his head repeatedly. "If it was even a second later, I would have been killed by it. We were harassed by several great white sharks on the way, which delayed us for a while." Zhao Feiyu said, extending his hand to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi stood up. "Have you packed everything? If possible, shall we set off now?" Zhao Feiyu asked again. "Yeah." Lu Yi nodded repeatedly, packed up briefly, and followed Zhao Feiyu into the submarine. He was also shocked by the equipment in the submarine. "It's so spectacular. It must be fun to enter the sea, right?" "Not bad," Zhao Feiyu said, and started the submarine to enter the sea. After receiving Ye Chuan's food, he sent a message to Ye Chuan. "I have picked up Lu Yi and am heading to your place now. It will probably arrive in 4 days." Ye Chuan had just finished his meal and was watching TV in the living room. He did not reply for the time being. Only after he washed up and went to bed did he send 10 torpedoes and 10 missiles to Zhao Feiyu. "If you encounter a situation, just use them. Don't save them. I have more." After replying, I fell asleep. At dawn the next day, after unremitting efforts, the restraints on the 4 people were finally removed. After being hungry for a day, the 4 of them devoured the food and water like hungry wolves. The assistant island owner complained while eating. "Wang Sanrui, you are such a bad person. You didn't even investigate it thoroughly. Not only did you fail to bring Ye Chuan down, but you made us refugees. What do you think we should do now? We can only take it one step at a time. What else can we do?" Wang Sanrui said unhappily as he stuffed the bread into his mouth. "If there were any peanuts, I wouldn't drink like this." The assistant island owner said disdainfully. "I am so unlucky to be your assistant island owner." With just one sentence, Wang Sanrui's face changed. Seeing that the other 2 were still eating heartily, if they continued like this, they would probably not be able to hold on for long. With a plan in mind, Wang Sanrui suddenly leaned back and kicked the 2 men hard with his feet. The 2 men were caught off guard and were kicked off the boat by Wang Sanrui. Wang Sanrui immediately rowed the boat forward more than 10 meters. "What are you doing? I can't swim." "Gulu gulu." The 2 struggled quickly, but Wang Sanrui ignored them and looked coldly at the assistant island owner. "What I hate most is someone blaming me. We've already come to this, so what if I blame you?" At this point, the assistant island owner didn't care about anything anymore. "I've made great contributions to you over the past month, and the end result is that I get killed by you? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Why are you still talking to me so much?" Wang Sanrui snorted coldly and threw the oar to the assistant island owner, rowing in the opposite direction of the sun. It's not that he didn't want to kill the assistant island owner, but he suddenly thought that if he didn't find the island after eating all the food, he couldn't starve. Saturday knocked on the door and put the food on the coffee table. Ye Chuan was awakened, but he slept contentedly and said directly, "Sign in." "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. Super Cloth Resource Pack 1. Huh. Ye Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately opened the resource package. He obtained a total of 50,000 pieces of cloth, which really made Ye Chuan excited. 1 piece of cloth can make roughly 2.5 sets of hoodies. 50,000 pieces of cloth can make 125,000 sets. If each set is converted into 50 units of materials, then all the materials added up can earn a total of 6.25 million units. The system, it is indeed much more powerful than before, so cool. At that moment, after finishing breakfast, Ye Chuan immediately handed this glorious and arduous task to Xiao Feilong and Blueberry Jam. Blueberry Jam is responsible for making the sweatshirt sets, and Little Flying Dragon is responsible for selling them. There are hundreds of thousands of sets, and it will probably take several days to sell them all. Then they can buy the cotton-padded clothes at a low price, and then convert the materials into tens of thousands of pieces of cloth. Then they can continue to make sweatshirts to make money. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Seeing the 2 of them getting busy, Ye Chuan left the room and called the 3 little ones over. Currently, the turtle and the dolphin have been upgraded to level 11. Ye Chuan plans to let the 3 little ones catch up. After they are all upgraded to level 11, he will start upgrading them one by one as before. At present, he has accumulated 15,500 evolution points. Ye Chuan directly took out 15,000 points and added them to the three little ones. Seeing that the three little ones have grown a little bigger, Ye Chuan immediately opened their information panel. Name, Albatross. Level 10 mature. Evolution value, 0/6000. Skills, diving claws, can grab 180 kilograms weight, flaming feather arrows, 10 pieces, manned flight. Talents, diving, fishing, flying, and sailing. When Albatross reaches level 10, it enters the mature stage, and the evolution value increases from 500 points to 1,000 points. However, what Ye Chuan was most interested in was the extra skill of man skywards. Chapter 190, New Skill, Man Soaring. The three small ones are currently about 1.2 to 1.3 meters long, and their wingspan is about 3 meters, so you can actually ride on them directly. Although he felt that this man's sky-high skill was not very reliable, after some consideration, Ye Chuan still decided to give it a try. After calling out to Wankai, Ye Chuan immediately sat on its back. After a run-up of more than 10 meters, Wankai spread his wings and flew into the sky. From beginning to end, Ye Chuan didn't feel any bumps at all. And when Wankai flew into the sky, it was as if there was a shield blocking the air in front of him. He did not feel the raging air at all. This was much more comfortable than holding the three little ones' claws and flying into the sky. Even the 11,000 square meter Turtle Island has become a small as it moves farther away from the ground. After flying for about 10 nautical miles, Ye Chuan let the three little ones return. Although he was used to big scenes, his heart beat faster. At least it's much more exciting than taking a plane. System, can anyone else use the skills of the three little ones except me? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Currently, this skill is only available to the host. The system replied directly. Please stay tuned for the rest of the opening time. I was thinking of asking the three little ones to pick up Lu Shuai and Lu Yi Weiwei, but now it seems I have to go by myself. Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 10. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Albatross has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his pet to level 10. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Do you want to open it? Just as Ye Chuan was thinking about these questions, the system's voice came, and Ye Chuan immediately said, Turn on everything. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 32 wooden boards, 21 stones, and 2 super locators. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 27 plastics, 23 glass, and 2 island area expansion cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 growth points, 22 stones, 12 metal pieces, 10 Buddha jumps over the wall. That's awesome. This time I got 2 super locators at once. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately used one of the locators to send it to Lu Yi Weiwei, who was about 1,000 nautical miles away from him. Ye Chuan thought for a moment and asked Zhao Feiyu, Brother, I'll give you a coordinate. See how far it is from here. As he spoke, he gave the coordinates to Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu input the coordinates and took a look, then immediately replied, 439 nautical miles, located at my 3 o'clock direction. Do you want me to go to that island first? Yes, it's also a girl, a friend of mine. Let's take her along too. Ye Chuan gave a grin. No problem. Zhao Feiyu replied with an okay expression. Ye Chuan then asked Lu Shuai, Can you drive a submarine? I've simulated it, but never actually operated it. Lu Shuai made a questioning expression. What's wrong? I have a submarine here, and I want you to drive it over to meet me. Ye Chuan replied, A foreign region is about to invade my Kyushu region. In this case, I think it's better for us to unite. That's no problem. Lu Shuai replied very straightforwardly. I have a super locator here, which I just used. I'm more than 800 nautical miles away from you. If I have a submarine, I should be able to reach you in a few days. Seeing this, Ye Chuan immediately gave another submarine to Lu Shuai. There are 10 torpedoes and 10 missiles in it, which should allow you to reach me safely. Okay, after Lu Shuai replied, he was already so shocked by Ye Chuan that he didn't know what to say. Although the Kyushu region has now begun to develop in a good direction, my eldest brother's development is really too fast, and it is such a large submarine. Looking at the 2 regions, I'm afraid only the eldest brother has it, right? Lu Shuai now felt more and more that he was following the most awesome person, so he immediately packed up his belongings, including the super tablet, and moved all into the submarine. Then he recalled the previous simulated submarine driving, quickly started the submarine, and went 300 meters under the sea, heading towards the Turtle Island where Ye Chuan was. At noon, Saturday made ham and chicken soup with Jinhua ham and pheasant, and served it with steamed buns. It tasted extremely delicious. After the two of them had a simple meal, they immediately got back to their intensive work. Ye Chuan, watching the increasing number of resources, could not stop smiling. Ye Chuan was also planning to throw himself into the sale of hoodies, but suddenly he frowned. A dolphin suddenly warned him, so he immediately used the pupil transmission technique and saw an astonishing scene at the bottom of the sea. There seemed to be a huge barrier on the seabed. I saw a layer of cloud-like substance rolling rapidly. Suddenly, there was a slight puff sound, and a huge creature rushed out from the cloud. It is nearly 20 meters long, and at first glance looks like a giant crocodile, but it has no limbs. It only has two huge fins in the front, each of which is about 3 or 4 meters long. Dolphins are not even its younger brothers in front of it. After seeing the dolphin, it immediately chased after it quickly. After using sound waves to attack, the dolphin immediately swam towards the turtle. It was at this time that the time for pupil-to-eye communication had arrived. Damn it, use absolute gravity immediately. Ye Chuan immediately shouted loudly. After receiving Ye Chuan's order, the turtle began to rise slowly. When it reached the 1-meter position, the dolphin rushed directly onto the turtle island. The turtle's entire body fell heavily into the sea, hitting the giant crocodile. Although the giant crocodile was very big, it still looked very small in front of the sea turtle. With just one blow, it was smashed directly into the deep sea. System, what on earth is this? Ye Chuan asked immediately. Mozor, the system immediately gave an answer. No wonder it looks so familiar. It's a mosasaur. Ye Chuan suddenly realized that this mosasaur was an ocean overlord that lived in the Mesozoic era. Logically, it should have been extinct long ago, but how could it rush out from that barrier? But on second thought, if even the megalodon, which lived in the early Pleistocene, existed, then the existence of mosasaur is very normal. Why can't I see the body of the mosasaur? After more than 10 seconds, the mosasaur still did not appear, which made Ye Chuan a little confused. The absolute gravity of the turtle is very strong. Logically, the mosasaur should have been beaten to death, right? If he didn't die, did he escape? Ye Chuan thought about it and let the dolphin return to the sea. But the dolphin had just been in the water for less than 10 seconds when it heard a splash and rushed to Turtle Island again. At the same time, the huge body of the mosasaur also jumped out of the sea, intending to bite the dolphin. Chapter 191, Severely Injured Mosasaur. But its position seemed to be a little off, and it ultimately failed to bite the dolphin. With almost no hesitation, Ye Chuan immediately shot the steel nails at the mosasaur, but the mosasaur's skin was too thick and the nails were not broken at all, so he pushed them back into the sea. Although the size, weight, and bite force of the mosasaur are smaller than those of the megalodon, the megalodon is a cartilaginous creature with weak defense, while the mosasaur has thick skin and flesh and amazing defense. Taking this into consideration, the mosasaur is slightly better than the megalodon. This is also an A+ grade marine creature. Ye Chuan did not hesitate any longer. He immediately opened the submarine and went inside. He saw that the mosasaur had already discovered the submarine and opened its mouth wide to bite it hard. Fortunately, the turtle used the countercurrent technique to temporarily stop the mosasaur's advance, allowing the submarine to avoid its attack. Without hesitation, it immediately aimed at it and fired a torpedo. The torpedo immediately left behind a series of dense bubbles and shot towards the mosasaur. Mosasaur is very intelligent and should know that this is an offensive weapon. It did not fight it head-on, but immediately hid somewhere, and its speed was even faster than a torpedo. One was fleeing and the other was chasing. After rushing out for more than 10 nautical miles, the mosasaur relied on precise positioning to make the torpedo hit a huge rock, which immediately caused a violent explosion. However, the mosasaur successfully escaped this disaster. Oh my god, this guy's IQ is much higher than the megalodon last time. Ye Chuan was a little surprised. However, this time Ye Chuan immediately installed 2 torpedoes and fired them at the same time. He then opened the super tablet and asked for help in the group. Brothers, I encountered a mosasaur that was able to dodge the torpedo attack. Oh my god, the mosasaur was once the overlord of the ocean, and its combat power was very strong. How could you provoke such a thing? This thing has no natural enemies and is extremely ferocious. If you provoke it, the end result will be a fight to the death. Cole, you must hold on. Right now, we only have 1 submarine left. If anything happens to you, our advantage won't be that great. Ye Chuan curled his lips. It seemed that these people were unreliable, and he could only save himself. Seeing that the 2 torpedoes were still not enough for the mosasaur, Ye Chuan immediately returned to the surface of the sea and came to the giant automatic fishing gun. After finding the target, he immediately pressed the button. In an instant, the The 5-meter-long fishing gun shot into the sea like lightning and quickly headed towards the target. After throwing away 2 torpedoes, the mosasaur noticed the submarine parked on the water surface. It was now moving quickly towards the submarine. When it saw the harpoon, it swung its tail, trying to knock the harpoon away. This time, it miscalculated. The harpoon was so powerful and sharp that it easily shot into the mosasaur's tail. As the barb opened, it was firmly fixed in its tail. "Let's see how you escape this time," Ye Chuan shouted in a low voice, and once again returned to the submarine and entered the sea. After finding the target, he fired a torpedo. Despite being hit on the tail, the mosasaur still swam quickly away, trying to shake off the torpedo like the previous 2 times. However, at the critical moment, when the mosasaur was about to dodge, its body was restrained by the reinforced steel wire rope. Boom. Then, the torpedo exploded on the mosasaur's body, creating a huge wound so severe that even the bones could be seen. The mosasaur struggled hard, but Ye Chuan was a little surprised. The defense of this mosasaur is so amazing that even with this, it didn't kill him. At this moment, the mosasaur made an unimaginable decision. It abandoned the submarine and rammed the turtle hard, as if it felt that the harpoon was fired from the turtle and the turtle was the culprit of its injury. The sea turtle was not a pushover either. It immediately flew into the air. At the moment of falling, the mosasaur also hit it and was finally pushed into the sea again by the sea turtle due to absolute gravity. This time, Ye Chuan really saw that the mosasaur turned over and then slowly fell into the deep sea. Even if it was not killed, it had already fainted. Ye Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief and did not intend to waste any more torpedoes. He returned to Turtle Island, took back the giant automatic fishing gun, and simply ignored the mosasaur, allowing the turtle to move forward again as planned. The dolphins were also sent back into the sea. This time, the mosasaur did not launch a counterattack, and it seemed that it really surrendered. "Damn, I wasted 4 of my torpedoes just to kill a mosasaur." Ye Chuan was speechless. "If I had known earlier, I would have used the super automatic fishing gun. I wouldn't have had to deal with all this. System, please be generous and give me a reward or something." However, the system did not make any sound. Everything was as expected. "Dolphin, don't cause me any trouble in the future." Ye Chuan pouted and then taught the dolphin a lesson. "Don't rush into any strange place casually, otherwise some huge sea overlord will appear." Dolphin understood what Ye Chuan said at that time and ignored him. Shaking his head helplessly, Ye Chuan calmed down his excitement and went back to check the message in the public chat room. "I've been eating a lot of B-level foods recently, and I feel like my physical fitness has improved a lot. I can even lift 200 kilograms. If it's an ordinary novice period for ocean survival, we should get the leveled items in the 2nd or 3rd month. It's not too early or too late to eat them now." Even though I knew that, I was still very surprised to find that my body could clearly feel the changes. Anyway, we are developing better and better now. I believe that in more than half a month, we will definitely win this battle. Don't talk about fighting, it gives me a headache. But this is something we have to face. As he was watching, Xiao Feilong suddenly shouted, "Brother, someone wants to buy a large number of hoodie sets from us." Ye Chuan was stunned. He had been selling sweatshirt sets in large quantities. If he continued like this, the entire novice area would soon be flooded with sweatshirt sets. Why was he still buying sweatshirt sets in large quantities? He walked over and took a look at the message. "Friend, I don't want much. I just want 300 sets." "Oh my god, 300 sets aren't too many." Ye Chuan was speechless. "Go ask him what he plans to do with them. You don't need to know this. I don't have so many supplies. How about I exchange them with your aircraft?" The other party replied almost instantly. "There's no use for me for a flying vehicle. Do you have anything else?" Ye Chuan asked Xiao Feilong directly. "What a joke. How can my 3 little ones be more comfortable than any flying machine? Even if it is a flying machine, it is only the simplest one and is of no use." Chapter 192 actually has a bug. "You don't even want the aircraft?" The other party was a little bit unbelievable. "You know, in this small novice area, aircraft are more advanced than ships." He really couldn't understand why some people didn't want aircraft. "That's right, no." Xiao Feilong replied according to Ye Chuan's meaning. "If you have other good things, you can tell me. If not, forget it." Mini submarine manufacturing plan. The other party seemed to have made up his mind and immediately replied, "I think this can definitely buy you 500 sets of hoodies, right?" "That's no problem, but I'm more curious. How did you get these aircraft and mini submarine manufacturing drawings?" Xiao Feilong asked. "You don't need to know this. If you agree to the deal, we'll do it now," the other party replied. "If it really doesn't work, then it doesn't matter. Let's trade." Xiao Feilong replied, and immediately put 500 sets of sweatshirts into the trading item column. After the other party put up the manufacturing diagram of the mini-submarine, the two parties completed the transaction. Ye Chuan had also used the last super locator to locate the guy's position, which was actually at the 5 o'clock direction of Turtle Island, 800 nautical miles. This is the border area between Kyushu region and foreign regions. Ye Chuan couldn't help but have a guess, but he needed to meet that guy to confirm this guess. The speed of the Albatross should be able to reach 100 kilometers per hour when carrying people. It will take nearly 9 hours to travel 800 nautical miles. 1 nautical mile equals 1.852 kilometers. We can only set off tonight and sleep on one side's back. With the 3 little ones, we can definitely deal with that guy even if he is fully armed. At that moment, Ye Chuan didn't dwell on it anymore and started helping Xiao Feilong put the sweatshirts on the shelves. After dinner in the evening, the 3 of them watched a movie. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Ye Chuan greeted the 2 of them, drank a glass of monkey wine, climbed onto one side's back, and accompanied by Wang Fu and Wang Yun, flew high into the sky and headed towards the coordinates of that guy. At present, the Albatross is gliding completely with the help of air currents, and its speed is as fast as lightning. After Ye Chuan found a position that was comfortable for himself and Wang Kai, he fell asleep directly. Although there was no system reminder this time, Ye Chuan still woke up at around 6 in the morning. I feel that sleeping on one side's bed is more comfortable than sleeping on a Simmons bed. This is a bit surprising. After more than 8 hours, Ye Chuan was above 100 meters and finally saw a small island in the distance. This should be that guy's island, right? After saying hello to Wang Kai and letting the 3 little ones fly through the sky, Ye Chuan landed silently on the island. This is actually a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room reinforced concrete house. Although it is somewhat different from my original house, the comfort level should be similar. This island, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters, should have used an island area expansion card, with about 500 square meters of lush forest. On the other side is the single apartment, an automatic fishing gun, and an attackable medium-sized sailboat on the beach. Ye Chuan looked around first and found that the 500 sweatshirts were no longer there. Could it be that he had sold them to other people at a high price? Almost all island owners in the Kyushu region know that they can trade a set of sweatshirts for 50 units of supplies. Who can they sell it to? Just as Ye Chuan was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Ye Chuan immediately hid in the woods and saw a tall man wearing animal skins walking out of the room. Looking at the sun in the distance, he couldn't help but stretching. Comfortable. After a simple meal, the man took the automatic fishing gun, boarded the medium-sized attack sailboat, and headed quickly forward. There is a barrier ahead. Why is this kid still running forward? Ye Chuan muttered softly. After thinking about it, he immediately went into his room, used the super tablet to call Xiao Feilong, asked him to contact Zhao Feiyu, brought the diving suit over, and then put on the diving suit. Using air bombs as forward thrust, his speed exceeded that of a medium-sized sailboat. After traveling forward for about 3 nautical miles, Ye Chuan finally discovered that between the foreign area and the Kyushu area, there was a hole that was more than 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide. This place is extremely hidden. Unless you come within 10 meters, you can't see it at all. It is much more hidden than underwater cracks. It's unbelievable. It turns out that there are holes like this not only below the sea surface, but also above the sea surface. Ye Chuan's face was very ugly. It seems that there are holes not only in this place, but also in other places. Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately entered the foreign area and watched the medium-sized sailboat finally stop on an island of 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. A young man with a big beard gave the man a warm hug. "My friend, you are finally here." "Of course I have to. You haven't paid me yet, so how can I not come?" The man shrugged, and the 2 of them laughed again. As they spoke, the 2 of them entered a huge wooden house. The 1-bedroom apartment in the foreign area was made entirely of wood, but Ye Chuan was not sure whether it was a construction drawing found in a supply box or made by the bearded man himself. If it is the latter, then this guy is really amazing. Ye Chuan came to the shore and quietly walked to a window. He heard the bearded man's words. "My friend, I have prepared 30 kilograms of sulfur and 30 kilograms of saltpeter for you, but you need to get the charcoal yourself." "That's no problem," the man said with a smile. "We have plenty of charcoal in Kyushu. Once I make the shells, our trade will go much more smoothly." Fuck, 500 sets of hoodies were exchanged for so many things. Are the people in foreign regions so stupid and have so much money? Ye Chuan muttered in surprise. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Ye Chuan's mind raced, and his only thought was to kill both of them. The Kyushu region is currently in a stage of rapid development. If it is breached at this time, I am afraid it will only be able to passively take the beating. Whether for himself or for the 2 million island owners in Kyushu, They must be killed. Woof, 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 woof. At this moment, a series of calls were heard. It turned out to be a big black dog, which was constantly calling out to Ye Chuan. Puff. The next second, Wang Sai's feather arrow fell from the sky and penetrated deeply into the blackback's body. The poor blackback died before he could figure out the situation. Is there anyone? The bearded man shouted, and the two men immediately rushed out of the wooden house. Ye Chuan had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but he never expected to meet the two of them in this way. He couldn't help but smile. Hello? Chapter 193. Sorry, you can only choose death. Who are you and why are you here? The man asked in disbelief. The bearded man pointed a crossbow at the man. You betrayed me? I was the one who sold you 500 sets of hoodies yesterday, but I didn't expect that you actually sold them to a foreign region, to our enemies. Ye Chuan said very disappointedly. Are you planning to be a traitor? We are both just businessmen. We don't want to start a war. We just want to make money. The man said immediately. Think about it. If we really want to start a war, we can just tell the island owners of foreign regions about this place. Why haven't we said anything for more than a week? That's because you haven't gained enough benefits. Ye Chuan said disdainfully. If you were given enough benefits, I'm sure you would sell out the Jiuzhou region without hesitation. You betrayed me. The bearded man still stared at the man coldly. Easy. The man raised his hands and said seriously, I didn't betray you. This guy located me through the super locator and came here. Puff. The bearded man didn't know if he understood what the man said, and he pulled the trigger directly. 3 crossbow arrows shot as fast as lightning and all hit the man's chest. The man looked at the bearded man in disbelief, reached out his hand to say something to him, but in the end, nothing came out, and he lay on his back on the ground. The next moment, the bearded man aimed the crossbow at Ye Chuan. Ye Chuan didn't hesitate at all and dodged the crossbow arrow from the bearded man. It seemed that the bearded man only had 6 crossbow arrows. After shooting them, he directly threw the crossbow arrows at Ye Chuan, then turned around and entered the wooden house. It's really terrible. Ye Chuan grinned, and without any delay, he followed him into the wooden house. In the current situation, it is no longer appropriate to threaten. After all, we don't know whether the other party will delay time. If they are really delaying time and tell other foreign island owners about this, it will be fun. Rub. As soon as he entered the wooden house, a bearded man came towards him, holding a holy cross sword similar to that used by the Vatican Knights, and slashed at Ye Chuan fiercely. Ye Chuan immediately dodged outside, and the holy cross sword slashed on the wooden door, directly cutting it in half. Are you from the Vatican? Ye Chuan frowned. The Holy See is the largest foreign religion with tens of millions of believers. Its subordinate Holy Light Inquisition sends hundreds of knights into the novice area of the ocean world every 3 years. This kid is probably a knight of the Holy Light Inquisition. I just want to make money, but you insist on killing me. Then I can only prove my loyalty to God, the bearded man shouted. Alas, we are in different camps, so we can only decide the outcome with our own hands. Ye Chuan shook his head helplessly, then hooked his finger at the bearded man. The bearded man had already fully prepared for the battle, and at this moment, he slashed towards Ye Chuan. Bite! There was a crisp sound, and a big knife appeared in Ye Chuan's hand. The terrifying force directly knocked the bearded man 7 or 8 meters away, and he staggered and sat on the ground. At that moment, the bearded man felt that the arm holding the sword had lost consciousness. He looked down and saw that blood was coming out of the knuckles. This shocked the bearded man greatly. After all, he had eaten 7 or 8 A-grade fruits, and his strength was 3 or 4 times greater than that of an ordinary person. However, the opponent's strength was as terrifying as that of a giant whale. The gap between the two sides is self-evident. My friend, if you don't take action, then I will be the only one to take action. Ye Chuan whispered, since you are a warrior, it is glorious to die in battle. As he spoke, Ye Chuan strode forward and took the initiative to attack. Although the bearded man was badly beaten by Ye Chuan, for the glory of the Lord, he still stood up, holding the knife in his left hand, and with a roar, he collided with Ye Chuan again. This time, Ye Chuan didn't use the big knife at all. He took a step forward and stuck to his body, hitting him with a series of blows. The bearded man didn't have the strength to fight back at all. While lying on the ground, all the bones in his body were broken. Originally, he wanted to kill the bearded man directly, but he noticed that the attackable medium-sized sailboat was still there, which meant that the man was not dead yet. In this case, he decided to loot as much as possible. First, he gave the man a sip of monkey wine to make sure he would not die for the time being. Then, Ye Chuan immediately entered the wooden house and looked around. He found nothing except 30 kilograms of sulfur and 30 kilograms of saltpeter. This made Ye Chuan confused. It couldn't be that this was all he had. After searching around, I found these are indeed the things. However, when Ye Chuan passed by a place, he felt that the sound of footsteps was a little different from other places. Empty. Ye Chuan stomped his feet immediately, and then found a silk thread in a hidden place. He grabbed it and pulled it hard. The 1-meter square wooden board was pulled open, and there was indeed a different world underneath. The entire underground secret room is actually made of steel plates, and it is very flat and smooth. It is impossible for it to be dug out by manpower. Could it be that there are design drawings of the underground secret room in the supply box? There were some pork, canned beef, ham, and other foods, as well as a large number of basic supplies, pocket submarine manufacturing drawings, large sailboat manufacturing drawings, 2 incomplete treasure maps, and some other rare items, which really surprised Ye Chuan. I am robbing the landlord. Ye Chuan laughed and moved all the things onto the attackable medium-sized sailboat. Then he tied up the bearded man and took him and the man back to the man's island. As long as he trades all the supplies to Xiao Feilong as soon as possible, even if Super Flat or Big Beard dies, it will have nothing to do with them. Fortunately, Xiao Feilong was trading sweatshirts and immediately traded all the supplies, including the man, to him. Then he looked at the man with a smile and said, "Brother, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for colluding with the island owner of a foreign region. I'm sending you to death for the sake of the entire Jiuzhou region." It was a pity that the man had already been breathing out more than breathing in, so even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't utter it. He directly wiped the necks of the 2 men. Ye Chuan called out to the 3 little ones. This time, it was Wang Yun, who dropped from the sky to pick up Ye Chuan and flew into the sky again, heading towards the direction of Turtle Island. I just hope that the entrance and exit will not be discovered by anyone. However, the 2 nearby islands have already sunk, so I believe no one will discover it. Ye Chuan had just calmed down and was about to enjoy the beautiful scenery below, but he heard Wang Sai's warning. He saw a few black spots in the distance, coming towards him at a high speed. Chapter 194, Leveled Aerial Creatures. What is that thing? Ye Chuan frowned slightly and asked himself in confusion. I saw those black spots getting closer and closer. They were dark brown all over, but their heads, necks, and tails were white. Were they bald eagles? This is the national bird of the United States. How could it appear here? And it is obviously coming for me. There were 5 of them in total, and without any warning, they rushed up and planned to fight with the 3 little ones. Wang Kai and Wang Fu immediately used flaming feather arrows to shoot at the 5 bald eagles. The 3 bald eagles in the front bore the brunt of the attack and were shot directly in the heart, neck, and other parts of the body. Their bodies began to fall downwards in free fall. The other 2 had more perfect body coordination and easily dodged the feather arrows. Their sharp, pointed and long claws fiercely grabbed Wang Yun in the middle. Ye Chuan used one hand to launch air bombs and the other hand to shoot out steel nails. He never expected that these 2 bald eagles were not ordinary birds, and they dodged both attacks easily. However, Wang Yun was no pushover. He had already targeted one of the bald eagles. Just as it dodged to the side, Wang Yun's feather arrow arrived and hit its body accurately. Although the bullet did not hit the vital part, Ye Chuan was surprised to find that the bald eagle actually began to ignite red flames. In just a few seconds, all of its majestic feathers had been burned, and the bald eagle also fell into the sea. The last one left is fighting with Wang Kai and Wang Fu. It seems that it is the most powerful one among the 5 bald eagles. Even though it is 2 against 1, it is still not at a disadvantage, and it seems to be getting braver as the battle goes on. How come this guy is so strong? Ye Chuan muttered suspiciously. After all, the first 4 were relatively easy to deal with, but this one, even though Wang Kai and Wang Fu shot feather arrows from time to time, they simply couldn't pierce its body. That feather was as hard as iron. Wang Yun, I'll make the move, you watch out for me. Ye Chuan shouted, immediately took out his broadsword, stomped hard, jumped directly from Wang Yun's body, held the broadsword with both hands, and slashed fiercely at the bald eagle. The bald eagle's body was so light that it easily dodged Ye Chuan's attack. Its sharp claws even grabbed Ye Chuan. I'm afraid that just this one strike would be enough to make Ye Chuan die in the northwest. Ye Chuan's attack failed, so he flipped in the air and immediately swung out a knife to cut at the claw. Bite! The bald eagle was probably too confident in its claws, and it grabbed the sword directly with its claws. It then realized how heavy the sword was, and one of its extremely hard claws was actually chopped off directly. The bald eagle became angry and grabbed with its other claw. Both claws attacked at the same time, vowing to kill Ye Chuan with its claws. This time, Ye Chuan did not struggle with the bald eagle at all. He fell directly downwards in free fall and was steadily caught by Wang Yun. At the same time, Wang Fu and Wang Kai once again fought with him. Ye Chuan also asked suspiciously, System, what's the situation with this bald eagle? How can its combat power be so strong? Bald eagle, a sea-level aerial creature. Its clones were eliminated one by one, and the main body absorbed the combat power of the 4 clones and is as strong as C+ level. The system immediately gave an answer. Fuck, aerial creatures also have levels. Ye Chuan said in disbelief, and then shouted, System, this is unfair. There are rewards for killing marine creatures with levels, and there should also be rewards for killing land and aerial creatures with levels. I need a reasonable explanation. Host, please clarify one thing. This is survival in the ocean, not survival on land, and certainly not survival in the air. The system immediately gave an explanation. Does it make sense? Very reasonable. Ye Chuan curled his lips slightly. Although he felt a little helpless, there was nothing he could do because this was indeed survival at sea. Seeing the bald eagle still fighting with the 2 little ones, and thinking of what the system had just said, he became furious. He shouted Wang Yun and flew high into the sky, then jumped down and jumped onto the back of the bald eagle. Bang! The white-striped sea eagle didn't take Ye Chuan seriously at all. A man and his sword weighed only 200 or 300 pounds. Besides, if he fell from such a high place, he would be killed, right? Even if he doesn't die from the fall, he can't do anything to me with his iron feathers if the sword hits me. Bald eagles have done this before. They would carry people 100 meters into the air and then release their claws, and the person would be smashed into a pulp. Not to mention, just as he thought of this, Ye Chuan had already bumped into the back of the bald eagle. The bald eagle felt as if a block of iron weighing hundreds of tons had hit it hard, knocking it down directly. This is the absolute gravity that Ye Chuan was fed back by the sea turtle. Even though it is only half the power, it takes at least 100 tons of gravity to exert it. Even a C+ level bald eagle can only be beaten. Wang Kai and Wang Yun followed immediately upon seeing this. The moment the bald eagle fell into the water, they bumped into it and pulled it into the sea. The bald eagle can swim for a short time, but it cannot dive. At this time, it was pulled into deep water by 2 albatrosses that can dive. Although the bald eagle struggled desperately, it was of no avail. More than 10 minutes passed before the 2 little ones poked their heads out of the sea. After flapping their wings and flying for more than 10 meters on the sea surface, they soared into the sky and began their return voyage with Wang Yun. It was not until the afternoon that Ye Chuan finally returned to Turtle Island. The 3 little ones immediately ran back to their nest to rest. After all, this was equivalent to flying for nearly 20 hours without sleep, which must have been very unbearable. Brother, did you really kill the guy who bought 500 hoodies from us? Xiao Feilong asked in disbelief. What else? Ye Chuan shrugged. That's awesome. Little Flying Dragon laughed and said, but this is also a way. If you see someone with a lot of money, just go over and rob him. It's so cool. Of course this plan is feasible, but it is only possible after we have fought against the foreign regions. Ye Chuan said seriously. If this guy is not secretly trading with foreigners, I am afraid that the whole will be leaked by them, so I will not kill them. Have you entered the foreign area? Blueberry Jam asked curiously. Of course. Ye Chuan nodded. The foreign region is exactly the same as our Jojo region. The only difference is probably the skin color. After the barrier disappears, we will directly attack the foreign regions. Little Flying Dragon said with great pride. Let's show them how powerful our Jojo region is. Before that, I'd better ask Saturday to cook me a meal. I haven't eaten anything while riding on Wang Yun's back. Ye Chuan said, and was about to call Saturday. Little Flying Dragon smiled mysteriously. No need. I have something good that you would never expect. Want to try it? Chapter 195 Large-Scale Bird Attack Incident. What good stuff can there be? Ye Chuan said unhappily. After all, he had eaten everything he was supposed to eat in Sea World, so what else had he not eaten? Forget it. Just try it first, and then guess. Xiao Feilong said with a grin, bringing out a plate of meat. Could it be rat meat? Ye Chuan asked suspiciously. How is this possible? Blueberry Jam also shouted loudly. Ye Chuan took a bite and found the meat a little tough, but very delicious. However, it did not resemble any meat he had ever eaten. Ye Chuan couldn't help but look at Xiao Feilong in surprise. It's okay. I can't even taste what kind of meat this is. This is eagle meat, haha. The little flying dragon suddenly laughed. Eagle. Ye Chuan looked at the little flying dragon suspiciously. 2 golden eagles came to harass us, so we shot them on Friday, Blueberry Jam explained. On Saturday, he said the meat of golden eagles would be delicious when cooked, so we stewed them. As for the craftsmanship, it is indeed impeccable. Ye Chuan nodded immediately. However, he also had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, he encountered a leveled aerial creature, and 2 golden eagles came to harass Turtle Island. This was not a good sign. But for now, these are just my guesses, and we can only wait and see. Sign in, Ye Chuan then said. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. High-altitude chain crossbow manufacturing diagram 1. High-altitude chain crossbow manufacturing diagram. Ye Chuan was still a little confused about the name. After all, he didn't know why the system would give him such a thing, but since it was given to him, there must be a reason for it. Ye Chuan did not hesitate any longer and immediately made the chain crossbow arrows. The bracket is 1.5 meters high. The maximum angle it can fire at is vertical, and the minimum angle it can fire at is parallel to the sea surface. It can load 100 finger-thick, 30-centimeter-long crossbow arrows at a time. Pulling the trigger can fire up to 10 arrows in succession, up to a height of 100 meters, with incredible power. At that moment, Ye Chuan immediately placed the high-altitude chain crossbow on the top of the hill and loaded it with arrows. Brother, why did you place this thing here? Little Flying Dragon asked suspiciously. Could it be that there is an island owner passing by in the sky? It's just in case. After all, there are still island owners selling aircraft, right? Ye Chuan said calmly. You don't have work today? I'm working, but I've been working for 2 days in a row. I'm too tired. I want to take a break. Xiao Feilong said with a smile. Okay, this can't be done overnight. Let's take a rest first and do it tomorrow. Ye Chuan nodded. I'm going to watch a movie. I also need to take a rest. So the 3 of them spent a pleasant afternoon. It was not until after washing up at night that Ye Chuan sat on the bed and finally had the chance to check the messages in the public chat room. Damn it, I really don't want to say this, but I was pecked by a big bird today. What's there to say? Today, 2 old eagles destroyed my newly sprouted tomato seedlings. I was so mad. Who said it wasn't? 5 or 6 big birds flew over my head and pooped all over me. Do you know what that feels like? No matter what, this is definitely not a good thing. There are so many birds in the novice area. How and where did these birds come from? Have you ever thought about it? I hope this is just a minor incident. We can't wait any longer. We must develop quickly to have a chance to fight against foreign regions. It turns out that everyone is being harassed by birds. It seems that this is not a simple bird attack, but I hope this matter will just pass. The sky is not like the sea. There are no very effective means of attack. If these birds go crazy, I am afraid there will be countless casualties. However, Ye Chuan couldn't make any assumptions about this matter, so he decided to take it one step at a time. Seeing that it was getting late, Ye Chuan no longer paid attention to it and fell asleep directly. It is detected that the host has not signed in yet. Do you want to sign in? The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up to the system's prompt sound. Before he opened his eyes, he said, Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points. High-altitude chain crossbow manufacturing diagram. Why is there another diagram for manufacturing high-altitude chain crossbows? Ye Chuan then opened his eyes and sat up, but his expression changed slightly. He actually saw through the window a swarm of birds circling in the sky. Ye Chuan did not hesitate any longer. He immediately ran out and made another high-altitude chain crossbow manufacturing diagram, as well as thousands of crossbows, and shouted loudly, Little Flying Dragon! Brother! Little Flying Dragon ran out. He had also noticed the birds flying in the sky and asked in confusion, Why are there so many birds in the sky? It looks like the end of the world. Go to the crossbows on the mountain immediately, and if they show any sign of rushing down, attack them immediately. Ye Chuan gave the order directly. Okay. The little flying dragon nodded repeatedly and rushed to the top of the mountain quickly. Ye Chuan told Blueberry not to leave the house and informed the 3 little ones. After all, at the moment, he didn't need them to take part in the battle. He could wait until he could no longer resist. These birds circled in the air for more than 10 minutes, and then began to fly quickly towards Turtle Island. All of a sudden, dense swarms of birds swooped down, making the scene even more shocking. Ye Chuan snorted coldly and immediately pulled the trigger. At once, crossbow arrows flew into the sky. The power was so great that one crossbow arrow could kill more than a dozen large birds before losing its power. Xiao Feilong and Ye Chuan cooperated with each other, and big birds kept falling from the sky like rain. After 2 shuttlecock arrows were fired, at least 3,000 or 4,000 bird corpses fell to the ground. The first attack also came to an end due to the intensive firepower of the 2. However, there were still tens of thousands of large birds circling in the sky. The 2 did not dare to waste time and immediately began to reload quickly. Even Friday and Saturday began to help them. Brother Chuan, these birds are a bit weird. Friday whispered after helping Ye Chuan load the crossbow arrows. After landing, they all disappeared. Ye Chuan was surprised. He suddenly thought of the bald eagle he encountered yesterday. These corpses were probably clones. There might be only a few real birds, or even just one. If that's the case, it's terrible. What level of aerial creature is this opponent? Isn't this too awesome? Brother Chuan, here we go again. At this moment, Friday shouted again. This time, these birds became smarter. Thousands of big birds formed a cone and slammed into Ye Chuan and Xiao Feilong fiercely. Chapter 196. Battle against the Black Bird. Oh my god, what kind of operation is this? Seeing this scene, Ye Chuan was a little confused. But there was no hesitation, and they immediately concentrated their firepower towards the cone. However, after these big birds formed such a state, their defense was directly improved by several levels. 100 crossbow arrows were all shot into the cone. Except for the death of the first few hundred birds, there was no big change overall. TMD. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth. Seeing that the cone was still more than 20 meters away from him, Ye Chuan had no choice but to give up the high-altitude crossbow chain arrows and rush towards one place. Almost at that moment, the three little ones took action. Wonkai shot several feather arrows directly at the cone, all of which hit the cone. In less than a second, a fire started inside the cone. When it collided with the chain crossbow arrows in the sky, the huge body exploded instantly. Almost all the birds were burned to ashes in just a few seconds. The same thing happened to Xiao Feilong, who was so scared that his heart was still pounding at the end. Brother, this is so exciting. Don't be happy too soon. Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. Brother, all the birds near us have been killed. Why are you still so nervous? Little Feilong asked suspiciously. Don't you think that the disappearance of these flying birds is too strange? Ye Chuan said in a deep voice. Didn't you notice that there is not a single bird corpse on the ground? It seems like there really isn't any. Xiao Feilong then noticed that something was wrong. Suddenly, a loud howl resounded through the sky, and then a huge black bird appeared in the sky, about 5 or 6 meters long and with a wingspan of 12 or 13 meters. The giant bird seemed to be standing high in the sky, staring coldly at Ye Chuan and the others. Its colorful tail and black body seemed a little out of place, but its terrifying aura made even the battle-hardened Ye Chuan feel a little frightened. Go back to your room first. Brother, in this situation, you want me to be a coward? Xiao Feilong asked loudly. You are no match for him, and you might even become a burden to me here. Ye Chuan shook his head. Go back to your room, and you'll have a chance to operate the giant automatic fishing gun. Point it high into the sky, and you should be able to attack it. No problem. Xiao Feilong understood, said no more, turned around, and ran back to the room. Friday, Saturday. I think you may have to lend me a helping hand this time. Ye Chuan looked at Saturday. Brother Chuan, my job is to cook. I don't know how to fight. Saturday said in confusion. Can I cheer you on from below? Brother Chuan, Lu is different from me. She really can't do anything except cooking. Friday also explained seriously on behalf of Saturday. I hope the two of us can defeat it. Ye Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Either it dies, or we die. As they spoke, the two of them were taken high into the sky by Wang Kai and Wang Yun, and flew towards the big black bird together. The big black bird screamed and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a huge resistance was felt. Ye Chuan immediately used the countercurrent technique to form a countercurrent of air in the air, which greatly offset the resistance of the big black bird. The three little ones were able to fly within 5 meters of the big black bird. Ye Chuan immediately took out a big knife, jumped high, and chopped at the body of the big black bird. The big black bird stretched out a wing, trying to block the sword. Ye Chuan suddenly remembered that the bald eagle yesterday, as a C+ level aerial creature, was able to withstand the attack of the sword. This one might be higher than C+ level, right? In an instant, Ye Chuan put away his sword and directly used absolute gravity, slamming his body heavily into the wings of the black bird. The big black bird was somewhat caught off guard by Ye Chuan's attack and was actually knocked to the ground, and its body turned in the air. Friday jumped up at the right time, clasped his fists, and hit the other wing of the big black bird hard again. Bang! Friday's weight was already over 200 pounds, and when he exerted all his strength at once, his absolute gravity was not much lighter than Ye Chuan's. With just this one move, the big black bird let out a scream, and its body seemed to be falling from the sky. However, it quickly stabilized its body and slapped the two men and three little ones fiercely. Dense feather arrows suddenly shot towards them, and they immediately fell to the ground in free fall, barely avoiding the attack of the feather arrows. After failing to hit the target, the black bird started to free fall and chased after the two men. Upon seeing this, the three little ones immediately chased up from the sky and grabbed the big black bird's back with their claws. The three little ones could lift an object weighing 1,000 pounds together, and they forced the big black bird to stop. In just this brief pause, Wang Kai and Wang Yun had already lifted the two of them up, rushed into the sky again, and fought with the giant black bird. On Turtle Island, Little Dragon had already erected the giant automatic fishing gun and was tracking the big black bird on the tracker. He really wanted to press the launch button right now, but he was afraid that he would miss the target and alert the enemy. He felt helpless. Seeing Ye Chuan and Friday working together and both struggling in the air, Xiao Feilong finally gritted his teeth and pressed the launch button. The 5-meter-long harpoon shot out and flew into the sky like lightning, but the big black bird keenly spotted the harpoon, dodged it, and then rushed towards Ye Chuan again. It has now been keeping its eyes on Ye Chuan. It has discovered that this guy is the commander. There is no need to do anything else. Just kill him and the battle will be over. But it didn't know that after missing it, the harpoon turned around and attacked the big black bird again. The big black bird was only concerned with chasing Ye Chuan, and with Wang Fu interfering on the side, the harpoon finally hit its back, or directly pierced its body. The little flying dragon pressed the button again, and the hook appeared, then quickly retracted. The big black bird flapped its wings hard, trying to struggle out, but the reinforced steel wire rope was too tough, and it couldn't break free at all. Come! Ye Chuan, who was high in the sky, shouted again, jumped down from the sky, and headed straight for the big black bird. The little flying dragon retracted the barb in time, and took the harpoon back from its body. The big black bird finally felt free and was about to escape, but Ye Chuan had already used absolute gravity to hit it hard. Blood spurted out at once, and the big black bird finally fell to the ground powerlessly, dead. Let's see whether you live or not this time. Ye Chuan and Friday landed safely, and Ye Chuan snorted coldly. Congratulations to the host for killing a B-level aerial creature for the first time. The host is rewarded with a lucky gift pack. Do you want to open it? At this moment, the system suddenly sent out a voice that made Ye Chuan confused and happy. Chapter 197. Small Drones, Scouting Enemy Territory. Fuck. Ye Chuan couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but yell. After all, I didn't get any rewards last time I killed D-level, sea-level land creatures, and sea-level aerial creatures. But I actually got a reward this time, and it was a lucky gift package. This is so awesome. System, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Despite his excitement, Ye Chuan still asked, wondering if he could get the 3 previous rewards as well. Killing D-level and sea-level land and air creatures is not worthy of rewards. Only land and air creatures of B-level and above are rewarded. The system explained directly. Host, please keep up the good work. In one sentence, Ye Chuan didn't know how to speak. Open. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kilograms of fertile black soil, 10 A-grade pomegranates, 1 small aircraft manufacturing diagram, 500 coffee beans, and 1 coffee grinder manufacturing diagram. Oh my god, can I have coffee now? Ye Chuan's expression changed. Now I have milk and sugar in my hand, and I make coffee like this. It feels so good. Ye Chuan took another look at the small aircraft manufacturing drawing. It was roughly similar to a drone, and it also had a display screen that could be used for tracking and monitoring. But it seemed like it wouldn't be used for the time being. However, seeing the instructions, Ye Chuan's expression changed. It has a super battery that can last for 5,000 nautical miles, or 72 hours. So, can he let it pass through the hole and fly into foreign regions to see how they are developing? Thinking of this, Ye Chuan immediately made a small aircraft, and then controlled it to fly quickly towards that place. This thing can reach a maximum speed of 100 nautical miles per hour. It will reach the cave entrance this afternoon, enter the foreign area, and then fly freely. This time the system still had some conscience and told Ye Chuan the coordinates of the cave entrance. After setting it up, it ignored it for the time being. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Feilong ran over and asked. Of course I'm fine. Ye Chuan shook his head and then looked at Saturday. Zhou Lu had already picked up the big black bird. Brother Chuan, this bird's flesh and blood contains very powerful energy, and it will be very beneficial for us to eat it. Leave it to you, Ye Chuan said decisively. In the afternoon, Saturday replied. After eating, you can absorb it overnight, which is much better than eating it at noon. Okay, just do whatever you want. Ye Chuan patted Saturday's shoulder. 2 high-altitude chain crossbows were smashed. Little Flying Dragon said speechlessly. They were just made, and they're not even warm yet. But they also demonstrate their own value. Ye Chuan said with a smile. At worst, we can make more later. After this incident, I guess no birds will dare to attack us for a while. That's true. Xiao Feilong nodded thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Zhou Lu finished making Buddha jumps over the wall, and Ye Chuan traded a portion to a few people. Lu Yi immediately asked. I looked in the public chat room, and they all said they were attacked by unknown birds. Are you okay? We were also attacked by birds this morning, but with the unremitting efforts of a brother, pets and I, we killed them all. Ye Chuan replied immediately. Although it was thrilling, fortunately we got through it safely. That's good. Lu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feiyu said that we will be there in about 3 days. Ye Chuan immediately replied with an okay expression, then looked at the greeting Liang Hongying sent, which was similar to Lu Yi's, and asked at the same time, "How long will it take for you to come over?" "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be tonight or tomorrow morning." Ye Chuan made a rough estimate and replied immediately, "Just get ready. I haven't taken a bath in nearly a month since I took a bath at your place last time." Liang Hongying replied, "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to take a hot bath as soon as possible." Seeing this message, Ye Chuan immediately responded with a laughing expression and then turned the page to the public chat room. "I'm about to get drunk. Does anyone have iodine or alcohol? I was just attacked by a few old eagles and got pecked on the head. It hurts so much. Haha, you deserve it. There were only a few seagulls attacking me, and I shot them all to death with my crossbow. It was so easy and enjoyable. Brothers, goodbye. I can't accompany you to fight against foreign regions. A big bird just pecked one of my eyes blind and severed my aorta. My eyes are black and I will die from excessive blood loss soon. Oh my god, is it that serious? He can't even beat a bird? He's too weak. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Now we have to deal with a foreign region. We are allies on the same line." Looking at the news, Ye Chuan couldn't help but shook his head slightly. It seems that this bird attack really killed or injured a lot of people. It is estimated that tens of thousands of island owners will suffer in the Northwest again. It is true that only those with absolute strength can have fun in the ocean world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move forward. This incident was just a small episode for Ye Chuan. After resting for a while, Ye Chuan helped Xiao Feilong put on the sweatshirt sets until the evening. Seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, Ye Chuan went to wash up and prepare for bed. On a small island 200 nautical miles away, Liang Hongying extinguished the candles in the wooden house early, holding a machete in her hand, and hid in a corner outside the wooden house. Early in the day, she had noticed that 2 small boats appeared in the distance, each circling the island and then leaving. But she felt that it was impossible to just let it go. The 2 small boats seemed to be scouting the area. They would definitely take action tonight, but she didn't know when. Make preparations early to avoid being caught off guard when attacked. I don't know how much time had passed. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, with a few wisps of gauze-like clouds floating by occasionally, adding a bit of charm to the night. A medium-sized sailboat came to the island 100 meters away. 5 or 6 men boarded a small boat and slowly approached the island. One of them was a little worried. "I don't know how strong that guy is. We must not fail. There's only a little girl on the island. What are you afraid of?" A big man nearby said disdainfully, "You don't think you can't even beat a little girl?" Chapter 198. Heroine, Liang Hongying. "That's right, Dong Xiaosa, you are just too timid. I feel ashamed for you. Ha ha ha. Dong Xiaosa has always been timid, otherwise he wouldn't be doing so badly. He can only get 10 of the good stuff this time. I think if he can't get a 10 share, then he won't get a share. He's backing out before he even gets started. It's really disrupting the morale of the troops." The rest of the people started to tease him with a few words. Dong Xiaosa snorted coldly. "I just think that we are about to fight with a foreign region, but now we are robbing and killing our compatriots. Isn't this not good? What do you know? Just because we're about to fight, we're robbing others to enrich ourselves," the big man said angrily. "Do you think it's better for everyone to be weak and get killed, or for us to become stronger and snipe the island owners of foreign regions? It seems it would be better if we become stronger," Dong Xiaosa said weakly. "It's good that you know this truth. Just proceed as planned." The big man snorted coldly. The group slowly approached the shore and quietly reached the island. Several people held upgraded rotating crossbows in their hands. They aimed at the wooden house and started shooting inside. At one time, 60 or 70 crossbow arrows were shot into the wooden house. Then several people strode forward, and the big man kicked the wooden house open with one foot, holding a dagger in his hand, pointing it directly at the person on the bed. But there was only a quilt and pillow on the bed. No one was there. "Where are the people?" Several people's faces changed. Puff. At this moment, there was a slight sound, and everyone looked back. Dong Xiaosa, who was at the back, had an arrow on his forehead. It turned out that an arrow had pierced his head. "Damn it, it has discovered us a long time ago." The big man's face changed drastically, and he saw another arrow shot from the darkness. The big man immediately reached out and grabbed the person at the door into the room, and closed the door immediately. Puff. There was another crisp sound, and the bow and arrow actually pierced through the wooden door, and an arrow appeared inside the wooden door. "This woman is so strong?" someone asked in disbelief. You have to know that the reason why the arrow was able to penetrate the wooden wall was entirely due to the power of the rotating crossbow arrow, which is completely incomparable to pulling the bow and arrow by human power. If nothing else, this woman at least has amazing arm strength. Damn it, we wanted to catch the turtle in the jar, but we ended up being the turtle. The big man was so angry that he looked around and said with gritted teeth, and she even took her super tablet out of the wooden house. It's obvious that she wants to kill us. If we push open the wooden door unexpectedly, we will definitely be able to avoid her attack. One person couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "As long as we get out of the wooden house, she will be the one to die." As he said that, the man went forward to open the door. Just as he opened the door, an arrow shot out at him. If he had not dodged in time, he would have died. She is in the dark and we are in the light. The worst that can happen is we can just wait until daybreak. The big man thought about it and thought of several ways, but none of them seemed feasible, so he could not help but say coldly. Liang Hongying sneered at this time, and a flaming arrow appeared in her hand. She shot it at the door of the wooden house, followed by the second and third arrows. After more than 10 seconds, the people in the wooden house finally smelled the smoke. The big man's face changed drastically. "Oh no, she set the wooden house on fire." "This crazy woman," someone shouted angrily, grabbed Dong Xiaosa's body as a shield, and rushed out of the wooden house quickly. "MD." The big man narrowed his eyes, a trace of indifference flashed across his face, and he grabbed one person and rushed out using him as a shield. Finally, the two looked at each other, fearing each other. No one dared to treat the other as a living target. Finally, the two could only seek cover and rushed out one by one. In the end, one of them died, and only 3 survived and hid behind a big rock. "You stinky bitch, hiding in the dark and shooting arrows at people is nothing. If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel." The big man finally couldn't help but roared. "If you can beat me, I will surrender to you." Hearing this, Liang Hongying sneered and slowly walked out from the darkness. She tapped the stone lightly with her machete, making a crisp sound, echoing the raging fire, like a bloodthirsty madman. "Why do I feel like you can't beat her?" One person couldn't help swallowing and asked in a low voice. "You dare to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. When this matter is over, I will make you pay." The big man glared at the man fiercely, gripped the dagger tightly, and strode out. "Girl, although I don't want to kill a woman, you have angered me, so I can only send you to death," the big man said, holding the dagger in reverse, and strode towards Liang Hongying. "Come and die." Liang Hongying still had a look of disdain on her face and attacked quickly. Her speed was almost too fast for the big man to catch with the naked eye. However, relying on his intuition and combat experience, the big man subconsciously placed the dagger across his chest. Bite! The machete hit the dagger directly, and the force was so powerful that even a strong man could not help but take a step back, his arms slightly numb. The big man was shocked. He turned around suddenly and punched somewhere, but he didn't expect that Liang Hongying seemed to be waiting for him and also punched out, colliding with him. Next, the big man felt that his metacarpal bone was almost broken, and a piercing pain attacked his heart, and cold sweat flowed down unconsciously. "That's it," Liang Hongying said jokingly. Originally, Liang Hongying was not sure about her own abilities. She had been quite skilled in martial arts since she was a child, until she was defeated by Ye Chuan. She had some doubts about her own strength. But after that, Ye Chuan fed her a lot of A-level, even S-level liquids and fruits, and she felt that her strength had made a qualitative leap. This time, the fight with the big man finally confirmed this conjecture. With the help of these graded liquid fruits, his own strength has increased by more than 2 times. Damn it, the big man gritted his teeth. At this moment, one of his arms went numb, the other fist was broken, and both hands lost their combat effectiveness. He simply threw the dagger aside, strode forward, and used his body as a weapon to fight Liang Hongying. Liang Hongying was even more disdainful, but she also put away her machete and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. "This is a living target for verifying my own strength, so of course I have to give it a try from all angles. Should we help him?" The 2 men looked at the battle from behind the boulder and asked weakly, "If he dies, then we too will probably die too, right?" "That makes sense." The other person nodded in agreement. The 2 men immediately took out the rotating crossbows, loaded the crossbows, and aimed them at Liang Hongying. Chapter 199 Liang Hongying, going to the island. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, and pulled the trigger at Liang Hongying at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. A slight sound of breaking air was heard. Liang Hongying had already noticed the situation there. She shook her body and immediately dodged somewhere. At the same time, She grabbed the big man's collar and swung him towards somewhere. Puff! A few seconds later, the big man's pupils shrank, and 2 crossbow arrows actually shot at his buttocks. The big man screamed in pain, and even jumped high, shouting angrily, "Can you guys be more accurate?" Sorry, we just didn't notice." The two apologized quickly. "Oh my God, is it so inaccurate that we shot him?" one person said in confusion. "What's the matter with accuracy? It's because that bitch was too fast and used him as a shield," another person said unhappily. "Did he really think we made a mistake?" While they were discussing here, the big man started fighting with Liang Hongying again. The big man was no match for Liang Hongying in the first place, and now he was hit twice on the buttocks, and his face was squeezed into a ball. The feeling was almost indescribable. Bang! Finally, Liang Hongying kicked the big man in the face with a side kick. The big man flew into the air and spun 3 times before falling to the ground and fainting. Liang Hongying once again shifted her attention to the 2 men. The 2 men swallowed their saliva unconsciously, immediately threw the crossbows aside, raised their hands and shouted, "We surrender, don't kill us." "Who are you?" Liang Hongying finally asked coldly. "We were originally a small group. We have only gradually contacted each other since entering the ocean world for more than a month. We reunited before the sea froze." One person immediately replied, "We have been wandering aimlessly during this period of time. Whenever we find an island, we will scout it out and rob it." "In the end, you failed this time?" Liang Hongying asked again. "We'll give you everything if you let us go." The other man gritted his teeth. "The things are all on a medium-sized sailboat, only 100 meters away from here." "Oh." Liang Hongying nodded slightly, knocked the 2 men unconscious, tied up all 3 of them together, and then rowed the boat to the medium-sized sailboat. There was another person on the bed. Perhaps he was bored of waiting and fell asleep in the cabin. He did not notice Liang Hongying's arrival at all. He was knocked unconscious by her in his dream and thrown into the sea. The entire cabin was filled with various supplies, almost occupying the entire ship. There were also some food, and more than a dozen manufacturing drawings of attackable medium-sized sailing ships. This should be the inventory of all the island owners combined. Liang Hongying did not hesitate and drove a medium-sized sailboat to the island. She traded everything to Ye Chuan through the super flatbed. This ensured that the 3 of them would not break free from the ropes and fall asleep on the boat. The next morning, Ye Chuan woke up on time at around 6 o'clock. He immediately saw an island and a ship in the distance, and smiled. "We are finally here. Sign in." Ye Chuan took a deep breath and said as he went into the bathroom to wash up. "Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 evolution points and 1 evolution value gift pack." Well, that's equivalent to getting 11,000 evolution points, which is pretty good. As the islands connected, Ye Chuan and Xiao Feilong arrived at Liang Hongying's island. They noticed the mess on the island. It seemed that there had been a fierce fight last night. Some people were dead and some were injured. 3 people were tied up together. When they saw Ye Chuan, it was like seeing God. "2 big brothers, please save us. We have been kidnapped by a crazy woman. This is someone else's island. You come here to attack them, but then you turn the tables and say that they kidnapped you." Ye Chuan said jokingly. "We just want to go to the island for friendly exchanges," the big man said pitifully. "Brother, you're here." Liang Hongying jumped off the boat at this time. "I thought you would arrive tonight." "I thought so too." Ye Chuan smiled. "You're not hurt, right?" "Of course." Liang Hongying shrugged. "Thanks to the things you gave me, otherwise I really wouldn't be their opponent." The 3 were in despair. "I was originally thinking about asking for help, but after all the fuss, it turns out they are all in the same group." The big man couldn't help but make up his mind. "Forget it. Kill me or chop me up. It's up to you anyway. In 20 years, I will be a brave man again." "What do you think?" Ye Chuan looked at Liang Hongying. "Whatever. I'm fine with anything." Liang Hongying shrugged again and said indifferently, "After all, we are about to go to war with a foreign region, so I think we should not kill innocent people." Ye Chuan thought for a while, and then said, "Just trade all their things. I have already given you my entire deal, but you haven't agreed yet." Liang Hongying reminded. I really didn't pay attention to the message on the tablet. I'll receive it when I get back." Ye Chuan laughed. "Are you ready? Can we leave now?" "Anytime." Liang Hongying nodded, and followed Ye Chuan to Turtle Island with the super tablet and some simple things. "I won't kill you. You can leave whenever you break free. You crazy woman, don't let me meet you again, otherwise I will kill you." The big man cursed angrily, but he didn't attract Liang Hongying's attention at all. They had already reached Turtle Island and left. "Brother, what is this?" Seeing a woman coming to the island, Blueberry Jam looked at Liang Hongying suspiciously. "This is Liang Hongying, my subordinate island owner. who will also live on the island in the future. Ye Chuan said with a smile. You two should also get to know each other. By the way, you two should live in the same room from now on. I will change your beds into bunk beds. Why? Blueberry Jam asked in confusion. Aren't there any vacant rooms? Because in 2 days, 2 more girls and 2 boys will come to the island. You girls will share a room with a private bathroom. Ye Chuan explained. I will convert the dining room into 2 bedrooms, and the 4 of us boys will live in the bedroom without a private bathroom. Little Filong, let's study this together. Okay. Xiao Filong immediately agreed and ran over. Blueberry Jam glared at Liang Hongying coldly. Woman, don't even think about sleeping in my room. This is my room. Didn't you hear what brother said to you? Liang Hongying asked expressionlessly. I don't care, you can't stay in the same room with me anyway. Blueberry Jam had a dark face and blocked the door of the room. Chapter 200. The traitor Wang Sanrui brought the battle between the 2 districts forward. Get out of the way, Liang Hongying said lightly. So what if I don't let you? You still want to hit me? Blueberry Jam asked with a roll of his eyes. Liang Hongying frowned slightly, grabbed Blueberry Jam's arm, and gently applied force. Poor Blueberry Jam was unprepared and sat down on the ground. Ouch, my butt. Liang Hongying didn't even look at her. She just pushed the door and walked in. Although Ye Chuan noticed the situation here, he did not ask too many questions. He had already worked out with Xiao Filong a method to divide the restaurant. The restaurant was originally quite large, more than 20 square meters, and after being divided in the middle, each room could still be 12 or 13 square meters, which was enough not only for sleeping, but also for activities. After helping Blueberry Jam and her friends make a double bed in their room, Xiao Filong began to renovate the restaurant with the help of Liang Hongying. Only then did Ye Chuan have the chance to look at the screen of the aircraft. The aircraft had already entered the foreign area a long time ago. Although it was flying aimlessly, after entering the foreign area, the goals set by Ye Chuan became invalid, so its speed slowed down and it was circling around a nearby island. What a coincidence. Ye Chuan actually saw Wang Sanrui on the monitor. This guy actually entered a foreign area and contacted the foreign island owner. This made Ye Chuan regretful. After all, this thing was not a joke. Wang Sanrui must have discovered a huge crack, which allowed him to enter the foreign region. If he told the foreign island owner about the crack, wouldn't the foreign region's attack on the Zheozhou region be brought forward? It's a pity that this small aircraft can only see images but not hear sounds. Otherwise, it would be able to hear their conversation. After thinking about it, Ye Chuan immediately entered the submarine and opened the public chat room of the foreign region. Everyone, please note that in addition to the cracks below the sea surface, there are also some cracks above the sea surface. Although they are not very large, they can accommodate a large offensive sailing ship to enter and exit. Oh my God, is this true? I just heard this from a poor island owner in Kyushu. He has come to me, and he came here in a small boat. Brother, so you are not far from the Kyushu region? Not close, maybe more than 100 nautical miles. Then send us the coordinates. We will go to your place to gather now. We will try to complete the assembly in 7 days and directly attack the Kyushu region. This plan is very feasible. You know, the Zheozhou region is definitely developing rapidly now. Over time, they may surpass us. The faster we attack, the greater our chances of winning. Among the group of people, one person also Ed Ye Chuan. Cole, have you seen the news in the public chat room? Is what they said true? I'm not sure. I didn't stay at the border. Ye Chuan replied immediately. I'm going to the border now. I'll send you the coordinates as soon as I find the crack. No problem, one person replied, and traded another 1,000 kilograms of sulfur and 1,000 kilograms of saltpeter. Ye Chuan didn't say anything this time. He just made 30 torpedoes, 30 missiles, and 21 shells like last time. After returning to the room, Ye Chuan immediately announced the news. There are many cracks between the barrier between Zheozhou district and the foreign districts. The foreign districts have already known this secret. They will attack Zheozhou district in 7 days. Everyone, head to the west immediately and stop the foreign districts in front of the barrier. In one sentence, the entire public chat room was boiling. Fuck, is this true? There are only 2 weeks left. How come it's only been a week? Yeah, we haven't developed yet, and I don't even have a decent weapon. Isn't this just asking me to die? Is this news reliable? Is it a prank? This kind of joke is not allowed. Friend, you must be lying to us, right? It's possible. If there are cracks on the seabed, how could there be no cracks on the sea surface? I think we'd better make preparations early. Brother, is the message you sent true? Zhao Feiyu also sent a message at this time. Of course, the guy whose tablet I broke into pieces actually entered a foreign region by mistake. Ye Chuan gritted his teeth and said, It's my fault that I didn't kill him directly, which led to such a big mistake. Brother, You must not take on this kind of thing. Zhao Feiyu quickly replied. Even if he wasn't the one who reported it, there were also foreign island owners who discovered this problem. It's just that they discovered it a little faster. If we work together, I think we can still stop them. I hope so. Ye Chuan replied. I won't go on for now. After I meet up with you guys, I'll go straight to the barrier. No problem. We will be there in 2 days at the latest. Zhao Feiyu replied with an okay expression. Brother Chuan, have a cup of coffee. At this moment, Zhou Lu came in with 2L of freshly brewed coffee. I don't know what your taste is, but I haven't added sugar or milk. Now it's the purest black coffee. That's thoughtful. Ye Chuan smiled at Zhou Lu and simply added sugar and goat milk. Then he gave each person about 500 G of it. While drinking from the cup, he walked out of the room and saw the magical tree at a glance. After a few days of no attention, it has grown to 50 meters tall and is still very straight, swaying slightly in the breeze. I don't know if this is really the path to the city in the sky. If it is, it starts to shake at 50 meters. If it grows to hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters, how many people would dare to climb up? Coming to the magical tree, Ye Chuan looked up at the tallest plant on Turtle Island and couldn't help but sigh. The apples, pears, and peaches that have grown fruit for a season are now starting to produce very small flower buds. But since they were not watered with nutrient solution on Friday, they may grow more slowly. As for the vegetable package seeds I got last time, they have now grown more than 10 centimeters tall. I estimate that we will be able to eat fresh vegetables in a few days. Brother Chuan, do you want some coconuts? Friday said, holding a big coconut in his hand. All the coconuts are ripe, the juice is mellow, and the flesh is crisp and sweet. Leave it to Zhou Lu and let her prepare a coconut feast for lunch. Ye Chuan made a prompt decision. Although I am pretty good at cooking, I have never dabbled in coconut and the like, so I'll just leave it to the cooking tycoon. After checking the fruits and vegetables, Ye Chuan came to the turtle's head again, looked at the more than 30 accumulated supply boxes, and directly chose to open them all.